Awakening in a state of confusion, Tian surprisingly discovers that he has traversed through time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to 100-fold cultivation speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to the Chaos Sacred Body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to the Supreme Body Refining Technique, the Dragon Elephant Suppression Decision. Thus, Tian ascends to become the foremost genius in the world, possessing unparalleled talents that are insurmountable. From this moment forth, Tian embarks on the path of cultivation. Chapter 1. Have I truly signed in for 100-fold cultivation speed? In a dense forest, a youth of around 15 or 16 lies unconscious. Upon closer inspection, this youth possesses delicate skin and an elegant demeanor. While not strikingly beautiful, he is undeniably handsome, fitting the mold of a charming young man. After an indeterminate period, the boy gradually opens his eyes. Gazing at the unfamiliar scenery before him, a sense of bewilderment washes over him. I am Tian. Was I not struck by a car? Where's this place? Tian queries in confusion. Ding! The system has awakened and is beginning to bind to the host. Ding! System binding to the host successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving an initial gift package and the first sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? A strange voice interrupts Tian's thoughts. The abrupt appearance of the system nearly takes Tian by surprise. This phenomenon is something Tian is quite familiar with after all. Does it not frequently appear in the novels he reads? To possess a system is akin to having a cheat, typically reserved for protagonists alone. But why is it manifesting within me? Could it be that my collision with the vehicle has caused me to traverse through time? I confirm the sign-in. Tian finally states after a moment of contemplation, wishing to ascertain the authenticity of his system. Ding! Sign-in successful. As this is the host's first sign-in, the rewards have been meticulously tailored for you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, granting 100-fold cultivation speed. Furthermore, this 100-fold cultivation speed can be compounded with other methods of enhancing cultivation speed. At this juncture, Tian feels a peculiar flow of energy enveloping his entire being, warming him pleasantly and instilling a sense of ease. Every meridian within him has been opened, and they appear to be subtly different, imbued with a resplendent spectrum of colors indeed, a sight most divine. After a brief moment of astonishment, an overwhelming joy surges within Tian, for the system is undeniably real. He is not merely dreaming. Ha ha ha! Have I truly obtained 100-fold cultivation speed? Wouldn't my cultivation progress effortlessly? Indeed, Tian has traversed time and acquired 100-fold cultivation speed. In his mind, he has become the protagonist of this realm. With the system at his disposal, who could possibly compare to him? He is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life, surrounded by countless admirers, liberating himself from the mediocrity of his past existence and becoming someone extraordinary. Tian laughs heartily at the heavens, and were it not for the desolation surrounding him, others might mistake him for a delusional individual in need of intervention. I almost forgot about the initial gift package. Tian suddenly recalls. Based on my previous experiences with novels, it is evident that an initial gift package is rarely as simple as it appears. Even in the subsequent journey of cultivation, it is likely to play a significant role. During my first sign-in, I was granted a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed. I wonder if this initial gift package will bring me further surprises. System, open the initial gift package, I murmured softly. Ding! The initial gift package has been successfully opened and has automatically upgraded to a mythical level. May you ascend to great heights in your future cultivation journey, soaring into the skies. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the chaotic sacred spirit body unique, for your personal use only. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the technique, Dragon Elephant Suppression Decision. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial skill, Chaotic Fist. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 small spirit nourishing pills. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 large spirit nourishing pills. Congratulations, host. You have received a brief introduction to cultivation guide. You deserve to possess it. Did something peculiar slip in at the end? It seems somewhat incongruous compared to the other items. Nevertheless, I paid it little heed. What truly piqued my interest was the chaotic sacred spirit body. The designation of unique indicated that it was no ordinary item. System, what is the chaotic sacred spirit body? I inquired. According to the typical narrative of exhilarating novels, such a unique physique should be an extraordinarily formidable one. tailor-made for the protagonist, capable of overpowering various sacred and divine bodies. Ultimately, it aids the protagonist in overcoming obstacles and reaching the pinnacle of the great path. Ding! The chaotic sacred spirit body is the ultimate form of the chaotic body. All things in the world originate from chaos. Thus, the chaotic sacred spirit body contains myriad extraordinary phenomena. Cultivating with it allows one to be surrounded by countless great paths, making the breakthrough to higher realms effortless, akin to eating and drinking. It is considered one of the most formidable physiques in existence. This physique is unique and can only be utilized by the host. It is well known that the chaotic body is incredibly exceptional, a rarity that appears once in a millennium. If someone possesses a chaotic body, they undoubtedly possess the potential of an emperor, making it relatively easy for them to become one. However, a being with the chaotic sacred spirit body may only emerge once in several 100,000 years. It is truly unfathomable how powerful it is. Due to its extraordinary nature, heaven does not permit such a physique to easily come into existence. Even if it does, various means are employed to ensure its premature demise. I see. Upon hearing the system's explanation, I was enlightened. Is this not the quintessential protagonist physique? In my view, the protagonist physique is indeed unique, suppressing contemporaries so that none can rise against it. This further solidified my belief that I had traversed into this world to assume the role of the protagonist and to experience life to its fullest. System, activate the chaotic sacred spirit body, I declared with excitement. Ding! Activation successful. In an instant, I sensed that every fiber of my being, me flesh, bones, and cells was undergoing continuous transformation, evolving toward a higher plane of existence. All impurities within me began to expel, leaving no trace of filth. My entire being felt as though it had become sacred. This sensation is one that cannot be articulated, only experienced. In an instant, an endless aura of chaos blossomed from within, accompanied by the faint roars of ancient dragons, the cries of true phoenixes, the manifestations of Chilants, and the furious howls of white tigers, as the myriad paths of existence unfolded in harmony. The primordial energy of chaos enveloped him, continuously transforming his essence. The figure of Futon began to grow increasingly ethereal, as if he no longer belonged to this realm. He was on the verge of transcending the 5 elements, stepping beyond the 6 realms. The chaotic energy thickened, starting to extend outward. Before long, Futon's body had completed its transformation, and his form began to coalesce once more. Yet now, every movement he made, every action he undertook, was shrouded in the primordial energy, concealing his fate. Unless a being of immense power, far surpassing Futon, intervened, no one could glean any information regarding him. At that moment, the heavens and earth split apart, and a radiant aura of rainbow essence descended upon Futon, merging seamlessly with him. This was astonishingly the fortune of the world. The fortune of the world, as its name suggests, embodies the auspiciousness of this realm. To possess such fortune is to be favored by the heavens, akin to bearing a fragment of the world's destiny upon one's shoulders, a boon that would provoke envy in countless individuals. Numerous cultivators strive relentlessly to attain even a modicum of this worldly fortune, as even a little can suffice to elevate one to greatness. However, Futon did not need to seek it actively, it came to him of its own accord. This clearly indicated how highly the realm valued Futon's innate talent and potential, willingly bestowing upon him this fortune. This was the blessing conferred upon Futon by the Chaos Sacred Spirit Body. With this gift, Futon's path of cultivation would undoubtedly be filled with opportunities, transforming misfortune into fortune, ensuring a smooth journey that would incite admiration. Faintly, Futon sensed a deeper harmony with the world around him. Amidst the countless beings, he seemed to have acquired the ability to foresee dangers, a skill that would aid him in navigating through perilous situations. Aware of his transformation, Futon did not react like a fool, laughing foolishly at the heavens. After undergoing the metamorphosis brought about by the Chaos Sacred Spirit Body, he had attained a level of physical, innate, and spiritual prowess that stood among the highest in the world. His thoughts had matured significantly, evolving into a more composed and prudent mindset. His perspective of the world had shifted, yet he remained largely ignorant of its intricacies. Despite possessing an exceptionally formidable physique and an astonishingly accelerated cultivation speed, he understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile. Patience and careful planning were essential. Was it not a cultivation guide? You deserve it? The very name suggests its purpose. Without hesitation, Futon chose to open it. Instantly, the book transformed into a luminous sphere, merging into his mind, its contents becoming instantly comprehensible to him. It detailed that the world he inhabited was known as the true state continent, merely one among countless lower realms, with higher realms above, culminating in the so-called endless immortal domain. Indeed, this world was a realm of cultivators, where the mighty could shift mountains and fill seas, enjoy boundless lifespans, traverse thousands of miles in a single step, and live freely and unrestrained, inciting unparalleled envy. In the realm of aspiration, Tian yearned to embody such a figure, ever stronger, capable of standing at the zenith of the world, surveying the eternal ebb and flow of existence. The cultivation realms are categorized into warrior, master, general, sect leader, and king, each encompassing 9 celestial tiers. The first 3 tiers are deemed low-level. The next 3 are considered mid-level, while the 7th to 9th tiers are classified as high-level. Those on the verge of breaking through to a greater realm are referred to as the pinnacle. Collectively, these 5 realms are known as the mortal 5 realms as long as one resides within these boundaries. One is, in essence, immortal. There is little need to elaborate on the higher realms. Amidst this, Tian clenched his fist, and an aura of chaos began to emanate, instilling fear and trepidation in those who beheld it. This world was precisely the one he longed for, he mused. Within the narrative of the novel, the formidable beings wielded techniques of immense power, capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth, earning the adoration of countless souls. Thus, Tian aspired to become such a powerful entity, to ascend to the pinnacle of the path. In his previous life, while immersed in fantasy novels, he had dreamt of entering that world, becoming the strongest, surrounded by 3,000 consorts, indulging in his every whim. Now, having truly arrived in this realm, endowed with an extraordinary system and an unparalleled physique, it symbolized the realization of his past dreams. Was this not enough to ignite one's spirit with fervor? In an instant, Tian felt his blood begin to boil. The desire to become the strongest surged within him, rendering him restless and unable to attain tranquility. Tian, vow to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 2. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. After a brief surge of fervent excitement, Tian regained his composure. Recognizing that this was a place for cultivation, it was evident that a myriad of powerful beings resided here. He was merely one among countless ants, and now was not the time for elation. Tian recalled that he possessed a volume of techniques and a martial skill, a remarkable gift bestowed upon him at the outset. System, please provide an introduction to the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, Tian requested. Beep. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique is an ancient, supreme body refinement art dedicated to the cultivation of the physical form. When cultivated to its zenith, one can effortlessly pluck stars from the sky and shatter celestial bodies. With sheer strength, one can transcend myriad laws, achieving miracles. Ultimately, it can even allow one to confront emperors. It is unstoppable. Upon hearing this, Tian was rendered speechless. With 100-fold cultivation speed, a top-tier physique, and this unparalleled body refinement technique, how could other prodigies possibly compete? Without a moment's hesitation, Tian chose to cultivate this divine technique. Instantly, the art transformed into a radiant beam of light, merging into Tian's mind, and he comprehended the method of cultivation with absolute clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. Perhaps this is one of the extraordinary attributes of the system. Others toil and strive to grasp the mysteries of techniques, often risking deviation if their understanding falters. Moreover, the comprehension of such techniques is closely tied to one's innate understanding. Without a certain level of insight, many techniques remain elusive. It is precisely for this reason that many matters hinge upon innate talent and comprehension. However, none of this can be compared to Tian, who, possessing a system, has achieved complete understanding effortlessly. Moreover, even relying solely on comprehension, after undergoing the transformation of the Chaos Sacred Spirit body, his intellect is indeed prodigious, far surpassing the talents of various holy sons and daughters, rendering them incomparable. Without further ado, Tian produced a small essence cultivation pill and seated himself to cultivate his physical form. According to the introduction of this body refining technique, there are 5 major realms. Copper bone initial stage, silver bone minor achievement, golden bone major achievement, precious bone pinnacle, and ultimately, the flawless perfection of a celestial bone, a truly unparalleled physical embodiment. As we know, the human body comprises 206 bones. The first step is to refine one's bones to the copper bone stage. This process is exceedingly lengthy and requires substantial cultivation resources. However, Tian previously acquired 10 small and 10 large essence cultivation pills, alleviating any concerns regarding resources for the initial copper bone stage. To put it bluntly, with a system at his disposal, there is no need to fret over cultivation resources. Calming his mind, Tian began to cultivate according to the prescribed method of the technique. Upon consuming the pill, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursing chaotically within him. The quantity was nothing short of terrifying, causing a sensation of expansion within his body that was somewhat uncomfortable. It is no exaggeration to say that had Tian not possessed the chaos sacred spirit body, the immense influx of spiritual energy would have overwhelmed him upon ingestion, leaving no chance of survival. The small essence cultivation pill is a top-tier third-grade elixir, sufficient even for the cultivation of a martial sovereign. At present, however, Tian had no cultivation base whatsoever, and without the extraordinary chaos sacred spirit body, his body would naturally be incapable of enduring such a vast amount of spiritual power. Seizing the opportunity presented by this formidable energy, Tian commenced the refinement of his physical form. Gradually, his bones began to transform into a hue reminiscent of ancient bronze, and his body became exceedingly resilient, with his strength rapidly increasing. In just half an hour, the potency of the small essence cultivation pill was entirely expended, and 15 of Tian's bones had transformed into the ancient bronze color. Do not underestimate these 15 bones. As per the introduction of the dragon elephant suppression technique, a single ancient bronze bone possesses the strength of 10,000 pounds. Thus, Tian now boasts an immense power of 150,000 pounds, capable of shattering any martial artist, able to contend with high-tier martial masters solely through physical prowess. When combined with his chaos sacred spirit body, his strength becomes truly incalculable. It is important to note that the chaos sacred spirit body itself possesses a formidable physicality, rivaling those so-called body-refining sacred bodies. Feeling the changes within his body, Tian was elated, for he realized he could indeed become a true powerhouse, akin to the heroes of his past lives novels. This was not a mere fantasy, it marked the first step in his journey to strength. With a powerful punch, a resounding sonic boom echoed in Tian's ears, and his hand brimmed with a sense of strength. He felt that, in his previous life, this single punch could easily demolish a car, and this realization fueled his motivation to grow even stronger. Without further contemplation, Tian consumed another small essence cultivation pill and continued his cultivation. The cultivation continued until nightfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest surrounding Tian began to emit a peculiar array of sounds. With a deep exhale, Tian released a breath of stagnant air, concluding his practice. After an entire afternoon of intense training, he had utilized all the small spirit-enhancing pills to strengthen his physical form, leaving him utterly depleted. At this moment, 150 of his bones had transformed to a bronze hue, granting him an astonishing strength of 1.5 million pounds, sufficient to shatter any martial artist. With merely his physical prowess, he could rival the might of a general. If he were to harness his chaos sacred spirit body, he would undoubtedly sweep through generals and contend with martial sovereigns. Yet, he found himself devoid of any cultivation at present. In the realm of mortals, Tian would undoubtedly be regarded as a paramount powerhouse. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily. After sitting cross-legged for an entire afternoon, aside from his burgeoning strength, Tian also felt the tedium of cultivation. This sentiment might stem from his previous life. Often engrossed in electronic devices, he anticipated that he would gradually acclimate to the rigors of training. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed around him, capturing Tian's attention. Glancing at the dimming sky, he noted that night had fully descended, with only a faint sliver of moonlight illuminating the dense foliage. Yet, thanks to his enhanced perception from his training, he could discern the surrounding scenario benefit of his cultivation. He mused. The peculiar sound resonated again, and this time Tian pinpointed its source, a nearby thicket. A mighty roar erupted, and from the underbrush sprang forth a creature resembling a tiger. Why did he describe it as tiger-like? because this beast was far beyond any tiger from his former life. Measuring a staggering 4 meters in length, its physique nearly double that of an ordinary tiger. It was evident that this was not a creature to be trifled with. Those with even a modicum of cultivation knowledge would recognize it as a power tyrant tiger, classified as a high-order demonic beast of the first rank, and among its kind, it was particularly ferocious. Its cultivation level was roughly equivalent to that of a high-ear human warrior. The power tyrant tiger regarded Tian with bared fangs, clearly perceiving him as its prey, and Tian was acutely aware of this. However, he felt no panic. Instead, a faint thrill coursed through him. In his previous life, such an encounter would have quickened his heart in fear. Yet, he was no longer the same person. The power coursing through him filled him with confidence. Tian was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. Before he could ponder further, the power tyrant tiger, driven by hunger, lunged forward. True to its nature as a high-order demonic beast, its muscular form was prominently displayed, showcasing undeniable strength. As it charged, an invisible pressure enveloped the air, imposing a formidable sense of intimidation. 4 high-tier warriors of wavering resolve. This oppressive aura could potentially reduce their combat effectiveness to a mere 70% in equivalent circumstances. The physical form and strength of demonic beasts far surpass those of martial artists of the same rank. Only those formidable warriors of comparable realms possess the qualification to confront them. When faced with the oncoming power tyrant tiger, Tian displayed no hint of panic or fear. Instead, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Instantly, 150 copper bones within him activated, enveloping his body in a faint, ancient bronze radiance. An explosive surge of power coursed through Tian's being. With a single punch, an immense force of 1,500,000 pounds erupted, striking the approaching power tyrant tiger. The beast was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood, utterly obliterated, with no trace of resistance remaining. This physical prowess was akin to that of an ancient primal beast, unstoppable in its ferocity. Let alone a mere first-grade high-tier demonic beast, even those of the second or third tier would stand no chance before Tian. Amidst all this, Tian maintained an air of calm indifference. Strictly speaking, this marked Tian's first instance of slaying a beast. In his previous life, he had merely hunted small fish and chickens. Yet, the laws of nature are merciless. The survival of the fittest reigns supreme in this world. Concepts of kindness and compassion are non-existent. In the future, he might also be compelled to slay humans, and surely the numbers would not be few. But what of it? The path of the strong is inevitably strewn with bones. Mercy towards one's enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself, serving no purpose whatsoever. Regaining his composure, Tian refrained from further contemplation. This was not the opportune moment for cultivation. As night fell, numerous demonic beasts began to emerge in search of food. Should he be disturbed by them during his training, he would incur great losses. Moreover, being in the midst of a jungle without any signs of human habitation, it was imperative to find a way out. Seeking out others to gather information about his surroundings seemed prudent. Selecting a random direction, Tian commenced a light jog. Though merely a jog, it resembled the swiftness of the wind, leaving onlookers astonished by his speed. "Ah, this feeling is simply extraordinary," Tian exclaimed, reveling in his newfound velocity. Had this been in his previous life, he would undoubtedly have been a world champion, unmatched throughout history. As he raced forward, Tian encountered a myriad of bizarre, demonic beasts along the way. There were rhinoceroses clad in steel armor, their gleaming exteriors a testament to their formidable durability. There were leopards adorned with violet patterns, their speed akin to lightning, fleeting in an instant. There were bats the size of a human, their cries capable of unsettling the mind, rendering one defenseless. This world teemed with an array of strange and marvelous creatures, previously unheard of, intensifying Tian's yearning for it. And now, he was merely at the beginning of his journey, with the promise of greater strength ahead. Tian held this belief steadfastly. Chapter 3. The Crimson Fruit. As Tian traversed the path, he encountered various ferocious beasts that sought to intercept him as prey. Some formidable creatures regarded him as an intruder in their territory, intent on annihilating him. However, without exception, these beasts were reduced to mere blood mist by Tian's powerful fist, leaving no room for surprise. Nevertheless, his journey proved to be quite fruitful. Previously, he had discovered a fruit tree by a serene lake. adorned with 5 resplendent orange-red fruits that exuded an enticing aroma, enough to tantalize anyone, including Fu Tian himself. His curiosity piqued. He yearned to taste the fruit of this world. Furthermore, having spent considerable time in this realm, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed despite not feeling hunger, and desired something to eat. Lastly, the fruits appeared extraordinary, perhaps capable of aiding his cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, Fu Tian approached the fruit tree. Beside it lay the tranquil lake, eerily still, resembling stagnant water, which seemed rather unusual. As anticipated, before Fu Tian could near the tree, a dark figure erupted from the lake, lunging towards him. However, Fu Tian remained vigilant, having dwelt in the forest long enough to anticipate the emergence of bizarre entities. Thus, he did not lower his guard, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. He leaped onto a nearby tree, evading the shadow's assault. Turning to ascertain the threat, he was taken aback to behold a colossal serpent exceeding 10 meters in length, a sight utterly astonishing. He pondered whether such a lengthy serpent even existed on Earth. The massive serpent flicked its tongue, its cold, penetrating gaze fixated on the human before it, clearly perceiving him as an adversary vying for its opportunity. Having lain in wait beneath the water for so long, the serpent anticipated the fruits ripening. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to mature, an uninvited guest had appeared. Infuriated by this disruption, the serpent's tail thrashed violently, its body poised for attack. Sensing the serpent's wrath, Fu Tian could not help but smirk. Although the serpent may have waited long, he too had developed an interest in the fruits, and thus, it was a contest of prowess. In this world, there existed no notions of precedence. It was a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong devoured the weak, as it should be. The serpent understood this reality as well, and neither party exchanged words, instead entering into a tense standoff, thick with palpable animosity. This serpent, known as the cold-water serpent, was a high-tier beast of the second rank, dwelling primarily in frigid waters. It was regarded as a dominant creature in this region, which explained the absence of other beasts nearby. Originally, the cold-water serpent intended to consume the fruits once they ripened, hoping to harness their potency to elevate itself to the third rank. Unfortunately for the serpent, its existence might soon be at an end with Fu Tian's arrival. With a powerful display, the cold-water serpent reared its body and unleashed a frigid jet of water towards Fu Tian, causing the air around it to crystallize with frost. In response, Fu Tian activated the 150 copper bones within him, channeling an immense force of 150,000 pounds to strike back at the incoming icy torrent. Without any unexpected turn of events, the water column, which could have easily pierced through the formidable martial artist, was rendered null, as though it had never existed. One force shatters myriad laws. This scene left the cold-water serpent astonished, seemingly unable to comprehend what had transpired, even standing in place, momentarily dazed. In a swift motion, Fu Tian leaped from the tree and approached the cold-water serpent. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fist towards the colossal creature before him. The serpent, snapping back to reality, opened its massive jaws to bite at Fu Tian. The outcome was, of course, evident. Fu Tian's fist obliterated the serpent's head, transforming it into a mist of blood. Such terror. What does 150,000 genes signify? It places one in an absolutely invincible state beneath the martial sovereign. Alas, can't anyone withstand a single blow from me, having grown so large yet so feeble? Observing the headless giant serpent lying on the ground, Fu Tian shook his head, clearly disappointed by this seemingly impressive yet ultimately weak creature. As Fu Tian lamented, the fruit tree nearby began to undergo a remarkable transformation, capturing Fu Tian's attention. The 5 originally orange-red fruits suddenly ignited in flames, and before long, they morphed into vibrant crimson fruits, exuding an enticing aroma that wafted into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Fu Tian wasted no time in plucking the 5 fruits from the tree, promptly sprinting away. The rich fragrance, if not acted upon swiftly, would likely attract other beasts. Although Fu Tian currently felt no creature in the vicinity posed a threat to him, it remained an undeniably troublesome situation. As he ran, Fu Tian consumed the 5 luscious fruits. They melted upon entering his mouth, and he soon felt a warmth enveloping his body. As the potency of the fruit's essence coursed through him, gradually augmenting his strength. These were the red flame fruits, classified as second-tier medicinal ingredients. Specifically designed to enhance physical power, a single fruit could bolster one's strength by 10,000 gene, a truly precious commodity. Such fruits are rare, with a single red flame tree bearing only 5 fruits every 5 years. However, these fruits do come with a caveat. Each individual may only consume 5 in their lifetime. as any additional intake yields no effect. In a brief moment, Fu Tian absorbed the medicinal power of the red flame fruits, distinctly feeling his physical strength increase by 10,000 gene. Though this was but a mere drop in the bucket for his current self, he understood the value of even the smallest gains. After all, every little bit counts. Without further ado, Fu Tian retrieved another red flame fruit and began to consume it. Not far ahead in the jungle, a campfire flickered, beside which stood a wagon and a group of approximately 20 individuals engaged in a brief respite. It was apparent that most were guards, bearing various scars and wielding spears, continuously patrolling. "Uncle Fu, how is my father faring now? Is there any danger?" A young girl, no older than 14, asked a middle-aged man with a mustache, her eyes brimming with concern. The girl, sporting a ponytail, radiated an air of innocence. Her appearance could be described as elegantly poised, with skin smooth and delicate, akin to a flower of the school in a past life. "Rest assured, my dear niece." The portly middle-aged man reassured Hong Linger, wishing to alleviate her concerns. "The scoundrels of the Yang family shall not harm Brother Canlai. As long as we locate the city lord, all issues will be resolved effortlessly." However, despite his comforting words, the anxiety concealed beneath his jovial facade was palpable, as beads of cold sweat occasionally surfaced on his brow. At that moment, after consuming 5 red flame fruits, Fu Tian let out a satisfied burp. His physical prowess had surged to an astonishing weight of 155,000 pounds, rendering him even more formidable. While sprinting, Fu Tian suddenly caught sight of a faint flicker of light ahead, instantly invigorating him. Was there someone in the vicinity? He squinted into the darkness and could vaguely discern several silhouettes, having undergone the transformation brought about by the Dragon Elephant Town as prison judgment. Fu Tian's features and capabilities had seen a remarkable enhancement. Even in the pitch of night, he could perceive his surroundings with crystal clarity. Spotting figures ahead filled him with a sense of elation. After wandering in this desolate place for so long, a glimmer of life had finally appeared. He quickened his pace, dashing towards the source of the light. Within the caravan, a burly man seemed to sense someone approaching rapidly, raising a hand in alert. The accompanying guards swiftly assumed defensive postures, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, clearly adhering to the commands of their leader. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, presumably the financier of the entourage, grasped Hong Linger and pulled her behind him, preparing for any eventuality. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback as a youthful figure materialized at the center of the group, leaving them bewildered as to how he had come to be there. The leading burly man widened his eyes in disbelief, for as a martial artist, he was astounded that he had not noticed the boy's arrival. The only conceivable explanation for such an occurrence was that the youth's cultivation far surpassed his own. Realizing this, the middle-aged man gulped nervously. However, the truth was quite the contrary. Fu Tian's physical abilities merely eclipsed those of a martial artist, leading to a misconception of profound cultivation among the lower-ranked martial artists. Had there been a high-ranking warrior of 7th tier or above present, they might have discerned Fu Tian's true nature. In reality, Fu Tian was still an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation, relying solely on his superior physicality. "May I inquire as to what brings you here, young sir?" The group stammered, their trepidation evident. Faced with such a powerful presence, they felt utterly defenseless, opting for open dialogue instead. Observing the palpable fear in their expressions, Fu Tian found himself somewhat perplexed. Was it his appearance that instilled such fright? Had his visage transformed in this new life? Did that mean he could no longer rely on his looks for sustenance? "Why do you all gaze at me with such trepidation? Do I appear that fearsome?" Fu Tian questioned, genuinely curious about their reaction. As they listened, the group gradually relaxed, sensing that Fu Tian bore no ill intentions. "You are not from around here, are you?" At that moment, Fu Sampang stepped forward and inquired of Fu Tian. Due to his time travel, Fu Tian was still clad in earthly attire, which starkly contrasted with the locals, making his origins immediately apparent. "Indeed, I have been practicing in the mountains with my master and have only recently descended. I did not expect to lose my way here, hence my inquiry for directions." Fu Tian fabricated a casual explanation, knowing well that as an earthling, weaving a tale was a trivial endeavor. He certainly could not confess to being a time traveler. Upon hearing this, the group finally let their guard down. "Ha! A young brother like yourself possesses such remarkable cultivation. I am truly impressed. By the way, I am Wang Ben. May I ask your name, young brother?" boomed the burly man, who appeared to be the captain of the guards, as he approached Fu Tian with a hearty laugh. "You may call me Fu Tian," he replied, feeling no need to conceal his name. "Oh, so you are Brother Fu Tian. Truly, a hero emerges from the youth." The group then engaged in lively conversation, and Fu Tian gradually found himself integrating into their midst, sharing thoughts with ease. Chapter 4. Embarking on the path of cultivation. After conversing for nearly half an hour, Fu Tian finally understood the reason for the presence of these individuals. They were from the Hong family of Fengzhou City, a family renowned in the region. They had come to escort a precious shipment of resources, personally led by the clan leader. However, their plans had been compromised, as they encountered a group of masked bandits determined to seize their cargo. The Hong family, unwilling to yield, engaged in a fierce battle. As the head of the Hong family, Hong Qianlai was a peak martial artist, capable of vanquishing numerous bandits. Yet, to his astonishment, he faced not only a peak martial artist among the assailants, but also a formidable ninth-layer martial artist. How could such individuals be mere bandits? With such prowess, why would they resort to banditry? Moreover, there had been no prior reports of bandit activity in the area. This could only be a deliberate ambush orchestrated by the Yang family. The Yang family was also a prominent clan in Fengzhou City, long-standing rivals of the Hong family, embroiled in a conflict lasting over a decade. While minor skirmishes were commonplace, this attempt to seize resources was a grave matter indeed. Alone, Hong Qianlai, despite being a peak martial artist, could not contend against the two adversaries. He chose to protect his team's retreat, ultimately sacrificing himself to hold off the two martial artists. Thus, Fu Sampang and his companions sought to return to Fengzhou City for reinforcements. However, as night fell, the threat of demonic beasts loomed large, significantly increasing their peril, prompting them to establish camp for the night. It was then that they encountered Fu Tian. Upon grasping the full context, Fu Tian fell into a contemplative silence, feeling the harsh realities of this world. The pursuit of cultivation resources often led to such brutal confrontations. Such occurrences were likely commonplace in this realm. Perhaps there were even more extraordinary events yet to unfold, emphasizing the necessity of one's strength. Little brother, since you are lost here, why not join us tomorrow as we head to Fengzhou City? It would be prudent to have someone to rely on along the way. If all goes well, we should arrive by noon, Fu Sampang proposed, his expression filled with hope as he gazed at Fu Tian. The same eager anticipation was mirrored in the eyes of Hong Linger and Wang Bin, who also fixed their gaze on Fu Tian. Very well, I shall be in your care tomorrow, Fu Tian replied without hesitation, recognizing their need for a protector. Instantly, the group erupted in expressions of delight. Oh, big brother is wonderful, exclaimed Hong Linger, jumping with joy. Fu Tian smiled at the sprightly and enchanting figure of Hong Linger. In the ensuing time, having not descended the mountain in a considerable while, Fu Tian inquired about the world from Fu Sampang. He learned that this realm was known as the Jinzhou continent, divided into the eastern, western, southern, and northern states, with the central state positioned at its heart. The central state, being the epicenter of cultivation, was abundant in spiritual energy, where a day of training equated to several days in the other four states, making it a sanctuary for countless cultivators. Consequently, the central state was a place teeming with formidable individuals and prodigious talents, a realm that many cultivators yearned to reach. However, the 5 states were separated by chaotic seas, inhabited by numerous powerful demonic beasts. Without a certain level of cultivation, traversing from the other 4 states to the central state would be nearly impossible. Situated in the impoverished outskirts of Fengzhou City, one could hardly regard it as a noteworthy locale within the vast expanse of Shizhou. Even the lord of the city possessed merely the prowess of a martial general, lacking any significant stature. The true strongholds of Shizhou lay within the imperial city, the cradle of its royal lineage, renowned for nurturing the greatest talents and formidable warriors. Upon acquiring this knowledge, Fu Tian began to grasp the enormity of the world around him. Moreover, according to the information provided by the system, this realm was merely the lower realm continent, with the upper realm continent and boundless celestial domains above it. Fu Tian gleaned a wealth of useful insights from Fu Sampang, who patiently elucidated Fu Tian's inquiries, thereby enhancing Fu Tian's esteem for him. Their discourse extended deep into the night, fatigue gradually overtaking the group, punctuated by yawns. Unbeknownst to them, the youngest among them, Hong Linger, had succumbed to slumber within the confines of the tent. Very well, let us rest here. As per our usual practice, we shall take turns on watch, Fu Sampang announced to the group. When shall brother Fu Tian rest? Would you like us to set up a tent for you? He inquired. Much obliged, Fu Tian replied, not wishing to decline the offer. Although he could forego sleep without consequence, having a place to rest was undeniably advantageous. In a brief span, the tent was erected, and Fu Tian made himself comfortable inside. Upon entering, he activated the system, recalling that he possessed a martial art known as the Chaos Fist. Ding! The Chaos Fist is a technique tailored for those endowed with a chaotic physique or ancient chaotic essence, exhibiting formidable power that is beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. The Chaos Fist encompasses all phenomena, embodying a myriad of manifestations. With a single strike, it resembles the very act of creation itself, revealing the myriad wonders of existence. Fearsome and boundless, it stirs the spirit and is deemed one of the most potent offensive martial arts in the world. Astounded by such a remarkable art, Tian, without a moment's hesitation, chose to cultivate it. Instantly, his mind was flooded with the profound insights of the Chaos Fist, akin to the moment of creation. As the ancient chaotic essence enveloped his entire being, even beginning to seep beyond the confines of the tent, ancient dragons soared, phoenixes emerged, and ethereal energies surged forth. As the 3,000 paths converged within the chaos, it seemed even the forces of time and space could not interfere with the ancient chaotic essence. Enveloped by this essence, Tian was beset by phenomena that filled the heavens, leaving his spirit profoundly shaken. A scene emerged in Tian's mind, one that would remain etched in his memory for eternity. Although hazy, he could discern a singular point, simple and unadorned, devoid of any other presence. A realm of void, a realm of emptiness. And then the divine voice proclaimed, "Let there be light." The point erupted into a blinding radiance, consuming all sight. With a resounding bang, akin to an explosion, the universe burst forth, and thus the ancient chaotic essence was born. The world began to take form. Initially, the ancient chaotic essence pervaded all corners of existence, gradually giving rise to the 3,000 pathways. Endless eons drifted by, and one by one, these pathways emerged into the world. As all 3,000 pathways manifested, the ancient chaotic essence began to wane, leaving only a scant remnant scattered across the realm. The world slowly progressed, birthing life and finding its rightful course. Meanwhile, those gathered outside the tent stood transfixed, immobilized by the unfolding spectacle. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather an inability. The chaotic ancient energy that emanates from the tent of Tian presses down upon them, rendering them utterly motionless. Cold sweat trickles down their bodies, and all that can be heard are the rhythmic beats of their hearts and the weighty sounds of their breaths. What level of power does this young brother Tian possess to evoke such terror? This thought resonates in the minds of all present. However, this state of suspense does not endure for long. After merely a few breaths, the surrounding chaotic ancient energy converges into Tian's body, and everything reverts to its original state. As if this incident had never transpired, Tian fully comprehends the mysteries of the Chaos Fist. Even the most extraordinary prodigies, such as the saints and divine offspring, require millennia of contemplation to grasp the essence of the Chaos Fist, with some devoting their entire lives to its pursuit. Yet Tian, relying solely on a miraculous boon from the system, has comprehended it entirely, rendering any comparisons to prodigies and geniuses utterly meaningless. Is this not infuriating? However, at this moment, Tian possesses no cultivation, and thus cannot wield the Chaos Fist. He muses that he must hasten his cultivation. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the vivid scene lingers in his mind, as he seems to have glimpsed a fragment of the secret behind the chaotic ancient energy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new daily sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? The system's voice suddenly reverberates in Tian's mind. It appears that this system allows for daily sign-ins. He contemplates. Confirm sign-in. Ding! The sign-in level is assessed as rare. Sign-in levels? Tian is slightly perplexed. Is there a hierarchy to sign-ins? Congratulations, host. You have received the Divine with Jade Pendant. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the One Yang Finger Technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 high-grade Spirit Stones. According to the system's description, the Divine with Jade Pendant is forged from a fragment of divine wood. It possesses the ability to enhance one's comprehension of the Tao, calm the mind, elevate talent, and accelerate cultivation speed, making it exceedingly precious and rare. The One Yang Finger is an advanced technique of the Xian level when cultivated to perfection. It harbors searing heat that can easily incinerate and pierce through the bodies of others. As for the high-grade Spirit Stones, they are resources used for cultivation. Upon learning this, Tian adorns himself with the Divine with Jade Pendant. A refreshing sensation emanates from the pendant, enveloping his entire being. He feels his mind becoming clear, his understanding deepening, and an indescribable comfort enveloping him. From this moment forth, Tian formally intends to cultivate. Without hesitation, he retrieves a high-grade spirit stone, clasping it in his hand, and begins to absorb the spiritual energy within. Little did he know that once he commenced his cultivation, he would be astounded. Futon distinctly feels all 108 meridians within him open, and 720 acupoints are activated, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy from the high-grade spirit stone. In the blink of an eye, Futon senses his body achieving completeness, a breakthrough in his realm occurring seamlessly. He has yet to fully grasp the situation. Is this the speed of 100-fold cultivation? Am I truly cultivating? This feels unreal, devoid of any genuine cultivation experience. The sensation resembles watching a video fast-forwarded 100 times. Even a 2-fold increase leaves one breathless, let alone 100-fold. There is simply no time to react. In the realm of martial prowess, the first, second, and third ranks of warriors exist. After expending a singular high-grade spirit stone, Tian has only just ascended to the 5th level of martial mastery. This achievement is indeed extraordinary. Typically, the spiritual energy contained within high-grade spirit stones is vast enough to suffice even for formidable martial kings, let alone mere warriors. Possessing the chaos sacred body, Tian's resources for breaking through realms exceed those of ordinary individuals several-fold. Nonetheless, the enhancement is profoundly significant, despite currently being a 5th-level warrior. His physical strength has surged by an astonishing 50,000 pounds, culminating in a remarkable total of 160,000 pounds of force. Moreover, endowed with the chaos sacred body and the divine wood jade pendant, he is enveloped by the essence of the Tao, allowing various insights to flood into his mind without destabilizing his foundational strength. Each realm he attains is perfected to an impeccable degree. In essence, provided one has accumulated sufficient strength, a breakthrough to the next realm is attainable. Coupled with the unique advantages of his chaos sacred body, the power gained from such breakthroughs is extraordinarily beyond the norm. Individuals possessing special physiques or formidable techniques also experience greater enhancements upon breaking through than the average person. Conversely, numerous individuals resort to using medicinal elixirs to forcibly elevate their realms, which often leads to instability in their foundations, rendering them weaker than those who ascend through their own efforts. As a result, even among those of the same realm, disparities in strength exist. Some prodigies can traverse multiple realms in combat, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. There are even unparalleled geniuses capable of battling across a major realm without losing ground. However, such exceptional talents are exceedingly rare, with ages often passing before one emerges. Yet, none of these prodigies can be compared to Tian with his presence. This era is destined to become a graveyard for geniuses. Tian shall suppress all extraordinary talents that roam this world. Chapter 5. Ascending to martial master Tian felt the immense power coursing through him, a staggering weight of 160,000 pounds, akin to a humanoid behemoth. This elevation of strength was precisely what Tian had ardently sought. Without further contemplation, he retrieved several spirit stones and commenced his cultivation. With a 100-fold increase in his cultivation speed, Tian's progress was unparalleled. Even the strongest prodigies would find themselves humbled by the rapidity of his advancement. Before long, he shattered yet another boundary, reaching the 6th level of the martial artist realm. An astonishing feat, however, the consumption of resources escalated at an alarming rate, depleting high-grade spirit stones in great numbers. Unfazed, Tian produced 10 more high-grade spirit stones, placing them around himself to absorb their vast spiritual energy. Martial Artist Level 7. Martial Artist Level 8. With a thunderous crack resonating within him, Tian officially broke through to the 9th level of the martial artist realm. Yet, the 10 spirit stones surrounding him dimmed, having lost their vitality. The more than 10 high-grade spirit stones consumed for his breakthrough could have elevated an ordinary individual devoid of cultivation to the martial general stage, while he barely managed to ascend to the 9th level. The rate of resource consumption was indeed alarming. Had he not possessed a system, such aspirations would have seemed utterly unattainable. Nevertheless, Tian discerned that his enhancement extended beyond just his cultivation. His physique was also evolving. Without reservation, he acknowledged that 80% of the spiritual energy he absorbed was dedicated to enhancing his cultivation, while the remaining 20% flowed into his chaotic sacred body, transforming into nourishment. However, the tremendous resource expenditure for such advancements was staggering. Upon breaking through to the 9th level of the martial artist realm, he had gained an additional 100,000 pounds of strength. Now, combined with the power of his copper bones, he could achieve a staggering 170,000 pounds. Even without relying on the strength of his copper bones, his own martial artist prowess of 20,000 pounds was sufficient to traverse a significant realm, allowing him to contend with or even vanquish martial masters. Martial artists refine their bodies, and each breakthrough amplifies their physical strength and endurance. In contrast, martial masters cultivate spiritual energy from within, launching attacks infused with that energy, a level of combat far beyond the reach of martial artists. Hence, the saying that 10 martial artists do not equate to one martial master, while somewhat exaggerated, accurately conveys the distinction between the two. The martial master truly represents the starting point of profound cultivation, whereas martial artists merely seek fleeting enjoyment. As Tian continued his prior cultivation, the sky gradually lightened, heralding the imminent rise of the sun in the east. He resolved to break through to the martial master realm in one continuous effort. With the chaotic sacred body and the divine wood jade pendant in his possession, and a manifestation of profound insights, he faced no concerns regarding unstable foundations or empty realms. While others would be compelled to pause and consolidate their breakthroughs to avoid instability, Tian was unencumbered by such considerations. Having amassed sufficient energy, he was ready to ascend directly. This was one of his extraordinary attributes. A martial master? He anticipated it eagerly. Tian clenched his fist, yearning for formidable strength. Who does not desire such power? He pondered the extent of spirit stones this breakthrough would consume. The resources consumed during my own breakthroughs astonish me, and I find myself even worrying about future resource issues during the scorching days. Shaking my head to dispel such thoughts, I momentarily set them aside and immediately produce 30 spirit stones, placing them around me. Taking a deep breath, I begin to absorb the spiritual energy into my body. At this moment, my body is devoid of any impurities. All contaminants have been meticulously expelled, leaving me utterly pristine. This physique is known as the pure Tao body, a rare constitution in which an individual is born without any impurities, allowing for remarkably efficient cultivation, minimal barriers to breakthroughs, and a training speed that often surpasses that of ordinary people. However, my own chaotic sacred spirit body is evidently far superior to the pure Tao body. As physical constitutions are hierarchically classified in this realm, they can generally be categorized as forbidden body, celestial body, divine body, sacred body, Tao body, treasure body, and spirit body, with the forbidden body being the most formidable and the spirit body the weakest. Some treasure bodies can rival Tao bodies, and certain Tao bodies may stand shoulder to shoulder with sacred bodies. There are no absolute comparisons. It can only be said that the majority fall within these categories, though a select few may even surpass their own tier. To suggest that a body 2 tiers higher could be comparable is somewhat fanciful. Returning to the topic, the innate Tao body is merely classified as a Tao body. While rare, it is not overwhelmingly powerful. In stark contrast, my chaotic sacred spirit body transcends the forbidden body, rendering any comparison futile. The disparity between the two is akin to the brightness of the full moon against a mere grain of rice, utterly incomparable. Coughing to redirect my focus, I absorb the spiritual energy from the 30 high-grade spirit stones surrounding me, feeling it surge within my body, transforming me. Soon, all 108 meridians and 720 acupoints are filled with this spiritual energy, which, through a unique method of circulation, enhances my constitution. Charge! I roar, as my 108 meridians and 720 acupoints undergo a metamorphosis, shifting from their original colorless state to a vibrant azure. This azure spiritual energy signifies the martial master realm. My body is now suffused with azure energy, flowing ceaselessly. Despite having just broken through, the concentration of my azure spiritual energy is not at all inferior to that of a typical 5th or 6th tier martial master. Clearly, I am now on par with those of that caliber. This azure energy possesses considerable destructive power, far beyond what a mere martial artist can withstand, capable of easily injuring them. Consequently, a vast chasm exists between martial artists and martial masters. Not only that, but my breakthrough into the martial master realm has also enhanced my physical form, which is now increased by 50,000 pounds, bringing my physical strength to an astonishing 175,000 pounds. At this moment, an extraordinary change occurs. The ancient chaotic energy within my chaotic sacred spirit body begins to merge with this azure spiritual energy, slowly transforming into chaotic azure energy. The ancient chaotic energy envelopes the azure energy, creating a blackish blue hue that emanates an invisible pressure, instilling awe. The power of the chaotic azure energy surpasses that of the azure spiritual energy by at least a 10-fold increase. Due to the chaotic aura, this mutated chaotic azure energy unexpectedly contains traces of Tao essence. Although minuscule and seemingly negligible, it indeed possesses a hint of profundity. Not to mention that the intensity of this chaotic azure energy can rival that of advanced martial masters. Even this mere trace of Tao essence is beyond the reach of martial masters, sufficient to overpower them all. Currently, Fu Tian has truly become a martial practitioner, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. System, learn the one yang finger. Previously, without the presence of spiritual energy, any attempt at learning would have been futile. Now, having broken through to the realm of martial masters, and with an abundance of spiritual energy, he is naturally capable of executing it. Ding, learning successful. Countless insights regarding the one yang finger surged into Fu Tian's mind, and in an instant, he grasped the mysteries of this technique. Such is the power of the system. A searing heat coalesced at the tip of Fu Tian's finger. With a single gesture, all things would burn, piercing through everything. Fu Tian gazed skyward, directing his finger upwards. The temperature soared, causing the very fabric of space to warp, and it shot forth into the heavens. The point of impact radiated like a miniature sun, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. In the dim light of early morning, it appeared particularly resplendent, startling the group of Fat Fu and his companions outside. What kind of technique is this, so formidable? Feeling the scorching heat and intensity emanating from above, Wang Bin sensed that even without proximity, he would be reduced to nothingness, let alone the less skilled Fat Fu and the others. Could it be that Fu Tian was a formidable general? A flurry of thoughts raced through Fat Fu and his companions' minds, their demeanor shifting to one of greater respect. After the recent bout of cultivation, dawn had arrived, casting a soft glow through the forest. Congratulations, Fu Tian, for advancing in your cultivation, the group said respectfully as they approached Fu Tian's tent. Sensing the newfound respect and trepidation in their words, Fu Tian furrowed his brow. He preferred to be treated in a more casual manner. However, this shift was an inevitable consequence of his growing strength. Night has passed. It is best we set off early, Fu Tian stated, not wishing to engage in lengthy conversation. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us prepare to depart, Fat Fu quickly agreed. Big brother, you are so powerful. Can you save my father? Redling, who had awakened at some point, rushed up to Fu Tian with an expression of admiration. Linger, come back. We need to prepare to head home, Fat Fu said anxiously. Although he too wished for Fu Tian's assistance, he knew they were not related, and without mutual interests, who would be inclined to help? If this matter caused Fu Tian any displeasure, things could turn dire. As Fu Tian looked at the adorable little girl before him, he found her immensely charming. Redling, with her petite stature and innocent appearance, could easily be considered a school beauty. With her hopeful, pitifully large eyes fixed on Fu Tian, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt at the thought of rejecting her. Fu Tian gently patted Hong Linger on the head, smiling. Well, how could I possibly refuse to assist someone as adorable as you? With that, she leaped into his embrace, nuzzling her petite head against his chest. In that instant, Fu Tian felt his face flush, caught somewhat off guard. Perhaps this was the typical reaction of a reclusive man. So, dear brother Fu Tian is truly willing to help. Fu Sanpang, Wang Bin, and others gathered around, their expressions a mixture of delight and disbelief. With such a formidable ally at their side, why should they fear the mere Yang family? A gentleman's word is his bond. I am not one to go back on my word, Fu Tian replied calmly. Excellent. Let us return immediately and vanquish that despicable Yang family, the group exclaimed, their disdain for the Yangs palpable. Brother Fu Tian, I am concerned for the safety of the Hong family head. Shall we depart now? Fu Sanpang urged. Evidently unable to contain his eagerness, Fu Tian nodded in quiet agreement. Splendid. The faces of Fu Sanpang and the others gleamed with joy as they danced with excitement. Wasting no time, the group swiftly turned back, seeking vengeance against the Yang family. Their journey was marked by a sense of urgency. Every beast they encountered along the way was reduced to ashes with a mere gesture from Fu Tian, leaving not even a trace behind. Fu Sanpang and the others were in awe of Fu Tian's might, holding him in the highest regard. Within just half a day, they arrived at the battlefield, which lay in utter disarray, bloodstains having dried in the sun, and numerous corpses scattered about. Those wearing masks were from the Yang family, while those unmasked belonged to the Hong family. As they ventured further, they spotted 3 tents guarded by several individuals. Indeed, those are the Yang family members. I recognize one. I fought him before, and it left me nursing my wounds for 3 days, remarked one of the bystanders, pointing at a guard with clenched teeth, brimming with animosity. It is certainly the Yang family. I was uncertain when they wore masks, but now that they are removed, many familiar faces emerge, Fu Sanpang added with bitterness. What shall we do now, brother Fu Tian? The Hong family head must be within the tent. Fu Sanpang and the others looked to Fu Tian, clearly awaiting his command, prepared to heed his every instruction. After surveying the 3 tents ahead and the 20 guards outside, Tian smiled slightly and nonchalantly said, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Chapter 6. The might of the flesh. Tian made his move, unleashing the one-yang finger from his fingertip, the searing heat distorting the very fabric of space as it surged toward a group of people ahead. With a thunderous boom, before even nearing the tent, the one-yang finger erupted into a conflagration, engulfing over 20 individuals who had yet to react, sending them flying, with many succumbing to fatal injuries and losing their combat efficacy. The foremost tent was likewise shattered, revealing the scene within. Inside was a small squad of around 10 individuals, their cultivation levels significantly surpassing those outside, all having reached the ranks of high-level martial artists. Tian had deliberately refrained from unleashing his full power, considering the presence of the Hong family patriarch within the tent. Otherwise, this finger strike would have incinerated everything in the vicinity into mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. Enemy attack. We are under assault. A voice rang out from the ruined tent, prompting the 10 individuals inside to rush out and encircle Tian. From another tent emerged 2 figures, exuding the aura of martial masters. One was a middle-aged man with a hawkish nose, his hair streaked with gray, yet brimming with vitality. The other was remarkably young, clad in black robes, appearing no older than 20, yet possessing the prowess of a 9th-level martial master. Who dares to wreak havoc in this place? The hawkish-nosed man bellowed, his imposing presence palpable. Upon closer inspection, he noted Tian's mere 16 years of age coupled with martial prowess, causing a flicker of apprehension to stir within him. Could this be another prodigious talent from a major sect? He stole a glance at the black-clad youth beside him, seeking to steady his nerves. The youth, sensing Tian's aura and youth, furrowed his brow but dismissed the thought, confident in his own abilities. "Hong Canlai, is the Hong family patriarch present here?" Tian inquired nonchalantly, regarding the assembled crowd with indifference. "If he is, please release him. I wish to take him back." The hawkish-nosed man narrowed his eyes. "Boy, hasn't your elder taught you not to meddle in others' affairs? You might attract calamity upon yourself." Tian shook his head. "With just you few? You hardly measure up. Arrogant." Both the black-clad youth and the hawkish man bristled at Tian's dismissive tone, never having been looked down upon by a mere child. "Kill him," the hawkish man commanded, gesturing for the surrounding high-level martial artists to charge at Tian. Seeing this, Tian ceased his words, summoning a colossal hand of spiritual energy that materialized from his palm, striking toward the assailants. "No, Patriarch, save me. Ah, help." The group, sensing the overwhelming power of the hand, was gripped by terror, utterly incapable of resisting. As expected, they were swiftly crushed into a pulp beneath the massive hand, with none surviving. The hawkish man felt a pang of anguish at the sight. High-level martial artists were not as common as cabbages, and losing so many at once dealt a severe blow to their vitality. "Boy, prepare to meet your end," the hawkish man roared, charging at Tian, while the black-clad youth remained stationary, showing no intent to intervene. Mountain shaking palm. The man with the hawk-like nose emitted a faint yellow glow from his hands, a heavy aura radiating forth, directed at Tian. The mountain shaking palm was considered a high-level martial skill of the human tier, albeit of modest power. Yet, in the small city of Fengzhou, it was regarded as a precious technique. Tian shook his head, unleashing his copper sinews, and instantly his exterior radiated a glimmer of copper light, surging towards the man. Dust erupted into the air, and with a sharp crack, a figure was sent flying, crashing into the mountains, the outcome uncertain. As the dust settled, a remarkably youthful figure stood in place. It was none other than Tian. The peak martial artist with the hawk-like nose had proven no match for Tian's strike, sent sprawling by a mere palm. Moreover, Tian had not even exerted his full strength, utilizing only 2 or 3/10 of his physical prowess. At this moment, the young man clad in black ceased his nonchalance, his expression turning grave. Tian's palm had imparted immense pressure upon him. A cough echoed from behind, and the hawk-nosed man emerged from the shattered mountainside, one arm clearly broken, his state quite pitiful. "This is impossible. You are clearly only at the 1st level of martial mastery. How can you possess such power?" The hawk-nosed man expressed his astonishment. Having distinctly sensed Tian's martial realm during their brief encounter, it was indeed that of a 1st-level martial artist. Yet, his physical strength was absurdly powerful, rendering any resistance futile. "Is what you say true?" The young man in black approached the hawk-nosed man, an expression of deep concern on his face. A 1st-level martial artist injuring a peak martial artist across 9 realms? Such a notion is preposterous, a far-fetched tale. If I were to speak of this, I would surely be deemed a fool. Had he encountered such a claim in the past, he would have scoffed, convinced it was a blatant deception. Yet, this astonishing reality unfolded before his very eyes, undeniable and authentic. I am certain, my perception cannot be mistaken. He is indeed a first-level martial artist. But how is this possible? The hawk-nosed man replied, his disbelief evident. Do not doubt, I am indeed a first-level martial artist. As the two men wrestled with their incredulity, Tian's assertion laid bare the truth. This revelation left them momentarily speechless, their minds nearly ceasing to function, unable to respond. Initially, they had dismissed Tian, a mere 16-year-old child, believing that even if he were a martial prodigy, it would mean little. Particularly the young man in black, Lu Feng, who not only was a ninth-level martial artist, but also a first-tier genius, feeling himself superior to anyone of merely first-level standing. Thus, he had established himself among the top 10 inner disciples of his sect, a figure of some renown, having encountered many prodigies within the sect, and was widely regarded as knowledgeable. He had heard of first-tier geniuses, second-tier geniuses, and even the formidable third-tier geniuses. However, the notion of a ninth-tier genius was simply unfathomable. After a prolonged silence, Lu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Based on Lu Feng's experiences within the sect, it was inconceivable that such a talent could arise in the diminutive West Prefecture. The last appearance of a fourth-tier genius had occurred centuries ago. Even the revered realm of cultivation, where prodigies gather in the central plains, finds it arduous to produce an individual of the sixth tier or above. Talents are not as common as cabbages. They are rare and exceptional. As for Tian's ninth tier, it is truly unfathomable. Both Lu Feng and his companion found their minds momentarily overwhelmed, unable to grasp the magnitude of it all. Ahem, we are still in the midst of a duel. Tian's words jolted Lu Feng and his companion from their stupor. A duel? What duel? Do you wish to court death? In Lu Feng's eyes, even a third-tier genius is an extraordinary anomaly, possessing unfathomable skills and numerous hidden trump cards. What more can be said of a ninth-tier genius? No, it would be a disservice to merely call you a genius. You are more accurately a divine talent. Moreover, in the previous duel, you did not even employ any martial techniques, relying solely on your physical prowess. You sent the martial artist Yang Wu flying. If you were to incorporate your techniques, Yang Wu would likely not withstand a single blow, vanishing into nothingness, destined for the realm of bliss. Lu Feng firmly believed that the ninth-tier prodigy Tian possessed an array of hidden abilities, perhaps even being covertly guarded by a formidable protector. Though he and his companion were oblivious to this fact, a ninth-tier genius would undoubtedly have a guardian of immense power. Contemplating this, a cold sweat broke out over Lu Feng as he realized how perilously close he was to death. It was not only Lu Feng. Yang Wu, standing nearby, seemed to have come to the same realization, his face turning pale with fear. And my lord, we were blind to your greatness. We beseech your forgiveness. Both Lu Feng and Yang Wu clasped their hands and bowed their heads, trembling as they spoke. My lord. Tian was perplexed, wondering how he suddenly became a figure of such stature. He could hardly fathom the wild imaginings of the two before him, filled with thoughts of ninth-tier prodigies and powerful guardians. Let us first bring Hong Qianlai out. I wonder if he still lives, Tian said. Fear not, my lord. He is still alive. With that, the two hastily made their way to the final tent and carried Hong Qianlai out. Before them lay Hong Qianlai, his body marred with countless wounds, sword cuts, and knife gashes. His form was drenched in blood, and he had long since lost consciousness. Gazing upon the injured Hong Qianlai, Tian felt a surge of anger welling within him. His formidable aura, combined with his bronze-like strength, pressed down upon Lu Feng and his companion, causing cracks to form beneath their feet. The head of the Hong family has suffered grievously. He must have endured tremendous torment. Indeed, he is a first-tier martial master. Yet his presence is akin to that of a ferocious beast. As Lu Feng confronted the overwhelming aura, he truly sensed Tian's cultivation level, undeniably a martial master of the first tier. However, the pressure he exuded was like that of a mountain, rendering it difficult to breathe. And my lord, we were unaware that Hong Qianlai was under your protection. Had we known, even 100 of our bravest souls would not have dared to lay a hand on him. Lu Feng and his companion wore expressions of bitter regret, filled with remorse. I possess a second-tier healing elixir that can aid the head of the Hong family, Lu Feng stated, gritting his teeth and revealing a pained expression, as he produced a pale green pill and administered it to the unconscious Hong Qianlai. This could be considered a life-saving elixir for him, one he hesitated to utilize. Yet now he had no choice but to bring it forth. In the blink of an eye, the grievous wounds upon Hong Qianlai began to mend. The deep lacerations were stitching together, and several minor injuries had already healed. its efficacy was astonishingly immediate. Witnessing this, Fu Tian's expression softened considerably. "All right, you may come out now," he called out loudly to a concealed area, his voice echoing into the distance. Just as Lu Feng and his companion were engulfed in confusion, they beheld a group approaching with great fervor. As expected, it was the very individuals they had previously allowed to escape. Father, Brother Hong, master of the Hong family. Hong Linger, Fu Sampang. The group exclaimed as they spotted the gravely injured Hong Kanlai, rushing towards him without restraint. "Father, please awaken," Hong Linger cried out, throwing herself at the wounded figure of Hong Kanlai. Among the entire party, the one most heartbroken was undoubtedly Hong Linger. She had never witnessed her father in such a disheveled state. In her memories, her father had always been her sanctuary, a protector of their family. Yet now he lay in such dire condition. How could she bear it? Overwhelmed, she burst into tears. Seeing this, Fu Tian lifted Hong Linger into his arms, gently stroking her head, and comforted her. There, do not weep. We shall return your father home, shall we?" Upon hearing Fu Tian's words, Hong Linger quieted, although her eyes remained red and she continued to stifle her sobs. "Brother Fu Tian, we are immensely grateful to you. Without your intervention, the master of the Hong family would have. Please, do come to Fengzhou City. Allow us to host you properly." Fu Sampang expressed his deep gratitude. Aware that for someone of Fu Tian's caliber, the Hong family was but a trifle and could only strive to offer the best hospitality, Fu Tian nodded in agreement, eager to witness how the towns of this world unfolded. "Very well, let us return to Fengzhou City. By the way, you two shall accompany us as well," he remarked, glancing toward Lu Feng and his companion. Lu Feng and Yang Wu exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a bittersweet apprehension regarding Fu Tian's intentions for them. "All right, let us set forth and return home," Fu Sampang bellowed, and the entire troop embarked on their journey back, a grand procession heading homeward. Chapter 7. Return to the city. The group arrived at Fengzhou City in a grand and fervent manner, their journey back having been remarkably swift, driven by an eagerness to return. By the time they reached the city, the sun had already set, marking the end of the day, and the soldiers stationed at the city gate appeared somewhat lethargic. Each person was required to pay 10 copper coins to enter, and the small captain at the gate proclaimed with authority, urging everyone to approach one by one without crowding. Suddenly, several carriages, accompanied by a substantial entourage, entered the city without obstruction, the nearby soldiers turning a blind eye. Why were they allowed to enter directly while we had to stand in line to pay our dues? This is unjust. The onlookers in line murmured their discontent at the sight. If you possessed the prowess of a martial master, you too would gain entry without delay. Fairness is dictated by the strong. Should you continue to complain, you shall find the gates barred against you tonight, the captain retorted coldly. The carriages belonged to Fu Sampang and his group, prominently marked with the insignia of the Hong family, and even the head of their longtime rival, the Yang family, was present. The soldiers recognized this and dared not intervene. Curiosity piqued regarding the presence of the Yang family head within the Hong family's carriage. As Fu Sampang and his companions entered the city, their pace slowed, mindful to avoid colliding with ordinary citizens. "Brother Fu Tian, ahead lies my Hong family estate. I implore you to honor us with your presence as our guest, so that we may extend our hospitality to you," a frail voice emanated from within the carriage. It was Hong Kanlai, still recuperating from his injuries. Fu Tian responded nonchalantly, "Certainly, with such warmth from the head of the Hong family, how could I refuse? I am also eager to experience the wonders of Fengzhou City." During their journey, Hong Kanlai had awakened and, upon learning of Fu Tian's deeds, felt compelled to kneel in gratitude. Yet, the quick-witted Fu Tian intervened, feeling uncomfortable about someone seemingly his elder kneeling in thanks, despite the fact that this was a world where strength commanded respect. They conversed along the way, and Fu Tian gleaned much about the customs of this realm, such as alchemy, artifact crafting, and the profession of array masters. Coincidentally, Hong Kanlai was a first-tier advanced alchemist, possessing a notable status and influence in Fengzhou City aside from his identity as the head of the Hong family. Whether it be alchemists, artifact crafters, or array masters, the pursuit of these crafts required inherent talent. Without it, one's achievements would be exceedingly limited, rendering the endeavor futile. Consequently, the Hong family enjoyed a significant rapport with the city's lord, and Fu Sampang's return sought to enlist the lord's aid. However, with Fu Tian's presence, such assistance was rendered unnecessary. Upon entering the city, Fu Tian instructed Yang Wu to return to his family and prepare an ample gift to convey an apology to the Hong family the following morning. Should the Hong family remain dissatisfied, the Yang family would have no justification for existence. Yang Wu could only respond with a wry smile. swiftly transforming into a shadow as he departed. Tonight, he would likely convene with the elders of his family to deliberate on the matter of the apology, anticipating considerable sacrifices ahead. As for Lu Feng, he was retained by Fu Tian not for any other reason, but to gain a deeper understanding of the sect Lu Feng belonged to, as well as information regarding other sections. Along their journey, Lu Feng shared that there are countless sects in the Western region, with the most powerful and renowned being the 6 great sects of the West, namely Lihua sect, Wushan sect, Shunjian sect, Baihua sect, Feng Lei Gang, and the Piao Shui Mountain Villa. Lu Feng's sect, Lihua sect, is one of the 6 great sects, led by a master who is a formidable warrior at the martial king level, placing him among the elite at the pinnacle of power in the Western region. Furthermore, the leaders of the other 5 sects are also martial kings, significant figures whose mere presence could stir the very ground of the Western region. However, the most formidable power in the Western region is not one of these 6 sects, but rather the Western Royal Palace located within the Imperial City, established by the current royal family of the Western region. It boasts a rich history and an abundance of cultivation resources, with an extensive array of martial arts techniques passed down through generations, including Yellow Tier, Xian Tier, and Precious Earth Tier martial arts. The sheer quantity of these techniques far surpasses that of the other 6 sections. Moreover, joining the Western Royal Palace provides the advantage of having the royal family as a backing, making endeavors significantly more convenient, thus attracting numerous talented individuals to its ranks. In summary, the influence and power of the Western Royal Palace surpass all other sects within the region, which follow in succession. Listening to the wealth of knowledge shared by Hong Canlai and Lu Feng, Fu Tian found himself enchanted by the wonders of this world. He pondered whether he possessed any innate talent for alchemy, as various questions swirled in his mind. They soon arrived at the Hong family estate in Fengzhou City. The Hong family residence was remarkably grand and imposing, not only in terms of its expansive grounds, but also in the presence of 2 high-ranking martial artists stationed at the entrance, making it clear that few would dare to cause trouble. "Master, you have returned. It must have been arduous," greeted the 2 martial artists outside, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect upon seeing Hong Canlai dismount from the carriage. Hong Canlai nodded and replied, "Indeed, you have all worked hard. Later, you shall receive your rewards." His words revealed that he treated his subordinates exceptionally well. Without further ado, the group entered without hindrance. Upon entry, they were greeted by an expansive outer courtyard adorned with a myriad of flowers, purple, red, and more, each exuding a delightful fragrance, cherished by all. There were also several small hills, perfect for leisurely strolls. Fu Tian, the Hong family's courtyard may seem small. If you find it uncomfortable, please bear with us, Hong Canlai said to Fu Tian. Small? This is several times larger than a villa. Fu Tian marveled inwardly, having never encountered such a vast residence before. Fu Tian, once again, I thank you for saving my life. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Whatever the Hong family possesses is at your disposal, Hong Canlai declared earnestly, revealing his forthright nature. In response, Fu Tian humbly remarked, "Master Hong, you overstate my efforts. It was merely a trifling task, nothing to fuss over." "Do not say that. Fu Tian, without you, I might have lost my life. The debt of gratitude for saving me cannot be repaid in a lifetime," Hong Canlai insisted. "Indeed, brother Fu Tian, this time it all depends on you. Otherwise, father may be in peril." Beside him, Hong Linger clung to Fu Tian's arm, causing him to feel somewhat awkward. Noticing this, Fu Tian ceased his reluctance, saying, "All right, if there are any needs, I will surely inform the head of the Hong family." Upon hearing this, Hong Canlai felt a sense of relief. "Brother Fu Tian, it is getting late, and you must be weary after a day of travel. Allow me to escort you to your resting quarters," Hong Canlai suggested. Fu Tian nodded, and Hong Linger reluctantly released her hold on him. Before long, Fu Tian was led into the most opulent guest room by Hong Canlai, who repeatedly emphasized that should there be any needs, he must be called upon. To be courteous would imply disdain. Fu Tian could only nod in agreement. Currently, Fu Tian's physique was exceptional. Even after several days without sleep, he remained vibrant and unaffected. Thus, he resolved to commence his cultivation, not for any particular reason, but because this experience had illuminated the significance of strength. Had his power been inferior to that of Lu Feng and the others, the outcome might have been drastically different. Producing spirit stones, Fu Tian began to absorb their essence, accelerating his cultivation at an astonishing speed, further enhanced by the transformation bestowed by the chaotic sacred spirit body. The pace of his cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary, unmatched by anyone. The spiritual energy within the stones continuously flowed into Fu Tian's body, enhancing the quality of his spirit energy and fortifying his physical prowess, while a smaller portion was absorbed by the chaotic sacred spirit body. Upon reaching the martial master realm, the resources required for cultivation became vastly different from those needed by martial artists, with a significant increase in the resources necessary to break through realms. His remaining 50 or so high-grade spirit stones were beginning to seem insufficient. Before long, Tian had exhausted several high-grade spirit stones, and his cultivation had barely advanced to the second level of martial master. If this continued, the resources in his possession would not sustain him for long. Fortunately, he had the system at his side. Without it, Tian doubted he could develop at all. He sighed, deciding to take one step at a time. Resuming his focus, Tian took out more high-grade spirit stones and continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was also welcomed into a guest room by Hong Qianlai. Being a 9th-level martial master and a first-tier genius, his strength was already comparable to that of a peak martial master, thus earning him respect. However, Lu Feng's mood was not particularly bright. He found himself disinclined to cultivate. Reflecting on the events of the day, he felt an overwhelming sense of gravity surrounding them. Although Tian indeed appeared to be a 9th-tier prodigy, Lu Feng remained skeptical and unconvinced. After much contemplation, Lu Feng finally retrieved a red stone, a communication stone. As the name suggests, communication stones are utilized for transmitting messages. All major sects possess such stones to facilitate communication. Soon, a message was dispatched by Lu Feng, and the red stone crumbled into a heap of useless powder, ultimately a consumable item. Far away, in a sect that lay countless miles distant, was the Li Hua sect, home to countless disciples, including menial workers, outer disciples, inner disciples, and the exalted true disciples. This evening is destined to be extraordinary. Within the confines of an elder's meditation chamber, a robust old man is seated in deep contemplation, exuding a formidable aura that marks him as a peak martial general, tantalizingly close to attaining the prowess of a martial sect leader. At this moment, a red stone upon the elder's person stirred, transmitting a surge of information directly to him. Upon receiving this message, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with incredulity. Yet, as he quickly regained his composure, skepticism took hold, leaving him to ponder the absurdity of the revelation. As one of the top 10 inner disciples, could Lu Feng truly lack such discernment? Nevertheless, the elder was evidently doubtful of its veracity, yet in his memories, Lu Feng did not strike him as someone devoid of insight. Unless something unforeseen occurred, Lu Feng was on the verge of ascending to the status of a true disciple. The notion of a 9th-tier prodigy was utterly preposterous, akin to a fantastical dream. However, to have managed to impress Lu Feng must indicate considerable talent, perhaps a 3rd-tier genius? Very well, let me ascertain the truth of this matter. If it proves genuine, a 3rd-tier genius would be an invaluable asset to the current sect, necessitating every effort to secure his allegiance. After all, at this moment, if it turns out to be false, then the elder's voice trailed off, his formidable cultivation radiating outward, causing the meditation chamber to tremble with its immense power. A beam of azure light erupted from the chamber, darting into the distance with such velocity that even the most ordinary low-tier martial generals would find it nearly impossible to track. The trajectory of this azure light was directed towards Fengzhou City. Chapter 8. Ascension to the 4th level of the martial master. As night gracefully transitioned into day, the sun rose slowly, casting its golden rays upon the earth. In the city, numerous individuals had already commenced their diligent labors, although it was still early morning. The streets began to fill with bustling figures. Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, having dedicated the entire night to his cultivation. His prowess had ascended to the 4th level of the martial master, achieving an unprecedented leap of 3 levels in a single night, an astonishing feat indeed. This extraordinary speed of 100-fold cultivation is truly remarkable. Ordinary individuals typically endure months of arduous training to break through a single tier, while even prodigies require no less than half a month. However, Tian, benefiting from this 100-fold cultivation speed, could effortlessly surpass several tiers in one night. Yet, as Tian's cultivation level advanced, he sensed that the pace of his breakthroughs was gradually decelerating, or at least that was his perception. This breakthrough had exponentially amplified Tian's strength. Possessing the chaos sacred spirit physique, the resources required for his advancement far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Thus his enhancement in power was truly incomparable. Firstly, concerning the quality of spiritual energy, as a 4th-level martial master, he possessed a spiritual energy quality that could rival that of an ordinary 9th-level martial master. Coupled with the transformation brought about by the chaos ancient qi into chaos azure qi, His strength had outstripped that of ninth-level martial masters by a significant margin. Now, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could easily vanquish Yang Wu without breaking a sweat. Moreover, his physical prowess had also seen a remarkable improvement. Although the Chaos Sacred Spirit physique was not specifically tailored for body refinement, it was on par with those so-called body refinement celestial physiques, relying solely on his cultivation breakthrough. Without the need for specialized physical training, each level incrementally enhanced his strength by 50,000 gene. Upon his previous ascent to the martial master realm, his physical strength had increased by 50,000 gene, reaching a total of 1,750,000 gene. Now, having broken through to the 4th level of martial master, his physical strength had surged to 1,900,000 gene, surpassing even the ancient primal gods. Even without activating Fu Tian's bronze bone strength, his physical prowess stood at 400,000 gene, far exceeding the martial master realm, enabling him to contend with those of the martial general realm. As Fu Tian rose to his feet, he concluded his meditation. After a night of intense cultivation, only a few high-grade spirit stones remained in his possession, indicating that his resources had been nearly depleted. Yet, a new day dawned, bringing with it the opportunity to commence his daily sign-in once more. System, initiate sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. The sign-in level is assessed as rare. Another sign-in level? The last was classified as uncommon, and this time it has shifted to rare. I wonder what changes this entails. Congratulations, host, you have received a pair of Gale boots. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a flash spirit sword. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Gazing at the rewards before him, they were indeed a significant leap from his previous ones. It appeared that the rewards for rare sign-ins were not as favorable as those for uncommon ones. System, does the sign-in really have different levels? Fu Tian couldn't help but question the system. Ding. Indeed, host, even techniques and weapons possess classifications. Why wouldn't he sign-ins? Oh, that seems quite reasonable. Fu Tian found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. The sign-in levels are categorized as ordinary, rare, uncommon, precious, epic, legendary, and finally, the immensely powerful mythic grade. Each sign-in reward varies with the host's cultivation level, particularly regarding weapons and techniques. At present, the host possesses the cultivation level of a martial master, and thus the resources for cultivation have been elevated to 1,000 spirit stones. Moreover, since the host has drawn a rare sign-in reward, it consists solely of mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Fu Tian suddenly realized that if each sign-in only yielded 100 spirit stones, it would hardly suffice for his cultivation needs. It becomes clear that the spirit stone rewards increase in accordance with one's cultivation level. Instantly, Fu Tian felt a sense of appreciation for the system. It truly is a humane mechanism, deserving of credit for aiding him in ascending to the pinnacle of the path. Ha ha ha. Splendid indeed. After the system's introduction, Fu Tian learned that the Swiftwind boots are a mid-grade spiritual artifact, capable of enhancing his movement speed by 30%. But this benefit is limited to the martial master realm. Perhaps, upon reaching the martial general stage, the speed increase would only be 10%, which is rather restricted. The Shining Spirit Sword is also a mid-grade spiritual artifact. It is remarkably lightweight, almost as if it were weightless, yet possesses an extraordinary sharpness, making it a rare and swift sword. It seems that mastering a sword technique is imperative, Fu Tian mused while caressing the Shining Spirit Sword. After all, every young man harbors a dream of traversing the world as a swordsman, does he not? A sword drawn, a head falls, and one departs with elegance. To slay a man within 10 paces, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Does that not sound magnificent? As for the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, they undoubtedly pale in comparison to high-grade spirit stones, but the effectiveness of their cultivation remains uncertain. Having organized his thoughts, Fu Tian stepped out of his room and fortuitously encountered the head of the Hong family, Hong Canlai. The Yang family had come bearing substantial gifts, and Hong Canlai was there to notify Fu Tian. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fu Tian recalled that he had summoned Yang Wu to the Hong family to apologize the previous day. He had no choice but to come. Thus, Fu Tian followed Hong Canlai to the hall, where he learned that not only Yang Wu, but also the family's elder had arrived. Upon entering the hall, he clearly saw 5 carriages outside, laden with gifts from the Yang family. Upon noticing Fu Tian, Yang Wu and the elder hastened towards him. I was foolishly blind to provoke you, my lord, and even injured the head of the Hong family. Today, I have brought substantial gifts to seek your forgiveness, hoping that you will consent. Furthermore, I am willing to vow that the Yang family shall never again provoke the Hong family. From now on, the Hong family shall be the master. and the Yang family shall serve as the support. I earnestly hope for your pardon, Yang Wu declared as he knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, a cold sweat trickling down his brow, fearful that Fu Tian would refuse and take his life. Fu Tian nodded. He was not a man given to indiscriminate killing, nor would he slay one for mere disagreement. However, he was no saint either. Those deserving of punishment would not be spared. Seeing Fu Tian's nod, Hong Kanlai also expressed his agreement, sending people to bring in all the resources and began to entertain Yang Wu and the elder. It was evident that after this incident, the Yang family would think twice before acting rashly. Before long, Yang Wu and the elder announced their return to their clan to discuss supporting the Hong family. This news brought great joy to Hong Kanlai, as it would undoubtedly bolster the strength of his family significantly. After the hospitality was concluded, Hong Kanlai approached Fu Tian and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "This time, we owe a great debt of gratitude to brother Fu Tian. Without your intervention, I fear the outcome would have been dire. You are a benefactor to my Hong family, and we are willing to submit to you, fully obeying your commands." Hong Kanlai spoke without a blink, clearly having contemplated this decision for some time and resolved to follow through. However, Fu Tian was momentarily taken aback. The sudden allegiance prompted him to ponder deeply. After much contemplation, he ultimately declined Hong Kanlai's generous offer. His personal strength had been advancing rapidly. Not only did he foresee a brief stay in Fengzhou City, but he also sensed that his time in the western province would be fleeting. At this juncture, the allegiance of the Hong family held little significance for him. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to solitude. The sudden presence of a family rallying to his side would inevitably bring complications that would require his attention. His ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle of the great path, and he wished to remain unencumbered by mundane matters. Upon hearing Fu Tian's refusal, the head of the Hong family appeared to have anticipated this response. For someone of Fu Tian's caliber, the modest enterprises of the Hong family held no allure. Although he had expected such an outcome, it still brought a tinge of disappointment. "What are your plans moving forward, brother Fu Tian?" he inquired. "In my view, a talent like you will undoubtedly not linger in this insignificant locale." With Fu Tian's rejection, Hong Kanlai quickly composed himself and expressed concern. After some reflection, Fu Tian resolved to venture towards the imperial city of the western province, where formidable forces and abundant resources resided. "Perhaps I should visit the Lihua sect." A voice resonated from afar. Lu Feng was seen hastily approaching the hall, addressing the contemplative Fu Tian. The Lihua sect is, after all, one of the 6 major sects in the western province, and it surely possesses ample cultivation resources. With your exceptional talent, you will undoubtedly capture the attention of the sect master and swiftly rise to prominence, surpassing all other prodigies. Furthermore, as one of the 6 major sects, the Lihua sect boasts powerful techniques and precious treasures that will significantly enhance your strength. Although the imperial city of the western province is the most prosperous area, the 6 major sects are in close proximity, allowing you to visit the city at your leisure. Lu Feng's words stirred something within Fu Tian. Joining a sect with greater resources could only benefit him at this stage. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed to the Lihua sect, as you suggest." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was filled with joy. The inclusion of such a prodigious talent would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to the sect. "Thus, it is settled, brother Fu Tian. Once we arrive at the Lihua sect, you shall surely showcase your extraordinary abilities." Lu Feng exclaimed, his face radiating with delight. "Brother Fu Tian, when shall we depart?" Lu Feng inquired, his eagerness palpable. "At noon. I wish to stroll through Fengzhou City and experience its essence," Fu Tian replied thoughtfully. "Very well, then I shall go and cultivate. Do inform me when we are to set off," Lu Feng said before retreating to his quarters. "Brother Fu Tian, if you wish to explore, I can accompany you. I am quite familiar with Fengzhou City," Lu Feng added. Fu Tian nodded in agreement. With Hong Kanlai as his companion, Fu Tian exited the Hong family estate and began to wander through Fengzhou City. Observing the various sites and structures, one could not help but feel transported to ancient Earth. There were no towering skyscrapers or vintage mansions, only humble houses and rubble, presenting an image of simplicity. The ancient architecture depicted in the television series bears an uncanny resemblance, evoking in Fu Tian a nostalgic sense of returning to the Tang dynasty. As he traverses the bustling streets, one cannot miss the exquisite spiritual weapon, the Qilin sword, which I procured after perilous ventures into ancient ruins, surviving near-death experiences. It is now available for a mere 100 taels of silver, an opportunity not to be missed. The extraordinary herbs, when consumed, can heal wounds. 2 will invigorate your spirit, while 3 will grant longevity. Truly a rare find. Step right up and behold the fresh meat of demonic beasts, recently slaughtered this morning, a delightful addition to nourish your wife and children. As he continues his journey, the lively stalls and their hawkers create a vibrant atmosphere. However, Red Chan, standing nearby, cautions Fu Tian, warning him that most of these items are likely counterfeit and should not be trusted. Fu Tian nods in acknowledgement, for he possesses the discernment to distinguish authenticity from deception. Thus far, nothing has captured his interest until he arrives at a stall run by an elderly man, where his gaze is drawn to a yellowed book displayed on the ground. A subtle smile graces Fu Tian's lips, for at last, he has encountered something worthy of his attention. Chapter 9. The swordsmanship. The stall was exceedingly humble, featuring merely a tattered cloth laid upon the ground, with the vendor being an elderly man clad in threadbare garments, as if he had not changed them in years. His hair was disheveled and somewhat greasy, and not a single part of his body appeared clean, rendering him a rather unsightly figure. The items displayed were equally dilapidated and worn, lacking any semblance of treasured artifacts. Most passers-by would have long lost their desire to linger, utterly disbelieving that anything of value could possibly be found at such a shabby stall. However, Fu Tian paused, his gaze drawn to an ancient, yellowed scroll of a book. This tome, seemingly untouched by time, was completely yellowed, its cover obscured, yet the 3 characters inscribed upon it, swordsmanship, remained distinctly visible. Old man, how much for this book? Fu Tian inquired, pointing at the aged scroll, clearly intrigued by it. The old man remained seated, his eyes tightly shut, utterly motionless, as if he were in slumber. Old man, Fu Tian called out twice, and the elder finally stirred, as if roused from a deep sleep. How much for this book? Fu Tian repeated, now holding the scroll of swordsmanship in his hands. Upon seeing the book being handled, the old man's eyes flickered momentarily, and without hesitation, he replied, 500 taels of silver, consider it a bargain for you. 500 taels? For this tattered tome? You must think you are asking far too much. Before Fu Tian could respond, Hong Kanlai interjected angrily, deeply dissatisfied with the price. In his eyes, the book was worth no more than a few taels of silver, wholly unworthy of 500. For an average household, an entire year's expenses amounted to just over a dozen taels, making 500 a significant expenditure even for a family of Hong's stature. The old man cast a calm glance at Hong Kanlai, neither angered nor offering an explanation. He merely stated, buy it or leave, it matters not to me. You. This remark provoked Hong Kanlai's ire. Come, brother, let us depart and seek our fortunes elsewhere. 500 taels. This is sheer extortion, as if we were mere cabbages. He attempted to pull Fu Tian away. Yet, Fu Tian raised his hand, halting Hong Kanlai's departure. He scrutinized the yellowing book in his grasp. It appeared to have been sealed away for an eternity, its overall appearance obscured, but the characters on the cover, swordsmanship, remained strikingly clear, hinting at its significance. For reasons unknown, Fu Tian felt an instinctive conviction that this book was extraordinary, and he held great faith in his instincts. 500 taels it is, then, Fu Tian declared, nodding as he tucked the scroll into his embrace. Hong Kanlai, though still skeptical, understood his brother's desire and chose not to protest further. He produced 5 silver notes, each worth 100 taels, and handed them to the ragged old man. Here, take it. This should be enough for a lifetime of indulgence, he scoffed before turning his back and leaving with Fu Tian. As Fu Tian and Hong Kanlai vanished from sight, the decrepit old man retrieved a gourd filled with liquor from his tattered garments, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig, the aroma of alcohol wafting around him. A glimmer of enigmatic brilliance flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself, incomprehensible, unfathomable, obscure yet intriguing. With a sudden flash, he vanished from his spot, leaving the surrounding individuals utterly oblivious, as if the old man had never existed. In truth, after acquiring the flashing spirit sword that morning, Fu Tian had already contemplated the practice of a particular sword technique. Though the sword-drawing art remained shrouded in mystery, it exuded a formidable aura that seemed perfectly suited to him. As they journeyed, Fu Tian and Hong Kanlai leisurely admired the sights of Fengzhou City, a locale rich in the essence of human life. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Tian's sense of belonging to this world deepened ever so slightly. By midday, the duo returned to the Hong family estate and entered the grand hall, where an unfamiliar elder sat leisurely sipping tea. Behind him stood a familiar figure, Lu Feng. Lu Feng stood respectfully in the elder's shadow, not daring to breathe, diligently serving tea and water like a devoted attendant. This elder was no ordinary man, a thought that crossed the minds of both Fu Tian and Hong Kanlai. Lu Feng, one of the top disciples of the Lihua sect. held considerable esteem in this mundane world, far surpassing that of ordinary city lords, who would not dare to offend the sect. In terms of prowess, Lu Feng was a first-tier genius at the 9th level of martial arts, completely unafraid of peak martial artists. The great respect Lu Feng showed undoubtedly indicated that the elder was a figure beyond mere martial artists. Though whether he was a martial general or a martial sect leader remained uncertain. The elder took a sip of tea and slowly remarked, "I have waited quite some time and finally, you have arrived. I wonder if you truly possess the talent that Lu Feng speaks of." Upon finishing his words, his keen, eagle-like gaze pierced through Fu Tian, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if attempting to decipher his strength. Yet, after his examination, he found nothing. Fu Tian appeared as an ordinary individual, his aura exceedingly mundane. Ah, intriguing indeed. You have cultivated a high-level concealing technique that eludes my perception, he mused after a prolonged inspection, attributing his inability to discern Fu Tian's true capabilities to the latter's mastery of advanced hidden cultivation methods. However, this was merely the elder's self-assured assumption. Fu Tian possessed the chaos sacred body, a manifestation of ancient chaotic energy that obscured his true essence, rendering him imperceptible to most. With a cold snort, Fu Tian released a formidable aura directed at the elder. Anyone subjected to such brazen scrutiny would feel a pang of irritation, and Fu Tian was no exception. However, this powerful energy dissipated before it could reach the elder, vanishing without a trace. Only after Fu Tian unleashed this aura did the elder perceive his cultivation level, 4th-tier martial artist. Yet, the strength of this aura rivaled that of a 9th-tier martial artist, leaving him in disbelief. The elder's eyes widened like copper bells, revealing an expression of incredulity. In all his years, having encountered numerous prodigies, he had never witnessed a 4th-tier martial artist exuding such formidable energy. This one was at least a 5th-tier genius. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. The elderly man felt a surge of joy permeate his being. Suddenly, he rose with vigor, striking the table and exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Young friend, you are truly a dragon among men. It was indeed my folly to test you without your consent. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion." His repeated exclamations of excellent indicated his profound satisfaction with Fu Tian. However, the old man's words were met with a cold snort from Fu Tian, who clearly remained displeased and harbored lingering resentment over the earlier incident. In a bid to alleviate the tension, the elder offered a sheepish smile and introduced himself. "I am Yuan Shaosheng, the Grand Elder of the inner sect of the Li Hua sect. My prior actions were indeed quite unreasonable, neglecting your feelings. I sincerely hope you do not hold a grudge." He continued, "If you are willing, I can immediately make you a true disciple of the Li Hua sect." Fu Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "Why would an elder from the Li Hua sect seek me out? I have no recollection of any prior association with your sect." Upon hearing Fu Tian's inquiry, Lu Feng, who stood behind Yuan Shaosheng, cleared his throat, prompting Fu Tian to realize that this young man had been the informant. "Please do not blame Lu Feng. He merely informed me of a genius residing in Fengzhou City and encouraged me to extend an invitation for you to join the Li Hua sect, without any ulterior motives." Yuan Shaosheng clarified, seemingly concerned about Fu Tian misinterpreting Lu Feng's intentions. Lu Feng then stepped forward and respectfully addressed Fu Tian. "I believe, given your extraordinary talent, you should not remain confined to this small Fengzhou city. Even in the entirety of the Western province, a true dragon like you cannot be contained. Therefore, I wish for you to pursue your cultivation at the Li Hua sect, where your growth would be greatly facilitated." After speaking, Lu Feng appeared somewhat nervous, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, fearing that Fu Tian might take offense. Offending a 5th-tier genius would indeed be unfortunate. Unexpectedly, the bystander Hong Canlai interjected. "As Mr. Yuan has said, the Li Hua sect would indeed be more conducive to your cultivation, and I too hope that you will consider joining the Li Hua sect." This unexpected support filled Yuan Shaosheng with delight. According to Lu Feng, Hong Canlai shared a rapport with Fu Tian, and his endorsement would undoubtedly carry weight. Contemplating this, Yuan Shaosheng felt a desire to support the Hong family. As anticipated, upon hearing Hong Canlai's words, Fu Tian began to ponder. The Li Hua sect, being one of the 6 major sects in the Western province, undoubtedly possessed abundant resources, which would facilitate his rapid growth. Fu Tian was confident that with his extraordinary cultivation speed, he could achieve unimaginable heights within a year. Thus, this opportunity appeared to be entirely beneficial for him. After a moment of reflection, Fu Tian made his decision. As one of the 6 major sects in the Western province, "I hope the Li Hua sect will not disappoint me," he stated calmly, signifying his agreement to join the sect. Upon receiving this response, Yuan Shaosheng was elated. his face breaking into a smile that could frighten a child. While I am willing to join the Lihua sect, I hope you will agree to one condition. Fu Tian suddenly interjected. Please, speak your mind. I will do my utmost to fulfill your request, Yuan Shaosheng replied eagerly. My acquaintance with the patriarch of the Hong family has left a profound impression on me. I sincerely hope to avoid hearing any news of misfortune befalling them after my departure. Fu Tian cast a glance at Hong Qianlai, harboring some lingering unease regarding the Hong family. To my surprise, Yuan Shaosheng, who I had anticipated would be rather demanding, appeared momentarily taken aback by such a modest request. Is it truly that simple? No problem at all. The fact that the Hong family has caught the attention of a young friend like you will not go unnoticed by us. In the future, the Lihua sect will extend its support to the Hong family. Should any misfortune arise, feel free to seek me out. Upon hearing Yuan Shaosheng's response, Fu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Yet, these few words profoundly moved Hong Qianlai. He understood that Fu Tian's concerns stemmed from a desire to prevent a recurrence of past troubles, speaking thus for the safety of the Hong family. At some point, Hong Qianlai felt a haze enveloping his vision. Do you have any other matters to attend to, young friend? If not, we should not delay any further and can set off. Yuan Shaosheng seemed rather eager. Fu Tian cast another glance at Hong Qianlai, who trembled with the urge to kneel in gratitude, yet was restrained by Fu Tian. Please convey my regards to Hong Ling. She is a delightful young lady, and I hope the patriarch treats her well. As he prepared to leave, Fu Tian remembered the charming and lovely Hong Linger. Rest assured, I pledge that Hong Linger shall not suffer any grievances within the Hong family, Hong Qianlai vowed, deeply moved. Once he felt there were no remaining matters, Fu Tian addressed Yuan Shaosheng, stating, there are no further issues, Elder Yuan. We may set forth. Yuan Shaosheng nodded. Retrieving a palm-sized flying vessel from a ring on his finger, he tossed it into the air, and it swiftly expanded into a small aircraft, drifting elegantly in the sky. This spectacle left Fu Tian in awe. Such advanced technology had yet to grace the earth. Please, young friend, Yuan Shaosheng gestured invitingly. Fu Tian nodded and leapt onto the vessel, followed closely by Yuan Shaosheng and Lu Feng. The flying vessel ascended gracefully, soaring into the heights and venturing toward the horizon. Its silhouette gradually faded until it vanished from sight. Below, Hong Qianlai stood entranced, watching the vessel disappear, lingering in place, his gaze fixed on the distance. He realized that it would be exceedingly rare to see Fu Tian again. Perhaps this was a farewell for a lifetime. To have had the fortune of knowing Fu Tian was the greatest blessing of his life, despite their time together being but a fleeting day. Chapter 10. A white robe shocking the heavens, the sword yet to be unsheathed, all is annihilated seated aboard the vessel, gazing at the white clouds rushing past, and the scenery below flashing by. Fu Tian felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. To soar through the skies was indeed a delightful experience, and he believed that soon he would be able to ride the winds himself. This ship, named the Windpiercer, was a common possession among large sects, specifically designed for travel. Yuan Shaosheng elaborated beside him. The Windpiercer was classified into different grades, and this one was considered a medium-grade spiritual item. Even in Shizhou, it was a rarity, its speed surpassing that of lower-grade Windpiercers, capable of reaching the Lihua sect in less than half a day. Fu Tian nodded, acknowledging the impressive speed and the spacious interior, which was well-equipped and quite comfortable. With half a day's journey remaining, Fu Tian was determined not to waste any time. He took out the sword-drawing technique he had purchased in Fengzhou City and began to study it. This technique consisted solely of a single move, the act of drawing the sword, executed with such swiftness that the opponent would perish before they even realized what had transpired. Mastering this sword technique required relentless practice over many years to unleash its formidable power. Once perfected, even an ordinary person could effortlessly slay a martial artist. I had always possessed mediocre talent, my aptitude woefully lacking. While an ordinary person might cultivate for a day, it would take me 3 days to achieve the same. Even the simplest martial skills would take me half a day to comprehend. It was not until I encountered a figure akin to an immortal that my life took a turn. I asked this celestial being how I should proceed on my path of cultivation. Unlike others, who urged me to abandon my pursuits, he merely said, if you cannot master all techniques, then dedicate yourself to perfecting one. He then bestowed upon me this sword-drawing technique before departing. The technique itself was sparsely documented, containing only a single posture for drawing the sword, a few key points, and minimal commentary, yet it was anything but simple. The depicted posture exuded an ethereal quality, as if imbued with divine inspiration. The sword's aura surged, revealing not a single flaw. With just a glance, Fu Tian found himself captivated, his thoughts drawn into its depths. A white-robed figure astounded the heavens, and before the sword's edge was drawn, all existence was swept away, leaving naught but emptiness. The white-clad man stood amidst the cosmos, silently poised. The long sword remained at his waist, having seemingly never been unsheathed. Yet Fu Tian understood. It was not that the sword had not been drawn, but rather that it was drawn with such speed that the world appeared oblivious to the act. With a single stroke, it obliterated all, leaving an impression as if the sword had never left its sheath. This was the essence of the sword-drawing technique. After absorbing the knowledge, Fu Tian savored the brilliance of the technique, finding it ineffably profound. A smile graced his lips, and as he regained his awareness, he realized that the white-robed figure had vanished, replaced instead by the swiftly gliding wind piercer. He had merely observed the technique once, yet had grasped its intricacies with remarkable ease, committing the sword-drawing technique to memory. This was the terrifying nature of Fu Tian's talent. A single glance was worth a decade of arduous practice for an ordinary person. In a fleeting moment, the spirit sword appeared in Fu Tian's hand, and even before it was drawn, the sound of its song resonated. At that moment, Fu Tian drew the attention of both Yuan Shaoxing and Lu Feng. Without uttering a word, I quietly observed the movements of Fu Tian, whose presence exuded a restrained aura, enveloping everything in tranquility. Suddenly, a flicker caught my eye. It seemed like an illusion, yet a wooden post nearby had been cleaved in two, its upper half carried away by the wind, destined for an unknown fate. The sound of a sword unsheathing echoed, yet Fu Tian's blade remained sheathed. The sword arrived before the sound, and it was only as the sword returned to its scabbard that the sound of its unsheathing resonated. This scene left Yuan Shaoxing and Lu Feng utterly astonished. To Lu Feng, the sword had remained in its sheath, and he could not fathom how the wooden post had been severed. It was not until the sound of the blade returning that he realized someone had drawn a sword. Fu Tian was that person. However, for Yuan Shaoxing, this sword was of a different caliber. As a peak martial general, his perception had reached astonishing heights. He indeed caught the moment Fu Tian unsheathed his sword, but it was so swift that his brain had yet to process it. Before his mind could comprehend the visual stimulus, Fu Tian's sword had already been sheathed. The sound of the unsheathing followed, and one could even argue that the sound could not keep pace with Fu Tian's speed. How could they possibly react? They held no doubt that had Fu Tian directed his sword at either of them, if the blade could penetrate defenses, they would stand no chance of resistance. A chilling dread enveloped Yuan Shaoxing and Lu Feng, leaving them in an unsettling state. Even with Yuan Shaoxing being a peak martial general, underestimating the situation would leave him utterly defenseless against Fu Tian's blade. An impressive sword technique. I admire it. A faint voice echoed as Fu Tian's figure had already retreated to a private chamber, leaving Yuan Shaoxing and Lu Feng in a state of stunned disbelief. Regaining composure, Yuan Shaoxing spoke with evident trepidation. This young man is exceptionally formidable. He must not be offended. Upon returning to the loft, Fu Tian produced a mid-tier spirit stone and began his cultivation. This world-revered strength, making the enhancement of power an urgent endeavor. However, the spiritual energy within the mid-tier stone was evidently not as vast and pure as that contained in high-tier stones, thus slowing his cultivation speed. Even so, his progress was still beyond comparison to others. Even those extraordinary prodigies paled in comparison. As the wind shuttle soared through the air, it was evening by the time they reached the Lihua sect. "Young friend, we are nearing the Lihua sect," came Yuan Shaoxing's amiable reminder from outside. Soon, Fu Tian emerged. Although he had yet to break through to the 5th level of martial arts, he had nonetheless strengthened considerably, now standing at the pinnacle of the 4th level. Sensing Fu Tian's advancement, Yuan Shaoxing appeared unchanged on the surface, yet inwardly he was astounded. Fu Tian had grown stronger, now just a step away from the 5th level of martial arts. The pace of his improvement was remarkable, truly a treasure found. "Young friend, we are virtually at the Lihua sect. The territory below belongs to their domain," Yuan Shaoxing notified him. Fu Tian nodded and looked down to behold a city, vastly larger than the modest Fengzhou, its expanse multiple times greater. Yet, from the vantage of the wind shuttle, the city appeared rather diminutive, evoking a sense of insignificance. Indeed, it is truly astonishing to behold the cities from the perspective of one who soars through the skies, sighed Fu Tian. Observing Fu Tian's gaze fixed upon the city below, Yuan Shaoxing began to elucidate. "This is the city of Lihua, an affiliated stronghold of our Lihua sect. A multitude of trade transpires here, epitomizing the stature of our sect. Thus, its overall strength surpasses that of other cities by far. The city lord, Pang Shan, is an elder of our inner sect, possessing the cultivation of an 8th level martial general." Fu Tian was rendered speechless. After all, the The city lord of Fengzhou was merely an initial-level martial general. The disparity was indeed considerable. Generally speaking, as one progresses through the realms of martial arts, advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Not everyone can break through their boundaries as effortlessly as Tian. In the Western region, martial kings are a rare breed, standing at the pinnacle of strength, while martial sages are undeniably regarded as formidable figures. An 8th-level martial general is already quite powerful within this Western territory. Yuan Shaoxing cast a glance ahead and remarked to Tian, "We are about to enter the Lihua sect." Tian steadied his mind and directed his gaze forward. Before him stood a majestic mountain, upon which loomed a resplendent golden gate, adorned with a magnificent golden dragon carving, exuding an aura of grandeur. Below was an extensive staircase, resembling the elongated body of a dragon. As the Fengshuo drew near, Tian observed 3 imposing characters engraved upon the gate, Lihua sect. Upon entering the Lihua sect, a sense of enlightenment washed over him. Within lay countless small peaks and 9 towering mountains. The great peaks stood like colossal sentinels, dignified and upright. The spiritual energy within was immensely rich, far surpassing that of the outside world. Tian felt that a single day of cultivation here would equate to 3 days outside. Peering down, he could see a bustling throng of people. Yuan Shaoxing explained that although the Lihua sect is one of the 6 major sects in the Western region, its standards for accepting disciples are rigorous, admitting only those with inherent talent and youth. Consequently, the number of disciples is relatively modest, over 5,000 outer disciples, more than 1,000 inner disciples, and merely a few hundred true disciples. Typically, if an outer disciple does not ascend to inner disciple status within 3 years of joining, they will be assigned to manage a sect enterprise. Similarly, inner disciples who fail to become true disciples before the age of 25 will also be allocated tasks within the sect. However, they have more options, such as managing sect enterprises or venturing out to seek opportunities. Those inner disciples with formidable strength may even attain the position of an outer elder, contingent on their own choices. The status of a true disciple lasts for only 5 years. The sect will train them for this duration, after which they will graduate, presented with a plethora of choices for their future. Observing the ebb and flow of figures below, Yuan Shaoxing felt a surge of pride. Do you see? This is the sacred ground of cultivation, the Lihua sect, unparalleled by anything outside. Suddenly recalling something, Yuan Shaoxing addressed another building. Lu Feng, we have arrived at the Lihua sect. You may return now. I must take young friend Tian to meet the sect master. At that moment, Lu Feng was still within the chamber, presumably inspired by Tian's presence. Shortly thereafter, the door opened, and Lu Feng emerged, clasping his fists in respect. As you command, Elder Yuan. This time, I shall strive even harder to attain the status of a true disciple at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, with your talents, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the status of a direct disciple. However, with a little more effort, you could achieve that distinction even sooner. Yes, I take my leave now. By the way, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Brother Tian on your anticipated promotion to a direct disciple. Tian, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you. I appreciate your kind words." With that, Lu Feng transformed into a shadow, leaping from the wind shuttle towards the area designated for inner disciples. Let us report to the sect master now. It is essential to arrange for your identity as a direct disciple. After all, this matter is beyond my authority, but I assure you that with your innate gifts, you will undoubtedly become a direct disciple. Yuan Shaoxing's voice echoed to Tian. Tian nodded in response, acknowledging the younger generation is indeed aware of this. Although the grand elder of the inner sect may hold the pinnacle of authority within the inner sect, he truly has no power to decide matters regarding the true disciples, as these are primarily managed by the elders of the true disciples. Thus, the wind shuttle soared towards the central peak. The main peak serves as the secluded retreat of the sect master, and generally, individuals lack the privilege to ascend and meet the sect master. However, I previously assisted the sect master with a task, and as a reward, I was granted an audience. A hint of pride colored Yuan Shaoxing's tone, as it was evident that even ordinary elders rarely had the opportunity to request a meeting with the sect master. As the wind shuttle approached, a clear voice resonated in the ears of Tian and Yuan Shaoxing. Halt. This is the sacred ground of the sect master. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to pass. The source of the voice remained unseen, a warning issued by an individual of formidable prowess. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shaoxing quickly produced a white jade token, stating urgently, "I am Yuan Shaoxing, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect. This was previously bestowed upon me by the sect master, granting me an opportunity for an audience. A hint of tension lingered in his voice. However, no further response came from the other side. Observing this, Yuan Shaosheng let out a sigh of relief and took control of the wind shuttle, ascending further. Upon reaching the summit, they arrived at a resplendent hall adorned with the characters Tian Pavilion. The materials used for this pavilion were remarkably unique. Not only impervious to damage, but seemingly possessing a tranquilizing effect, a true masterpiece. This pavilion alone could be considered a rare treasure. As the Tian Pavilion drew nearer, Yuan Shaosheng began to advise Fu Tian, "When we meet the sect master, it is imperative to maintain a respectful demeanor. We must not provoke any displeasure. However, our sect master is kind-hearted, generous, and rarely loses his temper." Yuan Shaosheng's tone brimmed with admiration and reverence for his sect master, leading Fu Tian to reflect on the seemingly admirable nature of the sect master of the Lihua sect. Chapter 11. Direct Disciples. The wind shuttle gradually came to a halt before the Tian Pavilion, and Fu Tian and his companion leaped down to the entrance of the abode. There, they were greeted by two guards, both at the pinnacle of martial prowess, standing just a step away from the realm of the martial sovereign. Observing this, Yuan Shaosheng retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom and presented it to one of the guards. After the guard verified the authenticity of the pendant, he entered to notify the sect leader. Before long, the guard emerged, his expression indifferent as he stated, "You may enter. Consider yourselves fortunate. The sect leader has yet to enter seclusion." He then resumed his cold demeanor, steadfast in his duty. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shaosheng was overjoyed. He expressed his gratitude profusely before leading Fu Tian inside. Upon reaching the central chamber, they beheld a man clad in azure robes seated upon a resplendent throne. His long, flowing hair cascaded down like a silken waterfall, and his youthful visage resembled that of a man barely in his 20s. This was Ji Lixing, the current sect leader of the Lihua sect. Yuan Shaosheng, upon gazing at the seated leader, dared not even draw a breath, his entire being tensed with anxiety. In contrast, Fu Tian remained composed and unfazed, showing no signs of being intimidated by the sect leader's presence. Ji Lixing regarded the two before him, one familiar and the other unfamiliar. He recognized Yuan Shaosheng well, having appointed him as the grand elder of the inner sect, and had previously tasked him with a mission, bestowing upon him a jade pendant as a means to gain an audience. However, the young boy next to him was an enigma. Despite Ji Lixing's formidable memory as a martial king, he could not recall having encountered this youth before. Yuan Shaosheng bowed respectfully to Ji Lixing, saying, "Sect leader, I seek your audience today to discuss a matter of great importance, and I hope for your gracious consideration." Ji Lixing nodded. "Feel free to speak." Relieved, Yuan Shaosheng continued, "I have brought forth a prodigy of the 5th tier for our sect." With a swift motion, Ji Lixing slammed his palm onto the armrest of his throne. Rising in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. "You mean a 5th tier prodigy? Surely you jest. Our strongest direct disciple, Zhao Feng, is merely a 3rd tier genius." It was evident that Ji Lixing was taken aback, struggling to accept Yuan Shaosheng's claim. In response, Yuan Shaosheng, visibly anxious, asserted, "I would never deceive you, esteemed sect leader. I have personally verified this claim. He is undoubtedly a 5th tier talent, and he stands right there." He gestured toward Fu Tian, who remained calm and unperturbed at his side. In that moment, Fu Tian clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, stating, "I am Fu Tian, honored to meet sect leader Li. If all goes as anticipated, I am indeed the prodigy Elder Yuan speaks of." Ji Lixing's gaze remained skeptical, yet he reasoned that since Elder Yuan had brought the individual before him, there must be some truth to it. "Demonstrate your strength to me with a punch. Do not hold back," Ji Lixing instructed Fu Tian, insisting on a personal assessment. "Very well, I shall not disappoint," Fu Tian replied calmly. He summoned his internal spiritual energy, condensing it into a massive hand of power in the void. This hand, undoubtedly more substantial than before, radiated an aura of might that surpassed any ordinary measure. Should Yang Wu endure this strike, it would not merely result in injury. Rather, he would be reduced to mere pulp, devoid of any chance of survival. This blow was aimed at Ji Lixing, accompanied by a faint sonic boom resonating through the air, an assault that even the most formidable peak martial artists would find insurmountable. Of course, this was still a restrained effort on Fu Tian's part, for he could not reveal the entirety of his prowess. He merely needed to unveil a sliver of his iceberg, ensuring that he garnered attention. "Ha! Indeed, as Elder Yuan proclaimed, a prodigy," Ji Lixing exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he met the impending palm strike with one of his own, counteracting the azure hand. "Very well. Young lad, what is your name? Do you wish to join my Lihua sect? Should you desire, I can elevate you to the position of a direct disciple." granting you access to abundant resources and my guidance. Faced with such an exceptional talent, Ji Lixing was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After all, a fifth-grade prodigy could easily be inscribed in the annals of Shizhou. Only a fool would let such a gem escape. In response, Fu Tian maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Ji Lixing's overtures, as if it were entirely anticipated. I, Fu Tian, am willing to join the Lihua sect, he declared. Upon hearing this, Ji Lixing expressed his satisfaction with a series of nods, his eyes brimming with admiration. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as one of my direct disciples. Here is your identity token. Though your current realm is rather low, you must diligently cultivate. With that, he conjured a golden token from thin air, sending it soaring toward Fu Tian. Fu Tian caught it, feeling its substantial weight in his hands, the character for direct intricately carved upon its surface. Here are 10 third-grade Xianyuan pills, along with 100 mid-tier spirit stones, as an additional reward for you. Moreover, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. I shall provide answers to your queries. Hearing this, Yuan Shaosheng exhibited a clear expression of astonishment. For typical direct disciples were afforded only one opportunity each month to consult the sect leader for guidance. If the leader were in seclusion during that month, the chance would be squandered, unable to be carried over to the next. Yet, it was evident that Fu Tian was being favored, with no limitations imposed upon him. Was the leader intending to nurture him wholeheartedly? It was only natural. Who else deserved cultivation if not a fifth-grade prodigy? Observing this, Fu Tian smiled softly. Stowing away the resources for acquiring them was indeed one of his objectives in coming to the Lihua sect. Possessing the chaotic sacred body, he experienced no hindrances during cultivation, as the principles of the Tao entwined around him, and myriad phenomena accompanied his practice. With sufficient accumulation, breakthroughs would naturally follow. Thus, he placed little importance on the opportunity for guidance. Thank you, sect leader. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. Fu Tian responded with a respectful bow. From now on, the Chongtian Pavilion shall serve as your residence. Elder Yuan will escort you and explain the sect rules, Ji Lixing stated. Yuan Shaosheng, upon hearing this, bowed once more. Certainly. Sect leader, we shall take our leave for now. With that, he led Fu Tian out. As he observed the departing figures of the two, Ji Lixing's expression bore a hint of profound contemplation. A fifth-grade prodigy indeed. I hope he will not disappoint me. Upon departing from the Qingyun Pavilion, Yuan Shaosheng promptly produced the wind shuttle and ascended alongside Fu Tian. To his astonishment, the sect master had even granted Yu the Chongyun Pavilion, a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. This pavilion inherently contains a miniature gathering array, fostering a concentration of spiritual energy far superior to that of other locales, thus rendering one's practice significantly more fruitful. Yuan Shaosheng remarked to Fu Tian, a glimmer of envy evident in his gaze. However, he noted that many direct disciples had previously been denied requests for residence there. Your sudden occupancy might incite their displeasure. So, the sect master is merely cultivating animosity towards me? Fu Tian replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the sentiments of the other direct disciples. For him, as long as ample resources were provided, he could develop at an unparalleled pace, rendering him impervious to any adversary. This could also be viewed as a trial set forth by the sect master. If a fifth-tier prodigy cannot navigate such circumstances, it would indeed be rather disappointing, Yuan Shaosheng observed. After listening, Fu Tian merely nodded, his expression tranquil. Chapter 13. A single blow to victory. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, Fu Tian nodded with an air of indifference. Your keen perception is commendable. I joined the sect only yesterday. May I inquire your name? The towering figure smiled slightly. I am Bo Chao. My cultivation is rather modest, ranking just within the top 100 disciples, which is a source of embarrassment. Despite his words, it was evident that Bo Chao's demeanor was far from humble. He intended to establish his superiority, making it clear that his prowess was not to be underestimated. With over 1,000 inner sect disciples, only those within the top 100 held any distinction, and even being ranked 100 meant his strength surpassed that of many others. Fu Tian, however, remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed, which caused Bo Chao's smile to falter, his countenance darkening. I haven't yet learned your name, young brother, Bo Chao remarked, his tone turning somewhat hostile. I am Fu Tian. While I may not hold a position on the inner sect rankings, I assure you, I am not one to be compared with. Fu Tian retorted without hesitation. Ha ha. Bo Chao, did you hear that? Fu Tian claims to be stronger than you. Shouldn't you retreat before you embarrass yourself? Two nearby disciples burst into laughter, their mockery directed at Bo Chao. both ranked within the inner sect, one at 99 and the other at 93, showing no fear of Bo Chao. Do you understand that you are playing with fire? Bo Chao's gaze grew increasingly cold, the laughter around him amplifying his humiliation. He dismissed Fu Tian's words, believing that a mere newcomer could not possibly pose a real threat. You are not worthy, Fu Tian said dismissively, completely disregarding Bo Chao's presence. At these words, veins bulged on Bo Chao's forehead as he growled, very well. It has been a while since I encountered such arrogance. Initially, I intended to seize your resources, but now I have changed my mind. I will ensure you leave here crawling. Is that so? Fu Tian's derision rang out once more, prompting Bo Chao to lose his composure and launch an attack. With a swift motion, Bo Chao's hand transformed into a claw, reminiscent of an eagle's talon, exuding an inescapable aura as it reached for Fu Tian. The technique he employed, a low-tier Xian rank martial skill known as the grasping hand, was notoriously difficult to master, suggesting that Bo Chao had achieved significant proficiency. As whispers circulated among the onlookers, some began to regard Bo Chao with increased caution. His claw connected with Fu Tian's body, eliciting a triumphant reaction from Bo Chao. Is this all you have? Your strength is feeble, yet your bravado is grand, he scoffed. However, he soon sensed something amiss, as his claw passed through Fu Tian without any resistance, failing to make contact. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Tian had already positioned himself behind Bo Chao. When did that happen? Bo Chao gasped in astonishment, hastily retreating to create distance. Not only had Bo Chao failed to notice Fu Tian's movement, but the surrounding disciples were equally oblivious to the sudden shift in positioning. How could they have missed his swift transition? At this juncture, Bo Chao began to realize that Fu Tian was not to be underestimated, his heart filled with uncertainty. Observing Bo Chao's hesitation, Fu Tian smirked derisively. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Bo Chao scoffed, his annoyance palpable, and once more unleashed his grasping technique towards Fu Tian. Unsurprisingly, he missed again, as Fu Tian reappeared behind him. This pattern repeated itself several times, leading to Bo Chao's mounting frustration. Are you such a coward that you dare not confront me directly? He exclaimed, visibly exasperated. With a soft sigh, Fu Tian contemplated ending the charade, having initially sought to test his newly acquired agility. Since you wish for defeat, I shall oblige, he declared. Arrogant fool, Bo Chao retorted, veins bulging on his temples as he launched his grasping technique once more at Fu Tian. Instead of retreating, Fu Tian advanced, delivering a punch that struck like a ferocious tiger. The air crackled with the sound of his fist slicing through, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Bo Chao's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed the impending blow, overwhelmed by an instinctual sense of helplessness. With a resounding thud, their combatants collided. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and it was evident that Bo Chao's hand had been grotesquely deformed by the force of the strike. The impact sent him flying, his fate uncertain. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the onlookers left speechless and wide-eyed. Remember, the one who defeated you is Fu Tian, a direct disciple, he proclaimed before departing, leaving only the memory of his graceful silhouette. Such an unfamiliar visage. It seems a newly appointed direct disciple, murmured the crowd, their ignorance evident. Learning of his status as a direct disciple, they deemed Bo Chao's defeat just, attributing it to his lack of discernment and his audacity to offend one not to be trifled with. As the spectators discussed the event, their words dripped with contempt for Bo Chao. After all, who would risk enmity with a direct disciple over a mere inner sect member? Once Fu Tian had distanced himself, the crowd turned to seek out the fallen Bo Chao, only to find him already unconscious, his bones likely shattered beyond count, destined to remain bedridden for some time. The gazes directed at him were devoid of pity, instead brimming with schadenfreude, mocking his overconfidence. Look at you, crawling like a wretched creature. I wonder what you will contest with now. One individual emerged from the throng, relishing in Bo Chao's misfortune with scornful jests. It was Zhao Bin, rumored to have challenged Bo Chao multiple times for the 100th position, each time falling just short. With Bo Chao grievously injured, it seemed the coveted 100th place would finally belong to Zhao Bin. Recognizing him, many began to murmur among themselves. However, Fu Tian had already moved on, oblivious to their speculations and utterly disinterested. His destination was the Baoling Pavilion, where he would collect his monthly cultivation resources. Upon arriving, he beheld an elderly man, likely in his 60s or 70s, leisurely reclining in a bamboo chair in the sun, exuding an aura of tranquility that belied the fact that this was the fire sect. Fu Tian understood not to underestimate this elder. The guardian of the Baoling Pavilion was surely no ordinary individual. Junior Fu Tian, Here to collect cultivation resources, he announced respectfully. Tian respectfully clasped his hands before the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder slowly opened one eye and glanced at Tian. "Oh, a newcomer?" he inquired with a hint of surprise. "Indeed, this is my identity token," Tian replied, presenting the golden token for the elder's examination. The elder's gaze revealed a flicker of astonishment as he beheld the golden token. Yet he refrained from further comment and instead retrieved the cultivation resources designated for his direct disciples. Here are 100 mid-level spirit stones, 5 3-purity pills, and 3 vitality pills. This is your allocation for the month, the elder stated, handing the resources to Tian, who accepted them with gratitude. Overall, these resources were commendable. Though they appeared somewhat insufficient for Tian's current needs, nevertheless, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Having received the resources, Tian intended to depart from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to explore the tasks available. According to Yuan Shaoxing, every disciple must complete a task each month. Outer disciples undertake bronze tasks, inner disciples silver tasks, and direct disciples are assigned gold tasks, with the latter presenting the greatest difficulty and inherent risk, even for those of direct lineage. However, the rewards for these arduous tasks are substantial, attracting many who are eager to secure additional cultivation resources. Tian felt a burgeoning curiosity regarding these tasks and resolved to discover their nature, hoping to undertake 1 or 2 in the process. Chapter 14. The assigned task. The Cloud Affairs Hall serves as the designated place within the Li Hua sect for receiving tasks, bustling with individuals who arrive daily to peruse the available assignments. On this occasion, Tian has come to this locale. Upon entering the Grand Hall, one is greeted by an array of tasks affixed to the walls, categorized distinctly into sections. The bronze tasks occupy one area, the silver tasks another, and the gold tasks yet another. The delineation is quite clear. It is evident that the bronze tasks are the most numerous, an overwhelming sight with countless entries, approximately 1,000. These tasks are exclusively for outer disciples. Despite their abundance, their simplicity renders them less lucrative. Tian approaches the bronze task section, observing a diverse assortment of assignments of various types. One task requires 10 pairs of fangs from first-tier demonic beasts known as wave wolves, offering a reward of 50 low-grade spirit stones. Another involves harvesting 10 stalks of red jade herb from the Mo Stone Mountains, with a reward of 2 first-grade healing pills. There is also a request for bodyguards, preferably warriors above the 7th tier, with compensation to be discussed in person at the Yang family in Lihua City. Such tasks hold little allure for Tian, and without a second thought, he makes his way to the silver task area. The challenges here have significantly escalated. Suitable for inner disciples seeking to hone their skills, and naturally, the rewards are considerably more enticing. One task details the discovery of a second-tier high-level demonic beast, the White Ape, in the Mo Stone Mountains, requiring the enlistment of 3 high-tier martial masters to undertake the mission, with spoils to be shared equally. Another involves a nest of bandits at the Chaos Mountain Village, speculated to be led by a martial master of the 9th tier, accompanied by a band of varying strength. A successful ambush promises 200 mid-grade spirit stones, with a recommendation to form a team of 5 or more. After a cursory glance, Tian shakes his head. The rewards are mediocre and the challenges merely average, presenting a considerable waste of time, thus extinguishing any desire to pursue these tasks. Without further deliberation, he proceeds to the gold task area, where assignments are sparse, merely 20 or 30 in total, yet the difficulty and rewards far surpass those of the silver tasks, reserved exclusively for personally initiated disciples. In the gold task area, Tian notices 2 other men besides himself. One, clad in a blue robe and appearing to be in his 20s, bears a stern expression and emanates an aura that discourages close proximity. He wields a blade with an air of authority. The other is a muscular giant, also in his 20s, towering at approximately 2 meters, with a robust physique suggesting extensive physical training. As Tian arrives, the blue-robed man casts a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze, while the muscular man, slightly taken aback, scrutinizes Tian before speaking slowly. "Young brother, this is the gold task area. You seem unfamiliar. I presume you are not a personally initiated disciple? It's fine to come and broaden your horizons, but I would advise against taking on any tasks here, lest you risk your life." In the past, some inner disciples have attempted gold tasks, but their fates were seldom favorable. Either they failed to complete the tasks or perished in the process. Instances of successful completions are exceedingly rare. In response to the muscular man's well-intentioned warning, Tian offers a slight smile and replies, "Thank you for your concern. However, I am a newly initiated disciple and am now eligible to undertake gold tasks. Oh, upon hearing that he was a newcomer, the muscular man displayed a hint of surprise before revealing his gleaming white teeth. Let us make introductions, he said. I am called Shirchong, the 66th ranked disciple among the direct disciples. The cold gentleman beside me is Nyakong. He typically maintains this demeanor, yet beneath it lies a kind heart and commendable strength, ranking 48th among our direct disciples. Having spoken, Nyakong cast a sidelong glance at Fu Tian and nodded indifferently before returning his attention to the task at hand. Fu Tian, who had just entered the sect yesterday, had yet to receive a ranking. He responded, feeling a growing fondness for Shirchong's amiable demeanor. Haha. Shirchong boisterously clapped Fu Tian on the shoulder, displaying a friendly familiarity. I didn't expect a brother like you to be a direct disciple at such a young age. It seems your talent is remarkable. Fu Tian shook his head, replying, I am merely an 8th heaven martial master, not yet a martial general. Upon hearing this, both Shirchong and Nyakong exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. This is the first time I have heard of someone becoming a direct disciple without first becoming a martial general. They seemed to question Fu Tian's status as a direct disciple. Recognizing their skepticism, Fu Tian felt no need to provide excessive explanations. It was a natural reaction for them to doubt him, while belief would have seemed rather unusual. May I see your direct disciple token? Shirchong inquired thoughtfully, wishing to ascertain Fu Tian's identity. In response, Fu Tian produced his golden token, which bore the character for direct inscribed upon it. Indeed, you are a direct disciple. I apologize for my earlier doubts, Shirchong said, bowing slightly to Fu Tian. Fu Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, It is perfectly fine. It would be strange if you did not harbor any doubts. Haha, brother Fu Tian, you certainly resonate with my sentiments. Would you be interested in joining us for a task? Shirchong sought to deepen his rapport with Fu Tian. Given that a direct disciple at the 8th heaven martial master level was either a result of a misjudgment by the elders or possessed exceptional skills, Shirchong clearly leaned towards the latter explanation. Despite his imposing stature, he was no fool. As a direct disciple of the Lihua sect, his talents were assuredly not lacking, and his intellect was equally sharp. After some contemplation, Fu Tian agreed, motivated by Shirchong's enthusiasm and the prospect of companionship for safety. Just observe from the back. Do not intervene casually. If danger arises, we cannot afford to look after you. The typically silent Nyakong unexpectedly spoke up. Do not take it to heart, brother Fu Tian. He means well despite his sharp tongue, Shirchong explained. Fu Tian reassured them that he held no offense, sensing that Nyakong's tone harbored no malice. Very well. Let us gather at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. By the way, another member will join us, a stunning beauty. Shirchong whispered conspiratorially into Fu Tian's ear, his demeanor oddly unrefined, contrasting sharply with his robust physique. After discussing their plans, Fu Tian and Shirchong parted ways, prepared to embark on their joint adventure the following day. According to Shirchong, within the Mo Stone Mountain range, they stumbled upon a cerulean fruit tree. Yet it was guarded by a third-tier mid-level beast, the demon-faced tiger, whose prowess was comparable to that of a mid-level martial general. However, at that moment, only Shirchong and Nyakong were present, and they refrained from foolishly attempting to seize it. Instead, they marked the location and returned to their sect. On their way, they passed by the Cloud Affairs Hall to glance at the recent golden tasks, where they fortuitously encountered Fu Tian. Fu Tian, unconcerned by the presence of the third-tier mid-level beast, felt confident in his ability to deal with it, despite being uncertain of his current strength. Upon inquiring with Shirchong, he learned that the most conducive place for cultivation within the sect was the Fire Sha Tower, which comprised 10 levels. Each level was suffused with dense Fire Sha energy, facilitating accelerated training. Nevertheless, throughout its existence, only the founding ancestor of the Lihua sect had ascended to the 10th level, as the tower was laden with vast amounts of Fire Sha energy, which intensified with elevation. Although this energy could enhance cultivation speed, an excessive accumulation could harm the body, proving detrimental to one's training, and in severe cases, could pose future risks to further cultivation endeavors. In summary, prolonged stays within the Fire Sha Tower were inadvisable. One must expel the excess Fire Sha energy from their body upon exiting, which could be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, it remained a revered sanctuary for cultivation, attracting many seekers of enlightenment. Before long, Fu Tian arrived at the entrance of the Fire Sha Tower, where a considerable number of individuals gathered, ranging from esteemed inner disciples to less prominent outer disciples. Observing this, Fu Tian stepped inside. Chapter 15. The Fiery Malevolence. Upon entering the Tower of Fiery Malevolence, Tian was immediately enveloped by a pervasive aura of fiery malevolence saturating the air. After harnessing this energy for a while, he discovered that a significant portion had been transformed into spiritual energy, while a small fraction remained too chaotic for conversion, lingering within his body. If left unaddressed over time, these accumulations could coalesce into fiery toxicity, a condition difficult to remedy and detrimental to his foundation. Tian frowned slightly, activating his chaos sacred spirit body. Instantly, waves of vitality surged through him as the ancient chaos energy flowed, effectively absorbing the fiery malevolence within him, converting it into nourishing essence. This nourishment, however, was not conducive to Tian's cultivation, but rather beneficial to the chaos sacred spirit body. Although Tian had acquired this extraordinary physique through the system, it did not imply that he had fully unraveled all its mysteries. He would need to explore them step by step. Noticing the absorption of the fiery malevolence by his chaos sacred spirit body, Tian felt a tinge of surprise. It appeared he had a limited understanding of his own capabilities, with numerous secrets yet to be unleashed. Contemplating this, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. The fiery malevolence on the second floor was palpably denser than on the first, with many practitioners seated in meditation, absorbing the ambient energy. After a brief assessment, Tian realized that the fiery malevolence here did not suffice for his cultivation, prompting him to continue his ascent. On the third, fourth, and finally the fifth floors, he found the number of practitioners dwindling, with only a couple dozen engaged in their training. The fiery malevolence here was visibly abundant, saturating the entire space. Its richness surpassed all expectations. The direct conversion into spiritual energy could significantly enhance his cultivation efficiency, but the residual fiery malevolence in his body was also considerable, necessitating a swift departure. After a slight absorption, Tian shook his head in dissatisfaction. Indeed, the spiritual energy derived from the fiery malevolence here was akin to cultivating with mid-tier spirit stones, a rather extravagant choice. However, even these mid-tier spirit stones no longer sufficed for Tian. Without hesitation, he pressed onward. Beware, the fiery malevolence above is even more potent. Only those with adequate strength should proceed. A gentle voice cautioned from the crowd as Tian prepared to ascend. Turning to the source, he beheld a young man in a crimson robe rising slowly, appearing to be in his early 20s. His eyebrows had taken on a faint red hue, indicating that he had been cultivating here for some time, resulting in physical alterations due to the accumulation of fiery malevolence. Thank you for the warning, but I am aware of my limits, Tian responded. The young man in red merely cast a dismissive glance at Tian, snorting lightly before departing, seemingly displeased with Tian's reception of his well-intended advice. Not wishing to linger on the matter, Tian continued his ascent. Upon reaching the sixth floor, he found the fiery malevolence to be significantly denser than on the fifth, its hue transformed to a light crimson, permeating the air. With each breath, the fiery malevolence entered through his nasal passages, converting into spiritual energy, while simultaneously increasing the fiery malevolence within him. Here, one could effectively enhance their cultivation with every breath. Yet the rate of accumulation of fiery malevolence in the body surged far beyond that of the fifth floor. Many individuals opt to cultivate on the fifth level, as it allows for an extended duration of practice. Conversely, those who venture to the sixth level are exceedingly rare, with only 3 individuals engaged in cultivation there. Among them, 2 appear to be faring well, while the third is experiencing a peculiar transformation. His eyebrows have begun to redden, and sweat beads incessantly form on his forehead, a clear indication that he harbors a considerable amount of fire energy, rendering it impossible for him to remain there for long. This time, Tian decides to ascend further. Possessing 100-fold cultivation speed, he fears that such a significant energy fluctuation might attract unwarranted attention. As he ascends, the other 3 suddenly open their eyes, astonished by Tian's actions, yet they exchange knowing smirks, evidently mocking his perceived folly. Upon reaching the 7th level, he finds it entirely devoid of cultivators, and the air is permeated with fire energy that seems to have undergone various transformations. Previously, approximately 80% of the fire energy could be converted into spiritual energy, with the remaining 20% retained within the body. Here, however, only 70% is transformable into spiritual energy, while 30% remains internalized. Although the quality of spiritual energy here rivals that of high-grade spiritual stones, the accumulation of fire energy occurs at a significantly accelerated pace compared to the 6th level. Perhaps this very factor accounts for the absence of cultivators in this realm. Observing the emptiness, Tian nods in satisfaction, recognizing it as the perfect environment for his endeavors. He settles down in a meditative position, fully devoted to his cultivation. With the benefit of 100-fold cultivation speed, Futon's body transforms into a black hole, continuously absorbing the surrounding fire energy. The density of fire energy around him diminishes noticeably. Were there any observers present, they would undoubtedly regard Futon with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. The rapid absorption rate leads to a swift accumulation of fire energy within him. Just as he is about to activate his chaotic sacred spirit body, he notices it autonomously begins to operate, consuming the fire energy within him. This unexpected turn of events catches Futon slightly off guard, but he does not dwell on it for long. Once consumed by the chaotic sacred spirit body, the fire energy converts into nourishment to enhance its power. Though the increase is minimal, almost negligible, Futon is still able to perceive it. It seems that not only does his cultivation require growth, but the chaotic sacred spirit body also necessitates development. He wonders what substances might aid in enhancing its capabilities. Never mind, I shall take my time. The boat will naturally reach the bridge when the time comes, he muses, refocusing his mind on his practice. As time passes slowly, Futon has already absorbed the majority of the fire energy from the 7th level, which now pales in comparison to the density found on the 5th level. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 8th level martial artist, merely a step away from the 9th level. For an ordinary 8th level martial artist, absorbing such a substantial amount of fire energy from the 7th level would suffice to break through to the martial general realm. However, Futon remains firmly entrenched in his current level. The benefits of a solid foundation are numerous, allowing one to engage in combat across multiple realms, unleashing power that is incongruous with their current level. The sole drawback is that the resources required for breakthroughs far exceed those needed by other practitioners, often necessitating several times or even a dozen times the amount that an ordinary person could afford to consume. Furthermore, a small portion of spiritual energy also enters the chaotic sacred spirit body during cultivation, aimed at enhancing its capabilities. Overall, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages, and in due course, a robust foundation will prove to be of paramount importance. When the surrounding aura of fire began to feel adequately absorbed, Tian finally ceased his cultivation. Although the intensity of the fire aura had significantly diminished and become exceptionally thin, the residual energy from the layer above continued to seep down through the thick iron walls, suggesting that it would soon revert to its former state. This led to the inference that the fire aura emanated from the highest tier, which undoubtedly concealed great secrets. According to Shurchong, no one had ventured to the 10th level aside from the founding ancestor of the Lihua sect, casting doubt on the veracity of his claim. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tian ascended to the 8th layer. Upon entering, he was met with a fierce wave of fire aura that was utterly terrifying. It even affected his skin, inducing a slight stinging sensation. It was so overwhelming that he could barely keep his eyes open, and the moment he did, it felt as though needles were pricking him, rendering it quite uncomfortable. Opting not to proceed further, Tian settled down to absorb the energy, simultaneously acclimatizing to the environment. With a 100-fold increase in his cultivation speed, the waves of fire aura surged into his body with even greater ferocity. Before long, a resounding explosion reverberated within him. He had reached the realm of a 9th heaven martial master. His vital energy surged in waves, and his physical form expanded by an additional 50,000 jin. The chaotic azure energy within him became denser, resulting in a substantial increase in his power. Tian felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, declaring, "I could take on 10. Yet, the true extent of his strength remained uncertain, as he had no reference point for comparison. Perhaps tomorrow would provide an opportunity to gauge his capabilities." Remembering his agreement with Shurchong, Tian's thoughts turned to the mid-tier 3rd-grade beast, the demon-faced tiger. And a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Tomorrow, I shall use that demon-faced tiger as my sharpening stone. A glimmer of red light flickered in Tian's eyes. Chapter 16. A sword's astonishment. Following a fleeting moment of elation, Tian once again succumbed to tranquility, continuing to absorb the residual flames of the fire essence. The fire essence at the 8th level was significantly more abundant than that at the 7th level. However, it was still insufficient for Tian to ascend to the next realm, merely serving to fortify his current strength. Time slipped away unnoticed until Tian gradually opened his eyes, ceasing his cultivation. The fire essence at the 8th level had thinned considerably, far less concentrated than when he first entered, nearly exhausted. As he sensed the environment, he noted that the fire essence from the 9th level continued to seep down, undeterred. It would be a prolonged endeavor to replenish the losses at the 8th level. Presently, Tian had no inclination to ascend further. Achieving the rank of a ninth heaven martial artist was sufficient for now. Perhaps another opportunity would arise to explore what lay at the 10th level. With these thoughts, he turned and descended. Upon reaching the 7th level, Tian observed that the fire essence was still faint. It was evident that his absorption of the fire essence at the 8th level had led to the scarcity above. Consequently, replenishing the 7th level could take considerable time. Shaking his head, Tian continued downward. Arriving at the 6th level, he found only 2 figures remaining. The other must have succumbed to the strain and departed the fire tower. The 2 individuals bore faintly reddish brows, indicating they had accumulated some fire essence within. Upon noticing Tian's descent, their reactions were the most pronounced. They were acutely aware of how long he had lingered above. Logically, he should have been brimming with fire essence, yet he appeared unperturbed. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Did this youth possess a treasure that allowed him to resist the fire essence? Exchanging glances, a glimmer of greed flickered in their eyes, as if they understood each other's intentions, and their thoughts turned toward Tian. "Hey, kid, come here for a moment," one of the men called out, halting Tian as he prepared to leave. A sly expression briefly crossed the man's face, though it was skillfully concealed. Tian furrowed his brow. Despite his dissatisfaction with their demeanor, he approached nonetheless. "I am Yu Fan, the 55th ranked disciple, and this is Lu Yi, the 57th ranked disciple," the round-faced man proclaimed, gesturing towards the long-faced individual, pride illuminating his features as he reveled in his rank. Upon hearing their identities, Tian nodded indifferently. "Is there something you need?" Noticing Tian's lack of enthusiasm, both Yu Fan and Lu Yi displayed signs of irritation. How could he remain unfazed upon learning of their status? In their minds, Tian certainly did not belong among those ranked above them. They had some awareness of their fellow disciples, but Tian was an unfamiliar figure. "Kid, haven't your elders taught you to respect the strong? If not, we can provide you with a lesson," Yu Fan declared. Both he and Lu Yi adopting a condescending attitude as they began to lecture Tian. In the sweltering heat, Tian let out a disdainful laugh, proclaiming, "While others may respect me, I shall likewise extend my respect to them. However, as for you, you lack the qualifications." "Impudent," Yu Fan bellowed, his voice brimming with indignation, displaying a complete lack of decorum. "Very well. Today I shall act in place of your elder and teach you a lesson on how to respect others." With that, he launched a powerful punch at Tian, the force of which stirred the air into a tempest. Should this blow land, even an ordinary peak martial artist would surely suffer severe injuries. At this sight, a fierce glint flashed in Tian's eyes. The audacity of this individual to strike indiscriminately and speak in a condescending tone irked him profoundly. Tian retaliated with a punch of his own, the 2 fists clashing in a tumultuous encounter. Yu Fan felt a surge of blood and energy roiling within him, stumbling back 3 steps, his expression one of disbelief. Gradually, his countenance darkened. "Humph, no wonder you lack any upbringing. It seems that a modicum of strength has inflated your arrogance. To be frank, I exerted merely 30% of my power in that last strike." Tian examined his fist, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he replied, "You are a mere waste. I barely employed even 10% of my strength in that blow." Upon hearing this, Yu Fan erupted with rage, his laughter tinged with derision. "How delightful. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone so oblivious to their own limitations. Soon, I shall ensure you leave here on your knees." With that, he drew forth a long sword, its blade shimmering a deep blue, enveloped by a faint aura of spiritual energy, a low-grade spiritual weapon. Witnessing this, Tian responded coolly, "I am also versed in swordplay." He then produced the shining spirit sword he had previously acquired. This sword measured 3 feet in length, and even before it was drawn, a subtle aura of sword energy emanated from it, causing Yu Fan's spiritual sword to quiver slightly in response. Startled by the peculiar reaction of his own spiritual sword, Yu Fan's eyes widened in surprise. "Another spiritual sword. It seems you possess quite a few treasures. Previously, you had an item that could resist fiery malevolence, and now you wield a spiritual sword." Realizing that his opponent had mistakenly assumed he was relying on a treasure for his prolonged presence, Tian smirked. "My ability to remain here is not contingent upon any artifact." Frowning, Yu Fan retorted with a cold snort, "Is that so? Soon enough. I shall capture you, and we shall see." With that, he swung his spiritual sword towards Tian, invoking the Thunder Chant sword technique, first form, Lightning Flash. A flicker of electricity danced across Yu Fan's blade, its speed defying comprehension, reaching Tian in an instant, leaving little room for reaction. How swift! Yu Fan's mastery of the Thunder Chant sword technique had evidently reached new heights. Beside them, Lu Yi observed the scene with growing concern, his heart heavy with unease. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Just as Yu Fan's sword was poised to strike Fu Tian, it inexplicably slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. What is happening? Lu Yi pondered, perplexed. How could a direct disciple ranked 55 struggle to hold on to a sword? Was it possible that he had reconsidered and no longer wished to inflict harm? As Lu Yi stood there in bewilderment, he appeared to witness an astonishing spectacle, leaving him utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Yu Fan remained before Fu Tian, his posture for the sword strike unchanged. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a fresh wound adorning Yu Fan's right wrist, from which blood trickled slowly. At some point, his tendons had been severed, rendering him unable to exert any strength in his hand, which consequently caused the spirit sword to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. The most shocking revelation was undoubtedly for Yu Fan himself. He had just engaged Fu Tian head-on and had experienced firsthand the swiftness of Fu Tian's sword. He merely caught a fleeting glimpse before his right hand lost all sensation. He had been unable to perceive Fu Tian's drawing of the sword before it was already sheathed. Had that strike been aimed at his neck rather than his hand, he might have been severed in two. The thought sent Yu Fan into a state of sheer panic. He had been unable to withstand even a single move from his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had already drenched his garments, yet he remained oblivious, engulfed by terror. Lu Yi, standing nearby, also grasped this realization, trembling with fear, drenched in sweat, terrified that Fu Tian might suddenly strike him down, leaving him unprepared to depart this beautiful world. Observing the disheveled state of the two, Fu Tian shook his head in boredom. Was the 55th ranked disciple truly so lackluster? Without further ado, Fu Tian proceeded to the next level, completely disinterested in the two before him. As for the lingering dread within their hearts, it would likely keep them awake through the night. Chapter 17. A fine performance. Exiting the Fire Sha Tower, the night had unknowingly fallen. The stars twinkling brightly in the sky, with the moon shining faintly, creating a captivating scene. Fu Tian inhaled deeply, savoring the unprecedented freshness of the air, his entire being uplifted. Having spent so long in the Fire Sha Tower, breathing in the fiery essence, he was accustomed to it, yet still, it was a relief to emerge into the sweetened air. Now in the evening, many individuals gradually emerged from the Fire Sha Tower, seeking to relax their minds and bodies. However, numerous others forsook their nighttime respite, gritting their teeth and plunging back into the tower for rigorous training. Such dedication was commendable. Were they on Earth, they would surely be considered top scholars. Observing many still entering the Fire Sha Tower, Fu Tian couldn't help but sigh. Alas, no matter how hard others strived, they could never catch up to him, for he had an advantage. Upon exiting the Fire Sha Tower, Fu Tian took a leisurely stroll, intending to return to his Chongyin Pavilion. As he walked, he gained further insight into his sect, noting the Artifact Refinement Pavilion, the Alchemy Room, and even the Cloud Pavilion, a place for admiring flowers and the moon. The Cloud Pavilion was the most favored by disciples, nestled amidst a sea of blossoms, with moonlight casting a vertical glow upon it, creating a delightful spectacle. Yet, within this floral expanse lay 99 steps. Only by overcoming these steps could one ascend to the Cloud Pavilion. However, traversing these steps was akin to reaching for the heavens, and those who managed to reach the pavilion were exceedingly rare, all possessing extraordinary talent and formidable strength. If an inner disciple successfully ascends to the Cloud Pavilion, it is a foregone conclusion that they will become a direct disciple. Thus, reaching the Cloud Pavilion serves as a validation of one's innate talent and strength. Countless individuals aspire to ascend to the Cloud Pavilion, considering it a mark of honor. Hurry, make your way to the Cloud Pavilion. Xiaomingyu is already there. If you arrive late, there will be no space left. A slightly plump man clad in a white robe hurried past, racing towards the Cloud Pavilion. What? The 10th direct disciple, Xiaomingyu? How could she possibly be at the Cloud Pavilion? A lean man in a white robe, who was also on his way, perked up at the mention of Xiaomingyu's name, instantly filled with energy as he inquired further. You don't know this? From which era have you emerged, you ignorant ape? The plump man clearly displayed astonishment, incredulous that such significant news had escaped the lean man's attention. Ahem, please clarify, senior brother. The lean man, slightly embarrassed, blushed as he spoke. Very well, I shall enlighten you. Xiaomingyu challenged the 9th direct disciple, Li Ruijia, 3 days ago, with the duel set to take place beneath the Cloud Pavilion. Is that so? But Li Ruijia is a seasoned direct disciple, having been promoted 3 years ago. His foundation is undeniably formidable. Yet, Xiaomingyu has only been a direct disciple for a year. Can she truly hold her own? The lean man expressed disbelief at the plump man's words. The plump man shook his head and replied, "It is difficult to predict the outcome. Although Chiao Mingyu has only been a direct disciple for a year, her extraordinary talent has propelled her to the 10th position on the direct disciple rankings in such a short time. The outcome of this battle remains uncertain. Perhaps Chiao Mingyu has grown even stronger? Such prodigies cannot be measured by conventional standards." The lean man nodded in agreement, and the two of them proceeded towards the cloud pavilion. Unbeknownst to them, their entire conversation was overheard by a passerby named Tian, who pondered the implications. The clash between the 10th and 9th direct disciples promised to be thrilling. It would be worth witnessing. After a moment's reflection, Tian also turned and made his way to the cloud pavilion. Upon arriving, he found the area already teeming with people. A dense throng surrounded the cloud pavilion, creating a lively scene against the night sky. Tian casually selected a less crowded spot. Although it was somewhat distant from the battleground, he could still see clearly, as if he were standing at the forefront. Looking ahead, he saw a man in a black robe standing in the cloud pavilion. The man's expression was somewhat aloof, his eyebrows straight and pronounced, and he possessed a tall, handsome stature, though his demeanor was not particularly pleasant. This man was Li Ruijia. Since receiving Chiao Mingyu's challenge letter 3 days prior, his mood had been somewhat gloomy, for he had often heard of Chiao Mingyu's remarkable feats. Ever since her ascension to direct disciple, she had surged forward with unstoppable momentum, defeating one direct disciple after another to claim their ranks, ultimately reaching the 10th position in the direct disciple rankings within just a year. The rapidity of her ascent was astonishing, and it placed immense pressure upon him. He had long anticipated that Chiao Mingyu would eventually challenge him, yet he did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly, which naturally left him feeling unsettled. Has Chiao Mingyu not yet arrived? Li Ruijia inquired coldly, his impatience palpable. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a celestial beauty descended from the heavens, captivating all present. Clad in white, she possessed an exquisitely delicate visage, a pointed chin, and a graceful figure that stood tall and poised, reminiscent of a pure white lotus, evoking admiration in the hearts of onlookers. Upon her arrival, many young men were rendered speechless, their gazes fixated on Chiao Mingyu, their affection for her unmasked. "If only Chiao Mingyu would acknowledge me, I would willingly forfeit 10 years of my life," lamented one man amidst the crowd, gazing at her in awe. "With your looks? Even if you were granted 10 lifetimes, Chiao Mingyu would never cast a glance your way. Embrace your role as a toad," retorted another. "What do you mean? Perhaps you should purchase a mirror to reflect upon your own appearance. Even a pig surpasses you in handsomeness." Before Chiao Mingyu's duel could commence, several conflicts erupted outside, with tensions visibly escalating. For this, Tian merely shook his head, pondering whether others could not exhibit a modicum of restraint like himself. Was it not preferable to be a tranquil and handsome figure? Tian acknowledged Chiao Mingyu's unparalleled beauty, which could well earn her the status of an international star on Earth. Nevertheless, he could hardly claim to be infatuated. To speak candidly, he considered himself the protagonist of this world. Silence. Li Ruijia, within the clouds of the pavilion, felt his irritation peak and bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the vicinity. Instantly, the surrounding clamor receded like a tide, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. This was the authority of a 9th-ranked disciple, whose strength and gravitas remained intact. All eyes converged upon the pavilion, focused on the two figures within. The atmosphere grew notably quieter. Li Ruijia, satisfied with this effect, addressed Chiao Mingyu with a faint smile. "I have long heard of Miss Chiao's exceptional talent. To have the honor of engaging with such a genius in the pavilion tonight, regardless of the outcome, will surely become a cherished tale." Chiao Mingyu responded with a respectful gesture, stating, "What you say is indeed true. I hope that in this encounter, whether in victory or defeat, you will not take it to heart." The implication was unmistakable. Li Ruijia was destined to lose. Li Ruijia paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "Indeed, I am not a narrow-minded individual." With that, he straightened, locking eyes with Chiao Mingyu, a spark of electricity seeming to pass between them, as an oppressive tension hung in the air, signaling the brewing of an imminent clash. Chapter 18. A remarkable battle. A gentle breeze stirred the vibrant sea of flowers, causing them to rustle softly. A solitary red blossom was lifted by the wind, drifting towards the pavilion in the clouds. As the flower ascended directly above the pavilion, the wind ceased, and it gracefully descended. The atmosphere was undeniably tense. Many spectators swallowed nervously, anticipating the impending clash. The red flower floated above the heads of Ruijia and his companion, descending until it touched the ground. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light emanated from Ruijia's hand, striking fiercely at Xiao Mingyu. Swift, fierce, accurate. Rue Jia's palm was instantly enveloped in ice. Aimed directly at Xiao Mingyu. Icebreaker, he shouted. In response, Xiao Mingyu raised her hand, countering with her own strike. Mountain-shattering palm. A formidable aura surged from Xiao Mingyu, rivaling the force of Rue Jia's attack. The two collided, each being forced back 3 steps, shaking the entire arena. Surely, I did not misjudge. Rue Jia is already a 6th-tier martial general, nearing the 7th tier. But look at Xiao Mingyu. Despite being a 5th-tier martial general, she shows no signs of inferiority to Rue Jia. Could it be that Xiao Mingyu possesses even greater talent than Rue Jia? Is that not obvious? As the battle between Xiao Mingyu and Rue Jia commenced, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. Within the arena, Rue Jia's expression grew increasingly grave. The fact that his 6th-tier martial prowess could not gain an upper hand against Xiao Mingyu was unsettling. Although he had not exerted his full strength, neither had she. With a cold snort, Rue Jia drew a long spear, its body gleaming white, surrounded by spiritual energy, unmistakably a mid-tier spiritual weapon. The spear, like a streak of cold light, surged forward with an unstoppable force, aimed at Xiao Mingyu. Observers familiar with Rue Jia's prowess noticed the shift in his demeanor, murmuring, Rue Jia is serious now. Each thrust of the spear resembled a chilling dragon, delivering an unyielding force repeatedly towards Xiao Mingyu. Without hesitation, she produced a Lady's longsword, also a mid-tier spiritual weapon, to defend herself. Rue Jia's assault was relentless. Each thrust carried the weight of a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, and within moments, he unleashed 10 strikes that forced Xiao Mingyu to retreat continuously. Despite the pressure, Xiao Mingyu maintained her composure, elegantly parrying each attack. It was evident that Rue Jia could not sustain such a high-intensity barrage for long. After over 100 strikes, his speed began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mingyu executed a powerful sword technique. Autumn water, she exclaimed, her spiritual sword erupting with tremendous force, crashing towards Rue Jia like a tumultuous wave. The sudden intensity of the strike caught Rue Jia off guard. He hurriedly attempted to defend, but was still pushed back several dozen steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. Watching this unfold, Tian clicked his tongue in astonishment, acknowledging that Xiao Mingyu had perfectly timed her attack. The abrupt ferocity left Rue Jia unable to react. Autumn moon. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mingyu launched a fierce assault, executing a sword technique that descended like the brilliant moon from the heavens. Its destructive power was immense, evoking an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Rue Jia gritted his teeth, and with his spear emanating a radiant white light, he struck forth as if to shatter the moon itself, soaring towards the clouds. The collision of their formidable techniques unleashed tremendous force, fracturing the surrounding sea of flowers, which danced in the wind. Many disciples of lower cultivation felt their vitality shaken and began to retreat, while even some of the more powerful ones couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the two, realizing that had it been themselves, they would have been defeated long ago. After just one exchange, a figure staggered back several dozen steps, each footfall cracking the ground beneath them. It was none other than Rue Jia, who appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair in disarray, completely devoid of the calm and stoic demeanor he had earlier displayed. At this moment, his palm throbbed with numbness, his blood surged, and he tasted iron in his throat, a trickle of crimson escaping his lips. In contrast, Xiao Mingyu had only retreated 3 steps, displaying a hint of disarray, a clear testament to the disparity in their powers. Rue Jia sighed inwardly, retracting his spear, and with a respectful gesture, he addressed her, Lady Qiu, your strength is formidable. I am in awe. I, Li, concede my inferiority. At this, several onlookers gasped, realizing that Xiao Mingyu had grown even stronger. Had she surpassed the 9th rank among the direct disciples? Xiao Mingyu returned the gesture lightly, saying, Thank you, senior brother, for your acknowledgement. Had I not mastered the Qiu sword technique to its zenith, I fear I would not have been your match. The proficiency in martial arts is generally categorized into stages: initial mastery, minor success, major success, peak, and perfection. Advancing through each level requires years of arduous training, accompanied by significant enhancements in power. However, Rue Jia shook his head slightly. A defeat is a defeat. I was simply outmatched. Yet, I shall surely seek to spar with you again, Lady Qiu. This defeat did not lead to despair for Rue Jia. Rather, it ignited a determination to strive harder. Xiao Mingyu smiled gently, radiant as a blooming garden, leaving the men around her utterly mesmerized. Then I shall await your challenge, senior brother. Rue Jia found himself entranced by her smile, while the spectators nearby seemed spellbound, unaware of when Xiao Mingyu departed. When they finally regained their senses, they noticed that only Li Weijia's figure remained beneath the cloud pavilion. He sighed quietly and departed alone. Remarkably, the damaged pavilion and flower sea restored themselves in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers astonished. TSK. Fu Tian stroked his chin, having observed the extraordinary duel with calm composure. Watching their battle, he assessed his own strength. Without relying on physical prowess, he believed he could also defeat them. For he had grasped a fragment of Qiu Mingyu's Qiu Yu sword technique, capable of executing it on the spot. This exemplifies the terrifying potential of Fu Tian's current talents. The resources he had previously cultivated had also transformed into nourishment for his chaos sacred spirit body, facilitating its enhancement. Coupled with the recent fire calamity, his chaos sacred spirit body had gained slight fortification. As the chaos sacred spirit body continued to strengthen, so too did Fu Tian's innate gifts. Once a prodigious talent, he had now become even more formidable, evoking awe. Who knows how far he might grow in the future? Perhaps one could master martial skills with merely a glance. However, that is a matter for another time. After perusing the material, Fu Tian returned to his Zhongyun pavilion. Throughout the day, the pavilion once again brimmed with spiritual energy. Though not as dense as it had been initially, it was nonetheless significantly improved. Yet, this evening, Fu Tian had no intention of practicing. After several consecutive days of rigorous training, he found it quite monotonous and deemed it essential to indulge in a bit of relaxation. Contemplating this, Fu Tian retrieved a handful of feed and began to nourish the spiritual fish in the stream. The fish were notably plump, and as he observed the lively creatures darting about, Fu Tian swallowed hard, his instincts prompting him to seize one of the fish from the water. A roasted fish would be delightful, he mused. Although he lacked coal or conventional fire, he possessed spiritual flames, which would serve perfectly. With a flick of his wrist, a radiant flame appeared, and he commenced the grilling process. Tonight, he would indulge in a savory feast. Chapter 19. The Enigmatic Tiger Upon Awakening. Fu Tian felt an invigorating clarity, sweeping away fatigue and enveloping him in an indescribable comfort. After consuming the spirit fish yesterday, his body was suffused with spiritual energy, nourishing his meridians and warming him thoroughly, bringing immense satisfaction. It wasn't long before drowsiness began to creep in. This fish, known as the spirit-calling fish, must be nurtured in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Although it appears to dwell in water, it actually absorbs spiritual energy with each breath, a delicacy specifically cultivated by the sect. Consequently, the flesh of the spirit-calling fish is exquisite, rich in flavor, and nourishing for the body, making it a favorite among cultivators. What could be more delightful than indulging in one when leisure permits? However, a single fish holds a value of 100 mid-tier spiritual stones, a cost that most families cannot sustain. Were it not for Fu Tian's entry into a prestigious place like the Chongyun Pavilion, he would not have had the pleasure of such a treat. Stretching lazily, Fu Tian recalled his agreement with Shirchong and the others and began his descent down the mountain. Upon leaving the sect, he was greeted by the sight of the 10,000 steps, an awe-inspiring staircase resembling the body of a colossal dragon. Step by step, he made his way down. At the foot of the mountain, 3 figures had already gathered: Shirchong, Nyakong, and a young woman clad in a light red dress. This woman, with her fair skin, oval face, long eyelashes, and strikingly large eyes, exuded an undeniable beauty. "Shirgu, has that guy you arranged to meet still not arrived?" "What a big ego," the woman remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on her face. Shirchong, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. I am certain brother Fu Tian will arrive. Perhaps he was delayed by unforeseen circumstances." Meanwhile, Nyakong remained calm and composed, embracing his sword in silence. "Humph," the woman huffed, choosing not to speak further. Before long, a figure gradually descended the 10,000 steps, coming into view of Shirchong and the others. Fu Tian, having taken a full 10,000 steps, savored the experience, which contributed to his slow pace. Upon recognizing the figure, Shirchong exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Fu Tian has arrived." The woman's gaze sharpened as she looked over. Fu Tian's tall stature, a result of his cultivation, coupled with his youthful and handsome visage, evoked positive feelings. Upon seeing him approach, the woman's earlier resentment diminished significantly, and she found herself thinking, "What a charming young man. Well then, I shall reluctantly forgive you." As she reached Fu Tian, she extended her delicate hands and smiled. "I am Qing Shan. What is your name?" Fu Tian took in the sight of the enchanting young woman, unable to suppress his admiration for her beauty, reminiscent of a star on earth. It seemed that in this world, the influence of cultivation rendered women especially lovely. Are you the stunning beauty Shirchang spoke of? I am Fu Tian, he replied, shaking Qing Shan's hand. Upon hearing Fu Tian's words, Qing Shan cast a look of admiration at Shirchang. Clearing his throat, Shirchang announced, now that everyone is here, let us prepare to depart, lest we attract the attention of others. Nodding in agreement, Fu Tian and the others set off toward the Mo Stone Mountain Range. The Mo Stone Mountain Range stands as the most prominent mountain range in the vicinity, teeming with a plethora of species, an array of mystical beasts, spiritual herbs, and precious trees. Its vastness far surpasses the jungles traversed by Fu Tian. Upon entering the Mo Stone Mountain Range, numerous first-tier mystical beasts emerged, alongside a few second-tier ones. However, none could withstand the might of Shirchang's punch, each succumbing to his strength as he claimed their valuable parts to exchange for resources upon returning to the sect. Recalling the resources, Fu Tian realized he had yet to sign in for the day. Thus, he activated the system while walking and clicked on the sign-in option. Ding! Sign-in successful. The sign-in level is ordinary. Really? How unfortunate. He had drawn the most worthless sign-in level. Fu Tian was taken aback. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a spirit gathering gourd. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The rewards were rather meager, consisting of only 2 items. However, after the system's introduction, Fu Tian felt the spirit gathering gourd might prove quite useful, as it absorbed spiritual energy for storage, somewhat akin to a piggy bank. Upon retrieving the spirit gathering gourd and removing its stopper, he observed the surrounding spiritual energy gradually flowing inside, wondering how long it would take to fill it. The 4 of them traversed the Mo Stone Mountain Range, and perhaps out of consideration for Fu Tian's cultivation level, Shirchang and the others predominantly took the lead, leaving little opportunity for Fu Tian to engage. Throughout the journey, Shirchang and Qing Shan were the ones conversing most with Fu Tian, while Niekong remained aloof, like a cold stone, only occasionally chiming in, reminding Fu Tian of his presence in the group. Before long, they approached their destination. Look, Fu Tian, Shirchang pointed ahead, his expression grave. That area covered by bamboo and grass conceals a cave behind it, where a blue fruit tree grows. However, a third-tier mid-grade mystical beast, the demon-faced tiger, resides within. We may be in for a fierce battle. After Shirchang's warning, Fu Tian cast his gaze forward, while Qing Shan and Niekong also adopted a serious demeanor. They held their breath and moved cautiously forward, weaving through the bamboo grove. And soon they encountered a sizable cave, indicative of the demon-faced tiger's considerable size. The demon-faced tiger boasts formidable attack power and speed. We must not confront it head-on, but rather wear it down slowly. Fu Tian, you may watch from the side or assist as needed. One of its strikes could severely injure you, so be very careful, Shirchang advised earnestly, particularly cautioning Fu Tian. Yes, when the time comes. You can stand behind me. I'll protect you, Qing Shan said with a cheerful grin directed at Fu Tian. Niekong, drawing his blade, added coolly, my sword will not allow it to approach. Fu Tian merely smiled faintly, refraining from further words, yet feeling a warmth blossom within him. As they entered the cave, a foul odor assaulted their senses, provoking nausea. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within the cave, followed by hurried footsteps advancing towards the 4 of them. Damn it! That beast has spotted us. Quickly, let's get out, Shirchang shouted, and Fu Tian and the others transformed into a streak of spiritual light, rushing toward the exit. As the crowd dispersed upon exiting, a shadow surged forth from the cave, darting like a flash of lightning towards Niekong with lethal intent. How swift! Shirchang and his companions were taken aback. The speed of the demon-faced tiger surpassed all expectations. However, Niekong was equally quick to respond, swiftly positioning his blade before him to ward off the impending harm. Clang! Niekong felt an immense force as the demon-faced tiger struck, sending him hurtling backward until he collided with a tree. Instantly, a metallic taste filled his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Niekong, damn beast, take this punch from Grandpa Shirchang bellowed, his muscles rippling as he launched a devastating punch towards the demon-faced tiger. To his astonishment, the demon-faced tiger wore a scornful expression, countering with a claw of its own. The 2 forces collided, and Shirchang was knocked back 3 steps. His face etched with shock. It appeared they had underestimated this creature. Shirchang's complexion darkened. He had anticipated that the mid-tier 3rd-grade beast could be vanquished by the 3 of them, yet the disparity was far greater than he had imagined. Brother Qing Shan, sensing the dire situation, rushed to Shirchang's side, prepared to confront the demon-faced tiger together. With a thunderous slash, having recovered, Niekong unsheathed his long blade. unleashing a blade aura that extended several meters towards the demon-faced tiger. Yet, the beast remained unimpressed, waving its long claws to directly confront the blade aura. Though the aura was ultimately torn apart, it did leave a faint mark on the tiger's claw. Roar! The demon-faced tiger bellowed at Nyakong, clearly infuriated that this insignificant insect had dared to leave a mark upon its paw. Meanwhile, the expressions of Nyakong and his companions turned grave, their nerves taut with tension. Chapter 20. A single blow to obliterate a grave misjudgment had been made. It was unexpected that this beast possessed the formidable prowess of a mid-tier third-grade entity, perilously close to the high tier of the same rank. Shurchong spoke earnestly, his mind already strategizing an escape from this perilous situation. The strength of a high-tier third-grade demon beast was equivalent to that of an advanced martial general. Yet Shurchong and his companions were merely at the third heaven of martial arts, rendering them woefully inadequate against the formidable Mo Mian Hu. Little brother, come to your sister. We must prepare to leave. Qing Shan recognized the gravity of the situation and beckoned to Fu Tian to approach. Fu Tian complied, stepping behind Qing Shan, yet his subsequent actions left her and the others utterly astonished. He placed a hand on Qing Shan's shoulder and declared, "All right, leave the rest to me. You may watch from the sidelines." These words rendered Qing Shan and her companions momentarily speechless, unable to process his audacity. Yet, Fu Tian had already advanced toward the Mo Mian Hu. "Hey, Fu Tian, come back. You are no match for it," Shurchong shouted, bewildered by Fu Tian's reckless behavior, unwilling to stand idly by and witness his potential demise. "Fu Tian, have you lost your mind? Come back at once," Qing Shan cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, Nyakong had already placed his hand upon his weapon, poised to intervene at the first sign of danger. But Fu Tian merely waved his hand dismissively, offering Shurchong and the others a confident glance. "Just watch me. You handled all the demon beasts along the way. Now it is my turn to contribute." For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Fu Tian's unwavering confidence, Shurchong and the others found themselves calmed, an instinctual trust in Fu Tian blossoming within them. Fu Tian then turned his gaze upon the Mo Mian Hu, his expression shifting to one of icy detachment, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Those who have harmed me no longer warrant existence," he uttered in a chilling tone, as though pronouncing the beast's doom. Upon hearing this, the Mo Mian Hu licked its claws, a glint of crimson flashing in its eyes, intent on tearing apart this audacious human who dared to belittle it. In a flash of electricity, the Mo Mian Hu launched a ferocious assault, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air towards Fu Tian. With a disdainful snort, Fu Tian activated his copper bones, his form glowing with a metallic sheen, exuding an aura of primal ferocity as he unleashed a punch capable of altering the very fabric of existence. With 150 bones transformed into copper, imbued with an astonishing 1,500,000 pounds of divine power, and having ascended to the ninth heaven of martial arts, his strength surged to an overwhelming 2,150,000 pounds. This single strike was terrifically potent and utterly unstoppable. The Mo Mian Hu's foreclaw, akin to a watermelon, was rendered asunder by Fu Tian's blow, exploding into a shower of blood, saturating the air with the stench of carnage. Shurchong and his companions stood with mouths agape, their expressions akin to that of astonished fish, capable of accommodating a chicken egg. The Mo Mian Hu, having been struck, was thrown into a state of panic, its eyes wide with terror, cold sweat beating upon its body as it recoiled in fear. Acutely aware of the deathly aura emanating from Fu Tian's fist, with a look of disdain, Fu Tian remarked, "Is that all there is? I expected something far more formidable." The trio of Shurchong stood in stunned silence, grappling with disbelief. Initially taken aback by Fu Tian's possession of a direct disciple token despite his mere eightfold martial master cultivation, they attributed it to Fu Tian's latent potential, hoping to curry favor with him. Little did they know that their perceptions were limited. Fu Tian indeed possessed the prowess of a true direct disciple, far surpassing their own capabilities. Exchanging glances filled with resigned mirth, Shurchong sighed, "A prodigy indeed, we dare not compare." With measured steps, Fu Tian approached the demonic-faced tiger, which instinctively retreated, emitting low growls that betrayed its fear. Eventually, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, the tiger let out a guttural roar, awakening its bloodline and enhancing its strength. It resolved to fight to the death. Seeing the tiger's desperate determination, Fu Tian smirked derisively, reminiscent of a battle-hardened deity, and mockingly beckoned the beast with a flick of his finger. The demonic-faced tiger could no longer contain its fury, charging towards Fu Tian with a thunderous roar. "One young finger. A searing heat emanated from Fu Tian's fingertip, akin to a miniature sun, capable of incinerating the very heavens and earth. With effortless precision, it pierced the tiger's skull, reducing its insides to ashes. Before it could reach Fu Tian, the tiger's eyes glazed over. It collapsed, breathless, its life force extinguished. The demonic-faced tiger was no more. Witnessing Fu Tian's effortless dispatch of the beast, Shirchang and his companions swallowed hard, their expressions blank. Was this truly the end? A surreal sensation washed over them, yet they could hardly deny the reality before their eyes. Afterward, Fu Tian approached Shirchang and his companions, stating, "Well, the demonic-faced tiger has perished. We can now retrieve the azure blue fruits within." The trio exchanged glances, at a loss for words. "Fu Tian, you are a monster, aren't you?" Shirchang finally managed to utter, to which Niakong and Qingshan vigorously nodded in agreement. Fu Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am merely a hanging comparison." Hanging comparison? The unfamiliar term left Shirchang and the others perplexed, clueless as to its meaning. Fu Tian did not elaborate, instead giving Shirchang a playful pat on the chest and laughing, "Let us go. It's time to collect our spoils." Ha ha. Without further ado, Shirchang and the others followed suit. Upon entering the cave, they were greeted by the same foul odor. Yet they pressed on without hindrance until they reached the innermost chamber. The cave extended long, but upon reaching the end, they discovered a vast expanse. This was the lair of the demonic-faced tiger. There, they beheld the azure blue fruit tree, resplendent in its azure hue, adorned with 9 peach-like crystalline fruits, the coveted azure blue fruits. These were classified as third-grade fruits, immensely precious, imbued with a wealth of spiritual energy that could expand one's meridians, thereby thickening one's spiritual essence, thus bestowing a significant advantage against adversaries of the same tier. Observing the solitary 9 azure blue fruits, Shirchang proposed, "Let us do this. Since Fu Tian defeated the tiger, he shall take 3, and the 3 of us shall each take 2. Agreed. No objections. Niakong and Qingshan spoke simultaneously, leaving Fu Tian with little to add. Shirchang also set about gathering 9 azure fruits from the trees, distributing them one by one. The joy of receiving the azure fruits was palpable among Shirchang and his companions, with Shirchang laughing heartily. With this boon, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, potentially elevating the rankings of their direct disciples. Ha ha ha, we owe it all to you, brother Fu Tian. With these azure fruits, our prowess will soar, and our disciples' standings may very well improve. Fu Tian, however, merely shook his head with a hint of humility. It is nothing. Were it not for your invitation, I would not have acquired these azure fruits. In truth, I owe my gratitude to you for presenting me with this opportunity. Hearing this, Qingshan smiled playfully, saying, "Little brother, what should I do if I find myself increasingly fond of you?" As she spoke, she inadvertently leaned closer to Fu Tian. Quick-witted, Fu Tian laughed awkwardly and stepped back, earning a roll of the eyes from Qingshan. Just as Fu Tian and his companions were poised to return to their sect, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, resonating even from a distance and filling the air with a deafening intensity. A 5th-tier demon beast king. Chapter 21. The terrifying shadow. The roar resonated with a deafening intensity, as though it reverberated directly within one's ears. However, Fu Tian surmised that it emanated from a location distant from their own. The source of such a formidable sound was undoubtedly a powerful being, its voice echoing across the vast expanse of the heavens and the earth. A 5th-tier beast, a demon king, Shirchang exclaimed, instantly recognizing the owner of that fearsome roar. In the realm of mortals, the 5th stage culminates in the martial king, an echelon wherein one can even achieve fleeting flight. Each strike and maneuver possesses immense potency, merely a step away from transcending the limitations of humanity. Once a beast reaches the 5th tier, it is designated as a demon king, a force comparable to that of a martial king. Even the most seasoned martial kings would think twice before provoking such a creature, for it is utterly terrifying. Who could have provoked a 5th-tier demon king in the Mo Stone Mountains? Such recklessness! A wave of confusion swept through their minds, prompting the 4 to hastily exit the cave. Upon emerging, they beheld a multitude of beasts stirred into agitation, all mobilizing. But their trajectory led deep into the forest of the Mo Stone Mountains. In the collective consciousness of humanity, beast tides are synonymous with terror. Each occurrence inflicts grievous damage upon human settlements. Typically instigated by a demon king, these tides unleash an onslaught of frenzied beasts, heedless of life and death, as they assault human towns, resulting in large-scale conflict between humans and beasts. Historical records indicate that beast tides do not arise without cause. Nor are they triggered by trivial matters. When a beast tide is unleashed, it is invariably due to a profound grievance, inciting the wrath of a demon king. Each eruption of a beast tide brings with it significant casualties, a veritable nightmare for all. What could have provoked the ire of the demon king this time? The adage of celestial beings clashing while mortals suffer encapsulates the situation perfectly. Witnessing this scene, Shirchong and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Their expressions darkening. The beast tide has been unleashed. It seems the days ahead will be anything but tranquil. How many lives will be lost this time? We must return to the sect swiftly. Although they were oblivious to the reasons behind the beast tide's advance into the depths of the forest, they understood the inherent danger. One misstep could cost them their lives. All nodded in agreement, making their way back to the sect, except for Fu Tian, who gazed intently into the distance, towards the source of the sound. Fu Tian, Shirchong inquired, puzzled. Qing Shan's expression shifted as a realization struck her. Little brother, you don't intend to venture into the Demon King's territory, do you? Shirchong and Niekong sensed this possibility as well, their faces paling. Niekong quickly interjected. Fu Tian, while we recognize your formidable strength, that is a Demon King we are speaking of, and with the beast tide at hand. There exists a grave risk to your life. Do not act impulsively. Shirchong nodded in agreement, yet he observed Fu Tian, who remained steadfast in his gaze, seemingly unaffected by their concerns. For reasons unknown, as Fu Tian looked into the distance, an unsettling emotion stirred within him. One that did not stem from the Demon King, but from something else entirely. After much contemplation, Fu Tian finally spoke. You all should return first. Fu Tian, brother. Qing Shan began, only to be interrupted by Shirchong, who shook his head at her and turned to Fu Tian with earnestness. Fu Tian, take utmost care. I hope to see you return safely. Upon hearing these words, Fu Tian erupted into hearty laughter, and without further ado, transformed into a shadow, darting into the depths of the forest. Shige, why? Qing Shan inquired, perplexed, only to see Shirchong shake his head in response. Do you not comprehend? A martial master of the ninth heaven can effortlessly slay a third-grade demon beast. We are not of the same world. Our paths will diverge further henceforth. The three of them sighed deeply and hastened towards their sect. As Fu Tian journeyed, he observed all the demon beasts moving towards a common destination, the heart of the forest, the dwelling place of the Demon King. The demon beasts paid Fu Tian no heed, save for a few rare instances where some would attack him. Unsurprisingly, those beasts fell to his fists, reduced to mere flesh and blood. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the strength of the demon beasts escalated, predominantly above the third grade, with some even reaching the fourth grade. Even a martial sovereign would meet their demise in this realm. Boom! A formidable fourth-grade demon beast. A giant crocodile collapsed before Fu Tian, a conspicuous blood hole gaping in its belly, a result of his punch. At this juncture, Fu Tian's attire had become tattered, losing its previous elegance. The slaying of demon beasts was growing increasingly arduous. It seems the challenges are mounting, Fu Tian mused, his gaze shifting forward, where a dazzling battle was erupting. Not just one, but several demon kings were engaged. They exuded overwhelming power, their demonic aura reaching the heavens, each move possessing the strength to shatter mountains, causing the world to dim in their presence. Merely standing still, the residual force of their battle reverberated around them, keeping countless demon beasts at bay, forced to observe from a distance. Moreover, alongside the demon kings, several human martial kings shone with a radiant blue light, each strike imbued with astonishing might, capable of altering the very fabric of the cosmos. Notably, the demon kings and the human martial kings were not locked in a battle to the death. Rather, they united against another shadowy figure. This shadow radiated an overwhelming demonic aura, far surpassing that of the martial kings, yet it struggled against the combined might of the demon kings and martial kings. Now gravely injured, with several horrifying blood holes adorning its form, blood pouring forth as if it cared not for its life, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Devil, surrender at once and reveal your purpose, commanded an elderly man with white hair, his voice stern. Despite his frail appearance, the other martial kings regarded him with deference. However, the shadow emanated an air of indifference, akin to one devoid of emotion. Do you not grasp the gravity of your plight? You are merely engaging in futile resistance. Humph. A middle-aged man clad in white stepped forth, exuding the aura of a martial king. Whether we face impending doom, I cannot say, but I do know you are on the verge of catastrophe. Reveal your purpose, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Upon hearing the words of the white-robed man, the shadow could not suppress its laughter, as if it had heard the grandest of jokes. Even in death, countless others like me will arise. your western state, indeed the entire true state continent, will fall to our dominion. Ha ha ha. You seek your own demise, came the chilling reply. The middle-aged man in white robes let out a furious roar, unleashing a swift and ethereal palm of energy towards the shadow. The palm loomed like a colossal mountain, suffocating in its presence, and as it struck down, the very ground trembled beneath it. Humph! The shadow scoffed coldly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupting from its being. Surging towards the white-robed figure, the ethereal palm began to fracture inch by inch, on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a glimmer of icy light flickered in the eyes of the white-haired elder, who dared to harm him in his presence. A sharp sword intent erupted from his body, soaring towards the heavens. The elder then wielded his hand as if it were a sword, slicing forward, and a wave of sword energy surged forth, dispersing the dark aura in its path and directly cleaving through the shadow. As expected, the shadow emitted a furious howl, its form marked by a horrific gash from the elder's sword energy, blood gushing forth anew. Chapter 22. From Chaos Springs Creation. The first manifestation of the chaotic Holy Spirit had been grievously wounded. It was evident to all that this shadow was now a mere shadow of its former self, bleeding profusely as if blood were of no consequence. Its body bore several horrifying gaping wounds, riddled with countless sword and fist injuries. Such wounds would have claimed the life of an ordinary martial king long ago, yet the shadow persisted, clinging to life with an astonishing tenacity, akin to an indomitable insect. Umph! This ungrateful wretch must be subdued and interrogated slowly later, the white-haired elder declared sternly. At that moment, a middle-aged martial king stepped forward, producing a resplendent golden rope from his bosom, an artifact of remarkable quality. Go! The middle-aged martial king bellowed, sending the rope soaring toward the shadow, radiating a fierce golden light, resembling a golden dragon in flight, conveying an almost inescapable sensation as it aimed to bind the entity. Surprisingly, the shadow appeared resigned, making no effort to resist as the golden rope approached, eliciting astonishment among the assembled martial kings and demon kings. Gradually, the golden rope coiled around it, rendering the shadow immobile. Just as everyone believed the shadow had been subdued, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. With a mighty roar, the shadow surged with primal strength, igniting all its remaining life force and cultivation to forcibly restore its power to its zenith, seeking a final struggle. A potent demonic aura erupted from within, shattering the golden rope and propelling it away, while the shadow itself made a hasty retreat into the distance. In the blink of an eye, this all unfolded too swiftly. Within a mere breath, the shadow had vanished, catching many of the martial kings off guard as they relaxed their vigilance. How audacious! To flee before my very eyes. The white-haired elder was the first to react, a flash of rage crossing his face as he immediately pursued the shadow. The remaining martial kings and demon kings exchanged glances, quickly following suit. Coincidentally, the direction in which the shadow fled happened to be where Tian was located. The shadow, having exhausted its entire life force and cultivation to regain its peak strength, could only maintain this fleeting state for a few breaths. Now, it sensed the impending dissolution of its very existence, teetering on the brink of annihilation. It was filled with a profound unwillingness, particularly since it had been ambushed by numerous martial kings upon its arrival, especially that white-haired elder who had reached the threshold of the glazed realm, just a step away from transcendence, wielding formidable power. In concert with the other martial kings, they had severely wounded it. As death loomed imminent, the shadow cast a hurried glance ahead, spotting a figure of lamentable weakness. This figure was Tian. Tian had been observing from a distance, witnessing all that transpired. Yet he was unprepared for the sudden eruption of the shadow, which was now hurtling towards him. A sense of foreboding gripped Tian. Indeed, upon seeing him, the shadow's eyes ignited with a murderous intent. Even in death, I shall take one with me. The shadow roared, its power gradually dissipating. Yet it gathered the last vestige of strength to charge at Tian. No good, be careful, exclaimed the elder in white, his expression shifting drastically upon witnessing this scene. He had never anticipated the presence of a young warrior here, despite the earth-shattering sounds of battle and the unleashed beast tied moments ago. What was most infuriating was that the shadow, in its final moments, sought to exchange one foe for another. Indeed, killing one was not a loss, but two would be a gain. However, it was now too late. The white-haired elder could do nothing but watch as the shadow lunged towards Tian. As the shadow fled towards Tian, an ominous premonition gripped him. He never imagined it would prove true. Faced with the impending assault, Tian's complexion paled, a chill coursing through him as a tremendous pressure enveloped him, a harbinger of life and death. Sensing the breath of death, the chaos sacred body within Fu Tian reacted as if stimulated, its power erupting uncontrollably, soaring to new heights and continuously growing stronger. Earlier, during his cultivation, some of the spiritual energy had been absorbed by the chaos sacred body, transforming into nourishment that allowed it to gradually evolve. Yet now, in the face of this life-threatening crisis, the chaos sacred body finally unleashed unprecedented might. Ancient chaotic energy surged forth from within, enveloping Fu Tian's form, rendering him ethereal, as if he were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The pressure intensified, causing Fu Tian's body to resonate, his copper bones igniting involuntarily, and a soft copper glow radiated from him. In that moment, the entirety of Fu Tian's physical power erupted, amounting to over 2 million pounds. Positioned at the zenith of his abilities, a fierce aura surged forth from his body, momentarily halting the shadow. Disbelief etched across its visage. The greatest astonishment belonged to both the white-haired elder and the shadow. They had not expected what they believed to be an insignificant human to unleash such formidable prowess, leaving them utterly astounded. It was akin to witnessing an ant at the roadside unexpectedly lift a colossal boulder, an unbelievable spectacle. As the astonishing aura emanated from Fu Tian, the shock on the shadow's face morphed into a glimmer of delight. Well, who would have thought a genius would emerge? This is truly worthwhile, the shadow exclaimed. Laughter mingled with a grotesque grin, joy illuminating its heart. Curse you! If you dare to harm him, I shall see you torn to shreds, boomed the elder's voice, resonating like thunder. The white-haired elder harbored the utmost regret, never imagining that this boy was a prodigy, now on the verge of demise before him. While he remained powerless to intervene, the shadow finally reached Fu Tian, uttering no further words, channeling its final remnants of strength into a torrent of demonic energy that surged toward Fu Tian, its might so formidable that it warped his very form. Fu Tian hesitated no longer and unleashed his most powerful technique, the Chaos Fist. With a mighty roar, the essence of chaos began to coalesce upon the fist of Fu Tian, bestowing upon him an unparalleled power. As the chaotic fist was unleashed, it resonated in harmony with the chaotic sacred spirit body, igniting a fervor within Fu Tian's veins, as if the very essence of the chaotic sacred spirit rejoiced, birthing something new within him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated from his body, as if some force was tumultuously surging within. Each echo was deafening. Finally, after a series of resounding blasts, an array of extraordinary phenomena erupted from Fu Tian's being. A white tiger roared, a true dragon shook the heavens, a vermilion bird screeched, a black tortoise trembled the earth, and a qilin soared into existence. Creatures of legend, chaos, Xiongqi, Tao Tai, Talu, the golden crow, the nine-tailed fox, the three-legged crow, the nine-headed bird, and the candle dragon, materialized around Fu Tian. These divine beasts were vividly lifelike, indistinguishable from reality itself. Their aura, divine powers, and abilities mirrored that of their true forms, with no discernible difference. This was the genesis of all things from chaos, the inaugural manifestation of the chaotic sacred spirit body. Now, in the face of Fu Tian's life and death crisis, this first manifestation of the chaotic sacred spirit body had been forcibly awakened, signifying that Fu Tian had, albeit with great effort, developed it to its initial stage. This scene left the shadowy figure and the elderly man with white hair utterly astonished, as they beheld this celestial miracle, unable to compose themselves for an extended moment. The pressure radiating from these divine beasts rendered the shadow breathless, immobilizing it mid-air. In an instant, the surrounding divine beasts charged towards the shadow, and within moments, the shadow, more formidable than a martial king, was torn to shreds by the claws of the countless divine beasts, dissipating into the air. Chapter 23. Breakthrough in Cultivation, the Martial General Realm. Hiss. Upon witnessing the shadow being ruthlessly slaughtered in the blink of an eye, the elderly figure with white hair gasped, a chill coursing through his entire being. Had those mythical beasts turned their wrath upon him, he would undoubtedly have been powerless to resist. Fortunately, these legendary creatures vanished into thin air after dispatching the shadow, leaving no trace behind. Unbeknownst to him, the white-haired elder had already been drenched in cold sweat, the harrowing scenes replaying incessantly in his mind. The ferocity of those divine beasts felt all too real. He knew they were mere manifestations, yet their demeanor and overwhelming presence instilled a deep fear within him. Regaining his composure, the elder turned his gaze to Fu Tian, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his complexion pale and lifeless upon the ground. In truth, Fu Tian had fainted the moment his unique physique manifested. As a mere ninth-level martial master, He had only managed to evoke the first layer of the phenomenon through a life-and-death crisis that significantly unleashed his potential, coupled with the chaotic fist technique he had executed, which resonated with his physique, allowing him to barely summon the chaotic essence of creation. However, this exertion had drained Fu Tian's entire reservoir of spiritual energy in an instant, and it was far from sufficient. It even consumed the precious chaotic divine blood within him. Such was the toll it exacted. For Fu Tian at this stage, his realm was too low, and the cost of such an endeavor was exorbitant. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to refrain from such displays. Noticing the pallor of Fu Tian's face and the whiteness of his lips, the elder immediately recognized the signs of blood loss. It appeared that the terrifying phenomenon could not be wielded at will. Indeed, this was a means capable of threatening even a martial king. How could it be so easily executed by a mere martial master youth? Shaking his head, the elder retrieved a pristine healing elixir from his robes, which emitted a robust aura of life upon its unveiling, invigorating those who inhaled its essence. This was a fourth-tier healing pill. Without hesitation, the white-haired elder administered it to Fu Tian. Barely moments after consumption, color began to return to Fu Tian's face, the effects manifesting almost instantaneously. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the martial king, Taishang Huang, arrived late to the scene. "Where's that shadow?" the crowd inquired, their faces wrought with confusion. Aside from the elder and the unfamiliar youthful figure before them, there was no sign of the shadow. Had it escaped? Furrowing brows, some pondered the potential troubles that might arise should it have fled. However, the white-haired elder shook his head reassuringly, declaring, "Do not worry, it is already dead." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. The weight upon their hearts finally lifted. Truly worthy of being Taishang Huang. "Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have been utterly helpless against that shadow," expressed one of the demon kings in gratitude. The mere thought of the shadow's power sent shivers down their spines. Even several martial kings together had been unable to contend with it. Had Taishang Huang not detected the anomaly and rushed from the imperial city of Shizhou, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This matter does not rest upon your shoulders. The shadow had already stepped into the realm of Lioli. In truth, your survival is merely due to its underestimation, for it did not exert its full strength. Upon hearing this, the king of warriors felt his head thrum with a cacophony of thoughts, while others were drenched in cold sweat, grateful for having survived thus far. The realm of Lioli, an existence that transcends the king of warriors, truly otherworldly. Entering this realm grants one an astonishing 500 years of lifespan, a coveted aspiration for many within the king of warriors. However, an insurmountable chasm separates the king of warriors from the realm of Lioli throughout history. Countless kings have never crossed into this realm, ultimately becoming mere bones lost to the annals of time. As the Supreme Emperor spoke of the Lioli realm, the warriors present exhibited expressions of yearning, only to have their gazes dimmed swiftly, for the distance between them and the Lioli realm felt insurmountable. Nevertheless, gratitude was extended to the Supreme Emperor, for without his intervention, the consequences for the Mo Stone Mountain Range would have been dire. 3 demon kings emerged, reigning over the Mo Stone Mountain Range. Today, without any forewarning, a spatial black hole had inexplicably manifested within their territory, newly formed and exceedingly unstable. Despite its precariousness, the 3 demon kings sensed impending doom and immediately joined forces to shatter the black hole. Yet, a shadow surged forth, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence that left the demon kings gasping for breath, a truly terrifying presence. Without hesitation, they reached out to the human kings for assistance and initiated a beast tide. Thus, the scene unfolded with the beast tide rampaging deep into the Mo Stone Mountain Range, while several human kings, upon receiving the distress signal, rushed to the scene. Among them was even the Supreme Emperor of the Western State, a half-step into the realm of Lioli. Fortunately, the Supreme Emperor arrived. Otherwise, they would have been powerless against the shadow. The Supreme Emperor nodded lightly, intrigued by the foreign aura that had emerged in the Mo Stone Mountain Range, compelling him to investigate. He arrived just in time. Had he not, all the warrior kings present might have faced annihilation, resulting in immeasurable losses. Let us set this matter aside for the moment. We shall convene tomorrow in the imperial city of the Western State to discuss further. For now, I urge everyone to return and recuperate. The Supreme Emperor regarded the unconscious Fu Tian and spoke in a casual tone, yet his authority was palpable, leaving no room for dissent. The assembly of kings nodded in agreement, appearing as obedient as younger siblings before their elder. Without attending to subsequent matters, the Supreme Emperor took to the skies with Fu Tian, a beam of spiritual light soaring away. The remaining kings exchanged cordial inquiries before departing one by one. Upon returning to the imperial city of the Western State, the Supreme Emperor did not pause, flying directly towards the royal quarters. In the blink of an eye, he entered the forbidden grounds of the royal family, a sanctum designated solely for the Supreme Emperor. Even the reigning monarch of the Western State required his permission to enter. Over a decade ago, the Supreme Emperor had abdicated the throne, retreating into this seclusion to dedicate himself entirely to cultivation, bestowing the crown upon the eldest prince. It was through years of relentless practice that the Supreme Emperor advanced to the threshold of the half-step Lioli realm, just a step away from transcending into the realm of Lioli. Regarded as one of the most formidable individuals in the Western region, upon entering the Forbidden Realm, the Grand Emperor placed Tian into a medicinal pool filled with precious spiritual herbs, predominantly above the 4th tier, with a considerable number of 5th-tier herbs as well. The potency of these elixirs was extraordinarily formidable, offering unimaginable benefits for healing injuries and enhancing cultivation, even proving immensely advantageous for martial kings. As Tian was immersed in the medicinal pool, his chaotic sacred body instinctively activated, beginning to absorb the powerful effects within, amplifying his cultivation speed 100-fold. With the rate of absorption being nothing short of terrifying, the essence of countless herbs flowed into Tian's body, mending his injuries. A flush of vitality gradually returned to his face, alleviating the previous pallor. In no time, his essence and blood began to recover, and color returned to his complexion. Yet, the medicinal pool still contained a wealth of herbal essence, prompting Tian's absorption to continue unabated. His body resembled a black hole, indiscriminately drawing in everything. Within the blink of an eye, both his physical form and cultivation exhibited an astonishingly rapid enhancement. However, the potency within the pool began to deplete swiftly, suggesting it would not last much longer. Observing this, the Grand Emperor's face reflected a tinge of pain, for these herbs were the result of years of accumulation, resources he was reluctant to expend. With a resounding splash, after an indeterminate duration of absorption, the water in the medicinal pool became crystal clear, the effects entirely consumed. Simultaneously, Tian's cultivation soared, propelling him into the realm of martial generals. Chapter 24. The storm approaches. Upon entering the realm of martial generals, Tian underwent a remarkable transformation. Firstly, his physical body, having absorbed the essence of countless herbs, significantly enhanced its strength, now surpassing the formidable weight of 100,000 jin. In a true sense, he no longer relied on his copper bones. His sheer physicality alone bestowed upon him the might of 100,000 jin. In ancient times, there existed the fierce mammoth, whose physical prowess could reach such a weight, capable of cleaving mountains and severing rivers with a single strike, earning the reverence of countless souls. It was from this that later generations came to define the power of 100,000 jin as the strength of a mammoth. It is said that upon reaching this weight, one could also manifest a shadow of the mammoth. A single punch could strike with the force of the beast trampling the earth, instilling terror in all. At this moment, Tian could be said to possess the strength of a mammoth. Should he further awaken his copper bones and augment his strength by an additional 150,000 jin, he would wield the might of 2.5 mammoths. A single punch capable of startling even the most formidable of martial sovereigns. Moreover, upon stepping into the realm of martial generals, his aura surged like a tempest, reverberating through the air, astonishing even the Supreme Emperor at his side. Is this truly the aura of someone who has just broken through to the realm of martial generals? Upon entering this realm, the azure spiritual energy within Tian began to transmute into a crimson hue. This red spiritual energy is the hallmark of a martial general's prowess, its power far surpassing that of the azure energy, representing a qualitative leap. The two are no longer on the same plane. Therefore, a single strike from a martial general can easily devastate a martial master. As Tian ascended to the rank of martial general, the chaotic sacred spirit within him commenced the transformation of his internal energy. The chaotic ancient energy intertwined with the crimson spiritual energy, elevating its potency. Before long, the entirety of his crimson energy fused with the chaotic ancient energy, morphing into a dark red hue, and Tian's strength experienced a geometric escalation. Even Tian himself was unaware of the extent of his newfound power. His realm had transcended the conventional measures of strength. When tranquility finally returned, Tian remained unresponsive. The Supreme Emperor assessed Tian's injuries. His vitality surged like a torrent, and his body appeared entirely unscathed. He should have awakened by now. Yet why did he remain in slumber? After lingering by Tian's side for several hours, observing no signs of awakening, The Supreme Emperor shook his head and departed. Unbeknownst to the Supreme Emperor, Fu Tian's unconscious state was due to the awakening of his first extraordinary constitution. The chaotic sacred spirit had successfully progressed to its initial phase. And at that moment, Fu Tian was undergoing a profound transformation. His blood, cells, tendons, and even his innate talents and bone structure were being elevated one by one. One can only imagine the astonishing enhancement of his capabilities upon his eventual awakening. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night descended, the weary populace retreated to their homes for rest. However, the royal city of the Western Zhou was anything but tranquil within its confines. The four prominent families were embroiled in a web of clandestine activities, their nefarious deeds unfolding under the cover of darkness. As the moon glimmered faintly amidst the sparse stars, a sliver of its silvery light illuminated the forbidden grounds of the Western Zhou royalty. Fu Tian furrowed his brow, gradually opening his eyes to a scene that felt foreign and bewildering. Where am I? I recall the emergence of numerous legendary beasts from within me. And then I lost consciousness. Fu Tian's memories were hazy, with only the moments preceding his fainting spell lingering in his mind. By the way, what about the shadow? Fu Tian exclaimed, recalling the dark figure that had attacked him. Rest assured, he is already dead. An aged voice resonated in Fu Tian's ear, revealing that the Supreme Emperor had mysteriously appeared by his side. This elusive figure startled Fu Tian, and upon glancing over, he beheld an elderly man with white hair standing before him. Yet, this elder was not unfamiliar to Fu Tian. He was one of the formidable martial kings who had surrounded and attacked the shadow, and he appeared to be the most powerful among them. Who are you? Fu Tian inquired, perplexed. With a gentle smile, the white-haired elder replied, I am called Zhou Sui, the Supreme Emperor of the Western State. Ah, young friend, the scene of you vanquishing the shadow remains vividly etched in my memory. I am truly impressed. What? The Supreme Emperor? And I was the one who vanquished it? I hardly possess such prowess. Although Fu Tian recognized the elder's formidable strength and understood that his identity must be significant, he was astonished to learn he was indeed the Supreme Emperor, a figure towering above the masses, both in power and influence. Firmly established at the pinnacle of the Western State. Wait, you said it was I who killed it? How could that be? I distinctly lost consciousness. In Fu Tian's memory, he had just unleashed countless divine beasts from within, and his awareness had begun to blur before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Noticing the disbelief in Fu Tian's tone, the elder merely nodded lightly. To be precise, it was the divine beast you unleashed that did the slaying. Yet it is also accurate to say it was you who achieved the kill, for those beasts emerged from within you. Fu Tian gasped in astonishment. Could those divine beasts be so powerful? If that were the case, relying solely on them could allow him to effortlessly slay martial kings, potentially enabling him to dominate the Western State. However, this thought was swiftly quelled. The cost of such a release was exorbitant, resulting in his immediate loss of consciousness, leaving him unaware of what might follow. It seemed evident that reliance on external forces had its limitations. Only through the enhancement of one's own strength could true permanence be attained. Young friend, you are indeed remarkable, particularly with the great secret concealed within you. The Supreme Emperor gazed at Fu Tian with an insatiable curiosity, as if he viewed him as a treasure yet to be unearthed. This gaze sent chills down Fu Tian's spine. The weight of being scrutinized by such an elder was immense. Nevertheless, the Supreme Emperor quickly withdrew his gaze, realizing that further scrutiny would yield no insight, as Fu Tian's unique constitution was shrouded in chaotic ancient energy, rendering it impervious to even the most exceptional eye techniques or powerful beings. Senior, your intentions in saving me are not malevolent, are they? Fu Tian felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of the Supreme Emperor's predatory glance, fearing that he might suddenly attempt to seize the secrets within him. Yet, the elder had expended significant effort to heal his injuries and greatly enhance his strength, which suggested he would not resort to such actions. Rest assured, my intentions are purely to cherish talent. I could not bear to see a genius perish so easily, hence my intervention. Moreover, today's events are exceedingly abrupt and bizarre. I fear the future landscape of the Western State may undergo unimaginable upheaval. The Supreme Emperor gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting profound depths, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Fu Tian nodded in agreement. The shadow not only possessed overwhelming power, but also emanated a terrifying demonic aura, instilling in him a sense of otherness that did not belong to the people of Shizhou. It was precisely for this reason that preparations must commence early. Today's events have made me acutely aware of the scarcity of formidable warriors in Shizhou. Given the tone of that shadow, it is evident that more invaders will soon arrive. Therefore, It is imperative to cultivate the pinnacle combat strength of Shizhou before that occurs. You have been chosen by me. I shall nurture you in the shortest possible time, elevating you to the apex of Shizhou. Upon finishing his words, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the air, invigorating Fu Tian's spirit. With a grave expression, Fu Tian replied, I am grateful for your confidence, Supreme Emperor. I shall not disappoint your expectations, rapidly growing stronger to vanquish any foe that approaches, whether singular or in numbers, until they are filled with dread. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Such is the spirit of my sons from Shizhou. The Supreme Emperor was greatly pleased by Fu Tian's vow, erupting into hearty laughter. A storm was brewing, yet everything was poised for a significant turning point due to Fu Tian. He was the singular beacon of hope. Chapter 25. The beginning of all things. The immediate priority is to elevate your cultivation. My training chamber is at your disposal, and I shall procure abundant resources for your advancement. You need only focus on enhancing your prowess. However, do not solely pursue speed. I fear that an excessively rapid ascent may lead to an unstable foundation and superficial mastery, causing detrimental effects on your future path. The Supreme Emperor spoke earnestly, aware of the impending crisis and wishing for Fu Tian's swift growth, yet concerned that instability might yield disastrous consequences. Fu Tian nodded in understanding, realizing the Supreme Emperor's genuine concern for his well-being. To me, ascending in rank is as effortless as consuming food and drink. I shall not experience superficial mastery. I will ascend to the pinnacle of the great path. Fu Tian declared with unwavering confidence, a conviction so potent it even inspired the Supreme Emperor beside him. Fu Tian had ascended to the rank of a martial general in less than 10 days of cultivation. Who can rival such speed? This young man. The Supreme Emperor felt a surge of astonishment within. He chuckled softly, reflecting on his own age. The world now truly belonged to the youth. Come, follow me to the training chamber, he commanded, leading Fu Tian to a space that surprised him, a bamboo house. As the foremost powerhouse of Shizhou, the training chamber was undoubtedly extraordinary. Though it appeared merely as a bamboo structure, it was crafted from the ethereal and refined bamboo, designed to cultivate both body and spirit, fostering tranquility and concentration. Upon entering, Fu Tian felt an immediate relaxation wash over him, free from distractions. Moreover, the chamber housed a top-tier spirit-gathering array, far surpassing any mere small-scale array. Fu Tian could sense a continuous influx of immense spiritual energy flowing into the bamboo house, the concentration of spirit within astonishing. Cultivating in such an environment would yield exponential benefits, significantly accelerating his training progress. You shall cultivate here, indeed. I present you with 10,000 high-tier spirit stones as your resources for training. With that, the Supreme Emperor produced a ring and tossed it to you, Fu Tian. Truly, the Supreme Emperor's casual generosity manifests in the form of 10,000 high-tier spirit stones. Is this the sensation of being associated with a formidable figure? I am enamored. After attending to these matters, the Supreme Emperor departed, yet not before earnestly reminding Fu Tian of the importance of his cultivation and advising him to seek assistance upon encountering any obstacles. Fu Tian, in turn, repeatedly assured him and then immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training. Following this incident, an instinct whispered to Fu Tian that the shadow he encountered was merely the beginning, and that an unceasing stream of shadows would arise in the future. Thus, he must expedite his journey to strength. He spread the high-tier spirit stones throughout his chamber. With these 10,000 stones at his disposal, he could cultivate freely without concern for resources, coupled with the exceedingly dense spiritual energy surrounding him. This place was indeed a sanctuary for cultivation. Once he entered a state of training, his speed multiplied 100-fold, as if his body transformed into a bottomless pit, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy around him. The energy coursed through his body, continuously fortifying his physique, while both his strength and cultivation gradually ascended. Father. Within the depths of the Western State's royal palace, in the Dragon Hall, a majestic middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe respectfully clasped his hands before the Supreme Emperor, his tones saturated with reverence. He was the current emperor of the Western State, Zhou Kuan. Although his father had long since retreated into seclusion for cultivation, his lingering authority commanded utmost respect. Are you aware of today's events? The Supreme Emperor inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. I have only just received the news. Zhou Kuan replied, his countenance growing grave. That shadow possesses formidable strength, and its origins are shrouded in mystery. A single entity could contend with several of our martial kings. Moreover, it is evident from its words that it harbors intentions of encroachment upon our Western State, and it appears that there are quite a number of their kind. But from whence do such beings emerge? Could they possibly hail from other great states? The true state continent is not solely comprised of the Western state. There are also the Eastern, Southern, Northern states, and the mightiest, the Central state. The Western state, in contrast, is regarded as the weakest among them. The Supreme Emperor, hands clasped behind his back, maintained a serene expression, inscrutable in his thoughts. After a brief silence, the Supreme Emperor finally spoke. While such a possibility does exist, I deem it unlikely. Each great state is fortified by powerful formations to prevent mutual encroachment. Furthermore, our Western state is barren in spiritual energy and scarce in resources, rendering invasion unnecessary. Most importantly, during my confrontation with this entity, its overwhelming demonic aura instilled a primal sense of dread within me, eliciting an instinctual aversion. I sensed that this being is not of the human race, but rather of the demon race. This startling proclamation from the Supreme Emperor struck Zhou Kuan like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of shock, his heart tumultuous. The demon race, distinct from humanity, yet equally a significant race within the world, no less formidable. Historical texts recount that the ancient conflict between the demon and human races has never ceased, a state of strife persisting for eons. In eras past, the true state continent was not devoid of the demon race, which has long aspired to dominate the continent and eradicate all humanity within it. At that time, the human race found itself at a disadvantage, facing the imminent threat of annihilation. However, formidable beings from the human lineage rose, uniting their strengths to vanquish the demon race with overwhelming force, eradicating them entirely. Thus, the true state of the continent was liberated from the shadows of the demons, transforming into a realm governed by humanity. Little did they anticipate that the demon race would once again return to the true state. Could it be that the continent would soon be engulfed in another wave of bloodshed and turmoil? The Supreme Emperor gently patted the still shocked Zhou Kuan, advising him to remain calm. It is premature to draw conclusions. This is merely my speculation. Nevertheless, we must be prepared. Hearing this, Zhou Kuan collected his thoughts, striving for tranquility. Indeed, as the sovereign of a nation, how could he act without composure in the face of adversity? Once he regained his calm, Zhou Kuan earnestly addressed the Supreme Emperor. Father, what counsel do you offer regarding this matter? He proposed that the various martial kings should vigilantly guard the borders, and should any signs of spatial rifts be detected, they must be destroyed without hesitation. Furthermore, he emphasized the necessity of enhancing their overall strength. A decree was to be issued. The ancient wolf sacred ground would open in 1 week, and he requested that the 6 major sects prepare their personnel in advance. Such haste? Zhou Kuan was somewhat taken aback, yet the events of the day led him to understand the urgency. Indeed, they needed to accelerate their preparations, as they could not predict when the next external threat would emerge. With this thought, Zhou Kuan nodded in agreement. Very well, father. Upon uttering these words, the Supreme Emperor vanished from sight, which sparked a glimmer of determination in Zhou Kuan's eyes. His father had grown even stronger. He hoped they would navigate the upcoming challenges unscathed. Subsequently, Zhou Kuan approached the dragon throne and sat down slowly. Come forth. As soon as he spoke, a shadowy figure appeared before him, respectfully kneeling on one knee. Inform the 6 major sects that the ancient wolf sacred ground will open in 1 week. They are to prepare accordingly. He then instructed that all martial kings within the Shizhou royal city convene at the Royal Crane Water Pavilion the following day for discussions. With attendance mandatory, a commanding aura emanated from Zhou Kuan, exuding the formidable presence befitting a ruler, causing the shadowy figure to tremble. Understood. With that, the figure vanished from the dragon hall. Once tranquility resumed, Zhou Kuan gazed into the distance with a furrowed brow, sensing that the forthcoming period would be anything but peaceful. Chapter 26. The alchemy begins as the night sky gracefully traversed the world unbeknownst to the people below. The nascent sun cast its radiant light upon the earth, infusing the land with a vibrant essence of life. With a deep exhalation, Tian expelled a breath of stale air, concluding a monotonous night of cultivation. Why was it monotonous? At least for Tian, that was the prevailing sentiment. Accustomed to the bustling, fast-paced life on Earth, sitting still for an entire night here felt quite unfamiliar. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from within Tian. Waves of vitality surging forth as his cultivation reached the 3rd level of the martial general realm. This time, his physical form had directly augmented by an astounding 200,000 pounds, with each breakthrough yielding a remarkable 10,000 pounds. The chaos sacred spirit body was indeed formidable, rivaling the physical prowess of those renowned for their bodily refinement. Each ascension and realm brought a substantial increase in physical strength. Rising to his feet, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body, causing the air to resonate with a sharpness. After a night of diligent practice, the spiritual energy in the bamboo cottage had become exceedingly thin. However, a greater influx of energy was rapidly converging. It would not be long before the cottage's spiritual essence would be replenished. This session of cultivation had consumed 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. And with his promotion to the martial general realm, the demand for resources had escalated. Moreover, he had not experienced a breakthrough of 3 realms in a single night this time. As his cultivation advanced, Tian found the process increasingly challenging. Or at least that was his perception. It took him a whole night to barely break through to the 3rd level of martial general. What Tian was unaware of was that in the realm of martial general, a night of cultivation had propelled him forward 2 entire levels, a feat that, if publicized, would surely invite disbelief and ridicule. After all, which martial general prodigy could ascend a level without secluding themselves for at least half a month, if not several? Even the most extraordinary among them would find such progress astonishing. Unfortunately for Tian, he was an exceptional player, endowed with 100-fold cultivation speed, making him incomparable to others. After stretching his muscles and bones, he stepped outside, having sat long enough. The forbidden ground of the Western state royal family resembled an isolated mountain, beneath which lay a small spiritual vein. This very reason was why the Supreme Emperor had chosen this place for his secluded practice. Consequently, the spiritual energy within the forbidden area was extraordinarily rich, flowing into Tian's body with each breath, providing an exquisite pleasure. It was indeed a sanctuary for cultivation. Yet, as he traversed the mountain, the absence of any human presence left Tian feeling quite bored. Was he to merely stroll about? Suddenly, an exhilarating jolt surged through him, his eyes sparkling as he gazed ahead. Not far off, there lay a field of medicinal herbs. In a matter of moments, Tian dashed over with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the herb field, he surveyed the vast expanse, noticing it was divided into numerous sections: the 2nd-grade herb area, the 3rd-grade herb area, the 4th-grade herb area, and even a 5th-grade herb area. However, the 5th-grade herbs were rather scarce, with the 2nd grade being the most abundant, followed by the 3rd and 4th. Yet, there were no 1st-grade herbs to be seen. Could it be that they were deemed too inferior for the Supreme Emperor's taste? Indeed, that was the case. Upon closer observation, Tian noted that the soil used for cultivating different herbs varied significantly. For instance, the soil beneath the 2nd-tier herbs is of a deep, obsidian hue, while the earth beneath the 3rd and 4th-tier herbs exhibits a subtle silvery sheen. As for the 5th-tier herbs, their foundation is graced with a pale golden tint. In the sweltering summer, Tian smacks his lips in admiration, exclaiming the expertise of the Supreme Emperor, suggesting that he possesses a keen interest in herbalism, perhaps even being a master alchemist himself. At the heart of the expansive medicinal field stands a modest wooden cabin, from which wafts a medley of fragrant aromas, drifting into the distance. The scent invigorates Tian, leaving him curious about the wonders within. Approaching the cabin, he pushes the door open and is immediately struck by the sight before him. A grand tripodal cauldron occupies the ground, emanating various herbal fragrances. It is not difficult to deduce that this tripodal cauldron serves as an alchemical vessel, marking the Supreme Emperor's domain for concocting elixirs. The mere thought of alchemy ignites Tian's enthusiasm. He has always relied on the system to provide him with pills, lacking any personal alchemical prowess. Now, a prime alchemical chamber lies before him, clearly offering him the chance to become an alchemist. As he surveys the surroundings, he notices a bookshelf in the corner, laden with an array of tomes pertaining to alchemy. Titles such as Compendium of Materia Medica, Comprehensive Guide to Alchemical Fundamentals, Instant Identification of Herbs, 100 Methods of Alchemy, and How to Become a Top-Tier Alchemist catch his eye. For reasons unknown, Tian feels a nostalgic pang, as if transported back to Earth. Shaking his head, he picks up a copy of the Comprehensive Guide to Alchemical Fundamentals and begins to peruse its contents. It contains a wealth of knowledge regarding alchemy, and with his remarkable memory and exceptional comprehension, he absorbs the information with remarkable speed. Throughout the entire morning, Tian immerses himself in these texts, reading each one thoroughly and committing all the information to memory, as well as grasping its essence, an astonishing feat at this moment. Tian can confidently be regarded as a true alchemical master, albeit one who has yet to concoct a single elixir. After returning the final book to the shelf, he stretches, organizing the alchemical knowledge in his mind and loosening his muscles. Now, it is time for practical application. He approaches the tripodal cauldron, and the recipe for the 2nd-tier elixir, the Dragon Tiger Pill, springs to mind. The Dragon Tiger Pill is a body-refining elixir that fortifies one's physique and invigorates the bloodstream. It is suitable for martial practitioners, as a single pill can augment one's strength by 1,000-fold. However, excessive consumption may lead to resistance, rendering it ineffective. Why begin with a second-tier pill rather than a first-tier one? Surely, for a novice in alchemy, a gradual approach would be prudent. Tian, too, wishes to commence with first-tier elixirs, but alas, there are no first-tier herbs in the vicinity. The Supreme Emperor's cultivated herbs are all of at least the second tier. Even though Tian possesses an extensive repertoire of first-tier recipes in his mind, they are of no use here, compelling him to settle for the second-tier elixirs. Fortunately, the Dragon Tiger pill is among the more accessible concoctions within the second tier, often chosen by those assessing second-tier alchemists. Without further ado, upon deciding to concoct the Dragon Tiger pill, Tian ventured forth towards the second-grade herb zone to gather the necessary herbs. The expanse of the second-grade herb area was vast, surpassing in quantity the combined total of the third, fourth, and fifth-grade herbs. As he traversed the area, a wealth of knowledge regarding these herbs surged into his mind. Cold mustard grass, one of the primary ingredients for the frost-breaking pill, is renowned for its ability to cure fevers and alleviate internal injuries. Consuming just one allows one to remain impervious to the chill, even in the harshest of wintry realms. The century-old lingji, which can be ingested directly or refined into various elixirs, is celebrated for its capacity to extend life, ease blood and qi injuries, and enhance one's vitality. The xiangyang flower, a key herb in the masculine pill, possesses the remarkable ability to rejuvenate one's vigor, restoring one to their zenith in an instant, making the feat of a knight of 13 conquests a mere triviality. Ahem, the Grand Emperor is indeed remarkable. Such herbs are cultivated, embodying the essence of vitality and resilience. Tian, upon sighting this flower, coughed lightly twice, a gesture of reverence. Before long, Tian returned to his wooden abode, having collected 3 portions of the herbs required for the Dragon Tiger pill. Chapter 17, The Alchemical Prodigy. The terrifying talent for alchemy approaching the 3-legged cauldron. Tian gently caressed the divine wooden jade pendant he wore, swiftly calming his mind, achieving an unparalleled clarity. In his thoughts, the formula and methods for refining the Dragon Tiger pill flashed vividly, as if he were conducting the alchemical process within his mind itself. Taking a deep breath, Tian flicked his fingertip, and a wisp of spiritual fire appeared, gradually igniting beneath the cauldron. Spiritual fire is a flame conjured from one's own spiritual energy. The higher one's cultivation, the more powerful the spiritual fire becomes, whereas a lower cultivation results in a weaker flame. The majority of alchemists utilize spiritual fire to concoct elixirs. However, there exist even more formidable sources of fire in this world, such as earth fire, heavenly fire, and the immensely powerful imperial fire. Each of these flames can drive countless alchemists and martial artists to madness, igniting fierce conflicts and bloodshed. Yet, at this moment, Tian could only rely on spiritual fire. Following the methods etched in his mind, Tian methodically added dragon bloodgrass, tiger yang flower, and yang herb. Among others, there are myriad alchemical techniques. Some require the sequential addition of herbs, while others allow for several to be combined simultaneously. Tian opted for the latter approach. He placed the 6 herbs required for the Dragon Tiger pill into the cauldron, carefully regulating the temperature. Within the 3-legged cauldron, the 6 herbs were enveloped by flames of varying intensities, slowly igniting to extract their essences. This stage demanded utmost precision and focus, as controlling the flames and extracting the essence from the herbs presented significant challenges. However, having perused numerous texts and absorbed vast knowledge of alchemy, Tian could now be regarded as a master alchemist. He exhibited precise control over the changes in the herbs and the flames, akin to a flawless textbook without a single deviation. Before long, the 6 distinct herbs transformed into 6 vibrant liquids, each representing the pure essence of the respective herb, with all impurities meticulously eliminated. With a graceful wave of his hand, Tian drew the 6 liquids closer together, merging them into a singular, concentrated essence. At that moment, the intensity of the flames increased dramatically, enveloping the amalgam. This marked the final step of alchemy, pill formation. Under Tian's meticulous control, this endeavor proceeded without a hitch, and soon an intoxicating fragrance wafted from the cauldron, filling the entire wooden cabin with its aroma. The Dragon Tiger pill was complete. With a triumphant shout, Tian lifted the cauldron's lid, revealing 3 pristine elixirs in his hand. The second-grade Dragon Tiger pill radiated a rich medicinal fragrance, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance, truly a masterpiece. To have successfully refined a second-grade elixir on his first attempt, achieving such perfection, would undoubtedly astonish other alchemists, who might proclaim him a reincarnation of the alchemy emperor. It is worth noting that every alchemist typically undergoes countless trials and tribulations, enduring innumerable failures before crafting their first pill and embarking on their alchemical journey. Yet for Tian, the process felt as effortless as play, with an incomparable ease. Is this what it means to be a genius? Gazing at the 3 vividly colored dragon tiger pills in his hand, Tian felt a surge of self-satisfaction. It dawned on him that he was not only a prodigy in cultivation, but also an extraordinary alchemist, most splendid indeed. With this thought, he swallowed all 3 pills in one swift motion. As the elixirs entered his mouth, a rich medicinal aroma enveloped his body, enhancing Tian's physique. However, for his current form, the mere few thousand pounds of energy was but a drop in the ocean. The sensation was barely perceptible. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. The primary purpose of concocting these pills was to ascertain his innate talent for alchemy. Unsurprisingly, his body, transformed by the primordial sacred spirit, exhibited an astonishing aptitude across all dimensions. This alchemical endeavor undoubtedly bolstered Tian's confidence in his skills and significantly heightened his enthusiasm for the craft. Before long, he resumed his alchemical practices. Practice is the ladder to progress. Even those of ordinary talent can achieve success through persistent effort. Not to mention someone as gifted as Tian. He spent the entire afternoon refining various elixirs. Among them were the second-grade vitality pill, which could enhance one's cultivation speed when consumed, the second-grade longevity pill, which could extend one's life by 3 years but could only be taken once, as additional doses would be ineffective, and the second-grade spirit refinement pill, purifying the body's qi and expelling excess impurities. Not only was the variety of pills vast, but each one he produced was of impeccable quality. Such terrifying talent assured that he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the realm of alchemy, perhaps even transcending to become an emperor of pills. Nevertheless, Tian's ambition lay in reaching the pinnacle of the great Tao. Alchemy was merely a side pursuit for him. Just then, as Tian completed a vitality pill, the door to the small wooden cabin creaked open. Upon closer inspection, he found none other than the Grand Emperor himself standing there. Observing the somewhat disheveled state of the cabin and the second-grade vitality pill in Tian's hand, the Grand Emperor was left in a state of astonishment. This fellow can refine pills too? Ahem, esteemed senior, Tian stammered, feeling a bit awkward. I borrowed your alchemy chamber while you were away. I hope you don't mind. As he spoke, Tian felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing he had entered without the Grand Emperor's permission, a rather impolite act. It's not a problem, but you can refine pills? The Grand Emperor inquired. Tian scratched his head and replied, I truly didn't know how before. I only learned it today. What? The Grand Emperor exclaimed incredulously. You mean you just learned it today? How is that even possible? In response, Tian waved his hand and gazed firmly at the Grand Emperor. It's true. Hearing his words, the Grand Emperor swallowed hard, his eyes searching Tian's for any hint of deception. Yet he found none. He was at a loss for words to describe Tian. Initially perceived as a genius, he was indeed a prodigy. But it seemed that this genius had surpassed all bounds. Was there even room left for others? Looking past Tian, the Grand Emperor's scalp tingled at the sight of an overwhelming collection of second-grade pills, over 100, all of perfect quality. Trembling slightly, he pointed at the elixirs behind Tian and stammered, Please don't tell me that you refined all of these? Tian gazed at the elixirs he had crafted earlier, the fruits of his afternoon alchemical endeavors. Enraptured by the process, he lost track of time and inadvertently produced an abundance. Ah, indeed. Yet I perceive that alchemy should be rather straightforward, for today's lessons posed no significant challenge. Surely, there must be numerous alchemists in this world. Tian pondered with curiosity. The Grand Emperor fell silent, at a loss for words. He recalled how he had traversed the path to becoming a first-tier alchemist in merely a month, earning the title of a prodigious talent in alchemy from countless admirers. Achieving the rank of a second-tier alchemist took him but 6 months, stirring quite a commotion at the time. In those days, he had reveled in his perceived exceptional aptitude, convinced that few could surpass him. However, upon reflection, he now regarded his once celebrated talent with disdain, feeling embarrassed to even voice it. Ah well, such is the passage of time. I have grown old. Henceforth, I shall grant you unrestricted access to my alchemical chamber, provided you refrain from gathering 5th-tier herbs from the wild. With a deep sigh, the Grand Emperor felt the weight of age press upon him anew as he ambled away, his demeanor forlorn. For reasons unknown, as Tian observed the receding figure of the Grand Emperor, a line from a poem echoed in his mind. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it approaches dusk. Chapter 28. The tiger's waves. As soon as the Emperor Emeritus departed, Tian recalled something and hurriedly pursued him. Wait a moment, esteemed elder. I wish to take a stroll. Tian caught up to the Emperor Emeritus and spoke. Take a stroll? Where to? The Emperor inquired, perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, Tian replied, I would like to visit the royal city of Shizhou. I have yet to set foot there and wish to immerse myself in its scenery. The Emperor pondered for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. He retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his robe, imbued with the essence of history, intricately engraved with the character Shizhou, exuding an air of distinction. Take this jade pendant. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, present it, and rest assured it shall serve you better than anything else, the Emperor said with a serene smile. Exuding confidence in the pendant's power, Tian, without hesitation, accepted the pendant, a seamless motion that caused the corners of the Emperor's mouth to twitch slightly. The Emperor gestured towards a direction and instructed Tian, walk 10 miles east to reach the residence of the Emperor Emeritus. Show them the pendant, and they will naturally escort you out. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded respectfully, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Emperor Emeritus. I can only indulge in a day of leisure. Tomorrow, I must return to my training. As his words faded into the distance, Tian noticed that the Emperor had mysteriously vanished, leaving him alone. Tian smiled faintly and turned towards the east. Along the way, he activated the system. System. Commence today's check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. The level of this check-in is assessed as rare. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the superior spiritual weapon, Clear Wind Sword. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Due to Tian's ascension to the rank of general, his cultivation resources had multiplied tenfold, increasing from 1,000 to 10,000. Another rare level? Tian mused, somewhat exasperated. He had yet to achieve a level beyond rare, and was curious about the rewards that awaited. Nevertheless, he found this check-in reward quite satisfactory, as it permitted him to replace his flashing spirit sword. His flashing spirit sword was merely a mid-grade spiritual weapon, in comparison. The Clear Wind Sword was far more formidable and precious, better suited to Tian's current prowess. Drawing forth the Clear Wind Sword, he found it approximately 3 fingers wide and 3 inches long. When wielded, it moved with the grace of a gentle breeze, remarkably light yet exceedingly sharp, far surpassing the capabilities of his flashing spirit sword, an exceptional swift blade. With a forward sweep, it glided through the air, evoking a sensation devoid of lethality. However, it left behind a long, fearsome scar on the ground, cutting through iron as if it were clay. Should an adversary be careless, they might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Observing the Clear Wind Sword in his grasp, Tian felt a sense of satisfaction and stowed it away. Before long, Tian arrived at the residence of the Shizhou royal family, specifically the Dragon Palace, the venue where the current emperor held court. The forbidden grounds of the Shizhou royal city lay just beyond the Dragon Palace. Any who sought entry into the forbidden area would invariably pass through the Dragon Palace, making it clear that without the emperor's consent, no one could enter the forbidden zone. Stop. This is a forbidden area of the imperial city. Unauthorized entry will incur severe penalties. A thunderous voice resonated through the surroundings, and upon closer inspection, a formidable and menacing group was approaching. This assembly exuded an air of intimidation, their faces etched with a palpable ferocity, unmistakably seasoned warriors from past battles. Who dares to intrude upon this sacred ground? From within the ranks, a commanding figure stepped forward, a robust middle-aged man, his muscular physique accentuated by a prominent scar on his face, which rendered him rather intimidating. Sensing the depth of his martial prowess, it became evident that he was a martial sovereign, and the accompanying guards were all equally formidable warriors. This troop, were they to be deployed on the battlefield, would rival the strength of thousands of elite soldiers. Unperturbed, Tian retrieved an ancient jade pendant bestowed upon him by the Supreme Emperor, inscribed with the character Shizhou, and presented it to the commanding officer. Upon receiving the pendant, the leader's expression shifted, his inner turmoil evident as he struggled to maintain composure, quickly returning the item to Tian. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a relic. The commander hastily knelt, one knee on the ground, clasping his fists in reverence. I was unaware of your esteemed identity. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The nearby guards, reacting swiftly, also knelt, recognizing the gravity of the moment. Though they were unaware of the pendant's significance, they had witnessed their leader's submission. This pendant proves quite effective. Is this the sensation of being under the protection of a powerful figure? Observing the reactions of those around him, Fu Tian felt a mix of surprise and satisfaction. You have not committed any offense. You are merely adhering to protocol. Please rise, he said, assisting the burly man to his feet. For he was not one to act unjustly. Thank you for your graciousness, the commander replied, yet the troop remained kneeling, showing no intention of rising. Thus, Fu Tian chose to refrain from further comment. I wish to explore the imperial city of Shizhou. Who among you can escort me there? He inquired of the group. At this, the commander stepped forward respectfully. Allow me to guide you. I am quite familiar with the imperial city of Shizhou. Fu Tian nodded in agreement. Very well. You all continue your patrol. No one is to trespass into the forbidden area, and violators will face severe consequences, the commander declared loudly, his authoritative presence reasserting itself. With that, he led Fu Tian towards the imperial city of Shizhou. Once they had distanced themselves, the guards gradually rose, whispering among themselves in disbelief. Can you believe our commander knelt before him? It's simply astonishing. Indeed, the last time he knelt was before the reigning emperor. That pendant must hold great significance. That young man is extraordinary. Why concern ourselves with such matters? We must focus on our duties. Let us resume our patrol. If the commander catches us slacking, we shall face dire consequences, the guards said as they resumed their rounds. Meanwhile, the imposing commander escorted Fu Tian towards the imperial city of Shizhou, casting furtive glances at him along the way, all of which did not escape Fu Tian's notice. Is there something on my face? The scrutinizing gaze directed towards Fu Tian rendered him somewhat uneasy, prompting him to voice his thoughts. Have you noticed? Fu Tian pointed out, causing the commander to exhibit a hint of embarrassment. To be candid, my lord, the jade pendant you possess was once held by the previous emperor. I was merely curious as to how it came to be in your possession, and I hope you do not take offense. Your inquiry is rather straightforward. This jade pendant is indeed a gift from the previous emperor, Fu Tian replied nonchalantly. However, these words caused the commander's eyes to widen in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. You claim it was bestowed upon you by the previous emperor? How could that be? It has been over a decade since his abdication, and in all these years, I have not laid eyes upon him, nor do I know of the retired emperor's current state. As he continued, the commander's voice dwindled, and his expression grew increasingly complex, as if nostalgia for the retired emperor began to seep in. Do you know the retired emperor? Fu Tian inquired, parting his lips. I am Hu Tao, and I have served as a soldier for over 40 years, rising to the rank of centurion. During the reign of the retired emperor, I was under his command, and it was in those times that I was profoundly influenced by his formidable presence, which propelled me to the rank of general. However, the moment the retired emperor relinquished his throne, I too chose to step down voluntarily, contenting myself with the position of centurion. To me, the only emperor I recognize is the retired one. Since he opted to pass the throne to the crown prince and sought seclusion, I decided to follow suit, securing a modest role for a more tranquil existence. However, little did I anticipate that this separation would span over a decade. I wonder how the retired emperor is faring. Hu Tao sighed, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Chapter 29. The Golden Cuckoo Restaurant. As Fu Tian glanced at the melancholic Hu Tao beside him, he spoke softly. If you truly wish to meet the Grand Emperor, I can escort you to him tomorrow. Is this for real? Upon hearing Fu Tian's words, Hu Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with disbelief and a hint of excitement. Of course, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Moreover, you have seen the jade pendant. You know I possess such capabilities, Fu Tian replied calmly. Immediately, Hu Tao knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in gratitude as he said, Thank you, my lord, for your benevolence. Should you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate to oblige. Fu Tian frowned slightly. Do not call me my lord. It feels rather uncomfortable. Just refer to me as young master. Yes, young master. Throughout their journey, no one dared to obstruct them due to Hu Tao's presence. Wherever they passed, soldiers stood at attention, offering their respects and allowing passage, even those who were also captains. After all, Hu Tao was a former general of the cavalry. Before long, under Hu Tao's guidance, Fu Tian departed from the royal family of the Western State and arrived at the Western State's imperial city. Although it was already evening, the atmosphere remained vibrant, filled with voices and illuminated by countless lights, scarcely distinguishable from the daytime. Warriors could go days without sleep, particularly in a place teeming with martial artists and generals. Where would you like to go, young master? Hu Tao inquired respectfully. Where is the most luxurious restaurant in the Western State? Fu Tian pondered, craving a delectable meal. Though he had not yet reached the state of fasting, the long absence of food had awakened his desire for culinary delights. The most extravagant restaurant in the Western State is the Golden Cuckoo Restaurant, established by a prominent figure from the royal palace. There, the cuisine and wine are of the highest caliber in the imperial city, frequented by those of immense power and wealth-seeking indulgence. Of course, the prices are exorbitant. To enjoy a fine meal, one would need to part with at least 100 mid-tier spirit stones. As Hu Tao elaborated on the Golden Cuckoo restaurant, he led Fu Tian towards it. Upon arriving, they found the establishment remarkably vast, its domain extending for several miles. At the entrance stood 2 golden cuckoos, roaring towards the heavens, appearing lifelike and awe-inspiring. "Ah, isn't this Lord Hu? Your presence today graces this place with unparalleled brilliance." A flamboyantly dressed woman emerged from the entrance, approaching Hu Tao with a smile that rendered her speechless. "I am here today to accompany my young master, so I must not be impolite," Hu Tao declared with a commanding presence, halting the woman's laughter as she turned her attention to Fu Tian. Initially, she assumed Fu Tian was merely a young boy accompanying Hu Tao to experience the world, but Hu Tao's tone suggested that this young master held significant stature. "I was unaware of your esteemed young master's visit. I beg for your forgiveness," the woman said, immediately bowing respectfully, showcasing a rapid shift in demeanor. "Very well. Let us proceed inside," Fu Tian said coolly, disregarding the woman standing nearby. Of course. With that, Hu Tao led Fu Tian into the Golden Cuckoo restaurant. Upon entering the Golden Cicada restaurant, one is greeted by a bustling hall filled with patrons indulging in wine and meat. The clientele on this level are typically not excessively affluent, thus both the dishes and prices remain within an acceptable range. Above this floor are the Ren Chamber, the D Chamber, and the Tian Chamber. Those who ascend to the Ren Chamber generally possess considerable wealth, resulting in an elevation in both the quality and cost of the offerings. The D Chamber serves as a gathering place for individuals of notable power and wealth, entry requiring a certain status. As for the Tian Chamber, access is reserved for those of immense influence or exceptional martial prowess. Mere wealth alone does not suffice for entry. It appears that Tiger Tao is a regular patron, as a serving girl promptly guides him to the D Chamber. This chamber is a private room that allows a view of the bustling hall, adorned with artificial trees and rock formations that, despite their artificiality, create a vivid ambience, indicating exceptional craftsmanship. The furnishings are crafted from century-old spirit wood, known for its remarkable durability and a subtle fragrance that invigorates the senses. "Bring forth your signature dishes." And also 2 jugs of peach blossom wine, Tiger Tao instructed the serving girl, who nodded and swiftly departed. "How do you find this place, my lord?" Tiger Tao inquired. "Quite commendable, indeed a splendid dining establishment. I am merely curious about the ambience of the Tian Chamber," replied Fu Tian, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Tiger Tao shook his head. "Originally, as a general of the cavalry, I held the requisite status for the Tian Chamber. However, since my promotion to captain, I have lost that privilege. I hope you do not hold it against me. Should you truly wish to enter the Tian Chamber, presenting the jade pendant bestowed by the Supreme Emperor would suffice for passage." Fu Tian, however, shook his head, content with dining here. Before long, the serving girl returned, presenting an array of dishes totaling over a dozen, along with 2 jugs of peach blossom wine. The culinary offerings are crafted from the flesh of mystical beasts or spiritual herbs, with the ingredients alone costing numerous mid-tier spirit stones, not to mention the meticulous preparation, rendering the prices exorbitant and beyond the reach of ordinary folk. As Fu Tian lifted his chopsticks and placed a morsel of beast meat into his mouth, it melted instantly, leaving a lingering fragrance that tantalized the palate. Upon entering his stomach, the meat transformed into nourishing spiritual energy, serving as a potent supplement. "Would you care for some wine, my lord?" "The peach blossom wine is rich and sweet, quite popular among patrons," Tiger Tao offered, uncorking a jug of the wine and inquiring of Fu Tian. The moment the jug was opened, an aroma wafted through the air, filling the room with its delightful scent. Fu Tian reminisced about the heroic figures in novels, who were often addicted to fine wines, traversing the world with nothing but a jug of liquor, relishing life as pleasures. "Then let us partake in a jug," Fu Tian replied. Despite his limited experience with alcohol, as a martial artist, how could he abstain? He promptly took a swig from the jug of peach blossom wine. The fragrant wine, upon entry, surprisingly lacks the fiery sensation one might expect. It is akin to a vibrant peach blossom gracing the palate, delightfully sweet and leaving an everlasting aftertaste. Truly, it lives up to its name as peach blossom brew. Beside me, Hu Tao also lifts the peach blossom brew to his lips, savoring its exquisite flavor. Suddenly, a resounding voice fills the Golden Jiao restaurant, announcing the arrival of the 6th prince. In walks a youthful figure clad in a purple robe and adorned with a jade crown, none other than the current sixth prince, Zhou Hui. Accompanying him is a burly middle-aged man, his face bristling with a full beard and eyes sharp as a blade, steadfastly following the prince. As the sixth prince enters, all in the hall rise, bowing in respect. This Zhou Hui, the youngest among the princes, is often regarded as the most frivolous, rarely engaging in serious matters, spending his days in leisurely pursuits, devoid of any ambition for the throne. This has left many influential figures in the palace sorely disappointed, rendering his supporters exceedingly few. Yet, in my observation, the sixth prince is far from ordinary. It is not a lack of ambition that defines him, but rather a deficiency in power to pursue such aspirations, compelling him to adopt this guise. Were he to shed this facade, he would likely have been eliminated long ago. However, should he be endowed with authority and strength, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to contend for the throne. Noticing the arrival of the sixth prince, Hu Tao patiently enlightens Fu Tian about him, sharing his insights regarding the prince. Oh, Fu Tian muses, glancing at the sixth prince, whose face is perpetually adorned with a warm, spring-like smile as he greets those around him, exuding an aura of harmlessness. In stark contrast, the middle-aged man beside him, a martial master, maintains a stoic demeanor, unmoved by the surroundings, revealing no hint of emotion. He is undoubtedly his bodyguard. Before long, a young attendant approaches the sixth prince, ushering him into the designated private room. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the attendant, Fu Tian senses that he is far from ordinary. Chapter 30. Assassination. The appearance of the sixth prince merely constituted a fleeting interlude, as the Jin Jiao Tavern swiftly returned to its previous state of vibrant chatter, with patrons indulging in their meals and libations, albeit with a newfound elegance in their demeanor. Fu Tian and Hu Tao continued to savor the delectable cuisine and fine wine, steering clear of further discourse regarding the sixth prince. Earlier, Fu Tian had sensed that the young attendant had concealed his cultivation, appearing no different from an ordinary individual, undoubtedly having mastered a highly profound and secretive technique. Even the robust middle-aged man accompanying the sixth prince had failed to perceive this fact. However, with the awakening of the first stage of Fu Tian's chaos sacred spirit body, his perception and various faculties had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to discreetly detect the attendant's concealed prowess. Nevertheless, such matters were of no concern to Fu Tian. He had merely come to relish the evening's delights, wishing to remain uninvolved in any other affairs. Before long, the peach blossom brew in Fu Tian and Hu Tao's hands had nearly been depleted. Just as Hu Tao was about to summon a few more bottles of the exquisite drink, a thunderous explosion erupted from the private room of the sixth prince, capturing everyone's attention. Intruder, there is an assassin. Protect the prince. A piercing voice rang out from the room, causing alarm to ripple through the crowd. Who would dare to attempt the assassination of a prince within the confines of the Jin Jiao Tavern? Such audacity was utterly unfathomable, showing a blatant disregard for the current emperor. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing this urgent call, Hu Tao's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily turned to Fu Tian and uttered a few words before transforming into a shadow and racing toward the private chamber. After all, Hu Tao had once been a renowned general and now served as a captain. It was his duty to protect the prince, and thus he dashed out without hesitation. Seeing this, Fu Tian shook his head and vanished from his spot, following closely behind. Many patrons in the hall were left in a state of confusion. Logically, upon hearing of an assassination attempt on a prince, citizens should rush to protect him. Yet, a palpable sense of danger lingered in the air. Who could be audacious enough to assassinate a prince in the imperial capital of Shizhou? This situation was undoubtedly fraught with peril, and not everyone was suited to wade into such treacherous waters. One misstep could lead to a fate unknown. Furthermore, with a martial sovereign as the prince's bodyguard, what could they hope to achieve by intervening? Merely to serve as fodder? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, many hastily fled the Jin Jiao Tavern, moving with great urgency, as though propelled by sheer desperation. In mere moments, the establishment was left nearly deserted, with only a handful of significant figures daring to linger. By the time Fu Tian and Hu Tao arrived at the private chamber, chaos reigned within. The scene was utterly transformed. In the distance, 3 cloaked figures were engaged in a fierce battle with the middle-aged man beside the sixth prince, one of whom was the young attendant Fu Tian had seen earlier. The other 2 were masked, obscuring their features. Meanwhile, the sixth prince had already collapsed to the side, unconscious. The stout bodyguard bore several gruesome wounds, blood streaming from his injuries, diminishing his combat effectiveness. He appeared on the verge of collapse, unable to endure for much longer. I come to assist you." With a thunderous roar, Hu Tao unleashed his formidable power, delivering a fierce strike towards the two cloaked figures, thus entering the fray. As a martial artist of the 8th Heaven Martial Sovereign rank, his strength was immense, complemented by his past experience as a renowned general, making him exceedingly skilled in combat. Alone, Hu Tao managed to hold off both adversaries, granting the middle-aged man a brief respite. "Damn it!" one of the cloaked figures shouted upon seeing Hu Tao. Sensing the situation had become precarious, Silver Wolf, resolve this conflict swiftly, otherwise, we might find our escape compromised. The other cloaked individual urged the young attendant, who was fiercely battling the middle-aged man, to conclude the fight without delay. It appeared that the attendant also possessed a code name, known as Silver Wolf. Upon hearing the command, Silver Wolf erupted with a powerful aura, significantly enhancing his combat prowess as he charged at the middle-aged warrior. The latter's expression shifted slightly as he struggled to withstand the onslaught, accumulating fresh wounds, clearly unable to endure for long. Attempting to assassinate the 6th prince and think to flee? None shall escape. Upon overhearing the exchange between the cloaked figures, Hu Tao ceased holding back and engaged with all his might. He delivered a punch that conjured an illusory image of a colossal elephant in midair, resembling a mighty beast colliding with a mountain, aimed directly at one of the cloaked assailants. The figure's face paled as he swiftly formed an intricate hand seal, summoning a massive azure handprint from the void, which advanced toward Hu Tao. The two forces collided. The azure handprint shattered like fragile porcelain, and Hu Tao's punch continued unabated, striking the cloaked figure with relentless force. Uft! The assailant was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood spilling from his mouth. "Eagle! Damn it! Blood-red sword art!" The other cloaked figure shouted, drawing a blood-red spirit sword, unleashing a wave of crimson sword energy towards Hu Tao, imbued with a sinister essence, as if drenched in the essence of countless lives. "Blood-red sword art? Are you affiliated with the blood sect? In that case, you shall not be spared." Upon witnessing the blood-red sword energy, Hu Tao was momentarily struck by a sense of wariness, his expression turning cold. Without hesitation, he donned a weathered glove, marked by the scars of countless battles, a testament to its storied history. Despite its battered condition, it remained a superior spiritual artifact, and upon wearing it, Hu Tao's combat ability surged dramatically. With a fierce swing of his fist, Hu Tao unleashed another punch, creating a series of explosive sounds that rippled through the air, resembling a fearsome humanoid dragon. The collision was fierce, as his punch obliterated the sword energy, maintaining its formidable momentum as it barreled toward the cloaked assailant. The figure's complexion shifted in disbelief. He had not anticipated such overwhelming power. He hastily raised his sword to defend against the impending onslaught. As expected, he was sent flying by the force of the blow, retreating uncontrollably. The sword in hand trembled incessantly, causing the cloaked figure to shudder. Meanwhile, a young man known as Silver Wolf continued to engage in a fierce battle with a robust middle-aged man, who, despite gritting his teeth in determination, seemed on the verge of collapse, yet managed to exchange several more blows with Silver Wolf. It was time to depart. Lingering any longer might seal their fate. Witnessing the valor of Tiger Wave, who had swiftly incapacitated two of the dark-clad assailants, instilled a sense of trepidation in the remaining adversaries. If this continued, they too might be ensnared in that place. Understanding the urgency, Silver Wolf withdrew from the fray, positioning himself beside the other two cloaked figures, intent on a collective retreat. Thinking of escaping? Leave your lives behind. Realizing their intentions, Tiger Wave unleashed a formidable punch, radiating an unstoppable force towards the trio. The three men exchanged disdainful grunts and simultaneously executed a matching hand seal, unleashing a nauseating wave of crimson energy that permeated the air. The blood-red imprint of their seals intertwined, coalescing into a singular, potent symbol, exponentially amplifying its power as it surged towards Tiger Wave. The very atmosphere turned a deep crimson in its wake, lingering ominously. With a thunderous roar, dense smoke billowed forth, revealing Tiger Wave staggering back 3 steps from the impact of the blood-red seal, eliciting a moment of surprise and a tightening of his expression. "Until we meet again." With that, the 3 figures enveloped themselves in a surging aura of bloodlight, preparing to flee into the distance. Aware that he lacked the strength to hinder their escape, Tiger Wave refrained from further action. In that instant, Futu, who had been watching with keen interest, sprang into action. With a sudden movement, he summoned an ancient chaotic energy that enveloped his palm, manifesting 2 colossal elephant phantoms, imbued with this primordial essence, which bore down heavily upon the retreating trio. The speed of his strike was astonishing, mere moments passing. Panic washed over the three men, their faces draining of color as they felt an overwhelming force, akin to an immovable mountain, descending upon them. "Rise!" they cried in unison, a surge of crimson light erupting in a desperate attempt to counter the impending doom. Yet it was futile. The insidious bloodlight shattered upon contact with the descending hand, achieving nothing but leaving them helpless as they beheld the palm descending upon them. With a deafening crash, silence enveloped the world. When Futu retracted his hand, the three men lay buried beneath the earth, their bones shattered beyond recognition, none intact. Unconscious and bleeding profusely, they had been decisively defeated in a single strike, leaving the entire assembly in awe. Chapter 31. Sudden Conflict. Young Master Yu. Beside him, Hu Tao wore a look of astonishment, rendered speechless by the shocking display before him. The fact that a warrior at the general level could effortlessly defeat three martial masters, leaving them utterly defenseless, was a claim that would be met with incredulity. Had he heard such a tale previously, he would have scoffed, deeming it an exaggerated fabrication. Yet, the extraordinary event unfolded right before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. Even the middle-aged man, gravely injured, stared in disbelief at the scene, frozen in place. However, Fu Tian merely shook his head, unwilling to elucidate the situation. His recent intervention was driven by two primary motivations. First, to ascertain whether he could intercept the disturbance that had disrupted his meal, filling him with displeasure. Second, to gauge the extent of his strength since his breakthrough to the general level. He had sensed a substantial enhancement in his prowess, having condensed the might of 2.5 primal elephants, and wished to discover the caliber of a master he could contend with when exerting his full strength. To his astonishment, he found that the three martial masters were utterly no match for him. It was not that they were particularly weak, rather. Fu Tian's physical form transcended his own realm significantly. Without relying on the formidable power of his copper bones, his 100,000 pounds of physical strength would not have inflicted substantial harm. However, once the copper bones were activated, the amplification to his physicality became terrifying, rendering his might incomprehensible. This was the essence of the dragon-elephant suppression technique, a body refinement method so advanced that mastery could rival even the might of an emperor. Ultimately, both Fu Tian's physique and the techniques he practiced were of the highest caliber. Only those rare prodigies, blessed with divine bodies or celestial forms, could hope to rival him. The individuals of the Western state were, in comparison, woefully ordinary. Even in the face of a challenge beyond their means, they were not worthy opponents for Fu Tian. Having concluded his affairs, Fu Tian returned to his chamber, intent on resuming his revelry. Yet, upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the desolate and chaotic state of the Golden Jiao Tavern, instantly extinguishing his desire for merriment. He shook his head and prepared to depart. "This matter must not be disclosed regarding the young master. Attribute the resolution to me," Hu Tao advised the gravely injured middle-aged man, seeking to conceal Fu Tian's true capabilities. If outsiders were to learn that a general-level warrior had easily dispatched three martial masters, it would undoubtedly attract attention and suspicion towards Fu Tian, suggesting he possessed immense fortune. This could lead to unwelcome encounters with martial kings, complicating matters further. The middle-aged man understood the gravity of the situation and promptly nodded, pledging to adhere to the directive. With that, Hu Tao hurried after Fu Tian, leaving the middle-aged man to tidy up the aftermath. After stabilizing the sixth prince's condition and ensuring he was no longer in mortal peril, he approached the three fallen individuals and bound them one by one. Only then did he exhale in relief and sit down to rest. Meanwhile, as Fu Tian emerged from the Golden Jiao Tavern, he found himself confronted by a throng of soldiers who had already surrounded the establishment, sealing it off entirely. The soldiers, fully armed and clad in heavy armor, grasped their formidable long spears, resembling valiant warriors bound for the battlefield. From among them emerged a tall and imposing figure, adorned in gleaming golden armor, who fixed a fierce glare upon the emerging Fu Tian. With a dismissive glance, he raised his hand and commanded, "Seize him." The thunderous command echoed through the air, prompting the front line of soldiers to advance decisively, intent on apprehending Fu Tian. Noticing this, Fu Tian furrowed his brows and let out a cold snort, releasing a surge of energy that sent the rushing soldiers crashing to the ground, their faces contorted in agony. "Is it not excessive to act without discernment?" Fu Tian's icy words conveyed his discontent, unmistakably audible to all present. The imposing figure's expression flickered with a hint of malevolence as he carelessly retorted, "Does my role as the general of the cavalry require your guidance? Should any injustice arise, I shall provide an explanation. However, I advise you to relinquish any resistance and accompany us, lest you suffer the consequences. Oh, and what if I choose to refuse? Fu Tian replied with an expressionless demeanor, though inwardly he scoffed. You did not rush in when the sixth prince was attacked. Instead, you maintained a blockade outside the tavern, allowing no one to pass. Does this not raise questions? Once someone emerges, you indiscriminately wish to apprehend them and drag them back. I find it hard to believe that there is no ulterior motive at play. Fu Tian had no intention of involving himself in today's events. The fate of the prince was of no concern to him, nor was the assassination relevant to his interests. Had it not been for 100x rushing out, Fu Tian would have lacked the inclination to leave it all. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself confronted by a general of the cavalry, intent on unjustly seizing him, which undeniably sparked his ire. At that moment, as Fu Tian locked eyes with the general, a palpable tension filled the air, as if an electric charge coursed between them. Suddenly, the creaking of the door announced the hurried entrance of 100x, who paused upon witnessing the scene unfolding before him. When his gaze shifted to the locked stares of Fu Tian and the general, a flicker of understanding seemed to dawn upon him. Lord 100x, the general remarked, his face momentarily betraying surprise, yet he still offered a respectful salute. After all, 100x, as the former general of the cavalry, was indeed his senior, and decorum must be observed. 100x approached, his brow furrowed with confusion. What is the meaning of this? Though he harbored suspicions, he still sought clarity on the matter. However, Fu Tian raised a hand to halt 100x's inquiry, pointing at him and stating, "Allow me to pose a question. Do you intend to detain him?" Upon hearing this, the general furrowed his brow, responding without hesitation, "As a former general of the cavalry, Lord 100x serves the nation with utmost dedication and adheres to justice. He would not associate with those involved in the assassination of the sixth prince, and thus, he may depart without consequence." With a cold laugh, Fu Tian mused, "So, 100x is free to leave, yet I am to be captured for questioning?" As he absorbed the dialogue between the two, 100x began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that there were intentions to detain Fu Tian after all. It appears that the summer has become somewhat irate, and matters may prove difficult to resolve. X, could this be a misunderstanding? Hu Tio inquired. Silence. Before Hu Tio could utter another word, Tian interjected with a fierce retort, effectively quelling Hu Tio's intent to speak. Very well, I shall remain silent. Tian's prowess was indisputable. Even Hu Tio found himself humbled in comparison. Coupled with the influence of the Grand Emperor, Hu Tio dared not provoke further. He pressed his lips together, falling into silence. All of this was observed by the valiant General X, whose expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was profoundly astonished. Could it be that Hu Tio was dissuaded by a mere word from this youth? That seemed implausible. Perhaps this young man possessed a significant background. Continue speaking. What if I refuse? Tian directed his gaze towards X. At that moment, X felt a twinge of anxiety, contemplating whether to maintain his stance. Yet, glancing around at the multitude of soldiers who looked to him for guidance, he realized that showing weakness would tarnish his reputation. Moreover, as the general of the cavalry, he stood within the imperial city of XZHU. Regardless of the youth's extraordinary origins, would he dare to act against him? Any aggression would brand him an enemy of the XZHU royal family, an outcome no one could afford. Having considered this, X's courage swelled, and he proclaimed loudly, "I care not for your lineage. This is the imperial city of XZHU. As the general of the cavalry, I suspect you are involved in the assassination of the sixth prince, and you shall accompany me, regardless of your circumstances." X emphasized that this was indeed the imperial city of XZHU, not your domain. Therefore, should you contemplate any actions, think them through carefully. Yet, what X could never have anticipated was that his very words would lead him into an abyss of calamity. Chapter 32. The Reappearance of the Chaotic Fist. In an instant, the atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. The wind outside rustled the white robe of Fu Tian. Clad in his flowing white robe, Fu Tian stood tall, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, as tranquil as a still pond. Meanwhile, Song Su glared fiercely, fixated on Fu Tian, anticipating his next move, ready to respond to any eventuality. At that moment, Fu Tian began to move. He stepped forward slowly, one deliberate footfall after another, his pace unhurried, allowing all present to perceive his actions clearly. The soldiers stationed at the forefront noticed Fu Tian's gradual approach, their faces shifting in color as they instinctively recoiled, akin to mice encountering a cat. Observing this scene, veins bulged on Song Su's forehead, his countenance contorted with rage. It was utterly inconceivable that his subordinates would be intimidated by a mere youth, a blow to his reputation. Anyone who retreats further shall face military punishment, he bellowed, his voice reverberating with authority. The soldiers, apprehensive, exchanged glances before resolutely standing their ground, determined not to waver. At this, Song Su's expression softened slightly. In that moment, Fu Tian let out a cold chuckle. A tempestuous aura emanated from within him, sweeping through the ranks and toppling the soldiers in the front line, rendering them powerless to resist. Outrageous! Song Su roared, his voice crashing like thunder across the realm. A massive halberd materialized in his hands, slicing through the air toward Fu Tian with the ferocity of a gale. The ground beneath it fissured, a testament to its formidable power. Beside him, Hu Tao's expression flickered with a hint of peculiarity. He was convinced that Fu Tian's strength surpassed his own. Yet, here was Song Su, a general of the cavalry, merely at the seventh heaven of martial sovereign, unable to match Hu Tao himself, yet he dared to assault Fu Tian? Shaking his head, he sensed a tragedy was about to unfold before his eyes. As anticipated, upon witnessing Song Su wielding the halberd against him, Fu Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk, as if mocking his opponent. Channeling his inner strength, a faint copper glow radiated from his form, coalescing into a punch aimed squarely at Song Su. This punch materialized in the air, conjuring the silhouettes of two colossal mammoths. The mere aura they exuded sent the soldiers reeling, their blood surging chaotically. Those of lesser cultivation even coughed up blood, retreating in disarray. How can this be possible? As the two mammoth phantoms emerged, Song Su's complexion paled dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. A chill surged through him, filling him with dread. One mammoth represented a physical strength surpassing 100,000 pounds. Two signified 200,000 pounds. This youth's physical prowess was unfathomably terrifying. 200,000 pounds of might. It is worth noting that even Hu Tao's physique could only manifest a single mammoth silhouette, amounting to just over 100,000 pounds. Although Song Su could now summon a mammoth phantom, he was still far from the 200,000 pounds Fu Tian possessed. As Fu Tian's punch descended, it was as if the very heavens dimmed, akin to a giant's hand reaching down with unimaginable force, striking directly against the oncoming halberd. To the naked eye, cracks began to spiderweb across Song Su's halberd, and should this continue, it might soon be obliterated entirely. The force of the backlash from the spear struck Song Su, rendering his hands numb and devoid of sensation, as the surge of internal energy pushed him back several paces. As he regained his composure, a look of sheer terror spread across the faces of those present, the soldiers left utterly dumbfounded. Their once invincible General Song Su was, astonishingly, no match for this young boy's strike. Song Su himself was engulfed in fear, marveling at the boy's formidable physique. Such strength was inconceivable, bordering on the unbelievable. Could it be that he harbored a significant secret? Contemplating this notion, the terror etched on Song Su's face morphed into avarice, perceiving Fu Tian as his prey. Noticing the greed reflected in Song Su's expression, Fu Tian furrowed his brow and let out a cold snort internally. This Song Su not only dared to detain him unlawfully, but also dared to covet him? A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his face. As he had already deemed Song Su a dead man, the assembled soldiers were given their orders. This man was intricately linked to the assassin who had sought the life of the sixth prince. Why delay? We must unite and eliminate this assassin at once. Realizing he was no match for Fu Tian, Song Su began to rally the soldiers he had brought with him. He had amassed a force of 10,000 warriors. Believing that mere fists could not contend against a multitude, he refused to accept that Fu Tian could single-handedly stand against them all. What did you say, Song Su? I have been in attendance with the young master. If you claim he is associated with the assassin of the sixth prince, does that not make me an accomplice? In that case, do you intend to apprehend me as well? Upon hearing Song Su's words, Hu Tao could no longer contain himself and spoke coldly, realizing the cunning nature of Song Su, which he had previously overlooked. At Hu Tao's interjection, both the soldiers and Song Su changed their expressions in unison. Song Su silently regretted his loss of composure, forgetting about Hu Tao's presence. As for the soldiers, they found themselves in a dilemma, caught between the former and current cavalry generals, feeling they could not offend either. Hu Tao, simply observe. I shall handle this matter myself, Fu Tian stated coolly. Upon hearing Fu Tian's words, Hu Tao merely snorted and fell silent, stepping aside. Meanwhile, Song Su felt a surge of joy within, inwardly cursing Fu Tian for his folly, while the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Had Hu Tao insisted on intervening, the situation would have become far more complicated. Men, charge! Song Su commanded sternly. Instantly, countless soldiers surged forth with their spears, while those in the rear simultaneously drew their bows, unleashing a hail of arrows. Fu Tian regarded the oncoming soldiers and the dense rain of arrows overhead, alongside the menacing Song Su, with an expression of calm, unperturbed by the chaos. With a simple flick of his hand, the Qingfeng sword materialized in Fu Tian's grasp. He unleashed a formidable sword strike towards the sky, generating a fierce wave of sword energy that coalesced into a colossal crescent of blade aura. This was the signature technique, the autumn moon, of Qiu Mingyu, an inner disciple of the Lihua sect, now wielded by Fu Tian himself. The relentless shower of arrows was utterly obliterated by this sword energy, splintering into fragments, as countless wooden shards and broken arrowheads rained down upon the ground. Immediately, Fu Tian unleashed another strike against the advancing soldiers. A crimson sword aura emanated from his Qingfeng sword, radiating an overwhelming force that threatened to shatter the very foundations of buildings in its path. The armor worn by the soldiers, as fragile as parchment, was severed with a single stroke, rendering them lifeless. Countless soldiers fell victim to this strike, their heads soaring into the air, faces etched with terror, their eyes wide open in death. Just this one blade claimed the lives of hundreds, instilling fear into the hearts of those who remained behind, causing them to halt in their tracks. Although Fu Tian's cultivation was merely at the third tier of a martial general, the intensity of his spiritual energy was not in the slightest inferior to that of a high-tier martial general, perhaps even rivaling that of a martial sovereign. Damn it! Song Su growled, witnessing his comrades, who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, being ruthlessly slain by Fu Tian. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart, yet it was overshadowed by a deeper hatred towards Fu Tian. Do not be afraid. He cannot hold out much longer. Song Su's voice echoed from behind, urging the troops to grit their teeth and charge forward once more. Enough, let it end. A calm tone escaped Fu Tian's lips, revealing his reluctance to continue the battle. Clenching his right fist, an ancient chaotic energy began to coalesce around it, enveloping his hand and emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers, freezing them in place with fear. Chaotic fist. Fu Tian unleashed a punch that resembled the primal act of creation itself, imbued with an unstoppable force as it surged forward, obliterating everything in its wake, leaving no trace behind. This punch was akin to the first strike after the dawn of existence, raw and terrifying, instilling no urge to resist among the onlookers, who quivered like lambs awaiting slaughter, paralyzed with dread. With this single blow, the heavens dimmed and the earth darkened. The very fabric of space rippled, as though unable to bear the weight of such terror. Chapter 33. A predestined conclusion, alas. A cry erupted from the retreating Song Su, whose figure transformed into a streak of lightning as he hastily withdrew. The sheer force of this punch sent chills coursing through his spine, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him, as the ominous breath of death loomed near. In a moment of clarity, Song Su decisively retreated, the soldiers positioned at the forefront, despite sensing the impending doom and wishing to flee, found themselves unable to escape in time, falling victim to Fu Tian's devastating strike. With a thunderous roar, the air filled with dust, and a colossal fissure, extending several hundred meters, marred the ground. Countless soldiers were obliterated, reduced to mere ashes, while others were left grievously wounded, their conditions heartrendingly tragic. In the wake of this single blow, 1/3 of the soldiers present vanished, and 2/3 were left incapacitated. The surrounding edifices were likewise annihilated, reduced to mere ruins. As Song Su, having retreated the farthest, beheld this catastrophic scene, his scalp prickled with dread, his heart racing with terror. He perceived Fu Tian as a demon, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Impudent. In the sacred grounds of the imperial city, who dares to create chaos? A thunderous roar resonated from afar, followed by a formidable presence swiftly approaching the scene, indicative of a martial king's might. Moreover, numerous eyes within the imperial city turned towards this disturbance. The lowest-ranked observers were high-tier martial disciples, with several martial kings among them. The tumultuous sound generated by Fu Tian's punch was so profound that it was impossible to remain unnoticed. Many from a distance heard the resounding clash and sensed the aura of combat, prompting them to turn their gazes towards the source. What transpired? Are you not aware? There is a battle within the imperial city, emanating waves of tumult. Is it possible that someone dares to fight within the imperial city? Such actions are strictly forbidden. Violators face imprisonment. Are they courting death? The identity of those bold enough to engage in battle here must be extraordinary. It is best we refrain from meddling. When deities clash, mortals suffer. This sentiment resonated among many within the imperial city, sparking fervent discussions that reverberated through the streets and alleys. While numerous individuals discerned the gravity of the situation and refrained from intervening, A handful, driven by insatiable curiosity, began to gravitate towards the vicinity of the Jinjiao Tavern. Those who dare commit transgressions within the imperial city shall face ruthless retribution. Before the arrival of the personage, their voice heralded their presence. Upon hearing this voice, the terrified Song Su clung to it as though it were a lifeline, his eyes gradually regaining their brilliance as he steadied himself, casting a cold gaze at Fu Tian, as if already foreseeing his fate. Meanwhile, the astonished Hu Tao, upon hearing the voice, felt a sense of foreboding. He approached Fu Tian, leaning in to whisper, "My lord." That was the voice of the Grand General. It appears that he is the one hastening to our aid. The Grand General, being a martial king, possesses strength far superior to ours. It would be prudent to present the jade pendant entrusted to you by the Supreme Emperor. No sooner had he spoken than an elder appeared, arriving swiftly from the distance and positioning himself beside Song Su. The elderly man, clad in a flowing black robe, radiated vitality with a rosy complexion that rivaled that of youth, his face adorned with a substantial beard. At this moment, he stood before Song Su, his countenance twisted in fury, surveying the chaos that surrounded him. "Song Su, what is the meaning of this?" the elder exclaimed, his dissatisfaction palpable. Without hesitation, Song Su knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in respect, and explained, "General, upon hearing of the assassination attempt on the sixth prince, I hastened here with my soldiers without delay. To prevent the assassin's escape, I commanded my troops to encircle the Golden Jiao Tavern. Shortly thereafter, a young boy emerged, and suspecting his involvement in the attack, I ordered my men to apprehend him for questioning. To my astonishment, he not only refused but brutally slaughtered several of my soldiers. Now, with many brave men either dead or wounded, I fear that had you arrived any later, my life would have been forfeit." Oh, at Song Su's words, the elder's gaze shifted to Fu Tian, his eyes ablaze with an intent to annihilate. The piercing look made Fu Tian feel as though his skin were being pricked by countless needles, causing a slight sting. Furrowing his brow, Fu Tian realized that he was still insufficiently prepared to confront the martial king, for the disparity in their strengths was considerable. What astonished the general even more was the realization of Fu Tian's youth. He appeared to be no more than 16 years old. How could such a young person have inflicted such damage upon Song Su and his men? Although unable to detect his cultivation level, the keen instincts of a martial king warned him that this boy was not yet a martial sovereign. This revelation only deepened the elder's astonishment. How had the boy achieved such prowess? As the general approached, Hu Tao stepped forward from beside Fu Tian. "General Song, it is a pleasure to see you again after all these years. You still appear robust and vigorous," he said respectfully to the elder. "Ah, Hu, my young brother. It has indeed been too long since our paths last crossed. What a fortunate encounter to find you here," the elder replied, glancing at Hu Tao. "Pray tell, what brings you to this place?" Hu Tao then directed his gaze to Fu Tian and continued, "I accompanied the young master for a drink, but unexpectedly found ourselves amidst the assassination of the sixth prince. After assisting the prince in dealing with the assassins, we were halted upon our exit." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted to one of realization, as if he comprehended the unfolding events. "I see. I am grateful to both of you for your aid to the sixth prince. However, as you are aware, fighting is strictly forbidden within the imperial city, and violators are imprisoned in the dungeons. I am powerless in this matter and must adhere to the rules." The elder shook his head, indicating his inability to take action. A frown creased Hu Tao's forehead as he urged, "For my sake, can we not pursue this matter further?" "Absolutely not," two voices retorted in unison, one belonging to the elder, and the other to Fu Tian. The elder's face reflected confusion at Fu Tian's interjection, uncertain of the boy's intentions. "This matter cannot conclude so easily," Fu Tian stated coldly. "I demand his death. Only then shall this affair be resolved." Fu Tian cast his gaze upon Song Su, his eyes resembling those of one who gazes upon the lifeless. His tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man's expression flickered with displeasure, his countenance gradually darkening. To engage in combat within the imperial city, while daring to seek the life of the cavalry general. Who do you think you are? The current emperor? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. Song Su, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a derisive laugh, as if he had just heard an absurd jest. "Ha! Did I mishear? You wish to end my life after brawling in the royal city? Do you truly consider yourself of great significance? Aside from the reigning emperor, who possesses the audacity to threaten me?" Only Hu Tao, observing the scene, sighed and regarded Song Su with the same lifeless gaze. He understood that Fu Tian had the means to accomplish such a feat, owing to his connection with the former emperor. In the midst of his boisterous laughter, Song Su suddenly found himself as if gripped by an unseen force around his throat, his laughter silenced, wide eyes fixed upon the heavens. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, etched with terror. Above the imperial city, an immense hand had appeared, shrouded in ominous clouds, reminiscent of a deity-esque grip, exuding an overwhelming power capable of suffocating even the mightiest of kings. General Song, witnessing this colossal hand, swallowed hard, rendered speechless by shock. Should this hand descend upon him, it would undoubtedly spell his demise, with no chance of survival. In an instant, the hand plummeted towards Song Su. No, he cried out in despair, his voice a haunting lament. The hand descended with the finality of swatting a fly, reducing Song Su to mere pulp, dissipating into the ether. A cold snort then echoed throughout the realm. Upon hearing this disdainful sound, General Song felt a surge of blood rise within him, his entire being trembling, as he staggered back several steps. Meanwhile, Tian remained calm, observing the unfolding events with an air of indifference, fully aware that it was the former emperor who had intervened. Let us depart. Ignoring the astonished General Song, Tian turned to leave. Hu Tao, having witnessed the entire spectacle, swallowed hard and followed suit. General Song, watching the two figures retreat, felt no urge to pursue them. Instead, he was consumed by trepidation and dread. The powerful beings who had been watching from the shadows quickly averted their gazes, hastily retreating indoors to secure their doors, haunted by the encounter. The conclusion seemed preordained. Everything unfolded as Tian had predicted. Song Su was dead, and thus, the matter was resolved. Chapter 34. The Black Cloud Auction House. The imperial city of Shizhou sprawls over an extensive area, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it is the largest city in the region. At the heart of this city lies the royal palace, a place where spiritual energy is most abundant, truly deserving of its status as the dragon's head, reaping countless benefits. Young master, ahead lies an auction house known as the Black Cloud Auction House, the largest in Shizhou, without a rival, Hu Tao remarked, gesturing towards a lavish black edifice. Throughout their journey, Tian had been regaled by Hu Tao with tales of the city's iconic structures, proving to be an excellent guide. Is the merchandise within truly valuable? Tian inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Hu Tao chuckled. That depends entirely on one's luck. With good fortune, one may encounter rare treasures. Though such occurrences are exceedingly rare, the truly precious items are formally auctioned. Young master, you are in luck. There happens to be a small auction this evening, which may very well be a formal event. Perhaps you might come across something to your liking? Hu Tao suggested with a grin. After contemplating, Tian realized he had never attended an auction, neither on Earth nor in this world, and felt a flicker of intrigue. On Earth, auctions were perceived as venues for the affluent, where the average person was often oblivious to their whereabouts, let alone participating in one. Then let us go take a look, Tian declared, striding towards the auction house, with Hu Tao following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by two attendants. Sir, please come inside. The auction is about to commence, they said, ushering Tian and Hu Tao towards the auction hall. Do you possess a token, sir? One of the attendants inquired as they walked. A token? Tian was momentarily taken aback. One needed a token to attend the auction? In response, Hu Tao stepped forward, producing a silver token from behind Tian and presenting it to the attendant for inspection. Upon seeing the token, the attendant's eyes gleamed, and her demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Sir, please proceed to the second floor. That is the silver VIP area, she said, bowing her head low. Hu Tao nodded, seemingly unfazed by the attendant's change in attitude, as if accustomed to such reverence, and led Tian upstairs. The silver VIP area served as a symbol of status. Hu Tao had obtained this token due to his previous standing as a general. Not just anyone could acquire such privilege. They selected an unoccupied room and entered. Inside, a wooden table was adorned with various spiritual fruits and teas, and there were sofas crafted from the hides of magical beasts. Tian sank into one, finding it remarkably soft and comfortable. Meanwhile, Hu Tao stood behind Tian like a devoted servant, maintaining a straight posture, motionless and respectful. As the auction had yet to begin and the time was still early, guests gradually filtered in. Feeling somewhat bored, Tian casually picked up a spiritual fruit from the table and took a bite. A sweet and refreshing flavor burst in his mouth, transforming into strands of spiritual energy that he absorbed into his body. Although this spiritual energy may seem like a mere drop in the bucket during the sweltering summer days, the true essence of consuming spiritual fruits lies in savoring their exquisite flavors. Otherwise, one might as well resort to cultivating with spirit stones. Spiritual fruits are held in high regard by many, not only for the ethereal essence they embody, but primarily for their delightful taste, which captivates the hearts of all. Slowly relishing each bite, a single spiritual fruit was swiftly devoured by the sweltering heat, before another was plucked and placed into his mouth. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, an elderly gentleman dressed in formal attire ascended the stage with measured steps. Upon reaching the platform, the elder grasped a small wooden hammer and struck it firmly twice. The sound resonated. Silence. A commanding voice emanated from the elder, and the chatter within the hall ebbed away like the retreating tide, swiftly falling into a hushed stillness. The atmosphere electrified as the sweltering heat of anticipation intensified. It had finally arrived. Thank you for your patience. Without further ado, let us commence the auction, the elder declared, ushering in the proceedings. He then clapped his gnarled hands, prompting a maid to present a verdant sword. Surely, you are all familiar with the esteemed weaponsmith, Master Wu Dalong? Coughing slightly, a reflexive response to the name. The protagonist, Tian, found himself momentarily choked by his own saliva. Is there truly someone who still bears such a name? He mused. Perhaps he should temper his ambitions and return home to see if there might be surprises awaiting him. Master Wu Dalong is renowned as one of the foremost craftsmen in the imperial city, and every creation that passes through his hands is a masterpiece. Thus quality is never a concern. The sword presented is a high-grade spiritual sword, recently forged by Master Wu, aptly named Greenwater. Upon hearing this name, Tian felt a solid confirmation. There was no doubt it was indeed Master Wu's work. After unveiling the sword, the elder brandished it with finesse, revealing its vibrant green hue. Surrounded by a palpable aura of spiritual energy, the sight of the blade alone imparted a sense of unparalleled sharpness and distinction. After demonstrating its grace, the elder sheathed the sword and announced, without further ado, let the bidding commence. The starting price is 100 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid to increase by no less than 10. 150 high-grade spirit stones, a middle-aged man called out from the crowd. How audacious to speak of 150. A mere pauper, I bid 300 spirit stones. Another voice chimed in. 300? Who let this beggar in? A single meal costs more than that. I bid 500. Guafati, can you not boast for once? It's not as if your meals cost merely 300 spirit stones. I bid 800. The hall erupted with a cacophony of escalating bids. And before long, the price of the spiritual sword soared to 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Witnessing this spectacle, Tian felt a wave of surprise wash over him. How could this assembly possess such wealth? He had only accrued 20,000 high-grade spirit stones from his previous sign-in, and after his recent cultivation endeavors, his remaining funds were considerably less. What do you think of this sword, my lord? Inquired Huda, standing behind Tian, observing the fervent competition among the bidders. Having previously seen Tian wield a high-grade spiritual sword, Huda surmised that Tian must be a skilled swordsman. Tian shook his head nonchalantly and remarked, it's acceptable. Having already acquired the clear wind sword, he had no need for this spirit sword and would not participate in the bidding. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao ceased to speak further and stood silently behind him. 2,500 coins for the first bid, 2,500 coins for the second bid, and 2,500 coins for the third bid, sold. With a resounding thud, the elder announced the end of the auction, and a maid handed the spirit sword to a robust middle-aged man. This man also bore another spirit sword at his waist, indicating he was indeed a swordsman. However, the sword at his side was marred with numerous nicks, suggesting it had endured many battles and lost its divine essence. It was evident he sought to replace it through this auction. The first auction item was merely a prelude, yet the atmosphere in the hall undeniably surged to a fever pitch. Soon, another maid entered, presenting the second item. This item, crafted by the alchemist Master Yao Huan, was well known for his alchemical prowess as a third-tier high-level alchemist. The item was a third-tier Yuan Dan, capable of elevating a martial general's realm without any adverse effects. Albeit it could only be consumed once in a lifetime, further consumption would yield no benefit. As soon as the item was introduced, the elder patiently elaborated on its effects. Upon hearing of the potion's capabilities, the eyes of countless martial generals gleamed with fervor, plunging them into a frenzy as they silently vowed to secure it. The prospect of ascending a realm without adverse effects was truly formidable. It is well known that as one progresses, the difficulty of advancement increases significantly. In the martial general realm, spending 3 to 5 months to elevate one's standing is exceedingly normal. Now, with a single pill capable of alleviating months of arduous cultivation, who could resist such temptation? Let the bidding commence at 100 high-tier spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10 stones. 200 stones. Another pauper. Please do not embarrass yourself. 500 stones. I bid 700 stones. The hall erupted with fervent bidding. Observing the frenzy surrounding the pill, Hu Tao glanced at the composed Fu Tian and couldn't help but urge, "Young master, given your cultivation is at the martial general realm, do you not intend to bid for it? Do you think I require a pill to elevate my realm?" Fu Tian's response left Hu Tao speechless. Indeed, for someone as extraordinary as Fu Tian, the reliance on pills for advancement was inconsequential. It was a reflection of Hu Tao's limited perspective. Shaking his head, Hu Tao chose to remain silent. Before long, the pill was purchased by a young man, also at the martial general level, whose aura was remarkably steady. It seemed he had lingered in this realm for quite some time and intended to rely on this pill to break through. As various items were displayed for auction, Fu Tian shook his head in disinterest, indicating that none of these ordinary items were worthy of his attention. How could such commonplace treasures befit someone of his stature? Chapter 35. The emergence of earth-ranked martial arts. As he gazed thoughtfully, Fu Tian seemed to have an epiphany. He retrieved a khaki gourd from the depths of the system space. At first glance, it appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features, just the sort of object one might overlook on a bustling street. "My lord, what is this gourd?" Inquisitively, Hu Tao regarded the gourd in Fu Tian's hand, unable to suppress his curiosity. Fu Tian merely smiled, choosing silence over words as he uncorked the gourd. In an instant, Hu Tao was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy wafting from within, and he faintly sensed the presence of spiritual liquid, which was truly astonishing. What is spiritual liquid? When spiritual energy reaches a certain density, it transitions from gas to liquid, resulting in a qualitative transformation that gives rise to spiritual liquid. Generally, spiritual liquid manifests only in locations rich with spiritual energy. A single drop contains an immense amount of this energy, making it an unparalleled resource for cultivation, enabling rapid progress in one's practice. Moreover, the utility of spiritual liquid extends beyond mere cultivation. It can also be employed in alchemy and artifact crafting to enhance one's own quality. It is, in every sense, invaluable, priceless, and rare. "My lord, this is a gathering spirit gourd. As you can see, it serves to store spiritual energy. To my surprise, it can also transform into spiritual liquid. Quite impressive indeed. Not as mediocre as I had imagined." Fu Tian savored the spiritual energy and liquid within the gourd, feeling a mixture of satisfaction and surprise. He was astonished that this small gathering spirit gourd could actually produce spiritual liquid. Indeed, the items provided by the system, even at a low sign-in level, were anything but ordinary. With that, Fu Tian lifted the gourd and took a generous sip. The spiritual liquid, upon entering his mouth, unleashed a wave of sweetness and coolness. Instantly, it transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy that coursed through Fu Tian's organs and limbs. His cultivation speed surged 100-fold as he absorbed the vast spiritual energy. His aura noticeably strengthened. Yet, it remained insufficient to elevate him to the 4th rank of martial general. For Fu Tian's unique constitution required exponentially more resources to break through each realm. Observing Fu Tian indulge in the spiritual liquid, Hu Tao swallowed hard, a flicker of desire crossing his features, though he masked it well. Noticing this, Fu Tian chuckled softly and presented the gourd to Hu Tao. Hu Tao was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, "My lord, that is out of the question. You currently possess only the cultivation of a martial general. The more resources, the better, and I cannot shamelessly partake." Faced with the gourd so close at hand, Hu Tao resisted the temptation, choosing instead to reserve the resource for Fu Tian. "Enough of your fussing. You're a grown man, yet you act so timid. It's hard to believe you were once the valiant cavalry general," though seemingly a reproach. These words warmed Hu Tao's heart, prompting him to relent. He accepted the gathering spirit gourd and took a sip himself, adopting a carefree demeanor, reminiscent of a wandering hero. As the spiritual liquid entered his mouth, it erupted into the purest form of spiritual energy, filling Hu Tao's insides. Exhilarating, he roared, as the spiritual energy surged within him, causing his aura to rise and his realm to shift, climbing higher and higher. Fu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he on the verge of a breakthrough? Drink every last drop of the liquid within. A soft voice emanated from Fu Tian's lips, and this time, Hu Tao did not refuse. He promptly consumed all the spiritual liquid in one gulp. The gourd appeared quite modest, easily grasped in one hand, yet its interior was undeniably spacious, containing a substantial quantity of the precious liquid. The sound of gulping reverberated within Hu Tao's mouth, and had there been any onlookers witnessing this scene, their eyes would undoubtedly have blazed with indignation, reproaching Hu Tao for squandering such a treasure. What surprised both Fu Tian and Hu Tao was the sheer abundance of spiritual liquid. It seemed this gourd was indeed a rare gem. After finishing the drink, a vast amount of spiritual liquid accumulated within Hu Tao's body, incessantly transforming into an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, surging forth in relentless waves. Hu Tao immediately settled into a meditative posture, harnessing the energy within him to focus on his cultivation. The spiritual energy permeated his entire being, flowing through every part of his body, filling his limbs, bones, and meridians. Gradually, Hu Tao's spiritual strength solidified, and his aura ascended step by step. Open! Hu Tao bellowed, a crackling sound emanating from within him. Soon, accompanied by a tremendous internal explosion, everything fell into place. Ninth Heaven Martial Sovereign, broken through. He expressed his gratitude for the spiritual liquid that facilitated his breakthrough, vowing that henceforth, he would not shy away from any challenge, be it climbing a mountain of knives or traversing a sea of fire. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound achievement, Hu Tao bowed deeply to Fu Tian, his eyes reflecting genuine admiration. Fu Tian shook his head and replied, "Your foundation has been solid for many years, even without the spiritual liquid. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time." Hu Tao, however, shook his head in earnestness, saying, "Not only did you enable me to transcend my limits, but the sheer quantity of spiritual liquid is priceless. I fear no one else, besides you, would exhibit such generosity. I am truly at a loss for how to repay you." "Enough with the sentimentalities. It is merely a bit of spiritual liquid," Fu Tian said dismissively. Turning his attention back to the auction, Hu Tao nodded solemnly twice, standing behind Fu Tian with an even greater sense of respect. In the auction hall, yet another item was sold. The elder announced in a voice audible to all, "The auction is nearing its conclusion. We have 3 final items that will not disappoint." It was evident that the previous items had attracted only the lower-tier bidders, while participants from the silver and gold VIP sections, where Fu Tian was seated, were few and far between. These individuals had come primarily for the last 3 items, as the earlier offerings held little allure for them. The elder clapped his hands, and a maid approached, bearing a tray that prominently displayed an ancient tome. "I trust many of you are already aware of what this is. I believe countless attendees have come specifically for this." The elder continued without further ado. "Next, we present a low-tier earth-grade martial skill, the Cloud-Turning Palm. The auction begins with a starting bid of 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100 high-grade spirit stones." As the elder's words fell, the entire venue erupted into a cacophony of excitement, the atmosphere charged with animated chatter. "What? Earth-grade martial techniques? How could such a rarity be up for auction? Surely, I must have misheard. It is indeed an earth-grade martial technique. Rumor has it that even those of the martial king realm utilize such techniques. If I were to comprehend its mysteries, would I not stand a considerable chance of ascending to the martial king level? Yet, do you truly believe you can grasp the essence of an earth-grade technique? Even the martial kings may struggle to fully understand them. Perhaps it would be wiser to return home and continue dreaming." In the realm of Zhenzhou, martial techniques are broadly categorized into human, yellow, xian, earth, and heaven grades. Among these, human and yellow grades are the most prevalent, their power relatively modest and easily comprehensible, making them suitable for martial artists and masters alike. Upon reaching the xian grade, martial techniques become increasingly rare. Apart from the 6 major sects and the royal house of Shizhou, which possess a greater number of xian grade techniques, the smaller sects hold but a scant few. Integral to their foundations, earth-grade techniques are even scarcer. Even the 6 major sects and the Shizhou royalty possess them in but a handful, handed down through generations. As for the higher heaven-grade techniques, they are truly unique and exceedingly rare. It has been speculated that the Shizhou possesses no more than a mere handful of these esteemed techniques. One can only imagine the scarcity of heaven-grade martial arts. To think that at today's auction, someone would present an earth-grade technique for bidding. Even a low-tier one would be immensely valuable, practically priceless. Who could be so extravagant? If I were their father, I would surely break their legs. This thought echoed in the minds of the crowd. 6,000 high-tier spirit stones. Seizing the moment while the crowd was still in shock, a richly dressed elder proclaimed the price. 8,000 high-tier spirit stones. Others were not to be outdone and began to compete fervently. 10,000 high-tier spirit stones. A resonant voice echoed from the silver VIP room, resonating throughout the auction hall. The elder on stage smiled faintly. This was precisely the moment he had anticipated, for a true figure of significance had made their move. Upon hearing the bid of 10,000 high-tier spirit stones, the voices in the audience receded like the tide. Many shook their heads. deeming the prospect of contending for this martial technique utterly hopeless. Some inwardly cursed the affluent, lamenting their birth into impoverished families. Seeing the earth-grade technique, Hu Tao felt a flicker of interest and inquired, "Young master, do you have an interest in this martial technique? Earth-grade techniques are indeed rare, should you wish to bid. I possess 30,000 high-tier spirit stones." As a former general of the cavalry, Hu Tao had access to considerable resources. However, due to his demotion, his monthly stipend had diminished significantly. Coupled with his relentless training, which consumed a great deal of resources, his current assets were limited. "Not interested," Fu Tian replied indifferently, his tone devoid of any emotion, clearly indicating his lack of interest. Upon hearing this response, Hu Tao could only manage a wry smile, his expression one of resigned understanding. It appears that the items capable of captivating the young master are indeed of unparalleled value. Indeed, this is the case. Generally, the earthly tier martial skills are of little concern to Futin, as he possesses a system that enhances with his growing strength, potentially allowing him to sign in for an earthly tier martial skill in the future. Moreover, the martial skills obtained through system sign-ins can be mastered directly through the system, akin to a sudden enlightenment that unveils the profound mysteries of martial arts, enabling perfect comprehension. In contrast, purchased martial skills necessitate personal cultivation. Although Futin feels his innate talent is remarkably high, having learned the Autumn Moon Sword technique from Qiumingyu with relative ease, he speculates that cultivating an earthly tier martial skill would be remarkably effortless, devoid of any challenges. Yet, Futin remains disinclined to squander his time, as he can be described as a quintessential slothful individual. The competition for this earthly tier martial skill is particularly fierce, rapidly escalating to 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, leaving the onlookers astounded, as if high-grade spirit stones were as common as cabbage. 25,000 high-grade spirit stones. Another voice emerged from the silver VIP room, and this time, no one dared to bid further, enveloped in silence. Above the silver VIP room, in the golden VIP chamber, an elder stood behind a young man clad in golden attire, whose demeanor was haughty. The elder calmly inquired, "Young master, shall we secure this earthly tier martial skill?" The young man, swirling his wine glass, took a sip, pondered for a moment, and casually replied, "Acquire it." The elder understood the signal and proclaimed in a voice that resonated like thunder throughout the auction hall, 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this declaration, the elder on stage immediately turned his gaze, his expression revealing surprise. Finally, the individuals from the golden VIP room had made their move. Chapter 36, A Promise. Generally speaking, entry into the silver VIP room demands an esteemed identity or substantial financial resources. Previously, Hu Tao naturally met these criteria to acquire a silver token. As for the golden VIP room, it is reserved for the most distinguished individuals at the Black Cloud auction, with only a select few being awarded a golden token. Even the Black Cloud auction has distributed only a handful. Those who reside in the golden VIP room are not to be underestimated. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid to 30,000 high-grade spirit stones? The elder on stage inquired with a beaming smile, clearly pleased with the current price. As anticipated, when the bid reached 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, many fell silent, including several prominent figures in the silver VIP room who shook their heads, choosing to withdraw. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones represents a luxurious resource in the resource-scarce West State. Typically, even martial kings utilize high-grade spirit stones for cultivation, making them a rare commodity. 33,000. Another resonant voice emerged from the golden VIP room, stirring a wave of excitement among the crowd. Were two titans now in competition? Instantly, everyone sat upright, donning expressions of eager anticipation. "Young master, I believe that VIP room belongs to the Yang family." The elderly man, stooped over, whispered to the opulent young man before him. Upon hearing this, the young man's brow furrowed, sensing potential trouble. In the imperial city of West State, apart from the royal family and the West State imperial mansion, the most formidable forces are the four great families. These families include the Luo family in the south, the Yang family in the north, the Li family in the west, and the Xiang family in the east. These four families have resided here for several centuries, their power undeniable. While they cannot compete with the royal family, they hold considerable sway in the imperial city, being forces to be reckoned with. This opulent young man is a direct descendant of the Li family, known as Li Moran. His father serves as the third elder of the Li family, a figure of remarkable standing, always accompanied by the elder Bai, the one behind him. "Elder Bai, do you know who has come from the Yang family?" Li Moran inquired. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding, "I am uncertain. However, our purpose for this trip is not solely for this local tier martial skill. In my opinion, it would be wise to forfeit the bidding and focus on that other item instead. Acknowledging Elder Bai's words with a slight nod, Lee Moran, despite his haughty demeanor, was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation and decided to withdraw from the bidding. After all, 30,000 high-grade spirit stones is no trifling amount. Continuing would jeopardize his chances of obtaining the desired item. The elder on stage, noticing the prolonged silence from the other golden VIP room, felt a tinge of disappointment. As an auctioneer, he naturally hoped for the bidding price to escalate, thereby increasing his own rewards. 33,000 once, 33,000 twice, 33,000 thrice, sold. Congratulations to our esteemed guests in the golden VIP room for acquiring the earth-level martial art, the cloud-transforming palm. Your cultivation shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With a definitive proclamation, the elder announced the result of the auction, his tone laced with an undertone of flattery. Following his words, a maid approached the golden VIP room, bearing the earth-level martial art, soon vanishing from sight. Now that the first piece to our assistance has been sold, let us direct our attention to the second exquisite item, which I assure you will not disappoint. No sooner had he finished speaking than another maid emerged, delicately holding a luxurious vial, intricately engraved with a formation. The mere presence of this vial qualifies it as a treasure. One can only wonder at the precious contents within. As you can see, within this vial lies a 4th-grade advanced elixir, the longevity pill. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd upon hearing the elder's words. A 4th-grade longevity pill? A single pill capable of extending one's life by a decade? It is said that although the longevity pill is a 4th-grade elixir, the materials and the alchemical complexity involved rival that of 5th-grade potions. How could it possibly find its way here? Indeed, I have only heard tales of such a potion in my lifetime. To finally behold it is a marvel. In the realm of mortals, the ultimate stage is the martial king realm, where one may attain a lifespan of 2 centuries, double that of ordinary beings. Yet even so, the day shall come when life wanes. Once a martial king perishes, their glory fades, gradually forgotten by the world. The prospect of a single pill extending one's life by a decade is a tantalizing notion. What if, by virtue of these 10 years, a martial sovereign could ascend to the martial king realm, thereby gaining another century of life? Even in the absence of such an ascent, an additional decade is ample time for countless endeavors. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, many began to succumb to frenzy, particularly the elderly, whose years had long surpassed their vigor. With dwindling lifespans, numerous elders stood, fists clenched, their eyes fixated on the vial, their bodies quivering with anticipation, as if ready to seize it by force. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed throughout the black cloud auction house, sending shivers down the spines of those harboring ill intentions. The realization struck: a martial king stands behind this auction house. Should one act impulsively and attempt to snatch the vial, they would surely meet a grim fate. Upon hearing that voice, cold sweat dripped from many brows as they regained their composure, turning back to their seats. Witnessing this scene, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief. The previous tension had been quite terrifying, with countless gazes fixated upon him like a prey, a palpable sense of danger looming. However, the elder, seasoned by the storms of life, swiftly calmed his emotions. Now, I trust you all comprehend the exquisite value of this elixir. As per our customary practice, let us compete with our abilities. The highest bid shall triumph. The starting bid is set at 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this opening price, many in the crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that they were utterly unqualified to participate in the auction. Even Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed learned about the longevity elixir in the alchemy chamber of the Supreme Emperor. It is a 4th-grade high-tier pill, capable of extending one's lifespan by 10 years. While such potions were not entirely absent in the Western Province, the number of those capable of crafting them is exceedingly limited. To think that such an item would appear at this auction. 20,000. A voice emerged from the silver VIP room, immediately raising the bid by 10,000, clearly eager to acquire the elixir. However, the true value of the longevity elixir far exceeds 20,000. Soon, a prominent figure from the golden VIP room made a move, and the price began to soar exponentially. I bid 30,000, 35,000, 40,000. Young master, this longevity elixir is indeed a treasure. Who wouldn't desire an extension of their life by 10 years? Hu Tao, standing behind Tian, gazed eagerly at the elixir on the stage. Although it is a remarkable item, one must possess the means to bid, and the price of the longevity elixir would undoubtedly be substantial. Fu Tian's words fell like a bucket of cold water on Hu Tao, prompting him to regain his composure. With merely 30,000 spirit stones in total, he realized he was far from being able to contend. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Hu Tao inquired, "Young master, do you wish to place a bid? If we miss this elixir, who knows how long we will have to wait for another opportunity." Fu Tian had never participated in an auction before, finding little value in the items previously offered, which Hu Tao could understand. Generally speaking, they weren't particularly precious. However, although this elixir was merely 4th grade, its rarity was comparable to that of a 5th grade pill, especially given its capability to prolong life, a quality that surpassed the previous offerings. Surely, this would stir the young master's interest. Hu Tao observed Fu Tian's expression, which remained devoid of any discernible emotion, unchanged from before. Disappointment washed over him. Could it be that nothing could captivate the young master? Fu Tian, seemingly reading Hu Tao's thoughts, replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, 4th grade high-tier pills are rare, and few in the Western province possess the ability to craft them. Rarity bestows value, and here, it can be considered a treasure. Upon hearing Fu Tian's words, Hu Tao's demeanor relaxed, as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the young master did recognize the worth of certain treasures. However, as Hu Tao sensed a shift in the conversation, his curiosity piqued about what Fu Tian would say next. "But if you desire it, I can prepare one for you in the future." Hu Tao gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You can refine pills?" Such incredulity was understandable by conventional standards. An individual's time and energy are finite. To simultaneously pursue cultivation and delve into alchemy would demand an extraordinary amount of time. One would either fall behind their contemporaries in cultivation or lack the refinement skills of those who dedicate themselves to the craft. Only genuine prodigies can manage both cultivation and alchemy without detriment, yet such talents are exceedingly rare. As far as Hu Tao knew, there were no more than 10 such geniuses in the entire Western province. However, reflecting on the extraordinary nature of the sultry days, Hu Tao found solace. Indeed, in these oppressive days, a martial general could defy a martial sect, a feat that transcended mere talent, bordering instead on the realm of the monstrous. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely believe such absurdity could exist. Alchemy is not arduous for me, though I am uncertain of my current capabilities. I promise you that when I successfully concoct the elixir, I shall present you with one. Upon hearing Fu Tian's words, Hu Tao's countenance transformed into one of profound delight, his heart swelling with joy. In his eyes, given Fu Tian's innate gifts, the successful creation of a longevity potion seemed a foregone conclusion. Would this not mean that he could one day possess such an elixir? "Thank you, my lord. Yet, the favor you bestow upon me is far too great. I am at a loss as to how I might repay you." As he spoke, the elation on Hu Tao's face shifted to a bittersweet expression, his heart a tumult of emotions. For the first time, he felt utterly inadequate, unable to contribute anything of worth to his lord. Fu Tian gently patted Hu Tao's shoulder and said with a calm demeanor, "What may be invaluable to you is but a trivial matter to me. Do not overthink it. Simply accept it." Upon hearing this, Hu Tao felt a measure of comfort return to his heart. Gratitude unspoken, Hu Tao had already regarded Fu Tian as his lifelong benefactor, a figure he could never forget. To Hu Tao, Fu Tian represented the greatest opportunity of his existence. Chapter 37. The blood of the dragon. In the midst of the conversation between Fu Tian and Hu Tao, the price of the longevity elixir had unknowingly soared to an astonishing 70,000 high-grade spirit stones, a figure so extravagant that it seemed almost unfathomable. "Young master, it has already reached 70,000 high-grade spirit stones. Shall we raise the bid further? We only brought 80,000 high-grade spirit stones this time, and I fear." In a lavish golden VIP room, Elder Bai quietly addressed Li Moran, seated before him, revealing his apprehension that their funds might prove insufficient for the auction. Upon hearing this, a flicker of malevolence crossed Li Moran's countenance, his expression darkening significantly. He slammed his fist onto the table, which shattered into splinters. "Damn it! Am I truly destined to miss out on this longevity elixir? Would that mean I return empty-handed?" Sensing Li Moran's wrath, Elder Bai quickly offered reassurance. "Young master, there is still one final item to be auctioned. Once they conclude this round, their wealth will surely pale in comparison to yours. You can simply bid on the last item directly." At this, Li Moran felt slightly soothed, settling into a contemplative silence. Yet, a thought struck him, and he queried with confusion, "But I was not informed of any additional final items at the outset. Is the last one perhaps a last-minute addition?" Elder Bai nodded slightly, his expression mirroring confusion. "Indeed, I too received no prior information regarding this item. It has emerged quite mysteriously as the finale. Moran shook his head, dismissing the thought, and turned his gaze toward the auction stage. 75,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The elderly auctioneer proclaimed loudly, casting hopeful glances toward the golden VIP rooms above. Princess, it has reached 75,000 high-grade spirit stones. Shall we continue to bid? An elderly man, well into his years, addressed the young girl seated before him with utmost reverence, his voice cautious. This girl appeared no older than 15 or 16, with skin as delicate and white as mutton fat, evoking an irresistible urge to caress it. Her face was heart-shaped, adorned with large, dark eyes that were exceedingly endearing. One hand propped up her chin while the other nibbled on a spirit fruit, producing a delightful crunch with each bite. Humph, no matter the cost in spirit stones. I must acquire this elixir to present to father. Surely, he will favor me more for it, the girl declared with a hint of haughtiness, her voice sweet yet commanding, stirring an instinctive desire to cherish her. Yes, my lady, the elderly man replied, his gaze imbued with affection, looking at her as one would regard a beloved daughter. 8,000 spirit stones, he casually announced, yet his voice resonated throughout the auction hall, clear and unmistakable. Upon hearing this bid, the elderly auctioneer's spirit surged, excitement evident on his face. 8,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? He called out, shifting his gaze to another golden VIP room. Suddenly, a crash echoed from one of the golden VIP rooms, followed by a furious exclamation. Damn it! Who is it that dares to contend with me? Have they lost all sense of self-preservation? A youth clad in a blue robe spoke with great indignation, his expression one of palpable anger. Observing this, a middle-aged man behind him shook his head with a sense of resignation and remarked, Young master, the opposing party also hails from the golden VIP room. Their status is undoubtedly significant, and they may not fear our Yang family. The Yang family is one of the 4 prominent clans of the imperial city. Presently, the Yang family stands at the zenith of its power, increasingly formidable among the 4 clans, subtly hinting at a potential ascendance to the foremost position. Consequently, the descendants of the Yang family, for reasons unbeknownst to many, have developed a sense of superiority, exhibiting arrogance and high-handedness, frequently inciting the ire of the other 3 clans. Uncle Yang, how many high-grade spirit stones do we have left? The youth inquired eagerly. Young master, we brought only 80,000 high-grade spirit stones for this occasion, and we can no longer continue bidding. However, there is one final item that is sure to follow. I believe the opposing party, having secured the longevity pill, will likely lack the qualifications to contest the next item, Uncle Yang responded. Upon hearing these words, the young man regained his composure, his anger dissipating, although he still gazed longingly at the longevity pill on the stage. Noticing the silence from the other golden VIP room, the elder in charge of the auction allowed a flicker of disappointment to cross his features before he began to announce, 80,000 spirit stones once, 80,000 spirit stones twice, 80,000 spirit stones thrice. Bang! Congratulations to this esteemed guest for winning the longevity pill. With the gavel's fall, the contest over the longevity pill came to a close. Soon, a maid approached the golden VIP room with a vial containing the longevity pill, all eyes fixed upon her with keen anticipation. Now, only one final item remains in this auction. Regarding this item, I can assure you that everyone has a chance to acquire it, as the method of transaction will deviate from the auction format. It will be a barter. As the elder concluded his statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience, prompting hushed whispers among the crowd. The barter method had not been employed in this auction for quite some time. It is an option sellers may choose when they neither require nor desire spirit stones, allowing them to exchange for items that pique their interest. As the elder noted, theoretically, everyone has an opportunity to obtain this item, provided they can offer something that entices the seller. However, one must consider whether commonly accessible or widely coveted treasures could truly captivate the seller's interest. The rarity of an item often dictates its value. Thus, only items of equal caliber should be presented, lest one embarrass themselves with mundane offerings. Without further ado, let us present the item. As the elder's words hung in the air, a figure slowly ascended the stage, no longer a mere maid, but a mysterious individual cloaked in black, their face shrouded. As this figure approached, numerous dignitaries turned their attention, some employing ocular techniques to scrutinize the newcomer. Even prominent figures such as Tian, Hu Tao, Moran, and Bai Lao were drawn to investigate, eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic presence. However, as soon as their gazes met, it became apparent that the figure draped in black robes was enveloped in a swirling aura, resembling a black hole, obscuring any discernible features beneath the cloak. This robe was, in fact, a rare treasure. The crowd was astounded. The mere possession of such a black robe suggested that the wearer was extraordinarily affluent. With no hope of probing further, many shook their heads and averted their eyes. Only Tian remained, his gaze fixed, as chaotic ancient energy gathered within his eyes, which radiated a scorching golden light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions, leaving no specter unexamined. Since the awakening of his chaos sacred spirit body at its initial stage, his understanding of it and its myriad formidable qualities had begun to unfurl, and this was merely one of its manifestations. Seemingly sensing the scrutiny, the cloaked figure turned towards Tian's chamber, disbelief flickering across his countenance before he regained his composure, though a watchful eye lingered in his heart. Clearing his throat twice, he spoke in a gravelly voice. As you have surmised, I am indeed the seller of this final item. For this exchange, I would prefer that only ordinary items be presented, lest we waste time and risk embarrassment. What I seek in trade is 10 drops of dragon blood. As he spoke, he produced a precious vial from within his robes. The moment the vial emerged, it exuded an overwhelming pressure that rendered many in the audience breathless, gasping for air. Even the martial sovereigns felt a momentary slackening in their breath, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the vial presented by the cloaked figure. Young master, could this truly be dragon blood? Hu Tao exclaimed, his expression a mix of shock and incredulity as he gazed at the vial. The dragon, according to legend, evolves from a serpent after a millennium of cultivation into a water snake, and after 500 years, transforms into a flood dragon, ultimately becoming a true dragon after 1,000 years. Thus, the very existence of a dragon is terrifying, possessing immense power that none dare provoke. The common folk merely hear whispers of dragons, never having laid eyes upon one. The revelation that this cloaked figure could produce 10 drops of dragon blood was nothing short of astonishing. Amidst the shock, a seed of doubt lingered. Was this truly dragon blood? Tian's gaze narrowed slightly as he regarded the vial, activating his chaos sacred spirit body to sense its essence. Moreover, the other prominent figures began employing various means to ascertain its authenticity. To their astonishment, the blood within the vial indeed triggered a reaction in Tian's chaos sacred spirit body, as if the two shared a mutual resonance. Within Tian, the ancient chaotic energy began to coalesce, gradually forming a miniature true dragon that roared towards the heavens, as if seeking to shatter the firmament. Yet, this miniature true dragon, born of chaotic energy, swiftly dissipated within Tian, leaving no trace behind. This was the first manifestation of the awakened chaos sacred spirit body, a testament to its extraordinary capacity to give rise to divine beast forms. Of course, this anomaly was perceptible only to Tian. No one else could sense it. Not even Hu Tao, who stood closest to him. At this moment, Tian was certain that the vial indeed contained dragon blood. Furthermore, he felt a stirring within. Dragon blood could be said to harbor a trace of true dragon lineage, albeit so faint that it might easily be overlooked, yet it undeniably existed. Its efficacy far exceeds the realm of human imagination. Indeed, it is undoubtedly the blood of the dragon, Tian certainly declared. This revelation astonished Hu Tao, prompting him to ponder how the young master arrived at such a conclusion. Yet, he held no doubts. If the young master asserted it was dragon blood, it must be true. Elder Bai, your vast knowledge is renowned. Do you believe that the vial indeed contains dragon blood? After a considerable period of observation, Liamo Ran remained perplexed and turned to Elder Bai for guidance. Young master, you overestimate my abilities. The dragon is exceedingly formidable, far beyond my comprehension. However, the oppressive aura it emanates cannot be false. Elder Bai's expression was fraught with uncertainty, his brows furrowed into a distinct shape. Nevertheless, this affirmation sufficed for Liamo Ran. Even a mere 20% probability of its authenticity compelled him to seize the opportunity, for he could not afford to let any chance slip away. Princess, this is indeed the might of a dragon. In my lifetime, I have felt it once, and I possess some understanding of dragon might. The elderly man who had auctioned the longevity elixir explained to the young lady beside him, a grave expression crossing his features. Should we notify the royal family? The blood of the dragon is no trifling matter. The young lady seated nearby also recognized the gravity of the situation, nodding subtly before producing a red communication stone and shattering it. Young master, there is little doubt, it is dragon blood. Yet, how did it come to be here? An elder spoke to a young boy in front of him, his eyes reflecting confusion. The boy, however, was not overly concerned, exclaiming with delight, Uncle Yang. Since it has appeared here, it is surely a divine opportunity prepared especially for me, Yang Jing. No one shall take it from me. With these 10 drops of dragon blood, my strength shall ascend to new heights. And I too shall contend for a place among the top 10 geniuses of the Western province. Clearly, not everyone possessed the discernment or ability to ascertain the truth. Many in the audience expressed skepticism toward the cloaked figure. How can we ascertain that this is truly dragon blood? What if it is merely some other blood meant to deceive us? Indeed, as long as you can prove this is dragon blood, we shall willingly offer our treasures in exchange. Precisely, if it turns out to be false, we would be at a significant loss. In the face of such skepticism, the cloaked figure on stage remained indifferent, speaking with disdain. Those who cannot even discern dragon blood wish to participate in this auction. Step aside. You have forfeited your eligibility. Upon hearing the mockery from the cloaked individual, many in the crowd glared in outrage at the figure on stage. Yet, the cloaked figure remained unfazed, composed, and awaiting the words of those truly discerning. Chapter 38. The life gem in the imperial city's sky. The full moon hung high, surrounded by twinkling stars. The silvery moonlight cascaded down like the Milky Way, illuminating the night with its scarce brilliance. Within the dark cloud auction house, numerous individuals grumbled under their breath, condemning the figure in black robes for their arrogance and ignorance. Yet, the robed figure merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. Why should they engage with such narrow-minded individuals? However, some dared to propose a trade, uncertain if the blood of the dragon was genuine, yet hoping for a fortunate outcome. I possess a fine superior spirit sword named Cold Water. Might I inquire if you would be interested in an exchange? A tall young man rose, brandishing a deep blue, chilling spirit sword, presumably the cold water he mentioned. Upon hearing of the superior spirit sword, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Such a treasure was indeed rare and precious, yet offered in exchange for the dubious dragon's blood? Unexpectedly, the figure in black responded with indifference. A superior spirit sword? Such wares are unworthy of trading for my dragon's blood. Begone, you humph. The young man's face flushed with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. With a scoff, he departed. If the figure dismissed even a superior spirit sword, their demand seemed excessively high. Perhaps it was for the best. If they were willing to exchange for the sword, it would undoubtedly indicate the dragon's blood was fake. Their disinterest lent some credibility to its authenticity. Indeed, genuine dragon's blood could hardly be compared to a mere superior spirit sword. If it were not an exceedingly valuable item, it ought not be presented, lest it waste time. Witnessing the earlier scene, many murmured and exchanged thoughts, contemplating what extraordinary treasures they might offer. I have a water-stabilizing pearl. When held, it allows one to feel as though they are on solid ground, even submerged in deep water. Another individual stood forth, clutching a crystal blue pearl and extolling its virtues. The figure in black cast a fleeting glance at the pearl and shook their head. A water-stabilizing pearl. If it were genuine, it would indeed be remarkable, with benefits far beyond your claims. However, the market is flooded with fakes. True ones are exceedingly rare. You may take it back. The man's complexion fluctuated, grappling with the revelation that his water-stabilizing pearl was but a counterfeit. He fell silent, unable to accept the truth. I possess an ancestral gem, the material of which I am unaware, yet it brings a sense of comfort and wards off illness. Another voice chimed in. This is a Buddha statue my grandfather entrusted to me before his passing. I have carried it for years and have encountered no peril since. I believe it offers protection. This gem has been in my possession for quite some time, and today I reluctantly present it to enlighten you. Soon after, an array of bizarre and eclectic items were revealed, with some even presenting a piece of dead wood, falsely claiming it to be divine, while others boasted of a mere roadside stone as a premium spirit stone. Upon witnessing these occurrences, the figure in the black robe could only shake his head in disapproval. Eventually, unable to contain his ire, he uttered a fierce rebuke that echoed throughout the auction hall, bringing the crowd back to a state of composure. Silence. No more items should be presented, otherwise, I shall escort you out of the auction. The elder's pronouncement undoubtedly caused many faces to pale, instilling a sense of caution in the bidders. The man in the black robe, recognizing that those in the audience possessed no rare treasures, shifted his gaze towards the VIP sections adorned with silver and gold. Young master, shall we raise the bid? Noticing the black-robed figure's attention, Hu Tao inquired curiously of Fu Tian. However, Fu Tian merely cast a fleeting glance at Hu Tao, questioning, do you possess anything of value? Hu Tao scratched his head, chuckling. Well, I do have something precious, but I believe it pales in comparison to the blood of a dragon. I shall refrain from presenting it. Fu Tian slightly turned his head, pondering that perhaps he too lacked anything particularly valuable. The spirit-gathering gourd? The Qingfeng sword? The divine wood jade pendant? I wonder if the jade pendant would suffice. The divine wood jade pendant, indeed, was carved from a segment of divine wood, bestowing tranquil focus, enhancing innate talent, and augmenting comprehension, truly a rare treasure. Yet, Tian felt it insufficient to impress the black-robed individual. He was taken aback by his own limitations despite possessing a system. It seemed rather ineffective. Others who acquired systems often found themselves sailing smoothly through their endeavors, effortlessly obtaining what they desired. Tian shook his head in silence. Disappointment etched across his face. Suddenly, amidst his musings, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a new daily sign-in opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? At this moment, Tian felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, prompting him to sign in without hesitation. Confirm sign-in. Sign-in successful. The evaluated level of your sign-in is deemed precious. Following this, Tian experienced the thrill of signing in at this unprecedented level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a low-level life essence gem. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an Earth-tier martial technique, 10,000 swords formation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 premium spirit stones. According to the system, the low-level life essence gem contained the essence of life, which, upon refinement, could extend one's lifespan by a century. The 10,000 swords formation was categorized as an intermediate Earth-tier martial technique. With a single sword, I can vanquish 100,000 foes or slay 100,000 times. As for the premium spirit stones, they were even more precious than high-tier spirit stones, containing an abundance of spiritual energy that far exceeded their high-tier counterparts, representing a significant qualitative leap. Refining just one would be worth 1,000 high-tier spirit stones. However, premium spirit stones were exceedingly rare in the Western state, with scarcely any available. Despite Li Moran and his companions being able to present 80,000 high-tier spirit stones, they would likely be unable to produce even a single premium spirit stone, as they had no authority over such treasures. Their families would not distribute them. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Why has the resource acquired from this sign-in diminished? Previously, I secured 10,000 high-tier spirit stones. Seemingly aware of Tian's confusion, the system clarified. Ding. The resources acquired from sign-in are closely tied to your cultivation level. Do you truly expect to sign in for numerous premium spirit stones with merely the cultivation of a martial general? Don't jest with me. As the summer days unfolded, Tian displayed a look of bewilderment. Why does it feel like this system has a rather acerbic tone? Is it merely my imagination? He decided to dismiss these thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the low-level life essence gem into his palm. The moment he grasped it, he could feel an overwhelming vitality emanating from within. Merely inhaling its essence brought an indescribable comfort to his body, were it not for its crystalline form. One might easily mistake it for a living entity. Beside him, Hu Tao was equally taken aback by the gem's potent life force, feeling both astonished and alarmed. What a remarkable treasure this must be. In Hu Tao's eyes, any item that Tian valued was certainly extraordinary. Recalling the previous auction, where Tian had displayed little interest in all the presented items, Hu Tao was struck by the contrast. Even a small gourd that Tian had earlier produced seemed to Hu Tao an invaluable treasure. My lord, what is this? Hu Tao inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Tian replied with a faint smile, this is the life gem. Once refined, it can extend one's lifespan by a century. Boom. This revelation struck Hu Tao like thunder, leaving him momentarily speechless. To enhance one's life by a century? Did this not imply its efficacy was tenfold that of a longevity elixir? Such a diminutive gem possessed such terrifying power? Hu Tao had no doubts regarding Tian's words. Whatever his master asserted was undoubtedly true. However, would such a precious artifact be available for exchange? As he regained his composure, Hu Tao began to ponder this question. Although a century's extension to life was indeed extraordinary, the 10 drops of dragon blood he possessed were also exceedingly valuable. He found himself uncertain about the feasibility of an exchange, and a sense of worry for Tian began to creep into his mind. Yet, Tian remained unperturbed. His gaze directed towards the figure in the black robe, stating calmly, that will depend on his own inclinations. Old Bai, shall we make our move? In a luxurious golden VIP room, Li Mo Ran eagerly turned to Old Bai for guidance. Old Bai, however, shook his head slightly. Fear not, young master. We are not the only ones interested. It would be prudent for us to observe for the moment. Li Mo Ran sighed, his expression tinged with anxiety. While that may be true, I am uncertain whether the items I brought will be compelling enough. What if others possess treasures of greater worth? Upon hearing this, Old Bai fell silent, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he coldly remarked, if need be, we may have to resort to extraordinary measures. Seemingly grasping old Bai's meaning, Li Mo Ran paused, gritted his teeth, and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure, having waited patiently for some time, appeared increasingly impatient or perhaps even disdainful of those who hesitated to make their bids. With a cold snort, he declared, if no one else bids, the transaction will conclude here. At this proclamation, someone could no longer contain themselves. An aged female voice resonated from the golden VIP room above. We possess a piece of Xianling stone. Might you have any interest? Oh. Upon hearing the mention of Xianling stone, the black-robed figure lifted his head slightly. Now paying earnest attention, Xianling stone was indeed a valuable item, as it contained a trace of mysterious energy. Absorbing it could greatly enhance one's own spiritual energy and, to some extent, elevate 100x cultivation. It was truly a dual benefit. Nonetheless, the black-robed figure shook his head once more. Xianling stone is insufficient. It falls far short. Upon concluding his words, the golden VIP room fell into silence. Is there anything more precious than the Xianling stone? The figure in the black robe continued to speak. An ancient voice echoed from the golden VIP room, the very chamber where Yang Jing resided. I possess a mid-tier earthly martial skill, the Manga Fist. I wonder if it might pique your interest? This mid-tier martial skill was indeed a treasured inheritance passed down to Yang Jing from his family, making it one of his most valuable possessions. Yet, the elder shook his head in disapproval. Mid-tier earthly skill? Too commonplace, it remains inadequate. I have a life gem, which, once refined, can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Might this entice you? Finally, Fu Tian spoke, his voice emanating from the silver VIP room, attempting to barter with a low-tier life essence gem. Upon hearing Fu Tian's proposition, a flicker of intrigue ignited in the eyes of the black-robed elder, whose gaze, deep as the ocean, fixated on Fu Tian's location. How can I ascertain the veracity of your claim? Indeed, how could there be an object that directly augments one's lifespan by a century? Such a notion is utterly unprecedented. Previously, the fourth-tier longevity elixir could merely extend life by 10 years, yet you assert that your gem possesses effects tenfold. I find it hard to believe. I too harbor skepticism. The atmosphere grew tumultuous once more, filled with doubts regarding the life gem. In an instant, a glimmer of spiritual light shot forth from Fu Tian's position, soaring towards the elder on the stage. Observing this, the elder swiftly grasped the light, revealing a gem of vibrant green hue. This gem appeared unremarkable, yet radiated an overwhelming vitality, as if imbued with life itself. Merely inhaling its essence invigorated the spirit, instilling a sense of vitality. The black-robed man, taken aback, meticulously examined it, discovering it contained life essence, possibly validating Fu Tian's claim of extending lifespan by a century. A century of life is no trivial matter. Even a martial king possesses merely 200 years, and a Lioli realm cultivator has but 700 years of existence. Such an extension could indeed alter one's fate, driving even a martial king to madness. Gazing at the luminous green gem in his hand, the black-robed man's resolve had already begun to solidify. Chapter 39. The blood of the flood dragon forged in copper bones. Is there anything more precious than this? Inquired the figure cloaked in black. Upon hearing this question, many in the audience exchanged glances, pondering the value of a century of life. Could it be 2 centuries? It was evident that the previous Xianyuan stone paled in comparison. A century of life transcended mere monetary valuation. A rare silence enveloped the gathering. Old Bai, it appears we may have to resort to extraordinary measures this time, Li Moran remarked gravely, casting a serious look towards the elder behind him. He understood all too well that what he possessed could not hold a candle to a century of life, rendering it unnecessary to present. Hee, young master. Those in the silver VIP room are not to be underestimated. This life essence gem, which I have only heard of for the first time, has the ability to extend one's life by a century. It is undoubtedly a treasure that even the formidable martial kings would covet. Thus, it stands to reason that the individuals in that room are quite formidable themselves, Old Bai observed, his expression a mix of curiosity and excitement as he gazed towards the silver VIP room where Fu Tian resided. I suspect we are not the only ones harboring such intentions. Others may already be preparing to act, Old Bai remarked enigmatically, causing Li Moran's expression to tighten with concern. This may indeed be a murky situation. Yet, with great danger comes great opportunity, Old Bai continued. I shall investigate the true identity of those in that room. If they are individuals we cannot afford to provoke, young master, it may be best to let this matter go. Li Moran slightly cupped his fists. In that case, I shall trouble you, Old Bai. It is no trouble at all. Serving the young master is my honor. With that, Old Bai vanished from the room to conduct his investigation. At the same time, Li Moran was not the only one engaged in such endeavors. Many others, drawn by thoughts of Fu Tian, began to mobilize, including those in the golden VIP room where Yang Jing resided. Uncle Yang, no matter what, I must acquire those 10 drops of Flood Dragon's blood. Moreover, I want everything the master of that room possesses, Yang Jing declared with a mad gleam in his eyes. Addressing the middle-aged man behind him, the man merely shook his head in silence and exited the room. Granny, do you know who resides in that room? To possess a life essence gem capable of extending life by a century is beyond mere monetary worth. A curious princess in another golden VIP room inquired of the elder beside her. Do not worry, Your Highness, I shall investigate this matter. Please wait here. The elder replied before departing. Is there truly nothing more valuable than this? The cloaked figure spoke again, prompting another wave of silence in the hall, with no one daring to respond. After a moment, the figure turned his gaze slowly towards the silver VIP room where Fu Tian was ensconced and declared, if that is the case, the transaction is settled. The 10 drops of Flood Dragon's blood shall belong to you. With a mysterious smile, he handed the vial containing the Flood Dragon's blood to a nearby maid, who received it as though it were a precious treasure, gingerly making her way towards Fu Tian's chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure engaging in this delightful transaction. Until we meet again, ha 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 ha. In a fit of laughter, the figure cloaked in black vanished without a trace, leaving many onlookers to silently slip away from the auction house, their expressions grim. This night promised to be anything but ordinary. Nearby, a knock resounded at the door of the chamber where Fu Tian resided, prompting Huda to instinctively approach and open it. As the door creaked ajar, Huda was met with a multitude of scrutinizing gazes, appraising him from head to toe. Though he maintained a composed facade, a tempest swirled within. The prowess of those present was formidable, including individuals at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Upon receiving the precious vial from a maid, he gently closed the door, executing the action with fluidity and without uttering a single word. It was none other than the former general of the cavalry, Huda, and surely there would be no issue. However, I was taken aback by the origin of the life gem he possessed. Recognizing Huda, Elder Bai experienced a moment of surprise, but chose not to dwell on it, and discreetly departed. My lord, there are numerous eyes upon us outside, Huda remarked as he secured the door, then approached Fu Tian, offering the vial. Here it is. Fu Tian smiled faintly, revealing no surprise, as if he had anticipated such an occurrence. The vial emanated a comforting warmth, akin to something freshly retrieved. Upon uncorking the vial, a surge of violent, sanguine energy erupted forth, manifesting as a gaping maw that lunged toward Fu Tian with astonishing speed, catching even Huda off guard. Yet, Fu Tian possessed an extraordinary acuity. Ever since the awakening of his chaos sacred body's first manifestation, his sensitivity to danger had markedly heightened. Even prior to opening the vial, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from it, instilling a vague sense of impending peril that had kept him on high alert. Despite his preparedness, the ferocity of the blood energy charging at him rendered Fu Tian's countenance icy. With a disdainful snort, he transformed his hand into a palm, unleashing his physical might in an instant to dissipate the sanguine force that filled the air. My lord, what is this? Huda exclaimed in astonishment, finally reacting as the blood energy was scattered. He was utterly incredulous. Could it be that a blood attack had emerged from within? Had he opened the vial, Huda would have been caught unawares, with dire consequences looming. The thought made him break into a cold sweat, his face a mask of terror. Merely a petty trick. Not worthy of note, Fu Tian replied coldly, clearly unsettled by the recent incident. Should they cross paths again, he would ensure that the perpetrator would face repercussions. Fu Tian was no naive lamb. Regardless of the intentions behind the blood energy infused within the vial, this matter could not be dismissed lightly. In his state of shock, Huda suddenly realized something and shouted, My lord, could it be that the blood of the Flood Dragon is also compromised? Are we being deceived? Fu Tian shook his head slowly, responding, The Flood Dragon's blood is intact. They merely infused it with a trace of blood energy. There is no need for concern. Upon hearing the response from Fu Tian, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. If the blood of the dragon serpent proved to be a mere illusion, would we not have squandered a precious life gem? That would indeed be a grievous loss, one of catastrophic proportions. Fu Tian scrutinized the precious vial in his hand, marveling at the dragon serpent's blood. My lord, what do you intend to do with these 10 drops of dragon serpent blood? After a moment's pause, Tate finally inquired. What shall I do with it? Naturally, I intend to consume it, Fu Tian replied, startling Tate, who quickly interjected, My lord, you must not. This is dragon serpent blood. which undoubtedly harbors the most potent essence of vitality. Consuming it directly could inflict harm upon your body. In response, Tian merely chuckled, dismissing the concern with nonchalance. Do not regard me as an ordinary individual. Mere dragon serpent blood is nothing of consequence. With that, he raised the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. My lord, Tate exclaimed in alarm. Shouldn't it be taken drop by drop? One must gradually acclimate. How can you consume it all at once? Will your body withstand it? As the dragon serpent blood coursed through him, Tian felt as if his mouth were ablaze with searing heat, a sensation that surged down to his stomach. His entire being seemed to ignite, teetering on the brink of unbearable discomfort. At that moment, Tian's form trembled as the chaotic Holy Spirit body activated, engulfing the 10 drops of dragon serpent blood in a wave of primordial energy, allowing him to absorb it entirely and alleviating the burning sensation while simultaneously enhancing his physical strength. The dragon serpent was no ordinary entity. Even its blood possessed immense power. Though it may not elevate one's cultivation, it was invaluable for refining the body. Tian intended to utilize these 10 drops of dragon serpent blood to forge his copper bones. Since he had initially consumed smaller spirit essences for this purpose, he had neglected to perfect his copper bones until now, and he felt it was high time to refine them further. With a flick of his wrist, the rune transformed into a sanctuary of high-grade spirit stones. As the 100-fold cultivation speed enveloped him, Tian's body became akin to a terrifying black hole, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The rate at which he absorbed this energy left Tate utterly astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief at such an exaggerated display. Tate refrained from interrupting and instead settled into a meditative posture, extracting several high-grade spirit stones to stabilize his recently attained breakthrough, anticipating a fierce battle ahead. The forging of copper bones marked the initial phase of the dragon elephant suppression technique, wherein all of 1's bones were transmuted into copper. Each copper bone contained the strength of 10,000 pounds, and with 206 bones in the human body, that equated to 206 million pounds. Previously, Tian had forged 150 copper bones, yet he still had some distance to cover. Chanting his incantation, the 10 drops of dragon serpent blood within Tian radiated warmth and light, perfectly harnessed to enhance his bones. In no time, a single white bone began its transformation into a lustrous copper hue. The process of forging copper bones is typically arduous and protracted for an ordinary person. Crafting even a single bone would demand vast resources and substantial time. However, Tian's innate talent could be likened to the zenith of the cultivation realm. And coupled with his 100-fold cultivation speed, the pace at which he forged a copper bone far exceeded the imagination of others. Soon, a bone was transformed into a bronze bone, and the blood of the dragon still held much untapped power. Without pause, Tian continued his cultivation, and before long, each bone was forged into bronze. Outside the Black Cloud auction house, the auction had long since concluded. Countless figures concealed themselves, waiting with bated breath. Pairs of eyes fixated on the entrance, anxious that Hu Tao might make a sudden escape. Hasn't Hu Tao emerged yet? The closing time is fast approaching. Li Moran expressed his growing impatience, his dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Beside him, the elderly Bai displayed remarkable patience, responding calmly, "This is quite normal. He is undoubtedly aware that we intend to intercept him en route. Thus he is reluctant to show himself, or perhaps he is refining the dragon's blood within." Upon hearing this, Li Moran's countenance darkened, and he gritted his teeth. If that is the case, will my dragon's blood be lost? What purpose does our waiting serve? We might as well charge in directly, seize it, and return to our clan. I refuse to believe that the martial king of the auction house would dare pursue us to our territory. I shook his head, countering, "Young master, this line of thought is misguided. The dragon's blood is fiercely potent. Even if he begins refining it now, managing to extract a single drop would be a remarkable feat. When the time is up, the martial king will undoubtedly expel him, and it will remain securely within our grasp, unable to escape. Should we choose to storm in now, the martial king will not stand idly by, for this is indeed his domain. Securing it is one matter, but failing to do so and incurring the wrath of a martial king would lead to dire consequences." Upon hearing these words, Li Moran's expression softened, and he resumed his wait. Chapter 40. The might of a single punch. Moments later, as the time for the closing of the Black Cloud auction drew near, the crowd gathered outside focused their gaze in unison towards the entrance. The sound of footsteps echoed in the vacant Black Cloud auction house. "They have arrived." A collective thrill coursed through the crowd as they turned their attention. Two figures emerged from the distance, gradually becoming clearer as they approached the entrance. It was none other than Tian and Hu Tao. Young master. Hu Tao, feeling the weight of the many eyes upon them, couldn't help but remind Fu Tian, who remained unfazed. As a former general of the cavalry, Hu Tao had witnessed countless scenes, and this one did not intimidate him, even in the face of death. He maintained his composure. His only concern was for Fu Tian. Fu Tian nodded, his gaze calm and undisturbed, as tranquil as still waters, fixed ahead. Come out, everyone. Stop hiding like a bunch of mice. It's quite tedious, his resonant voice echoed, reaching the ears of those concealed in the shadows. Many furrowed their brows, questioning the audacity of this brash youth. Despite Fu Tian's harsh words, some remained unmoved, clinging to their concealment. A few, wary of Hu Tao's formidable presence behind Fu Tian, hesitated to emerge, calculating whether they could seize an advantage amid the chaos. Even if it were a meager one, these individuals were of little consequence in strength. Others were reluctant to be the first to expose themselves as mere fodder, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, some proud individuals could not withstand Fu Tian's mockery and stepped forward into the light. 3 figures appeared, a white-haired elder with his hands clasped behind his back, a haughty middle-aged man, and a shorter old man clad in luxurious attire, striding forward with agility. Upon seeing these 3, those lurking in the shadows gasped in astonishment. That white-haired elder, I recognize him. He belongs to the Li family, known as Elder Bai. He seems to have a significant connection with the direct descendant, Liamo Ran, some murmured, astonished. And the middle-aged man, if I'm not mistaken. He is from the Yang family, named Yang Junao. His prowess is extraordinary, another added. However, the identity of the short elder remained a mystery. Who is that dwarf? Generally, those who step forward at such a moment possess considerable strength and are well known in the imperial city of Shizhou, yet I have no recollection of him. It was evident that he was not from Shizhou, yet he seemed strangely familiar, reminiscent of someone from the Divine Sword sect. Ah, I remember now. He is Lu Wu Feng, a guest elder of the Divine Sword sect. Recognition dawned upon some, and they inhaled sharply. Is the Divine Sword sect also going to intervene in this matter? The Divine Sword sect, one of the 6 major sects in Shizhou, held a position of dominance. Its strength, the prowess of its disciples, and its profound heritage were acknowledged as unparalleled among the 6 sections. The disciples were predominantly skilled swordsmen, exclusively recruiting swordsmanship prodigies. With a divine sword in hand, their attacks were fierce, and each sword move bore formidable power. It is precisely for this reason that many harbor a sense of trepidation towards the Divine Sword sect. Encounters with its members are often met with a degree of respect, dissuading casual provocation. Upon encountering the trio approaching, despite their lack of an imposing presence, an air of ordinariness enveloped them. Yet, this still prompted Hu Tao to refrain from complacency, quickly positioning himself protectively in front of Fu Tian. General Hu, it is an honor to finally meet you. I did not expect to encounter you in such circumstances, remarked Elder Bai with a hint of melancholy, seemingly discontent with facing Hu Tao in this manner. Hu Tao, maintaining a courteous demeanor, inquired, might I ask what brings you 3 here? The day is waning, and I find myself weary and wishing to retire. If there is a matter to discuss, I would be more than willing to engage in conversation tomorrow. Elder Bai merely smiled without responding, while Lu Wufeng shook his head nonchalantly. It was Yang Junao, however, who interjected with a disdainful scoff, stating, General Hu, we are both aware of the underlying truths. There is no need for pretense. I have heard that you successfully acquired the blood of the Flood Dragon, and I, not being unreasonable, seek to exchange a few drops for a valuable item. Indeed, what Lord Yang states holds merit. We wish to trade for a few drops as well, and assure you that the exchange will be equitable for General Hu. What are your thoughts on this matter? Elder Bai chimed in, advocating for the exchange, asserting that acquiring the Flood Dragon's blood through negotiation would be far preferable to resorting to force, which could lead to minor injuries and strained relations, an outcome Elder Bai wished to avoid. I, too, concur with their sentiments, Lu Wufeng added, his casual tone belied by the weight of his words, which commanded attention. Oh, Fu Tian, standing behind Hu Tao, could no longer contain himself. With a faint smile, he inquired, what treasures do you wish to offer in exchange? Upon hearing Fu Tian speak, both Elder Bai and Yang Jun Ao furrowed their brows, casting glances at Hu Tao. To them, Fu Tian appeared no older than 16, merely a child in their eyes. What right did he have to interject? Hu Tao seemed to grasp their sentiments and promptly responded, the decisions of this young master are my own. This declaration left others astonished. Hu Tao referred to the youth as young master, indicating that the boy's status was perhaps more significant than initially perceived. Elder Bai, Upon hearing this, clasped his fists respectfully and asked, "Might I inquire the name of this young master?" Fu Tian maintained his serene smile and replied, "How you address me is of no concern. I wish to know what treasures you intend to offer in exchange. Simply provide your answer." Fu Tian's tone immediately incited dissatisfaction within Elder Bai, who seized his respectful demeanor and retorted coldly, "If possible, I would be willing to offer 80,000 high-grade spirit stones for 3 drops. I, too, would offer 80,000 high-grade spirit stones for 3 drops. Yang Jun Ao stated calmly, Since you both are willing to part with 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, I shall not be outdone. I, too, am prepared to offer 80,000 high-grade spirit stones for 3 drops. Lu Wufeng chuckled, his demeanor suggesting he was already confident of success in his dealings with Fu Tian. Upon hearing these offers, Hu Tao's face flushed with anger, his veins bulging. This was clearly an act of bullying. 80,000 high-grade spirit stones? Not a single drop could be exchanged, let alone 3. Many onlookers in the shadows shook their heads and sighed, lamenting the misfortune of Hu Tao and the young man. Having expended a precious life gem to acquire 10 drops of dragon blood, I was left with merely a single drop and 240,000 high-grade spirit stones. A grievous loss indeed. Hu Tao, exuding an imposing aura, directed his anger towards the 3 individuals, declaring vehemently, "Do not overstep your bounds." The concealed observers, sensing the malevolent energy radiating from Hu Tao, were struck with alarm and trepidation. For Hu Tao was, astonishingly, a 9th-layer martial sovereign. When had he achieved such a breakthrough? Even Bai Lao and his companions could not help but suppress their amusement, their expressions now tinged with gravity. The emergence of Hu Tao as a 9th-layer martial sovereign posed a considerable challenge. Nonetheless, Fu Tian raised a hand, signaling Hu Tao to halt. Instantly, Hu Tao tempered his aura, his gaze coldly fixed on Bai Lao and his companions. "Let us propose a singular condition. Should you 3 acquiesce, I shall promptly surrender the dragon blood in my possession." Fu Tian spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of anger, his countenance adorned with a benign smile that concealed his true sentiments. "Oh, pray tell, what is this condition? Should we find it agreeable?" "We shall certainly acquiesce to this gentleman's request," Bai Lao replied, furrowing his brow. Truth be told, upon learning of Hu Tao's ascension to 9th-layer martial sovereign, Bai Lao was increasingly reluctant to engage in conflict, for he felt uncertain. Should both sides suffer, it would only invite opportunists to seize the advantage, a scenario none desired. "The condition is quite simple," Fu Tian said, his gaze unwavering upon the trio. "It is your lives. Let us exchange your lives for the dragon blood." At this proclamation, an unusual silence enveloped the atmosphere, the tension palpably thickening. Many concealed individuals began to doubt their hearing, with some suspecting Fu Tian was dangerously toying with fate, risking his life recklessly. The expressions of Bai Lao and his companions darkened, as one of them coldly remarked, "Are you jesting with us, young friend? I believe that is unnecessary." Fu Tian, however, shook his head, his demeanor unperturbed. "Do you perceive me as jesting? If you did not comprehend, I am willing to repeat myself. To exchange for the dragon blood, your lives are required." The laughter of Yang Jun Ao erupted, filling the air, while Bai Lao's expression fluctuated between crimson and ashen, and Lu Wufeng narrowed his eyes, emanating an overwhelming killing intent that sent shivers down spines. As the laughter subsided, Yang Jun Ao regarded Fu Tian with disdain, scoffing, "I am right here. If you wish to claim my life, come and take it, you foolish boy." No sooner had he spoken than Fu Tian sprang into action. Instantly, his copper bones ignited with brilliance, casting a holy radiance that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Transforming his hands into fists, he embodied an unyielding force, akin to a mountain towering into the clouds, and struck heavily towards Yang Juneo. Previously, within the confines of the auction chamber, Fu Tian had absorbed all 10 drops of dragon blood, utilizing them to forge his copper bones. Now, every one of his 206 bones had undergone a complete transformation into copper, allowing him to achieve a formidable weight of 260,000 pounds solely through the might of his copper skeletal structure. The first stage of the dragon elephant confinement decision had been reached, solidifying his mastery over the realm of copper bones. 206 copper bones harmoniously interweave, resonating together, shimmering with a brilliant copper glow within the body of Fu Tian, transforming him into a diminutive copper figure. At this moment, Fu Tian's physical form surges dramatically, resembling an imposing copper giant, imbued with the might to shake mountains and split the earth, utterly unyielding. When the extraordinary phenomenon subsides, Fu Tian returns to his normal state. However, His physique has been irrevocably enhanced by the amalgamation of the 206 copper bones, greatly surpassing his previous capabilities in strength, defense, and recuperation. His physical power has escalated to an astonishing 250 pounds, an increase of over 40 pounds, rendering him fearsome. Presently, Tian, relying solely on the copper bones, possesses a staggering force of 250,000 pounds. When combined with his own physical strength of 120,000 pounds, it culminates in a total of 370,000 pounds, enough to leave even the mightiest of martial kings astounded and shaken. As Tian unleashes a punch, the surrounding air vibrates with an unbearable resonance. Yang Junao's expression morphs in alarm, sensing the undeniable force of the strike. Acting swiftly, he unleashes the full capacity of his ninth-tier martial prowess, refusing to hold back. With a sweeping motion, a radiant hand, gleaming like gold, manifests in the air, bearing immense pressure as it confronts Tian's blow. Observers can only watch as this golden hand meets Tian's fist, shattering like fragile porcelain under a hammer, unable to impede even slightly. With the destruction of the golden hand, Tian's punch continues unabated, akin to a mountain descending with ferocity, crashing down upon the horrified Yang Junao. A chilling scream reverberates through the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Yang Junao's entire skeletal structure is obliterated, his form soaring backward as he coughs blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs, hurtling several hundred meters before collapsing into a heap of rubble, his fate uncertain. Tian retracts his fist nonchalantly, as if swatting away a fly, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he mockingly declares, "Is this all? You just stand there for me to strike? I anticipated something formidable, yet you prove to be nothing but a paper tiger." A hush falls over the crowd. Countless individuals hold their breath, some drenched in cold sweat, their hearts racing at their throats, mouths opening and closing yet failing to utter a sound. Chapter 41. A single punch to dominate the world, youngster you. Both Bai Lao and Lu Wufeng exclaimed in astonishment, retreating swiftly, their expressions filled with dread and their bodies on high alert, as if facing a formidable adversary. The renowned martial artist Yang Junao, a powerful figure of the ninth heaven, had been so effortlessly cast aside by this youth's single blow, sent flying into the void, his fate uncertain. Were it not for the undeniable reality before them, few would have believed such an occurrence. Uncle Yang. After a considerable pause, the distant Yang Jing finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His heart raced as he beheld the fallen Yang Junao, a cold sweat drenching him, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on Tian. Following the sound, Tian turned his gaze towards a youth who appeared utterly petrified, trembling uncontrollably. Fear etched across his features. When Tian's eyes met Yang Jing's, the latter involuntarily shuddered. Those eyes held an icy indifference, as if all living beings were mere ants, evoking the sensation of being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Tian cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, dismissing him entirely. Merely a jester, unworthy of his attention. Beside the temple, Bai Lao and Lu Wufeng exchanged anxious glances, their faces glistening with beads of sweat, their hearts engulfed in shock and fear. They were astonished that Yang Junao, a practitioner of the ninth heaven, could be so easily vanquished. The battle had concluded before they could even react. Their fear stemmed from the realization that their own prowess was akin to Yang Junao's, neither standing significantly stronger than the other. If Tian could dispatch Yang Junao with a single punch, it was evident that they too would be easily overwhelmed. How could this young man possess such strength? They pondered in unison. Before they could dwell further on their thoughts, Tian shot them a derisive glance. His body shimmered with a resplendent copper hue, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of copper-colored meteor, hurtling towards them with incredible speed. Their expressions shifted drastically as they exchanged a glance. Instantly comprehending one another's intentions, they would join forces. Bai Lao's aura surged wildly. His ninth heaven martial artist prowess laid bare as he ascended, a tempestuous energy erupting that shattered the surrounding structures to rubble. His right hand morphed into a darkened appendage, tendrils of black mist entwining around it. With a punch unleashed, whirlwinds formed around him, amplifying the pressure in the vicinity, suffocating those present with an overwhelming sensation, as if burdened by the weight of a mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Wufeng summoned the sharpest spirit sword into his palm, his aura transforming dramatically, akin to a razor-sharp blade surging towards the heavens. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, condensing myriad sword energies that coalesced into a colossal sword wave, slicing through the air. Many felt a sharp sting upon their skin, the atmosphere growing oppressively thick. Those nearby gazed upon the sword wave with trepidation, acutely aware that no defense, no matter how sturdy, would withstand such a strike, destined to be obliterated. Neither dared to underestimate the situation. Both unleashed their ultimate techniques, hoping to severely injure Fu Tian. In stark contrast, Fu Tian radiated a brilliant copper light, an ancient primal energy erupting from him like a primordial behemoth, exuding an aura of invincibility as he unleashed a single punch. Kill! The two individuals let out a fierce roar, channeling all their strength towards the formidable figure of Fu Tian. However, their efforts proved futile as Fu Tian's flesh resonated, conjuring three colossal phantom elephants in the air. These majestic beasts unleashed an overwhelming force, charging towards Bai Lao and Lu Wufeng, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers. Lu Wufeng's immense sword energy shattered upon contact, akin to fragile porcelain, offering no resistance whatsoever. The treasured spiritual sword in his grasp was reduced to mere shards, cascading to the ground like precious fragments. This scene left Lu Wufeng astounded, his eyes wide in disbelief as he confronted the inevitable descent of Fu Tian's fist. Bai Lao suffered an even graver fate. His right hand, ensnared by dark energies, was brutally obliterated, dissolving into a mist of blood in the air. With a single punch, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Despite the formidable techniques wielded by Lu Wufeng and Bai Lao, they posed no threat, akin to a mere chick before a hawk. Both men felt the chilling breath of death enveloping them. With a resounding crash, the bronze fist descended, sending two figures hurtling through the air, their mouths spewing blood mixed with internal fragments, as if it were of no consequence. They both crashed into a heap of rubble, their fates uncertain. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into a hushed silence, devoid of sound, save for the footsteps of Fu Tian. With deliberate steps, Fu Tian approached the three fallen figures amidst the ruins, showing no inclination to spare them. Coughing violently, Yang Juneo was the first to emerge from the debris, blood pouring from his mouth. His body was a mass of shattered bones, and several of his internal organs lay in ruin. Each movement felt like a monumental effort. As he beheld Fu Tian advancing, he perceived him as a grim reaper, approaching with ominous intent. Please, don't kill me. I am of the Yang family. If you take my life, the Yang family will not forgive you. Yang Juneo stammered, his eyes filled with dread, his speech faltering. Meanwhile, Yang Jing, standing afar, trembled uncontrollably, utterly drained of strength, unable to walk. The memory of Fu Tian's previous punch had shattered his resolve, leaving him ensnared by fear. Finally, Fu Tian approached Yang Juneo with a measured pace. At that moment, Yang Juneo lay prostrate at Fu Tian's feet, resembling a defeated creature, his eyes pleading, reflecting a desperate hope for mercy. Fu Tian observed this scene with an air of indifference and spoke slowly. I have stated that if you wish to exchange for the blood of the dragon, you may do so with your lives. Why do you not believe me? Upon hearing this, Yang Juneo hastily shook his head, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. But it was too late. Fu Tian's hand descended, mercilessly crushing Yang Juneo's head into a pulp. Yang Juneo was dead, in the midst of their own coughs. Lu Wufeng and Bai Lao gradually crawled out of the ruins, their conditions no better than Yang Juneo's, perhaps even worse. Bai Lao had lost his entire right hand, struggling to drag himself out with only one arm, a sight too grim to behold. Lu Wufeng lay in a pitiful state, his bones shattered, his diminutive figure eliciting both sympathy and despair. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Tian had already positioned himself before them, towering like a deity surveying two insignificant insects, wielding the power to determine their fates. I am of the Bai family. You cannot harm me, Bai Lao stammered, his lips quivering as he gazed at Fu Tian, who resembled a demon incarnate. Fu Tian, utterly unimpressed, questioned the penchant of mortals to utter such phrases before their demise, finding it rather tedious. With a dismissive shake of his head, he struck downwards. In Bai Lao's eyes, he could only watch helplessly as the massive hand descended upon him. Bai Lao fell. Realizing he could not escape Fu Tian's clutches, Lu Wufeng glared at him with a resentful gaze, cursing, the divine sword sect will avenge me. Ha ha, I shall await you in hell. Just as the words left his lips, his head was crushed by Fu Tian, splattering blood and brain matter across the ground in a grotesque display. The young master truly lives up to his name. Dispatching a martial master as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken, remarked Hu Tao, who rushed to Fu Tian's side, his face alight with admiration and respect. Fu Tian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze falling upon those still lurking in the shadows. The crowd hastily averted their eyes, some fleeing without hesitation, their forms dissolving into shadows. While others trembled in fear, stumbling as they fled, scrambling to escape in utter disarray. Yet, this spectacle drew no laughter. Each individual seemed to evade the specter of death itself, and soon the area was enveloped in an eerie silence. However, two figures remained conspicuously still amidst the chaos, a proud and beautiful princess and her elderly companion. Upon noticing them, Tian's gaze sharpened slightly. While Hu Tao stepped forward to elucidate, "Young master, that is Her Majesty's third princess, Zhou Lanruo. The current emperor dotes on her exceedingly, showering her with affection. Moreover, her innate talent is formidable. At merely 16 years of age, she has attained the rank of a martial general, earning her a place among the 10 prodigies of the imperial city. The 10 prodigies are regarded as the most gifted individuals in the imperial realm, distinguished not only by their talent but also by their prowess, capable of engaging in battles beyond their rank, drawing significant attention. Indeed, some have asserted that the future of the imperial city lies within the hands of these 10, a claim met with unanimous agreement, underscoring their immense influence." Casting a fleeting glance at the two figures, Tian soon withdrew his gaze, choosing not to linger, and departed with measured steps. Hu Tao, meanwhile, offered a respectful nod to Princess Zhou Lanruo as a form of greeting before following closely behind Tian. Wait a moment. Before Tian could take more than a few steps, Zhou Lanruo's ethereal voice resonated, prompting him to halt. "How can you be so strong?" she inquired cautiously, her tone imbued with a blend of boldness, curiosity, and trepidation. Her voice, delicate as a finely tuned instrument, graced the ears of those nearby, enchanting them. Upon hearing her question, the elderly companion turned with intrigue, while even Hu Tao perked up, eager to learn the answer. Tian did not turn around. Instead, he simply smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "Because I possess an advantage." "An advantage?" Upon hearing this response, both Zhou Lanruo and the elderly man beside her, as well as the formidable tiger tied behind Tian, were utterly baffled, filled with confusion. What kind of answer was this? Zhou Lanruo glanced once more, only to find that Tian had long since departed, leaving her to let out a deep sigh as she left with the old man. In truth, it was not Tian's cultivation that was remarkable, but rather the strength of his physical form. Generally, cultivators either focus on enhancing their cultivation or are in the midst of doing so, with improvements to their physical bodies being a mere byproduct of breaking through to higher realms. Techniques aimed at fortifying the physique are scarce, yielding slow results and requiring immense effort, often resulting in only gradual refinement. Perhaps while one cultivator breaks through to a new realm, their peers may have advanced through 3, leaving them far behind. Over time, many abandon the pursuit of physical enhancement, dedicating themselves solely to cultivation. Tian practices the dragon-elephant suppression technique, a supreme skill that, when mastered, enables one to challenge even the mightiest of emperors, a truly extraordinary path that defies conventional reasoning. Moreover, Tian possesses the chaotic sacred body, an existence that transcends forbidden physiques, resulting in terrifying enhancements across all aspects, making him insurmountable. The dragon-elephant suppression technique is divided into 5 stages: copper bone, silver bone, gold bone, precious bone, and immortal bone. At present, Tian has achieved the pinnacle of the first stage, copper bone, boasting a strength of 2.5 million pounds, complemented by an additional 1,200,000 pounds of physical power from his cultivation enhancement, resulting in a staggering total of 3,700,000 pounds of physical strength. Who beneath the martial king can withstand such might? This synergy endows Tian with an unparalleled combat prowess even at the martial general stage, a terrifying force indeed. If this continues, it is certain that Tian shall attain a saintly physique in the future, undying and indestructible. Chapter 42. The Divine Sword Sect. This evening, the imperial city of Shizhou appeared markedly different from before, ablaze with lights, resembling broad daylight. Numerous eminent figures within the palace, having received disconcerting news from their subordinates, were left in a state of shock, unable to sleep, their astonishment mingled with skepticism and doubt. What did you say? A youth at the martial general realm managed to incapacitate old Bai with a single punch? This is utterly preposterous. How dare you, a bunch of so-called informants, spread such outrageous lies to me? In a lavish estate, a formidable man hurled the message he had received violently to the ground, cursing vehemently. Before him knelt a trembling servant, pale with fear. Master, I would not dare deceive you even if I had 1,000,000 lives. Every word I speak is the truth. There were numerous witnesses present at the scene, and that location remains a ruin, severely damaged. The quaking servant spoke. terrified that the master's wrath might lead to his immediate demise. Clearly, this was the Li family, and the imposing figure exuding authority was none other than the current head of the Li family, Li Weiran. He paced back and forth, his expression a mix of doubt and disbelief. He had indeed noticed a commotion in the distance, but had not paid it much heed, unaware that it would soon culminate in such grave news. Old Bai was a formidable asset to the Li family, a ninth-layer martial sect master on the verge of ascending to the rank of martial king. Losing such strength would undoubtedly weaken the family, causing Li Weiran considerable anguish. The report also mentioned that Yang Juanao of the Yang family had been similarly struck down by that youth, ultimately meeting his end. After a moment of contemplation, Li Weiran turned to the kneeling servant and inquired about the truth of this matter. The servant's demeanor shifted, and he promptly replied, "Indeed, it is true. Not only did Yang Juanao meet his demise, but also Lu Wufeng, a guest elder of the Divine Sword sect, was slain by that young man." Upon hearing this, Li Weiran fell silent. If what the servant recounted was accurate, then the youth might indeed possess the strength to vanquish a ninth-layer martial sect master even at the martial general realm, and effortlessly at that. Yet, how could this be possible? Li Morin has returned. A guard rushed in, announcing loudly from the doorway, "Bring that rebellious son to me at once." Li Weiran commanded with a tone that brooked no dissent, prompting the guard to hastily depart. "Father," not long after, a richly dressed youth entered, his visage still bearing traces of fear, marked by lingering trepidation. "Relate every detail of the incident without omission." Li Weiran spoke with an air of authority that made it impossible to refuse, causing Li Morin to momentarily falter. Sensing his father's unprecedented sternness, Li Morin dared not withhold any information and recounted everything that had transpired. After listening to Li Morin's account, Li Weiran fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally saying, "We shall address this matter later. For now, our focus must shift to preparing for the ancient wolf sacred land." These words caused Li Morin's face to register shock, his heart brimming with confusion. The individual who had perished was not a mere footnote in their history, but Old Bai, a stalwart contributor to the family, regarded as an elder statesman. Why, then, did his father appear so nonchalant about the loss? Was it truly a matter of fear regarding that youth? Could it be that the Bai family was indeed intimidated by a mere boy? Very well. "You may all withdraw and take your rest," Li Weiran stated with a subtle inflection as he turned away, hands clasped behind his back. Although Li Morin was beset by a myriad of questions, he chose not to voice them. He sensed that his father was reluctant to delve into the matter. Thus, he simply acknowledged and exited the room. Once alone, Li Weiran let out a deep sigh, his expression tinged with melancholy. As one of the four prominent families of the Western state and a formidable martial king, his understanding of secrets and experiences far surpassed that of others. The Western state was anything but simple on the surface. Certain individuals possessed immense backgrounds that were best left unprovoked, and the fact that the youth had effortlessly slain a martial sovereign with merely martial general prowess spoke volumes of his extraordinary capabilities and significant lineage. Until the true identity of this individual was unveiled, Li Weiran dared not act rashly. Meanwhile, after Fu Tian and Hu Tao departed, they returned directly to the imperial residence of the Western state. Following the twists and turns of recent events, Fu Tian had lost interest in further wandering. "Young master, are you heading back to the Forbidden Grounds?" Hu Tao inquired eagerly, having followed Fu Tian to this point. After all, Fu Tian seemed to have emerged from the forbidden area, while Hu Tao had merely encountered him during his patrol. Reflecting on this, Hu Tao felt a peculiar sense of fate connecting him to Fu Tian, considering the circumstances under which they had met and the experiences they had shared. Before Fu Tian could respond, the sound of approaching horse-drawn carriages echoed from a distance. As the carriages came into view, Hu Tao's expression shifted dramatically, his face registering shock as he knelt upon one knee. Observing Hu Tao's reaction, Fu Tian appeared to recognize the visitors, but had no intention of kneeling himself. He had not kneeled before the Supreme Emperor, so why would he kneel before this individual? He reserved such reverence for heaven, earth, and his parents, believing no one else warranted such submission. The carriage glided forward, modest in size, yet crafted from precious gilded materials that shimmered even in the dimness of night, revealing its entirety. The top of the carriage was adorned with an intricately carved gilded dragon head, exuding an air of majesty and authority. Its eyes fashioned from rare gemstones that sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the path ahead. The presence of the dragon head imparted an invisible pressure, as if the carriage itself radiated an aura of wealth that threatened to dazzle one's very senses. When the carriage came to a halt before Fu Tian, Hu Tao remained on one knee, not daring to lift his head, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. In contrast, Tian scrutinized the scene with keen interest. The driver of the carriage was an unremarkable old man clad in simple attire, seemingly indistinguishable from any commoner. The type that would go unnoticed even in the busiest of streets. Yet, at that moment, the old man turned his gaze towards Tian, their eyes locking. The old man's pupils were as dark as ink, resembling a black whirlpool capable of ensnaring one's very soul. In an instant, Tian felt himself being drawn into that abyss, as if he had entered a quagmire, ensnared and unable to escape. Suddenly, a resonant pulse from his chaotic sacred spirit jolted Tian back to reality, filling him with a sense of trepidation and caution. Merely locking eyes was enough to ensnare him. This elder was indeed remarkable. The old man, displaying a hint of surprise, regarded Tian with a newfound curiosity, and after a careful appraisal, spoke in a gravelly voice. "My master has taken a liking to you. I hope you will step inside for a conversation." With that, he opened the small door of the carriage. Tian, appearing contemplative, did not dwell long on the matter and stepped inside with measured strides. At that moment, the elder closed the door, shutting his eyes to rest, entirely disregarding Tao's presence. Upon entering the carriage, Tian beheld a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe seated within. This gentleman possessed striking features and a vibrant demeanor, showing no signs of age. Even if one claimed he were youthful, Tian would not dispute it. Recognizing the man, Tian swiftly confirmed his suspicions. This was none other than the current emperor of the Western state, Zhou Kuan. Upon Tian's arrival, Zhou Kuan's face beamed with a smile, and he elegantly remarked, "At last, I meet the individual who has stirred unrest in my imperial city. Perhaps it is only someone of your caliber who could cause such a disruption." Tian raised an eyebrow, promptly interrupting Zhou Kuan. "Let us discuss important matters." Zhou Kuan, unfazed by Tian's demeanor, retained his cordial smile and replied slowly, "You have inadvertently offended the Bai family, the Yang family, and the Divine Sword sect. These factions will not relent and will undoubtedly seek to trouble you in the future. The Bai and Yang families are manageable. I can intervene to resolve those issues. However, the Divine Sword sect presents a more formidable challenge. While many recognize it as one of the 6 major sects under our imperial jurisdiction, they are far more complex than most assume. They severed ties with our royal authorities several years ago and wield a power that even we regard with caution." Upon hearing this, Tian displayed an expression of surprise and inquired, "Is the Grand Emperor aware of this?" The Grand Emperor, a formidable figure at the half-step Liuli realm, stands as the pinnacle of strength in the Western state, with few capable of posing a threat to him. Could it be that even the Grand Emperor cannot resolve this issue? Zhou Kuan, seemingly aware of Tian's thoughts, did not conceal the truth and replied slowly, "My father is indeed aware of this matter." "Oh, this situation seems to grow intriguing," Tian remarked, his shock transforming into a playful curiosity. "So the Divine Sword sect is indeed not simple. Even you are unaware of their true nature?" Tian pressed further. Zhou Kuan's gaze deepened, and he responded thoughtfully, "We have a general understanding, yet we cannot ascertain if this is the entirety of their capabilities." "Very formidable. Indeed, quite formidable." At this response, Tian smiled faintly, his demeanor returning to normal, as if nothing had occurred and seemingly indifferent to the matters at hand, leaving Zhou Kuan somewhat perplexed. Tian exited the carriage. Their brief exchange had concluded in mere moments. As the carriage prepared to depart, the driver cast a lingering glance at Tian before they left. Once the carriage had vanished from sight, Tao, still shaken, rose to his feet, beads of sweat dotting his face. Upon witnessing the tranquil gaze of Tian, Tao's restless heart swiftly calmed. "Truly, the young master is remarkable. I had been utterly terrified." After the carriage had departed for some time, Tao finally spoke up with a hint of excitement. "Was that truly frightening?" Tian inquired. "You may not be aware, young master," Tao replied, "but the elder driving the carriage is the royal sage of the Western state. His cultivation has long surpassed mortal limits, and he has served as the royal sage for many years, assisting the Grand Emperor. Even after the Grand Emperor's abdication, the sage continued to support the new emperor. His true depth of ability is now a mystery to all." Upon hearing this, Tian's expression transformed into one of realization. No wonder the elder had ensnared him without any means of resistance. It turns out he possesses considerable influence. However, this elder is not to be underestimated. Ever since he cast a penetrating gaze upon me, I have felt an inexplicable sensation. "Young master, the one seated within that carriage must be the emperor, correct?" Tao asked, his countenance reflecting uncertainty. Tian nodded slightly. From that moment, Hu Tao ceased to inquire further, seemingly satisfied with his own deductions. "Let us depart," Fu Tian said. "Where to?" Hu Tao inquired. "To the Forbidden Grounds, of course. Did I not promise to take you to meet the Grand Emperor?" Fu Tian turned and smiled gently at Hu Tao. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly radiated from Hu Tao's eyes, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Like a chick pecking at grain, he nodded eagerly and cautiously followed step by step. Chapter 43. The final meeting with the Grand Emperor. Having bid farewell to the current Emperor Zhou Kun, Fu Tian accompanied Hu Tao to the Forbidden Grounds. Along the way, Hu Tao was exceedingly cautious, glancing around with trepidation. It genuinely surprised Fu Tian to witness such a transformation in a man of his stature. Clearly, the Grand Emperor held a position of profound reverence in Hu Tao's heart, far beyond Fu Tian's assumptions. After a brief journey, Fu Tian led Hu Tao to a stone chamber, the very place where he had awakened. The Grand Emperor, shrouded in enigma, remained elusive, and Fu Tian could only venture here in hopes of fortune. As he pushed the door open, he found an elderly man with white hair seated in meditation on a mat, eyes closed in serene contemplation. Who else could it be but the Grand Emperor? Turning around, Fu Tian noticed that Hu Tao's eyes were already glistening with tears, his lips trembling, as if he had 1,000 words to express but could not find the courage to utter them. "Little Hu, after all these years, you remain the same. Always prone to tears. Be strong, do not cry." A gentle voice emanated from the Grand Emperor, and upon hearing those words, Hu Tao could no longer contain himself. He rushed to the Grand Emperor's side and wept uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, I have missed you so much over the years. I long to once more follow you into battle, to charge into the fray, and to hear you scold me for being a crybaby. I wish to experience everything anew. But, alas, we are both old now. We can no longer move as we once did." It seemed as though Hu Tao sought to unearth the buried emotions of the years gone by, expressing his feelings through tears and words, while the Grand Emperor quietly stroked Hu Tao's head, listening earnestly as one would to a child. During the Grand Emperor's reign, he frequently led troops into battle, expanding the empire's territories. At that time, Hu Tao had just joined the army, barely in his 20s. Filled with a mixture of curiosity and fear about the world around him, he approached tasks with utmost caution, earning the nickname Timid Tiger among his comrades. "Hey, you over there. Yes, you. Come here." A robust young man boomed from across the banquet table, indulging in hearty meat without a care for his status or appearance. By chance, his gaze fell upon the cautious figure sitting alone in the corner. "Me?" The bewildered Hu Tao pointed at himself, clearly perplexed, yet mustering the courage to approach. "You there, what is your name?" the boisterous young man demanded, downing a cup of wine with gusto. "Hu Tao," he stammered. "Hu Tao? With such a formidable name. Why do you seem so timid?" With that, the young man lifted Hu Tao as if he were a mere chick, drawing him closer. "From now on, you shall remain by my side. You must become a general worthy of your name, a force to be reckoned with." He laughed heartily. Thus began the tale between Hu Tao and the Grand Emperor. Unbeknownst to Fu Tian, he had long departed from the stone chamber, choosing to refrain from interfering in the matters of these esteemed gentlemen. With familiarity, he made his way to a bamboo house, the very place where the Grand Emperor had entrusted him to cultivate his skills. Pushing the door open, a rich aura enveloped me, and as I inhaled deeply, an indescribable comfort surged through my body. After a day's passage, the spiritual energy depleted by the oppressive heat of summer had been replenished. The top-tier gathering array within this bamboo house was no mere decoration, as I could witness the continuous influx of spiritual energy converging from the outside, rendering the atmosphere within almost terrifyingly dense. I found a suitable spot, settled into a meditative position, and retrieved a substantial quantity of high-grade spirit stones to commence my cultivation. With a 100-fold increase in my cultivation speed, my body transformed into an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy like a colossal whale consuming the sea, the velocity of which was nothing short of astonishing. Time drifted by slowly. I had returned in the dead of night, and before long, the nascent sun began its gentle ascent. Unbeknownst to me, my cultivation had long since concluded, and I stood outside the bamboo house, executing a series of martial techniques. Each punch I delivered reverberated into the heavens, causing ripples in the surrounding space, and behind me, a spectral image of a divine figure slowly materialized, transforming my very being into a majestic deity. Each movement resembled the might of an ancient titan, each strike infused with an earth-shattering force, as if capable of shattering the very firmament, utterly unstoppable. The technique I practiced was none other than the first stage of the dragon-elephant suppression technique. After achieving perfection in the copperbone cultivation, this set of martial arts had spontaneously formed in my mind, aptly named the divine elephant shaking the heavens fist. As a revered divine elephant, such power to shake the heavens was to be expected. The divine elephant shaking the heavens fist, when cultivated to its zenith, possessed the ability to indeed rattle the skies. I was drenched in sweat, each punch imbued with immense power, producing a thunderous sound that could instill dread in any who heard it. After completing a set of punches, I felt somewhat drained. The divine elephant shaking the heavens fist was one of the most formidable offensive techniques. Were it not for my extraordinary physique and the perfection of my copperbone cultivation, I might not have been able to unleash it at all. The exertion felt as though my body had undergone intense physical activity, leaving my muscles slightly overworked and my entire being languid. Yet, this drenched and exhausted sensation was not entirely unfavorable. At that moment, with my bare torso exposed to the auspicious purple chi of the East, every cell within me awakened, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, which flowed to my 5 organs and 6 viscera, rapidly replenishing my strength. This experience was far superior to mere seated meditation. Every cell was invigorated, moving with an indescribable fluidity. Exhilarated, I let out a low roar, overwhelmed with delight. It seemed this martial technique also possessed the effect of purifying one's essence. I felt each of my cells enlivened, growing stronger and more vibrant. Imagining the pleasure of practicing it daily, I was filled with anticipation. As I neared the completion of my absorption, I sensed that a breakthrough was within reach. With a flick of my hand, a multitude of high-grade spirit stones scattered about. I activated my body, swiftly absorbing them, and to my astonishment, the speed of absorption surpassed my usual pace. A thunderous roar erupted within me, akin to a bolt of lightning, followed by a surge of blood energy. The 4th stage of a martial general, I had broken through. Waves of vitality surged through my body, seemingly endless, my physical form expanding dramatically, increasing by another 100,000 pounds, now totaling an astounding 130,000 pounds, truly fearsome. In the realm of martial generals, with each breakthrough in cultivation, one could augment their physical strength by an astounding 100,000 pounds, a thought so preposterous it scarcely warrants consideration for others. This is the extraordinary nature of the chaos sacred spirit body. The advancement in one's realm brings forth a truly terrifying enhancement of the physical form, and it is believed that future growth in realms will yield even greater results. After his breakthrough, Tian waved his hand forward, and his formidable physique carved a powerful gust through the air, creating a massive fissure in the ground before him. Satisfied, Tian retracted his hand and sought a nearby pond, where he descended to meticulously cleanse his body. Upon reflection, he realized it had been quite some time since his last bath. Now, in this world of cultivation, aside from battles, he hardly broke a sweat, leading to a significant reduction in his bathing frequency. Without further thought, he completed a brief wash and emerged dressed anew. My lord. From a distance, Hu Tao approached slowly, his eyes somewhat puffy, undoubtedly the result of a recent bout of tears. You have arrived? How did last night's conversation go? Tian inquired with concern upon seeing Hu Tao's demeanor. With a broad smile and a satisfied expression, Hu Tao replied, I owe much to you, my lord, for allowing me to meet the emperor and fulfill a long-held desire. Tian waved his hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter, no need for thanks. What are your plans now, my lord? Will you continue to cultivate in the forbidden grounds? Hu Tao pondered before asking. I have an appointment with friends. I intend to seek them out, Tian replied with a casual air. Friends? Hu Tao queried, puzzled, but Tian merely nodded, prompting Hu Tao to refrain from further questioning. The friends Tian referred to were none other than Shirchong and the others from the Lihua sect, whom he had promised to reunite with after their separation during the Beast Tide. It was only fitting that he honored his word and concurrently investigate the treasures rumored to reside at the pinnacle of the Fire Sha Tower. Then I would be most willing to accompany you, my lord. It seemed that Hu Tao had made his decision long ago, speaking with enthusiasm. Taken aback, Tian asked, Aren't you to remain in the imperial city? Hu Tao shook his head. I intend to resign. My prior role as a 1,000-man commander was solely to meet the emperor once more. Now that I have achieved that, there is no reason to continue. Tian nodded in understanding. It was indeed rather unusual for one of his stature to hold such a position. Where exactly are your friends? Hu Tao inquired further. Lihua sect, Tian responded. Hu Tao appeared surprised. You come from the Lihua sect? However, he did not press further and instead said, in that case, I hope you can wait for me at the city gate for a moment while I attend to some matters with my subordinates. They can be rather troublesome. At this point, Hu Tao seemed to empathize with the emperor's feelings during his retirement, letting out a slight sigh. Fu Tian nodded in agreement, and Hu Tao offered a brief salute before departing. Not long after Hu Tao's departure, the former emperor unexpectedly appeared beside Fu Tian without a sound, startling him greatly. "Your Majesty, do not appear so suddenly. My heart cannot bear it," Fu Tian exclaimed, placing a hand over his chest, his expression one of feigned weakness. "Even if you are a formidable figure, please do not toy with me in such a manner." The Supreme Emperor cast a fleeting glance at Fu Tian and inquired, "Where are you headed?" "Oh, it seems the Supreme Emperor has eavesdropped on my conversation with Huda." Consequently, Fu Tian did not conceal his intentions and replied, "To the Lihua sect. I am, in fact, a direct disciple of the Lihua sect." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Emperor nodded slightly, as if recalling something, and cautioned Fu Tian, "In a few days, the ancient wolf sanctuary will be opened. I shall reserve a position for you, so remember to return on time." The ancient wolf sanctuary? Fu Tian expressed his surprise, but the Supreme Emperor offered no further elaboration, merely stating, "Once you arrive at the Lihua sect, you will naturally learn more. They should be commencing their activities now." Commencing what? Although Fu Tian felt a twinge of confusion, he refrained from probing further and simply acknowledged, understood. Subsequently, the Supreme Emperor mysteriously vanished without a trace, enigmatic and elusive. Witnessing such a display, Fu Tian felt a tinge of envy and clenched his fists. "One day, I too shall achieve such prowess." After a brief moment of reflection, Fu Tian chose not to linger any longer and departed. Looking back, he realized that he had been in the imperial city for merely 2 days, yet so much had transpired. One can never fathom the magnitude of consequences stemming from a seemingly trivial decision. Had he not ventured to investigate the beast tide, but instead followed Shiqiang and the others away, would he now be in a different position? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Fu Tian proceeded towards the city gate. Chapter 44. The Luo Medicine Pavilion. The gates of the imperial city in the western province are situated to the south, where the esteemed Luo family resides, one of the 4 great families of the city. Due to its proximity to the city gates, one typically passes through the Luo estate on the way there. At this moment, under the midday sun, I walk through the bustling throngs of people, each engrossed in their own affairs, living their own lives. I feel as though I am an outsider, observing this scene with detachment. In truth, I do not belong to this world, and I experience a certain sense of alienation and unreality. I wonder how Earth fares now. After gaining strength, will I be able to return? A thought suddenly flickers in my mind, but I quickly suppress it, burying it deep within. My current abilities are too feeble. It is not yet time to contemplate such matters. Though the Luo family ranks among the 4 great families, they stand apart from the others. In terms of strength, they are the weakest, with even other families possessing powers that rival theirs. Yet, how has the Luo family maintained their status for so many years without being dethroned? It is because they dominate the imperial city through their alchemical prowess, being a lineage renowned for their mastery in potion making. It is said that 70% of the elixirs within the city originate from the hands of the Luo family. The head of the Luo family, Luo Wuchen, is a 5th-tier alchemist and a formidable martial king, well known throughout the western province. Many martial kings seek his expertise in potion crafting, resulting in a network of obligations owed to him. To put it bluntly, to offend Luo Wuchen is to incur the wrath of numerous martial kings. It is this intricate web of relationships that dissuades anyone from crossing the Luo family, thus allowing them to retain their esteemed position among the 4 great families for so long. As I continue my walk, I enter the territory governed by the Luo family, where the air is thick with the scent of herbs. All around me, shops selling medicinal plants abound, resembling a wholesale herb market. Indeed, the majority of herbs in the imperial city are sourced from here, tended to primarily by the lesser branches of the Luo family, individuals with mediocre talents and abilities. These members, deemed of little significance to the family, are assigned here to manage the family's ventures. I observe the freshly harvested herbs from this morning, their quality promising to greatly enhance the success rate of potion making. Dragon snake fruit. Only 3 remain. Miss them, and they will be gone. Freshly crafted 2nd-tier elixirs are on display for those interested. The air is filled with cries of vendors. Despite being part of the Luo family's enterprise, competition remains fierce, with each treating the other as rivals. I watch this scene with calmness, feeling a sense of vitality akin to a bustling market back on Earth. As I stroll, I come to a halt before a magnificent building made of purple sandalwood, where 3 bold characters are intricately carved. Luo Medicine Pavilion. The wooden structure, entirely crafted from the rare purple heart wood, exuded an air of opulence that immediately captivated Fu Tian's attention. Intrigued, he stepped inside. and was greeted by a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs that invigorated his spirit and brought a sense of comfort. A plethora of herbs was meticulously arranged within, each specimen appearing pristine and well-maintained. The bustling atmosphere of the Luo pharmacy was palpable, with numerous patrons perusing the herbal selections. As Fu Tian ventured further, a young attendant approached him. "Esteemed guest, what herbs do you seek? We are undoubtedly the largest herbal emporium within the royal city of Shizhou. Whatever you may find elsewhere, we have here, and what you cannot find elsewhere, we still possess," the attendant said cheerfully, his tone brimming with confidence in his establishment. Fu Tian nodded subtly. Even at a cursory glance, the first floor boasted thousands of herbal varieties, not to mention the many additional levels above. The herbs on this floor are all of the first grade. Should you desire more prestigious varieties, you will need to ascend, the attendant continued, maintaining a respectful demeanor. After expressing his gratitude, Fu Tian turned to ascend the stairs. On the second floor, he found a vast collection of second-grade herbs, numbering in the thousands. However, his interest waned quickly, as many of these herbs were familiar to him from the medicinal fields cultivated by the emperor, their properties clear and well-known. Disinterested, Fu Tian prepared to move to the upper levels. Yet, he was halted by a guard as he reached the staircase. "Pardon me, sir, may I see your alchemist's badge?" The guard inquired respectfully. Fu Tian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "An alchemist's badge? Is it required to enter the third level?" His voice conveyed his confusion. Sensing his uncertainty, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Without an alchemist's badge, entry is prohibited. To access the third level, one must be a first-grade alchemist," he stated coolly, his tone now devoid of warmth. "Surely, there cannot be anyone unaware of the regulations of the Luo pharmacy," came a mocking voice from behind, followed by a young man in an ornate azure robe who approached with measured steps. Upon recognizing the young master, the guard's attitude transformed once more, bowing deeply and exclaiming, "Ah, it is the third young master. Your presence here undoubtedly elevates the esteem of our pharmacy. What herbs may I procure for you?" He was obsequious, akin to a devoted lapdog. The young master, Luo Xiaofeng, at a mere 16 years of age, had already attained the status of a second-grade alchemist. His future boundless and promising. Indeed, Luo Xiaofeng had showcased remarkable talent in alchemy from a young age, destined to become a renowned master in the realm. Many around recognized the identity of the opulent youth, and they began to speak, their words laced with a hint of flattery. The remarks undoubtedly inflated Luo Xiaofeng's vanity, causing him to raise his chin high, his countenance exuding an air of superiority. "What a bumpkin this is, unaware of the customs of our Luo medicine pavilion." Luo Xiaofeng pointed at Fu Tian, disdain etched on his face. The Luo medicine pavilion, renowned as the flagship pharmacy of the Luo family, holds significant prominence within the clan. Whenever the Luo family is mentioned, the illustrious Luo medicine pavilion inevitably follows. Not only that, but it also ranks among the finest pharmacies even in the imperial city of Shizhou, being the first thought that comes to mind for anyone seeking herbs. Thus, to be unfamiliar with the Luo medicine pavilion is to be deemed a mere rustic, lacking in discernment. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hurried attendant approached, sweat beading on his brow. "My apologies, young Master Luo. It was our oversight to allow him entry. We will expel him immediately." With that, the attendant turned his gaze coldly towards Fu Tian and remarked, "Will you leave on your own, or shall we force you out?" The crowd began to murmur disparagingly towards Fu Tian, hurling insults about his ignorance and likening him to a frog at the bottom of a well. Each comment a blow to his dignity. Despite this public humiliation, Fu Tian merely furrowed his brow, displaying no signs of anger as he spoke. "The Luo family, one of the 4 great families of Shizhou. Is this truly your way of hospitality? If so, I must say I find the Luo family somewhat disappointing." He shook his head, a look of disdain upon his face. "Humph." Luo Xiaofeng, outraged by Fu Tian's disparagement of his family, could not restrain himself. "What right do you have to critique the Luo family? You are nothing. If you were truly a guest, we would welcome you with open arms. But you do not even understand the customs of our Luo medicine pavilion. You are not worthy of our hospitality, so here is a word for you. Leave." Upon hearing this, Fu Tian's eyes narrowed. He could brush off being called a bumpkin, for he had not been in this world long and was unaware of many things. However, to insult him personally was another matter entirely. A guest, regardless of intent to purchase, should be treated with courtesy and not ousted at will. "I recall this was the rule set by Lord Luo Wuchen. How is it that the customs have changed under your watch?" At that moment, a melodious voice resonated clearly in the air, capturing the attention of all present. "Who is it?" Luo Xiaofeng asked, bewildered. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure clad in a pink skirt descended the stairs, her lithe form exuding elegance, her slender legs evoking an irresistible desire to caress. Just her presence alone left onlookers parched and breathless. Soon, a visage as ethereal as a celestial maiden graced the eyes of the onlookers, many of whom were momentarily stunned, astonished to recognize the identity of the young lady. It was Xiang Mengqing, the cherished daughter of the Xiang family, one of the 4 distinguished clans, and also among the top 10 prodigies of the Western capital, attracting considerable attention. Beyond her innate gifts, Xiang Mengqing's beauty could only be described as a national treasure, making her the dream of countless young men in the capital, with suitors encircling the city in their pursuit, a number too great to count. With graceful steps, Xiang Mengqing approached, as if she were the protagonist of this realm, drawing the gazes of all present, rendering them unable to look away. Even Luo Xiaofeng was captivated, his gaze fixed upon her, his face betraying an expression filled with affection. Moreover, many young men gazed at her with admiration, tinged with a hint of possessiveness, though they skillfully concealed such sentiments, striving to maintain their gentlemanly personas. In contrast, several young women felt a pang of self-consciousness and even a touch of inferiority, hesitant to meet her gaze. All eyes were riveted upon Xiang Mengqing, yet her demeanor remained as tranquil as water, seemingly unperturbed and perhaps accustomed to such attention. Descending the stairs, she approached Fu Tian, her melodious voice emanating as she addressed the nearby Luo Xiaofeng with a hint of indifference. Is it possible that you wish to contravene the rules set forth by Lord Luo Wuchen? Are you prepared to bear the consequences? Chapter 45. Conflict resurfaces. Once upon a time, the esteemed head of the Luo family, Luo Wuchen, established numerous regulations when founding the Luo Medicine Pavilion. Among these was a crucial tenet: all visitors, regardless of their intent to purchase, must be treated with courtesy upon entering the pavilion, and none shall be unceremoniously expelled. It was precisely this principle that garnered immense respect for Luo Wuchen, leading many to develop an affinity for the Luo Medicine Pavilion. Countless individuals willingly frequented the establishment, assured that their financial status would not dictate their treatment. Indeed, some even disguised themselves as beggars or destitute individuals to test the validity of this rule, and they were met with nothing but respect and kindness, never being turned away. Once word of this reached the public, a wave of goodwill surged forth, drawing throngs of visitors to the pavilion. Remarkably, within a short span after its inception, the Luo Medicine Pavilion ascended to become one of the foremost establishments of its kind. In its wake, many other pavilions hastily emulated the Luo Medicine Pavilion, amending their own regulations, which in turn elevated their reputations. This regulation could be deemed the very foundation of the Luo Medicine Pavilion, and for many subsequent years, it remained unchanged. However, as time elapsed, over 2 decades passed since the pavilion's establishment, and many began to forget its illustrious origins, knowing only its name without understanding its history. Now, as this principle was brought to light by Xiang Mengqing, a wave of nostalgia washed over the crowd, causing many to reflect. Yet, witnessing the servant's rude expulsion of Fu Tian, a collective gasp echoed through the onlookers, realizing the gravity of the situation, far more severe than anticipated. The very rule established by Luo Wuchen himself was brazenly violated by the 3rd young master of the Luo family, undoubtedly tarnishing the esteemed reputation of the Luo Medicine Pavilion, with potentially catastrophic repercussions. Contemplating this, even the arrogant Luo Xiaofeng felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming as fear crept onto his face. Though proud, he was not foolish. He comprehended the implications of this incident. In a moment of unbridled anger and lack of foresight, he had rashly commanded Fu Tian to leave. However, words spoken are akin to water spilled. The assembled crowd bore witness, and once the news spread, the reputation of the Luo Medicine Pavilion would be irrevocably damaged by his own actions. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the air, and an elderly figure appeared before the crowd, his expression a blend of bitterness, apology, and fear. Upon sighting this aged man, many observers displayed a glimmer of intrigue, eager to see how the situation would unfold. For it pertained to the reputation of the Luo Medicine Pavilion. The Grand Luo Medicine Pavilion had audaciously ordered a guest to leave. If this were to circulate, the implications would be dire. The elderly man cast a sorrowful glance at Luo Xiaofeng before turning to approach Fu Tian, bending his knee in respect and stating, "I am Luo Haiyang, the steward of the Luo Medicine Pavilion. Young Master Luo is still quite young and inexperienced, and I humbly ask for your understanding regarding the offense caused to our esteemed guest. I assure you, I will offer a substantial gift as a token of apology shortly." To the astonishment of many, Luo Haiyang attempted to mitigate the situation by attributing it to youthful ignorance. Upon hearing this, several individuals could not suppress their derisive smiles, internally mocking, "Is 16 still considered young? My child, at the tender age of 16, is already married and cradling a child. Who are you trying to fool?" Many are secretly shaking their heads, lamenting the changes in the world, feeling that the Luo pharmaceutical house has lost its essence, no longer resembling its former self. Their affection for the Luo family has significantly diminished. However, due to the imposing authority of the Luo family, not a single person dares to speak up for Fu Tian. Some even begin to echo Luo Haiyang's sentiments, agreeing with his stance. These individuals are naturally eager to capture the Luo family's attention, hoping to ascend to great heights. At this moment, all eyes are fixed on Fu Tian, curious about his response. Will he yield to the Luo family's might and choose to forgive, or, from the very beginning, when he was rudely ordered to leave, to the intervention of Xiang Mengqing, and finally to Luo Haiyang's plea for forgiveness, Fu Tian has remained indifferent, displaying no emotion. Observing this, Xiang Mengqing's gaze sharpened, realizing that this young man is not as straightforward as she had imagined. As the crowd's attention turned towards him, Fu Tian coldly smirked and remarked, "Did you not just tell me to leave? Am I to believe my ears have deceived me? It seems your Luo pharmaceutical house has little regard for its guests." Upon hearing this, Luo Haiyang's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling as the gravest consequences began to unfold. Meanwhile, the ever-silent Luo Xiaofeng's countenance also changed, his teeth clenched in frustration. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to resolve to step forward, approaching Luo Haiyang's side. His lips moved as if to speak, yet he struggled to find the words. Finally, after a brief pause, he whispered, "One must bear the consequences of their actions alone. This time, the fault lies with me, not the Luo pharmaceutical house. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive." "Oh," Fu Tian expressed his surprise. The once arrogant third young master of the Luo family was now bowing his head. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Fu Tian smiled and replied, "It is not impossible for me to forgive." Upon hearing this, although Luo Xiaofeng's face betrayed no emotion, internally he scoffed, thinking, "Is he afraid of my Luo family? Humph. I shall ensure he suffers greatly to assuage my resentment. You must kneel and bow 3 times, and then I shall consider forgiving you." His unexpected demand left the crowd in stunned silence, many audibly questioning their own hearing. Even Luo Xiaofeng and Luo Haiyang were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his audacity. As for Xiang Mengqing, who had been by Fu Tian's side, she was momentarily dazed, her lips curling into a slight smile, astonished by such a response, her dark, luminous eyes fixed upon him, intrigued by how he would proceed. As anticipated, once Luo Xiaofeng regained his composure, rage consumed him, and he retorted vehemently, "Do not be so aggressive. My apology is the greatest fortune you will ever receive, and you dare demand a bow from me? Do you possess the right?" Even Luo Haiyang, standing nearby, withdrew his previously respectful demeanor, casting a cold glance at Fu Tian. Fu Tian's words dismissed the Luo family entirely. For the notion of their third young master bowing in apology would tarnish their reputation irreparably if word were to spread. Did they still wish to maintain their standing in the royal city? Thus, the attitude towards the scorching summer days has also grown cold, leading to a suspicion that the summer is deliberately seeking trouble. This guest, we initially hoped to resolve the conflict amicably, turning hostility into harmony. What a splendid outcome that would be. I trust you do not lack discernment. Luo Haiyang spoke coldly. Indeed, the words of the summer had already ignited some ire within Luo Haiyang, who was no longer inclined to extend the previous courtesy. If he were to take a step back now, would it not appear as though he is inviting disrespect? How would outsiders perceive the Luo family? Would they regard us as easily bullied? Unexpectedly, the summer chose to relent, displaying an air of helplessness, stating that the manner of forgiveness had been expressed, and whether you could fulfill it was of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers became intriguing. Was this a confrontation with the Luo family? Luo Haiyang glared fiercely, yet the summer maintained a languid demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the Luo family. This attitude led many to privately speculate about his identity, as he appeared to regard the Luo family's fury with indifference, not a typical youth. What is all this commotion? Why have you gathered here? A languid voice drifted down from the upper floors, and shortly after, a stout, kindly-faced elder descended. Observing the crowd, he inquired. The sight of this elder elicited gasps from the crowd. Luo family's 4th elder, Luo Haitian. In truth, the current Luo medicine pavilion is governed by the lineage of the 4th elder, and Luo Haiyang is also a part of Luo Haitian's line, having been entrusted with the role of steward. Soon, a young servant rushed in, relaying the events that had transpired in detail. Upon hearing this, Luo Haitian narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them, instilling fear in those present. To force Luo Xiaofeng to apologize? Was that not akin to striking one's own face? Sensing the chill emanating from Luo Haitian, the crowd instinctively retreated, clearing a significant space, fearful of incurring the Luo family's wrath. The stout elder surveyed the scene, his gaze falling upon the opposing figures of Luo Haiyang and Luo Xiaofeng, who were both looking towards the summer. The moment their eyes met with the summer's, their expressions shifted dramatically, as if confronted by a great terror, filled with incredulity and a hint of dread. Just the night prior, numerous prominent figures had received news of a young man who had single-handedly defeated 3 martial sovereigns with a single punch, leaving them utterly defenseless, so terrifying. They dared not provoke him. Among them, Luo Haitian had received this news, accompanied by an image of the summer, a graceful youth, quite young, making it hard to believe he could vanquish 3 martial sovereigns with a mere fist. When Luo Haitian beheld the summer, his visage instantly aligned with that of the image. He was indeed the one who had triumphed over 3 martial sovereigns. In that moment, Luo Haitian's gaze flickered with uncertainty, a blend of skepticism and apprehension. His skepticism stemmed from disbelief that someone could truly defeat 3 martial sovereigns with a single blow, suspecting that the news might be false, a trick played upon them. After all, hearing is merely an impression, while seeing is believing, and he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. His apprehension arose from the realization that if the tale were true, this youth possessed the power to easily overpower martial sovereigns, should one offend him. It would require careful consideration. After but a brief moment, Luo Haitian reached a resolution. The dignity of the Luo family must not be offended, even in the presence of a formidable figure such as the martial king. The Luo family's ability to maintain its position among the 4 great families for so many years is indicative of their resolute nature, unyielding in the face of adversity. With this understanding, Luo Haitian approached Fu Tian, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger, and spoke in a calm tone. "My friend, your demands are somewhat excessive. However, I shall take it upon myself to offer a compromise. Should our Luo Medicine Pavilion possess anything to your liking, feel free to take it as a gesture of apology." Unbeknownst to him, his words stirred a tempest within those present, leaving them in a state of turmoil. It was not difficult to discern the subtle hint of concession in Luo Haitian's tone. Uncle Haitian, you Luo Xiaofeng, standing nearby, voiced his confusion, unable to comprehend the reason behind Luo Haitian's willingness to bow down. Could it be that this rule truly held more significance than the pride of the Luo family? Meanwhile, the onlooking Xiang Mengqing exhibited an expression of intrigue, completely taken aback by the turn of events. She was astute and would never presume that the Luo family would sacrifice their own dignity for the sake of such a rule. The issue evidently lay with this seemingly inconspicuous youth. One might ponder, had the other party been of humble origins and shown no regard for the Luo family's reputation, would they still have treated him with such courtesy? The answer was a resounding no. With this thought in mind, Xiang Mengqing's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Fu Tian. Her curiosity piqued as she sought to unravel the mysteries cloaked around him. Chapter 46. Enmity with the Luo family. Sensing the other party's concession, Fu Tian clicked his tongue thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he pondered. Undoubtedly, the sincerity of their offer was manifestly evident. Even the mere mention of selecting any treasure elicited gleaming eyes and covetous expressions from the onlookers. The Luo Medicine Pavilion, a premier establishment within the imperial city of the Western States, housed treasures unparalleled elsewhere, an array of 5th-grade herbs, fruits, and even elixirs, exquisite and diverse in nature. Each item, if auctioned, could fetch a fortune sufficient to secure a lifetime of wealth and splendor. Even for personal use, 5th-grade elixirs could catalyze a transformative enhancement in one's abilities, truly capable of altering the course of one's life. Luo Haitian had presented an offer that was virtually irresistible, prompting all eyes to turn towards Fu Tian, curious whether he could withstand such temptation. This proposition was a painful concession for Luo Haitian, his heart metaphorically bleeding. Yet, in the pursuit of resolving the matter flawlessly, he deemed it necessary to make such a sacrifice, convinced that Fu Tian would find it impossible to refuse. Luo Xiaofeng, standing nearby, regarded Fu Tian with palpable resentment, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Do not be ungrateful." After a moment of contemplation, Fu Tian spoke with a calm demeanor. "I believe there may be a misunderstanding in this matter." The crowd was taken aback, bewildered by his statement. Even Luo Haitian appeared confused, struggling to comprehend the implication of Fu Tian's words. Luo Haitian questioned, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" Fu Tian continued, The terms you just proposed are the reparations for your earlier attempt to expel me, are they not? Despite his confusion, Luo Haitan nodded in reluctant agreement. A slight smirk graced Fu Tian's lips as he continued. And what of the reparations for the insults directed at me? One matter must not be conflated with another. Must I simply overlook the disrespect I endured? His words left the assembly in astonishment, and even Luo Haitan's expression shifted, growing increasingly frosty. Despite his considerable concessions, Fu Tian's blatant disregard for gratitude was unexpected. Meanwhile, Xiang Mengqing, who had been observing the spectacle, furrowed her brows. Sensing the situation was becoming increasingly precarious and perceiving Fu Tian as somewhat aggressive. At this juncture, Luo Xiaofeng, who had been simmering with indignation, could no longer contain himself. You ungrateful wretch! To receive reparations is already a fortune accumulated over 3 lifetimes, and you dare to demand more? What are the insults? Who do you think you are? Can you possibly compare to the Luo family? You are worth less than a mere finger of ours. Luo Xiaofeng's irate outburst resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Born into the Luo family, he had been coddled from a young age, and coupled with his renowned alchemical talent, his stature within the family had soared. Accustomed to the adulation of many, over time, this had fostered a sense of arrogance and disdain, leading him to act without regard for others. Confident that the Luo family would invariably shield him from the consequences of his misdeeds. As for the teachings of the elders, he regarded them as mere whispers of the wind, allowing them to flow in one ear and out the other, completely disregarding their significance. Now, driven to the brink by the oppressive heat of summer, Luo Xiaofeng could no longer contain himself and spoke out in anger. Humph! Beside him, Luo Haitian also snorted coldly, his expression darkening as he icily stated, "Since you are so ungrateful, we shall say no more. Kindly take your leave." With that, he waved his sleeve dismissively, conveying a clear intent to send the guest away. However, Fu Tian stroked his chin, a smirk dancing upon his lips as he remarked, "Is it to be that this matter will simply conclude here? Do not overreach, my friend." Luo Haitian roared, his voice resonating like thunder, his complexion growing increasingly grim. Anyone present could perceive the depth of his fury. Yet, Fu Tian appeared unfazed, continuing, "It is truly disheartening to witness one of the 4 great families, the Luo clan, resorting to bullying the common folk, hurling insults without a hint of remorse, and failing to offer even compensation. In my opinion, the Luo family hardly deserves to be counted among the 4 great families. Let those with true ability take their place." Upon hearing this, Luo Haitian could no longer restrain himself. It was as if the dignity of the Luo family was being ground into the dirt, and as a member of that family, how could he endure such disgrace? In an instant, he unleashed a formidable strike, aiming a palm towards Fu Tian. His advanced martial sovereign prowess laid bare for all to see. The onlookers felt their breaths hitch and hurriedly retreated to avoid being caught in the fray. Fu Tian let out a hearty laugh. This was precisely the moment he had been anticipating. With a swift motion, he countered, unleashing the full force of his physical might, equivalent to a staggering 1.3 million pounds, akin to a massive elephant trampling the earth, causing the very heavens to shift in hue as he struck fiercely at Luo Haitian. The impact resonated with palpable force, sending both Fu Tian and Luo Haitian staggering back 3 steps. Those witnessing this spectacle were already swept into a tumult of astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief at the sheer strength of this youth. Even Luo Haitian and Luo Xiaofeng's expressions shifted dramatically, unable to comprehend the situation. Although Luo Haitian was a high-ranking martial sovereign, much of his strength stemmed from medicinal enhancements, rendering his abilities rather average. He could only be considered competent, with a physique that was decidedly inferior. Fu Tian, for his part, refrained from employing his copper bones and instead relied solely on his physical form for the confrontation. Thus, both parties found themselves evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. What exhilaration! Fu Tian bellowed with glee. Previously, his adversaries had been dispatched with a single punch, devoid of any true sense of combat. Now, with both parties at a comparable level of power, the thrill of battle ignited within him. With a hearty laugh, he wasted no time and immediately launched a flurry of punches toward Luo Haitian. The sheer force of his physical strength caused the air to crackle with explosive sounds, as if it could scarcely withstand the pressure. His fist struck towards Luo Haitian like a tempest. Observing Fu Tian's advance, Luo Haitian maintained a stoic demeanor, uttering incantations as his hands became enveloped in an inexplicable yellow aura, akin to donning a suit of armor, exuding an aura of impenetrable solidity. Bracing for the impact of Fu Tian's fists. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each refusing to evade or retreat. A cacophony of explosions filled the air as countless objects were pulverized under the force of their colliding fists. Even the seemingly indestructible purple tremor wood beneath their feet began to crack, exuding an aura of sheer terror. With a thunderous roar, Tian manifested an imposing silhouette of a mighty elephant in the void, its fierce bellow resonating with overwhelming power, showcasing an immense strength of 1,000,000 pounds. This formidable figure swung its majestic body towards Luo Haitian. In response, Luo Haitian's hands glowed with an intensified yellow hue, each punch resembling the weight of towering mountains. Crashing towards the elephant's phantom, the two forces clashed in the air, unleashing a terrifying might that caused many onlookers to stagger back. While the weaker cultivators felt their blood surging, their bodies almost unable to withstand the pressure, prompting them to hastily depart from the Luo medicine pavilion. Every punch Tian delivered was imbued with an unparalleled ferocity, exuding a destructive aura as it relentlessly struck against Luo Haitian's fists. Gradually, fissures began to appear in the yellow aura enveloping Luo Haitian's hands, widening with each blow from Tian, becoming increasingly evident that it was nearing its breaking point. With a triumphant cry, Tian's muscles surged with newfound vigor, the elephant's silhouette bearing down with tremendous pressure, as if it aimed to flatten mountains. And it struck fiercely against Luo Haitian's fists. The protective yellow aura, stretched to its limits, shattered in mere moments. The residual force of the punch collided directly with Luo Haitian's chest. A sickening crack echoed as several of his ribs were shattered by the blow, causing him to stagger backward, leaving faint imprints on the purple trembling wood beneath his feet, clutching his chest with a visage of agony. A spray of blood erupted from Luo Haitian's mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained serious injuries, his face marred by shock and trepidation. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Luo Haitian, the fourth elder of the Luo family, was utterly outmatched by this youthful contender. It was simply inconceivable. Even Xiang Mengqing, one of the top 10 geniuses of the imperial city, was taken aback, unable to fathom that this young man possessed such formidable strength to contend with an elder of the previous generation. Particularly astonishing was his physical prowess, which seemed far beyond what one could achieve at his current realm. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaofeng, who had initially boasted the loudest, found himself drenched in cold sweat, oblivious to the fact that fear had completely overtaken him. Had he been the one to confront Tian, he would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand even a single blow, and whether he could survive the encounter was highly uncertain. Contemplating this, Luo Xiaofeng felt as if he had narrowly escaped death, swallowing hard as he began to retreat slowly, planning to seek assistance from his family. Tian observed this scene with indifference, dismissing him as a mere fool. Fixing his emotionless gaze upon the astonished Luo Haitian, he coldly declared, "To insult me is to pay a price. Since you are unwilling to discuss compensation amicably, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, he waved his hand through the air, conjuring a colossal handprint that hurtled towards the fleeing Luo Xiaofeng. "No!" Luo Haitian cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Luo Xiaofeng had no power to resist, merely watching helplessly as the hand struck him, sending his form crashing into a wall, his fate uncertain. "Xiaofeng!" Luo Haitian exclaimed in anguish, worry etched across his face, yet he received no response. Perhaps the boy had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "You are declaring enmity with our Luo family, and we shall not let you go unpunished. From this moment forth, there shall be no refuge for you within the imperial city." Luo Haitian clutched his chest, his voice seething with malice, his eyes radiating an intense hatred, as if he wished to devour Tian alive. Tian waved his hand dismissively, replying languidly, "I eagerly anticipate it." Ha 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 ha. Amidst his laughter, Tian gradually departed, while those around him scattered as if fleeing from death itself. As Tian passed by Xiang Mengqing, her gaze met his, and for a fleeting moment, their eyes locked. However, Tian soon averted his gaze and continued on his way. Conversely, Xiang Mengqing watched his retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Upon leaving the Luo medicine pavilion, Tian stretched languidly, relishing the release of his body. This recent confrontation had proven to be one of the most exhilarating experiences for him, each punch landing with gratifying force, every muscle engaged in a primal dance of combat, leaving him with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. By now, the sun was high in the sky, and Tian, basking in its warmth, strolled leisurely towards the city gates. Chapter 47. The grand gates of the imperial city in Shizhou stood in close proximity to the Luoyao pavilion. Before long, Tian arrived at the city gates. The towering entrance loomed before him, bustling with a throng of pedestrians, yet they were all orderly, forming lines under the vigilant watch of patrolling soldiers. The soldiers, with fierce and intimidating expressions, scrutinized the crowd with hawk-like eyes, ensuring that no one dared to disrupt the peace with shouts or chaos. "Young master," a robust voice resonated ahead of Tian. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Huda, who had been waiting at the city gates, holding the reins of two majestic black steeds. Recognizing him, Tian swiftly approached. The horses were remarkable, their well-defined muscles exuding a palpable sense of strength. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," Huda said with a warm smile. "Indeed," Tian replied with a slight nod, inquiring, "Are these horses?" "They are called wind chasers," Huda explained. "I thought we were to depart from the city, so I chose the two strongest from the cavalry. I trust you have no objections?" "Thoughtful of you," Tian acknowledged with a smile. It occurred to him that he had yet to experience the thrill of riding a horse. "When do you intend to set off, young master?" Huda asked. "Right now," Tian declared. With that, he leapt onto one of the wind chasers, its broad back providing a comfortable seat. Grasping the reins, he urged the horse forward, and it surged ahead like a tempest, racing with astonishing speed. The onlookers in line to enter the city gazed on in envy as they witnessed this spectacle. The wind chaser was renowned for its exceptional speed, akin to a white horse gliding through the air, hence its name. However, such extraordinary steeds were rare, not easily possessed by the average individual. Watching Tian dart away like a comet, Huda chuckled and, after bidding farewell to the soldiers, mounted his own wind chaser to pursue him. Thus, the two had officially departed from the imperial city of Shizhou. The 6 major sects of Shizhou were distributed around the hexagonal imperial city, resembling a 6-pointed star with the palace at its heart. Consequently, the distances to the 6 sects were not overly long. Riding the wind chasers, one could reach them within a day. "Young master, the distance to the Lihua sect is approximately a day's journey from here. If all goes well, we should arrive by noon tomorrow," Huda remarked as he trailed behind Tian after leaving the imperial city. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded slightly and remained focused on the road ahead. As time passed, evening descended upon them, the sun gradually sinking in the west, casting a golden hue upon the horizon, where stars began to twinkle faintly in the twilight sky. As they continued riding, a village came into view. "Huda, let us take a respite there for the night," Tian suggested, gazing at the village ahead. After a long journey, though not exhausting, the monotony had begun to weigh on him, and he felt his laziness creeping in. Huda acquiesced, and together they made their way toward the village. Dismounting at the entrance of the village, he secured his horse outside. The entire village was rather confined, comprising merely a dozen or so straw-built houses, exuding an air of destitution that rendered it aptly described as a barren land. Upon entering the village, an elderly man approached with trepidation. His pallid complexion and deeply furrowed visage betrayed his fear, his body trembling as he spoke in a quavering voice. "I am Lin Sanjian, the village chief of Bumo village. Might I inquire what brings you esteemed guests to our humble abode? Our village is truly impoverished, devoid of any valuable possessions." A glance exchanged between the two travelers revealed Lin Sanjian's level of cultivation, a mere first-tier martial artist, rendering his apprehension quite understandable. Reassuringly, the traveler replied, "Fear not, venerable elder. We are but passing through and seek only a place to rest for the night. We shall depart at dawn." With these words, Lin Sanjian let out a sigh of relief, his demeanor easing as he led them to a modest straw hut. "You may stay here for the night. This is my dwelling, though I apologize for its simplicity," he said with great respect, lowering himself before them. After acknowledging him, Lin Sanjian withdrew. "My lord, it seems there is something amiss here," remarked Hu Tao, scanning the surroundings. Puzzled, the traveler inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" With a grave expression, Hu Tao explained. During the reign of the Supreme Emperor, he often disguised himself and visited various villages, discovering many impoverished and neglected ones. He issued decrees to support these communities, and at that time, many cities mobilized to send substantial aid to surrounding destitute villages. Thus, it is inconceivable that such a barren village could exist. Furrowing his brow at Hu Tao's words, the traveler contemplated the implications. If what Hu Tao stated was true, then indeed, this village harbored secrets. "How dare you, Lin Sanjian, deceive us into believing there is nothing of value here? What are these two fine steeds? These horses do not belong to our village. They are the property of other esteemed guests," Lin Sanjian stammered. "I care not for your excuses. Having laid eyes upon them, they are now ours. Speak another word, and I shall sever your head from your shoulders." As the two pondered their situation, raucous voices erupted from outside the village. Exchanging glances, they vanished from sight. Outside, Lin Sanjian was visibly shaken, his legs quivering uncontrollably, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. A group of ruffians stood before him, clad in revealing attire, their expressions haughty and mocking, brandishing various weapons. They regarded Lin Sanjin with derision, as though he were a mere jester. "I shan't waste words with you. I shall take these 2 horses as this month's protection fee for your village," declared a small, scarred bald man who stepped forward, tauntingly patting Lin Sanjin's aged face. Yet, Lin Sanjin offered no resistance, allowing the man's hand to strike his face, his head bowed low in submission, trembling and too fearful to speak. "What is this? Just moments ago, you claimed they belonged to others. Why the silence now? Ha! Don't dare to retort in my presence." Having spoken, the bald man spat upon Lin Sanjing's head. Nevertheless, Lin Sanjing remained silent, enduring the humiliation alone. "Enough, you despicable beast. Do not dare to bully the village elder." A voice, ethereal and filled with indignation, resonated from behind, revealing itself to be that of a young woman. Huh. The bald man turned to see a girl of wheatish complexion standing behind him. Yet, her face bore much grime, suggesting she had not washed in quite some time. Her hair was disheveled and caked with dirt, rendering her difficult to behold. The only commendable aspect was her physique, tall and slender, her long legs exposed, exuding an aura of delicate grace. Her countenance was etched with fury as she glared, embodying righteous indignation. "Xinshin, why have you come out? Hurry back." Upon seeing the girl, Lin Sanjing's silence shattered, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Village elder, they have bullied you like this, and I can no longer tolerate it. I shall slay them," the girl declared through clenched teeth, her gaze ablaze with wrath. "Do not." Lin Sanjing's warning was cut short as the bald man struck him to the ground with a sharp slap, leaving a vivid red mark on his face. "Village elder." The girl cried out in distress, but the bald man was already advancing toward her. A flicker of fear crossed her face, yet it was quickly overshadowed by anger. She stood her ground, glaring fiercely at the approaching figure. As he reached her, the bald man slowly drew an iron axe from his belt, holding it in his palm. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Little girl, what did you just say?" The girl swallowed hard, a glimmer of panic flashing in her eyes as she seemed to realize the consequences of her words. Yet, with determination, she retorted, "I said you are a beast worse than a pig or a dog." Before she could finish, her expression was engulfed by terror as she saw the axe swinging toward her head. "Ah!" she shrieked, instinctively raising her hands to shield her head, eyes tightly closed, bracing for the worst. However, after a prolonged moment, it appeared that the outcome was not as she had anticipated. Her head remained intact. Curiosity piqued. She cautiously opened her eyes, only to be met with a horrifying sight that sent her stumbling backward. Before her stood a headless corpse, blood cascading down, the iron axe still gripped in hand, frozen in the act of descending. "Who dares to step forward?" A group of ruffians outside the village barked, brandishing their weapons. Yet beads of cold sweat betrayed their unease. A chilling laughter echoed, and suddenly, a figure materialized before them, clad in garments as white as snow, tall and poised, gazing indifferently at the thugs. Who else could it be but Tian? "Who are you? Do you not realize that opposing us, the Qingshan gang, has dire consequences?" boomed a burly thug, his words heavy with menace. Tian's face betrayed a smirk, disdain evident in his tone. "The Qingshan gang? I have never heard of such a force as to dare to make a name for itself. You." The crowd collectively seethed with anger, and they vowed to remember your words. "We shall see how this unfolds." With that, they intended to depart. Anger aside, they were still self-aware enough to recognize that they were no match for this young man and sought to retreat for reinforcements. "Wish to leave? Stay put." The Qingfeng sword abruptly appeared in Tian's hand, its 3-foot azure blade emanating a swirling aura of sword energy. He swung it forward, unleashing a razor-sharp gust of sword energy that sliced through the air like the scythe of death, aimed directly at the crowd. A chill swept through them, their spines shivering in fear as they hastily grasped their weapons to defend themselves. Yet, their arms were rendered useless, as those weapons crumbled like paper before the onslaught of sword energy, cleaved in twain. Terrified, the crowd attempted to flee, but they were met with the same fate, heads severed and tossed high, their eyes forever etched with terror. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Sanjing and the young girl stood frozen, their expressions vacant. Sheathing the Qingfeng's sword, Tian addressed the void with a calm demeanor. "Clear this up. Do not sully this village." A coarse voice resonated throughout the expanse, and in an instant, the bodies and blood of the fallen vanished, as if nothing had ever occurred. Tian approached Lin Sanjing, supporting his frail frame and offering him a healing pill. "Thank you, young hero. Thank you, young hero. Otherwise, Xiner would surely have." Lin Sanging stammered with gratitude, his voice tinged with the faintest hint of a sob. It is nothing. This incident arose because of me. I have inadvertently dragged you into this, Fu Tian replied, a touch of guilt evident in his tone. The trouble had stemmed from the thugs targeting the wind chaser, which had nothing to do with Lin Sanging. It was an undeserved calamity. Grandpa Village Chief, the young girl, having regained her composure, rushed to Lin Sanging's side to assess his injuries. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she sighed in relief. Exiner, you ought to express your gratitude to the young hero. Had it not been for him, you would have lost your life just now. Why were you so reckless? Lin Sanging reproached the girl gently. Seeing her stick out her tongue playfully at him, she then respectfully clasped her hands together towards Fu Tian, saying, I am Exiner. Thank you, young hero, for your assistance. Now in close proximity, Fu Tian took a moment to appraise Exiner's features. She possessed exquisite features, dark, round eyes, a delicate nose, and a mouth as rosy as a cherry blossom. Had her face not been smudged with dirt, she would undoubtedly resemble a celestial being. Under Fu Tian's scrutinizing gaze, rather than feeling discomfort, Exiner felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushing with color as she dared not meet his eyes. What young girl does not harbor a prince in her heart? The scenes of Fu Tian's gallant actions, his graceful demeanor, were indelibly etched in Exiner's mind. From that moment forth, the image of her prince would forever take the form of Fu Tian. Chapter 48. The unexpected imperial city. In a modest thatched cottage within the barren village, four individuals sat around a wooden table, engaged in earnest conversation. Once upon a time, this desolate village had received significant support, thriving with remarkable rapidity and bringing joy to its inhabitants, whose smiles grew increasingly abundant each day. This was indeed a positive development. Yet it was precisely during this prosperous period that the Qingshan gang, composed entirely of bandits, was established, targeting villages that, despite their support, remained feeble. Barren Village was among their victims. Were the surrounding cities? Hu Tao furrowed his brow, recalling that villages were typically overseen by nearby towns. Are they unaware of this situation? As a former general of the cavalry, he was quite familiar with such matters. Lin Sanging sighed deeply, his face etched with melancholy. Our village is managed by Danshan City. Unfortunately, the previous lord has long since retired, and the new lord colludes with the Qingshan gang. Even if we send word, it will be intercepted, and they will never receive any message. This is outrageous. I cannot believe such a rogue lord exists. How audacious. Hu Tao slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. He recalled how, when the Supreme Emperor issued this imperial decree, he was one of its ardent executors, deeply invested in its implications. How could he not be incensed by the current state of affairs? Further reflection led him to ponder whether other villages were suffering similarly. Had the resources transported previously been quietly seized by rival factions? Was this not akin to unwittingly providing supplies to their enemies? What then? Was the significance of issuing such a decree? The Supreme Emperor's earnest efforts for the welfare of the people had turned into a farcical joke. At that moment, Hu Tao was utterly enraged. Had he not accompanied the young master on this journey beyond the city, how much longer would such matters have remained concealed? The unchecked plundering by others was one thing. The collusion of the city lord in their apathy was another. How many hearts had been chilled as a result? What ultimately was the purpose of the Supreme Emperor's endeavors for the populace? None, absolutely none. Not only was there no significance, but countless common folk had also suffered grievously. In times of prosperity, the people suffer. In times of ruin, the people suffer. How many individuals like Lin Sanging existed? How many villages, stripped bare and left destitute, lingered in the world? If the Supreme Emperor were to witness this, what would his response be? In this realm, who would dare to rise and advocate for justice? Master. Hu Tao stood, his eyes ablaze with fury, embodying the injustice faced by impoverished citizens throughout the land. Let us go, Fu Tian replied succinctly, understanding Hu Tao's sentiments and thoughts at this moment, for he shared them as well. My lords, where are you headed? Upon hearing that Fu Tian and his companion intended to depart, Lin Sanging quickly rose to inquire. Fu Tian cast a calm glance at Lin Sanging, then revealed a pristine smile, displaying his flawless teeth as he replied, to Danshan City. With that, Fu Tian and his companion vanished without a trace. Grandfather Village Head, are they deities? Witnessing such ethereal prowess, a glimmer of wonder sparkled in Xin's eyes as she curiously inquired. However, Lin Sanging shook his head, a profound weariness flashing in his eyes as he slowly spoke. Perhaps our barren village is not beyond salvation. Danshan City, the only fortified settlement within the vicinity, though not expansive in its territory, governs a myriad of surrounding villages. Consequently, the distance from Barren Village to Danshan City is not considerable. With the swiftness of Tian and his companion, they arrived at their destination in a mere half-hour. "My lord, let us proceed to the city lord's manor." Observing the seemingly unimpressive Danshan city, Hu Tao refrained from further commentary. Tian nodded, and the two figures transformed into streaks of light, advancing swiftly toward the city lord's manor. So much so that even the soldiers guarding the city gate felt only a fleeting breeze, unable to catch sight of them. Suddenly appearing before the city lord's manor, their presence bewildered the guards, as if caught in an illusion. "Who goes there? This is the city lord's manor. Such impudence is unwelcome." After a moment, the guards regained their composure and issued a warning. Yet Hu Tao paid them no heed, instead bellowing toward the manor, "Where is the city lord? Come forth at once." His voice reverberated through the heavens, akin to a thunderclap echoing in every ear, exuding an overwhelming aura befitting a general, rendering the guards breathless and hesitant to speak. After a prolonged silence, the city lord's manor remained unresponsive, leaving the question of whether they were feigning ignorance or simply dismissive. "Impudence!" Hu Tao roared in frustration, extending his hand to invoke a phantom of a mighty elephant, its form resembling a colossal mountain, bearing down upon the city lord's manor. "Please, my lord, spare us." A voice of supplication arose as a middle-aged man emerged, attempting to withstand the phantom with his meager strength. "Humph!" Hu Tao scoffed, retracting his hand, causing the illusion to vanish without a trace. The middle-aged man exhaled in relief. Had that strike indeed landed, he would have surely suffered grievous injury. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he bowed his head and spoke. "I am the newly appointed city lord of Danshan City, Wu Zhong. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed sir? Do you truly not know?" Hu Tao glared, his voice dripping with ire. Wu Zhong felt a surge of unease within, yet maintained his facade of ignorance. "My lord, I do not comprehend your words. I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to serving the people, never having wronged them. If there is any misunderstanding, I implore you to clarify." Although Wu Zhong surmised the reason for their visit, he remained unfazed. He had anticipated the consequences of his actions and arranged for a scapegoat. Even if they conducted a thorough investigation, they would ultimately find only the innocent party, leaving him unscathed. Thus, he could maintain his composure, continuing to feign ignorance. What audacity! Stealing transport supplies and colluding with the Qingshan gang, disregarding the lives of others. This is what you call serving the people? Hu Tao's roar reverberated, sending a ringing in Wu Zhong's ears. In an instant, the facade began to crumble. Upon hearing the accusation, Wu Zhong's countenance shifted dramatically, and he cursed vehemently. What audacity! Is this truly the case? The young man had never received any news regarding this matter, undoubtedly intercepted by nefarious individuals. It was shocking to discover that countless commoners were suffering in dire straits. Wu Zhong's face was etched with sorrow and indignation, as if he were genuinely unaware and truly pained for the impoverished citizens enduring such hardship. "Rest assured, my lord, I, Wu Zhong, vow to thoroughly investigate this matter. I shall unearth the puppeteer behind the scenes and restore peace to the people, providing you with a satisfactory account," he declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Were ordinary citizens to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be moved by Wu Zhong's performance, shedding tears and proclaiming him one of the year's top 10 best city lords. "Curse you!" Hu Tao's fury ignited upon hearing this. He swiftly struck Wu Zhong, sending him crashing into a building, which then crumbled into ruins. "If you do not divulge the truth, I shall sever your head this very moment." Wu Zhong, in a disheveled state, crawled out, a vivid handprint on his face and blood at the corner of his mouth. Despite his condition, he appeared bewildered, covering his face. "My lord, why do you strike me? I truly know nothing." Hu Tao sneered coldly. "I care not whether you are aware or not, but such events have indeed transpired under your jurisdiction, and you bear the blame regardless. It seems that it is time for a change in leadership in Dan Mountain City. The citizens deserve a capable lord." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhong's complexion turned pale, and he sighed deeply, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. He began to recount. "Initially, I harbored no ill intentions. On the day I became the city lord, I swore to consider the welfare of the common people. However, my good fortune was short-lived when a masked individual approached me to discuss plundering resources. At that time, how could I ever agree? Even when he showcased the abundance of resources, I resolutely refused. I could never partake in such deeds. However, upon my refusal, the masked man became enraged and struck me, threatening my life to compel my compliance. In that moment, it was a matter of life and death, and I was left with no choice but to submit." He seemed to achieve his goal and departed in satisfaction. Not long after, a burly man named Tian approached me, claiming to be sent by his master. requesting my assistance in the plundering of resources. I could only nod in acquiescence. Subsequently, he left Dan Mountain City and established the Green Mountain Gang, which specialized in extorting resources from villages under the guise of collecting protection fees. I could only turn a blind eye, indifferent to their plight. I was well aware that many villagers petitioned for help, yet what could I do? I could only watch as they suffered, powerless to intervene. At this point, Wu Zhong clenched his fists, his teeth gritted, as if consumed by a raging fire. Hu Tao frowned immediately and said coldly, "Humph, if that is the case, why not send a message to the Imperial City, urging them to send someone to resolve this issue?" Hearing Hu Tao's suggestion, Wu Zhong's expression turned mocking, his tone peculiar as he countered, "Might I inquire, what is the standing of the Imperial City in your eyes, my lord?" Hu Tao, perplexed yet resolute, replied, "The Imperial City is undoubtedly sacred, devoted entirely to the welfare of the common people. Even the supplies dispatched are sourced directly from the imperial warehouses, and the current emperor holds this matter in high regard, thus it cannot be falsified." To this, Wu Zhong's countenance twisted into a mocking sneer, retorting, "What you regard as sacred in your eyes is but a den of corruption and filth in mine. How dare you slander the Imperial City? Are you tired of living?" Enraged, Hu Tao raised his hand as if to strike Wu Zhong, only to be halted by Fu Tian's intervention. Hu Tao's expression was one of astonishment and confusion, yet he withdrew his hand and stood quietly behind Fu Tian. Fu Tian, intrigued, regarded Wu Zhong and said, "Do continue. I am listening." Wu Zhong, invigorated by the attention, appeared to recognize that the youth before him was of no ordinary stature. His eyes sparkled with newfound determination, as if he had spotted the only beacon of light in an abyss of darkness, and he respectfully began, "What you may not realize, sir, is that since the masked man approached me, I have endeavored to send messages to the Imperial City. However, days passed without a response, until Tianchi came to my door. Increasingly uneasy, I hastily dispatched several messages, yet they sank into silence as if cast into the depths of the ocean, yielding no ripples or replies. It soon became evident that this matter was far more complex than I had initially surmised. Resolute, I resolved to journey to the Imperial City myself to beseech their assistance. Little did I know, the moment I set foot beyond Danshan City, Tianchi intercepted me, inquiring about my destination. I offered vague responses, but he seemed to discern my true intentions and barred my passage, preventing me from stepping outside the city limits. Tianchi's strength far surpassed mine, and I knew resistance would bear no fruit, compelling me to return to the city. Nonetheless, I persisted in sending messages to the Imperial City, even discreetly dispatching individuals to relay my concerns. Tragically, all of them vanished without a trace, and I realized they must have met with misfortune. After what felt like an eternity, I finally received a reply from the Imperial City. You cannot fathom the exhilaration I felt upon receiving that letter. My hands trembled uncontrollably with anticipation. I believed the suffering of countless villagers was finally at an end. Yet reality struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving me utterly disheartened and revealing the sordid nature of the Imperial City. The letter contained a warning, a threat advising me to mind my own affairs and fulfill my duties as lord of the city. Otherwise, it suggested that it was time for Danshan City to change hands. From that moment, I was left utterly disillusioned, my faith in the Imperial City shattered. In my eyes, the Imperial City had become a place of disgrace, indifferent to the lives of the common folk. Is this the revered sanctity you speak of? Answer me. Is it truly so? In the end, Wu Zhong's voice rose in a crescendo, unleashing the pent-up fury that had long resided within him, as he vehemently questioned Hu Tao. Chapter 49. Directly striking the yellow dragon, Hu Tao's countenance shifted dramatically, his face paling. Disbelief etched across his features as he struggled to comprehend the state of the Imperial City. Do you have any idea how many villagers live in abject misery? They feast on one meal only to go hungry for the next, their most basic needs unmet. How many have left their homes, journeying to the Imperial City in search of salvation, only to vanish without a trace? As he spoke, Wu Zhong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice tinged with sorrow. Tell me, where is justice? Is there anyone willing to rise for our cause? There is none. Despite the passage of time, not a single soul has stepped forward. We have been forsaken, abandoned by the Imperial City. Wu Zhong's gaze dimmed, having come to terms with this grim reality. How can this be? The Imperial City cannot possibly be like this. Hu Tao's pupils quivered as he took a step back, momentarily unable to accept the truth. In his eyes, the Imperial City was sacred, a bastion of hope that he had devoted himself to, a place that cared for its people. How could it have descended into such despair? This revelation felt akin to the shattering of his faith. What does it matter that you know the truth? The imperial city is no longer what it once was, and we, the common folk, have been cast aside. Wu Zhong sighed, his expression sorrowful and forlorn, fixing his gaze intently upon Fu Tian, awaiting his response. Fu Tian, fully aware of the situation, maintained a tranquil demeanor, his eyes deep and inscrutable, like a still pond devoid of emotion. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Zhong, causing a tremor of unnameable feelings to stir within Wu Zhong's heart. Justice may arrive late, but it will never be absent. A soft voice emerged from Fu Tian's lips as he earnestly regarded Wu Zhong, speaking gravely. Will you place your trust in me? Wu Zhong's heart quaked with turmoil, a medley of emotions surging within him, his eyes reddening. Who could fathom how long he had awaited this question? He immediately cried out, I, Wu Zhong, on behalf of all the citizens of Shancheng, am willing to believe in you, noble sir. Please, grant us justice. Please, grant us justice. Please, grant us justice. The anguished cries echoed around them, the soldiers encircling them, their eyes glistening with tears as they shouted. How could they be unaware of the suffering endured by countless villagers? Deep within, they harbored a profound disdain for the Lord's indifference and neglect. Yet, they had not anticipated such a narrative. Had it not been revealed by the Lord, they would remain oblivious to the extent of the concealment. Noble sir, the imperial city cannot be like this, Hu Tao murmured, approaching Fu Tian, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Fu Tian cast a sidelong glance at Hu Tao, recognizing the profound anguish within him. A lifetime spent in devoted service to the imperial city, only to be met with such a disheartening reality. Anyone would struggle to bear such a burden. I understand your sentiments. But the tides of fate shift. The retired emperor has secluded himself for 15 years, no longer involved in worldly matters. With the passage of these years, it is no wonder the imperial city has transformed into something unrecognizable. Hu Tao parted his lips, as though poised to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. He also recognized that the young master spoke the truth, yet he found himself unable to accept it at that moment. I suspect there are many others like you, shrouded in ignorance, unaware of the reality, thought Fu Tian. Hu Tao nodded gravely, fearing this was not the entirety of the matter. Perhaps even the current emperor remained oblivious. Were he to learn of it, he would undoubtedly employ a swift and formidable approach to rectify the situation. Fu Tian curled his lips into a smile laden with profound meaning, saying, the one capable of such deeds must hold a significant position within the imperial city, certainly a person of extraordinary stature. Hu Tao furrowed his brow, pondering the young master's implication. Do you know who is responsible for transporting the supplies? Upon hearing Fu Tian's inquiry, Hu Tao began to contemplate, and as realization dawned, his expression transformed dramatically, his pupils dilating as if he had stumbled upon something earth-shattering. Young master, this cannot be possible. He could never commit such an act. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding, Hu Tao exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock, internally tumultuous, continuously reassuring himself. Fu Tian regarded Hu Tao with a knowing smile. It seems you already harbor an answer. Understand, in this world, nothing is truly impossible. For now, keep your thoughts to yourself. This is not the time to dwell on it. Hu Tao acquiesced with a subdued good, yet he appeared somewhat dazed, his spirit deeply impacted. At that moment, Wu Zhong approached, his face radiating sincerity as he gazed at Fu Tian, as if he were a figure of reverence. Young master, what are your plans next? Fu Tian replied with a gentle smile. Where's the Qingshan gang? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhong seemed invigorated, as if infused with newfound energy. Is this a signal to annihilate the Qingshan gang? Just 800 miles east of the city lies Qingshan Ridge, where the gang resides. Fu Tian nodded, but Wu Zhong suddenly appeared troubled, expressing his concerns. However, Yi Tianxiang possesses the strength of a first-tier martial sovereign and is exceedingly powerful, young master. Fu Tian, understanding his apprehension, smiled reassuringly. Merely a low-level martial sovereign. A mere ant. Do not worry. Remain here and wait. Wu Zhong's face brimmed with joy, realizing he had finally encountered a formidable figure. Indeed, heaven had shown its favor. Hu Tao, if you wish to change everything, let us commence at once. Fu Tian called out, prompting Hu Tao to regain his composure, a glimmer of determination beginning to shine in his eyes. His individual strength was exceedingly limited, making substantial change seem impossible, yet he had the young master by his side. If it were him, hope would abound. With this thought, Hu Tao cast aside his despair, feeling as if he had rediscovered hope. Young master, let us depart, Hu Tao proclaimed with fervor, his figure transforming into a streak of brilliance as he sped toward Qingshan Ridge. Observing this, Fu Tian shook his head in silence before turning to Wu Zhong, stating, You should first transport the supplies within the city to the various villages and send guards to protect them. Rest assured, all will be well. Wu Zhong and others responded in unison, while Fu Tian transformed into a streak of spiritual light, pursuing with a speed rivaling that of the fierce tiger tide. Wu Zhong gazed at Fu Tian's departing silhouette for a considerable time before speaking. I have a premonition that the events of today may alter the fate of the entire western state. Having uttered this, he began to mobilize. Nestled between two towering mountains, Qingshangang possessed a unique geographical layout, rendering it too narrow for a large army to advance, thus necessitating individual assaults. This very fact instilled no fear in Yi Tianxiang, who remained unperturbed by Wu Zhong's call to arms within the city. At this moment, Yi Tianxiang reclined upon a tiger-striped stone seat, his arms encircling lovely maidens on either side, his hands audaciously exploring. Occasionally, other beauties would peel fruit and personally feed it to Yi Tianxiang, as he indulged in a life of regal decadence. Where is Yi Tianxiang? Come forth swiftly to face your demise. Do not waste your grandfather tiger's time. A voice, ill-timed, reverberated across Qingshangang, eliciting a frown of displeasure from Yi Tianxiang. Bring me men to extinguish this ignorant fool, he commanded. Yes, at once. And so, a group rushed down the mountain with great urgency. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingshangang, Tiger Tide awaited eagerly, anticipating Yi Tianxiang's arrival to meet his end. For him, the act of crushing a martial artist of the first heaven was akin to squashing an ant. After a brief wait, a motley crew descended with great fervor, a chaotic assembly devoid of organization. Tiger Tide snorted disdainfully, his countenance darkening with anger, as he extended his hand, summoning a force that blotted out the sun, crashing down heavily upon the group. Boss, why did the sky suddenly turn dark? One of them uttered. Uneducated fools, does darkness not signify the onset of night? Another replied. No, boss, it's a hand. A colossal hand. But before they could comprehend, the hand descended abruptly, burying them deep into the earth, leaving no survivors. Tiger Tide stepped forward, making his way up the mountain. Before he could reach his destination, a cold glint shot down from above, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds in the air. Tiger Tide's gaze sharpened as he swiftly grasped the glimmering object, revealing it to be a spear. You are not from Dan Mountain City, are you? If that is the case, why meddle in matters that do not concern you? A cold voice inquired from above, questioning Tiger Tide's intentions. Tiger Tide scoffed. Indeed, I am not from Dan Mountain City. I have come solely to claim your head. Seeking death. A furious roar echoed, and waves materialized atop the mountain, crashing down with ferocity, as if to engulf Tiger Tide entirely. Humph, mere trifles, he retorted scornfully, extending a hand forward and transforming it into a crimson streak that clashed with the oncoming waves, obliterating them into nothingness. Subsequently, Tiger Tide leapt mightily into the air, his muscles rippling as he formed a seal with his hand, coalescing it into a small mountain that descended with the force of Taishan, aiming to crush all beneath it. Mountain Suppression Seal. With a thunderous roar, Hu Tao swung, sending a boulder crashing down upon the Qingshangang, causing it to tremble as if it could scarcely withstand the onslaught. How dare you? A voice filled with fury echoed, and a robust middle-aged man, Yi Tianxiang, leapt to the highest point of the Qingshangang, his face a mask of rage as he glared at Hu Tao. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Do you realize whom you are opposing? Yi Tianxiang bellowed, his voice resonating through the surroundings. Hu Tao merely scoffed, such excessive prattle. Jinhai Seal. A towering stone staff materialized seemingly from thin air, exuding an unparalleled weight as it descended toward Yi Tianxiang with formidable force. Yi Tianxiang's countenance shifted dramatically. The impact of the staff rendered him nearly breathless. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his spiritual energy, conjuring a massive vortex of seawater soaring to a height of 100 meters, imbued with an overwhelming capacity for absorption, drawing in all nearby vegetation and boulders. Yet, the stone staff descended like a divine stabilizing needle, piercing through the ferocious tidal vortex in an instant, shattering it to oblivion. The staff maintained its relentless trajectory toward Yi Tianxiang. No, he cried out in terror, his eyes wide with fear, knowing that should the staff strike, his demise would be inevitable. Wait. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted. Hu Tao halted abruptly, the stone staff pausing perilously above Yi Tianxiang's head. At that moment, Yi Tianxiang was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, utterly devoid of any will to resist. Chapter 50. A beginning and an end. It was Fu Tian who halted Hu Tao's onslaught, standing at the foot of the mountain, gazing intently at the tumult that had unfolded. With measured strides, he ascended the mountain and approached Tianxiang. "Young master, why spare his life? Such scum deserves a wretched end," Hu Tao remarked, having descended from the heavens to stand beside Fu Tian, perplexed. Fu Tian, however, fixed his gaze on the terrified Tianxiang, who trembled in fear and pleaded for mercy. "My lord, I do not wish to die. I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Yet, Fu Tian's expression remained impassive, concealing his thoughts, as he inquired, "I wish to know who sent you to guard this place." At this, Tianxiang's countenance shifted dramatically, recognition dawning upon him, and wariness clouded his features. He gritted his teeth defiantly. "I would never betray my master." "Humph." Hu Tao, enraged, unleashed a fist that sent Tianxiang sprawling, shattering several bones in his back. "If you refuse to speak, I shall remove your head." The agony coursing through Tianxiang's body was evident, yet he clenched his jaw, resolutely stating, "I will never reveal anything." Hu Tao glared menacingly at the prostrate Tianxiang, fury etched across his face. "Since you refuse to confess, I shall cripple your meridians, sever your tendons, and dismember you, allowing you to bleed to death in torment." Fu Tian's voice was chilling, aware that conventional methods would yield no results. Extraordinary measures would be necessary. Upon hearing this, Tianxiang's face paled, trembling uncontrollably as he pleaded, "No, please, I beg you. It would be better to kill me outright." Hu Tao, astonished, regarded Fu Tian with newfound respect. "Young master, you possess such an aspect? One would never guess." With that, Fu Tian deftly wielded the Qingfeng sword, advancing step by step towards Tianxiang. To Tianxiang, Fu Tian resembled a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell, instilling dread and causing his resolve to crumble. "I swear, I will tell you. Please, do not come any closer." Unable to withstand the internal torment any longer, Tianxiang's voice erupted in desperation. Fu Tian's lips curled into a smile as he sheathed the Qingfeng sword, stating, "Then tell me, what is the name of your master?" Hu Tao, equally transfixed, regarded Tianxiang with utmost seriousness, swallowing hard, eager to discover whether the name aligned with his suspicions. "My master is called." Tianxiang struggled to utter the name, as if an invisible force clutched his throat, rendering him speechless. His body quaked uncontrollably, sweat beading on his brow as he appeared to be undergoing unimaginable horror. Fu Tian sensed the urgency, swiftly placing a hand on Tianxiang's shoulder. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, reverberating throughout the realm. Blood streamed from Tianxiang's mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, transforming him into a ghastly apparition, instilling fear in all who beheld him. As the oppressive heat of summer enveloped the surroundings, Fu Tian could only watch helplessly, his ears filled with the anguished roars of Tianxiang. In but a fleeting moment, the cries ceased abruptly, and Tianxiang collapsed into a pool of blood, his body resembling a desiccated corpse, with a look of torment forever etched upon his face. "My lord, it appears the adversary was well prepared, having administered a pill beforehand." The moment he attempted to reveal a name, the potion took effect, Hu Tao remarked calmly as he approached Fu Tian. As a former general of the cavalry, he was no stranger to such tactics and displayed no surprise. Despite this, Fu Tian's expression remained inscrutable, akin to still waters concealing deep thoughts. After a brief pause, Fu Tian spoke in a measured tone. "Very well, let us gather the supplies within and prepare to return." Hu Tao, with a solemn nod, proceeded towards Tianxiang's lair. Over the years, the resources seized by Tianxiang were immeasurable. Even with some consumed, a substantial quantity should remain. Fu Tian intended to reclaim these and distribute them among the neighboring villages. In less than a moment, Hu Tao reappeared by Fu Tian's side, holding a ring in his palm, yet his countenance was grim. "My lord, the supplies within are alarmingly scarce. I searched every nook and cranny and found only this." Upon hearing this, Fu Tian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Tianxiang had squandered everything? Yet he could not fathom the reasoning behind it. "Forget it. Let us return," he concluded. "My lord, please wait a moment." Hu Tao's voice rang out, and he leapt skyward, executing a formidable mountain-suppressing strike that transformed into a towering hill, seemingly capable of quelling mountains and filling seas, crashing down upon Qingshan. With a thunderous rumble, the hill descended, obliterating Qingshan into ruins, leaving no trace of its existence. At this moment, satisfaction illuminated Hu Tao's features as he descended beside Fu Tian. Observing this, Fu Tian said nothing. With the annihilation of Qingshan, the Qingshan faction crumbled, liberating countless villagers who had endured torment for years. The nightmare that had long haunted the citizens of Tangshan City had finally come to an end, and from that day forth, they would forge a new life. As Fu Tian and Hu Tao vanished from sight, tranquility returned to Qingshan Gang, with only the faint echoes of birdsong resonating through the forest. My lord, all resources have been distributed to the surrounding villages, but the granary is nearly depleted. What shall we do next? A soldier clad in armor respectfully reported to Wu Zhong from behind. Upon hearing this, a long-awaited smile graced Wu Zhong's face. He had waited for this moment for what felt like an eternity. Each time he recalled the villagers' suffering, surviving from one meal to the next, their faces filled with despair as they sought help at the Lord's manor only to leave empty-handed. These scenes haunted him, transforming into nightly nightmares that tormented his conscience, leaving him unable to face his fellow villagers. Now, at long last, it was over. The days of hardship had finally drawn to a close. With this thought, a radiant smile illuminated Wu Zhong's countenance, and he felt a profound sense of relief. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of ethereal light descended upon Wu Zhong, revealing the presence of Fu Tian and his companion. Upon seeing Fu Tian, Wu Zhong's face lit up with joy, and he clasped his fists together respectfully, exclaiming, "Young master, your return surely signifies the defeat of that old scoundrel Yi and the salvation of countless impoverished villagers." Fu Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging that Wu Zhong had performed commendably, embodying the essence of a city lord. Wu Zhong sighed deeply, expressing his remorse. "I have neglected the countless villagers of Dan Mountain City for far too long. Even this is insufficient to atone for my debts to them. If it weren't for your appearance." He was abruptly interrupted by Fu Tian, who seemed to anticipate Wu Zhong's next words, prompting a sheepish smile from Wu Zhong as embarrassment washed over him. "This is the remaining supply from Yi Tianqi. But why is it so scant? Do you have any insight?" Fu Tian tossed a ring to Wu Zhong. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhong's expression shifted to one of understanding, a realization dawning upon him. He had previously suspected that the masked individual had seized supplies to benefit himself, and now, with the meager amount remaining, it all made sense. Wu Zhong responded, "To seize supplies only to deliver them to oneself? In that case, isn't the annual transport of vast quantities from the imperial city ultimately a futile endeavor?" This line of thought amused Fu Tian, who smiled faintly, sensing that the adversary's actions were far from simple. Meanwhile, Hu Tao, standing nearby, wore a contemplative expression, lost in thought. "Now that our objectives have been achieved and this matter settled, it is time for us to return," Fu Tian declared, handing the supplies over to Wu Zhong and feeling it was time to head back to the barren village. At this moment, the sun had set, and the darkness began to envelop the surroundings, with a few stars twinkling faintly in the sky. "Young master, if others come again, will we not?" Wu Zhong's brow furrowed with worry at the prospect of further incursions. Would Dan Mountain City not revert to those dark days? However, Fu Tian merely smiled enigmatically at Wu Zhong, reassuring him, "There is no need for concern. They will not send anyone in the short term, and they certainly will not do so in the long run." Wu Zhong was left perplexed, asking, "Why?" Yet Fu Tian chose not to answer, instead placing a hand on Wu Zhong's shoulder. "You may be a good city lord, but you are more so an inadequate one. The future of Dan Mountain City will be reflected in your governance. Do not let the common folks' hearts grow cold." Wu Zhong's demeanor grew solemn, and just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Fu Tian and his companion transform into two streaks of light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Wu Zhong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he trembled and knelt down, bowing 3 times with great reverence. "I, Wu Zhong, am eternally grateful for your great kindness. Young master, this debt I shall never forget in this lifetime." In the barren village, the village chief exclaimed, "Look, there is so much food. Tonight, we shall finally escape hunger." Uxin held a bounty of grain, her heart brimming with joy. Beside her, Lin Singing gazed at her with a gentle, affectionate expression. Yet he felt a pang of unease in his heart at the sight of her exuberance. "Ah, my dear Xiner, you have endured such hardship in the past. Yet at long last, the days of joy have arrived. Surely, it is thanks to your elder brother. I wonder when he will return. For there is an abundance of delightful treats. He must surely take great pleasure in them." As Xiner embraced her provisions, her thoughts wandered to the summer days, her gaze shimmering like a sky full of stars, lost in a reverie. Upon hearing this, Lin Sange felt a pang in his heart. How could he not perceive that Xiner's heart had already been claimed by the summer days? The summer days, having only departed momentarily, began to murmur, "Grandfather village chief, I believe that elder brother is quite handsome, resembling a prince. Do you think he will return? He won't just vanish, will he? Grandfather, is my face very dirty? Will elder brother dislike me if he sees it?" In 10 utterances, 9 were about the summer days. Yet Lin Sang's expression was one of bitter sorrow. The more he listened, the more disheartened he became. In his heart, Xiner and the summer days were akin to fireflies and the bright moon, something to yearn for yet never attain. This affection could only be regarded as a fanciful dream, accompanying her throughout her life. Creak. Just as Xiner was lost in her boundless fantasies, the door swung open with a sudden sound, and there stood the two who embodied the summer days. Ah, elder brother, you have returned. Upon seeing the summer days, Xiner was struck by an overwhelming thought. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a hint of shyness adorning her visage. Though her face bore traces of dirt, this blush resembled the vibrant hue of a bashful red rose, radiating the essence of youth and beauty, akin to an innocent girl encountering her beloved. It transformed into the purest, most untainted affection, like a gentle summer breeze, soothing the heart of those it touched. Seeing this bashful countenance, the summer days felt a tremor within, akin to the last whisper of coolness on a sweltering summer day, calming his own heart. Yes, I have returned. Chapter 51. The starting point time flowed relentlessly until the final rays of light were completely consumed by the night. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a sparse scattering of stars, eternal in their brilliance. In the desolate village, within Lin Sangjing's humble abode, a battered wooden table bore a meager feast of 4 dishes and a soup, as 4 individuals sat upright around it. The offerings were exceedingly simple: boiled potatoes, flatbread, dried meat shreds, and a thin vegetable soup, presenting a rather unappetizing appearance that utterly failed to evoke any appetite. As Fu Tian raised a piece of dried meat to his mouth, he found it excruciatingly tough. Hard. Indeed, exceedingly hard. He was almost tempted to spit it out. But then his gaze fell upon Yu Xiner, who was devouring her food with fervor, as if she had not eaten in days. Her manner was both ravenous and, at times, elegant as she occasionally glanced at Fu Tian. How long had she been so starved that even such dismal fare could elicit delight? This thought filled Fu Tian with a deep sense of pity for her. At the table, Fu Tian and Hu Tao barely touched their bowls, while the majority of the meal was consumed by Yu Xiner and Lin Sang, the latter of whom, in his twilight years, ate slowly and with little enthusiasm. Big brother, why aren't you eating? Xiner inquired, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment under Fu Tian's attentive gaze. With a gentle smile, Fu Tian replied, Big brother, isn't hungry. I have little appetite. By the way, Xiner, is the food to your liking? Delicious, truly delicious. It has been so long since I've had such food, and even longer since I've had my fill, Xiner exclaimed joyfully, promptly lifting a piece of potato to her mouth. Master. Hu Tao's eyes shifted towards Fu Tian, a complex expression crossing his face as he sighed softly. Fu Tian nodded, his gaze profound, lost in contemplative thoughts. In this vast world, amidst countless lives, some hold power and privilege, while others yearn merely for sustenance. Who truly reigns, and who is but an ant? Who can articulate such a truth? Once the meal concluded, only remnants of food remained on the table, with Yu Xiner having consumed the majority. Realizing she had perhaps overindulged, she cast a shy glance at Fu Tian, visibly relieved when she noticed his ordinary demeanor towards her. Please do not take offense, master. It has been ages since I've had a full meal. I must have been terribly starved, she said, her cheeks reddening. Lin Sanging sighed, guilt etched on his face as he affectionately patted Xiner's small head. No, it is not the village chief's fault. He has treated me well since he took me in. I blame only those wretched bandits, Xiner retorted, anger flaring at the mention of the Qingshan gang. However, her expression shifted once more, and she gazed at Fu Tian with admiration. Thank goodness Big Brother appeared. I shudder to think how long this life would have persisted without you. Listening to this, Fu Tian gently smiled, extending his hand to stroke Xiner's little head. Despite her unkempt and dirty hair, he found her utterly adorable. Observing Fu Tian's affectionate gesture, Xiner did not resist. She placed her hands on her knees, her little head slightly bowed, embodying the image of a well-behaved child. Xiner, how about we take a bath? Fu Tian suggested, noticing her soiled appearance, his heart aching slightly. She replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, but then hesitated. Big brother, in our village, we must fetch water from the river ourselves. And I don't have any clean clothes to change into. It's a bit. Fu Tian chuckled softly as he patted her head. Come with me. He then stepped outside, and although Xiner was filled with curiosity, she eagerly followed him. In truth, the desolate village had long been abandoned, leaving only Lin Sanging and Xiner to rely on one another. Though there were several dilapidated grass houses, they were uninhabitable. Fu Tian discovered a secluded patch of grass just outside the village, concealed by surrounding foliage, making it difficult for anyone to find. Xian'er, intrigued, did not comprehend Fu Tian's intentions for bringing her to such a hidden spot. If another girl were taken to a secretive place by a boy, she might entertain fanciful thoughts, but Xian'er, with her innocent nature, remained oblivious to such matters and was simply curious. Upon reaching the location, Fu Tian nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, the clear wind sword appeared in his hand. He gently swept it across the ground, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword aura that carved a small arc-shaped pit in the grass. The size was just right for a bath. "Wow, Big Brother is amazing," Xian'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling in awe at his seemingly magical abilities. Before he finished, Fu Tian took out a spirit-gathering gourd, uncorked it, and poured a drop of pure spiritual liquid into his palm. With a flick of his finger, he directed the liquid into the small pit. Fu Tian released his spiritual energy, transforming it into a gentle stream that flowed into the hollow. Before long, the pit was filled, resembling a shimmering pond, reflecting their silhouettes under the soft moonlight. A large figure and a small one, a man and a woman, alongside a bright moon, were mirrored in the tiny basin, creating a scene of enchanting beauty in the tranquil night. Gazing at his handiwork, satisfaction gleamed in Fu Tian's eyes as he nodded slowly. "Now, we have a place to bathe. It has been a long time since you last washed. It is indeed time for a thorough cleanse." Next, Fu Tian produced a white robe, prepared in advance for himself. "This is your change of clothes. It should fit well enough for now. We shall buy you a few more sets in the future." Upon learning it was Fu Tian's clothing, Xian'er hurriedly declined, shaking her head fervently. "Xian'er is unworthy of wearing Big Brother's clothes. They will get dirty." Fu Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. "Clothes are meant to be worn. It is only natural they get dirty. You simply must wear them." Hearing this, Xian'er found his reasoning quite sound, yet she felt a bit anxious. Carefully accepting the white garment, her cheeks already flushed with a rosy hue. Having completed his tasks, Fu Tian finally revealed a smile, attentively explaining things to Xian'er. Although she nodded earnestly, her innocence left her somewhat bewildered. She understood the distinction between men and women. While she did not mind Fu Tian's presence, and even secretly wished for him to stay by her side, she ultimately felt too shy to voice her desires. After Fu Tian departed, Xian'er shed her garments, exposing her tender feet, as white and smooth as mutton fat, and walked towards the water pit. The chill penetrated her bones, especially at night when the cold was more pronounced. However, Fu Tian had previously added a drop of spiritual liquid to the water, which, though diluted countless times, still rendered the pit a source of mild spiritual essence. As Xian'er immersed herself, a warm sensation enveloped her entire body, and the faint spiritual energy from the water gradually seeped into her being. Shortly after, a melodious hum resonated within her, and she felt a profound sense of comfort and strength surging through her. The black filth covering her skin represented the impurities within her, now being expelled one by one. At that moment, Xian'er officially ascended to the rank of a martial artist, marking her entry into the realm of cultivation. Upon returning to the desolate village, Fu Tian found that Hu Tao had already erected a tent, waiting patiently for him. "Young master, the tent is ready. Let us rest within it tonight. We can depart early tomorrow morning." "Very well," Fu Tian replied with a slight nod, stepping into the tent. At present, Fu Tian had reached the 4th tier of martial generals, his copper bones fully developed, with his physical strength amounting to an astonishing 1,300,000 pounds. In addition, he possessed the One Yang finger, the autumn moon sword technique, the shadowless step, and the sword drawing technique, along with the yet-to-be-trained Earth-tier mid-grade martial skill, the 10,000 sword square. Although his realm was neither high nor low, his combat prowess was indeed fearsome when he exerted himself fully. Even a martial king would find him formidable. The only regret he harbored was that he had yet to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. His prior encounter with Luo Haitian at the Luo Medicine Pavilion had only left him yearning for more. Contemplating his current self, Fu Tian decided to prioritize elevating his realm, leaving other matters for another time. With a flick of his hand, the tent was instantly filled with high-grade spiritual stones, enhancing his cultivation speed 100-fold. Coupled with his terrifying innate talent, Fu Tian's limbs transformed into insatiable voids, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. The energy flowed into his body, converging towards his meridians and bones, continuously fortifying him. Fu Tian was visibly growing stronger. Outside the tent, Hu Tao casually found a tree trunk to rest upon while keeping watch over the safety of their surroundings. At his level, he could go several days without sleep without any adverse effects. Even martial kings shared this capability. However, He had yet to reach the point of not needing sleep at all. Among mortals, even a martial king still belonged to the realm of humanity. While they could endure longer periods without rest, over time, it would still take its toll, necessitating brief moments of slumber to recover. Nevertheless, Hu Tao remained diligent, absorbing several high-grade spiritual stones in his palm. Years of unwavering dedication to cultivation had finally borne fruit, allowing him to break through to the 9th tier of martial sections. As twilight deepened and the night grew tranquil, the humble abode of Lin's singing resonated with the rhythmic sounds of slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Yuexin had returned at some point, clad in a flowing white robe that enveloped her petite figure. Though the garment was somewhat oversized, it still beautifully accentuated her delicate form. In that moment, she radiated warmth, enveloped in an indescribable comfort akin to basking in the gentle embrace of autumn sunlight, soothing and invigorating. Noticing the additional tents outside, she seemed to sense the presence of others within and chose not to intrude. Instead, she offered a polite bow towards the tents before tiptoeing back into her room, resembling a playful kitten in her adorableness. Once inside, Yuexin reclined upon the stone bed, her mind racing with thoughts of the day's events. A look of exhilaration adorned her face as she drifted into slumber, her lips softly murmuring sweet nothings. How wonderful it is to have an older brother. Thus, she succumbed to a deep sleep, one of the most peaceful she had ever known since her birth. Even in the years to come, the memories of this night would linger vividly in her mind, never to be forgotten. The night passed without incident, the stars twinkling in the vast expanse above. Silvery moonlight cascaded down, draping the desolate village in a shimmering veil. At that moment, the village bore a semblance of earthly vitality, infused with a touch of warmth and life. Chapter 52. The journey begins. The night silently slipped away, giving way to the dawn as the nascent sun gradually ascended, casting strands of crimson light across the earth. In the early morning, amidst the auspicious purple aura rising from the east, vitality surged. Before the others awakened, Tian had already commenced a set of boxing techniques in the open space, performing the divine elephant shakes the heavens fist. It resembled a majestic elephant, relentlessly striking the sky with powerful blows, as fluid as flowing clouds, exuding a formidable energy that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, resonating deeply within the heart and soul, evoking awe. After completing the set, Tian found himself breathless, drenched in sweat, akin to having endured an intense battle. His muscles ached and trembled subtly. The sensation of exhaustion was exhilarating, precisely what Tian sought. As he felt every cell and muscle in his body awaken, undergoing rigorous training, a delightful agony intertwined with a hint of pleasure. With the final punch unleashed, manifesting the form of the divine elephant, a roar erupted as he seemed to tread upon the heavens, shaking the world. Tian sat down, sweat pouring down like rain, extending his palm as numerous high-grade spirit stones orbited around him. He began to greedily absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. He discovered that after executing the divine elephant shakes the heavens fist, his cells were invigorated, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy accelerated remarkably, enhancing his overall capabilities by approximately 30%. Before long, Tian's body was saturated with spiritual energy, every limb and sinew brimming with it, each breath embodying the essence of vitality. The surging energy felt akin to tumultuous ocean waves, crashing and rolling within him in relentless succession. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted within, as if breaking free from shackles, causing Tian's aura to surge violently, his body cracking like thunder, emanating an overwhelming power. He had broken through to the 5th-level martial general. His physical strength had surged by an astounding 100,000 pounds, now allowing him to wield a terrifying 1,400,000 pounds of raw power. There were few martial generals capable of withstanding a single punch, and he could even transcend great realms to confront martial sovereigns. Tian clenched his fist, a surge of exhilarating power coursing through him, as though he possessed boundless strength, a feeling that filled him with immense satisfaction, marveling at the wonders of cultivation. Congratulations, my lord, on advancing your cultivation level once more. In my eyes, your speed of cultivation is astonishing, enough to make countless geniuses blush with shame. As he spoke, Hu Tao stood beside Tian, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. He had witnessed Tian's rapid progress, unparalleled and unheard of. His body resembled a black hole, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy at a speed that even Hu Tao found himself unable to match, trailing far behind. Tian nodded slightly at Hu Tao, aware that due to his chaos-sacred body, he had already elevated his innate talents to their zenith, unmatched by anyone. coupled with 100-fold training speed. It was only natural that his progress was so swift. My lord, when shall we set forth for the Lihua sect? If nothing unexpected occurs, we should arrive today. Hu Tao inquired curiously, having spent ample time in the barren village. Hearing this, Fu Tian glanced at Yuxin's humble abode, a ripple of emotion crossing his eyes, and replied gently, let us wait a while longer. Indeed, you should venture into the mountains to procure some game for this morning's meal. The fare in Wumao village has become exceedingly monotonous and uninspiring, leaving one devoid of any appetite. A bit of wild delicacy would surely elevate the spirits and enhance our sustenance. With a swift acknowledgement, Hu Tao vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Fu Tian, undeterred by the absence, activated the system, intending to cultivate the 10,000 sword form, the sole terrestrial martial art he had registered. The 10,000 sword form proclaims, with a single sword, I can obliterate 100,000 foes, or slay 100,000 times. Ding. Detection indicates that the 10,000 sword form is available for cultivation. Will the host choose to cultivate the 10,000 sword form? Affirmative. Ding. Cultivation failed. Reason for failure. System version is too low. An upgrade to the latest version is recommended. The system version is inadequate? Fu Tian expressed mild surprise, realizing that the absence of a sign-in reminder last night was due to the need for an upgrade. However, the system's presence is rather subtle, hardly drawing attention. An upgrade would be beneficial. Choosing to update. Ding. The system is about to update. The host is requested to remain patient. With that, the system fell silent, enveloped in quietude. Fu Tian shook his head slightly, understanding that haste would bear no fruit. He refrained from further cultivation and opted to return to the tent for a brief respite. A short slumber post-breakthrough is undeniably one of life's most exquisite pleasures. Time flowed slowly, akin to a fleeting shadow. Big brother, it's time to rise. Uncle who has roasted a suckling pig, Yuxiner whispered gently, her small head peeking into Fu Tian's tent, her tone imbued with tenderness, as if wary of disturbing him. Her bright, curious eyes surveyed the surroundings, and upon spotting Fu Tian peacefully asleep, a flicker of fascination ignited within her gaze. She tiptoed closer, her eyes fixated on Fu Tian's face. In the presence of his striking features, the young girl found herself entranced, lost in admiration. Just then, Fu Tian abruptly opened his eyes, meeting the sight of Yuxiner's delicate visage. After an evening of meticulous cleansing, Yuxiner appeared rejuvenated. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, her face devoid of any blemish, and her sparkling eyes shone with vitality. Coupled with her petite, refined nose and cherry-red lips, she resembled a vibrant lotus, exuding elegance and purity, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. In that moment of mutual gaze, the world seemed to stand still, both individuals seeing only one another. However, Yuxiner soon succumbed to shyness, her cheeks burning with a fiery blush, a hint of warmth radiating from her. With a soft huff, she declared, Big brother. Uncle who has roasted a suckling pig, it's time to eat. Fu Tian smiled faintly, averting his gaze as he replied, understood. You go ahead, I'll join you shortly. Yuxiner responded with a soft, almost inaudible acknowledgement, her cheeks still flushed, before she scampered out of the tent. Outside, a bonfire had already been set, with a succulent suckling pig roasting over the flames, its aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing and irresistible, the crackling of the crispy skin igniting one's appetite. Nearby, Hu Tao was engaged in conversation with Lin Sanging. Upon spotting the exuberant Yuxiner, Lin Sanging turned his gaze in curiosity, asking, has the young master awakened? Yuxiner softly hummed and approached, taking a seat beside Lin Sanging. Her cheeks remained flushed, indicating that something had transpired. Observing this, Lin Sanging refrained from probing further, quietly lamenting the insurmountable gap between them, believing that no fruitful outcome could arise from their situation. Shortly thereafter, Fu Tian emerged, stretching languidly, his eyes drawn to the enticing roasted suckling pig, which made his mouth water. The four gathered around, beginning to share this delectable dish, with Yuxiner consuming the most. She had never savored such exquisite flavors before. Last night's meager fare had delighted her palate, let alone this succulent piglet. Fu Tian and the others were considerate, allowing her to partake largely, for this wild delicacy had been specifically arranged by Fu Tian to enhance her meager diet. In a whirlwind of consumption, only remnants remained, bones discarded upon the ground. Yuxiner, with a satisfied burp and greasy lips, radiated contentment. Young master, the hour grows late. We must set forth, Hu Tao interjected, sensing that their affairs in the barren village had reached a conclusion. At this, Yuxiner felt a sudden tremor within her heart. her gaze flickering with panic as she swiftly turned to Tian. He glanced at the sky, where the sun hung high, its golden rays illuminating the land in a peaceful glow, yet the time had come to depart. Very well, let us tidy up and prepare for our journey. Tian's voice floated softly. In that moment, Yusinur abruptly stood, her eyes glistening with a sorrowful plea directed at Tian. Is Big Brother really leaving? Will I never see you again? Hu Tao remained silent, tending to the tent, while Lin Singing sighed deeply, his heart aching for Yusinur in her moment of distress. Tian nodded gently and smiled. In the future, when I have the opportunity, I shall visit you again, bringing an abundance of delectable treats. Those rare delicacies might just be too much for your little tummy to handle. No, I do not want those things. Yusinur pouted, urgency lacing her words, tears welling in her eyes. Tian gazed at her in silence, fully aware of her feelings for him. Yet he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the great path, overseeing the ebb and flow of existence. This transient experience was but a fleeting illusion. My lord, Lin Singing sighed once more, addressing Tian with a measured tone, I implore you to take Yusinur with you. Perhaps she possesses a talent for cultivation? Forgive my presumption, but I found her abandoned in the wilderness over a decade ago, crying inconsolably, which drew my attention. I brought her back and raised her alone. Now that she has grown, I believe it unwise for her to remain in this desolate place, squandering her youth and potentially her entire life. Thus, I beseech you, my lord, to take her with you. With that, Lin Singing rose abruptly, intent on kneeling before Tian in earnest supplication. Fortunately, Tian's quick reflexes prevented Lin Singing from kneeling. Why must the elder act in such a manner? Tian shook his head, his expression filled with helplessness, and spoke gently. Very well. Since you have entrusted your dear child to my care, I shall refrain from saying more. From this moment onward, she will accompany me. Is that true, big brother? Upon hearing these words, Yusinur shifted from sorrow to joy, an immediate smile gracing her face as she rushed forward to embrace Tian. You are so wonderful, big brother. I knew you would never abandon me. Tian smiled softly, finding Yusinur's spirited nature utterly charming. He then affectionately ruffled her hair and said, Bid farewell to your village chief. Once you come with me, the opportunities for you to see him will become scarce. At this, Yusinur's smile faded, replaced by sorrow as tears began to well in her eyes. She turned to gaze at Lin Singing, who still watched her with a kind expression. His eyes crinkled in a smile, genuinely pleased for her. Tian chose not to intrude and began to walk towards the village's edge. Once Tian was a distance away, Lin Singing, in a hoarse voice, advised, Yusinur, I am old and unable to accompany you this time. You must take good care of yourself while I am not by your side, and listen well to your elder brother. Village chief, Yusinur replied, her voice quivering, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Yet, Lin Singing continued, the world outside is vast, far beyond your imagination. It is also fraught with dangers, more perilous than you might expect. Always keep your wits about you. In my absence, only your elder brother can look after you, so remember to rely on him. Yusinur nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks as she committed Lin Singing's words to memory. Ultimately, this world belongs to the young. They must venture far and wide to explore it. Lin Singing continued to gaze at Yusinur with warmth, his smile unwavering. At this moment, Yusinur threw her arms around Lin Singing, her voice choked with emotion as she sobbed, Village chief, I will miss you. Hearing this, a glimmer of tears flickered in Lin Singing's weary eyes. He gently patted her head, his voice thick with emotion, I shan't waste more words. Go now. Your elder brother is waiting. Village chief, quickly now, do not keep him waiting, Lin Singing urged, patting Yusinur's shoulder. With red-rimmed eyes, Yusinur released her embrace and gazed at Lin Singing for a long moment, as if wishing to etch his visage into her memory, before she finally dashed towards the village's exit. Outside the desolate village, Tian and Huda held the reins of two swift steeds, awaiting Yusinur. As Yusinur emerged, her eyes glistening with tears, Tian said nothing more than to gently pat her head, asking, Did you bid a proper farewell? Yusinur nodded, her gaze cast downward. Since that is the case, let us depart. With those words, he took Yusinur onto his swift steed, which neighed and transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing into the desolate village. Before leaving, Yusinur turned to cast one final glance at the barren hamlet. A gentle breeze rustled through the impoverished village, where only the sound of leaves whispering and the chilling howls of the wind filled the air, rendering the scene extraordinarily desolate. Yusinur, after your departure, this village will truly embody the essence of desolation. After a long silence, Lin Singing's aged voice, tinged with suppressed sobs, reverberated through the empty village. Chapter 53. The light of the sect Li Hua sect, one of the 6 major sects of the Western state, boasts over 5,000 disciples, categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. Among them is Fu Tian, a direct disciple without a ranking, merely holding a token. When discussing Li Hua sect, one cannot overlook the magnificent 10,000-step stone staircase, an imposing structure that stretches for a full 10,000 steps, resembling a majestic dragon, grand and awe-inspiring. Captivating the hearts of many, it has garnered endless admiration, regarded as a remarkable feat of craftsmanship. Despite this, in recent years, the reputation of Li Hua's sect has waned, subtly indicating a decline towards the bottom of the ranking among the 6 major sections. Consequently, fewer individuals are inclined to join Li Hua's sect, instead gravitating towards the top-ranking Shunjian sect, whose aspirants have been steadily increasing year by year. This situation undoubtedly places Li Hua's sect in an awkward position. If this trend continues, its strength will only diminish further, while Shunjian sect's power ascends, solidifying its dominance. Young master, ahead lies Li Hua's city, with Li Hua's sect just beyond it. Upon reaching the gates of Li Hua's city, Hu Tao, upon noticing the city's brilliance, expressed his interest to Fu Tian. Li Hua's city, an affluent town affiliated with Li Hua's sect, is quite prosperous, though it pales in comparison to the imperial city of the Western state. Nonetheless, it is regarded as a significant urban center. Big brother, is this Li Hua's city? How bustling it is. On one of the swift steeds, Yu accompanied by Fu Tian, appeared to share a unique bond with him. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, wide and bright, as she surveyed her surroundings. For Yu, who had lived in a barren village for over a decade, everything outside was filled with wonder, continuously reshaping her understanding of the world and deepening her insights. Indeed, as the village elder had said, the outside world is far grander than I had imagined. However, at 15, Yu was no longer a child. Her intellect was quite mature, and she exhibited no signs of being overwhelmed, merely displaying a keen curiosity for the world around her. Gazing at Li Hua's city, Fu Tian remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Let us proceed directly to Li Hua's sect." Hu Tao nodded in agreement, and the group rode their steeds into the city. Li Hua's city has 2 gates, the west gate for pedestrians and the east gate for disciples of Li Hua's sect. Beyond the east gate lies Li Hua's sect, which necessitates traversing through the city. Upon entering Li Hua's city without any hindrance, the trio maintained a slow pace on their steeds to avoid colliding with pedestrians. Shortly after their entrance, Yuxaner's stomach began to audibly protest, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. With no other option, the group casually chose a rather grand restaurant and entered. "Esteemed guests, please come in. There are still plenty of seats available." As they stepped inside, a young attendant welcomed them and guided them to a table. They casually ordered a few signature dishes and 2 jugs of wine, after which the attendant, with a smile, retreated. Not long after sitting down, Yuxiner seemed to suddenly recall something and nervously spoke up. "Big brother, do you think Xiner can truly cultivate?" Fu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Her question left him momentarily speechless. As an exceptional player, he had begun his journey with a chaos sacred body, a being that transcended even the most forbidden of physiques, already possessing the pinnacle of cultivation talent. Coupled with 100-fold cultivation speed, his progress was as effortless as breathing, with breakthroughs occurring as casually as eating or drinking, without any hindrance. Yet, determining whether Xiner could cultivate left Fu Tian in a state of confusion. It was then that Hu Tao spoke up. "If I am not mistaken, Miss Xiner has already become a first-level martial artist, correct? In that case, she certainly has the ability to cultivate. It is merely the question of her innate talent." Fu Tian was slightly astonished. Was it really that simple to ascertain one's ability to cultivate? Sensing Fu Tian's bewilderment, Hu Tao continued, "To put it plainly, cultivation involves absorbing the faint spiritual energy present in the air to enhance and elevate oneself, thereby acquiring extraordinary abilities. For an ordinary person to cultivate, 2 conditions must be met. First, the ability to sense the spiritual energy in the air. Second, the capability to absorb it into their body. If both conditions are fulfilled, it indicates that one can indeed cultivate. However, the rate at which individuals absorb spiritual energy varies, resulting in significant disparities in cultivation talent, which is why some are considered geniuses." "Oh," Fu Tian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, "then it stands to reason that many must be capable of cultivating, right?" Hu Tao shook his head in denial. "That assertion is misguided, young master. In the West continent, those unable to cultivate certainly constitute the vast majority. Among those who can cultivate, most possess relatively low talent, with very limited prospects. Take Lin Sanging, for example. He He will only ever achieve the rank of a first-level martial artist, firmly in the realm of the talentless. Without a significant opportunity in his lifetime, he will likely reach his peak early. Fu Tian nodded slightly, while Yuexer quietly fretted over her own cultivation prospects, appearing somewhat glum, akin to a teenager troubled by dissatisfaction in various aspects of her life. It wasn't until the dishes were served that Xiner's eyes sparkled. Her spirits revived as she momentarily forgot her worries and began to eat heartily. Fu Tian and Hu Tao, too, were not idle. Each poured themselves a jug of warm liquor and began to drink. "Waiter, bring the finest dishes and 2 more jugs of the best wine." A loud voice called out as 2 young men clad in the traditional attire of the Lihua sect entered, their expressions decidedly grim, indicating a less than pleasant mood. The sight of the Lihua sect's disciples piqued Fu Tian's interest, and he directed his gaze toward them as the 2 disciples found a spot to sit and began conversing in hushed tones. "What bad luck. I was on the stage for less than a minute before being thrown off, not a shred of dignity left," one lamented. "Well, at least you're a true 1-second man. I managed to last 3 minutes before getting tossed," the other retorted. "Alas, it has come to my attention that those ranked among the top 10 are granted the opportunity to enter the ancient wolf sanctuary, a veritable haven for cultivation. Once admitted, 100x Cultivation will undoubtedly undergo transformative changes, akin to the legendary carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Yet, what relevance does this hold for us? Our own ranking is shameful to even present, and moreover, entering the wolf sanctuary poses grave dangers. Historically, half of those who venture within do not return. Indeed, let us not dwell further on this. Let us instead indulge in our libations." Listening intently, Fu Tian gleaned further insight into the ancient wolf sanctuary from the words of the Supreme Emperor. It appeared that the current direct disciples were fervently competing for the coveted spots to enter this sanctuary. After satisfying their appetites, Fu Tian and his companions turned toward the Lihua sect. Traversing through Lihua City, they exited through the eastern gate, where the magnificent Wanyun stone steps came into view, ascending step by step into the heavens, resembling a celestial pathway with no discernible end. "Wow." Upon witnessing such awe-inspiring scenery, Yuexiner gasped, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Even Hu Tao, standing nearby, displayed a glimmer of fascination, exclaiming in admiration. "Let us ascend, step by step," Fu Tian suggested, leading a swift steed as he began his ascent on the stone steps. "Big brother, wait for me," Yuexiner called out, hurrying to keep pace with Fu Tian. On the steps, Fu Tian and Hu Tao, due to their advanced cultivation, felt relatively unfazed. However, it was evident that Yuexiner was already breathless, perspiration adorning her brow. She required frequent pauses to rest. The Wanyun stone steps of the Lihua sect proved far more arduous than anticipated, serving as a means of trial and endurance, imbued with boundless mystery. With each step taken, one felt increasingly weighed down, their feet growing heavy and reluctant to move. This trial was particularly effective for martial artists. Thus, the Wanyun stone steps were regarded as one of the entry trials of the Lihua sect. Successfully navigating these steps often revealed much about an individual's willpower and perseverance. According to sect regulations, traversing 5,000 steps was deemed a qualification for advancing to the next trial. Reaching 7,000 steps would attract the attention of the esteemed elders, who would observe with quiet interest. Achieving 9,000 steps was remarkable, even drawing the attention of the sect's leader. Yet, it had been quite some time since anyone had completed the full 10,000 steps. "Xiner's, why not ride? For you at present. Traversing the Wanyun stone steps seems rather daunting," Fu Tian remarked, feeling a pang of concern for her. After all, she was merely a first-layer martial artist, her stamina still lacking, making this trial exceedingly challenging. "No, big brother, do not worry about me. If I cannot even conquer these steps, how can I speak of cultivation?" Xiner's firmly rejected the suggestion, her face resolute with newfound determination. Though she had grown up in a desolate village, deprived of a proper education and raised in poverty, she was an exceptionally astute young woman. There were matters Fu Tian had not articulated, yet she understood them clearly, particularly the significance of cultivation. Consequently, she was unwavering in her resolve concerning certain things. For instance, this arduous staircase of 10,000 steps. If one struggles to ascend even this, how can one hope to persevere on the path of cultivation in the future? Yet, should the heart rely on its own resolve to conquer this formidable staircase, it would undoubtedly herald a transformative shift, bringing forth unexpected benefits on the journey ahead. Taking a brief respite, the heart renewed its determination and continued onward. Observing this, Fu Tian gazed at the figure of the heart with profound eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his gaze. Within the diminutive stature of the heart lay an indomitable spirit that stirred him deeply. Turning to exchange a glance with Hu Tao, both pairs of eyes sparkled with a shared brilliance. Perhaps the heart truly possesses the potential to shine brightly in the realm of cultivation. Fu Tian smiled, a pure expression of joy emanating from his core, his eyes reflecting an exceedingly gentle warmth as he continued to accompany the swift steed. Throughout this journey, Fu Tian synchronized his pace with the heart's. When she paused, he paused, and when she moved, he followed suit. Although they traversed the path with frequent stops, the heart's moments of rest were exceedingly brief, sometimes merely a minute, often less than that, just enough to catch her breath before plunging back into the arduous trek. Fragrant sweat flowed continuously, dripping onto the stone steps, each slab bearing the marks of her toil, her garments thoroughly soaked. At some point, her legs began to tremble, each step becoming increasingly laborious, her muscles aching all over. Yet, despite the strain, the heart uttered not a word of suffering, nor shed a single tear, resolutely pressing onward. 5,000 steps, 6,000 steps, 7,000 steps. By this juncture, the heart felt dizzy, as though burdened by an immense weight. Each step was excruciating, an overwhelming discomfort engulfing her. With only the first level of martial prowess, her physical stamina was woefully inadequate, falling short of even the basic standards for sect trials. Moreover, her training was merely a haphazard breakthrough during a bath, lacking the rigorous practice of martial skills to hone her body. Nevertheless, the heart grit her teeth and persevered. Upon nearing the final 1,000 steps, the imposing characters of Li Huazong loomed before her, each stroke imbued with strength. This sect resembled a dragon's gate, and the heart was akin to a koi fish striving to ascend towards it. In this last stretch of 1,000 steps, the heart did not halt. Transforming into a figure drenched in sweat, her body entirely enveloped in fragrant moisture, her vision obscured by perspiration, each step shedding copious amounts of sweat. Her legs trembled more violently, her consciousness becoming hazy, yet her unwavering will drove her onward, a spirit as steadfast as rock. Fu Tian and Hu Tao remained steadfastly behind her, never uttering a word, their focus unwaveringly fixed on her. The final 100 steps. At this moment, the heart felt precarious, as if she might collapse with the next step, her awareness fading. Yet, a fierce determination sustained her frail form, compelling her to persist with each step. Even Hu Tao, trailing behind, swallowed hard, silently urging her on. Keep going, just a few more steps, you can do this. With each step, 10, 9, 8, down to 3, 2, 1, until the final footfall was made, the heart of Xiner shattered, and her consciousness crumbled, leading her to collapse. Yet, she was swiftly lifted by a pair of strong arms belonging to Fu Tian. Gazing at Xiner nestled in his embrace, he noticed her sweat-drenched attire. Yet he bore no disdain. Rather, a gentle smile graced his lips as he looked upon her delicate figure, his heart brimming with contentment. My lord, in my humble opinion, the achievements of Miss Xiner are destined to be boundless, remarked Hu Tao, who stood beside Fu Tian, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Xiner's indomitable spirit, which even stirred his own heart, leaving him in awe. At that moment, the gates of the Li Hua sect radiated with brilliance, illuminating the heavens and the earth, while colorful spiritual liquid coalesced in the air, exuding a sacred aura. Suddenly, pairs of eyes snapped open, bewildered by the transformation occurring at the Li Hua sect, disbelief evident in their gazes, who had traversed the 1,000-step stone staircase. Without hesitation, figures vanished from their places, rushing towards the sect. In the sky, the colorful spiritual liquid condensed into a magnificent rainbow dragon, exuding an aura of power that commanded respect. With a roar to the heavens, it transformed into a delicate shower of colored light that converged upon Xiner, absorbed entirely by her. Witnessing this spectacle, Fu Tian was filled with wonder. Xiner, cradled in his arms, was healing at an astonishing rate, clearly indicating that the colorful spiritual liquid was no ordinary substance, but of immense value. With no time for further contemplation, sensing the gathering of numerous figures, Fu Tian clasped Xiner tightly and, along with Hu Tao, vanished from sight, heading towards Chongyun Mountain. Barely a few breaths had passed when several silhouettes abruptly appeared before the sect, each exuding an overwhelming pressure. Each individual was capable of wielding considerable influence within the Li Hua sect. Observing the tranquil sect, it was evident they had arrived too late, as the individual they sought had already departed, leaving behind a tinge of disappointment in their hearts. After centuries, someone had finally achieved this feat. Yet why had they chosen to leave? An elderly man, with profound eyes, slowly spoke. Upon hearing his words, the gathered crowd fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. The elder then gazed at the empty 1,000-step stone staircase, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This person is undoubtedly still within the Lihua sect. I command you to leave no stone unturned in your search. If you succeed, there shall be ample rewards for you. Yes, the echo of his command lingered in the air, yet no one remained to hear it. The sect returned to its previous tranquility, as if time itself had resumed its normal course. Who knows what the next epoch shall bring? Happy New Year. I wish all my readers a joyful and fulfilling new year. May the coming year bring you peace and prosperity. Allow me to introduce my book, starting with 100-fold cultivation speed. As the title suggests, it involves themes of transmigration, leveling up, invincibility, and exhilarating narratives. While it may appear to be a straightforward tale, it is far from a mindless indulgence. This marks my inaugural attempt at writing a book, and I acknowledge that my literary skills are still developing. Consequently, many plotlines may fail to resonate with readers, resulting in a somewhat unsatisfactory experience. The readership for this book remains modest, with only one friend contributing comments in the discussion section. I aspire to gradually enhance my writing and improve this book, ultimately appealing to a broader audience of fellow readers. As of now, the manuscript has reached a substantial length of 150,000 words, and I hope to persist in my writing journey, with an ambition to surpass 1 million words. For those who appreciate this work, I kindly encourage fellow readers to extend their support, whether by bookmarking or casting their votes of recommendation, to ensure the book does not feel isolated and the writing process remains engaging. I wish for those who enjoy this book to become more active, allowing me to perceive their appreciation, which serves as my motivation to continue. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the reader who graciously supported this book with their recommendation, particularly to the friend known as Borrowing the Corpse to return to life from the land of forgotten emotions. Thank you for your support. Chapter 54. An unexpected reunion. The first rays of dawn's sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon X's delicate cheeks. As she slightly furrowed her brow and then opened her resplendent, bright eyes, she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings with a hint of confusion. Despite her prolonged observation, she could not find the familiar white figure she sought. "Big brother, where are you?" A startled exclamation escaped her lips, her gaze reflecting a flicker of anxiety. With a swift motion, Xiner leapt from her bed, determined to locate Tian. In her haste, she flung open the door, and there, before her, stood that familiar white figure, which brought a wave of relief and tranquility to her heart. "You're awake?" Tian, who had been practicing the divine elephant shaking the heavens fist, paused upon seeing Xiner rush out. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "How do you feel?" Upon hearing his words, Xiner was taken aback and began to assess her own body. To her astonishment, she discovered that she was brimming with vitality, as if endowed with boundless strength. Her skin had become notably smoother and more delicate, almost fragile to the touch, and her spirit was invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. A warm, indescribable comfort enveloped her. Realizing her unexpectedly excellent physical condition, Xiner gazed at Tian with curiosity and asked, "Big brother, what has happened to me?" Tian chuckled softly, explaining, "You fainted after climbing the 10,000-step stone ladder yesterday. I carried you back and administered a healing pill to facilitate your swift recovery. After a night of rest, not only have your injuries healed, but your cultivation level has also ascended to the 5th heaven of warriors." He chose to withhold the details about the colorful spiritual liquid, opting to veil the truth with the healing pill's narrative. "What? I've reached the 5th heaven of warriors just like that?" Xiner exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "That happened so quickly." Tian merely shook his head in silence, sensing that Xiner had yet to grasp the significance of her achievement. In truth, her exhaustion from the previous night, coupled with the instant restoration provided by the colorful spiritual liquid, had propelled her cultivation to unprecedented heights. The speed of her advancement had left Hu Tao utterly astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Before long, Xiner not only recovered from her injuries, but also broke through the 4th realm, ascending directly to the 5th heaven of warriors. Her aura was as striking as a rainbow, and her presence rivaled that of a 6th heaven warrior, showcasing an impressively solid foundation. Hu Tao's eyes sparkled with admiration as he extolled X's extraordinary talent for cultivation, proclaiming her destined to become a prodigy. Just then, the creaking of the door interrupted their moment. Hu Tao entered, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Xiner. "Miss Xiner, you're awake. Just in time. We can head to the competition together." Xiner responded with a couple of affirmations, her expression turning puzzled. "What competition?" With a warm smile, Hu Tao looked at her as a caring elder would at their own child. The competition for direct disciples is about to commence. I came to inform the young master. And since you're awake, why not join us? Oh, all right. Sheener's expression was one of bewilderment as she responded with a couple of sentences, her face clearly showing confusion. Fu Tian approached and gently patted Sheener's little head, smiling as he said, "Come, once we arrive, you will naturally understand." Sheener immediately nodded obediently, resembling a well-behaved child. Thus, Fu Tian, along with the other two, exited the Chongyun Pavilion and made their way towards the arena. In truth, the competition among the direct disciples had commenced several days prior. And by now, over half of the more than 100 participants had been eliminated, leaving only the final 30 to contend with one another. Given that this competition was pivotal for securing a spot in the ancient wolf sacred land, many were filled with fervor and anticipation, pouring their all into each match in hopes of claiming a coveted position. Numerous dark horses emerged unexpectedly. Having long concealed their strength, they now displayed formidable prowess. Even the 10th-ranked disciple on the original leaderboard had been eliminated, losing the chance to qualify. It is fair to say that, had this competition not been organized at the last minute, many would remain unaware of the hidden talents surrounding them. As Fu Tian and his companions arrived at the arena, they found it already teeming with people, a throng so dense that not even a drop of water could pass through. Many disciples gazed with sparkling eyes, filled with envy as they watched the fierce battles unfold on the stage. The arena showcased a dazzling array of martial skills, each more captivating than the last, leaving spectators in awe. Numerous inner disciples were also present to observe, as the sect had intentionally brought them here to glean combat experience, laying a foundation for their future cultivation. Look, that is the profound-grade ultimate martial skill, the Starry Palm, which only direct disciples are qualified to practice. Each strike carries the power of the stars, wielding immense lethality, rivaling that of low-level earth-grade techniques, exclaimed an inner disciple, pointing to a black-clad youth engaged in a duel on one of the stages. Upon hearing this, many turned their attention to the young man's hands. The black-robed figure was emanating a luminous starry light, each palm strike bursting forth with formidable might, forcing his opponent to stagger back, hands trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Victory seemed inevitable. I know this person. His name is Zhao Wuchen, one of the dark horses in this competition. Drawing much attention, another inner disciple proclaimed, recognizing him immediately. Fu Tian cast a casual glance at the match on the stage before withdrawing his gaze. The sheer volume of people rendered the viewing experience far from enjoyable, as it felt more like watching a crowd of bodies rather than a performance. "Excuse me, are you Fu Tian?" Just as Fu Tian was pondering this dilemma, a melodious voice emerged from behind him, laced with curiosity and uncertainty. Turning to look, he saw a graceful figure weaving through the crowd. Upon recognizing her, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed Fu Tian's face. The newcomer was none other than Qing Shan. "Oh, it truly is you, Fu Tian. I almost thought I had mistaken the person. You never returned, and we feared you had perished in the Mo Stone Mountains. We even searched for you several times, worried sick. If there was nothing amiss, why didn't you return sooner? You made us worry so much." Upon turning her head, Qing Shan saw that it was indeed Fu Tian, which relieved her greatly, confirming that she had not mistaken him. After speaking, she displayed a look of feigned resentment, giving Fu Tian a hearty pat on the shoulder to alleviate her pent-up frustration. Feeling the forceful impact on his shoulder, Fu Tian could only respond with a sense of helplessness, for he had not anticipated the series of events that unfolded. "It's a long story. I took a trip to the imperial city of Shizhou and just returned yesterday. I apologize for causing you concern." Qing Shan huffed softly, still appearing somewhat displeased. It was only then that she noticed the two individuals beside Fu Tian, a burly man with a fierce appearance and a charmingly innocent girl. With curiosity, she inquired, "Who are these two?" Fu Tian affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and smiled. "These are friends I met in the imperial city of Shizhou. This is Hu Tao. Do not be misled by his fierce looks. He is quite amiable." He gestured towards Hu Tao, who nodded politely and replied, "Greetings, miss," before falling silent. He was not one to engage in much conversation, only speaking more freely in Fu Tian's presence. Before Fu Tian could introduce the little girl, she eagerly interjected, flashing a sweet smile at Qing Shan. "Sister, my name is Einer. May I ask what your name is?" With a playful blink of her eyes, complimented by her delicate beauty, she appeared utterly adorable. Seeing such a charming Einer, Qing Shan seemed instantly enamored, responding, Einer? What a lovely name. "My name is Qing Shan." Oh, Einer nodded enthusiastically before continuing. "Then may I ask what is the relationship between Sister Qing Shan and Big Brother?" Upon hearing this, Qing Shan's expression turned slightly awkward, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush as she replied softly, Fu Tian and I are merely friends. Why do you ask, Exiner? Relieved to hear that they were just friends, Exiner relaxed her expression. Observing Exiner's demeanor, Qing Shan seemed to see through it all, casting a knowing glance at Fu Tian. Under her gaze, Fu Tian rarely felt embarrassed, quickly diverting the conversation. Sister Qing Shan, are you here to watch the competition as well? But there are too many people here to see anything. Qing Shan chuckled lightly. If you wish to watch the competition, follow me. It seems you are not quite aware of the situation. With that, she led the way ahead. Though puzzled, Fu Tian and the others followed. Looking from above, one would notice that the competition arena was arranged in a circular formation, with the inner disciples observing from the outer circle, while only the direct disciples were privileged to watch from the innermost circle. Navigating through the outer circle of inner disciples, Fu Tian and his companions arrived at the innermost area. Here, the view was expansive, with only a handful of individuals present, allowing them to witness the fierce battles on the stage up close. Truly an excellent spot. Qing Shan guided Fu Tian and the others to this location and said, Please have a seat. This area is reserved for direct disciples and offers the clearest view. After a few individuals casually chose their seats, they directed their gazes towards the expansive arena before them. The arena was quite spacious, measuring 300 feet in both length and width, allowing the direct disciples to showcase their skills without the constraints of a cramped space. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted on the stage, with two figures flickering in and out of sight amidst a dazzling display of spiritual light that left the spectators in awe and breathless. Wow, how impressive! Exclaimed Uxiner as she settled into her seat, her curious eyes darting around, captivated by the combat unfolding before her. Even beside her, Hu Tao could not help but murmur in admiration, thoroughly engrossed in the contest above. After all, this was a competition between direct disciples of the Lihua sect, far surpassing the quality of external matches. Each disciple had reached the realm of a martial general, and each move bore remarkable power, rendering the spectacle anything but tedious. While observing, Qing Shan took the opportunity to provide insights. Did you see that? The man in black is Zhao Wuchen, a dark horse in this competition with formidable strength. He has already made it into the top 30, and I believe he has a significant chance of securing a position. Upon finishing her words, the trio's gaze shifted towards Zhao Wuchen. In no time, the black-clad Zhao Wuchen unleashed a sudden surge of power from his palm, the force of the stars enveloping his hand as he delivered a punch imbued with terrifying might, catching his opponent off guard and sending him crashing out of the arena. The match is over. Zhao Wuchen emerges victorious, declared an elder with a white beard from a high platform, his voice booming as he occasionally stroked his beard, nodding with satisfaction at the outcome. Humph, what a waste. Zhao Wuchen's mocking voice echoed as he coldly regarded his vanquished opponent before turning to leave, leaving the defeated contender with a face ashen as liver. The next match features Shi Chong against Chao Jinda, the elder announced once more from the platform. Upon hearing the name Shi Chong, Fu Tian and Qing Shan exchanged startled glances, their attention firmly fixed on the arena. Chapter 55. All must abide by the regulations of the fire departure sect. Two beams of spiritual light flashed, revealing two figures suddenly appearing on the arena. One of them was Shi Chong, who remained unchanged in his appearance, a bald giant with bulging muscles, exuding an overwhelming sense of power that intensified the pressure in the air. His opponent was a man clad in yellow robes, slightly shorter than Shi Chong, his countenance defiant, wearing a cold smirk as he gazed at Shi Chong. Shi Chong's expression, however, was unmistakably filled with fury. His eyes blazed with anger as he fixed a steely gaze upon Chao Jinda, exclaiming, "You are the one who injured Niekong. Do you understand? He is still bettered into this day." To Shi Chong's dismay, Chao Jinda merely chuckled disdainfully, feigning innocence as he waved his hand dismissively. "This cannot be blamed on me. I truly did not anticipate his weakness. He could hardly withstand a blow, and I inadvertently inflicted severe harm upon him. If anyone is to be blamed, it is his frailty. You." Upon hearing the derisive words, Shi Chong's anger surged, his eyes seemingly ablaze, fists clenched tightly, his muscles appearing even more menacing. Yet, Chao Jinda remained unfazed, his face a mask of scorn as he regarded Shi Chong with complete disregard. Witnessing Shi Chong's furious demeanor on the arena, Fu Tian was perplexed. While Qing Shan was filled with indignation and suddenly interjected, "Fu Tian, it was that Chao Jinda who severely injured Niekong, and he is still recovering in bed." At this revelation, Fu Tian's gaze grew icy, coldly fixing his eyes upon Chao Jinda on the stage. Shi Chong, Niekong, and Qing Shan were among the few friends he had made within the fire departure sect, They had even undertaken missions together. While their bond may not have been profound, it was certainly not trivial. Tian was known for his fierce loyalty to those he cared for, and the injury inflicted upon his friend left him with no semblance of goodwill towards the perpetrator. Enough. Let the match commence. With the elder's command, Chang could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, his speed astonishing as he left a series of afterimages in the air, displaying agility that belied his massive frame, and unleashed a powerful punch towards Chao Jinda. Humph! Chao Jinda scoffed, showing no inclination to evade, and retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists clashed with a resounding impact, causing Chao Jinda's expression to shift as he was forced back 3 steps, his fist trembling slightly. He had not anticipated that Chang's physical prowess would surpass his expectations. Choosing not to engage in a direct confrontation, he swiftly retreated to create distance. Flames enveloped him as he roared, conjuring a long blade of red fire in the air, its flames intense and fierce. With a powerful swing, he sent the flaming blade hurtling towards Chang. As the blade approached, Chang showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he radiated an overwhelming aura from his fist, gathering a terrifying force. He struck out, creating a colossal shadow of his fist that bore down upon the flaming sword with immense pressure. As the two forces collided, the massive fist shadow shattered the fiery blade, causing flames to erupt in every direction. Yet, the sword managed to cleave a fissure through the shadow of the fist, unleashing a burst of fiery energy that began to erode the enormous fist. Boom! In mere moments, both the flaming sword and the colossal fist shadow exploded simultaneously. With a thunderous roar, Chang unleashed his formidable might, his fist striking forth like a ferocious beast charging through the air, the wind howling as he assailed Chao Jinda. Chao Jinda's expression shifted dramatically. He waved his hands, conjuring a colossal golden shield that rose before him, majestic and imposing like a towering mountain, instilling an unyielding sense of solidity as if no force could shake it. Chang's powerful punch, capable of uprooting mountains, collided with the immense shield, the terrifying force threatening to shatter it into fragments, eventually causing it to explode into pieces, failing to impede him in the slightest. Undeterred, Chang pressed on, his fists imbued with overwhelming pressure, striking Chao Jinda directly. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured. Chao Jinda was sent hurtling backward several meters, blood gushing from his mouth as he clutched his chest in agony, a flicker of fear finally crossing his face. Chang, sensing victory, continued his relentless assault, offering Chao Jinda no respite. Another punch was unleashed, causing the ground to tremble and the arena to quake, the air thick with a cacophony of explosive sounds as it hurtled toward Chao Jinda. Chao Jinda's complexion paled drastically. Chang's physical prowess was entirely beyond his expectations, far surpassing what his current cultivation could achieve. However, he had no time for contemplation as a fearsome fist bore down upon him, reminiscent of a massive mountain that threatened to suffocate him. Gritting his teeth, he enveloped himself once more in flames, this time summoning a fiery dragon that coiled through the air, obscuring the sky. The flames erupted, and the dragon opened its great maw, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting violently, lunging towards the approaching fist. As the colossal fist met the fire dragon, a faint phantom of a wild elephant materialized in the air. Though somewhat ethereal, it radiated an overwhelming presence that left many spectators breathless, their faces etched with astonishment. The phantom of the wild elephant roared, its mighty form thrashing about, shattering the fiery dragon, the flames dispersing across the arena. The force of the punch remained unabated as it descended upon Chao Jinda. Fear finally enveloped Chao Jinda's eyes as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. His form was propelled out of the arena, crashing onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Brother, marvelous!" On the stands, Qing Shan and a man clad in yellow spoke simultaneously, though their tones were starkly contrasting, one filled with fury, the other brimming with joy. The man in yellow suddenly rose, anger etched upon his face, his fists clenched tightly. He glared at Chang on the stage, his teeth gritted, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes, clearly harboring resentment. Meanwhile, Qing Shan beamed with joy, her smile radiant as she celebrated Chang's victory. Also elated for Kong, who was recuperating in bed. At last, vengeance for Kong had been achieved. Upon hearing Qing Shan's exclamation of delight, the man in yellow's expression darkened, and he cast a sharp glance toward Tian. Tian met his gaze, discerning a striking resemblance to Chao Jinda, suggesting he was likely a close relative, perhaps a brother. The match concluded with Chang emerging victorious. The venerable elder atop the high platform proclaimed the results of the competition, occasionally nodding in satisfaction, his gaze upon Shirchong sparkling with a hint of admiration. In the course of the recent contests, Shirchong had undeniably begun to shine, showcasing his astonishing prowess by vanquishing his opponents one after another. His formidable physique far surpassed his own realm, catching his adversaries completely off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late, and the outcome was sealed. To the audience, he emerged as a dark horse, drawing considerable attention. Qing Shan rose from her seat, waving at Shirchong while exclaiming, "Shirchong, well done, excellent performance." Upon hearing her voice, Shirchong turned to find that the speaker was indeed Qing Shan. However, upon noticing the familiar figure beside her, his expression instantly transformed into one of surprise. Just as he was about to call out to Tian, his countenance abruptly shifted, and he shouted, "Be careful." A blazing sword chi surged forth, accompanied by a fierce wind and the sound of air being torn asunder, hurtling toward Qing Shan. As the fiery sword chi passed, the air became suffused with an overwhelming heat that lingered, its power evident. Shirchong's face paled, and he sought to intervene, yet it was too late. Even Qing Shan had not anticipated such a turn of events. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving her with no choice but to watch helplessly as the fiery sword chi approached. Just as the sword chi was about to strike Qing Shan, a cold snort resonated through the air. A slender hand extended forth, effortlessly grasping the fiery sword chi within its palm. With a slight exertion, the sword chi erupted, obliterated by sheer force. The tumultuous flames dispersed into the atmosphere, fading away almost instantly. The one who had crushed the fiery sword chi was none other than Tian. At this moment, Tian stood resolutely, his cold gaze fixed upon the yellow-robed man ahead, who had unleashed the fiery sword chi. Qing Shan, still in shock, took a moment to gather her wits before addressing the yellow-robed man with trepidation. "That is Chao Jin Li, the elder brother of Chao Jinda. He is immensely powerful, ranking 7th on the direct disciple list, and has already attained the 7th level of the martial general realm. He has held his position on the direct disciple list for years, known to all, and no one dares to provoke him." Upon hearing this, Tian nodded slightly. Seemingly comprehending the motivation behind the man's actions, yet still puzzled, he inquired, "Is it permissible to engage in combat in the viewing area?" Qing Shan quickly shook her head in denial, asserting that fighting in the viewing area was strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for violators. However, given that the assailant ranked 7th among the direct disciples, she feared the elders. Her voice trailed off. Tian merely nodded in understanding. Due to the assailant's high standing, the elders might overlook his transgressions and refrain from punishment. The incident involving the fiery sword chi had rendered Tian's location the focal point of attention. Many disciples turned their gazes, their eyes filled with curiosity, bewildered by the unfolding drama. A fight had erupted in the viewing area, and it was instigated by the 7th-ranked direct disciple. The spectators' eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. In an instant, not only the inner disciples, but also several direct disciples turned their focus toward the scene, eager to witness what would transpire next. The elder with white beard on the high platform also took note of the unfolding situation. Upon realizing that the assailant was Chao Jinli, he furrowed his brow slightly. In the arena, any form of violence was strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for transgressors. In the past, there had been instances where disciples engaged in fierce brawls during competitions, resulting in numerous injuries. As a consequence, the sect had expressed its wrath by sealing the offender's cultivation and banishing them to the cliff of reflection for penance. Since then, no one dared to act out in the competition area. Everyone remained remarkably obedient. However, today, this rule was shattered by the 7th-ranked disciple on the direct lineage list, prompting countless spectators to quietly observe how the sect would respond. Yet the elder on the platform merely frowned for a moment before relaxing his expression and stating calmly, "This shall not be repeated. Violators will face severe consequences." "Understood," Chao Jinli replied, clasping his fists and wearing a smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome and bore no concern. Witnessing this, many disciples shook their heads in disappointment at the sect's resolution. Some inner disciples felt a chilling disillusionment, regretting their affiliation with the Lihua sect, believing that the sect favored the powerful while lacking fairness. Those of weaker cultivation faced confinement, banished to the cliff of reflection, while the more formidable received only a warning without any substantial punishment. Was it not the case that strong disciples could treat the sect's rules with disdain? While such occurrences may not affect others, what if they were to find themselves in a similar predicament next time, merely brushed aside as today? Even several direct disciples frowned in silence. perceiving the sect's handling of the matter as inappropriate, yet none dared voice their dissent. After all, Chao Jinli's authority loomed large. Who would dare oppose such a punishment? To do so would be to stand against him. Thus, it seemed this matter could only be laid to rest. Upon hearing this outcome, Fu Tian's gaze deepened, his expression betraying no hint of emotion, rendering his inner thoughts inscrutable. Conversely, Hu Tao, incensed by the lack of repercussions, was ready to rise in anger, but was restrained by Fu Tian. Fu Tian glanced at Yuexiner, who had buried her head deep against his chest, too frightened to look up. Having only just embarked on her cultivation journey and recently emerged from the barren village, everything felt overwhelmingly new to her, filled with an intense curiosity about the outside world. The fiery sword chi that had just surged forth was awe-inspiring and ferocious, exuding a terrifying aura as it rushed towards Qingshan. Although the target was Qingshan, Yuexiner stood beside her, making her equally vulnerable to the oncoming threat. Unaccustomed to such sights, Yuexiner turned pale, her beauty waning as she collapsed against Fu Tian's chest, too frightened to raise her gaze. A cold sneer escaped Fu Tian's lips as he cast a frigid glance at the elder on the high platform. Under Fu Tian's piercing gaze, the elder shuddered involuntarily, his massive frame trembling as he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, beads of cold sweat breaking out across his skin. He looked at Fu Tian with astonishment, his eyes wide as if struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. Subsequently, Fu Tian turned his gaze towards Chao Jinli, his expression neutral as he calmly uttered, "Do you believe this matter can be dismissed so easily? Do you believe that merely holding the 7th position among your disciples grants you the liberty to act as you please?" When questioned by Fu Tian, Chao Jinli's inner displeasure manifested in a cold snort as he retorted, "What do you intend to do? Do you dare to challenge the elder's decision?" Fu Tian shook his head, asserting, "I do not require anyone's consent to act, nor am I bound by the decisions of others. While he claims you are innocent, I have never stated such." Outrage. Upon hearing Fu Tian's challenge to his authority, Elder Baisu could no longer remain composed, feeling that his dignity was being undermined. He bellowed in anger, his voice echoing throughout the vicinity. Yet, Fu Tian paid no heed to the elder's outburst. Instead, he turned to Qingshan and inquired, according to sect regulations, "How should we handle those who engage in combat during the competition?" Taken aback by Fu Tian's question, Qingshan momentarily hesitated, perplexed, but eventually replied, "According to sect rules, any individual who fights in the competition arena shall have their powers sealed and be confined to the Thought Wall Cliff for half a year." "Very well," Fu Tian nodded, then fixed his gaze upon Chao Jinli once more. "I shall strip you of your powers and condemn you to the Thought Wall Cliff for a lifetime. I intend to make it clear to the world that within the Lihua sect, all must adhere to its regulations." Chapter 56. The might of a single finger. Upon the utterance of those words, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of restrained breaths. "Ha ha ha." Chao Jinli was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a derisive laugh, piercing through the stillness of the audience like a sharp blade. Holding the esteemed 7th position among the direct disciples, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. It was reasonable to assume that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would secure a place in the sacred land of the ancient wolves. Yet now, he found himself confronted by an unknown youth boldly proclaiming intentions to strip him of his cultivation and condemn him to a life of despair at the Thought Wall Cliff. Many present wore expressions of mockery, inner disciples, direct disciples, and even the elderly white-bearded elder upon the platform. They regarded Fu Tian with eyes that spoke of derision, some shaking their heads with disdain, others displaying scorn, while a few cast sympathetic glances, seemingly anticipating the grim outcome that awaited him. After his laughter subsided, Chao Jinli turned towards the elder on the platform, slightly cupping his fists in respect, and said, "I humbly request the elder's permission to engage this young man in combat." The dignity of a direct disciple must not be trifled with. The elder, stroking his beard, responded with an air of indifference, casting a mocking glance at Fu Tian as he spoke. With the elder's consent granted, Chao Jinli's confidence surged, and he leaped onto the stage with grace and poise, captivating the audience's attention. Having made his entrance, he extended a hand in a gesture of invitation, clearly signaling his desire for Fu Tian to join him in battle. Fu Tian, with a gentle smile, turned to the girl in his arms, Yuexiner, and tenderly said, "Exa, be a good girl and go to Sister Qingshan for a moment, all right? Big brother will teach the bad man a lesson." Yuexiner lifted her small head, her eyes glistening with concern as she earnestly replied, "You must teach him well." Then, nodding affirmatively, Fu Tian released her from his embrace, and she made her way to Qingshan's side. Before stepping onto the stage, Fu Tian cast a glance at Hu Tao, who immediately understood the unspoken cue and quietly positioned himself behind Exoner. Satisfied with the arrangement, Fu Tian then leaped onto the stage. Upon seeing Fu Tian ascend, Chao Jinli displayed an expression of bemusement, a mix of mockery and surprise. He anticipated that the youth would dare to confront him. The spectators, too, wore expressions of intrigue, sensing that an extraordinary spectacle was about to unfold. Alas, how many moves do you think that lad can withstand from Brother Chao? Perhaps 3 moves. Enduring 3 is about all he can hope for. If Brother Chao shows no mercy, I wager he'll be down after just 1 strike. Offending Brother Chao, whether one can walk away unscathed is a question in itself. Poor fellow. Outside the ring, numerous inner disciples whispered among themselves, their voices booming like thunder, disregarding Fu Tian's feelings entirely. Hearing the surrounding remarks, Chao Jinli smiled faintly, believing this to be the rightful reputation of the 7th-ranked direct disciple. In stark contrast, Fu Tian remained composed and unperturbed, maintaining a serene demeanor that incited Chao Jinli's irritation and ignited a surge of anger within him. In an instant, Chao Jinli made his move. The grand spectacle unfolded as the formidable prowess of the 7-fold Sky Generals was unleashed, manifesting as an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon Fu Tian. In a flash, the figure appeared before Fu Tian, catching countless disciples off guard. A seemingly inconspicuous punch was thrown, devoid of any apparent force. Yet it resonated with a roar akin to a tiger's growl, surging towards Fu Tian's chest with a relentless momentum. Fu Tian appeared momentarily unresponsive, resembling a marionette, standing motionless in place. Witnessing this, Chao Jinli's expression turned ever more derisive. He had initially believed that catching his fiery sword aura signified genuine skill, only to find himself confronted with a mere weakling, leaving him profoundly disappointed. However, as the punch connected with Fu Tian's chest, Chao Jinli's countenance abruptly shifted, the mockery vanished, replaced by profound astonishment. The punch effortlessly penetrated Fu Tian's chest, and the latter's figure grew increasingly indistinct, ultimately dissipating into the air. Was this merely an afterimage? Chao Jinli was struck with terror, bewildered by the fact that he had failed to notice such a phenomenon. His gaze darted around, searching for Fu Tian's presence, only to find him standing at a distance, arms crossed over his chest, a faint smile gracing his lips. Despite the mildness of the smile, it transformed into the most scathing mockery in Chao Jinli's eyes, leaving him red-faced and veins bulging. Fiery wheel, he bellowed, summoning a colossal wheel of flames that surged forth, raising the temperature of the surrounding air. The inferno erupted with unparalleled might, hurtling towards Fu Tian. In response, Fu Tian smiled lightly, his fingertips glowing with intense heat, gathering an excruciating temperature that caused a slight sting to the onlooker's eyes. Solar finger. With a pointed gesture, a blazing sun seemed to descend from the heavens, shattering the fiery wheel into fragments, the residual force unyielding as it barreled directly towards Chao Jinli. Chao Jinli's expression shifted as he felt the searing heat from Fu Tian's finger, a sensation akin to a mild burn on his skin, hinting at the terrifying temperature involved. Gritting his teeth, he enveloped himself in flames, transforming into a fiery specter, igniting the entire arena in a raging inferno. The surrounding temperature soared, and even those outside the arena felt the fierce heat wash over them, causing them to change color in alarm. It was a wildfire raging forth, a low-grade Earth-tier martial technique. Upon witnessing this technique, some direct disciples sprang to their feet, exclaiming in astonishment as they revealed the nature of this martial art. Learning that it was an Earth-tier skill invigorated the inner disciples, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they fixated on Chao Jinli in the arena. For most inner disciples, it was their first encounter with an Earth-tier technique, a fact that could hardly fail to elicit exhilaration. The flames surged, transforming the arena into a fiery abyss. Waves of fire crashed relentlessly, imparting a suffocating sensation as they voraciously consumed the advancing finger. Yet, it proved futile. The inferno, capable of incinerating all in its path, could not withstand even a fraction of Fu Tian's finger, which pierced through the roaring flames, scattering the vast sea of fire and striking Chao Jinli squarely in the chest. Oh! Chao Jinli cried out in agony, his complexion paling. A small hole had been seared into his chest, the intense heat reducing flesh to charred remains. And a torrent of blood poured forth. Chao Jinli clutched his chest, drenched in cold sweat, his expression a portrait of terror. In this moment, he truly felt fear. Countless onlookers gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. How could a distinguished disciple, ranked 7th among the direct heirs, be so easily thwarted by this youth? What was the origin of this boy? How could he possess such formidable strength? Previously unheard of, the one who had mocked Fu Tian, claiming he could not withstand a single blow, now felt his cheeks burn with humiliation, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. Oh, how disgraceful! Even Hu Tao was taken aback, recognizing the overwhelming intensity of the energy behind the young master's strike, which was hardly inferior to that of a martial sovereign. This was what effortlessly defeated Chao Jinli, leaving him no room for defense. It was not that Chao Jinli was incapable. His fiery attack had indeed showcased considerable might, forcing even the 8th and 9th Heaven Martial Generals to avoid its edge. Yet, upon encountering Fu Tian, whose energy intensity far surpassed that of a general, Hu Tao found it astonishing to witness such power emanating from a martial general. However, upon reflecting that it was the young master's doing, everything became clear. Meanwhile, the elder with the white beard on the high platform wore an expression of shock as he scrutinized Fu Tian, desperately trying to recall any memory related to him. Is he truly one of us from the Lihua sect? Observing the disheveled, fearful Chao Jinli, the elder's brow furrowed in evident dissatisfaction. He was well aware of Chao Jinli's formidable prowess. Even if several dark horses emerged in this competition, it would not diminish his chances of securing a position. Who would have thought that he could not endure a mere finger from this boy? I had foretold that I would shatter your cultivation and confine you to the thought wall cliff for life, and I shall indeed fulfill that promise. With a single finger wounding Chao Jinli, Fu Tian strode forward like a demon, methodically breaching Chao Jinli's psychological defenses. Do not come any closer, he screamed, swinging a massive sword of flame towards Fu Tian, the intense heat distorting the air around them. Fu Tian, with a simple flick of his hand, effortlessly shattered the fiery sword, rendering it harmless. No, do not approach. Chao Jinli's face contorted in agony, the pain in his chest gnawing at his consciousness as he staggered backward, his heart consumed by terror, leaving no trace of resistance. Elder, save me. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Chao Jinli cried out, seeking refuge in the elder with the white beard. Upon hearing Chao Jinli's plea for help, the elder's gaze turned cold, his expression sharpening as he swiftly advanced toward Fu Tian. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a tremendous pressure aimed at Fu Tian, catching everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. In that instant, Hu Tao sprang into action. With a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a lightning bolt, he echoed in everyone's ears, his muscles bulging like a human-shaped behemoth, delivering a powerful punch into the vast void. The force of his strike surged forth, and a figure manifested in the air, letting out a muffled grunt as it swiftly retreated, blood seeping from the corner of the mouth of none other than the white-bearded elder. Let the youth engage in their own battles. If the elders insist on intervening, it would surely be a source of profound disappointment for the Lihua sect. Though Hu Tao's voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the expanse, clear for all to hear. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Hu Tao had somehow positioned himself behind Qing Shan, maintaining his original posture while observing the unfolding events with an air of nonchalance, as if he had not moved at all. Yet, no one could disregard the imposing figure of this middle-aged man any longer. Countless disciples felt a tumult within, their expressions betraying shock and, for some, even panic. How could their elder be unable to withstand a single blow from him? Such a revelation left no room for doubt regarding his prowess. Who would dare to question his strength or overlook his presence? They held their breaths, carefully observing the situation, fearful of inciting the displeasure of this formidable man, lest they be reduced to mere pulp, dissolving into the ether, a true return to dust. The injured elder with the white beard displayed a hint of trepidation, evidently taken aback by Hu Tao's formidable strength. He coldly inquired, "Do you know where you are? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Hu Tao, however, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the arena, completely disregarding the elder's words, which only fueled the elder's ire and humiliation. Never before had he been so blatantly ignored. In frustration, he discreetly crumpled a talisman in his palm, fixing Hu Tao with a chilling glare, as though observing a corpse. In the arena, Fu Tian had approached Chao Jinli. At that moment, Chao Jinli trembled, his eyes filled with terror, his speech stammering, a far cry from his previous composure. Fu Tian, disinterested in his plight, struck down with a palm that shattered Chao Jinli's dantian, fracturing all his meridians, rendering him on the brink of destruction. No. Feeling his cultivation rapidly dissipating, Chao Jinli let out a desperate roar, his gaze growing dim, his demeanor vacant, as he collapsed to his knees. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. What audacity to act so recklessly within the Lihua sect! A thunderous roar reverberated, causing the ears of all present to ring painfully. Regaining their senses, they witnessed an immense hand descending from the heavens, wielding a power that seemed to herald the apocalypse, crashing down upon Tian with a force that was nothing short of cataclysmic. Chapter 57. The spirit of reform. With a single strike, an overwhelming force descended, shrouding the sky in an ominous darkness that instilled a profound sense of oppression. This mighty blow, imbued with boundless power, surged toward Tian. Many onlookers felt as though they bore the weight of a mountain, a suffocating sensation sweeping over them, their faces etched with shock and fear. On the arena, Tian sensed the approaching strike, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. His aura began to erupt, as if a radiant glow emanated from within him. Before Tian could respond, a figure stepped forward, unleashing the full prowess of a ninth heaven martial sovereign. Suddenly, a towering mountain materialized in the air, reminiscent of the weight of Mount Tai, crashing violently against the colossal hand above. The mountain suppressing seal, like a colossal hammer striking through tofu. The seemingly insurmountable hand was shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into a fine mist of light in the air. The assailant was none other than Hu Tao. With an expression of indifference, he returned to stand behind Qing Shan, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, his demeanor unchanged throughout the encounter. However, this seemingly inconsequential act left the spectators gasping in astonishment, finally grasping the terrifying prowess of this middle-aged man. A ninth heaven martial sovereign. Such beings were not commonplace. Even within the ranks of the Lihua sect, they represented the pinnacle of strength, of vital support for their sect. The loss of such an individual would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the sect. Martial kings were already scarce, and even among the 6 great sects of the Western state, the Lihua sect had but a handful. The true measure of a sect's strength lay in the number of formidable warriors it possessed, with the first criterion being the count of martial kings, followed closely by the presence of martial sovereigns. Martial kings have a lifespan of merely 200 years, a fleeting existence, and only a select few manage to break through to the glazed realm. Those who fail to do so within their lifetime will inevitably become mere remnants of bone, lost to the passage of time. Thus, the number of martial sovereigns becomes all the more critical. Though the odds of a martial sovereign ascending to a martial king are slim, the likelihood of success is far greater than that of a martial king achieving the glazed realm. Once a martial sovereign breaks through to become a martial king, they become the backbone of the sect, safeguarding its legacy for generations. Therefore, aside from martial kings, the strength of a sect is measured by the presence of martial sovereigns, particularly those of the ninth heaven. Each additional ninth heaven martial sovereign elevates the sect's power, as they may very well become future martial kings, forming one of the standards by which a sect's might is assessed. It was indeed astonishing to realize that this fearsome middle-aged man was a ninth heaven martial sovereign. The elder with white whiskers on the high platform was equally taken aback, unable to fathom such a revelation. Yet, in an instant, his expression darkened. What of a ninth heaven martial sovereign? This was the Lihua sect, and it was far from time for a ninth heaven martial sovereign to wreak havoc here. As anticipated, after a brief silence, a figure emerged from the sky, a frail, elderly man clad in a python robe, his cold gaze fixed intently on the composed Hu Tao below. Do you know what the consequences will be for causing trouble in our Lihua sect? The dignity of the Lihua sect is not to be trifled with. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I assure you that, even if you are a martial artist of the ninth heaven, you will not leave here unscathed. An imposing aura emanated from the elder, his words laced with threats. It is believed that if this middle-aged man truly intended to cause disruption, he would likely not exit the Lihua sect alive. Despite such declarations, Hu Tao remained composed and unperturbed, exhibiting an air of nonchalance as he continued to gaze at the arena. Ha ha ha, splendid. Witnessing this, the elder in the python robe laughed in fury, astonished that someone dared to belittle him within the confines of the Lihua sect. It seemed he had not taken action for so long that he was nearly forgotten. The esteemed Lihua sect, one of the 6 major sects of the West Prefecture, had fallen to such a state, which was indeed disappointing. After a lengthy pause, Hu Tao finally shook his head, a tone of disappointment resonating in his voice, reflective of his disillusionment with the entire Lihua sect. The elder's expression turned cold, stating, "How can it be that our Lihua sect is subject to the evaluations of an outsider? Do I not have the right to opine?" A sudden voice interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd. The speaker was Tian, standing upon the arena. The elder in the python robe furrowed his brow, regarding Tian with a look of unfamiliarity, unable to conjure any memory of him. "Are you a member of the Lihua sect?" he inquired, perplexed. After all, Tian had spent little time within the sect. He had just joined a few days prior, and had inadvertently traveled to the imperial city of the West Prefecture during his training journey. He had only returned to the Li Hua sect yesterday. Hence, it was understandable that many elders and disciples found him unfamiliar. Before Fu Tian could respond, Shirchong interjected. Bowing slightly and clasping his hands together, Elder Jin, this is Fu Tian, a direct disciple of the Li Hua sect. He has just defeated Chao Jinli on the arena. Elder Jin, one of the prominent elders of Jinpeng Mountain, was renowned within the Li Hua sect, a formidable martial artist of the ninth heaven, whose fame extended throughout the West Prefecture, marking him as a seasoned warrior. Oh, upon hearing this, Elder Jin's interest was piqued, and he regarded Fu Tian with a newfound seriousness. He was well aware of Chao Jinli's reputation, ranked 7th among the direct disciples. Possessing extraordinary abilities with a cultivation level of the 7th heaven of martial generals at a young age, remarkable talent, and on the cusp of breaking through to martial sovereign status, garnering considerable attention from the sect. To think that this youth named Fu Tian had managed to defeat him? Yet, he had never heard of any deeds attributed to Fu Tian. Could he be an emerging dark horse? Elder Jin, Fu Tian fought Chao Jinli on the fair arena. According to sect rules, defeating him is sufficient. However, Fu Tian was aggressive and malicious, even attempting to cripple Chao Jinli's cultivation. I could not bear to witness the fall of such a talented disciple, so I intended to intervene, only to be stopped. Now, Chao Jinli has become a cripple. His cultivation lost. I implore Elder Jin to take charge of this matter. The elder with the white beard suddenly spoke, his tone filled with a poignant lament, seemingly mourning the fall of a gifted disciple and expressing disdain for the cruel actions of Fu Tian. Upon hearing the elder's words, several disciples present displayed expressions of derision, secretly cursing the elder for his shamelessness and for being the first to cast blame. However, none dared to voice their dissent, clearly hesitant to offend the elder. Elder Jin furrowed his brow, taking in the expressions of the disciples. Sensing that the situation was not as the white-bearded elder had portrayed it, there must be deeper implications at play. Indeed, Elder Jin, I believe the matter is not as Elder Bai has stated. If we are to identify who first violated the rules, it should indeed be Elder Bai. A voice, ethereal and clear, pierced through the murmurs. All eyes turned towards the source, many faces lighting up with radiant smiles, their eyes twinkling with admiration. The speaker was Jiumingyu, currently ranked 9th among the direct disciples, a goddess in the dreams of countless disciples of the Li Hua sect. As she stepped forward, she articulated, in my view, it was Chao Jinli who first breached the sect's regulations by engaging in combat within the observation platform. He should have been restrained and sent to the thought wall cliff for reflection. Yet, Elder Bai imposed no substantial punishment, merely issuing a verbal warning. I believe this does not align with the sect's rules. Brother Fu Tian merely sought to remind everyone of the importance of adhering to sect regulations, and thus acted firmly in stripping Chao Jinli of his cultivation. I contend that such measures are necessary for the disciples to truly appreciate the weight of the sect's rules. Elder Jin's expression shifted to one of understanding, as he began to comprehend the motivations behind Hu Tao's disparagement of the Li Hua sect. The significance of a sect's regulations cannot be overstated, as the saying goes. A nation has its laws and a family its rules, and naturally, a sect must uphold its own principles. Without regulations, chaos ensues. If a sect allows its disciples to flout the rules without facing appropriate consequences, what purpose do those regulations serve? Moreover, this transcends mere adherence to rules. It highlights a disparity where the powerful are unbound by these regulations, while the weaker, upon transgressing, face severe repercussions from the sect. This creates an environment of inequality that could dishearten many disciples. Should this situation become known, outsiders might perceive the Li Hua sect's regulations as tailored exclusively for the weak, with the strong exempt from compliance. Consequently, who would wish to join such a sect? The number of disciples would dwindle, relegating the Li Hua sect to the lowest tier among the 6 major sections. Over time, it could even be supplanted by other sects, losing its status among the 6 in the West altogether. Reflecting on this, Jin Pengshan's veins bulged as fury coursed through him, his gaze towards Elder Bai growing increasingly frigid. You insolent wretch, who gave you the authority to make such unilateral decisions? In a fit of rage, Jin Pengshan thrust his palm forward towards Elder Bai with unrestrained intensity. Overwhelming and imposing, the presence of the elder with the white beard changed dramatically, prompting him to plead for mercy. Elder Jin, I acknowledge my mistakes and assure you that such occurrences will not happen again. I implore you to show leniency. Yet, his entreaties fell on deaf ears. The fury of Jinpeng Mountain was unmistakably genuine, its oppressive force unabated as it descended heavily upon him. with a resounding crash. A single palm strike rendered the elder utterly defenseless, creating a vast chasm in the earth, leaving his fate uncertain. The rules of the Lihua sect are sacrosanct. Any disciple who violates them shall face the prescribed penalties. Should an elder offer protection, the consequences are even graver, leading to such dire outcomes and the revocation of their status. Henceforth, Bai Sanshui shall no longer be recognized as an elder of the Lihua sect, stripped of all associated privileges. As an elder, one is expected to uphold justice and serve as a paragon of integrity. To shelter wrongdoing within the sect is a betrayal of the very essence of their role. The voice of Jin Peng Mountain thundered across the heavens, resonating throughout the Lihua sect, reaching the ears of countless disciples and elders alike. The disciples were invigorated, their eyes alight with admiration. Well done, Elder Jin. Such individuals lack the merit to hold the title of elder. Their loss of status is well deserved. Elder Jin, our idol. Elder Jin, our idol. After exchanging glances, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers, expressing their profound respect for the decisive actions taken by Jin Peng Mountain. Perhaps every disciple harbored the desire to prevent their sect from descending into such disgrace, as it would tarnish their reputation and leave them feeling diminished in the eyes of others. In light of this incident, it is unlikely that any other disciples or elders will dare to flout the sect's regulations again. To set an example, one must strike at those of significant standing. A prodigious 7th-ranked disciple among the elite, now rendered powerless, has become a mere shell of his former self. In the future, should any disciple contemplate defying the sect's rules, they would do well to remember the fate of the once prominent disciple, Chao Jinli. Similarly, elders must weigh the consequences of offering protection, considering the ramifications on their own standing. It is certain that, following this upheaval, the atmosphere within the sect will improve significantly. Chapter 58. Farewell to Nyakong. The majestic Jin Peng Mountain descended from the heavens, gently landing beside Fu Tian. This spectacle captivated the multitude of disciples, their eyes shimmering with admiration and longing. Who would not yearn to soar freely in the skies? Who would not desire to behold the vast wonders of the world? Yet, only those of the martial king realm possess the ability to fly, and even they cannot do so at will. Their flights are fleeting. The consumption of spiritual energy required for flight is staggering, demanding both quality and quantity of spiritual essence. Endurance in flight is limited. Even the most robust martial kings must eventually pause to replenish their energy. However, should one possess spiritual energy of a quality akin to that of a martial king, even those who have yet to attain that level can take to the skies. For instance, certain 9th-layer martial zone or half-step martial kings, given their superior spiritual essence, can defy gravity. The crux lies in the quality of one's spiritual energy. Upon entering the realm of the martial king, not only does one gain an additional century of life, but the quality of their spiritual energy undergoes a transformative metamorphosis, far surpassing that of a martial zone. Consequently, the challenge of breaking through to the martial king realm intensifies significantly, deterring countless martial zone from even attempting such a feat. This scarcity of martial kings in the Western state is palpable. Even among the 6 major sects, the number of martial kings is exceedingly rare. The emergence of a single martial king can dramatically bolster a sect's strength and elevate its reputation, attracting the attention of many talented disciples eager to join. As Jin Peng Mountain scrutinized Fu Tian closely, he was astonished to find himself utterly unable to perceive any details about him, be it cultivation, strength, or other attributes. Fu Tian appeared as an enigmatic mire, revealing only his surface while obscuring everything within, exuding an air of profound mystery. In response to this scrutiny, Fu Tian merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. After all, he was confident in his chaotic Holy Spirit body. Even if a martial king stood before him, they would likely be baffled, unable to comprehend his true nature. After a brief moment, Jin Peng Mountain reigned in his astonishment, regaining his composure, attributing Fu Tian's inscrutability to a mastery of profound concealment techniques. Fu Tian, a direct disciple of the Lihua sect. Why have I never heard of you before? And why are you not on the list of direct disciples? Jin Peng Mountain inquired, his gaze icy and filled with confusion. As one of the esteemed elders of the Lihua sect, he prided himself on his comprehensive knowledge of the direct disciples. Yet Fu Tian was a complete enigma to him. He had neither seen him nor even heard of him. Given the scarcity of direct disciples, merely a little over 100, one list could encompass them all. Thus, the names of all direct disciples were readily apparent, and yet, he had never encountered the name Fu Tian. Even if Fu Tian had recently joined their ranks, Jin Peng Mountain wondered why he had not received any notification. As an elder, he possessed the right to be informed of such matters. This situation appeared exceedingly peculiar to him, casting doubt upon Fu Tian's true identity. Unbeknownst to anyone, the imposing aura of Jinping Mountain advanced towards Fu Tian, exuding a sense of pressure. However, as this aura made contact with Fu Tian's form, it vanished into the abyss as if a stone had sunk into the sea, leaving no trace or effect. How could the formidable presence of a Nine Heavens martial sect master have no impact on this young man? This revelation left Jinping Mountain utterly astonished, stirring a tempest within, further arousing suspicion regarding Fu Tian's true identity. Fu Tian, momentarily pausing, spoke calmly. I am indeed a direct disciple, and the token was personally bestowed by the sect leader. Should you harbor doubts, feel free to inquire directly with the leader. Upon hearing this, Jinping Mountain's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Could it be that he truly was a direct disciple, despite my ignorance of such a fact? Without further contemplation, Jinping Mountain responded, I shall inquire with the sect leader shortly. If your claims prove false, I trust you understand the consequences. After speaking, he let out a cold snort, emanating an air of authority, fixating his gaze on Fu Tian, seeking to uncover any hidden motives. Yet Fu Tian remained composed, seemingly unfazed, which subtly instilled a measure of belief in Jinping Mountain, dissuading him from further probing. He then shifted his attention to the burly middle-aged man behind Qingshan. Huda, unperturbed, met Jinping Mountain's gaze directly. Although neither radiated overwhelming power, the atmosphere grew heavy, as if time itself had slowed. Huda was a Nine Heavens martial sect master, not just an ordinary individual, and his presence within the Lihua sect naturally drew significant attention. Surely you are not a member of the Lihua sect? I have not heard of any newly appointed elders. I would appreciate an explanation. Jinping Mountain finally spoke after a prolonged silence, his eyes flickering with intensity. In response to Jinping Mountain's inquiry, Huda remained calm and collected, replying leisurely. I accompanied the young master here, as he brought me into the Lihua sect. I harbor no ill intentions towards your sect. I hope this elder does not take offense. Young master? At this utterance, Jinping Mountain's heart jolted. Could this Nine Heavens martial sect master truly be a servant? How could that be? A Nine Heavens martial sect master, on the brink of ascending to the rank of martial king, wielded immense power and influence, commanding respect and admiration wherever they went. Even the mighty Xinjiang sect, renowned as the foremost sect in the western states, would welcome someone like Lu Wufeng, a Nine Heavens martial sect guest elder, into its ranks. It was this revelation that left Jinping Mountain astounded, marveling at the unbelievable nature of the situation. His gaze towards Fu Tian became increasingly scrutinizing, as if attempting to discern what merits could compel a Nine Heavens martial sect master to refer to him as young master. Was this young man's identity truly extraordinary? Far beyond mere appearances? Let us depart. This contest has proven rather disappointing. Before Jinping Mountain could ponder further, Fu Tian declared, making his way towards the arena's exit. Witnessing this, Shichang and Qingshan exchanged glances and nodded slightly before following Huda alongside Uxiner. Jin Pengshan observed the scene before him in silence, refraining from any attempt to intervene until the figures vanished from his sight. Once he had gathered his thoughts, he turned to the inner sect disciples and proclaimed in a booming voice, Many of you have witnessed today's events. Thus, from this moment forth, regardless of your status or strength, anyone who joins the Lihua sect and becomes a part of it must abide by its rules. Any transgressors will face the consequences as dictated by our regulations. Should any elder attempt to shield them, they shall bear an even greater punishment. Not only will they share in the penalties, but I shall also revoke their elder status. Is that understood? The final statement was delivered with such intensity that it resonated throughout the Lihua sect, instilling a sense of reverence among the gathered disciples. It is worth noting that Jin Pengshan is one of the founding members of the Lihua sect. He joined in his youth and devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, gradually ascending through the ranks, from outer disciple to inner disciple, then to a direct disciple, and eventually to elder, both in the outer and inner sects, culminating in his current position as a revered elder. His life has been dedicated to the Lihua sect, fueled by a fervent desire for its growth and ambition to establish it as the foremost sect in Shizhou. Consequently, witnessing the recent misconduct within the sect filled him with indignation, prompting a resolve to rectify the sect's atmosphere. Only through such measures could the Lihua sect strengthen and escape its dire predicament. Understood. The disciples responded in unison, their voices echoing with determination. After casting a brief glance over the assembly, Jin Pengshan vanished from sight, soaring into the heavens, eliciting gasps of awe from the disciples below. His departure was directed towards the Qingyun Pavilion, the sacred cultivation ground of the sect's leader. There were matters he needed to clarify. Fu Tian and his companions intended to visit Niakong's quarters to check on him and others. Throughout the journey, Shichang incessantly chattered, reshaping Fu Tian's perception of him. Brother Fu Tian, your strength is truly remarkable. That was Chao Jinli. I had no confidence in my ability to defeat him. Brother Fu Tian, I am just relieved you have returned safely. I feared for your well-being. Brother Fu Tian, what do you think? I'm not too shabby myself. If I manage to win a few more matches, I might earn a chance to enter the ancient wolf sacred land. Initially, Fu Tian responded to each remark in detail, but as the conversation progressed, his replies became increasingly sparse. Nevertheless, Shichang remained undeterred, continuing to express his thoughts and pose numerous questions to Fu Tian. His inquiries were not without substance, as through Shichang, Fu Tian learned the reason behind his current formidable physique. It turned out that upon their return, Qing Shan and Niakong had consumed the azure fruit to enhance their abilities. However, Shichang, being a practitioner of body refinement, understood that even with the fruit, his improvement would be limited. Thus, he opted to exchange the 3 azure fruits for sect points, which he then used to procure the blood of ancient beasts. The azure fruit was no ordinary item. The points gained from its exchange allowed Shichang to acquire a sufficient amount of ancient beast blood. With this blood nourishing his body, combined with his cultivation techniques, he significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Although the process was excruciating, the resultant strength was monumental, nearly pushing his physical power to a staggering 100,000 jin. Undoubtedly, this has elevated Shichang's prowess to several remarkable tiers, resulting in his current formidable strength. Upon discerning the reason, Fu Tian merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to say nothing further. However, the gaze that Hu Tao cast upon Shichang was imbued with an odd expression. The young master could indeed be regarded as a practitioner of body refinement, possessing a harmonious integration of internal and external cultivation, rendering his physical form extraordinarily robust. He could effortlessly crush a 9 heavens martial sovereign, and even relying solely on his own strength, he could easily defeat characters like Chao Jinli. It was likely that he could handle even stronger opponents with ease. Observing the self-satisfied Shichang, Hu Tao refrained from shattering his illusions. Alas, the disparity in their strengths was indeed vast, and revealing it might prove to be too disheartening. As they conversed amiably, they soon arrived at Niakong's chamber. Upon entering, they found Niakong reclining on the bed, his face still etched with a semblance of agony. Niakong, behold who has come to visit you, Shichang's boisterous voice echoed. Hearing the call, Niakong turned to see a familiar figure standing at the door, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes as he attempted to rise. However, Shichang swiftly halted him, reminding him that he had sustained several broken bones and needed ample time to recuperate. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Although martial artists differ from ordinary folk, they too require a period of rest to recover. Fu Tian also interjected with a refusal, prompting Niakong to lie back down. After examining the injuries, it was discovered that several ribs were fractured. Fu Tian produced a 3rd-grade healing pill from his possession and administered it to Niakong. Upon swallowing the elixir, Niakong felt as though the broken bones were being caressed by a gentle breeze, mending at an astonishing rate, and a hint of color returned to his face. At this pace, he would be fully healed in just a few days. Shichang then began to introduce Niakong to Awakens and Hu Tao, both friends of Fu Tian. When he mentioned that Hu Tao was a 9 heavens martial sovereign, Niakong's heart sank, momentarily disregarding his injuries as he clasped his fists and said, "Greetings, senior. I regret my inability to rise and welcome you. I hope for your understanding." Hu Tao shook his head in response, stating that there was no need for such formalities, since they were friends of the young master, they were also friends of Hu Tao. Thus, the group engaged in conversation together. Chapter 59. The Phoenix Seal. The lively conversation continued until noon, ultimately concluding under the vigorous protests of Xin's stomach. Laughter erupted among the group, leaving Xin blushing with embarrassment. Shichang, after sharing a few words, stepped out to prepare the ingredients for lunch. As Xin was at the tender age of maturity, it was essential for her to consume a nutritious diet to support her future cultivation journey. To everyone's delight, after just a brief chat, Niakong's injuries had significantly healed, allowing him to move with some effort. At this rate, he would likely recover fully and regain his vitality by the end of the day. According to Shichang, the results of the recent competition had taken everyone by surprise. It was initially believed that the top 10 direct disciples would secure a spot in the ancient wolf sacred land. However, the outcome defied all expectations. Numerous dark horses emerged, such as Zhao Wuchan and Shichang, shocking everyone with their unexpected prowess. Previously, their abilities were rather mediocre and overlooked, but after seizing certain opportunities, they soared to prominence, breaking into the top 30 and eliminating countless competitors. Many hidden talents, who had previously shown little interest in rankings, found themselves in a position where the stakes were heightened. This competition, which determined access to the ancient wolf sacred land, represented a monumental opportunity, one capable of altering the course of a lifetime. Consequently, they chose to reveal their true strengths. The once 10th-ranked disciple, Li Ruijia, was already eliminated and had regretfully departed. It was assumed that the 9th-ranked Xiao Mingyu would share a similar fate, yet to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Mingyu had experienced a remarkable enhancement in strength and managed to remain in contention. As for the top-ranked disciples, none had yet challenged their supremacy. Zhao Feng, the first on the direct disciple leaderboard, had attained the formidable rank of a 9th-tier martial general, exhibiting terrifying combat prowess. Each match he fought ended swiftly with a decisive strike, leaving the onlookers in awe. Following him were Xia Zhanyu in 2nd place, He Fengjie in 3rd, Dao Yuanshuang in 4th, and Lu Yihua in 5th, none of whom faced any threat to their standings. Anyone who faced these four would undoubtedly find themselves in a nightmarish scenario, with the outcome lacking any suspense. They had dominated the top 5 positions for years without challenge, and this competition was no exception. Securing a spot in the ancient wolf sacred land seemed all but guaranteed. Only the last 5 positions remained in flux, yet to be firmly established. With clarity expected by tomorrow, speculations arose regarding those most likely to secure a coveted slot: Zhao Wuchan, Xiao Mingyu, Tang Ho, Han Feng, and Xiao Jinli. Han Feng, an established direct disciple, ranked 6th, with strength beyond question. Initially, Xiao Jinli was also a contender. However, he had been rendered incapacitated by Fu Tian, becoming a shell of his former self, struggling even with basic self-care. The prospect of surviving in the face of numerous adversaries remained uncertain for him. Xiao Jinli's character had attracted many enemies, and with his current loss of power, it was unlikely that these foes would grant him a chance at survival. Thus, the final spot has become vacant, tentatively assigned. However, Fu Tian believes that Shiqiang could contend for it, his formidable physique approaching a staggering 100,000 pounds, evoking awe and terror. With Xiao Jinli incapacitated, vying for a position should not prove difficult. At this moment, Qingshan spoke up. Fu Tian, with such strength, if you participate in the competition, you are certain to secure a spot. Why not join the contest this afternoon? Nie Kong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Qingshan's words. With a single strike, Fu Tian had effortlessly defeated Xiao Jinli, leaving no room for resistance. He was indeed a formidable man in the eyes of Qingshan and Nie Kong. His prowess might even allow him to contend for one of the top positions among the direct disciples. However, Fu Tian merely smiled mysteriously and declined, suggesting that they need not worry about the spot for him. He believed it should be reserved for Shiqiang, who he felt could also compete for it. Qingshan and Nie Kong were left puzzled. Did Fu Tian imply he had already secured a spot? Qingshan noted that Fu Tian had become increasingly enigmatic since his return, with many aspects remaining inscrutable. Nevertheless, she refrained from further comment. If Shiqiang were to earn a position, it would indeed be a positive development. However, Hudid immediately associated this with the Supreme Emperor, speculating that Fu Tian's spot was connected to him. The ancient wolf sacred land has historically been managed by the royal family, remaining under their ownership. However, the 6 major sects had signed an agreement with the royal family of Shizhou, granting each sect 10 spots upon each opening, and nothing more. Fu Tian must have acquired his position without participating in the sect competition, which undoubtedly ties back to the Supreme Emperor. Before long, Shiqiang returned to the dwelling, producing an abundance of delicacies from his spatial ring, various high-grade beast meats, delectable spirit fruits, and soups brewed from premium spiritual herbs. Overwhelming the senses and causing UXNR to beam with delight, her stomach protesting with hunger. The group ceased their idle chatter and began to enjoy the feast. It is worth noting that Fu Tian was merely 16, still in his growth phase. Consuming beast meat or spiritual herbs would be beneficial, and the more, the better. Both the beast meat and the spiritual herbs contained rich spiritual energy, offering immense benefits to the body. In a whirlwind of activity, the table was soon cleared of its sumptuous offerings. Just then, XNR began to exhibit unusual symptoms. Her body grew warm, her cheeks flushed, and her vital energy surged in waves, causing her concern as she tugged at Fu Tian's sleeve. Fu Tian quickly discerned the cause. Having consumed too much high-grade beast meat led to an accumulation of spiritual energy within her body, which she could not digest immediately, resulting in such a reaction. The primary issue lay in XNR's relatively low cultivation level. The abundant spiritual energy within the beast meat was overwhelming, making absorption difficult. He promptly advised her to sit cross-legged and utilize the accumulated spiritual energy for cultivation. At this moment, her efforts would yield significant results. Tian felt a persistent intuition that since XNR had absorbed the colorful spiritual liquid, her innate talent and comprehension had subtly improved. This instinct stemmed from his connection to the chaotic sacred spirit, and he held great faith in it. The colorful spiritual liquid was indeed extraordinary, capable of enhancing talent and understanding. Had it been discovered in the outside world, it would surely have caused a sensation, revered as a treasure. However, such phenomena are evidently rare. In a moment of transcendence, UXNR fervently absorbed the spiritual energy within her body, which surged through her limbs and meridians, expelling countless impurities that clung to her exterior as a layer of dark grime. Her cultivation visibly ascended at an astonishing rate, undeniably deserving the title of a prodigy. Could it be that UXNR was indeed a genius in the art of cultivation? Even Hu Tao and Tian were secretly astonished. It was the first time they witnessed UXNR in the throes of training and could hardly fathom that she had spent the last 15 years in a desolate village. Before long, a melodious cry resonated from within her, penetrating the heavens and causing a stir in the hearts of those present. A faint, ethereal phoenix seal emerged upon her forehead, vividly alive, as if a phoenix truly hovered above her brow, surrounded by a halo of divine light. Its color so delicate it approached translucence, barely distinguishable as a soft orange. This phoenix seal gleamed brightly, illuminating the surroundings with such intensity that Shurchang and the others were forced to shield their eyes, closing them tightly. Were it not midday and within the confines of a house, it would undoubtedly draw attention from within a 10-mile radius. Only Tian and Hu Tao remained able to observe UXNR. At that moment, UXNR's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, resembling a sovereign from the celestial realms, surveying the rise and fall of worlds below, rendering all beings before her as insignificant as mere insects, their presence weak and precarious, as if they might vanish into oblivion at any moment. Suddenly, UXNR opened her eyes. What extraordinary eyes they were! They regarded the myriad lives of the world as mere ants, akin to a timeless empress revered by thousands. Each flower and each leaf before her seemed trivial, akin to a single grain in the vast ocean. Instantly, Shurchang and the others, including Hu Tao, felt as insignificant as specks of dust, with UXNR radiating like the most resplendent star in the cosmos, while they were but fleeting motes upon the earth, utterly incomparable. In that moment, overwhelmed by the weight of her presence, Shurchang and his companions knelt, drenched in sweat, their hearts filled with trepidation and devoid of any rebellious spirit, akin to subjects before their emperor. The only one unchanged was Tian. As he sensed UXNR's transformation, the chaotic spirit within him involuntarily awakened, resonating throughout the realm. His eyes reflecting the vastness of the starry sky, his being manifesting endless chaos, his aura deepening in enigma as he boldly met UXNR's gaze. Tian was certain that these were not merely UXNR's eyes. It was the phoenix mark upon her forehead that was at play, leaving him uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. The world was vast, brimming with bizarre phenomena. His knowledge and understanding of it felt woefully inadequate, rendering him akin to a frog in a well, oblivious to the broader expanse beyond. Such was Tian's contemplation at that moment. The series of changes unfolding within UXNR left him at a loss, unable to act, caught in a state of bewilderment. Yet, this extraordinary spectacle lasted only a few breaths, until UXNR's gaze lingered on Tian before gradually receding. That glance evoked an indescribable sensation within him. Was it curiosity? Astonishment? Enthrallment? Regaining his composure, Tian momentarily set aside these thoughts. After all, he had only recently arrived in this unfamiliar world. Once the extraordinary phenomena subsided, UXNR collapsed onto the ground, the phoenix mark upon her forehead vanishing as if nothing had transpired, reverting back to the UXNR known to Tian. The four members of Hu Tao also steadied themselves, trembling as they rose, drenched in perspiration and cold sweat. The way the crowd gazed at UXNR transformed significantly, filled with skepticism, reverence, and perhaps even fear. From this moment forth, no one could afford to overlook this young girl. "Young master, what was that just now?" Hu Tao ventured, still shaken and yet to fully recover. Tian shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, "I am uncertain," but, his gaze deepening. "It should not be a malevolent occurrence, I hope." Tian sensed no hostility in their eyes, which contributed to his calm demeanor. In this vast world, among the myriad of beings, countless mysteries awaited his exploration. He had merely embarked on his journey, Surely, he would encounter much more in the days to come. Chapter 60. The legend of Shizhou. The atmosphere in the air was undeniably tense. It was unclear how much time had passed before Chang and the others finally regained their composure. Tian conducted a thorough examination of awakens and discovered that her cultivation had astonishingly advanced once again, now reaching the 6th level of martial arts, a truly remarkable rate of progression. Once he confirmed that she was not in any serious danger, Tian slowly spoke. What transpired just now should be regarded as if it had never occurred. Do not divulge it to others. Treat awakens as you always have, without any alterations. The group nodded in agreement, though deep down they questioned the feasibility of such a notion. Just moments ago, awakens had radiated an aura akin to that of a queen of the myriad realms, making all beings feel insignificantly small. Chang and the others found themselves unable to resist kneeling in reverence, their very spirits subdued by her presence. Such an instantaneous shift in their mindset could not be easily erased. Tian, well aware of this reality, chose not to elaborate further, as some matters were beyond his grasp. With a slight sigh, filled with a sense of helplessness, he continued, By the way, Chang, you have a match this afternoon, don't you? It's getting late. We must depart. If you win a few more rounds, you'll secure a spot. Upon hearing this, Chang was jolted into awareness. That's right. I have a match this afternoon. After the considerable delay, he realized the competition was likely about to commence. It seemed that arriving late by even a few incense sticks would result in automatic disqualification. Shan suddenly interjected, Tian, aren't you coming along? Tian shook his head in refusal. Seeing this, Shan chose not to press further, though a hint of disappointment lingered within her. Ever since Tian had single-handedly defeated Chao Jinli, she had become acutely aware of the chasm between them. Akin to the distance between a grain of rice and the radiant moon, insurmountable. Despite her own beauty, she could only be described as attractive, far from captivating enough to stir Tian's interest. Faced with Chang's impatience, Shan felt helpless and decided to accompany him to the competition, while Kong remained behind to recuperate, as it was best for him not to move around too much at this time. Tian, meanwhile, embraced awakens and departed with Hu Tao. Thus, the group dispersed, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. At the Shoyun Pavilion atop the Shoyun Mountain, it was not long before Tian and his companions returned, only to find two figures awaiting them at the entrance, one in front of the other. The man in front was strikingly handsome, adorned in an elegant azure robe, exuding an air of refinement. With his hands clasped behind his back, he scrutinized Tian with piercing, eagle-like eyes that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, capable of discerning all illusions. The man behind him was strikingly familiar. It was Jin Pingshan, who had been seen not long ago. However, at this moment, he was slightly hunched in a show of respect, resembling a docile lamb, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. In truth, after the recent upheaval, Jin Pingshan had grown increasingly curious about Tian's identity. How could a seemingly unranked disciple, previously unheard of, defeat Chao Jinli with a mere finger? It was utterly perplexing, raising his suspicion. Surely, someone of such caliber could not hide their strength so thoroughly. There must be something amiss. Thus, Jin Pingshan had made his way to Qingyun Pavilion, intending to seek clarification from the sect leader. Unbeknownst to many, a mere inquiry can yield astonishing revelations. It is indeed true that the token of the direct disciple was bestowed by the sect leader, and the esteemed elder Yuan Shaosheng of the inner sect was the one who brought him in, presenting no issues whatsoever. According to the sect leader Ji Lixing, Tian is an extraordinary prodigy, surpassing even the foremost direct disciple Zhao Feng, and has been exceptionally promoted to a direct disciple, with hopes of maturing swiftly and adding a legendary figure to the sect. Yet, therein lies the conundrum. Tian has been with the Lihua sect for less than 10 days, such a brief span of time. At that moment, he was merely a lowly martial master, still distant from the martial general realm. How then could he possibly defeat the seasoned direct disciple Chao Jinli with a mere finger? It is utterly unfathomable. Akin to a tale from the Arabian Nights, Ji Lixing began to doubt his own ears. He had thought that Tian merely breaking into the martial general realm was already beyond his expectations. Thank the heavens for that. But to vanquish Chao Jinli with a single finger? Such talent is almost divine. If true, it would surely attract other prodigies seeking to pay their respects. Jin Pingshan was equally astonished. If what the sect leader claimed was accurate, it was indeed remarkable and hard to believe. Driven by curiosity, Ji Lixing, accompanied by Jin Pingshan, made their way to the Chongyun Pavilion to seek clarity from Tian. However, their efforts were in vain, for Tian was not present. Ji Lixing remained silent. choosing to wait outside the door. Jin Pengshan, however, found this course of action inappropriate. How could a sect leader stand idly waiting for a disciple? Surely, someone should have been dispatched to inform Fu Tian that the sect leader wished to see him. Yet, Ji Lixing was resolute, leaving Jin Pengshan with no choice but to stand alongside him, awaiting Fu Tian's return. Should word of the sect leader waiting for a disciple spread, it would undoubtedly stir waves within the Lihua sect, drawing the attention of all disciples and elders. Nevertheless, it was not long before Fu Tian and his companions returned to the Chongyan Pavilion. Upon discovering the sect leader waiting at his doorstep, Fu Tian was slightly taken aback. Yet he did not show any signs of alarm and simply clasped his fists, inquiring, "What brings the sect leader here to seek me?" Ji Lixing's eyes glimmered with a verdant light, imbued with an essence of profound wisdom, as he scrutinized Fu Tian intently. Yet, after a prolonged gaze, he discerned nothing of substance, even with the application of his eye technique. Fu Tian remained as inscrutable as on their first encounter, exuding an air of depth that was impossible to penetrate. Ji Lixing raised an eyebrow, outwardly calm, yet inwardly recognizing that this young man was anything but ordinary. He was certain that Fu Tian had not cultivated any hidden realms of power, though his eye technique could not unveil Fu Tian's secrets. It did allow him to ascertain that something else entirely concealed Fu Tian's aura, an enigmatic force so profound that even he could not grasp its essence. As for what this enigmatic force truly was, Ji Lixing could not say, nor did he particularly care. Dismissing the eye technique, he nodded slightly and inquired, "What is your current realm?" Fu Tian, having no intention of concealing the truth, responded nonchalantly, "I am currently at the 5th level of the martial general realm." Good heavens! Upon hearing the answer, both Ji Lixing and Jin Pengshan inhaled sharply, struck by disbelief. Jin Pengshan was astonished that a mere 5th-level martial artist had defeated Chao Jinli, who was at the 7th level, with just a single finger. Moreover, Chao Jinli was no ordinary opponent. He was a prodigious disciple with formidable cultivation and mastery of earth-tier martial techniques. Even against an 8th or 9th level martial general, he could hold his own, yet he was unable to withstand the finger of a 5th-level martial artist. If Chao Jinli were to learn of this, he might weep, and his resolve could very well shatter. Ji Lixing was equally incredulous at the brief span of time that had elapsed. Since entering the sect, it had scarcely been 10 days, and yet he had traversed a significant realm and several minor realms, ascending directly from the martial master stage to that of the 5th-level martial general. This was truly astonishing. Ji Lixing found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Fu Tian, demon genius, ghostly talent. Regardless, he felt that none of these labels quite captured the essence. Though he recognized that Fu Tian must harbor profound secrets that facilitated such rapid advancement, Ji Lixing harbored no desire to seize them. The reason was quite simple: disdain. Ji Lixing had crafted a legendary narrative for himself in the Western region, having cultivated for merely 29 years, a remarkably brief period. Yet his name resonated far and wide, earning him notable attention from elders and sect leaders alike. In his youth, Ji Lixing was a member of the Lihua sect, entering the sect at the age of 16. With his exceptional talent, he quickly emerged as a standout, garnering affection from the elders and even drawing the attention of the contemporary sect leader, who offered him gentle guidance. Ji Lixing did not disappoint the leader. Leveraging his extraordinary aptitude, he advanced rapidly, becoming an inner disciple within 3 months of joining the sect and claiming the top position on the inner disciple ranking within 6 months. This achievement captured the attention of all disciples, from the direct disciples to the outer disciples, who recognized the prodigy named Ji Lixing. Within a year of joining, Ji Lixing elevated his cultivation from martial master to martial general, thereby becoming a direct disciple. At that time, he was merely 17 years old, having just completed 1 year in the sect. His remarkable progress left both disciples and elders alike in utter astonishment, deeming him a celestial being and a beacon of hope for the rise of the Lihua sect, destined to lead it to its zenith. In those days, Ji Lixing was the center of attention wherever he went, with admirers lining up even in the imperial city, countless in number. Even the contemporary direct disciples of the Baihua Palace, an all-female sect, cast flirtatious glances at him, expressing their affection. Baihua Palace, known for admitting only female disciples, was led by female elders and leaders, each a paragon of beauty. Baihua Valley had become a paradise for countless men in the western region, who dreamt of entering Baihua Palace to behold its breathtaking scenery and traverse its ethereal realm. However, Baihua Palace had never admitted male disciples, without exception, adhering strictly to the rules established by its founding ancestor, a tradition upheld to this day. Despite being entirely composed of female disciples, Baihua Palace remained one of the 6 major sects in the Western region, its strength unquestionable and formidable. Its ranking was respectable, with disciples whose prowess was on par with that of the Lihua sect. It is truly unimaginable for a woman to possess such remarkable accomplishments, exemplifying that a woman can indeed rival men in prowess, evoking profound admiration. At that time, Ji Lixing not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also exuded a refined and elegant demeanor, coupled with an astonishingly handsome appearance, which captivated a multitude of disciples from the 100 Flowers Palace, turning them into ardent admirers. Although surrounded by such admiration, Ji Lixing remained indifferent to romantic entanglements, dedicating herself entirely to her cultivation, engaging in relentless practice day and night, earning the nickname Iron Wood from countless women, as she dismissed wave after wave of suitors. However, this is merely a reminiscence, a fleeting whisper of the past. Subsequently, Ji Lixing ascended from a martial general to a martial sect master in just 2 years, achieving this remarkable feat at the tender age of 19. Her promotion sent shockwaves throughout the western state. In a land teeming with prodigies, Ji Lixing stood head and shoulders above the rest, becoming the first genius of her generation to break through to the rank of martial sect master. Consequently, she garnered particular attention from the then sect leader, earning the title of Li Zi. This title signified her as the prospective successor to the position of sect leader of the Lihua sect. Should the former sect leader choose to pursue the ultimate path and relinquish the leadership, it would be only natural for Li Zi to ascend to the role of the next sect leader. The news of her achievements reverberated widely, sparking a sensation across the entire western state, with countless individuals discussing her feats in taverns and inns, transforming her story into a topic of lively conversation. At that time, Ji Lixing was merely 19, a martial sect master of such youth, which was nothing short of astonishing. Her prowess eclipsed many contemporary talents, rendering the so-called 10 prodigies of the imperial city and the 6 swords of the divine sword utterly insignificant in her presence, relegating them to mere footnotes in her illustrious tale. What was initially perceived as the beginning of Ji Lixing's legendary journey soon proved to be a fleeting moment, as her legend rapidly faded from public consciousness, and her name became but a distant memory. Chapter 61. Heart-seizing flame. At that moment, Hu Tao approached leisurely, standing before Ji Lixing, and remarked, "Hu Tao pays his respects to the esteemed Master Ji. Your grace remains as captivating as in your youth, and your cultivation has deepened significantly. You are no longer the boy you once were." Hu Tao was certainly familiar with this legendary prodigy from over a decade ago. At that time, the entire western province was abuzz with discussions about Ji Lixing, with his name echoing from the mouths of children as young as 5 to octogenarians. A martial genius at the age of 19, if he continued on this path of cultivation, a breakthrough to martial king was assured, and even the elusive Lioli realm seemed within reach. Thus, he became the subject of much admiration. However, time had passed, and the once renowned prodigy had faded from public view, with news of him long absent, truly a cause for reflection. Seeing Hu Tao beside Fu Tian, Ji Lixing felt a pang of nostalgia. It was indeed General Hu. Time was unrelenting, as evidenced by the lines of age upon the general's face. It had been nearly a decade since their last parting in the imperial city. "How have you been, General Hu?" he inquired. Hu Tao shook his head, replying, "I am no longer General Hu. I have relinquished my military position and now serve alongside young Master Fu. The Lihua sect is truly a legendary organization, with a renowned cultivation prodigy like Master Ji in its history, and now a young man of such remarkable talent." Hu Tao's voice hesitated slightly at the last word, yet he refrained from elaborating further. This left Ji Lixing momentarily speechless. The former valiant general was now referring to Fu Tian as young master. This only heightened Ji Lixing's curiosity, and his gaze towards Fu Tian shifted subtly. What manner of person was Fu Tian, truly? Suddenly struck by a thought, Ji Lixing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he gradually posed a question to Hu Tao. "General, since you have stepped away from your military duties and are no longer affiliated with the imperial city, might you have interest in joining the Lihua sect as a guest elder? Rest assured, the Lihua sect shall not confine your freedom. The vastness of the western province awaits your exploration. Should you accept, I can offer a monthly remuneration of 5,000 high-grade spirit stones and 5 3-tier medicinal herbs as your salary. Additionally, you would have access to all martial techniques below the earth tier of our sect for your study." Such a proposal was astonishing. Upon hearing this, not only Hu Tao but even those behind him, including Jin Pingshan, were left astounded. The sum of 5,000 high-grade spirit stones was no trivial amount, especially when combined with the 5 three-tier herbs. Each three-tier herb was valued at approximately 500 high-grade spirit stones, with more precious varieties reaching 1,000. Altogether, the total value exceeded 8,000 high-grade spirit stones, an undeniably substantial fortune, now offered as Hu Tao's monthly salary. Even for a guest elder, such a lavish expenditure seemed excessive. As Jin Pengshan promptly offered his counsel, he remarked, "Sect Master, will the cost be?" Ji Lixing merely shook his head, providing no further explanation, and continued to address Hu Tao, saying, "General Hu, what are your thoughts?" Hu Tao fell into deep contemplation. To speak honestly, the cost was indeed extraordinary, far exceeding the conditions offered by other sects for guest elders, which genuinely stirred Hu Tao's heart. However, he refrained from giving an immediate response and instead turned to look at Fu Tian, seemingly seeking his opinion. Upon noticing Hu Tao's gaze upon him, Fu Tian simply nodded slightly, which instantly solidified Hu Tao's decision. He promptly bowed and clasped his fists, stating, "Hu Tao expresses gratitude for Sect Master Ji's offer. From this moment forth, I shall be a member of the Li Hua sect, pledging to share its honor and disgrace, life and death." Seeing Hu Tao's agreement, Ji Lixing nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. The addition of General Hu to the Li Hua sect would undoubtedly elevate its strength to new heights. The reasons Ji Lixing valued Hu Tao were twofold. Firstly, he recognized Hu Tao's potential. At just over 40 years of age, he had already attained the 9th level of Martial Master, and the likelihood of breaking through to Martial King was remarkably high. With the Li Hua sect's dedicated cultivation, this breakthrough would be even more attainable. Perhaps in the near future, he would add another Martial King powerhouse to the sect, instilling awe in all directions. Secondly, Ji Lixing esteemed Hu Tao's character. Unlike other guest elders, Hu Tao was loyal, disdainful of betrayal and selfishness, making him a true man of integrity. Greatly favored by Ji Lixing, either of these attributes would be sufficient to drive other sects to madness, offering generous conditions to recruit him as a guest elder. Now, with Hu Tao as a member of the Li Hua sect, its strength naturally increased further. After resolving this matter, Ji Lixing turned his attention to Fu Tian, speaking with a gentle smile, "Since you are here, it seems you have little interest in this competition. However, the ancient wolf sacred land presents a significant opportunity that should not be overlooked. If you are willing, I can discuss with Emperor Zhou to secure an additional quota for you." The Emperor Zhou mentioned by Ji Lixing referred to the Supreme Emperor Zhou Kuan. He understood that Fu Tian was disinterested in the competition but did not wish for him to miss out on a significant opportunity, thereby squandering his remarkable talent. Ji Lixing was confident that if Fu Tian's talent was indeed as formidable as rumored, entering the ancient wolf sacred land would undoubtedly lead to transformative changes, making his ascendance to martial master a certainty. Recognizing Ji Lixing's goodwill, Fu Tian felt a warmth in his heart and replied, "There is no need for sect master to concern himself. The Supreme Emperor has already granted me a quota. I shall simply accompany the disciples of the Li Hua sect to the Western State Imperial City." Upon hearing this, Ji Lixing was slightly taken aback, wondering when Fu Tian had established a connection with the Emperor Zhou. It is well known that the Emperor of Zhou has been in seclusion for over a decade, rarely emerging into the world, leading many to forget his existence. Some speculate that he has departed from the western region to the central plains in pursuit of the ultimate path. Others believe he is afflicted by a hidden ailment and remains in recovery. There are even whispers that he has succumbed to the perils of cultivation and has ascended, though such news remains unconfirmed. Rumors regarding the Emperor of Zhou abound, each more fantastical than the last. The few who genuinely know he still resides in the western region are primarily formidable beings, the martial kings, whose mere presence can cause the earth to tremble. However, Fu Tian is acquainted with the Emperor, who has even granted him a place in the ancient wolf sacred ground, indicating a significant bond. Yet, Ji Lixing refrained from probing further into the matter, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, Ji Lixing departed with Jinpeng Mountain, having entrusted Fu Tian with a sum of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for his cultivation resources. Fu Tian, recognizing the abundance of such resources, accepted without hesitation, as no one would ever disdain ample provisions, especially considering his prodigious consumption rate necessitated a vast supply. Before leaving, Fu Tian inquired about the Fire Fiend Tower, specifically the treasures hidden within its 10th level, which could unleash such a formidable amount of fire energy. To his surprise, Jinpeng Mountain's expression shifted dramatically, revealing that this was a closely guarded secret of the Fire sect, only disclosed to the new sect leader by the former leader and not to be shared with outsiders. Only the lineage of past leaders had the right to such knowledge. Despite this, Ji Lixing did not withhold information and willingly divulged the details. Although Jinpeng Mountain found this inappropriate, he did not interfere, respecting the leader's decision. It was revealed that the founders of the 6 major sects in the western region were not originally from there, but hailed from the Central Plains. Each of them, possessing tremendous power, established their sects upon arriving in the western region, resulting in the formation of the Fire Sect, Divine Sword Sect, 100 Flowers Gate, Snow Drifting Manor, Martial Mountain Gate, and Wind and Thunder Gang. Among them, the Fire Fiend Tower is a treasured relic left by the founder of the Fire Sect, renowned for its ability to enhance cultivation speed, making it exceedingly precious. Although the spiritual energy within the tower is saturated with fire energy, excessive absorption can be detrimental to one's health. It can be expelled afterward to mitigate any harm. The enhancement in cultivation speed is attributed to a remarkable treasure located at the pinnacle of the Fire Fiend Tower, the Earth Fire Fiend Heart Flame. Flames can be categorized into mundane fire, spiritual fire, earth fire, and heavenly fire. Mundane fire is akin to the flames used by mortals, the most rudimentary form, typically not employed in battle. Spiritual fire is ignited by one's own spiritual energy, with its intensity determined by the cultivator's prowess. Those with profound cultivation can wield spiritual fire with astonishing power, capable of incinerating all in their vicinity, transforming vast expanses into seas of flame, instilling fear and trepidation. Earth fire can be regarded both as a flame and as a supreme treasure. The earthly flames are a confluence of the world's power, a veritable miracle of nature, far beyond the realm of human endeavor to replicate. Each type of earthly flame can unleash astonishing might, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas in the hands of the most formidable beings, instilling awe and trepidation, far surpassing the prowess of spiritual fire. The emergence of any earthly flame invariably stirs the very fabric of nature, drawing the gaze of eminent figures who vie fiercely to possess it, with even the most powerful individuals from beyond the realm of the Lioli engaging in direct confrontation for its acquisition. As for the celestial fire, its existence is only faintly chronicled in ancient texts, and its reality remains shrouded in mystery. At least, no news of celestial fire has ever emerged from the entire true state continent. Consequently, many dismiss celestial fire as a mere fabrication of antiquity, questioning the absence of detailed accounts. Returning to earthly flames, they too exhibit a spectrum of strength. The more potent the earthly flame, the longer it has been nurtured by nature, and the greater the power it harbors within. The Sha Xian Yin within the Fire Evil Tower, however, ranks amongst the lower echelons of the earthly flames, possessing limited might, which is one of the reasons it was entrusted to the founding ancestor of the Lihua sect. Historical records indicate that Sha Xian Yin ranks beyond 200 in the list of earthly flames, a testament to its scarcity, for earthly flames are already a rare phenomenon. With a ranking exceeding 200, it is evident that Sha Xian Yin is somewhat unremarkable among its peers. Nevertheless, it remains an earthly flame, capable of releasing a continuous surge of fire evil energy that invades the bodies and minds of foes, influencing them profoundly. Furthermore, it can unleash tremendous power, significantly eclipsing that of spiritual fire, making it an object of desire for many. Moreover, Sha Xian Yin stands as one of the treasured relics of the Lihua sect. Chapter 62. An unexpected encounter with Zhao Feng. Ji Lixing departed alongside Jin Pengshan. Through Ji Lixing, Fu Tian gleaned a wealth of information regarding the Fire Evil Tower and the malevolent heart flame. After some contemplation, Fu Tian returned to the Chongyun Pavilion with Yu Xian and Hu Tao. Yu Xian remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Yet her body bore no injuries, remaining intact as ever. Why, then, did she not stir? Sighing, Fu Tian resolved not to dwell on the enigma. He gently laid Yu Xian upon the bed and covered her with a blanket, awaiting her awakening. My lord, what are your plans moving forward? Hu Tao inquired as he approached Fu Tian. The Lihua sect's competition was still ongoing, with the top 10 contenders expected to be determined later that afternoon. These 10 individuals would gain entry into the ancient wolf sacred land. Fu Tian seemed to have already made up his mind, as he strode into the courtyard and caught 2 spiritual fish from the meandering brook. It had been some time since he had savored spiritual fish. Not only was the flesh tender and succulent, leaving a lingering flavor, but it also contained spiritual essence beneficial to the body. It was far superior to any spiritual fruits or herbal soups. Fu Tian was quite the Epicurean, harboring a fondness for exquisite cuisine. Previously, in the royal city of Shizhou, he had indulged in the delicacies of the Jin Jiao Tavern. To him, culinary delights varied from region to region, much like how every locale on Earth boasts its unique gastronomic treasures. This world, too, was no exception. As Hu Tao had noted, the peach blossom brew from the Jin Jiao Tavern was a specialty of the Shizhou royal city. Upon consumption, it did not scorch the throat. Rather, it filled the belly with the fragrance of peach blossoms, elevating the spirit and leaving a memorable aftertaste that lingered long after. Had it not been for the subsequent events that marred Fu Tian's tranquility, he would have relished several more jugs of the peach blossom brew. Before long, Fu Tian skillfully prepared 2 grilled fish, their savory aroma wafting through the air, enveloping the entire Chongyun pavilion. He offered one to Hu Tao and then indulged in his meal with great delight. Hu Tao smiled and shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his expression, surprised to discover this facet of his master. Nonetheless, he joined in the feast. After devouring a spiritual fish, Fu Tian felt a tinge of satisfaction. Having tidied up the remnants of his meal, he turned his gaze to the brook, where numerous spiritual fish frolicked, splashing water and creating ripples. He refrained from overindulging, deciding to leave the remaining fish for the next occupant of this place. Fu Tian sensed that once he departed the Lihua sect, it would not be so easy to return. Having filled his belly, Fu Tian stepped out of the Chongyun pavilion, leaving Hu Tao to guard Yu Xin'er as she rested. Fu Tian held a sense of trust in Hu Tao. Though their acquaintance was brief, he had a clear understanding of the man's character. Were Hu Tao a minister, he would be a loyal advisor alleviating the burdens of the emperor. Were he a general, he would be a valiant warrior with unwavering loyalty. This might indeed be one of the reasons why Ji Lixing holds Tiger Tao in such high regard, offering him a generous salary to make him one of the guest elders of the Lihua sect. Fu Tian, too, particularly admires such individuals. After all, who does not appreciate them? After departing from the Chongyun pavilion, Fu Tian had long set his sights on a singular goal, the Huasha Tower. Previously, he had only ascended to the 8th level, with 2 more levels remaining. Should he cultivate at the summit, the speed of his progress would far exceed that of the earlier stages, for the Sha Xinyan resides at the pinnacle. Before long, Fu Tian arrived at the Huasha Tower. The tower stood as imposing as ever, a magnificent 10 stories high, proudly piercing the clouds. A true marvel within the Lihua sect, the Huasha Tower is regarded as one of the sect's most treasured relics. Its grandeur rivaling that of the renowned Wanbu stone steps outside the sect, instilling a sense of awe in all who gaze upon it. Although the grand competition among the direct disciples was currently underway, drawing countless inner disciples with fervent enthusiasm, the flow of individuals entering and exiting the Huasha Tower remained unabated. The atmosphere was bustling, with some individuals emerging from the tower, their brows aflame and engulfed in fiery energy, while others strode confidently into its depths, brimming with ambition. Observing this, Fu Tian offered a faint smile and stepped into the Huasha Tower. He did not linger below, but ascended directly. Upon reaching the 6th level, he found only a sparse few, all of whom had achieved the rank of martial generals, evidently the sect's direct disciples. Each of them trembled slightly, their brows transitioning from black to red, a clear indication of their substantial absorption of the fire essence. Fu Tian cast a brief glance before continuing his ascent. Upon reaching the 7th level, he was enveloped by an overwhelmingly rich atmosphere of fire essence, the air tinged with a soft orange hue. To Fu Tian's astonishment, he discovered a figure seated in meditation, a rugged man clad in a black robe, with pronounced brows and a tall, sturdy build, absorbing the surrounding fire essence. He emanated a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing the fire essence towards him without a hint of concern for its effects. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be left speechless, not merely by the act itself, but by the identity of the individual. This was Zhao Feng, the top-ranked disciple on the leaderboard, a powerful martial general at the 9th level, poised to reach the martial sovereign realm at any moment. His formidable prowess overshadowed all others, making him the center of attention wherever he went. As Fu Tian approached, Zhao Feng slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the newcomer. Upon seeing Fu Tian's unfamiliar visage, Zhao Feng furrowed his brow. Who was this daring enough to ascend to the 7th level of the Huasha Tower? Alas, Fu Tian's appearance was strikingly unfamiliar, youthful and unassuming, his cultivation unremarkable, akin to a small fish or a playful puppy, hardly warranting attention. However, his countenance, clean and delicate, exuded an aura reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, endearing him to the fairer sex. Despite his utter unfamiliarity, Zhao Feng paid little heed, dismissing him as merely another passerby. In the oppressive heat of summer, Fu Tian cast a discerning glance at Zhao Feng, discerning his cultivation level and strength with a mere gaze. A martial general of the 9th tier, no wonder he found himself here. He must indeed be Zhao Feng, the foremost disciple on the rankings. With a slight deduction, Fu Tian surmised the individual's identity but chose not to dwell on it, turning instead toward the higher levels. However, just as Fu Tian made his way to the 8th tier, Zhao Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on Fu Tian's retreating figure. An imposing aura silently emanated from him, attempting to impede Fu Tian's ascent. As long as I, Zhao Feng, am cultivating on the 7th tier, no one shall ascend to the 8th. Sensing the oppressive aura released by Zhao Feng, Fu Tian seemed to grasp his intent. With a slight furrow of his brow, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Without uttering a word, a formidable aura burst forth from within him, descending upon Zhao Feng from afar. Boom! Zhao Feng's aura, akin to a solitary leaf adrift at sea, trembled precariously, fragile and feeble, and was swiftly shattered by Fu Tian's overwhelming presence, collapsing back upon himself. It was as if a towering mountain had descended upon him. Zhao Feng felt his bones creak under the immense weight, his body seemingly burdened with 1,000 pounds. His head and torso involuntarily bent downwards, every minuscule movement becoming an arduous effort. How is this possible? Zhao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with terror. How could this young man possess such strength, effortlessly crushing him? Humph! Fu Tian snorted coldly, retracting his aura and continuing his ascent. Consider this a mild lesson. It was not until Fu Tian's figure vanished from the 7th tier that Zhao Feng regained his senses, only to realize he was drenched in cold sweat. A profound sense of defeat washing over him. Curse it! Zhao Feng silently seethed, a flash of red light igniting in his eyes, filled with malice. As he accelerated the absorption of the fire energy around him, as if disregarding his own life. Upon reaching the 8th tier, the air was thickened with an intensified fire energy, now a vibrant orange. Each breath was laden with this essence, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to adapt, causing significant harm to their body. Yet, Fu Tian remained unfazed, impervious to the heavy presence of fire energy that permeated the atmosphere. After all, Fu Tian's strength had undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer the same as before. His chaotic sacred body had ascended to new heights, rendering the fire energy utterly ineffective against him. After briefly absorbing some of the energy and realizing its inadequacy, Fu Tian abandoned the idea of further absorption and proceeded upward. Upon reaching the 9th tier, the air was tinted a pale red by the fire energy, resembling a mist of blood drifting through the atmosphere, an unsettling sight. The fire energy here was exceptionally dense, twice that of the 8th tier, making it a perilous environment even for martial sovereigns, who would hesitate to linger, fearing their bodies could not withstand such intensity. Nonetheless, Fu Tian nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The surroundings were indeed suitable. Without further ado, he settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to absorb the pervasive fire energy enveloping the air. With 100-fold cultivation speed bestowed upon him, coupled with his unique physique, Fu Tian's training velocity transcends that of ordinary mortals, rendering even deities and demons compelled to kneel in reverence, addressing him as their master. His body's acupoints transform into black holes, their gravitational pull surpassing that of Zhao Feng by an immeasurable degree. The comparison is akin to a mere novice before a master, utterly inconsequential. Surrounding him, the fiery essence surges wildly, akin to a whale engulfing the ocean, creating a spectacle of breathtaking magnitude. The chaotic sacred spirit body trembles slightly as the spiritual energy contained within the fiery essence is absorbed by Fu Tian, transforming the once dreaded flames into nourishment for his growth. Chaos begets all things, thus anything can serve as sustenance for the chaotic sacred spirit body, fostering its development. Waves of fiery essence generate ripples, cascading inward toward Fu Tian's form. Before long, his limbs, bones, and meridians brim with spiritual energy, relentlessly battering against the barriers within him, time and again. The resonant booms erupt from his body, akin to a divine hammer striking a celestial drum, the sound infused with profound mysteries, as if embodying the essence of universal laws. Imparting an enlightening clarity. Martial General of the 6th Heaven, breakthrough. Waves of vitality surge forth, relentless and seemingly inexhaustible. His physical form expands dramatically by an astounding 100,000 pounds, reaching an impressive total of 1,500,000 pounds, resembling an unstoppable primal beast. Moreover, the intensity of his spiritual energy has risen once more, far exceeding that of a 5th Heaven Martial General, rivaling even that of a martial sovereign, if not surpassing it. Rising to his feet, he clenches his fists, a powerful surge of energy enveloping him, as if he possesses an endless reservoir of strength. This sensation enthralls Fu Tian, captivating him completely. Upon a cursory glance, the fiery essence in the air has considerably thinned, its hue transformed to a pale orange, rendering further absorption futile. He gazes upward towards the 10th level, observing that the floor above no longer bears the color of earth, but glimmers with a faint golden hue, unmistakably crafted from materials beyond the mundane. Continuous streams of fiery essence cascade down from above, replenishing the depleted reserves of the 9th level. It is certain that, in due time, the fiery essence of the 9th level will be fully restored. No longer hesitating, Fu Tian recognizes that the 9th level is no longer suitable for cultivation. Only the 10th level remains as a viable sanctuary for his training. Resolutely, he pivots and strides towards the 10th level. Chapter 63. The middle-aged man in white robes. It is evident that the 10th level of the Fire Shat Tower, which harbors the malevolent heart flames, is not easily accessible. At this moment, Fu Tian found himself halted before a grand golden door, shimmering with an ethereal glow, inscribed with a formidable character for forbidden, radiating an imposing aura that compelled one to hesitate. Fu Tian understood that this was a deliberate measure put in place to prevent unauthorized entry into the 10th level. Regardless of how feeble the malevolent heart flames might be amidst the earthly fire, they remain a precious entity, easily coveted by others, necessitating such precautions. Standing before this golden door, a contemplative expression crossed Fu Tian's face. Must he seek out Master Ji once more? As the leader of the Lihua sect, he surely possesses the means to gain access. However, Fu Tian found the prospect rather cumbersome. Firstly, the Qingyan Pavilion, where Master Ji resided, was situated on another principal peak, a considerable distance away, and a round trip would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Secondly, having just parted ways with Master Ji, would it not be somewhat abrupt to request his assistance in entering the 10th level of the Fire Shat Tower? After mulling over these thoughts, Fu Tian dismissed the idea of seeking out Master Ji, opting instead to resolve the matter himself. If he could open the door, there would be no need to trouble Master Ji. If he could not, he would not force the issue, as his intention for visiting the 10th level was solely to absorb the most concentrated essence of the Fire Shat, not to seize the malevolent heart flames. With this determination, Fu Tian approached the door. The golden door appeared unremarkable, lacking any striking features, save for the imposing forbidden character, which seemed to have been carved by a formidable hand. He extended his hand and pushed forward. An overwhelming force of 150,000 pounds erupted from his being, his vitality surging like a tempest, his body resonating with a thunderous sound, reminiscent of an ancient giant awakening from slumber. With such strength, he could easily lift a small mountain, capable of altering landscapes by sheer physical prowess, a terror that would cause even martial lords to pale. Yet, despite this formidable display, the golden door remained utterly immovable, standing resolutely in place, not yielding an inch, let alone opening. Fu Tian was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of his own strength, which had often allowed him to dominate in past battles, overpowering all adversaries with his physical might. To find that this seemingly unremarkable golden door had thwarted him was a disheartening revelation. With a heavy sigh, Fu Tian's gaze sharpened, and a brilliant copper radiance enveloped him, casting a divine glow around his figure. In that instant, his aura transformed dramatically, akin to a volcano erupting, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. His vitality surged with the ferocity of a tsunami crashing against the shore, breaking through the heavens, leaving one incredulous that such power could emanate from a mere martial general. In the oppressive heat of summer, a surge of power erupted within, muscles contorting into a fierce and grotesque form, gaining a more robust presence. The silhouette became distinctly defined, resembling a flawless work of art. With the activation of the copper bone, a staggering force of 2.5 million pounds accompanied the inherent strength of 1.5 million pounds, culminating in a corporeal might of 4 million pounds, equivalent to the strength of 4 colossal elephants. Even the mightiest of martial kings would turn pale at the sight and instinctively shy away from its formidable brilliance. A fist was launched directly at the Golden Gate, unleashing a terrifying force that exploded forth instantaneously. The gate emitted a deep, resonant sound, seemingly retreating slightly under the pressure, indicating that the 4 million pounds of force had finally made an impact. As the gate receded just a fraction, a brilliant golden light erupted, radiating an unparalleled luminescence that dazzled the heavens, rendering the eyes unable to remain open. Even amidst the sultry summer, this sudden spectacle was unavoidable, momentarily blinding, prompting a swift closure of the eyes. What followed was an overwhelming rebound of force, an incredulous power that surged through the arms of the entity. akin to being struck with great force, causing the blood to churn violently, leaping and swirling in disarray, an uncomfortable experience indeed. The very body began to tremble uncontrollably, swaying under the strain, unable to withstand such a terrifying force emanating from the Golden Gate. The realization that even 4 million pounds of strength was barely sufficient to endure this spectacle struck the mind with astonishment. As he withdrew slightly, taking 2 steps back, his arms continued to quiver uncontrollably. At that moment, the resplendent golden light emanating from the gate dissipated, returning to its unremarkable state, as if it had never existed, remaining unnoticed by others. Despite this setback, a smile crept upon his face, one filled with intrigue. This was beginning to present a challenge. Otherwise, it would have been rather tedious. With a low growl, the chaotic sacred spirit within him began to awaken, and an ethereal, nebulous aura surged forth from his being, enveloping him entirely, obscuring his form. In an instant, his aura transformed, resembling that of an ancient beast, so potent that mere presence could stifle breath and disrupt the flow of blood, as if bearing the weight of a mountain, rendering every limb exceedingly heavy. Within, the blood began to bubble, merging with the chaotic ancient energy to become chaotic ancient blood, its power magnified terrifyingly. The oppressive force surged exponentially, his presence becoming increasingly formidable and enigmatic, far beyond what a mere martial general could manifest. Suddenly, it felt as though golden spears and iron steeds soared through the air, 1,000 armies roaring in unison, as the energy within surged like an overwhelming tsunami, crashing wave after wave, impossible to quell. The corporeal form rapidly increased, soon reaching 4,500,000 pounds, 5 million pounds, 5,500,000 pounds, and finally 6 million pounds. It was only upon reaching this peak that the growth began to stabilize, exuding an indomitable aura as if ready to pierce the heavens. With a ferocious roar, a punch was unleashed, cloaked in chaotic ancient energy, rendering it as dark as ink, elevating its power to an unprecedented level, utterly unstoppable, capable of uprooting mountains. A terrifying blow struck the Golden Gate, immediately causing a dazzling brilliance to erupt. A divine light burst forth, and a tremendous force of recoil emanated from within the gate, radiating through Fu Tian's arm. This recoil was several times more intense than before, causing Fu Tian to feel a sharp pain and a slight numbness in his arm. Yet, that was not all. The character inscribed on the gate shone with resplendent light, coalescing into a figure that slowly emerged from within. It was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, his attire as pure as snow, exuding an air of calm elegance as he approached with hands clasped behind his back. However, the man's visage was exceedingly vague, shrouded in a mysterious white glow, obscuring his features, though his aura suggested he was an extraordinarily handsome gentleman. Once he stepped out, he fixed his gaze upon Fu Tian, scrutinizing him intently, as if possessing a consciousness of its own, akin to a living entity. Fu Tian, undeterred, met the gaze of the white-robed man. His eyes began to swirl with chaotic radiance, shimmering with myriad hues, as if containing profound truths within. The chaotic divine eyes activated, striving to discern the man's appearance. Alas, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Despite Fu Tian having ascended to the rank of a martial general, rivaling even a martial sovereign, he remained woefully feeble in the vast realm of cultivation. Furthermore, the figure before him was not the true self, merely a fragment of consciousness, far weaker than the original, perhaps less than 1/10,000th of its strength. Nevertheless, Fu Tian's chaotic divine eyes managed to discern his features, albeit faintly, still unable to grasp the true visage of the white-robed man. Vaguely, he observed the white-robed man studying him for a moment, as if realizing something, a smile gracing his lips. His mouth began to move, transforming into delicate rays of light that dissipated into the air. With the vanishing of the white-robed figure, the Golden Gate seemed to lose its enchantment. The once resplendent golden glow dimming significantly, gradually turning into an ordinary iron door, the character etched upon it having vanished without a trace. Thus, the Golden Gate was utterly reduced to an inconspicuous iron door, devoid of any imposing presence. Even an ordinary person could easily push it open. In stark contrast, Fu Tian stood with his mouth agape and his pupils dilated, as if witnessing something utterly astounding. For he distinctly heard the last words of the white-robed man, his voice resonating in Fu Tian's ear with remarkable clarity. "I await your arrival in Zhongzhou." Another peculiar occurrence. This was Fu Tian's immediate thought. Following the incident with 100x Cultivation, he found himself once again embroiled in an inexplicable event. In his previous life on Earth, he had encountered numerous novels portraying similar scenarios, where ancestral rings, tiles found by the roadside, or luminous pearls discovered in water would lead to the emergence of a benevolent old man with a white beard, imparting divine skills to the protagonist, rendering them invincible. Although the figure that had just appeared was neither a white-bearded elder, nor did he bestow immortal techniques or unparalleled martial arts, it still left Tian in profound disbelief. It is indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Who could have anticipated that a person would emerge from an inanimate golden door, possessing a sense of self? How could this not astonish Tian? It fundamentally challenges his worldview. Could it be that by reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can truly achieve the impossible? Tian pondered deeply. The middle-aged man had even invited him to the central continent. Could it be that he recognized me? But how could that be possible? I am but a reincarnation. How perplexing. Shaking off such thoughts, Tian resolved to set them aside momentarily. His departure from the Western continent would likely be a protracted affair. Why dwell on a future so distant? With a slight shake of his head, he advanced, pushing open the door before him. Not a golden one, but an iron gate. As anticipated, the iron door exhibited no trace of mystique, yielding effortlessly to Tian's push, offering no resistance whatsoever. He stepped through decisively, fully entering the 10th level. The iron door gradually closed behind him, and tranquility once again enveloped the space. Chapter 64. The Secrets of Physique. As soon as he stepped into the 10th layer, Tian was besieged. The culprit behind this assault was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly the Fire Sha. In the 10th layer of the Fire Sha Tower, the atmosphere was rife with tumultuous energy. Fierce winds howled, and the air churned with surging waves of Fire Sha energy, overwhelming to the point that one could barely open their eyes. The very air was tinged a deep crimson, a sight that could instill dread, far surpassing the previous 9th layer in intensity. The disparity between the two was as stark as a grain of rice against the full moon, an unbridgeable gap in quality. Upon entering, Tian was immediately bombarded by an unrelenting onslaught of Fire Sha energy, its potency causing a slight sting upon his skin. It is important to note the formidable resilience of Tian's physique. Even without activating his bronze bones, he possessed a strength of 1,500,000 pounds, which eclipsed a significant portion of martial sovereigns. The training of one's body transcends mere augmentation of strength. It also enhances defensive capabilities, recovery, and resistance. Take Tian. For instance, his body was so robust that ordinary attacks could not breach his defenses. To put it bluntly, even had he stood idly by while Chao Jinli attacked, he would have sustained no injury, perhaps only a superficial scratch at most. This exemplifies the terrifying strength of Tian's physique. Yet, even such an extraordinary body struggled to acclimate to the environment of the 10th layer, hinting at the ferocity of the Fire Sha energy within. One could only imagine that even martial sovereigns would find themselves coughing up blood and staggering out in disarray after only 3 to 5 minutes in this realm. In fact, the average martial sovereign would not even be permitted to remain here. Only those of martial kings could endure. This was all due to the heart fire of the earth. Tian's gaze drifted to the center of the 10th layer, where a fiery seed floated in the air, resembling a radiant pearl, about the size of a palm, and a vivid crimson hue with a slight transparency. This, he surmised, must be the heart fire. The heart fire emanated a dense stream of Fire Sha energy, an endless supply that was truly unfathomable. Tian was deeply intrigued by this earth fire. It was one of the hottest flames in existence. Birthed through an intricate balance of nature, time, and harmony, an enigma of boundless complexity. As he approached the heart fire, each step intensified the surrounding Fire Sha energy, amplifying the stinging sensation upon his skin. Ultimately, Tian felt a suffocating weight, gasping for breath as the air was saturated with Fire Sha, filling his very being. In a sudden surge, the chaos sacred body activated instinctively, unleashing a tremendous force from within, greedily absorbing the surrounding Fire Sha energy. Thus, two remarkable spectacles unfolded before him. One, the crimson pearl continuously spewing forth Fire Sha, resembling a gem that incessantly breathed fire. The other, a young man transformed into a black hole, devouring all the Fire Sha from the air. This scene was akin to the dance of Tai Chi, embodying a harmonious duality, one exhaling, the other inhaling, creating a magnificent spectacle that unfolded in this extraordinary space. Approaching the ominous flame of malice, Tian felt an excruciating sting upon his skin, which had turned a ghastly red due to the fiery essence surrounding him, rendering his appearance rather fearsome. Yet, undeterred by the peculiar sensations enveloping him, Tian activated his chaotic divine eye, as if the profound secrets of the universe were swirling within his gaze, scrutinizing the flame of malice with meticulous attention. The chaotic divine eye is undeniably one of the most formidable ocular techniques in existence, unveiled through the first manifestation of Tian's chaotic sacred spirit body. The mysteries at play are far from simplistic. Countless extraordinary effects await Tian's discovery. With the chaotic divine eye at his side, Tian's gaze deepened, resembling an endless abyss, as he sought to comprehend the essence of the flame of malice. As an embodiment of earthly fire, the flame of malice was nurtured by nature itself, harboring boundless secrets within. Even the most formidable warriors, like the martial king or those of the glazed realm, would glean considerable insights from it. However, the ability to perceive and truly comprehend these revelations is a matter of personal talent. A gifted individual may unravel the intricacies of an advanced martial technique within a few months, while one of lesser aptitude might struggle for years without grasping it. Thus, talent plays a pivotal role in one's journey of cultivation, determining the heights one can achieve in life. Fortuitously, Tian's innate ability is truly unparalleled and beyond comparison. He can grasp even the most rudimentary techniques with a mere glance. Take, for instance, the autumn moon sword technique practiced by Qiu, an advanced sword technique not easily mastered, often requiring a year and a half of diligent training for an average practitioner to uncover its mysteries. Yet Tian, after only a few fleeting observations, he had nearly mastered it, showcasing a talent that is nothing short of astonishing and almost unbelievable. This innate ability, when viewed through the annals of history, stands among the finest, unrivaled, and transcendent. Does this imply that those with lesser talents are doomed to a life of limited achievements? Not necessarily. Aside from talent, there exists another crucial factor that shapes one's destiny, the Tao heart. Regrettably, Tian is currently oblivious to this truth, for his prodigious talent allows him to ascend to formidable heights without the need for a Tao heart. The significance of the Tao heart will dawn upon him in the future, when he will come to understand that, to a certain extent, it far surpasses talent in importance. However, that is a matter for another time. At present, Tian is wholly focused, channeling his spirit to delve into the mysteries of the flame of malice. To be precise, the flame of malice can only be considered a half-flame. The term malice precedes flame, indicating that its most potent aspect lies in its malevolent energy rather than the fire itself. As Tian begins to unravel the essence of the flame of malice, the secrets of the chaotic sacred spirit body start to emerge. Within him, myriad extraordinary phenomena manifest, evolving and forming. A vision unfolds, an expanse replete with chaos, where ancient chaotic energies surge, harboring a terrifying power lying dormant like a slumbering true dragon. Though it does not exude overwhelming force, its presence invokes a sense of dread. As Tian contemplates the flame of malice, the mysteries crystallize in his mind. And as he utters incantations, the chaotic energies within him begin to shift, gradually transforming into fiery malice. One breath of fiery malevolence, two breaths of fiery malevolence, three breaths of fiery malevolence, one sphere of fiery malevolence, two spheres of fiery malevolence, three spheres of fiery malevolence. Gradually, the proliferation of fiery malevolence accelerated, and its presence multiplied. The areas once shrouded in chaotic ancient energies became predominantly inhabited by fiery malevolence, with only a small fraction gradually transforming into it as well. Before long, his entire being was enveloped by this fiery malevolence. Even while seated in meditation, one could sense the overwhelming aura of fiery malevolence radiating from within him, a sight that was nothing short of astonishing. Time passed, and a terrifying force of attraction suddenly emanated from within him, signaling a gradual transformation. At the heart of the fiery malevolence, a minuscule point of light was born, drawing in the dense fiery malevolence surrounding it and absorbing it completely. As more fiery malevolence was assimilated, the point of light grew increasingly radiant, expanding until it ultimately evolved into a spark of fire. Immediately thereafter, a potent force of attraction erupted from within him once more. The fiery malevolence recently expelled by the heart of malevolence was entirely consumed by him. Once absorbed, this fiery malevolence entered the spark, transforming into a source of nourishment that continuously refined and fortified it. Thus, the cycle of expulsion and absorption persisted. In no time, the once pervasive aura of fiery malevolence on the 10th layer was completely depleted, leaving not a trace behind. The fiery malevolence just released by the heart of malevolence was also absorbed, preventing any replenishment on the 10th layer. What had barely been born was quickly exhausted. It was unclear how long this process continued, but eventually, the terrifying force of attraction emanating from within him subsided, returning to tranquility. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of murky air. At last, it is accomplished. Is this one of the mysteries of the chaotic sacred spirit body? He murmured, feeling the changes within him. Had anyone been able to gaze within, they would have seen a flickering spark of fire nestled within. This spark bore an uncanny resemblance to the heart of malevolence, the only distinction being its smaller size. Lo and behold, the chaotic sacred spirit body could indeed give rise to the earth fire heart of malevolence. To be precise, it was not merely birthed by the chaotic sacred spirit body, but rather comprehended by him. Through the chaotic divine eyes, he pierced through all illusions, grasping any mystery and unraveling the enigma of the heart of malevolence. It was akin to dissecting the heart of malevolence to study its internal structure and composition. The heart of malevolence held no secrets from him any longer. Employing his understanding of the heart of malevolence, the chaotic ancient energies within him began to create. Indeed, it was creation, not simulation, nor replication, but the genuine crafting of an identical entity. Chaos brings forth all things. The supreme arcane art of the first manifestation of the chaotic sacred spirit body. The extraordinary nature of the chaotic sacred spirit body lies here. Feeling the heart of malevolence within him, he extended his hand, and immediately, a sphere of fiery malevolence materialized in his palm. The flames, infused with malevolent energy, formed the essence of fiery malevolence. The flames blazed fiercely, their potency vastly surpassing that of the spiritual fire conjured from his own spiritual essence. Merely the aura of it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Alas, this was not the full extent of the heart of malevolence's power. The infernal flame had only just been birthed within the body of the primordial heaven, still in its nascent state, with its power exceedingly limited. Even its size paled in comparison to the infernal flame before him. The infernal flame currently at hand was the size of a palm, whereas the one within the primordial heaven was merely the size of a thumb. The disparity between the two was immense, and thus their powers could not be equated. This was, of course, perfectly natural. How long had it taken for nature to cultivate the infernal fire? Certainly, it had been thousands of years. In contrast, the primordial heaven had only just created the infernal flame, akin to a newborn, rendering any comparison between the two akin to that of an adult and a child. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. The chaotic ancient energy within the primordial heaven served as the finest nourishment for the infernal flame. The thumb-sized infernal flame was slowly absorbing the chaotic ancient energy, growing at an imperceptibly gradual pace. It was certain that in less than 1,000 years, this infernal flame would mature into its complete form. After a brief observation of the infernal flame within, the primordial heaven smiled faintly and chose to disregard it. Looking around, the once abundant fiery aura that filled the 10th layer had entirely vanished, leaving not a trace. Fortunately, the infernal flame continued to emit fiery energy. Otherwise, the fire tower would have been rendered utterly useless, unworthy of its name. With a light smile, the primordial heaven resolved to depart. Initially, he had intended to rely on the infernal flame of the 10th layer for cultivation to elevate his prowess. Little did he expect that the chaotic sacred spirit body possessed such extraordinary abilities, capable of creating subterranean fire. However, this was contingent upon fully comprehending the mysteries of the subterranean fire, utilizing the secrets within to refine the chaotic ancient energy. In summary, this journey to the fire tower had been immensely rewarding, proving to be well worth the effort. It also deepened the primordial heaven's understanding of the chaotic sacred spirit body, promising numerous benefits for his future cultivation. Time had slipped away from him in this enclosed space. He had lost all sense of it. Shaking his head slightly, the primordial heaven descended, intending to leave the fire tower. Upon reaching the 7th layer, he found no trace of Zhao Feng. The place was deserted. Without pausing, he continued his descent. Although there were still many practitioners on the lower layers, their numbers had significantly dwindled compared to when he first entered. Upon reaching the 1st layer, the primordial heaven hesitated not, stepping out of the fire tower. Chapter 65. The Gathering of Geniuses. As the sun ascends, the morning light gently breaks through the horizon. It is the moment when auspicious energy flows from the east. Tian departs from the fire shatter tower, just as dawn begins to unveil itself. With stars still twinkling in the vast sky, Tian is slightly taken aback. Has an entire night passed? Immersed in his comprehension of the heart of fire, he lost all sense of time, unaware of how long it had been. To his surprise, that fleeting moment extended into an entire night. If all goes as expected, the top 10 of the grand competition should have been determined by now, making today the day to journey to the imperial city of the western state. Casting a glance at the sky, Tian's figure, cloaked in the night, strides toward the Chongshan pavilion. Inside, Yuxian remains in her slumber, yet this time, it is markedly different. In addition to her deep sleep, a crimson phoenix mark appears upon her forehead, flickering without emitting overwhelming power, its glow somewhat faint, as if on the verge of vanishing. Beside her, a figure paces anxiously, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, his heart in turmoil. Young master, how long will you be gone? Miss Xian has begun to exhibit these symptoms again. The voice belongs to Hu Tao. When night fell, he noticed the phoenix mark re-emerging on Yuxian's forehead, but this time, the imprint appeared intermittent and unclear, lacking its usual formidable presence. Despite this, Hu Tao's heart raced with worry, fearing for Yuxian's well-being. He dared not venture out alone to seek Fu Tian, lest something unfortunate befall her. Thus he spent the entire night pacing by her side. It is difficult to fathom that a powerful warrior at the 9th heaven level, once a celebrated general, could feel such frantic anxiety and helplessness. Yet, despite his urgency, Hu Tao found himself powerless, compelled to witness the unfolding events, fervently praying for her safety. Otherwise, how could he explain to the young master? Tasked with safeguarding Miss Xian, he feared that if any misfortune were to occur, even if Fu Tian did not cast blame, Hu Tao would be consumed by profound guilt. As Hu Tao fretted in silence, a sudden sound of a door creaking open broke the tension. Upon recognizing the visitor, Hu Tao's eyes brightened with a mix of surprise and relief. Young master, you have finally returned. Fu Tian nodded slightly, and upon seeing Yuxian on the bed, raised an eyebrow and approached her side. Hu Tao followed, his expression troubled. Young master, I do not know what has happened, but Miss Xian has reverted to her previous condition and has been in this state for an entire night. I am uncertain if she is in danger. Fu Tian was taken aback. How could this condition persist for so long? He extended his hand to assess Yuxian's state, discovering no signs of injury or distress. Her breath was steady, her life force normal, with nothing amiss. Only the phoenix mark on her forehead flickering intermittently. Realizing that ordinary means of detection were insufficient, he hesitated no longer. The chaotic divine eye activated instantaneously, his gaze deepening to an unfathomable extent, as if it could encompass the cosmos. Threads of chaotic energy blossoming within his eyes. The chaotic divine gaze perceives all illusions. No specter can escape these eyes, which penetrate to the very essence and point directly to the heart. The gaze continuously scrutinizes Xian until it encounters the phoenix seal upon her forehead, at which moment Fu Tian halts, observing intently. It seems he has discerned something significant, prompting a startled exclamation from Fu Tian, whose expression undergoes a slight transformation. My lord, is Xian all right? Upon hearing Fu Tian's exclamation, Hu Tao cannot help but express his concern. However, Fu Tian remains silent, his demeanor turning grave as he fixates on the phoenix seal, resulting in a tense standstill. Hu Tao senses an abrupt shift in the atmosphere, the air becoming palpably heavy, rendering him breathless and uncomfortable. Yet, this tension does not persist for long. After a duration equivalent to 3 incense sticks, Fu Tian withdraws his gaze, his eyes returning to their previous state. Instantly, Hu Tao feels the air lighten, his breathing becoming more fluid, as the eerie ambience dissipates. My lord, what was that just now? Realizing the previous change in environment was not merely a figment of his imagination, Hu Tao inquires with curiosity. Fu Tian slightly shakes his head. It was nothing, merely a glimpse of something extraordinary. What did you see? Hu Tao presses on, intrigued. It appears that Fu Tian must have witnessed something that caused the atmospheric change. Fu Tian replies nonchalantly, a person. A person? Hu Tao is bewildered by this response. Considering there are only 3 individuals in the room, himself, his lord, and Xian, he is certain that no one approached the dwelling. Bolstered by his formidable cultivation as a 9th layer martial sovereign, which grants him keen insight. Then where did this person come from? And how could the sight of a single individual provoke such a change in the environment, even rendering the air dense? Yet, Fu Tian provides no further explanation, as the reason eludes him as well. Meanwhile, as Fu Tian's gaze retracts, the phoenix seal on Xian's forehead vanishes without a trace, reverting her to her previous self. After reassessing Xian's condition and finding her well, Fu Tian feels relieved and steps outside. Hu Tao, understanding that Xian is safe, chooses not to linger and follows Fu Tian out. The sky brightens gradually, resembling early dawn, and it is clear that the sun will soon illuminate the land. Once outside, Hu Tao speaks. My lord, the top 10 rankings for the competition have been announced. Zhao Feng, Xiao Sangyu, He Fengjia, Dao Yuanshuang, and Lu Yihua. These 5 were already the top disciples, and their positions remain unchanged. The latter 5 consist of Zhao Wuchen, Han Feng, Qiu Mingyu, Tang Ho, and Shi Chang. Upon hearing Shi Chang's name, Fu Tian is not surprised, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It would not be difficult for Shi Chang to secure a spot through his sheer physical prowess. After a brief pause, Hu Tao remarked, "I have heard that Zhao Wuchen, once an ordinary talent with no remarkable attributes, ranked low on the list of personal disciples, scarcely known to anyone. For reasons unknown, he has soared to the 6th position, emerging as the greatest dark horse of this competition, capturing the attention of many." Upon hearing this, Fu Tian smiled faintly, refraining from comment. During the previous viewing of the contest, he had sensed that Zhao Wuchen was not as simple as he seemed, as though he harbored secrets unknown to others. However, at that time, Fu Tian paid little heed, merely registering the name and acknowledging the existence of such a person. Now, with Hu Tao's words, Fu Tian felt a flicker of interest. What could have transformed a previously inconspicuous individual into someone so remarkable, rising above the numerous personal disciples to gain such prominence? Although this piqued his curiosity, it hardly altered Fu Tian's perspective on Zhao Wuchen. He remained indifferent. Furthermore, if anyone had undergone a significant transformation, it was undoubtedly himself. Originally, he had traversed into this realm as an ordinary person, indistinguishable from the mundane beings described by cultivators, with no discernible talent for cultivation. Yet, fate had favored him with a system that defied destiny itself. Not only had he signed a contract for the chaotic sacred spirit body, a physique that transcended taboos, but he also acquired 100-fold cultivation speed. The chaotic sacred spirit body completely reformed him, rendering him a different entity, elevating his talents to a status of unparalleled excellence, with comprehension surpassing that of all geniuses, leaving them in his dust. The 100-fold cultivation speed granted Fu Tian the shortest growth period, while others cultivated for a day. He advanced 100 days, and while others labored for a year, he progressed for 100 years. Coupled with the chaotic sacred spirit body, his speed of cultivation was unrivaled, truly unparalleled. This was sufficient to draw geniuses from all walks of life to seek his guidance. Indeed, he was the greatest architect of his own fortune, rendering Zhao Wuchen's modest changes trivial by comparison, as inconsequential as dust. Seemingly struck by an idea, Hu Tao glanced at Fu Tian and added, "Young master, if all goes well, at the hour of the snake today, we shall set forth to the imperial city of Shizhou. By then, the geniuses of the 6 major sects will gather, familiarizing themselves with one another and fostering inter-sect camaraderie, a customary event preceding the opening of the ancient wolf sacred land. At that time, one could say that the most formidable talents of the younger generation in Shizhou will be convened. The imperial city will become exceedingly lively, as it marks the initial clash between the 10 talents of the imperial city and the disciples of the 6 major sections. This gathering is referred to by the world as the convergence of geniuses. Oh, the gathering of the strongest talents of the younger generation in Shizhou? The convergence of geniuses? Upon hearing Hu Tao's description, Fu Tian found the situation increasingly intriguing. Let me witness the talents of Shizhou. You must not disappoint me. Chapter 66. A tale within the confines of the fire sect lies a secluded paradise. Splash. Water erupted as a blue-striped fish latched onto the bamboo hook, only to escape moments later, either due to the fragility of the hook or the fish's robust size, vanishing back into the depths of the lake. By the shore, an elderly man clad in a raincoat witnessed this scene and sighed softly, his eyes filled with disappointment. Undeterred, he cast the bamboo rod back into the water, the hook devoid of bait, seemingly awaiting the fish to come of its own accord, much like Jiang Taigong fishing, inviting only those willing to bite. Soon after, the old man's gaze shifted towards the horizon, a glimmer of unusual light igniting in his eyes as he murmured, "This world, once again, is on the brink of chaos." Atop the Chongyun mountain, within the Chongyun pavilion, the air crackled with energy as a young man, bare-chested and strikingly handsome, executed a series of martial arts moves. His punches, reminiscent of celestial origins, soared towards the heavens, compelling even the skies to bow in deference, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. With a final, resounding strike, echoes of divine power reverberated through the atmosphere, shattering the tranquil silence of the Chongyun pavilion. With a gust of exhilaration, the young man laughed heartily, beads of perspiration cascading down his body and splattering onto the stone floor. This young man was none other than Fu Tian. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached as Hu Tao sprinted from a distance, his face alight with joy. "Young master, Miss Xiner has awakened." Fu Tian nodded, his demeanor calm and composed, as though he had anticipated this moment. "Wait a moment, he replied softly. With a surge of spiritual energy, a gentle stream flowed over Tian, cleansing him of perspiration. He donned a white robe, his fair visage transforming him into a youthful figure of grace and clarity. Casting a glance at Hu Tao, he said, "Let us go." Hu Tao chuckled foolishly and followed suit. Inside the room, Xiner had already changed into her garments. As she opened the door, she collided directly with Tian. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Her voice brimmed with surprise, her eyes sparkling with delight. After scanning Xiner with a caring gaze, Tian inquired, "Are you feeling well?" Xiner nodded, recalling, "I didn't experience anything unusual. It felt as though I had been in an extraordinarily long dream, so vivid that it blurred the lines between reality and illusion, as if I had truly lived through it." Hu Tao, puzzled, remarked, "What kind of dream could last so long? You fainted after beginning your cultivation at noon, and now it is the second day. That dream certainly seems prolonged." Xiner twirled her round, bright eyes in thought, recalling a figure of an older sister teaching her something, though the specifics eluded her memory. "Perhaps my comprehension is lacking," she concluded, playfully sticking out her tongue, her demeanor charming and endearing. "Teaching in a dream?" Hu Tao was briefly taken aback, as if an idea had suddenly dawned upon him, prompting him to recount a tale. Indeed, such occurrences had transpired in the Western Zhou. Historical records speak of a certain formidable individual, initially possessing an utterly unremarkable demeanor and ordinary capabilities, someone who would scarcely attract a second glance amidst a crowd. After 3 years of cultivation, he remained merely an outer disciple, overlooked by the sect. However, inexplicably, it was as though he underwent a transformation overnight. Not only did he exhibit extraordinary talent, with an extraordinary memory, but his strength also improved dramatically day by day. He swiftly ascended to the ranks of inner disciples and even became a direct disciple. Within mere months, he surpassed the majority of prodigies, reaching unparalleled heights and earning the title of one of the strongest geniuses in Western Zhou. Subsequently, he successfully advanced to the rank of a martial king, standing atop the pinnacle of power in Western Zhou. Thus, when someone compiled the life story of this martial king, they discovered that he had previously been utterly unremarkable and weak. Such individuals were abundant in Western Zhou. How could one so suddenly transform into a martial king? Was it possible that he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity? Upon the revelation of this news, countless individuals in Western Zhou were captivated. Who could resist the allure of an opportunity that could elevate even the most unremarkable person to the status of a martial king? It was indeed a case of defying fate, and many began to covet the fortune that resided within him. Even martial kings approached him under the pretense of seeking a few days of observation, hoping to claim this opportunity for themselves. If a person of such humble beginnings could ascend to the rank of martial king through this chance, then surely those geniuses who had attained the rank through their own efforts could also hope to rise to the level of a luminous realm expert. Consequently, numerous martial kings grew envious and flocked to him, eager to borrow this elusive opportunity. Yet, they ultimately returned empty-handed. According to the martial king himself, he possessed no such opportunity. Rather, he had simply dreamt of an old man with a white beard imparting wisdom to him, which accounted for his rapid growth. Upon hearing this, who would believe such a tale? An old man imparting wisdom in a dream? It seemed no more than a ruse to deceive the gullible. Countless martial kings shook their heads in disbelief, considering it a jest at their expense, a flimsy excuse. However, upon investigation, it was revealed that this martial king maintained a nightly regimen of sleep. Digging deeper, they discovered that since the day of his remarkable transformation, he had consistently enjoyed ample rest every night, regardless of the harsh winters or the warmth of summer, day after day, year after year. This revelation caused many martial kings to furrow their brows. Could it truly be? Such behavior was exceedingly unusual. Who would prioritize sleep every night? Would it not be more prudent to cultivate during those hours? Those with a deeper understanding of martial arts could easily forego sleep for days without detrimental effects. Thus, many chose to devote their nights to meditation and cultivation, wasting not a single moment. Yet, for a martial king to require sleep every night, not sporadically but as a daily ritual, was undoubtedly peculiar. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this martial king often experienced changes in strength upon awakening. For instance, techniques he had previously struggled to comprehend would suddenly be mastered upon waking, when he found himself trapped at a bottleneck. It was during one fateful night that he awoke to discover he had spontaneously broken through. The martial king had never been observed to engage in rigorous training. It seemed as though he relied solely on slumber to enhance his prowess. Upon learning this revelation, a multitude of martial kings were astounded. Could it be that the fabled elder with the white beard truly imparts wisdom through dreams? Many of these martial kings, eager to ascertain the truth, took it upon themselves to discreetly monitor the daily life of this particular martial king. After a period of observation, several returned with dust upon their faces, filled with vexation. Indeed, the individual in question did not seem to partake in any significant training during the day and would retire promptly at night. Yet, upon awakening, his aura appeared even more formidable. It was then that the onlookers began to believe in the authenticity of his claims. Perhaps there truly existed an elder with a white beard capable of bestowing enlightenment in dreams. Numerous formidable martial kings sought him out, hoping to uncover the secret to dreaming of this venerable sage. However, he merely lived an ordinary life, drifting into dreams without any deliberate method. Some martial kings even endeavored to replicate his daily routine, rising, dining, training, and retiring to bed in perfect synchrony. They mirrored his every action down to the last detail. Yet still, no results materialized. They could not even dream of the elder, let alone encounter him. Gradually, the fervor among the martial kings waned, perhaps acknowledging that it was simply not their fate. This enigmatic occurrence, however, was meticulously recorded for posterity. Should future generations ever find themselves dreaming of a white-bearded elder, it may very well signal the arrival of their own fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 67. Departure. Is it truly possible that an elderly sage with a white beard can assist individuals in their cultivation? Upon hearing Hu Tao recount this tale, Yux's large eyes sparkled with curiosity, her mind brimming with endless imaginations. Hu Tao chuckled awkwardly, explaining that he had discovered this story in an ancient tome, which undoubtedly recorded genuine events that stirred great excitement at the time. However, he hesitated, adding, "As for the authenticity of the white-bearded sage, I cannot ascertain. Otherwise, it would not have been deemed too mystical to be documented." This answer seemingly disappointed Xaner, who immediately pouted her lips, her disheartened expression vividly apparent. Subsequently, Hu Tao turned to Fu Tian, inquiring, "What is your perspective on this story, young master?" Fu Tian stroked his chin, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes, as he found himself quite familiar with such matters. The notion of an elderly sage imparting wisdom in a dream? Perhaps this individual had stumbled upon a legendary ring housing the soul of a formidable being, awakened to guide him in his cultivation and elevate him to greatness. Yet, who could truly clarify the reality of the situation? Moreover, were not the recent occurrences surrounding himself rather enigmatic? The mysterious transformations within Xiner, the enigmatic figure on the 10th level of the fire tower. An increasing array of intriguing events was unfolding. Fu Tian spoke up, "The world is vast, filled with wonders. What has transpired in the past holds little significance now." Hu Tao paused, lost in contemplation. Fu Tian had indeed offered a rather ambiguous response, neither negating nor affirming the tale. After a moment of reflection, Hu Tao came to a realization, acknowledging, "What you say is true. Let the past remain in the past." Indeed, discussing such matters now bore no meaning. "May I inquire if Master Fu Tian is present?" At that moment, a low, unfamiliar voice resonated from outside the door, belonging to a young man. Before Fu Tian could ponder further, Hu Tao immediately replied, "We shall be with you shortly. Please hold on for a moment." Afterward, Hu Tao explained, "Young master, that individual is likely here to remind us that it is time to depart. If we calculate the time, the hour has arrived, and the others should be adequately prepared." Fu Tian nodded slightly, confirming that it was indeed time to set forth. Xiner, however, appeared somewhat perplexed. "Where are we going?" "To the imperial city of Shizhou, the most prosperous town in Shizhou and the current residence of the emperor," Hu Tao replied with a smile, a hint of pride gracing his features. "The most prosperous town?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xr's eyes, as she silently anticipated the journey. After tidying up the Lingyun pavilion, Fu Tian took a final glance. His stay here had been remarkably brief, merely a few days. Yet, he harbored the feeling that upon leaving this time, he might never return, prompting him to steal a few more glances. "Let us depart," he said softly after one last look. The three stepped out of the room, only to find a dark-skinned, slender young man waiting at the door. Upon seeing Fu Tian and the others emerge, the lean youth's face broke into a wide smile. "I am Tang Ho, here to escort the three esteemed individuals." Tang Ho. Upon hearing this name, Hu Tao was slightly taken aback. Is that the same Tang Ho who ranked 9th in the competition? Indeed, indeed. Tang Ho nodded vigorously. The adults are aware of the little one's name, which fills the child with immense pride, as if cherished beyond measure. The formidable image of the adult, displayed that day, is etched in the child's memory, impossible to forget. unbeknownst to the adult. Ever since that day when you single-handedly repelled Elder Jean, the child. Nevertheless, enough of the pleasantries. Please lead the way. Before Tang Ho could finish, Fu Tian interrupted him directly. However, Tang Ho was not offended and, with a light chuckle, nonchalantly replied, "Of course, esteemed ones, please follow me." With that, he stepped forward. Hu Tao found the situation somewhat amusing. When did the 9th place of the grand competition become so ingratiating? He was indeed an interesting character. Before their departure, Fu Tian gently closed the door, plunging Chongyun Pavilion into silence once more, leaving one to wonder when it would be bustling with life again. Without hesitation, Fu Tian and the others followed Tang Ho away. After a brief walk, Tang Ho led Fu Tian and his companions to a spacious clearing, where a massive wind-sailing vessel was anchored at its center. Tang Ho immediately announced, "Esteemed ones, this is the location. Elder Jean and the other disciples are already aboard the vessel, awaiting your arrival." "Wow, it's enormous." Upon seeing such a colossal vessel, Yu Xiner exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. She had never encountered such a scene before. Fu Tian smiled gently and, with one hand, helped Xiner aboard the vessel. Hu Tao and Tang Ho followed closely behind. On the deck of the wind-sailing vessel stood a group of individuals awaiting their arrival. These were the top 10 contestants of the competition, the lucky few granted entry to the ancient wolf sacred land. Fu Tian and his companions were the last to arrive, essentially waiting for Fu Tian, which explained the vessel's delay in departure. Coincidentally, the elder in charge of this expedition was Jin Pengshan. Upon seeing Fu Tian and the others board, Jin Pengshan merely nodded and stated, "All are present. We are ready to depart." With that, the vessel radiated an extraordinary glow, slowly lifting from the ground, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that vanished within the confines of the Lihua sect. Like the wind itself, the scenery below flashed by like a series of vivid slides, overwhelming in its beauty. "You are Fu Tian, the one who incapacitated Chao Jinda?" As soon as they boarded, a mocking voice rang out. Fu Tian turned his gaze, finding the speaker to be a man clad in red. With hair of the same deep hue, his expression decidedly unfriendly. Noticing this individual, Tang Ho quickly interjected, "Esteemed one, that is He Feng Jie, who placed third in this competition." Fu Tian frowned slightly. He was certain he had never provoked this man. Why was he acting like a hound, jumping forth? Nevertheless, he replied, "I am Fu Tian. Is there something you need?" He Feng Jie narrowed his eyes, a hint of dangerous red glowing within them. "Do not assume that defeating Chao Jinda makes you remarkable. I could incapacitate such a waste with a single move. Some individuals are far too self-assured, believing that a modicum of strength elevates them to the heavens, compelling us all to wait for him alone." He Feng Jie was filled with indignation, utterly enraged. How could a distinguished disciple, ranked third on the esteemed list, be compelled to wait for a nameless, insignificant individual? Even if this obscure figure managed to defeat Chao Jinda with a mere finger, what significance does that hold? It would be acceptable to wait for the likes of Zhao Feng, the first-ranked, or Xiao Sangyu, the second, but to await a nobody is utterly perplexing. It is akin to a formidable martial sovereign being required to wait for a mere martial general, unable to proceed until the latter arrives. This naturally vexed He Fengjie, whose pride was exceedingly strong. Upon hearing this, Fu Tian finally comprehended the source of He Fengjie's disdain. He believed Fu Tian unworthy of such patience. Observing this scene, Jin Pengshan merely turned a blind eye, opting to remain silent. He believed that the conflicts of the younger generation should be resolved by themselves, leaving the elders uninvolved. As long as no lives were lost, after all, that is how they all navigated their paths. Hu Tao also found amusement in the spectacle, silently mocking He Fengjie for his audacity to challenge the mighty. It was laughable to think that a mere ant could shake a great tree. Jin Pengshan, knowing only of Fu Tian's cultivation but not his true power, harbored such thoughts, while he was acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by the young master. Indeed, it could be said that all present combined would not stand a chance against the young master alone. If Jin Pengshan were to learn of Fu Tian's feat of incapacitating 3 martial sovereigns at the 9th level with a single punch, one could only wonder how he would react. In the face of He Fengjie's mockery, Fu Tian felt no inclination towards goodwill and retorted bluntly, "I can incapacitate Chao Jinda with a finger, and I could just as easily do the same to you. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are vastly superior to him. And yes, I may be a bit formidable, but what of it? What will you do about it? Or rather, what will you all do?" With that, Fu Tian unabashedly surveyed the crowd around him, his demeanor suggesting he held them in utter disregard. A collective shock rippled through the assembly. Many furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening as they directed their gazes toward him. The air was charged with a palpable tension. In truth, Fu Tian's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Who was he? A transcendent being, a traveler bestowed with a cultivation advantage. He was inherently exceptional, guided solely by his own desires. If his actions required gentility, that would not align with Fu Tian's essence. I am audacious, inherently so. I am proud, deeply within. I do not concede to anyone. All shall serve as stepping stones for me, Fu Tian. There is nothing that I, Fu Tian, am unworthy of. Do you dispute this? Then I shall compel you to submit. I shall ensure that across the world, none remain unyielding. Chapter 68. A lesson in humility. The howling winds echoed, causing the white robes of Futon to flutter. He stood resolutely at the center of the deck, seemingly the very axis of the universe, casting a disdainful gaze upon the gathered crowd. The expressions of those around him varied. Some wore anger, others curiosity, and many were perplexed. How dare he utter such words? How could he? The individuals present were among the 10 most formidable disciples of the Lihua sect. Even among the new generation, they represented the pinnacle of strength. Even the seasoned veterans would treat them with a modicum of respect. To offend them required careful consideration and prudent deliberation. Yet, despite this, there were those audacious enough to speak disrespectfully, belittling their authority. It is worth noting that they were the prodigious disciples of the younger generation, who often possess a fierce sense of pride, believing themselves to be unrivaled and unafraid of any challenge. Now, Futon's scorn not only undermined their prowess, but also insulted their dignity. For them, the injury was slight, yet the humiliation was profound. Jean Pengshan leaned against an iron pillar, squinting as he observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. His curiosity regarding Futon's strength was palpable. With a mere gesture, he had incapacitated Chao Jinda. It was evident that his power was not to be underestimated, suggesting that Chao Jinda had only revealed a fragment of his true potential. How did Futon's strength measure against that of Hifengjie? With such intrigue, Jean Pengshan chose not to intervene in the conflict, finding the youthful skirmish a spectacle worthy of attention. After all, the rivalry among the younger generation was not something to stifle. It could be seen as a beneficial endeavor. The atmosphere was undeniably charged with tension. Zhao Feng, ranked first, and Xiao Sangyu, second, remained ensconced in their chambers aboard the Wind Weaver, presumably engrossed in their training, oblivious to the events transpiring outside. The most incensed among them was undoubtedly Hifengjie. After waiting for what he perceived to be an insignificant rival for so long, his sense of imbalance was palpable. He had intended to demonstrate Futon's place, to make him aware of his own status, but instead, Futon's words had not only spared him no respect, but also offended the others, displaying an audacious arrogance. Is your statement not excessive? Came another mocking voice, tinged with dissatisfaction. Futon turned his gaze, only to discover that the speaker was a young woman clad in green. Her face was concealed by a white veil, obscuring her features. Yet her figure, with a willow-like waist and graceful demeanor, exuded an allure that was difficult to resist. Her skin was as fair as frost, suggesting that she too was a beauty of remarkable charm. Noticing the woman, Tang Ho interjected, "My lord, she is Dao Yuan Shuang, who achieved 4th place in this competition. Do not let her gender deceive you. She possesses an immense pride and refuses to acknowledge anyone's superiority. However, there is no doubt regarding her formidable power, and she certainly possesses the qualifications to speak. One must exercise utmost caution when confronting her." Tang Ho's tone was laced with trepidation, indicating that her strength was indeed formidable, enough to instill a sense of fear even in the 8th-ranked Tang Ho. Fu Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging this, yet maintained an air of indifference. After surveying the surroundings, he remarked coolly, "If anyone else is dissatisfied, feel free to step forward. I have no qualms about clearing the field." Arrogance. A furious roar erupted as Hifengjie could no longer contain himself, his veins bulging, his gaze toward Fu Tian ablaze with wrath. Fu Tian's words were undeniably audacious, displaying a blatant disregard for his own standing, a provocation that Hifengjie found intolerable. Fu Tian cast a fleeting glance at Hifengjie before retracting his gaze, treating him as though he were a mere jester. This dismissive gesture was the final straw for Hifengjie, who erupted in anger. "You seek your own demise," he bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike that surged forth like an avalanche, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, aimed directly at the composed Fu Tian. This strike embodied Hifengjie's pent-up fury. The contemptuous demeanor Fu Tian had displayed had ignited his rage, severely bruising his pride and compelling him to retaliate with unrestrained wrath. The force of the blow shifted the atmosphere, leaving those on the deck gasping for breath. Clearly recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Even Tang Ho, standing beside Fu Tian, turned pale, feeling utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. Should it land upon him, he would surely be left severely wounded, if not worse. After all, Tang Ho was merely ranked 8th, while He Fengjie held the 3rd position, a seasoned disciple, their strengths differing vastly, placing them on entirely disparate levels. Yet, Fu Tian remained unfazed, his expression betraying no sign of concern, as if he regarded the impending strike with utter disdain. This, without a doubt, further inflamed He Fengjie's fury, intensifying the power behind his strike. In an instant, Fu Tian made his move. He extended a hand, devoid of any grandiose aura, merely gesturing casually, imparting an impression of complete harmlessness. Many shook their heads in derision, convinced that he was blindly arrogant, believing that defeating Chao Jinda rendered the rest insignificant. Even He Fengjie scoffed, convinced that Fu Tian was merely posturing without any genuine skill. Many envisioned the scene of Fu Tian being grievously injured by this blow. However, the next moment shattered those anticipations. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as onlookers witnessed the impossible. How could this be? Fu Tian's seemingly feeble hand had effortlessly grasped He Fengjie's seemingly unstoppable strike, halting it completely. Shock rippled through the crowd, far surpassing their expectations. Dao Yuanshuang, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, her gaze toward Fu Tian shifting as she began to reassess him. But the most astonished of all was He Fengjie. He was acutely aware of the strike's formidable power, capable of easily injuring a top-tier genius like Chao Jinda, a blow that even high-ranking martial generals would struggle to withstand. Yet now, it was firmly held in the grip of an unknown novice, unable to advance even an inch. How could this be? He Fengjie was filled with a profound sense of dread, as fear began to seep into his very core. Before he could ponder further, Fu Tian exerted a slight pressure with his fingers, unleashing an unimaginable force. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and He Fengjie's hand crumbled like cotton, reduced to nothing more than a mass of flesh, his bones pulverized beyond recognition. Ah! The agonizing wails escaped He Fengjie's lips, his facial expression contorted in sheer torment. His face flushed crimson, unmistakably revealing the excruciating pain he endured. Damn it, let me go! He bellowed, the intensity of his suffering causing him to momentarily lose his composure. In a desperate attempt to compel Fu Tian to release him, he swung a leg towards him. But was that even feasible? Fu Tian aimed to serve as an example, to deter others from underestimating him. In an instant, Fu Tian struck. A punch was unleashed, causing the very heavens to change hue. The overwhelming might sending a shiver of terror through all present. The disparity between He Fengjie's earlier strike and this punch was akin to heaven and earth. His previous attack had left everyone breathless, the air seemingly frozen, suffocating in its oppressive weight. In contrast, this punch erupted like a volcanic cataclysm, the earth itself quaking in fury. Witnessing this, a singular thought surfaced in the minds of the onlookers, so powerful, so terrifying. The punch collided with He Fengjie, producing a resounding thud as his figure was sent hurtling through the air, blood gushing forth in torrents. Before anyone could react, Jin Pengshan's silhouette flashed, catching the flying He Fengjie in his arms. Cradled within, He Fengjie had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his blood staining the vibrant red robe, intensifying its hue. Multiple bones throughout his body were shattered, and several internal organs lay devastated, plunging him into a critical state. Without prompt medical attention, his life could very well be at stake. Fu Tian retracted his fist, displaying an air of nonchalance, as if the act required no effort at all. In truth, he had not exerted his full strength. It was merely an offhand strike, far from serious or taxing. Yet, this punch had still inflicted grave injuries upon He Fengjie, rendering him unconscious. The third-ranked disciple, He Fengjie, had utterly failed to withstand Fu Tian's strike. A collective gulp resonated among the crowd, their faces betraying sheer terror. As the atmosphere thickened with a palpable veil of fear, Jin Pengshan's expression darkened, his demeanor heavy with concern. While he suspected Fu Tian's strength was formidable, he had not anticipated such ferocity, nor that He Fengjie would falter against a single blow. Even he felt a hint of pressure from that punch. It was no wonder that He Fengjie had faltered. He administered a precious healing pill to He Fengjie, staving off the potential worsening of his injuries. However, given the severity of his wounds, it was uncertain whether he could even enter the ancient wolf sacred land, as his condition was far too critical for a swift recovery. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense, yet subtly distinct from before. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the scene, as if the specter of death had gripped the throats of those present, rendering them breathless in trepidation. Cold sweat streamed uncontrollably from many. revealing their inner turmoil at a mere glance. Others averted their gazes, too fearful to meet the eyes of the impending doom. This, indeed, was a stark warning, a lesson meant to instill fear. Chapter 69. Dominance. The fierce winds continued to howl, and the white robes rustled like whispers in the air. An unusual silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the rhythmic sound of breathing. Tian turned his gaze towards Dao Yuanshuang, the proud and haughty woman, and remarked with a smile, "I recall you just stated that defeating a Chao Jinda is no great feat, urging me not to think too highly of myself. Now, I have made that man aware of my worth. Should I not also enlighten you?" Dao Yuanshuang remained silent, while the others focused their attention on her, eager to see how she would address the situation. Did they not witness the previous braggart lying in Elder Jin's embrace, bloodied and unconscious? Would Dao Yuanshuang follow in his footsteps? Observing her prolonged silence, Tian scoffed and continued, "What is this? Have you lost your voice? Did you not proclaim your unparalleled pride and refusal to submit to anyone? It appears you are not as formidable as you would have us believe." Although Dao Yuanshuang's visage was concealed by a veil, a keen observer might detect the discomfort etched upon her face, her crimson lips pressed tightly together, her eyes blazing with indignation as they fixed upon Tian, her heart seething with resentment. Her pride was undeniably fierce, despite being a woman. She ranked fourth among the direct disciples, a testament to her innate talent and strength, earning her the admiration of countless disciples from the Lihua sect. This acclaim had fostered her formidable sense of self-worth. Yet now, she felt an overwhelming humiliation threatening to shatter her dignity. To confront Tian directly seemed perilous. She had witnessed the fate of Fengjia, who lay unconscious, having been unable to withstand a single blow. Though confident in her abilities, believing herself to be on par with Fengjia, she understood that their strengths were comparable, teetering on the edge of equality. Given Fengjia's fate, she feared that stepping forward would lead her to share the same ignoble end. However, to remain silent would render her pride utterly worthless, transforming her declarations of superiority and haughty demeanor into mere jokes. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a dilemma, torn between action and inaction. Dao Yuanshuang remained silent, but it was evident to those who observed her that turmoil brewed within her. Her lips were clenched, and her body trembled involuntarily. Yet Tian showed no intention of relenting, pressing further. Is this truly the fourth-ranked direct disciple? Lacking the courage to stand up is profoundly disappointing. Your so-called pride is nothing but the retreat of a coward. You. Dao Yuanshuang clenched her silver teeth, her voice erupting in fury. Her eyes nearly ablaze with rage, her heart longing to see Tian utterly destroyed. His words were an unbearable humiliation, grinding her dignity into the dirt. Do I not deserve any respect? For someone as proud and self-respecting as Dao Yuanshuang, at times, appearances outweighed all else. From the onset of her cultivation, she had displayed extraordinary talent, surpassing those who had trained for 1 or even 2 years within mere months, earning her the title of genius. As a prodigy, she was adored and revered by many, who among them is not met with utmost reverence and a welcoming attitude. Even the older generation of formidable individuals treats them with a degree of politeness, reluctant to offend. These prodigies are destined for greatness, given time. Their ascension to the realm of martial sovereignty is assured, and even the rank of martial king could be within their grasp. Such prolonged adulation has fostered in them a haughty demeanor, one that looks down upon others. Yet, Tian is steadily dismantling their inflated self-esteem, shattering their delusions of superiority. At times, their pride surpasses all else, even life itself. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Dao Yuanshuang visibly fidgeted, feeling her dignity gravely insulted. Grinding her silver teeth in indignation, she inhaled deeply, steeling herself to take a step forward, her lips quivering in preparation to speak. Enough. It is getting late. You all should retire to your rooms for rest. At that moment, a sudden, deep voice pierced the oppressive atmosphere, belonging to Elder Jin of Jinpeng Mountain. Tang Ho, perceptive to the shifting mood, quickly interjected with a smile. My lord, the journey is long, and we are still several hours away from the imperial city of Shizhou. It would be wise to rest in our comfortable accommodations, which we have prepared with your comfort in mind. Despite Tang Ho's dark complexion and lean frame, reminiscent of a child raised in coal mines, his astuteness was evident in his ability to read the situation, to prevent further deterioration of circumstances and the deepening of conflicts. Elder Jin Peng Mountain intervened to halt their quarrel. Initially, he believed that the younger generation's skirmishes should not be overly restrained. Competition and rivalry are the essence of youth, full of vigor and defiance. However, Upon witnessing Fu Tian knock He Fengjia unconscious with a single blow, this notion was swiftly reconsidered. What is this? The third-ranked He Fengjia could not withstand a single strike? Clearly, despite being of the same generation, their strengths were no longer comparable, rendering the competition meaningless. Thus, Elder Jin's perspective shifted. Previously, he thought the young should be allowed to contend as long as it did not lead to fatalities. Now, he believed that such contests among the youth would not be curtailed in the absence of Fu Tian, as long as no lives were lost. Fu Tian had fundamentally altered Elder Jin's internal principles. Indeed, Brother Fu Tian, the distance from Lihua sect to the imperial city of Shizhou is still considerable. It would be prudent to rest for a while and conserve our energy. Stone Chong, who had finished 10th in the competition and secured a spot in the ancient wolf sacred land, stepped forward, wishing to quell the impending conflict. As one of Fu Tian's few friends within Lihua sect, he sought to offer support. Fu Tian, with a faint smile, cast a scornful glance at Dao Yuan Shuang before retracting his gaze. That glance, though not physically damaging, carried a potent insult. As the oppressive heat of the day lingered, Fu Tian turned his gaze towards the others. Some averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. Others were filled with trepidation, their eyes brimming with fear, and still, a few appeared ignited with a fierce resolve, seemingly eager to engage in combat. It appeared that the terrifying punch Fu Tian had displayed did not intimidate them. Rather, it ignited their fighting spirit. This piqued Fu Tian's interest, and upon closer inspection, he recognized a familiar face, Zhao Wuchen, the dark horse of the competition. Initially, he possessed unremarkable strength and went unnoticed, yet inexplicably, he underwent a significant transformation, his power surging, propelling him to the 6th position. Some speculated that Zhao Wuchen's prowess only allowed him to rank 6th because he preferred to remain there. This notion garnered the agreement of many, for the collective judgment of the crowd is astute. After several rounds of competition, the spectators had meticulously analyzed Zhao Wuchen's abilities. Concluding that he was undoubtedly more formidable than his current ranking suggested, he simply chose not to engage further. Moreover, Zhao Wuchen evoked a peculiar sensation within Fu Tian since their first encounter. The origin of this strangeness eluded him, and he refrained from delving deeper into it. Now, witnessing the might of that punch, Zhao Wuchen still dared to exhibit his fighting spirit. He must possess considerable depth. Perhaps he was even stronger than He Fengjia. Fu Tian could not help but scrutinize Zhao Wuchen, pondering what audacity he possessed to display such intent towards him. Had he grown too bold? Emboldened by newfound confidence in his grand fortune, under Fu Tian's meticulous gaze, Zhao Wuchen involuntarily shuddered, feeling akin to prey under the watchful eye of a predator, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. This individual was far from ordinary. A tempest of emotions surged within him, and he withdrew his fighting spirit. After a brief appraisal, Fu Tian shifted his gaze towards Xiner and Hu Tao, suggesting, "Let us return to our quarters." Xiner obediently nodded, her small feet hastily following suit, with Hu Tao trailing closely behind. Once Fu Tian's figure had completely vanished from the deck, the onlookers collectively exhaled, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Dao Yuanshuang clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, her lips trembling in suppressed fury. This was unforgivable. She etched this humiliation into her memory, unable to forget it. Alas, to be so fixated upon by a woman was hardly fortuitous. Yet Fu Tian, what had he to fear? He was determined to forge ahead, to carve out a legend that belonged solely to him. Chapter 70. A room on a sultry day, 3 individuals were led by Tang Ho to a splendid chamber. The room, spacious and elegantly appointed, was furnished with a bed, a sofa, and a wooden table, among other essentials. Not only was the furniture abundant, but each piece was crafted from the finest materials. The bedding shimmered with a luminous white, indicating its extraordinary quality. The sofa, made from the hide of a high-grade mythical beast, offered a softness and comfort that defied the harshness of both cold and heat, creating an atmosphere of perpetual spring. Reclining upon it was sheer bliss. The wooden table, fashioned from premium timber, exuded a subtle, refreshing fragrance that enveloped the entire room. A mere inhalation of this scent was sufficient to elevate one's spirits and invigorate the mind. Residing in such a dwelling was indeed a pleasure. "My lord, this is your room," Tang Ho remarked with a bow and a smile. "This is the top-tier chamber aboard the Chuanfeng Suo, perfectly befitting your esteemed status." Fu Tian glanced around the room and replied, "The room is quite commendable, equipped with all that one might desire. However, I doubt this is the finest chamber aboard the Chuanfeng Suo." His gaze fixated on Tang Ho. Tang Ho momentarily faltered, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. And he chuckled awkwardly. Your insight is profound, my lord. The two finest rooms have already been occupied. I trust you are aware of who resides there. It is beyond my authority to alter that arrangement. I hope for your understanding. Fu Tian smiled faintly, but offered no further comment. While the Chuanfeng Suo boasted numerous rooms, only 3 were of the highest caliber. The disparity between the top-tier chambers and ordinary guest quarters was monumental, encompassing not merely the furnishings but also the size of the rooms and the richness of the spiritual energy within them. For practitioners, the level of spiritual energy was of utmost importance, as it directly influenced their cultivation potential. Undoubtedly, esteemed sects such as the Lihua sect and the Divine Sword sect, among the 6 premier sects of the Western region, possessed an unparalleled concentration of spiritual energy, making them the most conducive environments for cultivation. Each year, countless prodigies sought to join these 6 sects, yearning for the privilege of training in the most nurturing atmosphere and absorbing the most potent spiritual energy. It is worth noting that the Western region is somewhat of a remote and impoverished area, with few locations rich in spiritual energy, all of which have long been claimed by various sections. Thus, joining a sect remains the most prudent choice for accelerating one's cultivation. The spiritual energy contained within the top-tier rooms aboard the Chuanfeng Suo far surpassed that of standard guest accommodations, which explains the desire to reside in such exclusive quarters. However, with only a scant few top-tier rooms available, they could not possibly accommodate the multitude of seekers. There is a scarcity of resources amidst a sea of contenders. Clearly, the criteria for eligibility to occupy these rooms hinged upon one's strength and status. If one is powerful enough, entry is granted. If one's status is high enough, entry is likewise permitted. Before Fu Tian's arrival, the top-ranking Zhao Feng and Xia Zhangyu had already claimed the 2 finest rooms, settling in and commencing their cultivation. While Fu Tian's assigned chamber could also be considered a top-tier suite, it paled in comparison to the accommodations of Zhao Feng and Xia Zhangyu. Fu Tian was well aware of the identities Tang Ho alluded to, requiring no further speculation. It was undoubtedly Zhao Feng and Xia Zhangyu. Previously on the deck, only 8 figures had been present, alongside Jin Pengshan and Hu Tao, among others. Among the top 10, 2 individuals have yet to make an appearance, and one can easily surmise their identities. Furthermore, I have encountered Zhao Feng in person and am familiar with his appearance. I would immediately recognize him on the deck. Sensing that Fu Tian might be displeased, Tang Ho elaborated, "My lord, there are only 3 premier suites aboard this wind-piercing vessel, and this is one of them. The differences among the other 2 are exceedingly minimal. I hope you will not take it to heart." "Oh," Fu Tian mused, gently stroking the little head of Exener, who closed her eyes in delight, an endearing sight indeed. "There are 3 top-tier suites on this vessel, and since our party consists of precisely 3 individuals, would it not be ideal for us to share a room? Why must 3 of us occupy one suite?" Fu Tian replied with a mild smile, his tone casual and unperturbed. Tang Ho inhaled sharply, as if grasping the underlying implication of Fu Tian's words. Did he truly intend to expel Zhao Feng and Xia Zhangyu from their room? Madness. It must be madness. The formidable prowess of Zhao Feng and Xia Zhangyu was well known among the disciples of the Fire sect. Their mere mention would cause others to pale, stifling any reckless words. Let us not even discuss their extraordinary talents. Simply occupying the top 2 positions on the direct disciples rankings for years without anyone challenging them is sufficient evidence of their terrifying strength. Yet, these 2 formidable figures seemed trivial in Fu Tian's eyes, treated with such nonchalance. Had Zhao Feng or Xia Zhangyu been the latecomers, He Fengjie would undoubtedly have dared not utter a word, behaving with utmost decorum, let alone speak disrespectfully. Yet, these 2 were now the objects of Fu Tian's ambition. How outrageous! Were it not for Fu Tian having severely injured He Fengjie with a single punch, Tang Ho would have surely berated him as a madman before storming out. Despite Fu Tian's display of formidable strength that intimidated everyone aboard the wind-piercing vessel, Tang Ho remained convinced that this course of action was ill-advised. Nervously rubbing his palms together, Tang Ho cautiously suggested, "My lord, might this be a bit abrupt? After all, Zhao Feng and Xia Zhangyu are not to be compared with He Fengjie. This warrants careful consideration." He dared not outright oppose Fu Tian's decision, yet he was equally hesitant to endorse such a notion, hence his tentative inquiry. "Abrupt? I hardly think so. If they were to willingly vacate the room, it would at least demonstrate some self-awareness, sparing them a painful lesson," Fu Tian replied, his expression still serene, as though he had never regarded them as a threat. At this, Tang Ho was rendered utterly speechless. If pride were to be embodied, it would surely be in Zhao Feng and Xia Zhangyu, who regarded others as unworthy of comparison. It would be a remarkable occurrence indeed if they were to concede willingly. Tang Ho seemed to foresee the imminent clash between them. It would undoubtedly be a battle of the gods. Brother Fu Tian, perhaps it would be better for the three of us to share a room. I was hoping you could guide me in my cultivation, Xiner interjected. Her brow furrowed with concern. I find cultivation quite challenging, and my progress feels so slow. Indeed, Xiner had just commenced her training and lacked foundational knowledge. Laying a solid groundwork was essential. At that moment, Hu Tao also stepped forward to speak. Indeed, as one embarks upon the path of cultivation, the significance of a solid foundation cannot be overstated. To a considerable extent, the better the foundation, the easier it is to ascend and engage in battles. And breaking through barriers will not pose excessive challenges, allowing one to traverse further along the journey of cultivation. Those born into affluence, upon stepping onto the path of cultivation, frequently receive precious herbs from their families, thereby establishing a robust foundation. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent that surpasses others, or is exceptionally fortunate to encounter great opportunities, the achievements of a child from a less fortunate background are exceedingly limited, often culminating in mere martial prowess. They lack access to rare medicinal resources and advanced martial techniques, leaving their foundational skills mediocre at best, or even lamentably inadequate. Such individuals, unless they stumble upon a fortuitous opportunity to transcend their limitations, may find their lives confined to this state. Contemplating this, Fu Tian realized the undeniable importance of a solid foundation, especially since Xine's innate talent for cultivation was commendable. If a strong foundation could be established, she might soar to great heights and emerge as an unparalleled genius. Gently patting Xine's head, Fu Tian remarked, "Indeed, it is of utmost importance to lay a solid foundation for our Xine. Let us proceed to guide her cultivation diligently." "Hooray!" Xine exclaimed with exuberance, embracing Fu Tian before bouncing joyfully into the room. Witnessing this scene, Tang Ho exhaled in relief, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He had been genuinely concerned that Fu Tian would seek to expel Zhao Feng and others, potentially igniting a fierce conflict. The young one may withdraw, should anything arise. "You may summon me," Tang Ho stated from outside the door before hastily departing. Chapter 71. The Secret of the Divine Sword Sect within a chamber aboard the Wind Shuttle. An exchange transpires. "Elder Mu, what is the matter? Why did you just instruct me not to take action? Is it truly so complicated?" It was merely a single blow that incapacitated the worthless He Fengjie. I could have done it myself. "What did you say? Is it beyond my capacity to contend with him? All the skills I possess were imparted by you. With your personal guidance, how could I possibly face defeat?" The voice of Zhao Wuchan reverberated through the room, yet should one dare to enter, they would find it vacant save for Zhao Wuchan himself. He appeared to be conversing with the air. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a black ring upon his right index finger, emitting a faint white glow, subtle and nearly imperceptible. At this moment, Zhao Wuchan was filled with vexation, a tempest of anger etched upon his brow. "Elder Mu, do you realize that when that boy gazed upon me, I actually trembled? Such a sensation is a profound humiliation, utterly intolerable. I must personally eradicate this stain upon my honor." Zhao Wuchan seethed, his eyes brimming with animosity towards Fu Tian. "That boy is likely not as simple as he appears. I am unable to discern the depths of his capabilities. He resembles an unfathomable abyss. I advise you to exercise caution until you have thoroughly investigated his background." A frail voice emerged, tinged with both uncertainty and wariness. "Humph. Elder Mu, did you not claim to be a transcendent being beyond the Liuli realm? How is it that you cannot even ascertain the background of a mere martial general?" Zhao Wuchan scoffed, his tone laden with dissatisfaction and a hint of skepticism. "Is this Elder Mu truly an entity beyond the Liuli realm? If so, why is he unable to uncover the secrets of a martial general?" The silence that followed was palpable, and after a considerable pause, the ring finally responded with indignation. "Boy, when given a glimmer of sunlight, you blossom. Were it not for me, you would still be a worthless individual. A trifling martial general with no qualifications to even carry my shoes." A flicker of malice flashed in Zhao Wuchan's eyes. He loathed being labeled a waste. He despised it, regardless of the source. This flicker of wrath was swiftly concealed, unnoticed by all. Regaining his composure, Zhao Wuchan spoke. "Elder Mu, I acknowledge my previous haste. I extend my apologies. Humph, never forget your standing. Do not forget that all your achievements, your reputation, your strength, are derived from me. Without my influence, you would be nothing." Yes, you are correct, Elder Mu. Such a situation shall not recur." The Wind Shuttle surged forward at astonishing speed, the scenery whizzing by like a rapid slideshow, overwhelming the senses. Above, Golden Eagle Mountain loomed majestically, its gaze piercing as it surveyed the direction of the western state's imperial city. The gathering of prodigies has commenced once more. I hope this time does not mirror the last. Do not disappoint me. Otherwise, the Flame sect may. Golden Eagle Mountain expressed a hint of concern as it cast a glance towards the chamber below, where Tian and his companions were resting. Elder Jean, rest assured. With the young master present, your esteemed sect shall not encounter the same misfortunes as before. Perhaps we might even seize the opportunity to claim the top position, capturing the attention of all and enticing numerous prodigies to pledge their allegiance to your sect. The voice of Hu Tao suddenly resonated, prompting Jean Pengshan to turn and behold his comrades standing on the deck, a smile gracing his lips. The mention of the summer solstice evoked memories of that powerful punch, invigorating Jean Pengshan's spirit and instilling a sense of confidence within him. So it is General Hu, he sighed, drawing strength from the general's auspicious words. Should the situation repeat itself as it did previously, the number of talents joining our Li Hua sect would dwindle, and over time, we might even find ourselves retreating from the stage of the 6 great sections. How then shall I explain this to our ancestors? Jean Pengshan lamented. As a native of the Li Hua sect, his feelings for it ran deep and sincere. Despite merely holding the position of elder, he devoted himself wholly to the well-being of the sect, even pondering the legacy of its forebears. Fear not, with the young master here, all challenges shall be effortlessly overcome, and this occasion shall be no exception. In stark contrast to Jean Pengshan's anxious demeanor, Hu Tao wore a smile, exuding confidence as though victory were assured. Jean Pengshan cast a fleeting glance at Hu Tao, remaining silent. He could not fathom why Hu Tao was so imbued with confidence. It bordered on the blind. Hu Tao, indeed, was self-assured, especially after witnessing the young master incapacitate 3 formidable 9th-level martial sovereigns with a single blow, a confidence that had morphed into something akin to reverence. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Tao had begun to align himself closely with Tian. With a leap, Jean Pengshan descended to Hu Tao's side, producing a flask of strong liquor and 2 small cups, filling them generously before handing one to Hu Tao. Hu Tao, a man of hearty disposition, seized the cup without hesitation and downed its contents. The fiery liquor coursed through him like flame, yet Hu Tao found himself craving more. Jean Pengshan poured another measure into his cup, saying, "Brother Hu, I cannot shake the feeling that the current younger generation is advancing in cultivation at an alarming rate. In our day, having 20 or 30 direct disciples was remarkable, yet now there are over 100. The disparity is staggering." Hu Tao took the liquor again, consuming it in one swift motion, and remarked, "Indeed, in the past, a martial sovereign commanded respect and instilled fear, but now, they are hardly worthy of a glance." Jean Pengshan refilled his cup, his brow furrowed with concern. Alas, we are born in the wrong era. In recent years, the spiritual energy permeating the world has intensified, enabling one day of cultivation to surpass what we accomplished in 2. Had I been born in this age, perhaps I would have had the chance to break through to the rank of martial king, unlike now, when I am but an aging man. Hu Tao paused, resonating with the sentiment regarding the heightened concentration of spiritual energy. In recent years, the abundance of spiritual energy in the world had increased significantly, facilitating cultivation and giving rise to prodigies emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain, far surpassing the talents of your. Take, for instance, the 10 direct disciples of the Li Hua sect. Although still young, their prowess is undeniably formidable, each appearing to be a potential martial king. In contrast, in the past, the emergence of even 1 or 2 such talents would have sparked jubilant celebrations throughout the sect. With this thought, Hu Tao once again downed his strong liquor and remarked, "Elder Jean, there is no need for such reservations. The surge of spiritual energy across the realms has made the path to advancement considerably easier. As the saying goes, everything is possible. With your solid foundation and formidable strength, I believe you should indeed attempt to break through." Jean Pengshan's face lit up with joy, clasping his hands together. He replied, "Then I shall take your wise counsel to heart. Upon my return, I will enter seclusion and endeavor to ascend to the rank of a martial king." However, he paused, and his expression grew serious as he continued, "But what is your view on the Divine Sword sect?" At this, Hu Tao's demeanor shifted, his eyes flickering as he set down his cup. Jean Pengshan pressed on. In the past, the 6 major sects were evenly matched, each possessing comparable strength. No one truly held the upper hand. Yet, with the recent surge of spiritual energy, while each sect has grown stronger, has the Divine Sword sect's rise not been excessively rapid? The disparity between the former 6 sons of the Divine Sword and the current ones is astonishing, almost beyond belief. Hu Tao furrowed his brow. While he acknowledged the point, He felt that this alone did not warrant suspicion. Jean Pingshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, if that were the sole factor, I would not question it, attributing their success merely to good fortune in acquiring prodigious talents. Are you aware of the Sect Exchange Conference? Jean Pingshan inquired. Hu Tao was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden shift to this topic. It seemed that he was also familiar with the conference. Noticing Hu Tao's expression, Jean Pingshan continued. The Sect Exchange Conference, held every 3 years, is conducted solely among our 6 major sections. Its primary purpose is to foster camaraderie and facilitate the exchange of martial techniques among the disciples, allowing them to garner invaluable insights for their cultivation. In past years, disciples from each sect would visit one another in turn. However, in recent years, the Divine Sword sect has inexplicably evaded our visits with various excuses, choosing instead to designate alternate locations for the conference. To be frank, we have not set foot in the Divine Sword sect for 3 consecutive sessions, amounting to 9 years. Have you noticed, Hu Tao, that the surge of spiritual energy began approximately 9 years ago? Hu Tao's pupils constricted in shock, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts, as if he had encountered an extraordinary revelation. Upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed the case. While he had some knowledge of the Divine Sword sect, it was rather superficial. Previously, the sect had not held the title of the foremost sect in Shizhou. It was merely on par with the other sections. Yet, in recent years, the Divine Sword sect's advancement had been exceptionally swift, surpassing the others by a significant margin. For instance, during the last gathering of prodigies, the Divine Sword sect effortlessly claimed the top position, decisively defeating the disciples of the other 5 major sects, earning much acclaim. It was during that time that the Divine Sword sect began to subtly emerge as the foremost among the 6 major sects, gradually outpacing the other 5 in strength. In contrast, the fire-leaving sect found itself relegated to a rather unfavorable rank. Perhaps as a result, the world perceived the fire-leaving sect as increasingly ineffectual, seemingly on a downward trajectory, with only a scant few talented individuals willing to join its ranks. The gathering of talents, in essence, is a competition for disciples among the various sects. The higher a sect's rank, the stronger it is deemed, and the greater its capacity to nurture genius, resulting in a burgeoning number of aspirants eager to affiliate themselves with it. This is one of the ways to cultivate a formidable image for one sect and serves as the most attractive option to entice prodigies to join. Coincidentally, the Divine Sword sect has clinched the top position in the gathering of talents for 2 consecutive years, its momentum seemingly unstoppable. Many have recognized this fact, sending their own talents to the Divine Sword sect in hopes that, under its guidance, they might evolve into formidable warriors. Consequently, the number of prodigies within the Divine Sword sect has surged, now significantly surpassing the other 5 sections. The Golden Rock Mountain is acutely aware of this, which explains its pervasive concern and discontent along the journey. What performance can the Divine Sword's 6 sons showcase this time? Will they once again dominate the scene and capture the public's attention? In truth, Golden Rock Mountain's expectations are modest. Attaining a respectable rank would suffice. Chapter 72. Xiat Songyu radiant colors shimmered, and ethereal energy floated gently. In the room, the atmosphere was vibrant with spiritual energy, saturating the entire space. The floor was adorned with numerous mid-tier spirit stones, perpetually sparkling and emanating a captivating aura. There were also depleted stones, resembling ordinary rocks, having lost their spiritual essence. On the bed, Yu Xiner sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut, hands positioned in a meditative posture at her lower dantian. Spiritual energy enveloped her, akin to celestial mist, lending her an air of otherworldly grace. Fu Tian observed Xiner from the side, nodding occasionally as he watched her practice. Xiner's speed of cultivation exceeded the expectations of both Fu Tian and Hu Tao. It was undoubtedly swift, and her comprehension was not lacking. With proper guidance, she could achieve profound insights, marking her as a prodigy. Such talent, within the confines of the Lihua sect, would undoubtedly qualify her as a direct disciple. However, in the vast realm of cultivation, such abilities appeared rather commonplace and hardly remarkable. Nonetheless, this was already an impressive feat. Xiner was merely a child from a barren village, and her achievements had far surpassed Hu Tao's anticipations. But was it truly just this? Fu Tian's intuition told him that Xiner was far more complex than she seemed. The series of anomalies surrounding her was like observing flowers through a fog. He could perceive their form, but not their essence. Merely this singular aspect was intriguing. Gazing at Xiner's delicate visage, her focused expression as she diligently absorbed spiritual energy, furrowed brows, and the intensity of her concentration, He noted how the energy flowed into her body like a gentle stream through her acupoints, gradually elevating her cultivation. This, Tian mused, was the typical appearance of a person cultivating, unlike his own exaggerated method. His terrifying absorption, akin to a whale devouring the ocean, was an extraordinary feat not achievable by a mere mortal, rendering him almost monstrous. That being said, if he were to start anew, he would undoubtedly choose the rapid pace of cultivation once more. As time trickled by, X's aura grew increasingly saturated, reminiscent of a balloon filled to the brim, seemingly on the verge of bursting. With a sudden crack, a sound emanated from within Xiner, and her rate of absorbing spiritual energy surged dramatically. The surrounding energy was drawn into her body, and her aura swelled alarmingly. A breakthrough to the 7th-layer martial artist. Xiner gradually opened her eyes, only to find Tian staring intently at her from a distance. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, and in an instant, her cheeks flushed like a burning ember, painting half her face crimson. Why is Big Brother looking at me? Is there something on my face? Xiner instinctively touched her exquisite features, finding nothing amiss. Tian chuckled, a mischievous thought arising within him. Xiner was so beautiful that even if her face bore some dirt, it would still be a sight to behold, filling him with affection. Upon hearing this, Xiner's cheeks deepened in hue, her head slightly bowed, fingers fidgeting restlessly, her heart in disarray, leading her into a moment of silence. The room sank into an enigmatic stillness, the air thick with a peculiar atmosphere. Tian sighed softly, feeling a touch of helplessness within. He was acutely aware of Xiner's feelings for him, having discovered them back in the barren village. Yet, what significance did it hold? With the system he had acquired, a life of ordinariness was not in his fate. Not only the martial king, but even the revered glazed realm was within his grasp, not exceedingly distant, revealing a considerable disparity between their standings. Indeed, Xiner's pace of cultivation rivaled that of ordinary individuals, and her innate understanding was commendable. With diligence, her future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. As Tian approached Xiner and gently ruffled her hair, he noted her petite frame. Although she was 15, on the cusp of womanhood, her upbringing in the barren village had left her undernourished and diminutive, resembling a lowly figure. However, now under Tian's care, receiving proper nourishment, she would surely thrive, growing in stature as the saying goes. A girl changes greatly by age 18. It was clear that her appearance would evolve significantly in the future. Xiner responded with a couple of affirmations, her heart brimming with sweetness, relishing the comforting affection from her older brother. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. "Is the young master in?" came Hu Tao's voice from outside. Tian returned to his seat and replied, "Come in." Hu Tao entered, his eyes lighting up as he sensed the changes in Xiner. "Has Miss Xiner made a breakthrough? Congratulations. Your talent is truly impressive. You may very well reach the level of a martial king." Xiner shook her head repeatedly. No. Achieving the level of a martial king is not something just anyone can attain. Even Uncle Hu Tao has not reached it, let alone myself. Thanks to Hu Tao's guidance, Xiner had gained a foundational understanding of the world of cultivation, stepping through a new threshold. She realized she was currently a martial artist within the 5 realms of mortals, with levels above her including martial master, martial general, martial sect, and martial king. Tian stood as a martial general, while Uncle Hu Tao was at the martial sect level, with the next step leading to the martial king. If even Uncle Hu Tao had yet to attain that level, how could she? Tian smiled gently at Xiner, saying, "You must have confidence in yourself. With such high talent, I believe you can achieve it." His few words warmed Xiner's heart, offering her immense encouragement. "By the way, young master, we are approaching the Western Zhou Imperial City. We can depart now." Hu Tao remarked. "Is it so soon?" Xiner exclaimed, realizing that her cultivation had felt like merely a fleeting moment. Hu Tao explained, "The distance from the Lihua sect to the Western Zhou Imperial City is not great, and with the wind shuttle's remarkable speed, we shall arrive in less than a day." "Oh," Xiner responded, somewhat dazed. Tian smiled lightly. "Let us go." On the wind shuttle, a group of individuals had already gathered. Apart from Elder Jean from Jinping Mountain, there were 8 men and 2 women, all standing tall, exuding an air of pride and superiority that was unmistakable. They were the 10 direct disciples of the Lihua sect. As Tian stepped out the door, before his foot could fully touch the ground, a chorus of gazes converged upon him. Undaunted, he paid no mind, leading Xiner onward. "Brother Tian, we are nearing the Western Zhou Imperial City," one of them announced. To be honest, I have yet to visit the royal city of the Western Zhou. I am uncertain of what the so-called first city of the Western Zhou will behold." Chang ambled over with a naive expression, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Fu Tian remarked lightly, "It would be delightful to take a stroll there. Seeing more is invariably beneficial. I wish to go as well. I yearn to see it," exclaimed Exinair, her eyes shimmering with excitement, already filled with eager anticipation. Having emerged from the barren village, she was imbued with a sense of wonder for the world beyond, perhaps a reflection of her youthful innocence, always curious about the unknown. A bunch of simpletons. They have never even set foot in the royal city of the Western Zhou. I fear it would bring disgrace to our sect, especially for us disciples of the Lihua sect. Just then, an untimely voice pierced through, dripping with sarcasm. A young man clad in white, with a look of disdain, regarded Chang and Exinair, holding a delicate fan before his mouth, revealing only half of his face. As he spoke, the eyes of many direct disciples sparkled with intrigue, each wearing expressions that hinted at an impending spectacle. Even Zhao Feng, who stood nearby observing with a cool demeanor, exhibited a flicker of interest, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he took in the unfolding scene. The second-ranked disciple among the direct disciples, Xia Sangyu. Chapter 73. A modicum of intimidation. Xia Sangyu, wielding a delicate fan, wore a sardonic expression as he gazed at the country bumpkin before him. Surrounding him were numerous eyes, reflecting a myriad of emotions: mockery, curiosity, sympathy, a veritable tapestry of reactions. This caused Xia Sangyu to furrow his brow in confusion, his displeasure palpable. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed a formidable aura from within, establishing a palpable barrier against those around him. In an instant, the gazes receded like a tide, as if they had never existed, restoring a sense of calm. Everyone, in unspoken agreement, refrained from mentioning the events prior to the arrival of Fu Tian, their expressions a mix of anticipation for the spectacle about to unfold. Even Zhao Feng, who had previously encountered difficulties at the hands of this young man, observed with keen interest, fully aware of Xia Sangyu's true capabilities, which belied his unassuming appearance. "Let Xia Sangyu test the waters," Zhao Feng mused. Zhao Wuchan, in the shadows, scrutinized the situation, seeking to comprehend the gravity of Elder Mu's caution regarding this individual. What secrets did he harbor, and what made him so extraordinary? With his fan concealing the corner of his mouth, Xia Sangyu directed his gaze towards Fu Tian and his companions, dismissively stating, "When we arrive at the imperial city of Shizhou, you would do well to part ways and find a tavern to your liking. Do not associate with me, for I cannot afford such embarrassment." Imagine the laughter of others when they learn that country bumpkins like you have never set foot in the imperial city of Shizhou. Xia Sangyu's words were not without merit. The forthcoming imperial city would be a gathering place for prodigies, with the most talented disciples from the 6 major sects converging there. Figures such as the 6 heroes of the divine sword and the 10 talents of the imperial city would undoubtedly make their appearances, engaging in covert competitions. At that moment, if the Lihua sect were to send forth 2 individuals claiming ignorance of the imperial city, merely wishing to sightsee, what would be the outcome? They would be ridiculed mercilessly by the elite of the 5 sects, branding the Lihua sect as a haven for bumpkins. How would they perceive me, Xia Sangyu? As merely the brother of a country bumpkin? Could I allow my illustrious reputation to be tarnished in such a manner? Absolutely not. This notion was intolerable to the prideful Xia Sangyu. Meanwhile, Xner's fair face flushed crimson, her head bowed slightly. His words had struck a chord within her, making her feel as though she had indeed brought shame upon them, thus leading to a sense of inferiority. Witnessing Xner's discomfort, Fu Tian couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling her hair. "Pay no heed to him. If you wish to see, I shall take you to explore the wonders of the imperial city of Shizhou. Pursue what you desire, regardless of the opinions of others, especially not from someone like him." Xia Sangyu's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of anger igniting within him. What did he mean by someone like him? His tone turned sardonic as he retorted, "Oh, it seems you harbor some grievances towards me. Are you aware of the fate that befell the last person who did?" As soon as the words left his lips, Xia Sangyu waved his hand to stow away the fan, unleashing a potent aura, revealing his formidable cultivation at the 9th level of martial generals, bearing down upon Fu Tian and his companions. The overwhelming aura was so potent that it caused a heaviness to settle in one's heart, accompanied by a slight tremor. The expressions of the surrounding disciples shifted to one of astonishment, their gazes towards Xia Sangyu brimming with apprehension. Xia Sangyu had indeed grown stronger. Chang's countenance abruptly changed, feeling as though a small mountain had pressed down upon him. His bones creaked ominously, making it difficult for him to breathe, and cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Fu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xner. Such a formidable presence enveloped Fu Tian, yet it was as if a stone had been cast into the ocean, making no ripple, disappearing without a trace. Xia Zhongyu raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Fu Tian shifting, astonishment flickering within him as he retracted his dismissive demeanor. I wondered how one could dare to underestimate me. It seems the possession of a modicum of strength has led to a sense of arrogance, Xia Zhongyu scoffed. Upon hearing this, many wore expressions of bemusement. How familiar those words sounded. Hadn't he Fengjie recently uttered something akin to this before nearly meeting his demise? Could it be that Xia Zhongyu would follow in He Fengjie's footsteps? With this thought, several turned their eyes towards He Fengjie in the distance. After a period of treatment and consuming the high-grade healing elixir bestowed by Elder Jin, He Fengjie had awakened and could now rise from his bed. Though his face still bore a pallid hue, a clear indication of his weakened state, as he had not yet fully recovered. Feeling the multitude of eyes upon him, He Fengjie's expression soured. He quickly turned his head away, pretending to be oblivious, though his gaze slyly flicked towards Xia Zhongyu. He, too, was curious whether Xia Zhongyu might meet a fate similar to his own. Fu Tian also found the words strikingly familiar, as if he had recently heard them from another. He immediately retorted, "Do you know what became of the last person who uttered those words?" Xia Zhongyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What happened?" "You shall find out shortly," came the reply. With a swift motion, Fu Tian advanced, his speed akin to lightning, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a mere shadow that lingered momentarily. His left hand transformed from an open palm to a clenched fist, a tremendous force coalescing as he aimed a strike towards Xia Zhongyu's chest. How swift! Xia Zhongyu's expression shifted dramatically. The opponent was alarmingly fast, leaving him no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, the fist was already perilously close. On the verge of striking him, Zhao Wuchen and Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. They had finally witnessed something of interest and began to observe intently. Xia Zhongyu's mind had yet to catch up, but his body instinctively reacted, his right hand crossing in front of his chest. Crack! Another sound of bone cracking resonated as Xia Zhongyu's right hand was crushed by the blow, pain etched across his face, and his figure was sent hurtling backward at great speed. As if instinctively seeking to create distance, Xia Zhongyu's figure flickered, employing several instantaneous movements to separate himself from Fu Tian. The excruciating pain radiating from his right hand contorted Xia Zhongyu's features. His elbow joint had been brutally shattered. In a moment of urgency, he hastily consumed a healing pill, which brought a slight improvement to his complexion and alleviated the intense pain in his right hand. Yet, his gaze towards Fu Tian was laden with gravity, no longer dismissive. Fu Tian clicked his tongue, regarding Xia Zhongyu with an expression brimming with mockery. His earlier blow had been a mere casual strike, lacking any semblance of earnestness, comparable to his punch aimed at He Fengjie. However, the outcomes of the two encounters were starkly different. One had succumbed to unconsciousness, while the other merely suffered a fractured bone. The disparity in their strengths was unmistakably evident. He Fengjie, recognizing this, wore an even more sullen expression, clenching his fists, his heart filled with reluctance. Subsequently, he loosened his grip. What good was his unwillingness? He had to concede that Xia Zhongyu's talent indeed surpassed his own, rendering any comparison futile. With a disdainful smile, Fu Tian took slow strides forward. Yet, after just a few steps, Xia Zhongyu, filled with apprehension, involuntarily took a step back. This single retreat sent shockwaves through his heart, his pupils contracting in disbelief. How could I have retreated? Against someone of a similar age, I stepped back. Xia Zhongyu was engulfed in tumultuous emotions, struggling to regain composure. Although he ranked second among the direct disciples, his strength was only slightly inferior to Zhao Feng's. Thus, he never felt overly apprehensive in Zhao Feng's presence, often displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, he was astounded to find himself involuntarily retreating before Fu Tian. Such a minor step back now seemed insurmountable to reclaim. Enough, enough. What is all this commotion? We are nearing the imperial city of Shizhou. Can we not maintain some decorum? A sharp voice interrupted, and Jin Pengshan emerged from the room. What can you achieve by causing a ruckus now? If you can still create such a stir upon our arrival at the imperial city, that would truly impress me. I shall report your exploits to the sect and recommend you for an award, he declared, casting a glance at the gathered direct disciples. All those who met Jin Pengshan's gaze immediately averted their eyes, offering awkward smiles, too intimidated to look directly at him. Are you kidding? 'Cause a scene in the imperial city of Shizhou? Do you think those prodigies are mere fools? In the crowd, only Fu Tian dared to meet Jin Pengshan's gaze, unfazed. A ruckus in the imperial city of Shizhou? That sounds intriguing. I only hope those prodigies do not disappoint me, he remarked before returning to XNR's side. The other direct disciples were momentarily taken aback, then displayed expressions of derision, their hearts filled with disdain. Tian's words seemed to belittle the talented disciples of Shizhou, exuding arrogance and a lack of self-awareness. Even Zhao Feng would not dare to utter such words. He treated the talented disciples of Shizhou with utmost caution and respect. However, considering Tian's strength, the expressions of the direct disciples calmed once more. Perhaps he truly could deliver on his bold claims? Thus, amidst their various thoughts, the Lihua sect finally arrived at the imperial city of Shizhou. Chapter 74. The unfathomable sea of flowers in the imperial city of Shizhou, within the royal palace. A remarkably handsome and exceptionally poised young man knelt before a middle-aged figure. The air of commanding authority surrounding him was unmistakable as he gazed ahead at the man. His brow furrowed with confusion. "Father, why must we open the ancient wolf sacred land now? Is it not customary to do so only once every 5 years? To do so without cause seems rather abrupt," he questioned, his voice laced with bewilderment. Such a deviation from tradition was indeed unusual. The ancient wolf sacred land had always adhered to a 5-year cycle, without exception. The notion of an early opening caught him off guard, prompting him to seek clarification from his father and prepare for this unexpected journey. Seated upon the dragon throne, the middle-aged man exuded an undeniable authority, his mere presence instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was none other than the reigning monarch of Shizhou, Zhou Kuan. With an air of calmness, he regarded the kneeling youth and remarked, "Indeed, the ancient wolf sacred land has traditionally opened once every 5 years, a rule that has persisted through the ages. However, the current state of the world has undergone certain shifts, and we can no longer afford to adhere to past conventions. To maintain our integrity, we must embrace change, otherwise." Zhou Kuan's words trailed off, yet their weight was palpable, causing the young man's pupils to dilate in astonishment, stirring a tempest within him. The world was changing? Maintaining their integrity? Was it possible that the royal family of Shizhou, with its rich historical legacy and accumulated strength, could not weather this impending crisis? As a member of the royal family, the young man was acutely aware of their formidable foundation, which surpassed that of the so-called 6 major sects of Shizhou. Historically, the royal family had navigated several crises with their profound heritage, emerging unscathed. Yet, the current circumstances felt alarmingly unorthodox. Not only did his father's words convey a sense of apprehension, but the very rules governing the ancient wolf sacred land were being shattered. No longer bound by the 5-year interval, this revelation weighed heavily on the young man's heart, suffocating him with an unshakable dread. He understood that his father was not jesting. Perhaps this crisis was far more complex than he had envisioned, and relying solely on their historical prestige would not suffice to ensure their dominance in Shizhou. A colossal weight seemed to press upon his chest, preventing him from finding peace. Observing his son's turmoil, Zhou Kuan let out a soft sigh and continued, "My son, there is no need for concern. Even if the sky were to fall, your father would be here to hold it up. Whether the sky can indeed fall is a matter still open to debate." Upon hearing this, the young man finally exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, his father remained steadfast, an unwavering pillar of strength. With his father's assurance, he felt bolstered. "Since you have said so, I shall take my leave," he replied respectfully. The young man bowed respectfully before attempting to depart. "Wait." Zhou Kuan seemed to recall something, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Longer, among my many offspring, you possess the greatest talent. You are aware of the high hopes I have for you. I have always wished for you to venture beyond the confines of Shizhou and into the land of numerous strong warriors, rather than remain limited to this small region." The young man nodded earnestly, recognizing that his father's treatment of him differed from that of his siblings. The resources, martial techniques, and personal guidance he received far surpassed what others enjoyed, and he could sense the expectations in his father's eyes. Thus, he had exerted himself diligently, striving harder than his peers, determined not to disappoint his father. Now, his cultivation and accomplishments indeed reflected his father's painstaking efforts, aligning with Zhou Kuan's aspirations. Zhou Kuan spoke with solemnity, "The world is changing. This presents both peril and opportunity. History reveals that heroes emerge in times of chaos, while the prosperous age is often filled with mediocrity. I hope you can seize this calamity to soar to great heights and become a formidable warrior. The ancient wolf sacred land. Make sure to seize this opportunity." "Yes," the young man affirmed with great fervor, his voice resounding with confidence. Zhou Kuan nodded in satisfaction, sensing the determination within Longer. "By the way, there is a disciple of the Lihua sect named Tian. You should seek him out. Remember, you may befriend him, but do not offend him." With that final admonition, Zhou Kuan waved his sleeve, and the young man felt a dizzying sensation before finding himself standing outside the imperial palace. This left him in awe, solidifying his resolve to become a powerful figure like his father. Lihua's sect? Tian. The name lingered in the young man's mind as he fell into contemplation. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Wow, is this truly the imperial city of Shizhou? The largest and most opulent city in the region? On the windswept shuttle, Exeter gazed down in wonder at the vast cityscape stretching endlessly before her, unable to suppress her exclamation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shichong stood beside her, equally enthralled, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the imperial city of Shizhou. Its expanse surpasses that of any other city. Tian, look at the throngs of people below." Within the city, the streets bustled with activity, a sea of humanity that appeared dark from above, capable of claiming half the imperial territory. With sharper vision, one could discern the faces of the populace. Simpletons. Not far away, Xia Zhangyu observed Exiner and Shichong, who were in awe of their surroundings. Crossing his arms and murmuring disdainfully, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet, the words did not escape the keen ears of the surrounding disciples, at their level of cultivation. No subtle sound could elude them. Tian naturally overheard, casting a fleeting glance before dismissing it. The two were of different realms. There was no need for him to be angered over such triviality. Had Exener not been so embarrassed, he would not have intervened earlier. Unfazed by Xia Zhangyu's mockery, Exener and Shichong pretended not to hear, asking, "Big brother, where shall we explore next? What captivating attractions might the imperial city of Shizhou hold? Let us venture to the Sea of Unknown Flowers, renowned for its enchanting blooms." At this moment, Hu Tao suddenly stepped towards Tian, stating, "To the east of the imperial city lies a place known as the Sea of Unknown Flowers, where a myriad of blossoms flourish, diverse in their varieties, many of which are so unfamiliar that even the world cannot name them. I believe Miss Exiner would find it delightful." "The Sea of Unknown Flowers?" Exiner inquired, her dark, round eyes blinking in curiosity. "Why is it called the Sea of Unknown Flowers?" Hu Tao appeared contemplative, stroking his simple head. "The name Sea of Unknown Flowers was bestowed by the people, and I too am uncertain as to why it bears such a title. However, it is said that this sea of flowers blossomed overnight, just the day before. It was the familiar imperial city, and the next, a splendid floral expanse emerged in the east, quite mysteriously. Since no one knows who is responsible, the people aptly named it the Sea of Unknown Flowers." Upon hearing this, Exiner nodded, her expression a mixture of understanding and confusion. "If that is the case, then let us go and see." Tian seemed intrigued, speaking softly. It was unclear when Tian had begun to develop a fascination for the extraordinary, such as the mysteriously blooming sea of unknown flowers, which piqued his interest. As the saying goes, to read 10,000 books is not as useful as to travel 10,000 miles. The more one experiences, the greater one's understanding becomes. Perhaps it was due to the recent strange occurrences in his own life that Tian felt particularly curious and eager to explore. If you wish to visit, you might inquire with the Xiang family, for it is said that the formation of the Sea of Unknown Flowers is connected to them, and coincidentally, the Xiang family resides in the east. Thus there may indeed be a relationship between the two, Hu Tao suggested. When one thinks of the Sea of Unknown Flowers, the Xiang family undoubtedly comes to mind, especially since this floral expanse falls within their jurisdiction. It would be hard to believe that there is no connection whatsoever. The Xiang family, you say? Tian noted silently. In the imperial city of Shizhou, there are 4 prominent families: the Nanluo family in the south, the Beiyang family in the north, the Xiang family in the east, and the Liji family in the west. These 4 families occupy the 4 corners of the imperial city, while the royal family resides at its very center. With the winds guiding him under the control of Jinping Mountain, he swiftly arrived at his destination, the imperial palace of Shizhou. After some reflection, I believe that novels of this nature could benefit from a more straightforward approach. I hope for more evaluative feedback. Thank you. Chapter 75. The Central Moon Red Mansion Ding. System 2. 0 activation successful. Ding. Check-in system rebooted. As I traversed the wind shuttle during the sultry days of summer, a long-lost yet familiar voice echoed in my mind, stirring my spirit. At last it has arrived. The sultry days are unforgettable for the system, for my remarkable feats are entirely attributed to its extraordinary capabilities. With an initial endowment of a chaos saint body and the most formidable body refinement technique, I was bestowed with the power to alter my fate. I pondered what the updated system would entail. Ding. System task functionality unlocked. Ding. Daily resource check-in functionality unlocked. Ding. The system has abolished the check-in level system, replacing it with a task reward system. What does this mean? I felt a slight confusion. The first two were somewhat comprehensible, but the last one left me perplexed. Fool, it means that check-ins will no longer be tiered. Instead, rewards will be based on task completion. You accept a task, and the system will automatically assess its level, granting corresponding rewards upon completion. The system explained with a hint of sarcasm. Now I grasp it. Previously, I could idly wait for rewards through check-ins without any effort. Now, I must fulfill tasks to receive my rewards. In essence, I am to become a laborer for the system. From this day forth, I am to embrace the life of a worker. Hooray for the working class. My spirits dimmed at the thought. Shouldn't the system become increasingly magnificent after an update? It dares to vie with the heavens, to challenge the underworld, boldly proclaiming its intention to defy fate, regardless of whether the heavens harbor any grudge against me. Yet here I am, reduced to a mere laborer. It is often said that the more updates a system undergoes, the more it ensnares its user. And I have finally come to understand this truth. Well, never mind that. Could it be that I cannot complete a single task? I'm used. Thus, the wind shuttle descended amid my somewhat despondent mood. Shizhou Royal Mansion, a prestigious institution that rivals the 6 major sects of Shizhou. Why, you may ask? It is, of course, bolstered by the support of the Shizhou royal family. The Shizhou Royal Mansion, established by the royal family, is dedicated to training future members of the royalty. It is said that over 90% of its students will serve the royal family upon graduation, becoming part of its ranks. However, there are no absolutes in life. If one is sufficiently powerful, they cannot be constrained in the least, and may depart freely, roaming the vast world at will. The Shizhou Royal Mansion is also the gathering place for each gathering of prodigies, where the 6 major sects converge. Friends from the Lihua sect have arrived. Apologies for the wait. I have prepared guest rooms for your long journey. Should you feel weary, please take a moment to rest. As I disembarked from the wind shuttle, I was greeted by a sprightly elder with hair as white as snow, yet a youthful visage, moving with remarkable agility. In a few fleeting moments, he approached me. Upon seeing the elder, Jin Pengshan immediately clasped his hands in salute, courteously stating, It is Director Ran. To have you personally welcome us is indeed a surprise. Ran Xinrui, the vice president of the Shizhou Royal Mansion, possesses a cultivation level nearing the realm of a martial king, making him a formidable figure in the vast expanse of Shizhou. Elder Jin, you are being too modest. When esteemed guests arrive from afar, it is only natural to extend a warm welcome. Otherwise, I might be criticized for my court's lack of etiquette, which would be quite detrimental to my reputation, remarked Ran Xinrui with a smile. Please, she added, gracefully gesturing as she escorted the disciples of the Lihua sect to their designated quarters. In the expansive imperial palace of Shizhou, there were certainly an abundance of guest rooms. While the quantity was adequate, the quality varied significantly. The first tier of accommodation, known as the Pinji Jian, could only sufficiently house the disciples of a single sect. These rooms were not only well-appointed and luxurious, but also stocked with spiritual fruits and beast meats, infused with a rich aura of spiritual energy. Most importantly, they were attended by maidservants, making for a far more comfortable stay than other quarters. The second tier, referred to as Shuji Jian, could accommodate disciples from 2 sections. These rooms were well-furnished and of commendable quality, providing a fair amount of spiritual fruits and beast meats, with a decent concentration of spiritual energy, thus ensuring a comfortable residence. The third tier, the most modest, was known as Juji Jian, suitable for the last 3 sects' disciples. While the facilities were acceptable and included some spiritual fruits and beast meats, their quality was merely average, as was the spiritual energy, rendering the stay rather unremarkable. Consequently, some disciples residing in the Juji Jian would opt to stay at the more upscale inns within the city, preferring to spend extra coin rather than endure the mediocrity of such quarters. The palace did not concern itself with this choice. The rooms were provided, and whether one chose to inhabit them was entirely their affair, with no one to meddle in such matters. Even some disciples from the Pinji Jian would choose to lodge in the city's finer inns, rendering the issue inconsequential. It was anticipated that the residence for the group of Fuyishan would undoubtedly be the Juji Jian. The allocation of rooms had been determined by the rankings from the previous genius gathering. This was to be the living quarters for the disciples of the Lihua sect, and Ran Xinrui invited Elder Jin to follow her. My sole task is to guide the disciples of each sect to their respective accommodations, and nothing more, she said. Thank you for your efforts, Dean Ran, replied Jin Pengshan, clasping his fists in gratitude. As the leading elder, he naturally had a separate residence and would not be staying with the disciples. Thus, with laughter and conversation, Jin Pengshan and Ran Xinrui departed, much to the bewilderment of the disciples. Is this truly our living quarters? They wondered, gazing at the 10 guest rooms before them, each of a modest size and situated closely together. Despite the adequacy of the number, the disciples' expressions were filled with disdain, clearly unimpressed by the accommodations. These rooms paled in comparison to the luxurious chambers they enjoyed at the Lihua sect, which were grand and spacious, boasting superior conditions and abundant amenities. One could even liken it to a paradise on earth. How could they possibly be expected to reside in such a humble abode? It must be said without reservation that some inner disciples enjoy living conditions far superior to this. Many disciples secretly shook their heads, expressing their inability to endure such circumstances, finding them utterly unacceptable. However, Shurchang broke into a grin, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Not bad at all, much better than the living conditions of outer disciples." Upon hearing this, several disciples glanced sideways at Shurchang. After all, who among them had not begun as an outer disciple, gradually ascending to the rank of direct disciple? They were all too familiar with the living conditions of outer disciples, having experienced them firsthand, and they knew quite well that those were considerably worse. Now, with time having passed and circumstances changed, the thought of returning to such modest accommodations filled them with reluctance and disdain. Were they born of noble status, unworthy of residing in such quarters? If that were the case, how had they endured their days as outer disciples? Reflecting on this, many felt a tumult of emotions within, their hearts a mix of sentiments. How could such quarters be deemed suitable for my residence? The past is the past, and the present stands apart. They cannot be compared. If you wish to stay, then so be it. The first to voice dissent was Xia Zhangyu, who scoffed with contempt, his disdain palpable as he flung his robes and turned to leave. Watching Xia Zhangyu depart, the remaining disciples exchanged glances, some silently agreeing with his sentiments. Indeed, the past was the past. Back then, they had been weak and lowly, confined to humble abodes. Yet now, they were no longer the same. Their strength had grown formidable, and their status elevated, rendering such quarters beneath them. With this realization, many disciples departed with resolute expressions, their silence echoing their thoughts. One couldn't fathom why the imperial residence would assign such meager accommodations to them. It was pitifully inadequate. At that moment, Tang Ho approached Fu Tian with a spring in his step, making a disparaging remark. Shurchang scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, and replied, "Inadequate? I actually think it's quite acceptable. Living here should be fine." Tang Ho shot a serious glance at Shurchang. "Are you for real, brother? Where exactly are we supposed to stay? It seems this ISNT meant for us." His heart was filled with confusion. The 10 quarters were designated for the top 10 direct disciples of the grand competition, and they had no relation to his group, making it impossible for them to reside there. "My lord, it would be better to stay at an inn outside. I know of a fine establishment with excellent living conditions. If you wish, I can arrange it right away," Hu Tao suggested. Fu Tian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed there was no other option. "Ah, my lord, I know of a splendid inn called the Red Moon Pavilion, regarded as a paradise for men, famously known for the saying, 'Stay a night. Extend your life by a year.' Why not experience it tonight?" Upon hearing Hu Tao's proposal, Tang Ho eagerly interjected, a sly smile gracing his lips as he regarded Fu Tian knowingly. "Oh." Fu Tian's expression shifted, intrigue sparking within him. He was well aware of the nature of the establishment Tang Ho mentioned. Not only was he aware, but he was also particularly familiar with it. As a promising youth of the new era, one who embodies comprehensive development in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor, it is indeed vital to gain an understanding of such well-known locales. In the days when I still walked the earth, I often heard my peers speak of this place. Despite their tender years, they exhibited considerable audacity, embarking on the path of indulgence with remarkable zeal, depicting it as an enigmatic realm that left their classmates with gleaming eyes and tears of longing. During those sultry summer days, I listened intently. Yet my knowledge was merely hearsay. The true nature of the place remained unknown to me. "Very well, I shall heed your suggestion. Tonight, I shall reside at the central moon-red pavilion," said Fu Tian, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Brother Fu Tian, that might not be prudent, venturing to such a place." Shurchang swallowed hard, his expression tinged with awkwardness as he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Though he had never set foot in the Western Zhou Imperial City or the central moon-red pavilion, he could surmise its character from Tang Ho's descriptions, prompting his warning to Fu Tian. "Not prudent? What could possibly be imprudent about it? You, my naive friend, are merely speaking from ignorance. Once you experience it yourself, who knows, perhaps next time you will be the one insisting I accompany you." Tang Ho chuckled with a mischievous grin, casting a glance at the visibly uncomfortable Shurchang. Shurchang dared not meet Tang Ho's gaze, instead focusing on scratching his head, his face flushing with embarrassment, his demeanor somewhat awkward. Fu Tian observed this exchange with amusement, a soft smile gracing his lips as he recognized that the world was far more intriguing than he had initially perceived. All right then, it is settled. We shall visit the Central Moon Red Pavilion tonight. Chapter 76. Candied Hawthorne. As anticipated, some disciples, upon encountering such a modest abode, departed without a second thought. Others ventured inside, pondering whether it might conceal hidden treasures. They speculated whether Dean Rand had a deeper intention in assigning them to this humble dwelling. Yet, ultimately, they emerged shaking their heads, visibly disappointed, and turned away without a backward glance. Accustomed to luxurious palaces, they were reluctant to reside in such humble quarters. However, as some were leaving, they cast meaningful glances at Fu Tian, which slightly piqued his interest. First was Zhao Feng, who shot a disdainful glance at him, snorted, and turned away, parting the crowd as he passed. His gaze seemed to convey a silent challenge. Let us see how this unfolds. Next was Dao Yuanshuang, a mysterious veiled woman of considerable strength and pride. Following a humiliating encounter with Fu Tian, she now bore a grudge. With a complex expression, she sighed and departed. Then there was He Fengjia, whose pallid face revealed his resentment as he looked at Fu Tian, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. Fu Tian understood all too well the reasons behind it. He had not only embarrassed He, but had also inflicted serious injuries that remained unhealed. Aware of the insurmountable chasm between them, he could only sigh deeply, his heart heavy, before leaving in despair. Lastly, there was Zhao Wuqing, a man of fortuitous lineage. As he departed, he cast a lingering glance at Fu Tian, his eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. With a smirk, he transformed into a peculiar warrior and vanished from sight. Hu Tao observed the gazes of these individuals and recalled the master's past actions with a mix of resignation and concern. Master, it appears you have offended quite a few people, and they are all talented disciples of the Lihua sect. Might this be? Though aware of Fu Tian's considerable prowess and extraordinary talent, Hu Tao worried that the individuals he had crossed were not lacking in ability either, each possessing the potential of the sect's direct disciples. If they were to grow stronger in the future, it could become a significant issue. In response, Fu Tian merely smiled nonchalantly. He understood Hu Tao's concerns, but remained unfazed. A swarm of ants, even if they grow, will still remain ants. The gap between us will only widen until they can no longer see my back. For reasons unknown. As Hu Tao gazed at the confident smile on Fu Tian's lips and absorbed his audacious words, he felt no sense of absurdity. It was as if he were recounting an everyday occurrence. This revelation astonished Hu Tao, prompting an involuntary smile, pure and free of earlier trepidation, replaced instead with admiration for his master. At that moment, dusk was settling in, and the sun's fading rays bathed the land in a golden hue, creating a breathtaking sight. Within the imperial city of Shizhou, the streets remained bustling and vibrant. On a sultry summer day, a group of travelers meandered down the bustling streets, en route to the renowned floral sea of the imperial city. The hour was still early, not yet time for repose, and serendipitously, Xiner found herself preoccupied with thoughts of the vibrant blossoms, while Fu Tian harbored a spark of curiosity as well. Thus, they set forth on their journey. However, the absence of Hu Tao was palpable. Aware that the young master would be lodging at the Central Moon Red Mansion that evening, Hu Tao had taken it upon himself to make the necessary arrangements, while also intending to check on the mischievous young soldiers back at the camp, who were notoriously unruly and unmanageable. Fu Tian nodded in agreement, promising to reconvene at the Central Moon Red Mansion that night, and so Hu Tao departed. As they continued, Xio suddenly halted, her eyes fixed intently ahead, her lips slightly parted, revealing a glimmer of curiosity and longing. What is it? Fu Tian inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. Shichang and Tang Ho also felt a sense of intrigue and paused in their tracks. Following Xiner's gaze, the group turned to see what had captured her attention, and upon recognizing the source, expressions of enlightenment spread across their faces. Come one, come all. Don't miss out on the exquisite candied hawthorn. If it isn't sweet, you needn't pay a dime. To have never tasted, it would be a lifelong regret. In the distance, a stooped old man brandished a skewer laden with glistening candied hawthorn, calling out to passers-by, surrounded by a throng of eager children. The vibrant clusters of candied fruit sparkled enticingly, exuding a delightful aroma that made one's mouth water with the desire to savor its delectable essence. No wonder Xiner had come to a standstill. It was a true killer of children. The candied hawthorn had made its grand entrance. Yet Xiner was no longer a mere child. At 15, she was of an age where marriage was a possibility in this world. Fu Tian smiled softly. affectionately ruffling Exener's hair, while she squinted her eyes in blissful enjoyment. In Fu Tian's heart, irrespective of Exener's age, she would eternally be his cherished little girl, an adorable child deserving of affection. Do you wish to have some? Fu Tian squatted down to match Exener's height, speaking with a gentle smile. She hesitated, contemplating the throng of small children, no older than 5 or 6, clamoring for the candied hawthorn beside the old man, and promptly dismissed the idea, shaking her head in refusal. Humph, I am not a child anymore. Those treats are for little ones. I shall not indulge. And no, I do not wish for any. Big brother, let us continue our walk, Exener resolutely declared, suppressing her intense desire as she averted her gaze from the candied hawthorn and pressed onward. Her pace quickened significantly, clearly a deliberate act. Fu Tian was momentarily taken aback. How could she have seemed so eager just moments ago, only to suddenly feign disinterest? Shichong and Tang Ho exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed by Exener's sudden change of heart. Alas, the mysteries of a woman's heart are as deep as the ocean. Yet, as a paragon of virtue from the 21st century, Fu Tian, having momentarily faltered, soon discerned the underlying reason behind her behavior. Stepping forward, he gently grasped Exener's smooth and delicate hand, saying, "Elder brother wishes to indulge. Would you accompany me, Exener?" Upon hearing this, Exener felt a wave of astonishment. How could such an elder still desire such treats? Were they not meant for children? However, as she caught the glimmer of a teasing smile in his eyes, the clever Exener quickly understood, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She spoke somewhat awkwardly, ahem, "Well, if elder brother wishes to eat, I suppose I shall reluctantly accompany you, but this is not something I desire." As she spoke, her gaze flitted about, unable to meet Fu Tian's eyes. Oh, now it makes sense. At that moment, Shichong and Tang Ho exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with wisdom as if they had seen through it all. This only made Exener feel more bashful, her cheeks growing even rosier, nearly glistening with moisture. Nevertheless, Shichong and Tang Ho merely smiled at each other, saying nothing further. Their hearts warmed by Exener's innocent charm. Perhaps this was the essence of a child's thoughts? "Let us go," Fu Tian declared, taking Exener's hand and leading her toward the stooped old man. "Excuse me, sir, how much for these candied hawthorns?" he inquired, gazing at the shiny, glistening treats on the stick. Observing the fine attire of Fu Tian and his companions, the old man quickly discerned that they were not ordinary folk. He immediately replied, "Sir, these candied hawthorns are of little value. If you wish, I shall gladly gift you a few strings, no payment necessary." "That cannot be," Fu Tian retorted, firmly believing that as a paragon of the 21st century, he must uphold the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. "Here's the deal. You provide us with 4 strings, and this is for you." With that, Fu Tian produced a mid-tier spirit stone and offered it to the old man. Upon seeing the spirit stone, the old man's eyes nearly bulged. Such wealth was beyond what he could earn in a lifetime selling candied hawthorns. Realizing that these individuals were extraordinary, he instinctively recoiled, shaking his head vigorously. "Sir, truly, these candied hawthorns are not worth it. If you wish to take them, please do so without payment." As the old man's words faded, he watched helplessly as Fu Tian and his companions walked away, each holding a string of candied hawthorns, while his palm inexplicably cradled the mid-tier spirit stone, its brilliance almost blinding. Without hesitation, the old man knelt, repeatedly exclaiming, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." He bowed 3 times before disappearing with his stick of candied hawthorns. "Wow, elder brother, these candied hawthorns are truly sweet. They're the sweetest thing I have ever tasted." Exener exclaimed, "Is that so? I'm glad you like them. Next time, we shall enjoy them together again," he responded. "Yea, you are the best, elder brother. You must not deceive me. You must come again next time." Of course, I promise." Chapter 77. The young lady of the Xiang family, the unknowable sea of flowers, is renowned throughout the imperial city of Shizhou, a place where no one remains unaware of its existence. You may ponder the reason for its fame. It is, of course, due to its mysterious emergence. One fateful night, it appeared suddenly within the confines of the Shizhou imperial city, unnoticed by anyone. Since then, the unknowable sea of flowers has not only become a breathtaking spectacle, but also a subject of intrigue. There have been proposals to eradicate the sea of flowers, for its abrupt appearance is unsettling, evoking a sense of fear. It is far from an ordinary floral expanse, leaving many to speculate whether it is a blessing or a curse. However, the Xiang family intervened to dismiss this proposal, asserting their authority over the area where the sea of flowers had blossomed. They expressed a desire to preserve it. Yet, dissenting voices lingered. as some believe the Sea of Flowers harbored supernatural dangers, posing a threat to the lives of unsuspecting citizens, the consequences of which could be dire. At that time, a significant majority advocated for the elimination of the unknowable Sea of Flowers, believing it would provide peace of mind and quell the unrest among the populace. Nevertheless, the Xiong family maintained a resolute stance, overpowering the opposition with unwavering determination, vowing to bear any repercussions should the flowers cause harm. With such assurances, the clamor of dissent gradually subsided, though a faction remained steadfast in their opposition. As time elapsed, the unknowable Sea of Flowers has existed for several years, and the populace began to forget this enigmatic site within the Shizhou imperial city. Even those who remembered found little cause for concern. As no reports of fatalities associated with the flowers had emerged over the years, many chose to disregard it, allowing it to exist in peace. Is this truly the unknowable Sea of Flowers? How exquisite! Yuxiner exclaimed, standing before the floral marvel, her eyes gleaming with wonder. Before her lay a vibrant tapestry of blossoms, each vying for attention, flourishing within the prosperous Shizhou imperial city, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Regrettably, the Sea of Flowers was enclosed by wooden barriers, patrolled by ominous soldiers, allowing only distant admiration and forbidding any closer approach. Indeed, it is splendid. I had heard tales of its picturesque beauty, and I was skeptical. Today, I stand corrected, for it is truly like a painted scroll, remarked Tang Ho, grinning widely. Shi Chang nodded, his earnest expression affirming his agreement, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the floral expanse. Only Fu Tian sensed an undercurrent of unease, his brow furrowing as he regarded the Sea of Flowers with a serious demeanor. This floral wonder evokes a sense of danger within him. Why is such a beautiful Sea of Flowers off limits? Is it to prevent us from damaging the blossoms? Yuxiner inquired, noticing a stone tablet inscribed with a prohibition against entry. That remains unclear, Tang Ho replied, shaking his head. The unknowable Sea of Flowers is under the jurisdiction of the Xiong family, who have stationed heavy guards since its inception to prevent unauthorized access. And the reasons behind this remain a mystery to all. Upon hearing this response, Yuxiner expressed her discontent, pouting her lips in a manner that conveyed her eagerness to enter. One must wonder, which girl could possibly resist the allure of flowers? However, this answer piqued Fu Tian's interest even further. Was it not evident that such a refusal to admit anyone bore a hint of the supernatural? Moreover, the Sea of Flowers exuded an inexplicable sense of danger, compelling caution. Endowed with the chaotic sacred spirit physique, Fu Tian possessed an extraordinary constitution, excelling in all aspects of capability, impossible to surpass, and his perceptions were particularly acute. Now, this seemingly splendid Sea of Flowers instilled in him a foreboding feeling. It seemed that this matter was far from straightforward. Awakening his chaotic divine eyes, his gaze deepened, resembling a black hole, encompassing the cosmos and its myriad stars, drawing one into an abyss of fascination. His mystical vision illuminated countless pathways, churning and evolving before his eyes, as if he could pierce through all illusions, rendering any specter helpless against his sight. The vast expanse of the Sea of Flowers was adorned solely with blossoms, devoid of anything else. Oh, what is this? Fu Tian scrutinized closely, seemingly catching sight of something intriguing, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. He discerned that while the Sea of Flowers appeared resplendent and vibrant, it was, in fact, a formation. The four cardinal points of the floral sea served as the four focal points of the array. Under the watchful gaze of his chaotic divine eyes, the depths of these four directions shimmered with a divine light, sketching mysterious patterns that flickered in and out of visibility, connecting the periphery of the floral sea to its very center. Thus, a complete formation was established. As for the vast floral expanse, it might merely be a faade to conceal this array from prying eyes. As for what kind of formation this was, Fu Tian could only manage an awkward smile, indicating his ignorance. Currently, he had only mastered a rudimentary understanding of alchemy, having yet to delve into the realm of formations, let alone other crafts like artifact forging, leaving him utterly perplexed. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Fu Tian was meticulously observing, a horse-drawn carriage adorned with ancient bronze bells approached from afar. The guards stationed outside the Sea of Flowers, upon sighting the carriage, became invigorated, standing tall with renewed vigor, their eyes gleaming with determination, their demeanor transforming instantaneously. "Young miss," the guards shouted in unison, their gazes fixated on the carriage, their pupils betraying a glimmer of admiration, seemingly already aware of the identity of its occupant. Fu Tian and his companions were likewise captivated by the carriage, turning their attention toward it. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a stunning silhouette. It was a woman of unparalleled beauty, clad in azure garments, possessing a visage so flawless that no imperfection could be found. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, her figure graceful, and her skin as delicate and pale as porcelain, evoking an irresistible desire to touch. She resembled a work of art, and one glance was enough to ensnare the heart, plunging one into the depths of admiration. Even Tian was momentarily taken aback, considering her the most beautiful woman he had encountered in this world. Meanwhile, Tang Ho and Chang stood by, their eyes wide as saucers, unable to regain their composure. The woman descended with an air of indifference, her demeanor as frigid as ice, as if untouched by the mundane world. Nothing seemed to pique her interest. She cast a fleeting glance at Tian and his companions before averting her gaze and striding forward with an unmistakable haughtiness. "Open the door. I wish to enter." She addressed the guards in a tone that was somewhat frosty, yet it ignited a surge of exhilaration within them, as if they had tasted honey. "Yes, miss." One of the leading guards responded promptly, hastily swinging open the wooden door. "Wait." Just as the stunning woman was about to enter the sea of flowers, she was halted by a sudden voice, which instantly drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers, their gazes converging on the source. "My lord, what are you doing?" Tian, perplexed, exchanged glances with Tang Ho and Chang, both equally bewildered, as the voice had indeed emanated from Tian himself. This drew the captivating woman's attention, prompting her to pause and look back at him. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Tian remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm as he stated, "I wish to enter as well." His tone was devoid of any turbulence, as if he were merely recounting an ordinary matter. At this proclamation, the leading guard chuckled derisively, regarding Tian with a mocking expression. "I am afraid that unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter the flower sea." "Do I appear to be an unauthorized individual?" Tian replied with a faint smile, directing a gaze at the leading guard that caused a shiver of uncertainty within him. Could he possibly be someone of significance? The leading guard pondered, yet Tian's youthful and unfamiliar visage hardly resembled that of a prominent figure from the imperial city. The guard, unable to ascertain Tian's identity, turned to the lady for assistance, wishing for her to make a determination, for undoubtedly, she was the one most qualified to decide the matter. The woman blinked her long eyelashes, her bright eyes scrutinizing Tian. Even she found him to be an utter enigma, and inquired, "Who are you?" Her tone was cool, and her words succinct. Tian smiled gently, his gaze fixed on the enchanting woman. "I am Tian. Fu as in to submit and Tian as in heaven. Happy New Year's Eve. Wishing everyone joy and abundance as we welcome the Spring Festival. In the coming year, the author promises to accelerate the writing pace, as recent delays were due to the approach of the new year, for which I ask for your understanding. I will strive to enhance the quality of this work. There are still many areas needing improvement, and I will gradually elevate it. Thank you for your anticipation. That is all I wish to convey. Lastly, I once again wish everyone a joyous new year and prosperity in the year of the ox." Chapter 78. Feigning Madness. Tian. The enchanting woman murmured softly, her mind racing through memories of Tian, yet she found herself unable to recall anything pertinent about him. "I'm sorry, but I haven't heard of you. Thus you cannot enter the unknown flower sea." Gazing at the unfamiliar Tian, the captivating woman furrowed her brows, sensing that he was merely trying to play tricks, and declined his request. "Haha, young man, did you not hear what our young lady said? You lack the qualifications to enter. Indeed. You should return whence you came. Ha ha ha, such a little brat. I fear you haven't even sprouted your first hair. Yet you claim to be a figure of significance in the imperial city. Was that merely a dream you had last night?" "Exactly. Hurry back for your meal. It's getting late." Recognizing Tian as an insignificant nobody, the guards began to mock him, their derision palpable. "My lord, perhaps we should leave. The unknown flower sea is not a place for just anyone," Tang Ho suggested as he approached Tian. Although the unknown flower sea is one of the grand spectacles of the Western States' imperial city, the individuals permitted to enter are exceedingly few, and without exception, they are all prominent figures of the Western state. Not even princes or princesses are granted access, underscoring the high threshold. A mere nobody like Tian stands no chance. Clearly evident in the guard's eyes. Despite the rejection, Tian remained unfazed and continued, "Really, can't you let me in?" The enchanting woman's brows knitted slightly. She sensed his persistence was growing tiresome. If you were truly a person of consequence, you would naturally be allowed entry. Unfortunately, I have met all the notable figures of the imperial city, and you do not belong among them. Now please leave." With an authoritative tone, she commanded, her impatience evident in her expression as she began to usher him away. Sensing the young lady's annoyance, The guards' demeanor shifted abruptly. They transformed into fierce figures. Their gazes filled with hostility. "Begone. This is not a place for you. Get out of the way. You have no right to be here. Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror and ask yourself if you truly belong." One burly guard sneered, his expression dripping with mockery as he regarded Tian and his companions. "Humph, if you do not leave, prepare to crawl out." Another slender guard rolled up his sleeves, cracking his knuckles, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to take action. It was clear that if this entanglement persisted, they might indeed resort to violence. "Enough. You all should return." The enchanting woman addressed Tian, her tone firm. "This is not a place for you. I shall overlook this incident this time. But should you attempt this again, it will not end so easily." Tian waved his hand, feigning disappointment as he turned to leave, appearing as if he truly intended to abandon the endeavor. As he walked away, he muttered, "What a pity, what a pity," shaking his head in a display of regret. Tang Ho and the others followed suit, comforting him. "My lord, there is nothing to lament. If you grow stronger, you can return. Opportunities will arise." "Indeed, dear brother," replied Xiner soothingly. "If entry is forbidden, then let it be." "Brother Tian," added Chong, clenching his fists, "once we grow stronger, I shall accompany you inside. Then, let us see who dares to obstruct us." However, Tian shook his head and remarked, "What I lament is not this." Tang Ho and the others exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions clouded with confusion. "If it is not for this, then what do you regret?" they inquired. Even the guards stationed at the Flower Sea perked up. Curiosity piqued as they eavesdropped, eager to uncover the source of his lament. Tian did not respond immediately, but cast a glance at the enchanting woman, causing her to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "What do you gaze at me for?" she questioned. Tian replied coolly, "What I mourn is not the inability to admire the scenery within, but rather the inability to observe the formations inside." A thunderous resonance erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning striking, as the enchanting woman's pupils constricted, her heart roiling with tumultuous waves, unable to find calm. "Formations?" Tang Ho murmured, pondering the implications of Tian's words. "Are you suggesting that there are formations inside?" Suddenly, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. "You have me in stitches. I thought there was a serious reason for the prohibition, but if you cannot enter, then you cannot. Yet here you are, weaving fanciful tales, desperate to save face. Huh, formations? I have guarded this place for over a decade and have never heard such nonsense. Let us leave. If you continue this farce, we shall truly show no mercy." The lead guard stepped forward, his tone icy, his gaze towards Tian laden with hostility. Yet Tian paid them no heed, never once casting a glance in their direction. "Sir, could it be that there truly exists a formation within?" Tang Ho inquired, perplexed. He had never heard of such formations, but if they were indeed present, it would be remarkable. The Flower Sea had existed here for over a decade, not long, yet not short either. If a formation had been set up all those years ago and cleverly concealed for decades, it would be anything but ordinary, certainly not a simple formation. Tian replied nonchalantly, "Of course, otherwise, why do you think the Bai family forbids entry and stations heavy guards? It is simply to prevent discovery." Thus, they encircled it and concealed it with the Flower Sea, hoping to deceive the eyes of others. With everyone's attention focused on the Flower Sea, they would naturally overlook the formations within. Preposterous. Do not dare insult the Bai family. The lead guard, upon hearing these words, bellowed, his expression darkening as he deemed the statement a deliberate slander against the Bai clan. "The Bai family cannot be dishonored. I implore the lady to command me to teach these ignorant individuals a lesson." The lead guard immediately knelt before the enchanting woman, speaking with utmost respect. However, the words lingered in silence, leaving the leading guard perplexed. He continued, "My lady, given the affront we have endured from the Bai family, it is only fitting that we teach them a lesson. I humbly request your permission." The guard remained half kneeling, yet his lady still offered no response. After a considerable pause, the stunning woman revealed a faint smile and replied with an even tone, "Might I suggest that you are mistaken? We are unaware of any formations within the Flower Sea. If such existed, how could it have gone unnoticed for so many years? Our extensive efforts to safeguard the Flower Sea stem solely from a desire to preserve its sanctity. I urge you to choose your words with care." "Oh," Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. "You are well aware whether I have wronged you or not, are you not? Why feign ignorance here? It serves no purpose." The enchanting woman maintained her calm facade, though internally, panic began to stir. How does he know? He must be guessing. The number of individuals privy to the secrets of the Flower Sea is exceedingly limited, and they are all formidable figures whose mere presence can shake the foundations of the West State. Even a typical martial king lacks the privilege of this knowledge. How could this lad be informed? The captivating woman forced a smile and said, "Your imagination knows no bounds. However, I assure you, there are indeed no formations within the flower sea. I kindly ask that you refrain from such wild conjectures." Yet, this statement seemed to have exhausted Fu Tian's patience. Initially, he had hoped to corner her with his words, but her continued pretense of ignorance had worn him thin. He halted, gazing at the enchanting woman, and declared, "Very well. If you intend to persist in your charade, then I shall abandon my own. There is no place in this world that I cannot enter, let alone this insignificant flower sea. Today, whether I enter or not, I shall enter regardless. It matters not who arrives." Upon hearing this, the woman's countenance turned cold, her gaze towards Fu Tian growing increasingly indifferent, as a formidable aura emanated from her. The guards tightened their grips on their long spears, a palpable aura of menace surrounding them. Each was a seasoned killer, not to be trifled with. Observing this, Shichong and Tang Ho stepped forward, only to be halted by Fu Tian. He smiled at them and said, "Allow me to handle this. Your duty is to protect Exiner. In this world, there is no place I cannot enter, let alone this trivial flower sea. No one can impede my advance." Chapter 79. The three techniques of the thunder spear. A fierce gale howled as Fu Tian stood resolute, his white robe billowing softly, his gaze indifferent, fixed upon the cluster of guards before him. How audacious! This is the realm of the flower sea, governed by the Bai family, and it is not your place to act recklessly. The leading guard bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. Fu Tian's words were a blatant affront, belittling not only the Bai family, but also their authority. "What do you mean we must enter regardless? Do you consider us mere air? We are still stationed here." Fu Tian offered a faint smile and replied, "I had hoped to engage in a civil discussion with you, but alas, my patience has its limits. Since you refused the cordial invitation, you shall have to endure the consequences. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" At that moment, a stunning woman spoke up, her eyes cold as she addressed him. "I have shown you considerable respect by repeatedly yielding. The Bai family is not unreasonable. We do not impose our might upon others. However, the flower sea holds significant importance to us, and I hope you can comprehend that." Her words were laden with sincerity, a testament to the Bai family's stature as one of the four great families of the imperial city. Though they might not command the winds, they were undeniably a force to be reckoned with, rendering the opinions of a nameless individual inconsequential. Despite Fu Tian's brazen remarks, the enchanting woman refrained from engaging in violence, which took Fu Tian by surprise and altered his perception of the Bai family. "Look," Fu Tian gestured dismissively, "I have no desire for conflict. If you would simply allow me entry to the flower sea, there would be no need for weapons to be drawn." Instantly, the woman's expression turned icy, her demeanor resolute. "I have already advised you kindly. Should you insist on this course of action, do not blame us for what follows." "Changfu. Yes. Proceed as necessary." "Understood." The leading guard responded, stepping forward with a menacing expression as his prowess as a ninth heaven marshal general erupted forth, advancing toward Fu Tian. "You?" Fu Tian observed the approaching guard with a shake of his head, saying, "You are still insufficient. You lack the capability. Summon the young lady you speak of to entertain me." Seeking death, Changfu could no longer contain his fury, roaring in outrage. The audacity of Fu Tian not only disregarded the Bai family, but also disrespected the young lady. It was utterly intolerable. With a flash of cold light, Changfu brandished his spear, unleashing the full force of his ninth heaven martial general strength. The spear, enveloped in thunderous might, crackled with electricity as it lunged toward Fu Tian. Wind Thunder Spear. Thunder roared as the spear, shrouded in electric energy, released a bolt that shattered a nearby boulder into fragments. Faced with such a formidable assault, both Shichong and Tang Ho felt an overwhelming pressure, an almost palpable sense of oppression surrounding them. The opponent's strength was formidable, a ninth heaven martial general, far beyond their capacity to contend with, and they couldn't help but worry for Fu Tian's safety. Yet Fu Tian remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if the impending threat did not concern him in the slightest. As the formidable thunder spear surged towards him, Fu Tian exhibited not a trace of fear or anxiety. Instead, a look of keen interest adorned his face, as though he were observing a fascinating artifact. His eyes appeared to reflect the flow of profound truths, meticulously studying the lethal weapon that approached him. Just as the spear was a mere 3 fingers' breadth from his throat, it abruptly halted, unable to advance another inch. "This? How is it possible?" Chang Fu exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening as if he had encountered the miraculous. It was then that Fu Tian's delicate fingers, yes, his 2 fingers, grasped the mighty spear, rendering it immobile. This cannot be. Chang Fu bellowed, retreating several paces in sheer astonishment as the spear pivoted, unleashing thunderous roars and escalating its power to a new echelon. Long Thunder Spear. The weapon transformed, mimicking the very lightning of the heavens as it surged forth, crackling with electric fury, resembling a luminous bolt aimed directly at Fu Tian. The might contained within this thrust was far beyond what mere flesh could withstand. Even if one could endure it, they would surely emerge unscathed. Fu Tian merely smiled lightly, remaining as serene as the wind and clouds. Without even a furrow in his brow, gazing at the approaching thunder spear with an expression of continued curiosity, scrutinizing the assault with unwavering attention. Chang Fu observed this with a cold smirk. The long thunder spear was in a league far beyond the thunder spear, its might significantly augmented, with the lightning now visible to the naked eye in a blinding white. To attempt to catch it barehanded would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. The spear, imbued with an unstoppable force, lunged towards Fu Tian. With a resounding crash, the strike erupted, thunder illuminating the air, creating a cacophony that stirred clouds of dust. What is happening? Tang Ho and the others began to worry anew, their hearts racing for Fu Tian. Even the stunning woman widened her pupils slightly, taken aback. How could that young man possess such strength? He was already comparable to Chang Fu. The beautiful woman mused, calculating Fu Tian's identity in her mind. It was clear that he was no ordinary individual. At a mere 16 or 17 years of age, achieving the rank of a martial general was a feat worthy of genius, making one a prime candidate among the direct disciples of various sections. However, for someone of such youth to rival the seasoned Chang Fu, a martial general at the ninth heaven, was indeed extraordinary, even somewhat anomalous. Among the new generation of disciples, those who reached the ninth heaven martial general rank were exceedingly rare, and all were undoubtedly among the foremost direct disciples of their respective sections. For instance, only Zhao Feng from the Lihua sect had attained this rank, a mere step away from ascending to the level of martial sovereign. Yet, that very step had thwarted countless gifted disciples, preventing individuals like Zhao Feng from progressing to the martial sovereign level. Nevertheless, given their innate talent, it was merely a matter of time before they eventually broke through. At this moment, Fu Tian's displayed prowess was already on par with ninth heaven martial generals, and coupled with his astonishing youth, his identity and strength were certainly remarkable. Yet, Fu Tian remained an enigma. Even this exquisite woman, who had encountered many prominent figures and talented disciples, could not discern his identity. However, one thing is certain, the individual in question is certainly not a resident of the imperial city. Based on my deductions, they must be a talented disciple from a certain sect. As the dust settled, the crowd's gazes converged, their expressions gravely serious, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. Upon witnessing the outcome, disbelief was evident on every face. The spear enveloped in lightning possessed a might so formidable that it could effortlessly pierce through an ordinary ninth-layer martial general. Yet, this very spear remained halted mere inches from the throat of the figure before them, firmly grasped by two fingers, unable to advance even a fraction. This is impossible. This is a high-level Xian-tier martial technique. How could you block it so easily? I refuse to believe it. Long Fu bellowed, his demeanor bordering on madness. No matter how forcefully he exerted his strength, the spear remained motionless, not even able to shift slightly. A high-level Xian-tier martial technique? So that's it. The power is indeed impressive, remarked Fu Tian. What do you mean by that? Long Fu inquired, perplexed, still holding the spear. Fu Tian did not respond. Instead, he shook the spear, causing it to sway, dragging Long Fu along with it. Long Fu could feel the immense strength emanating from the spear, rendering him unable to maintain control, his body swaying alongside it. His mind reeling in astonishment. How could his strength be so overwhelming? However, there was no time for Long Fu to ponder further. Fu Tian pinched the spear's tip and thrust it forward with force, resulting in a tremendous impact against Long Fu's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. With a thud, he flew several dozen meters before coming to a halt, a searing pain erupting in his midsection, robbing him of rational thought. Soon after, a metallic taste filled his mouth, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Fu, leader. Seeing Long Fu's predicament, the stunning woman and the guards expressed their concern. Allow me to demonstrate my thunder and wind spear. Fu Tian grasped the spear firmly, causing it to tremble incessantly, accompanied by a surge of lightning power that crackled around it. The interplay of wind and thunder was vividly etched. The lightning coursing through the spear was utterly shocking. Long Fu's eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched on his face. This technique was the same one he had previously employed with the thunder and wind spear. But how could this be? How could his opponent possess such a skill? The stunning woman also recognized this fact, her expression turning serious as she furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Tian to uncover any discrepancies. Either the opponent had known this technique from the beginning, or they had learned it on the spot. Yet, how could one possibly learn such a high-level Tian martial technique so swiftly? It would require extensive time to master, even if she granted Tian a week. She doubted he could grasp it. Therefore, this conjecture was fundamentally flawed. Could it be that he had known it all along? With this thought, the stunning woman's expression grew even more solemn, her disbelief palpable. The three methods of the Thunder Spear are the Bai family's ultimate secret and would never be shared with outsiders. Even lending it requires registration. How could he possess this technique? Here, take this back. Tian, gripping the spear, summoned the winds and thunder, charging directly at Long Fu. Wherever the spear passed, thunder roared, and the air crackled with explosive sounds, a scene of utter terror. Chapter 80. The secret of the Bai family confronted with the impending assault of the thunderstorm spear. Changfu's sole sensation was one of unreality. Just moments ago, he had employed this very technique against another, and now, in the blink of an eye, it was being wielded against him. Was this truly happening? Could such occurrences exist in the world? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The thunderstorm spear was perilously close. Its formidable power undeniable. If he remained passive, he would surely meet his demise today. Block it for me, Changfu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forward in an attempt to shield himself. With a sharp hiss, a bolt of lightning erupted from the thunderstorm spear, slicing through the skin of Changfu's thigh, blood gushing forth, and even his flesh appearing singed. The excruciating pain caused Changfu to grit his teeth, his heart now gripped by terror. How could its power be so overwhelming? The destructive lightning energy ravaged forth, the spearhead razor-sharp, effortlessly severing Changfu's spiritual energy as if it were mere tofu. The once mighty energy now seemed utterly fragile, and the spear lunged directly toward Changfu's chest. This is bad. I cannot withstand it. My life is forfeit. A deep sigh of despair echoed within Changfu. How had he come to such a fate? Perhaps in the next life. He ought to remain more vigilant. Changfu, cried the exquisite woman, but it was too late for any rescue. She could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Young man, you have overstepped your bounds. Cease this at once. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated, and inexplicably, the thunderstorm spear veered aside, striking a massive boulder instead. The boulder exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground, which now bore the charred marks of the fierce lightning energy. An acrid scent wafting through the air. Tian's expression tightened, and he retreated slightly, his gaze heavy with gravity as he peered into the depths of the unknown flower sea. Within, there resided a formidable martial king safeguarding the area. The fact that a martial king was personally stationed there indicated that the secrets concealed within the flower sea were far more complex than he had anticipated, warranting such protection. You are indeed remarkable, possessing a token of Emperor Zhou. It seems your status is not trivial. However, it remains insufficient. You still cannot enter this place. If you wish to gain entry, you must summon Emperor Zhou to bring you forth. The ancient voice resounded once more, revealing the presence of the Emperor Zhou's token on Tian. Emperor Zhou was none other than the Supreme Emperor Zhou Kuan, the true sovereign of the Western Province. This revelation sent tremors through the heart of the exquisite woman. The other party actually bore a token from Emperor Zhou. No wonder he claimed to be a person of significance. This alone was sufficient to confer great esteem. Even a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation, would command respect in the imperial city if they possessed the token of Emperor Zhou, making even martial kings reluctant to provoke them. The name of Emperor Zhou inspired reverence among all. No one dared to show disrespect, unless they wished for their own demise. Yet, it was Tian who was most astonished. The fact that the other could discern the presence of the Emperor Zhou's token at a glance indicated that he was no ordinary martial king, perhaps even entwined in intricate relations with Emperor Zhou. Even though he discerned a token of the Zhou Emperor upon himself, the other party still deemed him unworthy to enter. Thus, it was evident that the flower sea was even more extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Tian attempted to peer within, yet the formations concealed the interior, rendering his efforts futile. Might I inquire about the relationship between you and the Supreme Emperor? Tian ventured. However, the other party remained utterly silent, clearly believing that Tian lacked the standing to warrant a response. Since you believe I am not yet worthy to enter, I shall not press the matter further, Tian remarked after a brief pause. With that, he withdrew his gaze and departed alongside Tang Ho and the others. I shall return, he declared, and with that, their figures vanished from sight. Enough of this foolishness. Continue your vigil and allow no one to enter, the enchanting woman commanded, causing the bewildered guards to shake themselves from their stupor and regain their focus. Yes, they all responded in unison. Subsequently, the alluring woman cast a glance at Tian's retreating silhouette before turning to enter the enigmatic flower sea. Truly formidable, my lord. The attack from that 9 heavenly guard couldn't even graze you. I believe your prowess surpasses even Zhao Feng, one of the guards exclaimed. You will undoubtedly shine in the gathering of geniuses, earning renown in a single battle. Throughout their journey, Tang Ho enthusiastically praised Tian, his delight palpable, wearing a grin that was all too mischievous. Tian offered little in response, merely nodding with a smile. By the way, my lord, I recalled a piece of gossip concerning the Bai family, which may pertain to the flower sea, Tang Ho suddenly stated as they walked halfway. Pray, enlighten me. Tian replied, slightly turning his head. Both Yuxian and Shichong also perked up, intent on listening. Tang Ho glanced around, ensuring it was just their group before he spoke. I cannot vouch for the veracity of this information, if it proves false. I hope you will not hold it against me, as I merely heard it from others. Tian nodded. Speak freely. I am not one to cast blame without cause. With a relieved expression, Tang Ho continued. It is said that the Bai family does not hail from the Western Prefecture. They seem to come from the Central Prefecture. Oh. Tian's interest was piqued, and he wiped away his previous nonchalance. Is there more? Tang Ho again scanned the surroundings to confirm their privacy before proceeding. The Bai family is unlike the other 3 great families of the imperial city, Yang, Luo, and Li, who boast profound histories, having existed for centuries. The Bai family's lineage is the briefest among the 4 great families and is quite astonishing. Just a century ago, the Bai family emerged overnight in the imperial city, rising to become one of its 4 prominent families, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Yang, Luo, and Li families. Much to everyone's astonishment, the Bai family, while one of the 4 prominent families, remains the most discreet among them. Aside from the incident involving the Sea of Flowers that occurred decades ago, there has been little else to draw attention. In essence, they are remarkably low-key, standing in stark contrast to the other families. Tang Ho scratched his head, somewhat vexed, and remarked, of course, all of this is merely what I have heard from others. As for the true nature of those events, I am entirely in the dark. After all, they transpired many years ago, too long for anyone but the older generation to have any substantial knowledge. Is that so? Zhongzhou then? Tian's expression remained placid, his heart undisturbed as he gazed ahead. Let us proceed to the Yingyue Red Mansion. Hu Tao must be awaiting us. Tang Ho was slightly taken aback and asked, Does the master have no opinion on this matter? I will visit the Bai family again in due course. The truth will become evident then. Tian replied in a tone devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter, which left Tang Ho's heart in turmoil. After all that was said, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern that the Bai family is far more complex than it appears. To suddenly emerge overnight and become one of the 4 great families, could an ordinary family achieve such a feat? The enigmatic Bai family has managed to endure in the imperial city of Shizhou for so long, and previous emperors have not denied their existence. This alone indicates that the Bai family is no ordinary clan. Even those within the ranks of the 4 great families cannot compare. Despite being aware of this, Tian maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent, even mentioning a future visit to the Bai family. Where does his confidence stem from? A token granted by the Supreme Emperor? Yet the other party clearly knew of a token from the Zhou Emperor and still did not allow Tian entry. Unable to make sense of it, Tang Ho decided to let it rest. Perhaps one day he would come to understand. Thus, Tian and his companions made their way to the Yingyue Red Mansion, a place renowned throughout the imperial city. Chapter 81. Miaoyu. The Yingyue Red Mansion is well known in the imperial city. It is a place familiar to all, from the elderly of 80 to children as young as 3. Aside from its reputation as an establishment of entertainment, the most significant reason for its fame is the Silver Moon Fairy, Miaoyu. Miaoyu is the crown jewel of the Yingyue Red Mansion, possessing beauty that could captivate a kingdom. A mere glance at her is enough to leave an indelible impression. Her demeanor is as gentle as flowing water, and the softness in her features is utterly irresistible. However, to assume that Miaoyu's allure lies solely in her beauty and temperament would be a grave misconception. What truly captivates the hearts of young and talented men is her extraordinary gift. She possesses a remarkable talent that far surpasses that of her peers and has displayed exceptional aptitude from a young age, earning her the title of one of the 10 talents of the imperial city. This has drawn numerous suitors to her side. Indeed, The Yingwei Red Mansion is renowned primarily because of Miao Yu, and most of the exceptional talents who visit do so in pursuit of her. To them, Miao Yu is akin to the silver moon in the sky, an object of admiration that can only be gazed upon from afar, and even a distant glance is a cherished satisfaction. My esteemed sir, ahead lies the enchanting moonlit Red Mansion. I assure you, it will not disappoint. Tang Ho, with a lewd grin, gestured towards a distant crimson edifice. As Fu Tian and the others gazed upon it, they noted its considerable height, standing at 5 stories. Furthermore, 2 elegantly dressed courtesans lingered at the entrance, enticing passers-by to enter. Ah, is that not Lord Tang? It has been quite some time since your last visit. I trust you have taken good care of yourself. One of the courtesans, upon spotting Tang Ho from afar, sashayed towards him. Tang Ho, unabashed, replied jovially. It has indeed been a while, Miss Hong. I imagine your daily toil is quite arduous? Miss Honger, whose appearance was not unpleasing, wore a striking red gown, her slender figure swaying as she walked, seemingly deliberate in her movements. Her countenance bore a subtle allure, capable of ensnaring hearts. Since you are aware of our hardships, why not step inside for a while? Your presence would surely make our efforts worthwhile, she implored, her delicate hand clutching a flower-adorned handkerchief, feigning a pitiful expression. Certainly, certainly, Tang Ho replied, unable to suppress a hearty laugh, his spirits visibly lifted by her flirtation. After exchanging pleasantries, Miss Hong had noticed Fu Tian and the others behind him. Her curiosity piqued. And who might these guests be? She inquired. Tang Ho chuckled, pointing towards Fu Tian, teasingly remarked. This esteemed individual is a significant figure from the imperial city. I have accompanied him today, so be sure to extend your finest hospitality. Should you neglect him, I cannot fathom the consequences. Instantly, Miss Honger's demeanor shifted from playful to grave as she scrutinized Fu Tian. After a moment, she regained her composure, gently patting Tang Ho's shoulder and smiling. Lord Tang, it seems you have become quite the jester in my absence. Surely, these are your friends? Rest assured, we at the moonlit Red Mansion will attend to them impeccably, ensuring your companions leave without a trace of dissatisfaction. Now please, come inside. With that, Miss Honger delicately grasped Tang Ho's arm and led him toward the moonlit Red Mansion, her laughter echoing as they walked. Yet, after only a few steps, Tang Ho halted. My lord, what is the matter? Miss Honger inquired. Ignoring her question, Tang Ho stepped in front of Fu Tian and said, Please, my lord, after you. This seemingly trivial gesture left Miss Honger utterly astonished. She was well aware of Tang Ho's esteemed status as a direct disciple of the Lihua sect and had become familiar with him through his frequent visits. However, now he was treating someone who appeared younger than himself with utmost deference, addressing him as my lord, which was truly bewildering to her. Could he genuinely be a notable figure from the imperial city? No, she quickly dismissed that notion. Having navigated the imperial city for many years, I have garnered a certain understanding of its notable figures. Even if I have not encountered them in person, I possess a general awareness of their character, making it easy to recognize them upon meeting. However, this young man, Hunger turned her gaze towards Fu Tian, finding it impossible to associate him with the prominent individuals of the imperial city. Could he possibly be a prodigious disciple of the Lihua sect, even more formidable than Tang Ho? As this thought crossed her mind, Hunger found it to be the most plausible explanation. If he were indeed a genius from the Lihua sect, it would elucidate Tang Ho's extraordinary courtesy, and naturally, she could not afford to be negligent. May I inquire your esteemed title, my lord? I apologize for my previous lack of attentiveness, she said softly, approaching Fu Tian and attempting to adorn her demeanor with alluring gestures. However, before she could draw near, she was intercepted by another figure, Yu Xner, clinging to Fu Tian's arm. Yu Xner regarded the unexpected guest with a glare, as if to assert her claim. Though surprised, Honger remained self-aware and refrained from advancing further. After all, she was but a minor character, not deserving of the title my lord. Fu Tian affectionately patted Xner's head, his expression as unremarkable as ever. Please, lead the way. Miss Honger. Despite his words, Tang Ho's demeanor hinted at Fu Tian's unassuming origins. Honger dared not be remiss and respectfully guided Fu Tian and his companions inside. Upon entering the Yingwei Honglu, the enchanting sound of a guqin filled the air. Its melody was exquisite, soothing the soul and instilling a sense of tranquility. Young master, this way. A robust voice suddenly called out. Following the sound, Fu Tian and his companions spotted Hu Tao on the second floor, waving at them. Fu Tian smiled gently and ascended the stairs with Tang Ho, Shi Chang, and Yu Xiner. Chapter 82. The people of Zhongzhou, my lord. We have arrived at the perfect moment today. It is said that the Silver Moon Fairy will soon appear to personally perform a piece, exclaimed Hudo with a broad smile. clearly exhilarated. The Silver Moon Fairy? Is she renowned? Fu Tian inquired, perplexed, as he had not previously heard of such a figure. Huda's excitement over merely a performance suggested that the Silver Moon Fairy was indeed extraordinary, likely holding a significant status within the imperial city. My lord, you may not be aware, interjected Tang Ho. You probably have not visited the imperial city often, have you? Fu Tian, somewhat bewildered by the question, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. That is precisely it. Tang Ho continued with an understanding expression. The imperial city is the heart of Shizhou and its most prosperous city. Consequently, it attracts a myriad of forces, with countless sects and families represented. With so many families, the number of disciples is innumerable, and the quantity of talented individuals is unmatched by any other region. However, among these prodigies, only 10 are universally acknowledged, recognized for both their talent and strength by the populace. These 10 are referred to as the 10 outstanding figures of the imperial city. The Silver Moon Fairy is one of them, revered and adored by countless admirers. Additionally, she is the star attraction of the Ingyue Red Building, and it can be said that 99 of those who visit are drawn by her name. Regular patrons come daily, hoping to catch a glimpse of her beauty, thus feeling their lives would be devoid of regrets. One of the 10 outstanding figures? The Silver Moon Fairy? Fu Tian's interest piqued further at Tang Ho's words. You mentioned that those who visit daily wish to see the Silver Moon Fairy's visage. Is it true that she does not permit such views? Shiqiang, who appeared somewhat simple-minded, seemed to latch onto a crucial point and asked with curiosity. Tang Ho chuckled. You are indeed correct. It is said that the Silver Moon Fairy is exceedingly proud, always appearing veiled, believing that common folk are unworthy of gazing upon her beauty. Thus, the number of those who have truly seen her face is exceedingly rare. There are even rumors that a prince once sought to behold her visage, only to be ruthlessly rejected, the reason being that he did not meet her standards. One can only imagine the difficulty of witnessing her beauty. It is not something mere mortals can behold. A prince was turned away? Shiqiang exclaimed in astonishment. My goodness. The Silver Moon Fairy must be exceedingly haughty, dismissing even royalty. Indeed, Huda chimed in. I too have heard of this incident. It is said that after being spurned by the Silver Moon Fairy, the prince, humiliated and furious, sought revenge, but what? Both Shiqiang and Tang Ho inquired, their curiosity piqued, eager to learn what transpired next. In the imperial city of the West, the prince's status is such that it could be described as omnipotent. Those who dare to defy his commands are destined for dire consequences. Even the 4 prominent families and the landowners within the city must bow and offer courteous greetings when encountering the prince. Yet, the Silver Moon Fairy audaciously refused the prince's request, boldly asserting his lack of qualification. This situation is indeed extraordinary. Even someone as esteemed as the 10 prodigies of the imperial city would not escape unscathed. Hu Tao glanced at Fu Tian and noted his tranquil demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. After retracting his gaze, Hu Tao spoke. Initially, the prince had arranged for a formidable companion to teach the Silver Moon Fairy a lesson, to make her aware that not everyone could reject his authority. Unfortunately, that powerful figure mysteriously vanished, and thereafter, the prince never dared to provoke the Silver Moon Fairy again, avoiding her as one would a plague. Shiqiang and Tang Ho gasped in astonishment, incredulous. A powerful figure mysteriously disappearing? It was evident that he had met his demise. The prince refraining from further provocation? It was clear that the Silver Moon Fairy's background was extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing the prince's own status. Otherwise, why would he shy away from her entirely? Was the Silver Moon Fairy truly that formidable? After a moment of silence, Shiqiang, still shaken, remarked, his muscles twitching as if betraying his inner turmoil. Hu Tao smiled slightly, choosing not to speak. The imperial city was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. What the world perceives as the distant central state sometimes lies surprisingly close at hand. This makes things even more intriguing, Fu Tian remarked nonchalantly. Tang Ho and the others exchanged surprised glances, immediately inquiring, My lord, what do you mean? Hu Tao, equally astonished, wondered if the young master intended to meet the Silver Moon Fairy. Fu Tian replied casually, What is there to prevent me? Hu Tao hesitated, his lips moving as if he wished to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refrained. Fu Tian, noticing his reticence, urged him, Speak your mind freely. With that encouragement, Hu Tao no longer hesitated, whispering, My lord, I believe it is wise to avoid provoking the Silver Moon Fairy. Oh, Fu Tian's interest piqued. Is her origin significant? Hu Tao hesitated, weighing his words carefully, but ultimately spoke, If I am not mistaken, the Silver Moon Fairy is likely not from the West State. Perhaps she hails from the Central State. Upon hearing this revelation, Tang Ho and Shi Chong could not suppress their astonishment, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual unease. Since learning that even the prince dared not provoke the Silver Moon Fairy, they had surmised her identity was far from ordinary. But they never imagined she would originate from the Central State. The Central State, the heart of the true state continent, a place renowned for its gathering of prodigious talents. It is rumored that any disciple casually stepping out from the sect in the Western Territory is a peerless talent in cultivation, their gifts surpassing the vast majority. Who would have thought that the Silver Moon Fairy hails from the Central Territory? However, Hu Tao shifted his tone, stating that this is merely my conjecture. Her identity is shrouded in mystery, and no information regarding the Silver Moon Fairy can be discerned in the Western Territory. It is as though she appeared out of nowhere, suddenly becoming one of the 10 prodigies of the Imperial City, catching everyone off guard. Thus, this remains a mere speculation. I cannot guarantee that she indeed comes from the Central Territory. Young master, take heed, but do not dwell on it. Evidently, upon revealing the identity of the Silver Moon Fairy, Hu Tao did not intimidate Fu Tian. Instead, it piqued his interest even more. A faint smile graced Fu Tian's lips, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. The Silver Moon Fairy indeed. I must witness her prowess firsthand. Let me see what the talents of the Central Territory are truly like. In the 5th floor of the moonlit red pavilion, a graceful figure sat cross-legged in meditation, surrounded by a multitude of spiritual energy. This enchanting silhouette was adorned with a pure white veil. If one possessed keen eyesight, they might discern her outline. Yet seeing her visage through the veil was a feat few could achieve, at least, not the average martial kings. After all, this seemingly fragile veil was, in fact, a treasure. Being present on the 5th floor of the moonlit red pavilion and wearing a veil, any discerning eye would recognize this captivating figure as the Silver Moon Fairy, Miao Yu. Time is drawing near. Suddenly, an elderly woman's voice resonated throughout the room. Miao Yu slowly opened her remarkably spirited eyes, which were a translucent azure, pure and radiant. Truly a sight to behold. Understood, Granny Wang, Miao Yu replied, her voice crisp and melodious, evoking a sense of enchantment in the listener. The first thought being that she must be an unparalleled beauty. At an unknown moment, an aged man appeared behind Miao Yu, draped in a black robe that obscured his face, leaving his appearance a mystery. Only his aged voice allowed one to ascertain that he was indeed an old man. Miao Yu, do you truly intend to perform a piece? They are but a group of ignoble individuals. Why subject yourself to such indignity? The old man spoke, his tone laced with disdain. Yet, Miao Yu smiled sweetly. Granny Wang, do not say that. Though the Western Territory is small, there are still a few individuals worthy of attention. The elderly figure, referred to as Granny Wang, shook her head and scoffed. Only a handful, indeed. In our Central Territory, they can barely be called talents. They are still far from being considered peerless prodigies, let alone those of extraordinary genius. The disparity is akin to that between fireflies and the bright moon, a chasm too vast to bridge. Though her words rang true, Granny Wang should know better than I the rarity of those deemed extraordinary geniuses. Merely being comparable to a talent is already a commendable feat. Granny Wang shook her head once more and fell silent. The entire floor was enveloped in quietude. In contrast, the lower levels were already bustling with excitement. A cacophony of voices as a myriad of individuals gathered. Is it true that the Silver Moon Fairy will appear soon? Inquired a slender man of his slightly plump companion seated beside him. Of course. Do you not see how many people have gathered here? In times past, would so many have come? Haha, indeed. After visiting the Reflection Moon Pavilion countless times, I can finally behold the Silver Moon Fairy in person. I wonder if she would take a liking to me. If she did, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. You? The plump individual cast a disdainful glance at his companion, his expression one of utter contempt. Not only would she not take a liking to you. If the Silver Moon Fairy were to cast even a glance in your direction, I would eat 10 pounds of dung on the spot. Ahem. I was merely speaking in jest. Do not take it too seriously. My lord, remarked Huda, observing the throng on the 1st floor. It appears that the Silver Moon Fairy is indeed about to make her appearance. Hee. After all these years in the Imperial City, having visited no less than 1,000 times, I have yet to lay eyes on the Silver Moon Fairy. Today, I shall finally have the privilege of witnessing her. Tang Ho rubbed his hands together, a rather lecherous grin upon his face. Me too. I never expected that my first visit to the Imperial City would allow me to see the Silver Moon Fairy. Oh, do you think I am destined to cross paths with her? Shi Chong chimed in, his smile bearing a hint of impropriety. Tang Ho shot a sideways glance at Shi Chong, his eyes seemingly conveying a message. Come on, one of the 3 great illusions of boys has appeared again. He then turned his gaze to Fu Tian. My lord, What do you intend to do once the Silver Moon Fairy appears? Tian, reclining on a bed where the slumbering awakens lay, gently stroked her small head before rising to approach the window. I have no particular intentions. I simply wish to ascertain the extent of talent that hails from the central state, and to gauge the heights of their arrogance. Chapter 83. 3 conditions. It is evident that the appearance of the Silver Moon Fairy has stirred considerable excitement within the imperial city. Alongside a multitude of various cultivators, many talented disciples have gathered here. Look, is that not Xiao Sangyu? Suddenly, Tang Ho seemed to spot something, pointing at a young man in white and exclaiming loudly. Shi Chang's gaze followed suit, and indeed, it was Xiao Sangyu. He retained his familiar demeanor, holding a delicate fan, engaging in laughter with several youths of similar age as they ascended towards the second floor. The moonlit red pavilion comprises 5 floors in total. However, outsiders are permitted access only up to the 3rd floor, while entry to the upper 2 floors is strictly prohibited. It is rumored that the 4th floor serves as a training ground for a formidable martial king guarding the pavilion, while the 5th floor remains shrouded in mystery, designated as a forbidden area where even the martial king must seek permission to enter. The 1st floor is spacious enough to accommodate a vast crowd, comfortably hosting thousands. The 2nd floor consists of private rooms, albeit limited in number, with around 100 available. The 3rd floor boasts even more luxurious chambers, exclusively reserved for the high-ranking individuals of the imperial city, with only a handful of rooms, roughly a dozen. Those who ascend to the 3rd floor undoubtedly possess esteemed identities, making them untouchable. As the former general of the cavalry, Hu Tao naturally qualifies to enter the 2nd floor. At this moment, Tang Ho surveyed the area from above, noting the remarkable presence of numerous talents, including even the 10 heroes of the imperial city, which was quite astonishing. Ahem, may I ask everyone to remain calm? Suddenly, a voice resonated like thunder throughout the moonlit red pavilion, clear enough for every attendee to hear. The clamor, which had previously resembled a bustling marketplace, quieted within mere moments. All eyes turned in unison towards the front. Emerging from the forefront of the 1st floor was an elderly man, moving with grace and capturing everyone's attention. Ascending a platform, he cleared his throat. Though his voice bore the weight of age, it still rang out robustly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of the moonlit red pavilion, and I also oversee its operations. You may address me as Elder Yu. Well, Elder Yu, those who frequently visit the moonlit red pavilion are well aware of your presence. Perhaps you could spare us the pleasantries and get to the point. Voices from below interjected. The youth of today exhibit such impatience, Elder Yu remarked, shaking his head with a slight smile. It appears that those gathered here today have come primarily for the Silver Moon Fairy, have they not? Is that not an obvious statement? Who else would come here otherwise? Are you a serious person? Yes. Will you come? No, not at all. Precisely. Before Elder Yu could continue, the crowd erupted into discussion once more. Silence, silence. As the noise escalated, Elder Yu raised his voice again. In that case, I shall proceed directly to the crux of the matter. The venerable Yu Lao cast his gaze upon the crowd below, then lifted his eyes to the spectators on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and spoke slowly. Indeed, the Silver Moon Fairy shall make her appearance. Upon hearing these words, an uproar erupted throughout the venue. One must inquire, did they not gather here solely to catch a glimpse of the Silver Moon Fairy? Even if she were to don a veil of white, a mere sight of her graceful figure from afar would suffice. Yu Lao, previously there were whispers that the Silver Moon Fairy would personally perform a piece. Is this true? A voice from below questioned. With his eyes crinkling into crescent moons, Yu Lao affirmed, certainly, it is true. However, not everyone is privileged enough to listen to the Silver Moon Fairy's personal performance. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare and not meant for all. Upon hearing this, many faces in the crowd fell into disappointment. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us know how we may hear the Silver Moon Fairy play. A somewhat irritable voice emerged from a room on the 2nd floor, clearly impatient. Yu Lao chuckled softly, his aged visage revealing a hint of mischief. To listen to the Silver Moon Fairy's performance, one must satisfy 3 conditions. What are these conditions? Many eyes widened in anticipation, eager to know. Yu Lao raised a finger. First, one must be under the age of 24. What? What does this mean? How can that be fair? Are you implying that just because I happen to turn 24 today, I am disqualified? The crowd began to murmur with indignation, voices rising in protest. Cough, cough. Silence, silence. Yu Lao commanded. I understand many of you are displeased with this condition, but these 3 stipulations were articulated by the Silver Moon Fairy herself. Are you truly opposing her wishes? At this, the clamor subsided like the retreating tide. Observing the crowd, Yu Lao extended a second finger. Second, one must be under 24 years of age, yet possess a cultivation level of at least the 8th heaven of martial generals. A collective intake of breath echoed through the assembly. While the first condition could be begrudgingly accepted, there were indeed many present under the age of 24. The second condition left all in attendance gasping in astonishment. Certainly, there were many under 24, and yet possessing a cultivation level at the 8th heaven was a rarity. Combined, these criteria were undeniably stringent. Anyone under 24 with a cultivation level at the 8th heaven would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy, even among the 6 great sects, ranking among the finest of their direct disciples. Could it be that the Silver Moon Fairy was extending an invitation solely to the talented disciples of the West? Was it only the prodigies who were deemed worthy of listening to her play? And what of the third condition? Many inquired eagerly. The first 2 conditions had already eliminated the vast majority. What could the third entail? Yu Lao smiled mysteriously, raising a third finger. Third, within the Silver Moon Fairy's chamber. There are only 8 seats. I trust the implications of this require no further elaboration. At this moment, an unusual silence enveloped the scene, with many individuals fixating their gazes upon those who met the first 2 stringent conditions. Despite the demanding nature of these prerequisites, a plethora of prodigious disciples had gathered here, ensuring that those who satisfied the criteria would undoubtedly exceed 8 in number. However, within the chamber of the Silver Moon Fairy, only 8 seats were available. It became apparent that the intention was to incite competition among the talented individuals, determining the 8 strongest who would earn the privilege of entering the room to listen to the exquisite melodies of the Silver Moon Fairy. Upon this realization, those who initially fell short of the requirements suddenly exhibited expressions of intrigue and amusement, though they could not hear the Silver Moon Fairy's enchanting performance. Witnessing the clash of genius among the disciples would render their visit worthwhile. Clearing his throat, the Elder Moon's voice, though modest in volume, resonated distinctly in the stillness of the first floor. I understand that many of you harbor discontent regarding these 3 conditions. Yet I urge you to consider this. The Silver Moon Fairy is no ordinary individual, possessing both exceptional talent and unparalleled beauty. Only the Crme de la Crme are worthy of listening to her melodies. With these words, silence persisted in the air. Indeed, for these individuals, merely catching a glimpse of the Silver Moon Fairy was a lofty aspiration, let alone the opportunity to hear her play, an endeavor as distant as a toad dreaming of becoming a swan. This realization alleviated much of their internal dissatisfaction, replacing it with anticipation for the impending contests among the talented disciples. Curious glances exchanged among the crowd signaled their eagerness to witness which prodigies would soon emerge. True to their expectations, after a brief lull, a resounding voice echoed from the second floor. I am Yang Yueyong of the Yang family. I implore you all to grant me this opportunity. I have long admired the Silver Moon Fairy and hope to meet her today. The mention of the Yang family and Yang Yueyong, a scion of one of the 4 prominent families of the imperial city, left many in astonishment, sparking hushed murmurs among the attendees. It was unexpected for him to appear. After all, he was also one of the 10 prodigies of the imperial city, rumored to be groomed by the Yang family as a future young patriarch, boasting remarkable talent and impressive cultivation at such a tender age. Evidently, Yang Yueyong's presence invigorated the atmosphere, prompting fervent discussions among the crowd. It was astonishing that Brother Yang was the first to speak, indicating his profound admiration for the Silver Moon Fairy. Suddenly, another resonant male voice emerged from the second floor, possessing a captivating timbre. Who is this? Many wondered, intrigued. The audacity to address Yang Yueyong as Brother Yang suggested that this individual was of equal stature and prowess. It was Li Ran, the eldest son of the Li family's patriarch, also among the 10 prodigies, rumored to be nurtured as a future young patriarch by the Li family. With talent rivaling that of Yang Yueyong, numerous individuals deduced the speaker's identity from his voice, sharing their insights aloud. Yang Yueyong, Li Ran, my goodness. 2 young patriarchs from the 4 prominent families of the imperial city have graced this event. Could it be that the other 2 families will also make an appearance? Amused by the presence of both Brother Yang and Brother Li, I, Luo Xinyu, cannot possibly miss this occasion. As anticipated, a hearty laughter echoed from the second floor. I humbly request that each of you grant me this favor. I hereby promise that anyone present today shall enjoy a remarkable discount of 90% on the prices at Luo Pharmacy. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts aflame with both astonishment and delight. The astonishment arose from the unexpected appearance of the young clan leader of the Luo family, Luo Xinyu himself. With 3 of the young leaders from the 4 great families gathered here, how could one not be astounded? The delight stemmed from the generous offer that all attendees today would receive a one-time opportunity to benefit from such a substantial discount at Luo Pharmacy. Impressive indeed. One cannot help but admire Brother Luo's wealth and magnanimity. The magnetic voice of Li Yiran resonated once more from the second floor. Indeed, should my esteemed father ever learn of my involvement in such matters, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yang Yueyong concurred. Not at all. Should Brother Yang and Brother Li visit Luo Pharmacy, you shall certainly receive the most favorable prices, Luo Xinyu replied, his spirits lifted by the compliments. Is there no one from the Xiang family present? A question arose in the minds of the onlookers. Logically, with the young leaders of the Yang, Li, and Luo families in attendance, one would expect the Xiang family, being another of the four great families, to be represented as well. Yet, despite the passage of time, there was still no sign of the Xiang family members. Could it be that they truly did not attend? What a pity. I had hoped to catch a glimpse of the enchanting beauty of the young lady from the Xiang family. Alas, it appears she is absent. Indeed, I recall a fortuitous encounter with her once, a moment forever etched in my memory. I was utterly captivated. How could one forget, and yet still come to the Silver Moon Ferry? Bah, what a scoundrel. Did I not recall you being present last time as well? Observing the lively scene outside, Hu Tao chuckled and turned to Fu Tian, inquiring, does the young master wish to attend? Hearing this, Tang Ho expressed his confusion. But my lord seems to have yet to meet those conditions. I recall you are merely a fifth-level marshal general. How could you go? Fu Tian smiled mysteriously. Isn't it simple? Defeating all 8 opponents will naturally grant you access, regardless of whether the conditions are met. Chapter 84. Young Master Wu Futian spoke with an air of casualness, his tone neither fervent nor subdued, yet imbued with an audacious arrogance. It was as if he expected others to regard him with the incredulity reserved for the dim-witted. Indeed, vanquishing all 8 adversaries, even if their realms were slightly inferior, was within the realm of possibility. However, who would dare to entertain such thoughts? Who would take such daring actions? It seemed that only Futian possessed the audacity to envision it. Upon hearing these words, Hu Taos appeared momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are deserving of your title, young master. This plan is indeed feasible. Meanwhile, Tang Ho and Shichong were left in a state of bewilderment. Their hearts filled not only with admiration for the audacity of the thought, but also with skepticism. Wait. Is this truly achievable? Previously, defeating He Fengjie and vanquishing Xia Sanyu with a single blow was impressive. However, this time, the opponents were markedly different, each possessing strengths far surpassing that of He Fengjie. And there were 8 of them. These were not mere ordinary foes, but formidable prodigies. Each stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation, adorned with the illustrious title of the 10 talents of the imperial city, a status not easily challenged. Was it truly possible to undertake such a venture? Although their hearts were fraught with doubt, even believing it to be utterly implausible, an inexplicable voice resonated within Tang Ho and Shichong, as if proclaiming, he can. With such an incredible thought lingering in their minds, they exchanged a glance, refraining from further words. In the Yinwei Red Tower, on the first floor, the Moon Elder stood upon the arena, his face alight with joy. The arrival of these 3 individuals brought him great delight, illuminating his countenance. It was none other than young Master Yang, young Master Li, and young Master Luo. The 3 esteemed gentlemen had traveled from afar, and he humbly requested their forgiveness for any shortcomings in hospitality. You, like the Silver Moon Fairy, are among the 10 talents of the imperial city, and thus rightfully entitled to 3 slots. I trust there are no objections? As he spoke, his gaze swept across the assembly below. As anticipated, no one dared to voice dissent. The hall fell silent, tacitly affirming his words. Who would be so audacious as to oppose them? Besides their extraordinary prowess, their illustrious backgrounds were not to be trifled with. As the saying goes, opposition is best reserved for the night, and the banquet is to be held the following morning. Seeing this, the Moon Elder nodded in satisfaction, his smile growing ever more radiant. Might I inquire if this young gentleman has the privilege of accompanying the 3 esteemed guests? A hearty voice rang out from the second floor, and a remarkably robust young man emerged from the room. How robust, you may ask? He was easily twice the size of an average person, his physique brimming with muscle, exuding an explosive power that suggested even a single punch from him would be formidable, dissuading any from provoking him. His stature was imposing, his skin a deep hue, his hair cropped short, and his features were quite ordinary, neither handsome nor unattractive. As he stepped forward, murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd below. Who is this? He looks unfamiliar. Surely he is not from the imperial city? Indeed, in my recollection, I held no information about this individual. Who could this prodigy be? Upon the emergence of this individual, the majority of the onlookers were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity, save for a select few who seemed to discern his true identity, their eyes widening in astonishment. Who is this impudent youth to audaciously claim association with young Master Yang and the others? You lack the merit, begone. An elder, seemingly intent on currying favor with the Yang, Li, and Luo clans, spoke with blatant disrespect. The towering young man appeared to have caught wind of this remark, directing his gaze toward the elder. Instantly, the elder felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body and soul quivering uncontrollably, rendered speechless and bereft of coherent thought. Humph! Seize that old fool and expel him. Daring to show insolence towards young Master Wu, he shall be barred from entering the moonlit red pavilion for life. Came the cold reprimand from Elder Yu, his eyes regarding the elder with frigid indifference. Young Master Wu? Young Master Wu? Numerous individuals, upon hearing this name, furrowed their brows and murmured in hushed tones, striving to recall which young Master Wu could provoke such a response from Elder Yu. Ah, I remember now. It is Wu Sishan, young Master Wu. A voice rang out from the crowd, awakening the recognition of the towering young man's identity. Wu Sishan. The utterance of this name sent a palpable shockwave through the assembly, leaving them in stunned disbelief. He has come here? Wu, young master? The elder, upon hearing the name, was struck with realization, his eyes widening like cowbells, his speech faltering as terror enveloped him. Desperate, the elder clasped his hands in apology, stammering, I did not know it was young Master Wu. I beseech you to forgive this blind old fool. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he spoke. Elder Yu let out another cold snort. Take this old man away. Do not waste young Master Wu's precious time. In truth, those present understood implicitly that the elder's audacity towards young Master Wu would not conclude so easily. Perhaps, by tomorrow, a new corpse would grace a corner of the imperial city. Wait. Just as the guards advanced menacingly toward the elder, they were halted by a commanding voice, causing them to pause. Elder Yu, perplexed, inquired, Young Master Wu, what is your intent? It was none other than Wu Sishan himself who spoke, addressing Elder Yu. Elder Yu, since this matter pertains to me, allow me to handle it myself, if you please. Elder Yu acquiesced. It is but a trivial matter, so be it. This individual is now in young Master Wu's hands. Thank you, Elder Yu, Wu Sishan replied, his gaze shifting toward the elder. The elder trembled violently, pleading, Young Master. It was my folly not to recognize your grandeur. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Desire my forgiveness? That is indeed possible. The elder's spirit surged. His eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope. Of course, I would not stoop to breaking my word, Wu Sishan replied with a smile. However, your insolence towards me shall not be overlooked. By principle, this is a grave offense. The elder gulped audibly, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. How about this? Take a punch from me, and we shall let this matter pass. I shall not make things difficult for you, Wu Sishan remarked with a smile. Yet, to the onlookers, his grin bore an unsettling chill. Take a punch from Wu Sishan. As the crowd beheld the sinewy muscles of his frame, they felt an undeniable sense of formidable strength, akin to a slumbering dragon, dormant, yet capable of cataclysmic destruction upon awakening. Should the elderly man truly attempt to receive such a blow, even if he survived, he would likely emerge as a cripple, resigned to a life of quiet retirement. The elder, acutely aware of this grim reality, gazed at Wu Sishan's robust and muscular arm, his scalp prickling with anxiety, blood seemingly freezing in his veins as an overwhelming dread enveloped him. However, being disabled was certainly preferable to losing one's life. Despite his reluctance, the elder steeled himself and said, I am grateful, young Master Wu, but I cannot foolishly receive your punch. I implore you to show mercy. Ha ha, well said. Wu Sishan replied heartily. With a sudden leap, he closed in on the elder and unleashed his punch with no hesitation. At that moment, the crowd distinctly heard the roar of a beast, deafening and disconcerting, as their own energies surged violently within them. The elder's scalp grew numb, his insides twisting, as he sensed the breath of death approaching him. Fortunately, the elder's cultivation was not insignificant. He was a 9th Heaven Marshal General, his prowess comparable to that of Wu Sishan. Yet, the disparity in strength was monumental. With a furious roar, the elder unleashed his own energy and struck back with a punch of his own, the falling mountain fist. This attack bore tremendous force, formidable even among 9th Heaven Marshal Generals. Yet, in comparison to Wu Sishan's blow, it was akin to a mere child attempting to contend with a giant. Boom. The elder let out a muffled groan as his arm exploded upon impact, flesh and blood scattering, staining the floor crimson. His face turned pale. Clutching the remnant of his right arm, he half kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath. "Thank you for your mercy, young Master Wu." The elder managed to force a smile. Though his agony was palpable to all, even in such a dire state, he dared not utter another word, only offering a strained smile, fearful of further incurring Wu Sishan's displeasure. "Ha ha ha, splendid. To withstand even a fraction of my strength without perishing, you are quite commendable." Wu Sishan laughed heartily, patting the elder's shoulder, his gaze tinged with mockery. What? That punch was merely a fraction of Wu Sishan's strength? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their faces betraying trepidation as they regarded Wu Sishan, their resolve solidifying. No matter what transpired, they must avoid inciting his wrath. It was well known that the elder was a ninth heaven martial general, mere steps away from ascending to the rank of martial king. The falling mountain fist itself was of considerable caliber, particularly since the elder had unleashed it with full force, undeniably stronger than the average ninth heaven martial general. Yet, even so, he could not withstand a single punch from Wu Sishan. Just how powerful was Wu Sishan? It seemed he could possibly challenge a martial king. With such thoughts, the crowd's fear intensified, and apart from a select few powerful individuals, the rest dared not even glance towards Wu Sishan. "Very well. I am not one to renege on my word. Since you have endured my strike, you may take your leave now." Wu Sishan gazed down upon the elder, who was half kneeling upon the ground, and spoke. "Teach, thank you, young Master Wu," the elder stammered, quickly expressing his gratitude before clutching his arm and staggering out. Blood pooled upon the ground, seeping into the earth. Once the elder exited the moonlit red pavilion, Wu Sishan addressed the assembly. "I wish to hear your thoughts. Do any of you believe I am unworthy to walk alongside young Master Yang? If anyone shares the elder's sentiment, feel free to step forward." A jest, perhaps? Who would dare to oppose? Did they not witness the elder losing an arm? No one could be certain that the next dissenting voice would not face a fate more dire than that of the elder. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. As they remained mute, the atmosphere growing solemn once more. Chapter 85. The young man in white. Is this young Master Wu of significant background? Fu Tian inquired curiously while seated on the sofa. The others, upon his presence, resembled mice encountering a cat, each face betraying a hint of trepidation. Below on the second floor, the atmosphere was eerily silent, as not a soul dared to utter a word at the behest of young Master Wu. It appeared that this individual named Wu indeed possessed an extraordinary lineage. His origins were indeed remarkable. Hu Tao gazed down at Wu Sishan, the esteemed direct disciple of the Wushan sect, known for his unparalleled physical cultivation that surpassed the ordinary. Merely relying on his formidable physique, he could contend with martial practitioners of the Wu Zone level. It was likely that he had come to the imperial city due to the gathering of geniuses. A direct disciple of the Wushan sect? Upon hearing this, Shi Chang's expression transformed to one of astonishment, his gaze becoming grave as he regarded Wu Sishan below. The Wushan sect ranked among the 6 major sects of Shizhou. Unlike other sects, Wushan was dedicated to physical cultivation, with all disciples specializing in the enhancement of their corporeal forms. From the sect leader to the elders and down to the outer disciples, each was a practitioner of physical cultivation. Possessing an exceptionally robust physique enabled them to easily vanquish opponents of the same realm and even to challenge adversaries one tier above. This prowess garnered considerable admiration. However, physical cultivation was not merely a stroll in the park, it was considerably more arduous. While one might elevate their cultivation by a single tier, a practitioner of physical cultivation might only manage a single tier increase at the expense of substantial resources. The path of physical cultivation demanded relentless refinement, necessitating the intake of high-grade herbs to nourish the body and prevent potential calamities. In summary, the Wushan sect's disciples, all adept in physical cultivation, exhibited strength that greatly surpassed their peers. Yet, due to the arduous nature of their training and the significant resources required, the number of disciples within the sect was relatively modest, rendering their overall strength comparable to that of other sections. The presence of Wu Sishan, a direct disciple of the Wushan sect, naturally left many astounded and filled with apprehension. Why bother inquiring of them, Brother Wu? We 3 are in agreement. Could they possibly dare to refuse? Yang Yueyong spoke softly. Indeed, welcome, Brother Wu, to join us, Li Yiran chimed in, her voice resonating with a captivating timbre. If Brother Wu lacks the qualifications, then what of us? Luo Xinyu remarked, shaking her head. In terms of strength, Wu Sishan undoubtedly surpassed Yang Yueyong and his companions. The prestige of being a direct disciple of the Wushan sect was not to be underestimated, complemented by profound martial arts, abundant resources, and a body forged through relentless training. rendering him nearly unparalleled among his contemporaries. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed together shortly. Wu Sishan chuckled heartily, then leaped into his room, declaring, I wonder if there are other geniuses present? If so, please do not waste my time and step forth quickly. Waste your time? Who do you think you are? Suddenly, a voice filled with arrogance echoed from the third floor. At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in shock, deeming the speaker to be either mad or courting disaster. For such words utterly disregarded Wu Sishan's presence, bordering on insult. Oh, and who might you be? Indeed, upon witnessing such a blatant self-deprecation, Wu Sishan coldly remarked. As the esteemed disciple of Wushan's sect, he held a prestigious position within the sect. Every disciple who encountered him would respectfully address him as eldest senior brother. Even the elders of the sect treated him with deference. Renowned throughout the entirety of Shizhou, he was celebrated as a prodigy. Yet, this remarkable individual found himself publicly insulted, dismissed with utter disdain. The speaker must either be deranged or legitimately possess the credentials to speak so brazenly. Clearly, the latter was the case, as the voice emanated from the third floor, a place not easily accessible, even for someone of Wu Sishan's stature, who could only remain on the second floor to perceive it. Even Yu Lao wore a grave expression, unable to discern the identity of the speaker, and solemnly inquired, May I ask who you are? With a creak, the door opened, revealing a youth clad in white, descending from a room on the third floor. The boy's appearance was striking. His features were finely chiseled, exuding a certain charm, with his black hair cascading behind him, adding to his allure. He moved with a vigorous stride. Though his physique was unremarkable, his confident gait commanded respect. He did not exude an overwhelming aura, appearing rather ordinary at first glance, yet the mere fact that he descended from the third floor hinted at his exceptional nature. Most captivating was the enormous sword he bore on his back, crafted from an unknown material that glimmered with a faint chill, suggesting its razor-sharp edge. The length of the blade nearly matched the boy's height, making it impossible not to draw attention. It was I who spoke. Do you have any objections? The youth stated nonchalantly, displaying an air of indifference towards Wu Sishan. The crowd was enveloped in a thick haze of unfamiliarity. Who is this youth? I don't recognize him. Do you? I too am unfamiliar. Does anyone know him? Even the seasoned Yu Lao found himself momentarily taken aback, rapidly sifting through his mind for any information regarding this individual, yet coming up empty. May I inquire who you are? Yu Lao softly asked, as the crowd fixated on the white-clad youth, intrigued by his identity. However, the youth showed no inclination to answer, his gaze fixated solely on Wu Sishan's chamber. Why the silence? He prompted once more. Faced with such a challenge, Wu Sishan's room remained eerily silent, offering no response. After a prolonged pause, Wu Sishan finally spoke. I know who you are, but we bear no enmity. Why must it come to this? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Wu Sishan had bowed his head. His words clearly indicated a reluctance to offend, betraying a hint of trepidation. How could this not astonish? It is essential to remember that Wu Sishan was the direct disciple of Wushan's sect, not only possessing formidable strength, but also holding a significant status. It could be said that when Wu Sishan was outside, he represented the dignity of Wushan's sect. His humiliation was tantamount to the sect's disgrace. How could he display such humility? Was this not a loss of face for the sect? Yet, the most astonishing aspect remains the identity of the young man in white. A person so formidable that even Wu Sishan refrains from challenging him. Who could he possibly be? His origins might be of extraordinary significance. Below, the matchmaker secretly wrestles with his thoughts, for as the head of the Ingyue Red Mansion, he ought to have recognized such an exceptional figure immediately. However, after much contemplation, he still finds himself unaware of the young man's identity, a lapse in duty indeed. The youth lets out a cold snort and declares, Enough. There is no need for you to squander your time here. You may leave. He then turns to Yang Yueyong, Li Yiran, Luo Xinyu, and the others, stating, You are likewise free to depart if you harbor no other intentions. Today, I shall meet the Silver Moon Fairy alone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yang Yueyong and the others shift dramatically, realizing that he intends to dismiss them. Anger swells within them, feeling that the youth's actions are exceedingly presumptuous, showing no regard for their presence. Yet, they are not devoid of reason, and they direct their gazes toward Wu Sishan's chamber, eager to discern his response. In terms of status and strength, Wu Sishan surpasses them, and if he were to act out of indignation, they would surely stand with him to teach this audacious youth a lesson. However, should Wu Sishan refrain from taking action, then the young man's identity is clearly beyond their reach, perhaps even one that their own families could not afford to provoke. After a prolonged silence, no sound emanates from Wu Sishan's room, as if tacitly conceding to the young man's words. allowing them to depart. This revelation sends tumultuous waves through Yang Yueyong and the others, who come to realize that the youth's identity is indeed beyond their capacity to confront, leading them to bow their heads in silence. Witnessing this scene, the matchmaker is the most troubled of all. He hesitates, his expression pained, and states, "Esteemed young master, this may not adhere to proper protocol. I believe the Silver Moon Fairy would not be pleased with your solitary attendance. You need not invoke the name of the Miao Moon to pressure me. My words are the standard, and Miao Moon shall not dispute them," the young man retorts coldly. Such a statement leaves the matchmaker speechless. The very fact that the youth dares to utter the name of the Silver Moon Fairy signifies a profound connection or an esteemed status that rivals her own. This matter is now beyond his jurisdiction. How intriguing. Observing the unfolding drama, Tian finds it more riveting than any cinematic production, as the narrative veers far from his expectations. He had anticipated the determination of the 8 strongest talents within the arena, yet unexpectedly, a wild card has emerged, sending all potential contenders retreating. The most embarrassed, perhaps, are Wu Sishan and his companions, who believe their meeting with the Silver Moon Fairy was all but assured, only to be intimidated into submission by a single utterance. If this incident were to circulate, it would indeed be a source of considerable shame. Who is he? Despite being captivated by the unfolding spectacle, Tian remains curious about the identity of the young man in white and inquires. Hu Tao gazes at the youth for a moment, but ultimately shakes his head, stating, "I do not know, but his identity is undoubtedly remarkable. Could he be a member of the Divine Sword sect?" Behind him lay a colossal sword, Tang Ho conjectured. No, Hu Tao continued to shake his head. The most formidable disciple of the Divine Sword sect is known as the 6 Sons of the Divine Sword. I have encountered them all, and he is not one of them. Moreover, Hu Tao paused for a moment. I believe that even if he were one of the 6 sons, he would not intimidate Wu Sishan to the point of silence. He would surely step forward to engage in a contest, for he represents the honor of the Wushan sect. Thus, he is undoubtedly not a member of the Divine Sword sect. His identity must be extraordinary, such that even Wu Sishan deems the Wushan sect behind him inadequate. Hence his silence. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded faintly, lost in his own thoughts, remaining silent. "My lord, may I seek the guidance of the Silver Moon Fairy?" Knowing the person's identity was exceptional, the Moon Elder had altered his address, yet he feared that this action might displease the Silver Moon Fairy. So he felt compelled to report this matter first. I have stated that my words are law. Miao, you will not object. I hope the representative of the Ingwe Red Pavilion is not a fool, the white-clad youth remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the Moon Elder. The Moon Elder shivered immediately, not daring to speak further. Of course, I am not an impolite person. Should you wish to meet the Silver Moon Fairy, you must first pass my test. Do not say I have not given you a chance, the white-clad youth stated nonchalantly. Though his tone was calm, a profound confidence radiated from his brow, an aura of self-assurance that even Wu Sishan lacked. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word, and for a moment, the Ingwe Red Pavilion fell into an unusual silence. "In that case, I shall meet you." A voice suddenly rang out, reverberating through the entire hall. Chapter 86. The emergence of autumn. The crowd turned their gaze to an elderly man who had spoken. His visage was marked by the passage of time, a tapestry of wrinkles adorning his cheeks, and a set of yellowed teeth protruding unattractively from his mouth. With a lewd grin, the old man remarked, "The young gentleman just mentioned that defeating him would grant access to the Silver Moon Fairy. Should I interpret this as a release from adhering to any other stipulations? Is it simply a matter of besting him?" Upon hearing the old man's words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the youth had stated that anyone wishing to meet the Silver Moon Fairy must first surpass his challenge, yet there was no mention of age restrictions, leading to the implication that perhaps. Moon Elder interjected with indignation, "Old man, I advise you not to overestimate your worth. The Silver Moon Fairy is not someone of your ilk can hope to encounter." "Not a problem." The white-clad youth waved his hand dismissively, signaling Moon Elder to refrain from further comment. He then continued, "Yes, you may interpret it that way. If you can defeat me, you shall have the privilege to meet the Silver Moon Fairy, without the necessity of fulfilling any additional conditions. However, do you possess the capability to do so?" The youth regarded the old man with a scornful gaze, akin to an emperor surveying his subjects. The old man snorted derisively, a formidable aura emanating from his being. Hiss. Is he truly a 5th-level martial sovereign? The crowd gasped, realizing the source of the old man's audacity. It was evident he intended to leverage his cultivation to intimidate the youth. At first glance, the young man appeared remarkably youthful. How high could his cultivation possibly be? Wu Sishan, the esteemed direct disciple of the Martial Mountain sect, had only reached the 9th-level martial general, and this youth seemed significantly younger, suggesting that even with exceptional talent, he might only reach the 9th-level martial general at best. Indeed, the old man shared this sentiment. Now, do I stand a chance? He coldly inquired, perceiving the youth's arrogance as intolerable, a dismissive attitude that was exceedingly vexing. The white-clad youth chuckled lightly, shaking his head in derision. Is that all you've got? The old man's expression darkened as he unleashed the full force of his 5th-level martial sovereign aura towards the youth. A punch was thrown, and a tempestuous wind surged forth, causing many to change their countenance dramatically. In response, the youth let out a soft laugh, raising his arm to deliver a punch of his own. However, his strike lacked any ostentatious force, appearing rather mundane, as if he were merely throwing a casual fist. This evoked skepticism among onlookers, who questioned whether such a motion could even be classified as a punch. With a sneer, the old man thought the youth merely relied on borrowed strength. Yet, Fu Tian's gaze sharpened, sensing that the youth's punch was far from ordinary. Although it appeared unremarkable and even somewhat feeble, the latent power contained within was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Should one underestimate it, they would likely suffer a grave misfortune. The old man's fate would undoubtedly mirror that of the previous elder, Fu Tian asserted confidently. Tang Ho and Shi Chang exchanged solemn glances, their focus intensifying. As their fists collided, the old man's expression shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by an insurmountable force emanating from the youth's punch. This is bad, he cried out in despair, attempting to retreat swiftly. However, it was already too late. With a resounding thud, blood splattered and crimson light filled the air. The onlookers observed with stark clarity as the elder's arm was mercilessly reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, inch by inch, extending to his shoulder. This transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd processed the scene, the elder's right arm had already vanished, leaving an empty void. Without affording the elder a moment to react, the young man in white lifted his right foot and delivered a crushing kick to the elder's sternum. Begone! Like a meteor streaking across the sky, a shadow was hurled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, its fate uncertain. At this juncture, the crowd finally grasped that the youth was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed formidable prowess. No wonder Wu Sishan dared not utter a sound. Should he have spoken, his fate would likely have been equally dire. My lord, did you perceive that? Tang Ho inquired, astonished, noting that the elder's fate mirrored that of the previous elder. He, like many others, had assumed that the youth's seemingly effortless punch could not possibly contend with the elder's strength as a 5th-layer martial sovereign, predicting a disastrous outcome. However, the conclusion was unexpectedly remarkable. Despite his youth, the boy was indeed a body cultivator, not inferior to Wu Sishan, perhaps even surpassing him. The youth's eyes gleamed, Futu remarked. Indeed, it appears he is not from the western regions, but rather hails from the Central Plains, a prodigy of the Central Plains. Hu Tao echoed gravely. Such formidable strength at such a tender age, capable of effortlessly shattering the arm of a 5th-layer martial sovereign, coupled with his unfamiliarity, unmistakably indicated he was not from the western regions. Upon hearing this revelation, Tang Ho and Shi Chang felt a tumult of emotions within, unable to remain composed. It was undeniable that the Central Plains far surpassed the western regions, not only in vastness, but also in spiritual energy, the number of prodigies, and advanced techniques. In comparison, it was akin to the heavens and the earth. In the western regions, every adept transitioning from the martial king realm to the glazed realm typically departed for the Central Plains, for the western regions were starkly barren. Advancing beyond the glazed realm proved exceedingly arduous. Thus, venturing to the Central Plains was deemed the most prudent choice. Consequently, the Central Plains appeared shrouded in a veil of mystery for many in the western regions, a realm reserved for the truly powerful. My lord, what are your thoughts? Hu Tao inquired, gazing at Futu. Futu smiled, acknowledging, indeed, the geniuses of the Central Plains are beyond comparison with those of the western regions. Merely that one punch evoked an inexplicable sensation within me. That individual is anything but ordinary. An inexplicable sensation? Hu Tao furrowed his brow. Could it be the essence of his punch? The essence of the punch? Yes, precisely, Futu affirmed. Hu Tao elaborated. The essence of the punch refers to its ethereal realm, an understanding that only those who diligently practice martial arts may attain. It requires not only hard work, but also considerable talent and comprehension. The higher the comprehension, the swifter the understanding. For such a young man to grasp the essence of the punch is nothing short of astonishing. Futu closed his eyes, reflecting on that earlier punch. Hu Tao continued. Of course, it is not solely about the essence of the punch. There are also the essences of sword, blade, spear, and more. Everything possesses an essence. It ultimately depends on your capacity to comprehend it. Those who comprehend the essence of the realm will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in their strength. Even if their cultivation is somewhat lacking, they can effortlessly vanquish their adversaries. Fu Tian nodded, acknowledging that the youth in white indeed possessed inferior cultivation compared to the elder. However, the force behind their respective punches was worlds apart. As the dust settled, the figure of the elder emerged, collapsed upon the ground, his expression one of excruciating agony. A distinct indentation marred his ribcage, and his right arm hung limply, stained with blood that dyed his garments a vivid red, presenting a scene of utter despair that sent shivers through the onlookers. With your pitiful prowess, do you dare to covet an audience with the Silver Moon Fairy? The youth in white scoffed. A flicker of fear crossed the elder's countenance, for the strength of this young man surpassed his wildest imagination. He immediately begged for mercy. My lord, I am blind to my own shortcomings, a mere fool and a waste of breath. I implore you to spare my life. Yet, the youth remained unyielding, his gaze cold and indifferent. With a mere wave of his left hand, a sharp sword chi materialized from the void, its lethal edge causing many to feel as if they had been slashed, compelling them to retreat several steps in fright. No, please don't, the elder pleaded desperately. Alas, his entreaties fell on deaf ears. In an instant, the sword chi surged toward the elder, piercing through his body. His eyes remained wide open in death, refusing to close. Now, does anyone still wish to meet the Silver Moon Fairy? Echoed the voice of the youth within the moonlit red pavilion. Silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to respond. Was it a jest? A fifth-level martial sovereign reduced to such a state by this youth? The elder, if placed within a sect, would at least be considered an elder himself. Just how formidable was this young man? Perhaps only those of the ninth-level martial sovereign caliber could stand against him. Humph. A bunch of inept fools, unaware of why Miao you would engage in such childish antics. The youth in white remarked disdainfully, eliciting yet another silence from the assembly. Within the room, Fu Tian chuckled softly and gradually rose to his feet. Hu Tao, somewhat taken aback, immediately inquired, My lord, are you planning to intervene? Fu Tian replied nonchalantly, Is that not permissible? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Tao responded, I believe it may be prudent to refrain from intervening. What has been displayed thus far may not be his full strength. The opponent wields a colossal sword, possibly indicating that he is a swordsman. So, you think I would be defeated? Fu Tian queried. Hu Tao fell silent, at a loss for words. To be candid, he was indeed uncertain. Although Fu Tian's combat prowess far exceeded his own realm, the opponent was also a genius, possessing strength that surpassed his peers, thus defying conventional wisdom. Very well. You may watch from here, Fu Tian declared, then exited the room. The creaking of the door echoed in the otherwise serene moonlit red pavilion, a sound that rang out sharply. All eyes turned to see. Even the youth in white glanced over. From the room emerged a youthful figure clad in white. His face somewhat boyish, yet strikingly handsome, resembling a refined scholar of grace and poise. As Fu Tian stepped forward, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, with all eyes fixated upon him. You claim that defeating you grants the privilege of meeting the Silver Moon Fairy? A subtle smile graced Fu Tian's face as he regarded the young man clad in white, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Very well, but do you possess the capability? The white-clad youth retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Whether I can or cannot, you shall soon discover, Fu Tian replied, chuckling once more. The atmosphere grew noticeably tense, prompting the onlookers to swallow hard. Even the white-clad youth furrowed his brow, his disdainful expression fading. He did not perceive Fu Tian as a mere fool or an individual courting death. Rather, he sensed an underlying confidence. Yet what of it? Reassured by his own prowess, the youth's brow relaxed, and his gaze returned to a placid indifference as he regarded Fu Tian. He held no belief that anyone from the younger generation in the Western Province could stand against him. Even in the Central Province, he was regarded as a paragon of his age, and in the West, it would be no exaggeration to declare him the foremost among the youth. Noting the fleeting expression on his opponent's face, Fu Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly, declaring, In 10 moves or less, I shall conclude this. Chapter 87. The confrontation within 10 moves, I shall resolve you. The voice of Fu Tian resonated through the moonlit red mansion, calm and devoid of any turbulence. Resolve me within 10 moves? The young man in white appeared momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. As realization dawned, a shadow of gloom flickered across his face. I swear, your fate will be far worse than that of the old man. A collective shake of heads and sighs echoed among the onlookers, who deemed Fu Tian's words excessively arrogant, bordering on reckless. They seemed to foresee a dismal outcome for him. Within the moonlit red mansion, tranquility reigned. Both Fu Tian and the white-clad youth remained stationary, devoid of any movement. In a flash, Fu Tian sprang into action. He flicked his sleeve, vanishing from his original position, and then raised his arm, delivering a punch towards the young man. The wind howled, as if thunder itself was roaring. The spectators felt a buzzing in their ears, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. The white-clad youth, sensing the impending punch, underwent a subtle change in demeanor. He instantly shed his initial disdain, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Bang! The punch collided with his elbow joint. The white-clad youth staggered back 3 steps, each footstep leaving an indentation on the wooden floor, a testament to the sheer force of Fu Tian. Shaking off the slight numbness in his arm, the young man clenched his fist, his face reflecting shock. This punch had forced him back 3 steps? He was a dual cultivator of spirit and martial arts. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th heaven martial general, his physical prowess was formidable enough to contend with martial lords. Moreover, he was the pride of his family, with unparalleled talent. Yet, he had been repelled 3 steps by this individual before him. At this moment, the white-clad youth realized that Fu Tian was far from the simple adversary he had initially presumed. Fu Tian, too, was taken aback. Although he was aware that his opponent was also a body cultivator, he had exerted considerable effort in that punch. Yet the other party had withstood it without a hint of injury. Fu Tian chuckled lightly, his spirits lifted. Finally, he had encountered a worthy opponent. His journey thus far had been largely unchallenging, leading to an inevitable sense of tedium. Now, with someone capable of sparring with him, his emotions stirred with excitement. Come again. Fu Tian roared, his physical form erupting at that moment. His body gleamed with a copper radiance as 206 copper bones activated instantaneously. His aura awakened like a slumbering true dragon, suddenly opening its eyes and emanating a tremor-inducing presence. At that moment, the white-clad youth's expression shifted drastically. His heart filled with disbelief. As Fu Tian unleashed his punch, the very heavens altered in hue. A roar akin to that of a savage beast echoed through the air, accompanied by howling winds and thunderous rumbles. Seeing this, the white-clad youth hesitated no longer. With a sweep of his hand, the massive sword strapped to his back soared into the air, firmly grasped in his hold, and he swung it fiercely forward. Snow slash. Sword energy surged forth, forming a snow-white blade of energy several meters long in the void, hurtling towards Fu Tian. The moment the snow-white sword energy emerged, the temperature in the atmosphere plummeted significantly. Splendid. Fu Tian laughed heartily, his right hand radiating a dazzling copper light as he unleashed a punch. The immense power of 2.5 million pounds of copper bones erupted completely, as if capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, causing even the peak martial sages to pale in astonishment. When their forces collided, the pristine sword energy shattered like tofu, fulfilling its existence. The might of a single punch was terrifying beyond measure. The young man in white slightly changed his expression, his heart filled with dread. What? How could this be? His sword strike was unexpectedly feeble. There is nothing impossible. Come at me with another move. Fu Tian's interest was piqued. With a flick of his finger, he summoned a ferocious blaze, raising the temperature of the surroundings significantly. One young finger. A single finger pointed toward the young man in white, the intense heat causing the air to warp, unable to endure. At this point, the young man's gaze turned icy, beginning to regard Fu Tian as a formidable adversary. Gripping his enormous sword, he roared and swung it toward Fu Tian. In that moment, the colossal sword shimmered with a chilling blue light, becoming extraordinarily sharp. With a single slash, that finger was utterly obliterated. Oh! Fu Tian felt a twinge of surprise and exclaimed. Seizing the moment, the young man in white retreated, creating distance from Fu Tian. Having previously underestimated Fu Tian and caught off guard, he found himself at a disadvantage, were he to start anew. He was confident he would not appear so disheveled. I had indeed underestimated you. I shall not grant you another chance. The young man tightened his grip on the giant's sword, his eyes sharp. Fu Tian chuckled lightly. That was merely my third move. The young man raised an eyebrow, his demeanor becoming serious. He understood that this individual before him was unlike any other talent from Shizhou, operating on an entirely different level. Fu Tian relaxed his body, and instantly, his bones emitted a crackling sound, reminiscent of popping beans. How strong is he? In the room, Lord Tang's expression was one of shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Although aware of Fu Tian's exceptional strength, even capable of defeating Xiao Sanyu, he never anticipated such overwhelming power. Had he displayed such strength in his earlier match against Xiao Sanyu, the latter might not have withstood a single blow. The young master is undoubtedly strong. Yet the opponent is not to be underestimated. Is defeating him in 10 moves perhaps a bit too? Hu Tao's eyes flickered, his heart uncertain. Rest assured, brother Fu Tian will surely win. Shi Chang patted Hu Tao's shoulder, his words brimming with confidence. Hu Tao paused for a moment, then smiled. Indeed, the young master will definitely prevail. What is your name? The young man in white asked, gripping his giant sword. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about another's name? Fu Tian replied. The young man narrowed his eyes. Shuiyang. Fu Tian. Fu Tian. What an audacious name. Can one truly subdue the heavens above? Be wary that your fate may not bear the weight of such a name, Shuiyang mocked. Generally, people choose names with caution, rarely opting for something as presumptuous as Fu Tian, for fear of not living a long life. Some individuals or entities are deemed taboo, should one utter their name. They inevitably attract a modicum of karma. If one's strength cannot bear such consequences, it is all too easy to meet an untimely demise. An early passing, shrouded in ominous portent, is a fate that can readily befall anyone. Consequently, when naming a child, people tend to exercise caution, avoiding names associated with emperors or royalty. Yet, the name Fu Tian is astonishingly audacious. Indeed, it borders on the reckless. Who dares to subdue the heavens? Shuiyang was taken aback, both astonished and incredulous that Fu Tian could bear such a name and still thrive. Subduing the heavens, is it truly so difficult? Fu Tian mused softly. Upon hearing these words, Shuiyang's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief as he bellowed, "You lunatic!" As expected, thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, streaks of lightning cleaved the sky, and the sound of thunder reverberated as if exploding in his ears. Dark clouds gathered densely, the sky grew dim, the rivers began to churn, and the air became stifling. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived. At that moment, a figure who had been meditating within the royal palace abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "The heavens are changing." Not only that, but across the western state, the leaders of the 6 major sects rose simultaneously, gazing skyward with expressions of grave concern. Who could it be that has stirred the heavens? Just a moment ago, the western state was resplendent under a starry sky, serene and peaceful. Yet, without warning, it was shrouded in ominous foreboding, devoid of any premonition. It felt as if doomsday had descended. Regrettably, their realms were too lowly. They could merely sense a disturbance in the ether, utterly unaware of the cause. Had a powerful being been present, they would have risen suddenly, trembling, their hearts tumultuous with dread. Something in the heavens was enraged. Who was responsible? Clearly, Shuiyang could sense the anomalies outside, his heart racing in terror as he thought, "Madman, you are beyond salvation now," Shuiyang shouted, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Fu Tian glanced at the sky, his expression unchanged, maintaining his composure as before. But internally, what the hell? What is happening? I merely uttered a few quintessential lines of a protagonist, and suddenly it feels as if the world is ending? Aren't those novel protagonists always proclaiming their defiance against the heavens? Why am I encountering issues? Surely, I cannot be facing a game over. I have only just traversed here. Appearing as steady as a rock, I am, in reality, utterly panicked. The winds continued to howl, and the thunder persisted in its cacophony. Fu Tian's heart, in truth, was more agitated than anyone else's. However, this tumult did not endure long, perhaps merely the span of a single incense stick. After that time, the dark clouds began to disperse, the rivers returned to tranquility, and the air resumed its former state. At this juncture, Fu Tian finally exhaled in relief. He genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. He nearly succumbed to fright. Yet, the respite was fleeting. Suddenly, Fu Tian felt as though something new had manifested upon him. An unseen, intangible, and profoundly mysterious entity, causality. It pertains to the celestial order of the heavens. Yet, this causality is neither particularly grand nor particularly trivial. After all, it is connected to the celestial realm, which can be deemed the epitome of taboos, thus inherently significant. However, it cannot be classified as monumental, for it merely concerns the causality of the true state continent. The true state continent is but a minor world, and the heavenly principles therein are not overwhelmingly powerful. Even if the true state continent were to suddenly perish, it would remain inconsequential, leaving the greater world unperturbed. Naturally, Fu Tian remains unaware of such matters and is still troubled by the changes manifesting within himself. Alas, there is no alternative but to strive for rapid ascension. Understanding that mere worry cannot resolve his anomalies, Fu Tian resolves to focus singularly on becoming stronger. Once he attains strength, he shall fear nothing. Regardless of the celestial or terrestrial realms, he shall sweep them aside with ease. Contemplating this, Fu Tian regains his inner tranquility. Dismissing frivolous thoughts, he turns to Shui Yang and declares, "Very well, let us proceed." Proceed? Shui Yang's forehead is adorned with a few dark lines. What do you mean by proceed? You are utterly mad. You dare show disrespect even to the heavens. Should you provoke me, what will happen when you are cornered? Do you intend for us to perish together? No, no, no. Your life may be of little consequence, but mine is invaluable. I am still young, gifted, and my comprehension is astonishing. Most importantly, I am undeniably handsome. How could I possibly agree to perish alongside you? With this thought, Shui Yang hastily shakes his head and earnestly states, "No, there is no need for a comparison. You have won. Please, go meet Miao Yu at once." Fu Tian's forehead also bears a few dark lines. What is this? Why has he suddenly lost his resolve? Are you certain? Fu Tian inquires with confusion. Absolutely certain. Hurry along. Miao Yu must be anxiously waiting. Shui Yang nods fervently. Fu Tian. Chapter 88. The past Shui Yang conceded. Fu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was the opponent simply surrendering? After finally encountering a worthy adversary, was it to end so abruptly? Fu Tian intended to urge for a continuation, but upon witnessing Shui Yang sheath his sword, he swiftly dismissed the thought. Fu Tian, you are quite remarkable. Shui Yang regarded him with a serious gaze devoid of mockery. It is somewhat astonishing that a genius such as yourself could emerge from a humble place like Shizhou. May I inquire about your master? Who has guided you on your journey? Evidently, Shui Yang believed that Fu Tian's prowess stemmed from an exceptional mentor. Fu Tian, however, did not evade the question and shook his head, responding, "I currently have no master. My strength is the result of my own cultivation." He then clenched his fist, an overwhelming sense of power surging within it. No master? No wonder. Shui Yang's eyes flickered, as if he comprehended something profound. "Oh, is there a problem?" Fu Tian inquired. Puzzled, Shui Yang smiled mysteriously before continuing. "Some matters are of little use to discuss now. You will naturally understand when you arrive in Zhongzhou. At that time, you will grasp why the talents from Zhongzhou far surpass those from Shizhou. Is it due to intent? Like that punch you threw earlier?" Shui Yang paused momentarily before laughing. "Indeed, you are astute, Fu brother. That is indeed a part of it. But to be precise, what I just executed was not intent, but momentum. Intent is a higher realm that I am far from comprehending at present." Momentum? Fu Tian expressed his surprise. "Yes, momentum. Some say that grasping momentum signifies a small achievement in that realm, but in my view, understanding momentum merely marks the beginning. For instance, my punching momentum. Upon finishing, Shui Yang tightened his fist, and the momentum erupted forth. Though it appeared unremarkable, it contained immense destructive power, as if capable of obliterating anything in its path. The force of a punch imbued with momentum can elevate its power exponentially. Even if your physical strength pales in comparison to your opponents, you can still easily defeat them. A punch delivered with momentum and one without are fundamentally distinct concepts. As Shui Yang executed a punch with no apparent effort, merely a casual swing, a wooden wall within the reflecting moon pavilion shattered explosively, splintering into countless fragments. Standing beside Shui Yang, Fu Tian began to comprehend the reality. It was evident that he had not exerted force. It was indeed a mere casual punch, yet the power it wielded surpassed all expectations, leaving one bewildered. The strength resided in the momentum contained within that punch. Momentum is your understanding of the punch. Once you grasp the essence of it, you will inevitably attain the understanding of momentum. A punch must always advance fearlessly, never retreating. Any obstacle in your way should be shattered with a devastating blow. Upon hearing Shui Yang's words, Fu Tian felt a profound resonance within. Indeed, in the past, he had merely relied on brute strength to vanquish his foes, relying solely on physical might. "My physical strength surpasses yours. I can breach your defenses, thus I claim victory." Although this method is indeed viable, it pales in comparison to the might of one who possesses true martial prowess, rendering it akin to the actions of a brute. I observe that Brother Fu's physical strength far surpasses my expectations. It is a pity that he has not yet grasped the essence of martial intent. Were it otherwise, the power of your strike would be even more formidable. Had the circumstances been as they were moments ago, I would not have been able to withstand it easily. There is a possibility of sustaining grave injuries. Fu Tian appeared contemplative. Of course, this is not to suggest that lacking martial intent renders physical strength ineffective. The potency remains. Albeit those endowed with martial intent wield far greater power and possess a more terrifying capacity for destruction, Shui Yang continued. Fu Tian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. "Very well. Brother Fu, once you arrive in the Central Plains, you shall gain further clarity. For now, let us return to the matter at hand. Since I have conceded, You may now meet the Silver Moon Fairy. Fu Tian turned his gaze to Shui Yang and inquired, is the Silver Moon Fairy from the Central Plains, just like you? What Brother Fu says is indeed correct. Miao Yu hails from the Central Plains, and I share a familial connection with her, Shui Yang remarked with a smile. A connection? To be precise, it pertains to the ties between our families. Shui Yang's eyes glimmered with a hint of nostalgia. My journey to the western regions was also mandated by my family to bring Miao Yu back. I suspect her hosting of such an event is intertwined with this matter. Fu Tian nodded slightly, seemingly grasping the essence of the conversation. The matters Shui Yang alluded to likely pertain to their familial affairs. Very well, Brother Fu. You should go meet Miao Yu. She will surely elucidate these matters for you. I shall join you shortly, Shui Yang said with a smile. Fu Tian nodded once more and refrained from further words. Subsequently, Shui Yang exchanged a knowing glance with the matchmaker, who promptly understood the implication and hastened over. May I inquire as to this esteemed young gentleman's name? Upon reaching Shui Yang, the matchmaker bowed respectfully. Fu Tian. So it is Master Fu Tian. I have long admired your illustrious name, which I have kept close to my heart, the matchmaker responded reverently. Though he spoke thus, the matchmaker was somewhat bewildered. Who is Fu Tian? I have not heard of him before. Is there such a figure in the western regions? Regardless, it matters little. Such a formidable individual should meet the criteria of the Silver Moon Fairy. After all, she has a penchant for strong men. Yet Fu Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Have you truly heard of my name? Such boastfulness is almost celestial. I kindly request that Master Fu Tian accompany me, the matchmaker said, leading the way upstairs. Fu Tian followed closely behind. Ascending to the third floor, they arrived at the fourth floor of the Reflecting Moon Pavilion. Rumor has it that this level houses a formidable martial king, shrouded in mystery. As soon as they stepped onto the fourth floor, all external sounds ceased, enveloping them in an unusual silence. The fourth floor contained but a single room, its door a chilling azure, emanating an icy aura that indicated it was no ordinary entrance. The matchmaker stood before the door, gesturing an invitation. The Silver Moon Fairy awaits within. Master Fu Tian may enter. I hope her performance will be to your satisfaction. Fu Tian nodded and stepped forward, intending to push the door open. However, as his hand rested upon it, he sensed something amiss. This door is remarkably heavy. In the sweltering heat, Fu Tian felt a sense of astonishment, yet he pondered little and continued to exert his strength. With a force of 1,000,000 pounds, the door creaked open slowly. Fu Tian's expression shifted with surprise as he summoned even greater power. With 2,000,000 pounds of strength, the door finally yielded. As it swung open, a rich aura of spiritual energy washed over him, revealing nothing more than an ordinary room, furnished with a round table and 8 wooden stools. A graceful figure clad in red, adorned with a veil of white, stood with her back to the table. A smile curled at the corners of Fu Tian's mouth as he closed the door and seated himself upon one of the stools. No sooner had he settled than the sound of a guqin filled the air. The melody was gentle and delicate, capable of soothing one's inner turmoil and calming the spirit. Fu Tian felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, as the enchanting notes enveloped his senses, prompting him to close his eyes and fully immerse himself in the music. The notes flowed like a mountain spring meandering through a secluded valley, cascading softly. The woman in red, seated before the guqin, deftly caressed the strings with her delicate hands, producing a series of crisp, resonant sounds that lingered in the room. As the last notes of the piece faded, she gently lowered her hands, and at that moment, Fu Tian gradually opened his eyes. Your skill on the guqin is commendable, and the music is delightful, he remarked with admiration. The woman in red turned to face him. Though her veil obscured her features, he could discern a smile playing at her lips. Thank you for your praise, young master. Yet, I must inquire why you are the only one to have attended, despite my invitation to 8? Fu Tian chuckled lightly. Is that a problem? Or are you disappointed? The Silver Moon Fairy shook her head slightly. Your presence here is certainly not a cause for disappointment, young master. I am merely curious as to why only you have come. Because I surpassed them all. Does that answer satisfy you? He replied. The Silver Moon Fairy was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You are truly intriguing, young master. I have yet to hear your name. Fu Tian. Fu Tian, she repeated, the name sounding unfamiliar on her lips. Enough of the pleasantries. Simply divulge your purpose, Fu Tian interjected, his gaze fixed on the Silver Moon Fairy. His words direct and unambiguous. She chuckled softly, her voice like the chime of wind bells, enchanting and melodious. Since you are so forthright, I shall dispense with the circumlocution. I have invited you here to request a favor. What is it? Fu Tian inquired, his interest piqued. I hope you will become my devotee, the Silver Moon Fairy stated, her gaze earnest and devoid of jest. Why? Fu Tian asked, perplexed. The Silver Moon Fairy shook her head. Knowing too much may not serve you well, young master. It is perhaps better to remain in ignorance. Fu Tian chuckled softly. Even without your words, I surmise it pertains to matters concerning your family. Her brows arched in surprise. So you are also from the central continent? Given that he appeared unfamiliar and had no prior knowledge of her, the only explanation could be his origin from the central continent. Yet Fu Tian shook his head in denial. Not at all. The Silver Moon Fairy furrowed her brows, pondering how the young man could possibly know such things. Do you know Shuiyang? Fu Tian inquired, gazing intently at her. Upon hearing the name Shuiyang, a tremor coursed through the Silver Moon Fairy's being, as she exclaimed, he has arrived? Fu Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, he is just below, and I have even crossed swords with him. At this revelation, the Silver Moon Fairy shuddered once more, her heart tumultuous with unease. You must be jesting. Come here for a moment, she suddenly retorted, having gathered her wits. You claim to have battled him? That is utterly implausible, for he would never permit outsiders to enter. Fu Tian chuckled lightly. What if I did? Is it not feasible to enter after defeating him? The incredulity in the Silver Moon Fairy's heart deepened, leaving her utterly astonished. Through the sheer veil, Fu Tian could sense her inner turmoil. You assert you have vanquished him? How can that be? She questioned, her voice laced with disbelief. No, she replied. Are you jesting with me? Fu Tian softly spoke. Shuiyang mentioned you would divulge matters concerning your family. The Silver Moon Fairy's heart quaked at this revelation. If Shuiyang had truly said such a thing, it would imply that this individual before her was not as simple as he appeared. Rising from her seat, she approached Fu Tian and settled beside him on a wooden bench. Since Shuiyang has made such claims, it appears you possess more depth than meets the eye. The Silver Moon Fairy scrutinized Fu Tian, attempting to discern what distinguished him so favorably in Shuiyang's regard. Yet, after much observation, she found no remarkable traits. Save for his striking appearance, he bore the semblance of an ordinary passerby. There was no fierce aura, no commanding presence. One could easily overlook him while passing by, akin to an inconspicuous stranger. Still, the Silver Moon Fairy parted her lips, her voice soft and contemplative. This matter, however, is indeed a lengthy tale. Chapter 89. The words of Fuyuan. In the vast expanse of Zhongzhou, a plethora of sects and powers flourished, akin to a garden in full bloom. Among these myriad families were the Shui family, to which Shuiyang belonged, and the Miao family, of which Miaoyu was a part. Both clans boasted considerable influence, ranking among the 9 prominent families of Zhongzhou. The relationship between these two families was exceptionally harmonious, having been intertwined through marriage since the time of their ancestors, a tradition that had persisted across countless generations. In this current generation, the marriage alliance was destined to involve Miaoyu. As for the Shui family, the intended suitor was none other than the notorious playboy, Shui Sheng, the son of the clan's elder. Upon learning of this arrangement, Miaoyu was overwhelmed with opposition. How could it be that she was to be wed to that scoundrel? Shui Sheng had earned a notorious reputation within the Shui family, excelling in vice and indulgence. It was said that he had begun to wreak havoc on the lives of young women since the tender age of 7, and by now, he had likely caused distress to countless girls, enough to encircle the city walls. Initially intrigued by the prospect of the marriage, Miaoyu promptly dispatched her loyal maid to investigate the character of her betrothed. If he were a hero of renown, perhaps the union would not be entirely objectionable. However, upon learning of Shui Sheng's debauchery and vices, her reluctance intensified 1,000-fold, and she immediately sought to persuade her father to retract the engagement. Yet, such pleas were futile. The Shui family was currently at the zenith of its power and prestige, growing ever stronger. In contrast, the Miao family was showing signs of decline, lacking in both formidable warriors and exceptional disciples compared to the Shui clan. It was evident that the Miao family was increasingly losing its voice in the presence of the Shui family, often having to act in accordance with their wishes. True to form, Shui Sheng, the elder son, had set his sights on the Miao family's cherished jewel, Miaoyu, desiring to marry her. Upon learning of this development, the elder of the Shui family personally approached the Miao household to propose, aiming to solidify the union between the two families and fulfill the matrimonial alliance established over generations. Faced with the overwhelming influence of the Shui family's elder, the Miao family had no choice but to acquiesce to this arrangement. Realizing that her fate was sealed, Miaoyu was consumed by sorrow, weeping profusely day and night. Ultimately, on a sunlit afternoon, seizing an opportunity when her father was unaware, she stealthily took the interdimensional talisman and crossed over, arriving in the desolate West State, the most barren land of the Zhengzhou continent. At this point, Fuyuan's curiosity was piqued. As one of the 9 great families of Zhongzhou, It seemed incongruous that such a disparity in strength existed. Surely, they could refuse the marriage or propose an alternative suitor. Miao Yu shook her head, a shadow of sorrow crossing her features. It is because of my sister, Miao Xian. Your sister? What does she have to do with this? Fu Yuan inquired, puzzled. However, Miao Yu simply shook her head. It is nothing. That is the crux of the matter. Is there anything else you do not understand, my lord? Her gaze sparkled with interest as she regarded the gentleman in white before her. Fu Yuan pondered for a moment. Then what is the purpose of this gathering? From what you mentioned earlier, are you seeking to attract followers? In an instant, the expression in Miao Yu's eyes transformed dramatically. The initial intrigue vanished, replaced by an air of haughty superiority. Her voice took on an imperious tone as she declared, the only way to alter my fate is to grow stronger. Once I attain a level of strength that compels my family to cease bowing to the Shui family, strong enough to alter their decisions, strong enough to seize command of my own destiny, at that point, why would I need to forge a union with Shuesheng? Fu Tian regarded the veiled woman before him with utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. A slight smile graced his lips as he said, in that case, I wish you the best of luck. Miao Yu cast a glance at Fu Tian, her demeanor softening once more to a gentle, almost ethereal quality, capable of melting hearts. With a playful smile, she remarked, you are indeed quite heartless, young master. Here I am, in such a pitiable state. And yet you do not wish to lend your aid? And how would I assist you? By becoming your follower? Fu Tian responded with a light chuckle. I would indeed hope for you to be my follower, Miao Yu replied with a subtle smile, revealing her flawless, pearly teeth. After all, no single individual could hope to stand against the Shui family, whose legacy spanned generations and was steeped in formidable depth. It would be exceedingly difficult for me to sway their decisions alone. Thus, it is only natural for me to seek out talents to collectively confront the Shui family. Yet you, young master, possess the strength and talent to contend with Shui Yang. I fear your pride may render you disdainful of my plight. As she spoke, Miao Yu cast a flirtatious glance at Fu Tian. Despite the veil separating them, he could still perceive a glimmer of allure beneath it. No wonder Shuesheng sought to propose. She was indeed a captivating enchantress. While your observations are astute, I have no desire to become your follower, nor am I inclined to interfere in the affairs of your family. Upon hearing this, Miao Yu, though somewhat prepared for such a response, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, I do possess a solution to your matrimonial predicament. Fu Tian suddenly interjected with a grin, shifting the conversation's direction. What solution? Miao Yu's heart raced, her expression turning earnest. Fu Tian extended a hand, his presence shifting dramatically, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance that made Miao Yu tremble. Become my follower, and I shall resolve your family's issues. His words seemed to embody a force powerful enough to shake the mountains, evoking awe. Staring at the youthful hand before her, Miao Yu was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, the room erupted in laughter, a sound that resonated like wind chimes, cleansing the spirit. You are indeed humorous, young master. I appreciate your goodwill, she chuckled. I am not jesting. Fu Tian replied, his tone firm. As his words hung in the air, laughter ceased abruptly. Do you understand the might of the Shui family? Their powerful members could annihilate you with a mere breath, and with a single snap of their fingers. They could extinguish countless martial kings. What can someone as insignificant as you accomplish? Miao Yu's expression shifted, losing its playful edge as seriousness took hold. What is there to prevent me? Fu Tian countered once more. Uft! Miao Yu scoffed. Do you realize how you appear to me at this moment? Like a frog at the bottom of a well. You are utterly unaware of the vastness of the world beyond, to utter such words. Is it not laughable? Fu Tian, with an air of nonchalance, seemed blissfully ignorant of the naivete of his own statements. Nevertheless, I shall afford you another opportunity when I journey to the central continent. At that time, you may choose to be my follower. Insanity, madness, unhinged. 3 terms suddenly sprang to Miao Yu's mind, wondering what audacity compelled this young man in white to make such declarations. Yet, she harbored a flicker of anticipation. What if this young man could indeed navigate the complexities of her arranged marriage? In such a case, being his follower would not be so objectionable. After all, he is rather handsome. However, as soon as this thought emerged, Miao Yu shook her head to dispel it. With a long sigh, she touched her forehead, seemingly at a loss for words. Very well, since you cannot be my follower, there is no need for us to prolong this meeting. Please take your leave, for I wish to rest. Yet, upon her words, Fu Tian remained seated on the wooden bench, showing no inclination to depart. What is your intention? Miao Yu furrowed her brows. Perplexed. Having come this far, may I not behold your visage? Fu Tian remarked coolly, his expression imbued with intrigue as he gazed at Miao Yu. Upon hearing this, Miao Yue initially intended to refuse outright, but recalling Fu Tian's earlier words, she hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, she let out a soft sigh and said, "Since you are so curious about my appearance, I shall graciously oblige." With that, her delicate hand lifted the white veil. An exquisitely beautiful face emerged before Fu Tian, striking enough to captivate a nation. Her flawless skin tempted one to touch it. Her enchanting gaze, akin to that of a seductress, could ensnare one's very soul. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled like the night sky, and her cherry-like lips appeared irresistibly alluring. She was nothing short of a fairy, the kind that could drain one of vitality. Even Fu Tian found himself momentarily entranced. Observing his somewhat dazed expression, Miao Yue felt a surge of satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing her lips before she veiled her face once more. After Fu Tian regained his composure, he remarked, "Now I understand why that Suppression sought your hand in marriage. Were I a king in the mountains, I would stop at nothing to claim you as my queen." Miao Yue chuckled lightly, her voice a melodious delight, a sound that could prolong life itself. "Thank you for your kind words. Yet what use is beauty without strength? Without power, one remains unable to control their own fate." As she spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed Miao Yue's face. "If you could resolve the matter of my marriage, I would not be opposed to becoming your bride." Miao Yue smiled faintly, her tone laced with seduction. Were it another, such words would surely transform them into her devoted admirer. Vowing to annihilate that Suppression and scatter his ashes at her doorstep to be trampled upon daily. However, Fu Tian merely chuckled softly, saying nothing further, and rose to depart. Though the preceding words were undeniably alluring, upon deeper reflection, it became evident that if Fu Tian could indeed resolve the matter of the marriage with Miao Yue, his strength and status would undoubtedly surpass that of the Shui family. The Shui family is already considered a titan in Zhongzhou, so it would not be an exaggeration to claim that Fu Tian is the sovereign of Zhongzhou. Miao Yue does not yearn to wed Fu Tian himself. Rather, she seeks a partner capable of effortlessly resolving her matrimonial predicament. Were it someone else, Miao Yue would still acquiesce. What she desires is the mightiest of individuals, not a specific person. This realization stirred a profound discontent within Fu Tian. He had little interest in remaining in that place any longer. "I look forward to our future encounters," Fu Tian remarked before pushing open the door and departing. The room was left with only Miao Yue. After a considerable silence, a faint sigh escaped her lips. "If only what you said were true, how wonderful that would be." Chapter 90. Once more into training. Upon reaching the third floor, Shuiyang stood at the entrance of the room. "How did it go?" he inquired, gazing at Fu Tian as he descended. "It went reasonably well," Fu Tian replied nonchalantly. "Do you intend to bring Miao Yue back with you?" After a moment of contemplation, Shuiyang nodded, indeed planning to take her home, for the family's mandate was not to be defied. What if she refuses to return? Shuiyang paused, seemingly taken aback by Fu Tian's question, and then asked, "What did she say to you?" Fu Tian candidly stated, "She said she does not wish to go back." Shuiyang's expression confirmed his suspicions. This was not merely a matter of her desire, but rather a necessity for him to bring her back. The interdimensional talisman was far too precious, and returning empty-handed would surely earn him his father's wrath. Fu Tian pondered for a moment, wondering if there was truly no way to prevent such an occurrence. However, his statement was not born of sympathy for her plight, for there were countless unfortunate souls in the world, and their fates were of no concern to him. Yet, he could not deny that he too did not want Miao Yue to be married off, especially to that beast she spoke of. Should you ask why? Perhaps it was simply the aversion to seeing a pristine cabbage ravished by a pig, just as one might lament seeing a flower planted in dung. Even if it bore no personal significance, he could not help but express his disdain, secretly wishing to be that very dung. Though he was not dumb, but rather possessed of a system's currency. With a wry smile, Shuiyang shook his head. "Brother Fu, you are well aware that these are family orders. How can we, the younger generation, defy the family's commands? Moreover, within the Shui clan, there are many who support the Grand Elder, most belong to his faction. Even my father's descent is feudal, as this matter serves the family's interests immensely, and the Shui clan is united in agreement." At that moment, any opposition would be in vain, unless what? Fu Tian inquired with curiosity, sensing a shift in the conversation. "Unless our ancestor were to emerge and oppose this matter. But how could that be? Our ancestor has been in seclusion for countless years. It is unlikely he would reappear for such a trivial issue. His emergence would only be prompted by significant upheaval within the clan." Upon hearing this, Fu Tian nodded slightly and fell silent. "All right, Brother Fu, I must ascend to meet Miao Yue. In truth, there exists another approach." Shuiyang stepped beside Fu Tian and patted his shoulder. "That is for you to rush to Zhongzhou and steal her away. Ha ha ha." with laughter echoing. Shui Yang made his way upstairs, his voice fading into the distance. Zhongzhou. Fu Tian gazed at the place where Shui Yang had departed, his expression contemplative as he smiled faintly. I shall certainly visit in the future. It remained uncertain whether he referred to Zhongzhou or the act of eloping. Upon returning to his own chamber, Hu Tao and the others had been waiting for quite some time. As for those below, they had either departed or remained as necessary. After such an event, who would wish to linger? The area below was considerably more spacious than before, with only a few silhouettes discernible. Is the master back? Did the moonlit fairy truly perform? Upon entering the room, Tang Ho, filled with eagerness, eagerly inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Fu Tian smiled, of course. The esteemed gentleman is indeed remarkable. Should word of this spread, it would not be an exaggeration to declare him the foremost among the younger generation of Shizhou. Oh, to listen to the enchanting melodies played by the Silver Moon Fairy herself. Surely, only he possesses such a privilege. Naturally, this was followed by a bout of flattery. Well then, now that the young master has returned, let us retire to our respective chambers. I have already prepared the rooms. Tomorrow marks the day of the gathering of prodigies, and a good rest is essential. The perceptive Hu Tao seemed to sense his master's slight discontent and promptly shifted the topic. Very well. Fu Tian responded calmly, then inquired, where is Xiner? The bed was conspicuously empty. The once slumbering Xiner was nowhere to be found. Do not worry, young master. I have already escorted Miss Xiner to her room. We simply need to return to our quarters, Hu Tao replied. Fu Tian nodded once more. Lead the way then. Hu Tao complied, guiding the group to their respective rooms. Young master, please rest well. I shall take my leave, he said as he ushered Fu Tian into his chamber before turning to depart. At that moment, Fu Tian found himself alone in the room. Throughout the journey, he had pondered extensively. His immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Previously, he had been obstructed at the borders of the Flower Sea due to insufficient power, lacking even the qualification to enter. As for the matter concerning Niao Yu, he felt utterly powerless, left with nothing but a blank stare. Fu Tian now acutely felt the urgent need for strength. He had to admit that after defeating several practitioners of the Ninth Heaven Martial Sect, he had become somewhat complacent, growing increasingly indifferent to his cultivation. This behavior could not continue. Fu Tian admonished himself inwardly. Opening the system, he recalled the daily resource sign-in feature, curious about what rewards awaited him. System. Initiate daily resource sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Current host realm detected as 5th Heaven Martial General. Resource reward, 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. What? 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this figure, Fu Tian nearly doubted his hearing. How could there be so many? He had anticipated that following the system update, tasks would become increasingly burdensome. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the generous resources now available. Ah, truly delightful. Ding, a reminder to the host. Cultivate diligently, for laziness bears consequences. Huh, what does that mean? Is it implying that I am lazy? Fu Tian felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead and hastily questioned the system about its meaning, but it fell silent, as if cast into the depths of the ocean. With a slight sigh, Fu Tian steadied his mindset and settled onto the bed, preparing to cultivate in earnest. With a flick of his hand, a multitude of high-grade spirit stones appeared, covering the entire room. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the chamber surged to unprecedented levels. Taking a deep breath, the pure spiritual essence flowed into his very being, granting him an ethereal sensation of ascension. Fu Tian felt invigorated, his spirit uplifted significantly, activating 100-fold cultivation speed. As the oppressive heat of summer enveloped him, every acupoint on Fu Tian's body transformed into a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The room's spiritual essence visibly thinned, an alarming sight indeed. Fu Tian's innate talent was already remarkable, undeniably akin to a prodigy, possessing the demeanor of an emperor. However, with the addition of 100-fold cultivation speed, his advancement eclipsed that of ordinary individuals, inspiring reverence from all other geniuses. Within mere moments, the spiritual energy in the room had diminished to a remarkable degree. The once lustrous high-grade spirit stones on the floor, now rendered dull and lifeless, reduced to mere rubble. As Fu Tian opened his eyes, it was as if an ancient dragon, long in slumber, had awakened, sending a shiver through the hearts of those who beheld him. Although his cultivation had yet to ascend, his aura surged dramatically, and his physical form grew increasingly formidable. Possessing the chaotic sacred body, Fu Tian required resources far beyond what was typical for breakthroughs. Not only did breaking through realms necessitate the consumption of resources, But his physique also absorbed a portion of the spiritual energy during cultivation, converting it into nourishment to enhance his physical prowess. This was an inescapable truth for Tian. Without further contemplation, knowing he possessed a system that alleviated concerns over resources, he waved his hand once more, covering the room with high-grade spirit stones anew. Instantly, the air filled with vibrant spiritual energy, as if the space were inhabited by celestial beings. Without hesitation, Tian immersed himself in relentless training. The process was rather monotonous, with the sole joy perhaps lying in the palpable enhancement of his power. At this juncture, what Tian needed most was strength. With strength, he could alter everything. In the Red Moon Pavilion, on the 4th floor, Shuiyang sat upon a wooden bench, his expression serious and his tone domineering, leaving no room for refusal. Opposite him sat a woman clad in red, her face partially veiled by white silk, her back turned to him. At that moment, Miao Yu deftly worked through her hair with a wooden comb, and once finished, she spoke. It seems your family, the Shui clan, has a penchant for coercing others. Yet Shuiyang shook his head. At times, it is not merely coercion, it is the absence of alternatives, much like our current situation. Is that so? Miao Yu's gaze dimmed, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. In the western region, there exists a sacred place known as the Ancient Wolf Sanctuary. Are you aware of it? After a brief pause, she continued. Shuiyang, sitting on the wooden bench, displayed a look of disdain. A sacred place? In such a barren land? It can hardly be deemed a sanctuary. It is merely a realm carved out by those of the life and death realm. While it may be precious, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of a true sacred site. The world carved by those of the life and death realm is still commendable. In our family, those of the life and death realm are already regarded as powerful. The loss of even one is a significant blow, Miao Yu replied with indifference. Shuiyang let out a cold snort, refraining from rebuttal. I wish to return only after the Ancient Wolf Sanctuary concludes, Miao Yu stated after a moment of contemplation. Shuiyang furrowed his brow slightly. Why? Do you truly place your hopes on that young man? A woman of such renown should not be so foolish, should she? It was evident that Shuiyang held little faith in the young man she referred to, even considering Miao Yu's aspirations somewhat naive. Miao Yu chuckled softly, her voice melodious and enchanting. Everyone has their moments of folly, do they not? Surprisingly, Miao Yu did not dispute this assertion. Shuiyang furrowed his brows, contemplating. Surely you do not genuinely believe he is my rival? In that previous confrontation, I held back considerably. The outcome was far from certain. I must concede that it is indeed remarkable for such a prodigy to emerge from the barren land of Shizhou. Yet that is where my admiration ends. Shaking his head, he continued, if you harbor any delusions that he might be your savior, I strongly advise you to relinquish that notion sooner rather than later. This time, Miao Yu remained silent, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her slender frame trembling slightly. Shuiyang let out a cold snort. Suit yourself. My sole responsibility is to escort you back. Rising to depart, he could not help but sigh. Even granting you a few more days, what difference would it truly make? In that moment, Miao Yu stood frozen, lost in thought. Chapter 91. The Grand Prince. As the sun rises, casting its golden rays, the imperial city appears tranquil. The night slipping away silently without a word. Tian, seated cross-legged upon his bed, gradually opens his eyes, shrouded in an aura of primordial chaos. In an instant, a formidable energy surges from within him, heralding his breakthrough to the 6th Heaven Marshal General. Rising to his feet, Tian's body emits a sound akin to popping beans. What a sensation! He roars with exhilaration, feeling as though he has been reborn, enveloped in unparalleled comfort. A subtle clenching of his fists produces explosive sounds. Should he unleash such a punch upon another, the consequences are unfathomable, perhaps leading to yet another skeleton in this world. This breakthrough has augmented his physical strength by an astonishing 100,000 pounds, granting him a total of 1,500,000 pounds of divine power solely from his corporeal form. Terrifying indeed. If he were to further harness his bronze bones, his physical prowess could swell by an additional 250,000 pounds. Thus, when exerting his full strength, he would possess a staggering 4 million pounds, the might of 4 colossal elephants. Such a physique renders him nearly invincible against all below the Martial King level, though the Martial King itself presents a formidable challenge. After all, compared to the Martial Sovereign, the Martial King represents a significant qualitative leap, marking the final threshold of mortal existence, drawing perilously close to the celestial realm that all mortals dream of attaining. The elation of his breakthrough does not cloud Tian's mind. He had previously gleaned insights into the corporeal realm from Huda. According to Huda, The transition from martial sovereign to martial king not only transforms one's spiritual energy, but also dramatically enhances physical strength. Upon entering the martial king realm, one's strength is at least equivalent to that of 2 colossal elephants, and through diligent training, achieving the power of 3 or 4 elephants is quite feasible. Thus, in this world teeming with formidable beings, he remains but an ant, capable of contending only with martial kings. Resolving not to dwell on such thoughts, Tian gathers his resolve and departs his chamber. The Western capital's royal palace, established by the Western royal family, may not boast the venerable history of the 6 great sects, yet it is considered an ancient sect within the region. Today marks the occasion of the Talented Stars Gathering, held at the Western capital's royal palace. After rejoining Huda and others, Tian intends to return to the royal palace. Before departing from the Red Pavilion, he casts a lingering gaze back, though the reason for his scrutiny remains elusive. On the 5th floor of Red Pavilion, a pair of eyes observes Tian's departure, leaving only a sigh echoing within the room. What is the purpose of this Talented Stars Gathering? As he walks, Tian inquires, curiosity piqued. Huda chuckles. The Talented Stars Gathering occurs once every 5 years, with immense significance. Those selected are true prodigies, universally acknowledged and beyond dispute. Yes, indeed, interjects Tang Ho. The Talented Stars Gathering encompasses a vast array of contests, including ordinary matches which are the simplest, and more extreme challenges such as timed comprehension of martial techniques and competitions for the finest alchemical concoctions. There is a plethora of categories. Tian is taken aback. There are such events? I had thought it was merely a straightforward competition. I had hoped for a grand endeavor. Shirchong struck his fist, producing a resonant thud, as if affirming his eagerness. Clearly, his hands were itching with anticipation, though, of course, it was a hunger devoid of color. Tang Ho, however, shook his head in silent disapproval, pointing out the futility of Shirchong's 10th place ranking. If it truly came down to a contest, he would merely serve as fodder. Shirchong offered an awkward smile, scratching his innocent head, betraying his embarrassment. Indeed, if it were a genuine competition, he would only be a stepping stone. Despite his physical prowess and ability to traverse realms in battle, his cultivation level remained somewhat inferior, creating a significant gap when compared to others. The gathering of geniuses is a test of true talent, a selection of the genuinely exceptional. At this juncture, Hu Tao began to elaborate, noting that many individuals are mistakenly labeled as geniuses. Those who attain the martial general realm before turning 20, for instance, are often regarded as such. Yet, this designation is merely a recognition of their innate gifts, indicating they possess considerable potential, but nothing more. With a smile gracing his lips, Hu Tao continued, explaining that the gathering of geniuses serves to identify the truly extraordinary among these so-called talents. However, the categories of genius are numerous, encompassing alchemical prodigies, formation masters, and those gifted in cultivation and comprehension, with the latter being the most prevalent. Alchemical and formation geniuses require specialized talents, making such practitioners exceedingly rare, truly one in a million. The gathering, therefore, is not limited to merely identifying those skilled in cultivation, but also encompasses alchemists and formation experts, covering an extensive range of disciplines. Upon hearing this, Tian experienced a sudden epiphany, understanding why the sect placed such importance on this gathering. Its significance was indeed substantial. Historically, the gathering of geniuses occurs roughly once a week, concluding before the entrance to the Ancient Wolf Sacred Land. However, with the opening of the Ancient Wolf Sacred Land imminent, and less than a week remaining, it would undoubtedly differ from previous years, Hu Tao remarked casually. Tian nodded, comprehending that Hu Tao's words implied this year's competition might diverge from traditional formats. What about me while you compete? Queried Yuxiner, walking beside Tian, her bright eyes sparkling as she pouted adorably. Tian affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. You can either watch our competition or stay in the room to cultivate. Yuxiner nodded her cute head earnestly, deep in thought. Thus, the group made their way to the Western State Imperial Palace. Before the palace gates, an array of luxurious carriages awaited, showcasing an impressive assortment. There were high-ranking fire steeds pulling exquisitely opulent carriages, their fiery manes flickering with a fierce intensity. Armored rhinoceroses, impervious to harm, shone brilliantly, deterring any would-be challengers, and even a colossal dragon horse drew a resplendent carriage, its golden wheels gleaming, signifying an unparalleled nobility. Without delving into other matters, the imposing figure of the dragon horse towered above other demonic beasts, its robust physique adorned with rippling muscles. while its proud head looked down upon its lesser counterparts with an air of unparalleled nobility. The beasts of lower rank cowered on the ground, too intimidated to stir, while those of slightly higher status managed to stand tall, albeit with trembling legs that betrayed their lingering dignity. This, indeed, was the essence of bloodline suppression. Even without lifting a finger, the presence of the dragon horse rendered the inferior beasts motionless with fear. Astonishingly, it was a dragon horse, a clear indication that someone of royal stature had arrived. Observing the dragon horse outside, Hu Tao clicked his tongue, a spark of intrigue flickering in his eyes. In the imperial city of Shizhou, the dragon horse was emblematic of the royal family, both powerful and noble. It is well known that the sustenance of a dragon horse comprises rare herbs and even the flesh of high-tier demonic beasts, rendering it significantly stronger than its counterparts. The average individual, even if gifted a dragon horse, would lack the means to sustain it. Moreover, few possess the privilege to care for a dragon horse. Those who do are invariably individuals of immense power within the imperial city, a rarity indeed. Historically, dragon horses have long been designated as the exclusive steeds of the royal family, reserved solely for their use. Of course, should one render exceptional service to the royal family, they may be honored with a dragon horse as a token of recognition, much like the national advisor or the founding general. Individuals who, while not of royal blood, are still bestowed with such magnificent creatures. It can be said that those who possess a dragon horse are not ordinary. They are figures of significant stature, standing just below the emperor, commanding tremendous respect. Now, with a dragon horse present outside the Shizhou imperial palace, it was clear that a person of great importance had arrived. However, this merely piqued their curiosity. Fu Tian and his companions proceeded toward the entrance without further contemplation. "Are you Fu Tian?" As they walked a few steps, a deep male voice emanated from the dragon horse's carriage. Fu Tian turned abruptly toward the source of the voice, surprise etched on his face, for the tone was unfamiliar, leaving him puzzled as to how this individual recognized him. "Indeed, I am. Is there something you require?" Despite his curiosity, Fu Tian responded with composure. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a distinguished young man of striking demeanor descending from the carriage. Upon sighting this figure, Hu Tao's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of incredulity, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is that the Crown Prince?" A voice murmured from the crowd surrounding them. "The Crown Prince? It truly is him. Wasn't he said to be secluded in the palace for cultivation? What brings him here today? Enough with the idle chatter. Are you courting death?" As the crowd recognized the young man, they began to kneel in reverence before the Crown Prince. Yet, the Crown Prince's expression remained remarkably serene, devoid of any turbulence, his gaze fixed intently on Fu Tian. Initially skeptical, Fu Tian's heart swelled with certainty upon witnessing the Crown Prince's demeanor. He had come specifically for him. "Do you seek me for a purpose?" In a moment of confusion, Fu Tian noticed that Tang Ho and Shi Chong beside him were also inclined to kneel, but he swiftly halted them. The Crown Prince shook his head, stating that he had no other intention than to witness the nature of Fu Tian himself, to discern what distinguished him from the portrayal given by his father. "The person mentioned by your father?" Fu Tian furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. "Why would your father bring me up? Although I am well aware of my own charm and allure, being the dream of countless maidens, it hardly warrants such attention." In contrast, the Crown Prince maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Fu Tian, seemingly attempting to unravel the uniqueness of the youth clad in white before him. Yet, after a thorough examination, he found himself at a loss. As he attempted to probe deeper, it felt as if his inquiries had sunk into an abyss. Yielding no response, nothing could be deciphered. The other appeared as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any imposing presence or extraordinary aura. To encapsulate it succinctly, he was strikingly mundane. The Crown Prince even began to question whether Fu Tian was indeed a mere mortal. He simply could not fathom why his father would mention such an unremarkable individual. Yet, upon further reflection, he pondered how an ordinary person could earn such recognition from his father. There must be something exceptional about him. With this thought, the Crown Prince slightly nodded and boldly declared, "Fu Tian, let us engage in a duel." Chapter 92. The Peril of Lord Tang on a Sultry Day. "Come, let us engage in a duel," proclaimed the Crown Prince with utmost seriousness, his gaze indicating he was no jesting fool. However, Fu Tian was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind? Is your first greeting a challenge to battle?" His eyelids fluttered, sensing that the eldest son of the current emperor might not be entirely sane. "No, I must decline," Fu Tian stated unequivocally. "Why?" The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed. "I have no interest, nor any reason," Fu Tian replied. shaking his head as he strode directly into the Western State Imperial Palace with Hu Tao and others in tow. The Crown Prince was left watching Fu Tian's retreat with a hint of disappointment, silence enveloping him. "Young master, why did you refuse the Crown Prince's request?" Hu Tao inquired, bewildered as they entered the palace. It was well known that the Crown Prince held a prestigious status. Even the national master treated him with respect. Rumors suggested he was being carefully groomed by the emperor himself, and it had been a long time since he had made an appearance or showcased his prowess, rendering his true strength a mystery. Some claimed the Crown Prince had already achieved the 9th level of Marshal General, mere steps away from ascending to Marshal Sovereign, while others whispered that he had silently reached that level, becoming the foremost among the younger generation. Each perspective held its merit, and discussions abounded. Fu Tian glanced at Hu Tao, shaking his head. There was no necessity to engage in a contest with him. Understanding this, Hu Tao nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Within the Western State Imperial Palace, the halls bustled with students of the palace. The number of students was relatively small, primarily consisting of royal family members who were housed there for their studies. Naturally, a few exceptionally talented commoners had caught the eye of the royalty and were admitted as exceptions. Fu Tian, a voice of astonishment suddenly echoed ahead. Fu Tian turned to see the Grand Elder, Jin Pengshan. "Grand Elder, what brings you here?" he greeted. Jin Pengshan looked at Fu Tian with a hint of suspicion. "Are you here to participate in the gathering of talents? Why else would I be here?" Fu Tian waved his hand dismissively. Jin Pengshan approached and patted Fu Tian on the shoulder. "You have wasted your effort. The gathering of talents has been postponed. It will now commence after the opening of the Ancient Wolf Sanctuary, which begins tomorrow." Fu Tian was momentarily speechless. "They notified me before I even arrived? Tomorrow? Such haste?" He frowned. Jin Pengshan shook his head. "There isn't enough time, and some wish to enhance their strength through the Ancient Wolf Sanctuary before the gathering of talents. Thus, a prominent figure within the royal family altered the plans at the last minute." Fu Tian nodded in understanding. "Very well, you may return now. You can go to the rooms on the wind shuttle. I have matters to attend to and must depart." After bidding farewell to Fu Tian and exchanging a brief word with Hu Tao, Jin Pengshan hurried away, appearing to have pressing business. Everything felt so rushed. Oh, the changes this year are truly significant. Without any prior notice, the announcement of the competition for direct disciples was made, aimed at selecting representatives for the prestigious celestial gathering of talents. Yet, it appears that the gathering itself has not even taken place. How peculiar. At this moment, Tang Ho could not help but express his thoughts. However, Fu Tian furrowed his brow, recalling the dark figure he encountered in the Mo Stone Mountains. The sheer terror of its power had rendered several martial kings helpless, ultimately necessitating the intervention of the Supreme Emperor to resolve the situation. Although it was eventually vanquished by Fu Tian himself, he couldn't shake the feeling that the hurried nature of recent events might be connected to that shadowy figure. Trusting his intuition, Fu Tian shook his head, deeming it futile to dwell on such matters at present. "Young master, since we are to begin tomorrow, shall we remain in the Yingyue Red Chamber tonight?" Hu Tao inquired. After pondering for a moment, Fu Tian recalled the enchanting silhouette on the 4th floor and ultimately shook his head. "Let us return to Chuanfengsu." Hu Tao and the others nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at Chuanfengsu, they found that apart from 2 rooms that were closed, the rest were unoccupied. The others were likely off indulging elsewhere. Without further thought, Fu Tian resolved to guide Xian in her cultivation, as her current level was still quite low, making it an ideal time for mentorship. Tang Ho and Shi Chong, however, had no intention of lingering here and planned to explore the royal palace. Hu Tao wished to visit his little ones, curious if they had caused any trouble. Moreover, since they were to enter the Ancient Wolf Sacred Land tomorrow, his presence was not required, as only the younger generation was permitted entry. Bidding farewell to the young master with a respectful gesture, Hu Tao vanished from Chuanfengsu. "Very well, let us retreat to our quarters for cultivation," Fu Tian said, gently ruffling Xian's hair. She squinted her eyes in delight, akin to a contented kitten, and nodded in agreement. Upon entering the room, Fu Tian waved his hand, and a small mountain of mid-tier spirit stones emerged, exuding pure spiritual energy that filled the space. Why not use high-tier spirit stones? One might wonder. The reason lies in Xian's current low cultivation level, as she was not yet capable of withstanding the overwhelming energy of high-tier stones. Lacking low-tier spirit stones himself, Fu Tian had to settle for mid-tier stones instead. Xian inhaled deeply, feeling an indescribable comfort as her cultivation improved slightly. Gradually, Fu Tian began imparting his martial insights, and Xian listened attentively. It is worth noting that Fu Tian possessed the chaotic victory body, elevating his talent and comprehension to unparalleled heights. Although his cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid due to a 100-fold rate, it did not diminish his understanding of martial arts. Within him flowed the essence of the chaotic Tao, which encompassed myriad paths, allowing his cultivation to remain solid and profound without any superficiality. Thus, when Tian elucidated martial principles, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a gold standard instructor, even surpassing the comprehension of martial kings and those beyond in their understanding of martial realms. In the sweltering heat, Tian patiently elucidated, while Xiner attentively listened by his side. It was akin to an enlightening revelation. As she absorbed the teachings, she felt the profound principles of the universe enveloping her. Unbeknownst to her, she had already assumed a meditative posture, commencing her cultivation. Observing the earnest concentration on Xiner's face, Tian nodded with satisfaction, a flicker of gratification igniting within him, an appreciation for the success of his teaching. Gazing at Xiner's youthful and charming visage, with her exquisite features and dewy skin, he mused that she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty in her adulthood. Tian couldn't help but contemplate, and as his thoughts wandered, a vivid red silhouette flashed in his mind. He hastily shook his head, attempting to suppress that image. Am I truly yearning? He inwardly sighed. After all, he was a reincarnation, currently navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence, a period when male hormones surged to their zenith. It was said that during this phase, everything appeared strikingly beautiful. Could he be succumbing to this phenomenon? Otherwise, why could he not forget her? With a soft sigh, he left Xiner to her practice and stepped outside. Upon reaching the windswept training area, Tian wasted no time. He shed his outer garment, revealing his artistically sculpted physique, preparing to practice a set of martial arts, the divine elephant-shattering heaven fist. At present, his mastery of this technique could be deemed a modest achievement, a skill automatically formed upon reaching perfection in the dragon-elephant suppression technique. For him, this was immensely beneficial, particularly for his physical form. Assuming the stance, Tian began to unleash his movements. Faintly, a spectral image of a divine elephant seemed to materialize behind him. As he delved deeper into the practice of this technique, his comprehension of it deepened significantly. Now, even the mere act of swinging his fists conjured the shadow of the divine elephant. Although it was subtle, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye, it was still present. His gaze exuded an aura of majesty and power, his physique radiating an overwhelming sense of strength, commanding respect and deterring confrontation. As he trained, sweat poured down, and a gentle soreness emanated from his body. Reflecting on his initial struggles, it felt as though his entire being had been weighed down by lead, akin to someone who had not exercised for a year suddenly attempting 100 sit-ups. His body had been achingly stiff. Now, however, the discomfort had lessened considerably, though remnants of it lingered, making the experience far more manageable. After completing the set, Tian sensed that his pores had opened, allowing impurities to be expelled from his body, leaving him feeling lighter. Refreshing, he exclaimed with a roar. He then turned his body, allowing a gentle stream to wash over him, cleansing the dirt and sweat. Retrieving a pristine white robe from his spatial storage, he donned it, instantly transforming into a refined scholar. Stretching slightly, he resolved to return to his room to see the fruits of 100x cultivation. Suddenly, a familiar cry for help echoed from a distance, prompting Tian to furrow his brow. Though the voice was faint and far away, he had honed his senses to the extent that he could perceive even the most subtle sounds from miles around. The voice that resonated was none other than that of Tang Ho. To his astonishment, Tang Ho was crying out for help. Tian let out a cold snort, a hint of icy disdain flickering in his gaze. With a single stride, he seemed to traverse the very fabric of space, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the distance, Tang Ho was desperately dragging the severely injured Chong, fleeing for his life. Chong's wounds were grievous, multiple sword cuts marred his body, and blood gushed forth as if he had no regard for his own existence. He had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Behind him, four elegantly attired men wielding long swords pursued closely, their faces adorned with expressions of mockery. Their pace was neither hurried nor slow, maintaining a deliberate distance behind Tang Ho, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. As Tang Ho continued to cry for help while exerting every ounce of strength to escape, the relentless chase seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Eventually, one of the elegantly dressed men, evidently growing weary of the pursuit, swung his sword horizontally, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy aimed at Tang Ho. The sight of this attack caused Tang Ho's countenance to shift dramatically. Should he take the brunt of it, he would surely suffer grave injuries. Yet, if he abandoned Chong, he might secure a fleeting chance of survival. resolving himself. Tang Ho gritted his teeth and opted not to forsake Shirchong, instead choosing to withstand the blow with his own body. The sword-wielding gentleman, witnessing this act of recklessness, curled his lip in derision, as if mocking the audacity of this foolhardy individual. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, a sudden cold snort reverberated through the air. The sound was thunderous, and astonishingly, the fierce sword energy was shattered and dispersed by this chilling exhalation. Who goes there? The expressions of the four men shifted, instantly alert. The newcomer was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Chapter 93. A single blow. Who might you be, esteemed sir? Inquired one of the four gentlemen clad in elegant robes, stepping forward. In the sky, a figure flashed past and landed beside Tang Ho. It was none other than Fu Tian. My lord, Tang Ho exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, akin to that of a man who had encountered a savior. Fu Tian disregarded the four robed men entirely, instead assessing Shirchong's injuries, which appeared quite grave. His chest, back, and arms were visibly marred by sword wounds. Without hesitation, Fu Tian produced a high-grade healing elixir and administered it to Shirchong. In the blink of an eye, wisps of white smoke emanated from Shirchong's wounds, which began to heal at a remarkable pace. The efficacy was unmistakable. Neglected by Fu Tian, the expressions of the four robed men soured considerably, akin to having consumed something distasteful, yet they refrained from making any rash moves. Though they were domineering, they were astute enough to discern whom they could provoke and whom they could not. A mere cold huff that could shatter sword energy indicated that Fu Tian was a formidable individual, not to be trifled with. Yet, buoyed by their status, they remained undaunted. Are you intentionally ignoring us, as if we hold no significance? One of the robed men scoffed, visibly displeased. After ensuring Shirchong's well-being, Fu Tian exhaled slightly, turning to face the four men. What are you to me? Must I concern myself with your presence? Fu Tian retorted with disdain, utterly dismissive of their significance. You. The robed man who had spoken experienced a flash of anger, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by the leader of the group with a gesture. Your strength is remarkable, esteemed sir, yet we are direct disciples of the divine sword sect. We hope you will provide us with an explanation. The leader's face was suffused with arrogance, evidently expecting that revealing their affiliation would alter Fu Tian's demeanor. In past encounters, such a revelation had often garnered respect, even from martial sovereigns. Alas, this time, the individual before them was Fu Tian. Upon hearing the name of the divine sword sect, Fu Tian's brow furrowed slightly, recalling the night he had exited the auction house and slain 3 individuals, one of whom was seemingly a guest elder of the divine sword sect. From that moment, a rift had formed between himself and the sect. Now, encountering its members again, he had no intention of showing mercy, especially given that they had injured Shirchong. A cold smile flitted across Fu Tian's face. For some inexplicable reason, the leader of the robed men felt a chill run down his spine, perplexed by the sensation. I care not for your divine sword sect. You have harmed my comrade, and it cannot be overlooked, Fu Tian stated coldly. Humph. The leader, feeling displeased, believed the other to be rather insolent and retorted, What do you intend to do? Quite simply, since you have harmed my comrade, I shall collect your lives in return. Fu Tian declared with a nonchalance that suggested he was discussing a trivial matter. This proclamation left the 4 robed men momentarily stunned, as though they doubted their own hearing. Ha ha ha. Once they regained their composure, they erupted into laughter, rife with derision. Hey, did you hear that? He said he would take our lives in return. A man clad in a flowing robe clutched his stomach, laughing until tears almost streamed down his face. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What a line. It's so awkward I want to dig myself out of a 3-room apartment. 3-room apartment? What on earth? Ha ha ha, no way. In this day and age, someone still says such things. Another man in a robe patted his companion's shoulder, laughing heartily. The leader of the robed men chuckled softly, shaking his head as if he found the words exceedingly childish, even lacking any semblance of thoughtful consideration. Witnessing this, Fu Tian fell silent. People were on the verge of death, yet they remained so jovial. Sigh. In this regard, I cannot hold a candle to you. I must learn from you all. Shaking his head, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Fu Tian's eyes as he leapt and vanished from sight. The 4 men in robes, still caught in their laughter, immediately huddled together, their expressions turning grave, no longer daring to underestimate the situation. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, a figure flickered, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye, moving with such speed that it was nearly impossible to perceive. Suddenly, a shadow of a fist coalesced from the heavens, striking down towards the 4 men below. The force of this blow was suffocating, as the fist shadow loomed above, Their bodies felt burdened, unable to move their feet. A trace of panic flickered in the eyes of the four robed men, but they soon snorted coldly, exchanging glances and launching a coordinated attack, channeling their spiritual energy into their swords and raising them aloft. Spirit sword technique. For fierce currents of sword energy surged forth, seemingly capable of piercing through all defenses. Unstoppable by any means. These four robed men were all direct disciples of the Divine Sword sect, which stood as the foremost among the 6 sects of the Western region. The prowess of its disciples far surpassed that of other sects, and the direct disciples were not to be compared with those of the Fire Departure sect. The weakest among them was a 7th Heaven Marshal General, while the strongest was the leader, a 9th Heaven Marshal General. Their combined might could contend with even a 1st Heaven Marshal Sovereign, placing them at the pinnacle of the younger generation's combat capabilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 fierce currents of sword energy ascended skyward, aiming to cleave the massive shadow of the fist. However, Tian, observing from above, smirked with disdain. The sword energy, which should have been unimpeded, vanished without a trace upon striking the fist shadow. In stark contrast, the fist shadow remained unscathed, not a single mark to be found. Still entirely intact. How could this be possible? The 4 robed men gasped in disbelief. The residual force of the fist continued unabated, crashing directly into the 4 of them. They cried out in anguish. Yet, Tian clearly saw that just as the fist was about to strike the 4, a mysterious glow emanated from the leader of the robed men, transforming his body into a copper hue, resembling a statue of bronze. It must be a defensive technique, Tian deduced. However, even if it was a defensive technique, what of it? Although he had not exerted his full strength, Tian was confident that even a martial sovereign would not fare well against this punch. As expected, when the dust settled, a distinct imprint of a fist was left on the ground, the earth itself sinking 3 feet, a sight most terrifying. Beneath the imprint of a fist lay 4 shadowy figures, blood pooling around them, their fates unknown. Tian stood beside the imprint, gazing indifferently at the 4 individuals, akin to observing inconsequential ants. One figure trembled and struggled to rise, yet faltered, collapsing to one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was the leader, dressed in fine robes, while the other 3 were nearly shattered, their bodies suffering from extensive fractures. They had succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to stand. The leader was not faring much better, his voice frail and weak, his eyes vacant, resembling a soul on the brink of death. Despite the feebleness of his words, Tian's formidable hearing allowed him to discern the utterance clearly. You have killed us. The Divine Sword sect will not spare you, and will pursue you to the ends of the earth. With a sardonic twist of his lips, Tian retorted, Fear not. It will not be long before I personally visit the Divine Sword sect. Perhaps you might encounter them on your journey to the underworld. With that, he waved his hand, shattering the man's skull. The other 3 met a similar fate, each dispatched without mercy. Thus, the 4 disciples of the Divine Sword sect met their demise. This battle was executed with a single punch from Tian, swift and decisive, as the opponents possessed no capacity for resistance. It was not that they were weak, rather, Tian's strength was overwhelming, far beyond what even the mightiest martial generals could contend with. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away at the Divine Sword sect, within a hidden chamber, 4 of the once fiercely burning soul lamps suddenly shattered. The attendant's face paled, terror filling his eyes as he hurriedly fled the scene. Such might, such dominance. If only I possessed half of your strength, no, even a tenth of it, annihilating them would be effortless. After the battle concluded, Tang Ho approached Tian with admiration, his praise seemingly exaggerated but grounded in truth. Tian smiled wryly, appreciating the sentiment. Now, tell me what transpired. Why are the disciples of the Divine Sword sect pursuing you? Tang Ho's expression turned grim as he recounted. This situation is rather absurd. I was enjoying a stroll with Shi Chong, discussing the prowess of other disciples. We remarked that even the top disciple, Zhao Feng, was merely akin to a shoe shiner for you. Just then, those 4 overheard our conversation and began to mock us, claiming that the disciples of the Lihua sect were worthless, and that even you were only fit to serve them. Upon hearing this, our patience wore thin. While we could overlook their insults towards other disciples, disparaging you was intolerable. As he spoke, Tang Ho's indignation was palpable. Tian, in turn, rubbed his forehead in resignation, as if he had already foreseen the unfolding events. And indeed, it was as he anticipated. We immediately approached him to confront him, but upon realizing we were direct disciples of the Lihua sect, he displayed a mocking demeanor and unsheathed his sword to strike at us without a moment's hesitation. My lord, You are aware that although my strength is not formidable, my speed is passable. I narrowly evaded the attack, yet Shurchong was not so fortunate. As he spoke, a look of sorrow began to surface on Tang Ho's face. Fu Tian nodded, comprehending the entirety of the situation, feeling quite helpless. So it was merely a trivial matter. It arose because of me. If this were to involve a woman, one might call it a femme fatale. Alas, I am not a woman. I patted Tang Ho on the shoulder and said earnestly, in the future, should you encounter such situations, do not act recklessly. What if you find yourself outmatched? Would it not be just as today? Had I arrived a moment later, whether you would still see me is debatable. Tang Ho scratched the back of his head, appearing embarrassed, acknowledging that my lord's admonition was warranted. We acted too impulsively. Fu Tian nodded and remarked, very well. Let us return. We must tend to Shurchong's injuries, lest we find ourselves unable to enter the ancient wolf's sacred land. Tang Ho agreed, and, carrying Shurchong, followed Fu Tian away. Yet, could this affair truly be so simple? At least Fu Tian did not believe so. The Shunjin sect audaciously dared to strike against the Lihua sect, one of the 6 major sections. The implications are self-evident. It seems, as the current emperor has stated, the Shunjin sect has undergone a transformation. It is no longer the Shunjin sect of old, though the reasons remain unknown. Fu Tian is certain that the Shunjin sect may very well become a malignancy. Without further contemplation, it is prudent to focus on enhancing one's strength. The terrifying shadows of the Mo Stone Mountain and the upheaval within the Shunjin sect all seem to foreshadow that the Western state will undoubtedly be anything but tranquil. A storm is brewing on the horizon. Chapter 94. The Cave of Fortuity. Upon returning to the Wind Weaver, Fu Tian ensured that Shurchong was comfortably settled and, in a generous gesture, administered a high-tier healing elixir. Meanwhile, Tang Ho retreated to his chamber, vowing to diligently cultivate and strengthen himself to prevent such predicaments from recurring. Fu Tian concurred, additionally offering him 10,000 high-tier spirit stones. The moment those stones were produced, Tang Ho was taken aback, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. It was only after Fu Tian playfully tapped him on the back of the head that he regained his composure, dazedly clutching the 10,000 high-tier spirit stones as he entered his room. In truth, Fu Tian now possessed a resource sign-in feature that granted him a substantial amount of cultivation resources daily. Previously, while he was a 5th-tier martial general, he received 50,000 high-tier spirit stones each day. Now, having ascended to the 6th tier, he garnered 60,000. This was indeed a considerable sum. For Fu Tian, 10,000 high-tier spirit stones was merely a drop in the ocean. However, one matter perplexed Fu Tian, his task system. Following an update, the system was supposed to be operational, yet no tasks had been issued, leaving him bewildered and even curious. Could it be that the system was malfunctioning? He decided to dismiss the thought. Pondering it further was futile. Having resolved matters concerning Tang Ho, Fu Tian once more entered Yuxiner's room to assess her progress in cultivation. Upon stepping inside, a fierce aura surged through the room, akin to a miniature tempest. Had the chamber not been robust enough, it might have been susceptible to destruction. The intensity of the aura caused Fu Tian's robes to flutter wildly. After merely a brief incense's duration, the aura subsided, subdued by Yuxiner. When Yuxiner opened her eyes, she had already ascended to the 8th tier of martial prowess. Brother Fu Tian, I have broken through again, she exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his embrace, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration, seemingly imploring him to commend her. Fu Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Given her rapid advancement, it was evident that her talent was commendable, although a portion of this achievement was attributable to the abundance of mid-tier spirit stones. Superior resources naturally facilitate swifter breakthroughs. Well done, Xina, your strength has indeed progressed. Fu Tian encouraged her. A radiant smile spread across Xiner's face, revealing her pearly teeth, clearly delighted. Yet, Fu Tian cautioned, do not become complacent. Your current realm is still quite low. Xiner nodded in understanding, resolved to continue her diligent training. Subsequently, Fu Tian imparted some insights regarding martial practitioners, igniting a spark of inspiration within Xiner and deepening her comprehension of martial arts. Bouncing onto her bed, Xiner settled into a meditative posture, resuming her cultivation. Fu Tian, after leaving behind a handful of mid-tier spirit stones, exited the room. Just as he stepped outside, another door swung open, revealing a familiar figure. Clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a veil, the graceful Dao Yuan Shuang emerged. Upon seeing Fu Tian, she was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by his unexpected presence. Without lingering too long, the figure leaped away from the wind thread shuttle, disappearing into the unknown. As he watched Dao Yuanshuang's departing silhouette, Fu Tian paid little heed and intended to return indoors to commence his cultivation. At that moment, however, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The task system is officially activated. An ordinary task has been issued. Track Dao Yuanshuang without being detected. What a surprise. The long-dormant task system has finally stirred. Since it is merely an ordinary task, it should pose little difficulty. Fu Tian reluctantly set aside his cultivation plans, preparing to undertake this newly assigned task. After all, this marked his inaugural mission, warranting due seriousness. In a flash, Fu Tian vanished from the Windthread shuttle, possessing the chaos sacred body, imbued with chaos itself. His aura could dissolve into nothingness, rendering him more elusive than any concealment technique. Remaining undetected was indeed a trivial matter. He followed Dao Yuanshuang closely, without incident, until she exited the city gate, piquing his interest. What could compel her to leave the city? Without further contemplation, Fu Tian trailed her from a short distance, confident that he would soon discover the reason. Once beyond the city gate, Dao Yuanshuang plunged into the Mo Stone mountain range. She navigated through the dense terrain, twisting and turning, until the path grew increasingly obscure and the surroundings became desolate. Fu Tian began to doubt whether he could find his way back. Eventually, Dao Yuanshuang halted in a thicket of mixed flora. Fu Tian's spirit surged. He had finally arrived. To his astonishment, there was not just one person ahead. Dao Yuanshuang was accompanied by He Fengjie and, surprisingly, a familiar face, Zhao Wuqing. Hey, Zhao Wuqing, is it true that this place holds opportunities? Dao Yuanshuang inquired with her chin raised, exuding an air of pride. She had come here precisely because she had been informed of the potential within this location. Zhao Wuqing chuckled enigmatically. Of course it is true. If not, I leave your fate in your hands. Indeed, Dao Yuanshuang, with Zhao Wuqing being the fifth-ranked disciple, he wouldn't dare deceive us even if he had tenfold the courage. He Fengjie interjected, clearly dismissive of Zhao Wuqing's reputation. From a distance, Fu Tian concealed himself behind a colossal tree. Despite the considerable separation, his acute hearing, honed through practicing the dragon-elephant suppression technique, allowed him to discern their conversation. His cultivation not only enhanced his physical strength, but also significantly improved his physical quality, including vision, hearing, and reflexes, to an extraordinary degree. At that moment, another familiar voice echoed in Fu Tian's mind. Ding! Task completed. Ordinary rewards obtained. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a Dragon Tiger pill. Rewards have arrived. To his delight, it was a Dragon Tiger pill. Fu Tian recalled that this was a low-tier third-grade elixir beneficial for physical cultivation. Although its grade was not insignificant, its effects were rather negligible for him at present, rendering it somewhat superfluous. Having not consumed it immediately, Fu Tian tucked it away, intending to return it to Shichang, who would undoubtedly find this elixir beneficial. Time is of the essence. Where lies the opportunity? Once this chance is seized, At that moment, He Fengjie seemed to have a thought, scoffing coldly, a flicker of ruthlessness glinting in his eyes. Regardless, it was certainly not a matter of good intentions. Zhao Wuqing pointed ahead, declaring that the opportunity awaited them there, within a cave left by a formidable being, presumably filled with treasures. With that, He Fengjie began to stride toward the location. Hold on. Dao Yuanshuang interjected sharply. If the opportunity is there, why do you not venture forth alone? I hardly believe you would generously share this fortune with others. Zhao Wuqing shook his head, donning a look of regret. I had intended to claim it for myself, but a terrifying beast guards the interior. Alone, I lack the strength to vanquish it. Hence I had no choice but to summon you. I merely hope for a small benefit to be left for me. I do not ask for much. As he spoke, a profoundly regretful expression adorned Zhao Wuqing's face. Dao Yuanshuang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, lead the way. Opportunity? Fu Tian, who had been trailing behind, perked up at this notion. Generally speaking, where there is opportunity, danger lurks nearby. Those protagonists often delegate the resolution of such perils to others. Much like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow sparrow lies in wait, reaping the rewards quietly and delightfully. Upon reaching their destination, Zhao Wuqing indeed led them to an exceedingly concealed cave, shrouded by dense grass, moss, and branches. It was nearly imperceptible unless one observed with great care, and even then, it might evade notice. It appeared akin to an overgrown hillock. However, when Zhao Wuqing lifted a branch, revealing a corner of the cave, a chilling breeze brushed against the faces of the three. Indeed, there was a cave. He Fengjie felt a surge of excitement, and, without a second thought, stepped inside. Dao Yuanshuang, however, displayed caution, her brow furrowing as she cautioned, be wary of dangers. Fear not. Aside from that beast, no other threats exist, Zhao Wuchen assured. In response, Dao Yuanshuang followed suit, albeit still cautious, clearly not entirely convinced by Zhao Wuchen's words. A smirk crept onto Zhao Wuchen's lips as he entered behind them. The cave was enveloped in profound darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Even those skilled in martial arts found it challenging to see. He Fengjie conjured a flame in his palm, a manifestation of spiritual fire, ignited by spiritual energy. Yet, as soon as the spirit fire flickered into existence, a gust of chilling wind extinguished it. Astonished, He Fengjie exclaimed, "What manner of wind is this? It can extinguish my spiritual fire?" He attempted to reignite the flame, but once more, it was snuffed out by the sinister breeze. This wind is no ordinary phenomenon. We must utilize this. At that moment, Dao Yuanshuang produced a luminous pearl, illuminating the cave brilliantly. Humph, He Fengjie scoffed, seemingly displeased with his earlier misfortune. Yet, they grasped the luminous pearl and strode forward. A thunderous roar resonated, so intense that it caused a slight discomfort in their ears. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps approached, drawing near to the three. "They are coming. Everyone, be cautious," Dao Yuanshuang commanded. He Fengjie also discarded his relaxed demeanor and adopted a serious expression. After all, the nature of that roar indicated an extraordinary strength. Boom, boom, boom. A white shadow advanced with lightning speed, delivering a punch towards the trio without granting them a moment to react. "Retreat," He Fengjie bellowed. The three figures swiftly vanished from their original positions. With a resounding crash, a massive crater was formed at the impact site. The sheer power of that punch was astonishing. He Fengjie and his companions were jolted, realizing that a direct hit would likely result in severe injury. Upon closer inspection, they finally discerned the creature's form, a white ape. Standing approximately 5 meters tall, its body cloaked in white fur, glaring ferociously at the four. Moreover, it possessed considerable strength, classified as a high-level third-tier beast. In terms of human counterparts, it could be likened to a high-ranking martial general. Typically, beasts of the same realm tend to surpass humans in strength. This encounter promised to be a fierce battle. Chapter 95. The terrifying existence. The assault of the white ape was nothing short of ferocious. Each strike imbued with immense destructive power, rendering it nearly impossible to withstand. However, its shortcomings were glaringly apparent. Its speed was decidedly inferior to that of He Fengjie and his companions. As long as the trio remained vigilant and exercised caution, the white ape could scarcely land a blow upon them. Within the cavern, the winds howled violently. The figures of He Fengjie and his comrades darted back and forth, leaving the white ape bewildered and prompting it to lash out indiscriminately. Despite being a formidable third-tier high-level beast with ferocious offensive capabilities, it found itself unable to strike its elusive targets. The white ape, on the other hand, began to accumulate wounds. Blood flowed freely from cuts inflicted by swords, blades, and palms, and patches of its white fur were reduced to ashes, releasing a faint, charred scent. Blood splattered in all directions, staining the walls a deep crimson. Finally, as the severity of its injuries became apparent, the white ape sensed an ominous shift in its fortunes. As a third-tier high-level beast, it possessed a modicum of sentience and understood its precarious predicament. Realizing that its life force was waning, a flicker of fear ignited in the depths of its eyes. With a thunderous roar, the white ape's fur began to take on a crimson hue, its eyes glistening with a fierce scarlet, and its physique swelled with newfound vigor. Muscles quivering with power. "Its strength has amplified," Yin Yuanshuang exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, it has tapped into its latent potential, fighting for survival," He Fengjie remarked gravely. Yet their assault remained unabated. "If we can hold out a while longer, this state cannot last indefinitely. Once it weakens, vanquishing it will be a mere formality," Zhao Wuchen urged from behind. The trio nodded in unison, their understanding synchronized, and resolved to continue depleting the white ape's strength, waiting for it to exhaust itself. The white ape continued its furious roars, its fists, larger than a sandbag, swinging relentlessly. Each punch reverberated through the cavern, creating numerous craters, yet not a single blow connected. As the trio deftly evaded its attacks with their intricate footwork. After all, as direct disciples of the Lihua sect, it would be a disgrace not to possess such agility. The cavern trembled and shook incessantly. Outside, Tian observed with a sense of wonder, pondering whether the commotion within was excessively tumultuous. Though it was not uncommon for two men and a woman to ignite passions, such ferocity seemed unwarranted. Could she endure it? Approaching the cave, Tian pressed against the stone wall, eager to discern the events unfolding within. However, as she drew near, an obscure array of characters caught her eye. These characters appeared to possess an enchanting allure, drawing her in and clouding her ability to think. What is this? She mused, observing the myriad of esoteric inscriptions etched into the walls of the cavern. If one did not examine them closely, their existence would remain entirely unnoticed. The characters seemed ancient, shrouded in mystery, rendering them difficult to comprehend. Could this be a formation? Tian wondered, her curiosity piqued as she began to scrutinize them intently. Inside the cavern, after enduring a relentless barrage, the white ape's strength and speed began to wane. Just hold on a little longer. It is nearing exhaustion, He Fengjie shouted. Dao Yuan Shuang and Zhao Wuchun were momentarily taken aback, beginning to hesitate. Humph. He Fengjie flipped his palm, gripping a remarkably sharp sword. Seizing the moment when the white ape was distracted, he swung the sword, unleashing a fierce, white sword energy. The 3 Yuan sword technique. Uft. A crimson gash immediately appeared on the white ape's body, blood gushing forth as if it were flowing freely, staining the earth beneath. Roar. The white ape howled in agony, its expression turning grotesque. Yet, He Fengjie provided no respite, seizing the opportunity to unleash 2 more sword energies. One was red, the other yellow. The intertwining hues coalesced into a more formidable sword energy, its power so immense that the air seemed to cleave apart. Pshhh. The sword energy struck, blood splattering as a snow-white arm was severed. This strike had grievously wounded the white ape, exposing its eerie white bones. Sword energy swirled around the wound, hindering its recovery, while torrents of blood flowed forth, seemingly uncontainable. This decisive blow left the white ape severely injured. In a fit of rage, the white ape let out a roar, and its crimson skin swiftly reverted to white, its bulging muscles returning to their former state, though fatigue now marred its face. In this state, the white ape's strength and defense were drastically diminished, rendering it incapable of posing a threat to the 3. Now, seize the moment, He Fengjie bellowed. Dao Yuan Shuang and the others understood, unleashing a torrent of martial techniques upon the white ape. Despite its desperate resistance, it proved futile. Gradually, its eyes began to blur. Its hands felt as if weighted by 1,000 pounds. Lifting them became increasingly arduous, and its movements slowed. Finally, with an unwilling howl, the white ape collapsed forever to the ground, unable to rise again. That beast is finally dead. Huh. He Fengjie stepped on the white ape's head, spitting contemptuously. Enough of this delay. Let us hasten to investigate the so-called opportunities left by that formidable foe. Dao Yuan Shuang shook her head, unwilling to waste time. All right. It's just ahead. I shall lead the way. Zhao Wuchun immediately perked up, rubbing his palms together as he stepped forward. Humph. After one last stomp on the white ape's head to vent his pent-up fury, He Fengjie followed suit. Deeper within the cave, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and frigid. Even He Fengjie and Dao Yuan Shuang felt a chill penetrate their bones, causing their bodies to shudder involuntarily. This was undeniably unusual. At their level of cultivation, should they truly fear the biting cold? Even in temperatures well below zero, they would not feel a hint of chill. Yet here, they sensed a palpable coldness. Despite the oddity, He Fengjie attributed it to his proximity to the opportunity that awaited them. After an indeterminate passage of time, the trio arrived before a rusted iron door. The door appeared dilapidated, its surface marred with rust, emanating an ominous and chilling aura that made He Fengjie and Dao Yuan Shuang shiver involuntarily. Immediately, the 2 individuals were struck with astonishment, their faces betraying disbelief. Only Zhao Wuchun remained unperturbed, exhibiting an air of tranquility. The rusted iron gate before them appeared rather peculiar, its surface etched with a myriad of ancient characters, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. What is this? Dao Yuan Shuang seemed intrigued by the inscriptions, drawing nearer for a closer inspection. Yet, after a prolonged observation, she could discern nothing of significance. Standing before the rusted gate, a chilling aura permeated the air, inducing a slight discomfort. Zhao Wuchun, is this truly the place of opportunity you spoke of? I see no fortune here. He Fengjie surveyed the surroundings repeatedly, failing to uncover any extraordinary features, only an exceedingly dilapidated iron door. Zhao Wuchun smiled enigmatically, asserting that since it was the opportunity of a formidable being, it would not be easily revealed. The fortune lay beyond that very gate. As he spoke, he gestured towards the rusted door ahead. If you dare to deceive me, humph. He Fengjie shot Zhao Wuchun a cold glance, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity, before striding towards the rusted gate. Raising his arm, a surge of violent spiritual energy coalesced in his hand, directed straight at the gate. The iron door, already in a state of disrepair, appeared to be incapable of withstanding such an assault. with several areas severely corroded, leading one to believe that even a gentle strike could shatter it. Yet, astonishingly, under He Fengjia's fierce onslaught, there was not the slightest indication of damage. Not even a scrap of rust was scraped away. How is this possible? His pupils constricted. He Fengjia felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Even Dao Yuanshuang, standing nearby, furrowed her brows, sensing an oddity, even a strangeness, in the air. Cackling from behind, Zhao Wuchan emitted an unusual laughter. He Fengjia frowned, suspecting mockery, and retorted, "What are you laughing at? Ignorant ants often partake in foolish actions. Do you truly believe your meager cultivation can breach this door?" Zhao Wuchan scoffed, his expression laced with scorn, his voice taking on an ancient timbre, reminiscent of a dying man speaking. "What did you say?" Enraged, He Fengjia wasted no time and launched an immediate strike. Haha. Zhao Wuchan cast a disdainful glance, seemingly mocking He Fengjia's audacity. Then with a flick of his sleeve, an unnamed force struck He Fengjia. The overwhelming power left He Fengjia with no means of resistance. It felt as though a colossal mountain had collided with him, sending his figure hurtling backward. Thud! He Fengjia crashed against the stone wall, the impact jarring his internal organs, causing a metallic taste to rise in his throat, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body rendered immobile. His consciousness began to blur. You. He Fengjia struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his gaze towards Zhao Wuchan filled with terror. How could the other's strength be so formidable? He could not withstand a single blow. Even Dao Yuanshuang regarded the scene with incredulity, as though her worldview had been irrevocably altered. Little did He Fengjia know, the Zhao Wuchan before him was no longer the same as before. Cackling ensued once more. Zhao Wuchan emitted a sinister smile once more, his gaze towards He Fengjia brimming with disdain. "It is a privilege for you insignificant ants to create some value for me. And you, remain still, obediently staying there." With another wave of his sleeve, an irresistible force struck Dao Yuanshuang, who was attempting to flee. Dao Yuanshuang was slammed against the wall, a mouthful of fresh blood escaping as several bones shattered, rendering her utterly immobile. There was no hint of compassion. "Allow me to enlighten you on how this door is to be opened," Zhao Wuchan mocked. In that moment, his aura shifted dramatically, exuding a presence that seemed to consume all in its path, instilling within He Fengjia and the others a realization of their own insignificance. His figure appeared to swell, towering and formidable, shaking the very universe. He was utterly transformed from his previous self. Subtle incantations flowed from Zhao Wuchan's lips, weaving an invisible formation within the cave. Spiritual energy swirled, tracing the patterns of the formation, coalescing into a resplendent rainbow-hued beam. "Awaken, my old friend," Zhao Wuchan bellowed, gesturing forward as the rainbow beams surged into the rusted iron door, being devoured whole. After a brief tranquility, the ground trembled violently as the iron door quaked incessantly, seemingly revealing something within. In the heart of the cave, Tian felt the fierce tremors, a wave of trepidation washing over him, as if a great terror was awakening. "What is this?" Tian gasped in shock, and as the rusted iron door quivered, it finally opened a crack. In an instant, a dreadful aura emanated from within, shaking the very heavens and earth. Chapter 96. Unfortunate events. The heavens and earth trembled, and an overwhelming aura erupted instantaneously, sweeping across the entirety of Shizhou. The inhabitants of Shizhou were gripped by an inexplicable sense of trepidation, their hearts racing in fear. At that moment, within the 6 great sects and ancient relics, powerful beings turned their gazes towards the source of this formidable presence, their extraordinary cultivation igniting as they sought to discern the unfolding events. Each of these formidable entities possessed remarkable strength, far surpassing that of a mere martial king. Even within the imperial city of Shizhou, an ancient being opened its eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "This aura, could it be from a mountain sea realm expert? Yet, something feels amiss." In the depths of a cave, Tian felt the intensity of the aura more acutely than anyone else. This presence was incomparably greater than that of a martial king, existing in an entirely different dimension. The terrifying energy caused Tian's blood to surge uncontrollably, leaving him with an indescribable discomfort. What transpired deep within this cave? Conceal your aura. Your strength has yet to be restored. It is unwise to expose yourself. Shizhou is far more complex than it appears. Zhao Wuchan stood before the rusted iron door. Speaking in a chilling tone, his voice aged. With a motion of his palm, an invisible array began to shift, enveloping the iron door and sealing away the revealed aura. In an instant, the terrifying energy dissipated, and tranquility returned to Shizhou. Those of lesser cultivation felt a slight peculiarity but dismissed it as mere misperception, believing it to be a fleeting sensation. Although the formidable beings within the 6 great sects had sensed this aura, it had only manifested for a brief moment, preventing them from pinpointing its exact location. Only the ancient presence nearest to the imperial city grasped the origin of this energy. That place. Could it possibly be him? Is it true that he has not perished? With a crack of space, the ancient being stepped forward, vanishing from its previous location. Humph. From within the iron door came a muffled grunt of discontent, the voice frail and weary, as if it were on the brink of entering the earth. Is Jian Yi still among the living? Zhao Wuchen chuckled, a sinister sound escaping his lips. Which Jian Yi do you speak of? Many bear that title. Feigning ignorance. The ancient voice echoed once more from within the iron door. Zhao Wuchen shook his head, replying, I cannot say. I have endured many years to return, and I know not what transpired during my absence. All I am certain of is that he is no longer in Shizhou. Humph, having sealed me away for so long. Once I emerge, I shall take his life, drink his blood, sever his tendons, and extract his bones to assuage my bitter resentment. The voice from within the iron door seethed with fury, causing the cave to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet Zhao Wuchen merely smirked, a hint of mockery in his expression. After so many years, your strength has merely endured. It is fortunate you have not waned. Meanwhile, he thrives outside, his power undoubtedly magnified. Do you still dare to dream of being his rival? Beware lest you find yourself cleaved by his sword. Oh, cursed be this fate. I care not. I shall have his life. Zhao Wuchen let out a derisive laugh, finding the other's words exceedingly amusing, as there was no longer any basis for comparison. He initially intended to say more, but sensing something amiss, Zhao Wuchen furrowed his brow and remarked, Is it not ready yet? An obstinate old fellow has arrived. Give me half a stick of incense. You go endure for a few breaths, came the response from the entity behind the iron gate. Humph. Zhao Wuchen snorted coldly, seemingly quite dissatisfied. This is the flesh and blood prepared for you. It may serve as a slight supplement. He gestured towards the figures of Daoyuan Shuang and He Fengjie on the wall, then stepped forward and exited the cave. As for Fu Tian, he had sensed danger at the very first moment and had fled, unaware of how far he had escaped by now. Sometimes, to prolong one's existence, one must learn to survive. Only by enduring can one achieve immortality. Once I endure for countless years, I will unleash a roar that shatters the heavens. While in the cave, Fu Tian felt a sense of unease, as if he were foreseeing a calamity drenched in blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out, fully trusting his instincts. As he walked, Fu Tian noticed the sky darkening. Why has the sky turned dark? No, that is. His pupils constricted as he perceived an enormous shadow swirling above, its colossal form completely obscuring the sun, creating an illusion of twilight. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying figure emerged from the cave. Fu Tian focused his gaze. Although they were still far apart, his extraordinary vision allowed him to discern the truth. Is that Zhao Wuchen? Where are the other two? No, that is not Zhao Wuchen himself. Observing the terrifying aura emanating from the figure, Fu Tian was certain that this entity was not Zhao Wuchen. He could not possess such formidable strength. Who are you? Inquired the colossal creature circling in the sky, speaking in human tongue. From this, Fu Tian understood that the opponent's cultivation was extraordinary. Zhao Wuchen chose not to answer the question, merely letting out a chilling laugh. This is something you need not know. With a wave of his sleeve, an overwhelming aura erupted, causing the very space to tremble, as if struggling to withstand such terrifying energy. Is this all you've got? Sneered the massive shadow in the sky, then struck out with a palm, as if the heavens were collapsing and the very fabric of space was fracturing, akin to an apocalyptic event. The terror of that single strike obliterated Zhao Wuchen's attack in an instant, leaving him without the strength to resist. Zhao Wuchen's countenance changed drastically. Although he was aware of the disparity between them, he never anticipated being so easily defeated. Boom. With no time to evade, he braced himself against the blow. Zhao Wuchen was sent crashing into the ground, creating a vast semicircular pit on the surface. What sheer terror! Fu Tian exclaimed, utterly astonished at the sight before him. Is this the clash of the strong? Cough, cough, cough. From beneath the ground, Zhao Wuchen staggered out, trembling and gasping for breath, his body covered in bloodstains, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Humph, wretched beast, receive my next move. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as Zhao Wuchen was ignited with rage, unleashing an immensely powerful strike. A colossal golden hand materialized within the void, its remarkable form reminiscent of molten gold. radiating a resplendent glow that transformed the sky into a golden hue. In an instant, the fabric of space trembled as an overwhelming aura surged forth, reducing countless trees to mere dust, erasing their very existence. If such was the power of its residual force, one could only imagine the magnitude of the strike. The sacred dynasty's palm. With a single blow, the heavens and earth were rendered awestruck. Even the martial king appeared insignificant beneath its might, akin to an ant. A commendable move, yet regrettably, your strength has not fully returned. Otherwise, you might have truly possessed the qualification to contend with me, spoke the imposing shadow. Then, the being erupted with primal energy, akin to an ancient dragon awakening from slumber, tearing through the fabric of space itself. With a punch fueled solely by its physical prowess, it unleashed an invincible force. In an instant, the golden hand shattered like tofu, utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. Boom! The force of the punch continued unabated, striking directly at Zhao Wuchen's figure. Crack! A distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed in Fu Tian's ears, prompting him to gasp in shock. How excruciating must that blow have been? Zhao Wuchen's form was once again driven into the ground, this time sustaining even more grievous injuries, with countless bones shattered, rendering him barely able to rise. Is it not enough yet? Feeling the precarious state of his body, Zhao Wuchen let out a roar, his voice powerful enough to shatter clouds and split stones. Then came a thunderous roar from within the cavern, and an ominous presence erupted, obliterating the mountain, leaving no trace of its former existence. Why is your physical cultivation so feeble? A shadowy figure emerged, expressing its dissatisfaction. Be grateful. This was a hasty preparation. At least your vitality is sufficient to provide some support, replied Zhao Wuchen, emerging while chewing on handfuls of elixirs, striving to mend his wounds. Enough. It is unwise to linger here. We must depart. I am aware. The shadow frowned, as a dark aura enveloped the world, saturating the atmosphere with foreboding energy. Humph. You think to escape? All of you shall remain. You should have perished long ago. Now, let me bring your end. The massive shadow in the sky roared in anger, showing no intention of sparing them, unleashing an unreserved attack. With a furious roar, countless mountains and flora disintegrated in an instant. Fu Tian felt his head spinning, temporarily bereft of the ability to think. Humph, we shall meet again in the future. Trust me, that day shall not be far off. Fu Tian vaguely heard these words before his consciousness began to blur. When he regained his senses, Zhao Wuchen and the towering figure were nowhere to be found, vanished without a trace. The world seemed to revert to its former state, yet the scene was one of devastation, with craters and debris scattered everywhere, unmistakably bearing the scars of a fierce battle. It seems that a thought has crossed his mind, as he swiftly makes his way to the entrance of the cave he had previously encountered. However, it can only be referred to as a former cave now. Presently, not only has the cave vanished, but even the mountains have completely disappeared, leaving only a barren plain. Sighing softly, he realizes that Dao Yuan Shuang and he Fengjie have met with a tragic fate, and an indescribable emotion swells within him. The unpredictability of life is astounding. Perhaps just a day ago, one was thriving, yet tomorrow, they may succumb to demise. Nevertheless, this only fortifies his resolve to grow stronger. Only the powerful possess the ability to effect monumental change. Only the strong have the right to survive. Only the formidable can determine the fates of others. The strong are indeed the sole beacon of hope. Concurrently, the ominous feeling in his heart deepens. It seems that danger is already looming ahead. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he vanishes from sight in an instant. Within the royal palace, in an ancient relic, this place exists in a separate realm, a space that has been cultivated. Here, the spiritual energy is abundant. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a sanctuary for cultivation. A colossal black figure sits cross-legged in this space, breathing somewhat laboriously. Age has taken its toll. He is no longer of use, allowing them to escape. It appears that the western province will soon be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed once again. Chapter 97. Moonlight of Two. The sky gradually darkened, as innumerable stars pierced through the nocturnal veil, while the night's humidity permeated the air. Fu Tian opened his eyes, ancient chaos coalescing within, swirling in a tempestuous dance. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he rose languidly, stretching his limbs. The sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body, akin to the popping of fried beans. It had been a while since Fu Tian returned, and upon arriving at the Wind Weaver, he had immediately retreated to his chamber to cultivate, striving to enhance his strength. He resolved to seek out Shi Chong, whose injuries should have nearly healed, and to present him with the Longhu pill. With a soft murmur, Fu Tian stepped outside. A cool breeze rustled his white robe, creating a gentle sound. He noticed that the number of occupied rooms had increased, now totaling 8. Among the 10 direct disciples, aside from the deceased He Fengjie and Dao Yuanshuang, only 8 remained. Perhaps the others were yet unaware of this situation. One of these rooms was occupied by Yu Xiner, indicating that another direct disciple had yet to return. He wondered who it might be. Shaking his head, Fu Tian dismissed further thoughts and approached Shi Chang's room. He knocked on the door, and an urgent sound of footsteps echoed within. The door swung open, revealing Shi Chang with a gleam in his eyes, brimming with excitement. "How is your recovery?" Fu Tian inquired, knowing from Shi Chang's demeanor that his injuries had nearly healed. "Thanks to the high-grade medicinal pills bestowed by you, Brother Fu Tian, my recovery has been remarkably swift. I feel as though my physical form has improved even further," Shi Chang replied, flexing his muscular arms with evident joy. Fu Tian nodded, recognizing that for those who cultivated their physical bodies, this was indeed a form of enhancement, endlessly battling and refining one's body, allowing it to elevate and transcend through repeated recoveries. "Indeed, you must engage in more battles in the future." Encouraged by Fu Tian's words, Shi Chang scratched his head, feeling a touch bashful. "By the way, this is a medicinal pill I prepared for you. Now that your body has just recovered, consuming it should yield even better results." With that, Fu Tian produced the Longhu pill, a reward from his first task. As the pill was unveiled, a potent masculine essence wafted forth, unmistakably beneficial for the physical body. Shi Chang's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grasp it, but then hesitated, pausing midair. "Brother Fu Tian, this is too much. I have already consumed so many high-grade healing pills you provided. I am uncertain of how to repay you. I cannot accept such a valuable medicinal pill," Shi Chang said, shaking his head and lowering his hand. Fu Tian was taken aback. Such politeness? His brow furrowed as he grasped Shi Chang's hand, forcibly placing the pill into his palm. "My gift to you requires no recompense. I consider you a friend. Thus, you need not overthink it." Having stated that the efficacy of this elixir has diminished to the point of insignificance, consuming it would be a mere waste. "I offer it to you without ulterior motives." With that, Fu Tian departed gracefully, his silhouette fading from Shi Chang's view. Holding the elixir in his hand, Shi Chang felt a warm current surge within him, overwhelmed with emotion, rendering him almost speechless. Fu Tian, intending to return to his chamber, appeared to sense something, displaying a look of surprise, confusion, and perplexity. Yet, with a flash, he vanished into the Wind Piercer. Strictly speaking, although the Wind Piercer resides within the confines of the Western States Royal Palace, it is situated in a secluded area, distanced from the central hub. This locale is a considerable distance from the Academy of the Western States Royal Palace. Upon arriving at a remote spot, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, and Fu Tian's figure suddenly appeared on the grass. Ahead, a figure in a flowing red garment danced gracefully, the trailing fabric fluttering in the wind, adding a touch of crimson to the night sky. "Are you here to find me?" Fu Tian inquired curiously. The figure before him, adorned in red, was none other than the Silver Moon Fairy, Miao Yu. At this moment, she was not veiled, revealing her stunning visage, a sight to behold. Particularly striking were her slender, delicate legs, blushing with a subtle hue that evoked an irresistible urge to touch. "Is that not permissible?" Miao Yu smiled coyly. Fu Tian shook his head, denying any such notion. He then queried, "But how did you know I was here? We have only met once, have we not? With a little inquiry, one could easily discover your whereabouts. Is it truly so difficult to find you, my lord?" She replied, and Fu Tian's expression shifted to one of realization. "You must have come to discuss something. Am I correct?" Miao Yu giggled, her laughter akin to the sweet chime of silver bells. "How could you say such a thing? Is it not permissible for me to wish to see you? After all, we have been apart for a day, and during this time, I have constantly yearned for you. I merely wanted to ensure that your affections have not strayed." With that, she adopted a pitiful expression, reminiscent of a wife neglected by her husband. "Oh." Fu Tian approached Miao Yu, advancing until he stood before her, reaching out to grasp her delicate hand. Miao Yu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively considered retreating, yet for reasons unknown. She did not, allowing Fu Tian to take her hand. As his fingers enveloped her smooth, fair hand, Fu Tian felt an exquisite sensation coursing through him, his heart racing with newfound excitement. "Pray tell, how much do you miss me, Miao Yu?" "I too have been constantly thinking of you," he said, leaning closer to her. Inhaling the masculine scent that enveloped him, Miao Yu gazed into the youthful face before her, her breath quickening and her cheeks flushing a delicate hue of red. Sensing the shift in her demeanor, Miao Yu abruptly withdrew, resembling a startled bird, retreating several steps. I implore you, my lord, to exercise restraint, she exclaimed, readjusting her flowing red attire. Fu Tian chuckled. What is this? Did you not claim to miss me? I was just before you. Miao Yu coughed lightly, seemingly to signify that it was time for Fu Tian to heed the gravity of the situation. With a serious expression, she stated, I have indeed come to convey an important message to you, young master. However, it is of no consequence. I am about to depart from Shizhou. After speaking, Miao Yu gazed curiously at Fu Tian, as if eager to gauge his reaction to her words. As anticipated, Fu Tian furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. So soon? Miao Yu nodded, explaining that her father had recently conveyed alarming news. A powerful figure within their clan had sensed a prevailing anxiety, prompting him to conduct a divination. The results foretold an ominous event looming over the entire Xinzhou continent. She warned that not even the prosperous central continent would be spared, let alone the impoverished west. Is that true? Fu Tian exclaimed, astonished. He had sensed an unusual aura himself, a disquieting presence that stirred unease within him. It was shocking to learn that even the eminent figures from the central continent were taking such matters seriously. Miao Yu confirmed, initially, I thought it was merely a fabrication to compel me to return home. However, even Shui Yang received a message from his family urging him to hurry back, postponing any discussions of marriage. Fu Tian fell into contemplative silence. His unique constitution, the chaotic sacred spirit body, granted him extraordinary intuition, often bordering on foresight. He could indeed sense the truth in Miao Yu's family's predictions. Sighing softly to alleviate the weight in his heart, he replied earnestly, You should return home. Your father speaks wisely. A significant upheaval is imminent on the Xinzhou continent, and Shizhou is no longer safe. Recalling the battle outside the imperial city, where mere remnants of power could annihilate thousands, he understood the gravity of the threat. The shadowy figure they had encountered was still not at full strength. Otherwise, the terror would have been unimaginable. With such formidable beings in Shizhou, safety was a mere illusion. It would be wiser to retreat to the sanctuary of one's family. Miao Yu was taken aback by Fu Tian's insight, realizing he possessed knowledge beyond her expectations, yet she refrained from probing further. If he wished to share more, he would do so in his own time. With a light laugh, she remarked, I came here not only to bid farewell, but also to remind you to exercise caution in the future. Do not recklessly endanger your life. Yet, judging by your awareness, it seems I need not worry. A simple farewell will suffice. Fu Tian shook his head, a smile gracing his lips, choosing to remain silent. Miao Yu, too, held her tongue, both of them locked in a silent exchange for an extended moment, where unspoken understanding prevailed. In the end, as a gentle breeze stirred their surroundings, Miao Yu lifted her gaze and earnestly advised, should a true upheaval occur, you must exercise caution. Being prudent is never a folly, lest you lose your life in vain. Her tone resembled that of a wife cautioning her departing husband. Fu Tian stood tall, an indescribable aura of majesty enveloping him, reminiscent of a sovereign, exuding an imposing presence that left Miao Yu in silent astonishment. Rest assured, I shall not succumb easily to death, nor does anyone possess the authority to take my life. Not even the heavens themselves. These words are imbued with a sense of disdain, a disdain that encompasses all existence. They are utterly audacious. In that year of crimson chaos in the land of Xinzhou, where corpses lay scattered across the fields, I, too, emerged with resounding brilliance. Such a declaration is undeniably outrageous. Were it uttered in the past, the distant moon would surely deem the speaker to be deranged, mentally unstable. Yet now, I find my own heart subtly captivated by these words, a glimmer of admiration flickering in my eyes, deeply concealed within. The moonlight is exquisite, and the gentle breeze delightful. The silhouettes of the two are elongated by the luminous moonlight. The silver moon descends, gracing the youth's head and illuminating the maiden's visage. Gazing at the girl, who is scarcely 10 steps away, Futon's eyes sparkle with myriad colors, an indescribable emotion surging within. Hair dances, leaves flutter. The night breeze seems to encircle the two. From this moment forth, a seed was sown in Futon's heart. It embodies the essence of what the young man yearns for throughout his life. Chapter 98. Departure. To my astonishment, after more than 5 centuries, you have yet to meet your demise? I had presumed you were extinguished over 300 years ago. In a secluded locale, Zhao Wuqing stood tall, gazing at the shadow ahead. Surrounding him were abundant herbs. Though plentiful, they were of low grade, primarily consisting of 2nd and 3rd tier plants, with 4th tier specimens being notably scarce, let alone the 5th tier herbs, which were exceedingly rare. This predicament was inevitable, as the spiritual energy in Shizhou was sparse, failing to support the existence of high-tier herbs. resulting in a generally low quality of flora. The few high-tier herbs present were cultivated solely by oneself, necessitating a significant influx of spiritual energy for their nurturing. Humph, do you truly believe I would perish so easily? Who do you think I am? The shadow retorted with discontent. Moreover, without employing some cunning, how could I have misled Jian Yi in the gaze of the world? Otherwise, that sealed land would still be under the vigilant watch of numerous powerful beings, and I would not have so easily escaped. Zhao Wuqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, others believed you had been obliterated by the formation 3 centuries ago, leading to the withdrawal of defending strongholds. It is surprising to discover you still exist. Should the world learn of your return, chaos would surely ensue, rendering them restless and sleepless. No, it will not be long before Shizhou belongs to my clan. Not only Zhongzhou, but the entirety of the Zhenzhou continent will fall into our grasp. The shadow tightened its grip, a surge of battle intent emanating forth. Could it be? Zhao Wuqing's expression shifted to one of apprehension, his brows furrowing as he seemed to ponder a most terrifying notion. Indeed, I can sense it. My kin are beginning to stir. That day is drawing near. Upon hearing these words, the apprehension on Zhao Wuqing's face deepened. However, reassured by the notion that these matters bore no direct relation to him, his countenance softened. He gazed into the distance, towards the land of Shizhou, a flicker of pity crossing his features. As the next day dawned, the warmth of sunlight bathed the earth. Within the confines of the room, spiritual energy surged chaotically, uncontrollable. Everything in the chamber floated freely, spinning and dancing in the air. In an instant, the tumult subsided, and the chaotic energy vanished without a trace. Objects that had been airborne returned to their original places, not a fraction amiss. On the ground lay a multitude of discarded stones. Though labeled as waste, they were, in fact, high-tier spirit stones that had been completely drained of their essence, reverting to their primordial forms. Opening his eyes, a glint of brilliance emerged, as the ancient chaotic aura enveloped him. Exhaling a breath of stagnant energy, Tian rose, feeling a remarkable lightness throughout his body, an extraordinary comfort washing over him. He flexed his hands. An immense power lay concealed within, and his aura ascended to new heights, far surpassing that of the previous night. 7th layer Martial General, broken. From previously breaking through 3 or 4 realms in a single day, he now broke through 1 realm in a day, undoubtedly a slowed pace of cultivation. Yet, this was still remarkably swift. A single realm per day would astonish others, prompting them to come forth in reverence. However, Tian believed that the speed of cultivation was not the most crucial aspect. Rather, the perfection of one's realm was of utmost importance. In my previous life, I often encountered protagonists in novels who, due to their superficial understanding of their realms, faced limitations in their breakthroughs and ultimately regretted their initial choices. Now that I have embarked on my own path of cultivation, I am determined to avoid such pitfalls. Hence, my progress has been deliberately measured, as I strive to comprehend the profound truths while cultivating. Otherwise, with a 100-fold increase in my cultivation speed, coupled with abundant resources, I could rapidly ascend in my realm. After a night of diligent practice, I felt my strength elevate, providing a sense of assurance for the future. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Brother Tian, we must prepare to depart. When will you emerge?" Came the voice of Shirchang from outside. Tian smiled softly and turned to leave his chamber. Outside stood a small group, merely 7 individuals. Excluding the deceased Dao Yuanshuang and He Fengjie, Zhao Wuqing was also absent from the wind shuttle. At that moment, Jin Pengshan wore a grave expression, his face marred by seriousness. He had never anticipated that during their time in the imperial city, 2 of his direct disciples would perish, and 1 would go missing. Moreover, these were among the foremost candidates with boundless potential. Yesterday, the sect had conveyed the news. The soul cups of Dao Yuanshuang and He Fengjie had shattered. Jin Pengshan was acutely aware of the implications. Yet, who possessed the audacity to slay the direct disciples of our Lihua sect? This incident incited the sect master's fury, who had arrived the previous night, resolute in uncovering the cause of their demise. Should they have met with treachery, the perpetrators would undoubtedly pay with their lives. Perhaps, even now, they were sipping tea with the current emperor. However, upon gathering this morning, even Zhao Wuqing had vanished without a trace. How could this not place Jin Pengshan in a precarious position? He had begun to blame himself internally. After all, these disciples were under his direct supervision. Their misfortunes rested heavily upon his shoulders. He pondered how the sect master might address his actions, yet he resolved to accept whatever punishment awaited him. Jin Pengshan recognized this as his responsibility. Gazing at the remaining 7, he sighed, his countenance etched with resignation. He had initially hoped that these disciples would secure a commendable performance in the upcoming Tianzi Juxing, thereby altering their previous dismal outcomes. Little did he expect that before the event had even commenced, 3 would already have met their end, all of whom were among the top-ranked disciples. What could be done now? Sighing deeply, he reminded himself that the ancient wolf's sacred land was on the verge of opening, and he ought to concentrate his energies there. All right, we shall not wait for those who are absent any longer. Prepare yourselves. We are heading to the ancient wolf sacred land. Jin Pengshan cleared his throat and declared in a voice audible to all. Many present appeared bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding circumstances. Elder, are we not waiting for He Fengjie and the others? They are among our key assets. Should we lose them, our position in the ancient wolf sacred land will undoubtedly be weakened. A direct disciple spoke up, confusion evident on his face, clearly aware of some of the rules governing the ancient wolf sacred land. Upon hearing this, Jin Pengshan's expression darkened further, his tone icy as he replied, I have stated that we shall not wait for those who are absent. Are you suggesting that I should personally linger for the sake of a few? They do not yet possess such stature. Sensing the elder's irritation, the disciple who had spoken changed his expression, ultimately refraining from further comment. How peculiar, mused Tang Ho. Why do they not wait for He Fengjie and the others? After all, they are also prodigious disciples with formidable combat prowess. Shi Chang approached Fu Tian, puzzled, and murmured, This is most unusual. Shouldn't they have informed them to come at this juncture? Why are they not waiting? Only Fu Tian smiled mysteriously and replied, Isn't it obvious? No matter how long we wait, we shall not see them. Observing the unsightly expression on Jin Peng Mountain's face, Fu Tian surmised that the other party had already learned of He Fengjie and his companion's demise, hence the remarks made. No matter how long we wait, we shall not see them. Upon hearing this, Shi Chang and Tang Ho cast curious glances at one another, as it seemed the gentleman possessed some knowledge. However, Fu Tian showed no inclination to elaborate, nor would he volunteer to inquire further. In light of this, shall you accompany us, Fu Tian? I have heard that the ancient wolf sacred land is located elsewhere, quite a distance from here, Shi Chang inquired. Fu Tian, however, shook his head. You may proceed without me. I have an appointment with someone. We shall meet later at the ancient wolf sacred land. An appointment? Shi Chang was perplexed, filled with questions. What person could warrant a meeting at such a time? Yet, he refrained from voicing his curiosity, simply nodding in acknowledgement. As Fu Tian departed, Jin Peng Mountain nodded in acknowledgement, signaling before commanding the Phoenix shuttle to take flight. Just before leaving, a gaze fell upon Fu Tian. It was Zhao Feng, whose eyes brimmed with derision, his lips curling into a subtle smirk, as if challenging him. It appeared that, after these 2 days, he had regained confidence in his own abilities. One could only wonder where such confidence stemmed from. Fu Tian shook his head. He felt no trace of threat from the other, indicating a vast disparity in strength that rendered Zhao Feng insignificant in his eyes. Without further contemplation, Fu Tian headed towards the direction of the Western State royal family. The Western State Palace was situated directly in front of the Western State royal family, almost as if they were established in tandem. Departing from the palace, it would take but a mere 10 minutes to reach the royal residence. Fu Tian traversed the palace grounds and proceeded straight to the location of the royal family. The Western State royal family was resplendent, gleaming with gold, and sprawling in size, showcasing opulence in every direction. However, Fu Tian had no intention of entering. Instead, he aimed to venture beyond the royal grounds to the back mountain. Halt! Stop right there. Suddenly, a voice boomed like thunder, halting Fu Tian in his tracks. Turning, he beheld a rugged middle-aged man clad in bronze armor, wielding a long spear, his appearance coarse, skin dark, and physique imposing. Who approaches? The back mountain is a restricted area, no unauthorized entry. The burly man's voice echoed like thunder, each word resonating with an unsettling intensity that assailed the eardrums. Nonetheless, this had no effect on Fu Tian. Unhurriedly, I produced the token bestowed upon me by the Grand Emperor, its appearance exuding an antique charm, imbued with the essence of history. I am here to pay my respects to the Grand Emperor. Please grant me passage. With that, I presented the token to the burly man before me. Upon seeing it, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. The token felt coarse in my palm, undeniably authentic, resonating with the vestiges of time. However, the imposing man was soon seized by rage. How audacious! Dare you present a counterfeit token to deceive me, harboring the audacious desire to infiltrate the imperial sanctum? It seems you are courting death. As he spoke, he brandished his spear, the air reverberating with the sound of rushing wind, creating an aura of terror. Yet, this intimidation failed to sway me. A crimson glint flashed in my eyes as I regarded the burly man with a cold smirk. What slander? Do not think I failed to notice the brief astonishment that flickered in your gaze. You certainly recognized its authenticity. The tide of the conversation shifted, and the fury on the burly man's face waned somewhat. However, out of consideration for your lack of malice, I shall let you go this time, he stated, taking back the ancient token, his intentions glaringly evident. I chuckled derisively. Was it merely the token he coveted? Why resort to such theatrics? What if I insist on entering? I murmured softly. Humph. In an instant, the man's demeanor transformed. His eyes glinted with ferocity. If you fail to recognize the gravity of your situation, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Chapter 99. Kuei-san, the burly man glared fiercely, for according to the rules, any intruder who dared to trespass into the imperial grounds faced imprisonment in the dungeons at best, or death on the spot at worst. Are you truly so reckless? His imposing presence radiated authority, enough to instill dread and silence any potential resistance. This formidable figure indeed harbored ulterior motives. Noticing the youth, Tian was still quite young. He contemplated a scheme. Although the token was genuine, signifying a connection to the Grand Emperor, what significance did that hold? Not to mention, Tian appeared utterly unfamiliar. Clearly not of royal lineage. After years of service within the court, the burly man was well acquainted with all the notable figures. Those unknown to him were hardly worthy of recognition. Moreover, the Grand Emperor had long since retreated from the world, dedicating himself to solitary cultivation and remaining indifferent to worldly affairs. Even if this boy wielded the Grand Emperor's token, it was undoubtedly bestowed upon him by another, bearing no real connection to the Grand Emperor himself. The burly man had already devised a plan. Should the forces behind the boy prove formidable, he would feign a misunderstanding, offering a casual apology and returning the token, confident that the boy's associates would remain silent upon learning his identity. Conversely, if the boy's backing was less imposing, then this unclaimed artifact could very well change hands. After all, the Grand Emperor's token was immensely valuable. One could liken it to a decree of immunity. Most importantly, it served to forge alliances. Possessing such a token was far more persuasive than any rhetoric or status. Anyone who dared to refuse would need to weigh their options carefully. With his fierce glare and imposing stature, the burly man resembled a small mountain, capable of intimidating any child into tears. Yet, such intimidation held no sway over Tian. In the face of this situation, Tian remained undisturbed, chuckling lightly. If I insist on entering, what punishment do you intend to impose on me? The burly man snorted dismissively, acknowledging the youth's tender age and lack of malicious intent. By the rules, I shall confine you to the dungeons. However, once one entered the dungeons, escape became a formidable challenge. The man grinned sinisterly, his smile laced with an unsettling threat, aiming to instill fear in Tian. Nevertheless, the burly man retained a sense of prudence, recognizing that anyone capable of producing the Grand Emperor's token likely held a significant status. He then remarked, "Yet, considering your youth, it is understandable you might err. I am magnanimous, so let us consider this incident settled. If you return promptly, I shall overlook it. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Tian shook his head vehemently. "How can you simply overlook it? Regardless, I have violated the rules by trespassing into the imperial grounds. This is a grave offense. If the Emperor were to learn of this, I fear you would also face repercussions, would you not?" The burly man shot Tian a contemptuous glare, deeming him ungrateful, yet he continued, "Repercussions? What repercussions could there possibly be? I believe I hold the authority to resolve this matter, for I am." Before he could finish, a languid voice echoed from behind him. "Isn't this incorrect? General Kuei-san, the intruder has trespassed upon the royal sanctum, an egregious offense. How can it be dismissed so lightly?" Kuei-san's pupils constricted, as if struck by terror, a glimmer of disbelief flickering in his eyes. He hastily turned to ascertain the identity of the newcomer, and upon recognizing the sovereign, he immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and proclaimed, "Your Majesty." The presence of the reigning emperor in such a place was indeed astonishing. Beads of perspiration cascaded down Kuei-san's face, his countenance marred by sheer dread. When had the emperor arrived? Had he perhaps witnessed the imperial token? The implications of such a revelation sent a chill down Kuei-san's spine, and he could hardly entertain the consequences any further. "Kuei-san, I inquire of you, how should one be dealt with for providing clandestine shelter to a notorious criminal?" Zhou Kuen's gaze was frigid as he stood before Kuei-san, his tone unperturbed yet imbued with the unmistakable gravitas of imperial authority, each syllable resonating with a profound weight that instilled reverence, leaving no room for defiance. Fear etched across Kuei-san's features. His hands trembled involuntarily, and his complexion drained of color as he stammered, according to the 36th article of royal edicts. One who harbors a felon shall be sentenced to death by hanging. Then I shall pose another question. How ought one to be punished for illicitly seizing a significant royal token and concealing it? Zhou Kuen's voice remained icy, his indifferent gaze fixed upon Kuei-san, the unique aura of the emperor pressing heavily upon him. Internally, Zhou Kuen simmered with fury. What audacity to dare detain the token of his own father! This transgression transcended mere disregard for royal protocols. It was a blatant affront, a demonstration of utter disrespect for the imperial lineage. If one were audacious enough to seize their own father's symbol, what further insolence might they entertain given time? Kuei-san's posture sagged even further, almost prostrating himself upon the ground, his body quivering as all remnants of his previous bravado vanished. In a hushed tone, he uttered, according to the 50th article of royal edicts, the unlawful appropriation of a significant royal token warrants the annihilation of one's entire clan. Given this, how do you believe I should address your actions? Zhou Kuen stepped closer to Kuei-san, regarding him with a frigid stare as the latter's head remained bowed in submission. Kuei-san's eyes were wide with fear, his pallor stark, the terror within his pupils unmasked. He hastily implored, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my transgressions and beseech you for the chance to atone. I have served the royal family with utmost diligence and sacrifice, contributing significantly to its glory. I implore you, for the sake of our past alliance, spare my life. Despite Kuei-san's desperate plea for mercy, Zhou Kuen remained unmoved, responding coolly. Had you truly devoted yourself to the royal cause, you would not have committed such an outrageous act. To dare seize the token of my father. It seems you have grown weary of life itself. Kuei-san's face paled even further. No, Your Majesty, I implore you to grant me mercy. He grasped Zhou Kuen's leg, exclaiming, I was blinded by folly, leading to this grievous transgression. I vow it shall not happen again. I will henceforth dedicate myself entirely to the interests of the royal family. Please, grant me this opportunity. Zhou Kuen scoffed. Was it Yang Shiwen who bewitched your senses? Upon hearing that name, Kuei-san exhibited an expression of sheer astonishment, more shocked than if the emperor himself had appeared behind him. His eyes widened, lips quivered. Yet words eluded him. Yang Shiwen. Fu Tian, intrigued by the name that could evoke such a profound reaction from Kuei-san, sensed that it was no trivial matter. Zhou Kuen shook his head, his expression unyielding, declaring, Do not presume that I am unaware. I am still the reigning emperor, and my vision remains unclouded. I see everything clearly. Kuei-san's gaze darkened, as if he comprehended that the emperor would not spare him this time. A raucous laughter erupted from Kuei-san, wild and unrestrained, his fear dissipating as he resigned to his fate. Ha! Truly, the emperor deserves his title. I thought we had concealed our intentions well. Yet you saw through it all. Zhou Kuen, maintaining his stoic demeanor, retorted, In this world, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. You have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Kuei-san nodded, his gaze towards Zhou Kuen imbued with seriousness as he scrutinized the imposing figure before him, seemingly imprinting the moment into his memory. Indeed, we have underestimated the circumstances. You are a commendable emperor, and I have proven to be a disloyal subject, walking a path of darkness. If I could start anew, I would surely avoid such folly. Yet, mistakes have been made, and I shall not utter further excuses. As Kuei-san brushed his hair back and shed his bronze armor, placing it aside, he lamented, I have betrayed the honor bestowed upon me by the emperor. If only I could have another chance. He gazed at the formidable man before him, feeling an odd sense of familiarity tinged with strangeness. If I could begin again, I would unreservedly stand by your side, offering my sincere devotion. With that, Kuei-san closed his eyes tightly and raised his head, as if liberated from a heavy burden. Zhou Kuen remained impassive, though a glimmer of light flickered in his murky eyes. Kuei-san, you have been by my side for over 20 years. I recall our first meeting, when you were a passionate youth, yet now you have become this. I bestowed upon you countless opportunities, hoping you would turn back, but alas, you never seized a single one. Kuei-san's lips moved as he finally uttered, Your Majesty, I have failed to meet your expectations. Zhou Kuen remained silent, his hands sweeping through the air, conjuring forth a searing flame that illuminated the sky in a crimson hue. Kuei-san offered no resistance, allowing the scorching fire to engulf him. The flames blazed intensely, as if capable of melting anything in their path. Even the earth began to char, turned to desolation, and the air warped under the strain. Kuei-san's figure gradually faded within the fiery inferno, ultimately transforming into ashes, leaving behind only a wooden token resting on the ground, a symbol of the Grand Emperor's identity. Zhou Kuan gazed at the vanishing Kuei San, lost in contemplation. Fu Tian, astonished, noted that the fierce flames had not reduced the wooden token to ashes, suggesting that it possessed a significance far beyond mere appearances. Zhou Kuan bent down to retrieve the fallen wooden plaque, handing it to Fu Tian with a request to keep it safe, for it would prove invaluable in the future. Observing the enigmatic smile that graced Zhou Kuan's lips, Fu Tian felt a sense of understanding, albeit vague, and carefully stowed it away. "Are you intending to seek out the emperor?" Zhou Kuan inquired. "If so, we may embark together." Fu Tian nodded, expressing his desire to consult the Grand Emperor regarding certain matters. Zhou Kuan pondered for a moment. "Is it concerning the ancient wolf's sacred land?" Fu Tian shook his head, indicating that it was more than that. There was another matter at hand. "Oh." Zhou Kuan's interest piqued. "What else is there?" Fu Tian gazed into the distance. Speaking of the impending storm that loomed on the horizon, Zhou Kuan, taken aback, smiled mysteriously. "It seems my young friend possesses quite a wealth of knowledge, which surprises me. Let us proceed to the emperor," Zhou Kuan declared, his gaze calm and unwavering as he looked ahead. Chapter 100. The secret of the ancient wolf sacred land in the rear mountains lies an exceedingly enigmatic location. Visited by an exceedingly rare few, individuals of immense power and deep connections to the imperial lineage. Thus, this place is shrouded in an aura of mystery. The reason for this enigma is none other than the fact that the elder emperor has chosen this secluded realm for his meditative retreat, rendering it inaccessible to the common folk. At this moment, the rear mountains are enveloped in a thick mist, brimming with spiritual energy, resembling an ethereal paradise. Two figures stroll leisurely, one following the other, Zhou Kuan in the lead, with Fu Tian trailing behind. Along their path, Zhou Kuan shares a wealth of knowledge about the ancient wolf sacred land, including some of its hidden secrets. Legend has it that in ancient times, a powerful being transcended the heavens, wielding the ability to manifest reality with mere words. From his essence, he birthed a vast world, naming it the ancient wolf sacred land. Within this sacred domain, the expanse is immense. While it may not rival the Western states, it is nonetheless extraordinarily vast. However, in its nascent days, the ancient wolf sacred land was desolate, merely an ordinary space devoid of distinction. What merit could it possibly have to be deemed sacred? Yet, shortly after its creation, as the powerful being approached the end of his days, he bequeathed his blood, bones, flesh, and transcendent essence to the land, transforming them into its nurturing sustenance. It is worth noting that individuals who reach such exalted realms are treasures unto themselves. Even a single hair or a drop of saliva is imbued with spiritual energy. Thus, the ancient wolf sacred land flourished increasingly, evolving year by year. It became a realm teeming with vitality, where high-tier spirit stones were abundant and various superior herbs and miraculous fruits came into existence, earning its title as a sacred domain. A single day of cultivation within this realm equates to 10 days of practice in the outside world, and the exceptional spirit stones found therein are not uncommon. Should fortune smile upon you, one might discover a bountiful cache to greatly enhance 100x cultivation. Anyone who enters the ancient wolf sacred land inevitably experiences a profound transformation upon their return. Historical records speak of a ninefold heaven martial sovereign who once emerged from its depths, instilling terror and awe throughout the Western states. It is important to note that entry into the ancient wolf sacred land is strictly regulated. One must be over the age of 24 and possess a cultivation level of at least a one-fold heaven martial sovereign to qualify for entry. Otherwise, the governing rules of the land will prevent access. Moreover, each opening of the sacred land has a limit on the number of entrants, should this threshold be surpassed. Even those who meet the requirements will find themselves barred from entry. Consequently, those who gain access to the ancient wolf sacred land are exceedingly rare. There are those who, brimming with confidence in their prowess, attempt to force their way in, including formidable martial kings. Yet, the outcome is all too predictable. These lofty martial kings, upon merely setting foot within, are swiftly obliterated by the land's profound laws, leaving behind not even a trace of their existence. Thus, no one dares to attempt such trespass again. The ancient wolf sacred land has thus become a realm of opportunity exclusively for young prodigies. I have heard that the sacred land opens only once every 5 years. Why, then, is it set to open once more in less than 5 years? After hearing Zhou Kuan expound upon the various facets of the ancient wolf sacred land, Fu Tian voiced his curiosity. Zhou Kuan contemplated for a moment and remarked, "The reason the ancient wolf sacred land opens once every 5 years is due to the rules established by that formidable being. He foresaw that after his demise, the sacred land would undergo tremendous transformations. However, resources are finite. Nothing remains unchanged indefinitely. To prevent rapid depletion of these resources, this approach was adopted as a means of moderation. It is precisely because of this rule that the ancient wolf sacred land has endured for centuries. Otherwise, relying solely on the entirety of that mighty being's cultivation, it could not have persisted for so long. Fu Tian nodded in understanding. Nothing is inexhaustible. That mighty being exchanged his entire cultivation for a land abundant in spiritual energy. To be precise, within the ancient wolf sacred land, the rich spiritual energy, the plentiful spirit stones, and the fruits of creation are all manifestations of his cultivation. If that cultivation were to be exhausted, naturally, there would be no further production, leading to inevitable desolation. By then, the ancient wolf sacred land would lose its sacred status and be gradually forgotten by many. Although the sacred land is rife with opportunities, it is often accompanied by perils. As Zhou Kuan spoke, he continued to elucidate the secrets of the ancient wolf sacred land while approaching a wooden cabin. The cabin appeared exceedingly simple, seemingly constructed from the most ordinary trees by the roadside. In truth, it was crafted from a rare spiritual wood known for its calming effects, making it quite precious, luxurious. "Father, your son pays his respects." Zhou Kuan slightly bowed, clasping his hands in greeting. Fu Tian pondered for a moment and also inclined his body, offering a respectful salute. "Come in." After a brief pause, a voice of great authority resonated from within. Without hesitation, Zhou Kuan pushed the door open and entered. An elderly man, with hair graying and clad in modest attire, sat cross-legged upon a mat. He exuded no overwhelming aura, appearing utterly unremarkable, akin to an ordinary old man. Upon seeing his father in such a state, Zhou Kuan's face lit up with surprise, and he exclaimed, "Father, have you taken that step?" That step, of course, referred to surpassing the martial king realm. However, the Supreme Emperor gently shook his head. "Not yet. That level is not easily attained, but I sense it is approaching." Although he had not yet reached that state, Zhou Kuan remained visibly elated, beaming as he replied, "Then I shall offer my congratulations in advance, Father. If you reach such heights, it would greatly enhance our royal family's combat prowess and perhaps alter the balance of power." The Supreme Emperor closed his eyes to meditate, and after a considerable time, spoke again. "You should now have a fair understanding of the ancient wolf sacred land, correct?" This was clearly directed at Fu Tian. Fu Tian slightly cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the enlightening discourse. I have indeed gained insight." The Supreme Emperor nodded slightly, stating that he would take him there shortly, hoping that once inside, he could swiftly enhance his strength, as time was of the essence. Every bit of progress mattered. Ideally, he would break through to the martial sovereign level while within. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuan felt a twinge of astonishment. He was well aware of the news regarding Fu Tian defeating 3 heavens martial sovereigns with a mere punch each, rendering them utterly defenseless. At that moment, Zhou Kuan had believed Fu Tian had already ascended to the martial sovereign rank. Such a young martial sovereign, possessing unparalleled talent, would undoubtedly stand out in the annals of Western state history. To his astonishment, Fu Tian had yet to break through to martial sovereign. A martial general defeating 3 heavens martial sovereigns seemed utterly fantastical and unbelievable. Had it not been corroborated, he would have found it hard to accept. This was not entirely Zhou Kuan's fault. Fu Tian was shrouded in mystery, concealed by ancient chaotic energies that obscured his true cultivation level. Unless Fu Tian chose to reveal it, one could not discern his actual state of mastery. Everything had to be deduced. The Supreme Emperor then continued, stating that if they encountered members of the Divine Sword sect within, they should be slain if possible. If not, there was no one they could not kill, assuring that not a single member of the Divine Sword sect would emerge unscathed. Before the Supreme Emperor could finish, he was interrupted by Fu Tian's voice. The Supreme Emperor opened his eyes slightly, seeing the intense confidence emanating from Fu Tian, which sparked a hint of pride in his gaze, as if he held no one in high regard. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "Ah, young lad, I knew I had not misjudged you. If any members of the Divine Sword sect do emerge, I shall hold you accountable." Zhou Kuan furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Father, the members of the Divine Sword sect are not to be trifled with. Their hidden cards are formidable, even if he possesses the ability to fight beyond his rank. I believe caution is paramount." The Supreme Emperor lightly shook his head, replying, "You worry too much. I, in fact, think that the little rascals of the Divine Sword sect are about to face dire consequences, for the hunter has set his sights on the prey." With that, he gazed at Fu Tian with great intrigue, as if he were observing the hunter himself. Seeing the expression on his father's face, Zhou Kuan's concerns began to dissipate. Very well, I shall take this little rascal over there. Please wait here for a moment. The Supreme Emperor rose and approached Fu Tian. Fu Tian wished to say something, but before he could utter a word, a pair of strong arms grasped his shoulders, and then there was nothing more to say. As if the world were spinning, the scenery before Fu Tian abruptly transformed. The quaint wooden cabin vanished and was replaced by endless mountains. The vast mountains soon disappeared, morphing into a dense jungle, which in turn faded away, leading them to stand before an imposing mountain. How imposing was this mountain? It resembled a colossal pillar supporting the heavens, soaring into the clouds, its peak hidden from view. Fu Tian was held aloft by the Supreme Emperor, unable to move. Upon witnessing the grandeur of this mountain, his eyes widened in astonishment. So immense, so long, so thick. Of course, he referred to the mountain. Where's this? Fu Tian gazed in awe at the majestic mountain pillar, utterly shocked. The Supreme Emperor's gaze was profound as he spoke softly. In the past, this place was known as the Land of Immortals, where it was said that celestial beings resided at the summit. With a gesture, he pointed towards the heavens. Fu Tian looked up, and the first sensation that struck him was the towering height, an unfathomable elevation. The mountain columns were not mere pillars, they were celestial supports, their true height obscured by heavy clouds. The Land of Immortals? Fu Tian marveled. Could it be that such beings truly exist in this world? The Supreme Emperor, however, chuckled, a raucous sound reverberating around them. He remarked that these so-called immortals were merely the abodes of powerful beings from the past. Those formidable figures, possessing extraordinary skills, could alter the very fabric of reality with mere words, methods that could only be performed by such celestial beings, and thus they were revered as immortals. Yet, to this day, no one has ventured to that height. The Supreme Emperor gazed into the depths, his expression intricate. Very well, I shall share the rest of the tale upon your return. For now, you must enter. The ancient wolf sanctum opens for only a fleeting month. We cannot afford to squander this opportunity. Before Fu Tian could respond, the Supreme Emperor pointed towards the towering pillar, and the scenery shifted abruptly, revealing a golden entrance before them. In an instant, golden light enveloped the sky, cascading like a celestial waterfall. Chapter 101. The Red County Hero. Golden light filled the heavens, illuminating the skies above. A golden portal slowly opened, revealing a hazy vista within, where mountains, rivers, and verdant foliage could be discerned. It was indeed a world unto itself. Is this the ancient wolf sacred land? Fu Tian pondered externally, observing the interior with a mix of wonder and confusion. The Supreme Emperor's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the sights within the ancient wolf sacred land. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Remember, you have but 1 month. When the time elapses, you shall be automatically transported out. During this month, hasten to enhance your strength. Fu Tian's expression turned serious. How long do you anticipate until that crisis arrives? The Supreme Emperor contemplated for a moment before responding. Based on my estimations, it could be as brief as 1 month or as lengthy as half a year. In any case, it shall not be long. 1 month. Fu Tian's heart trembled at the swiftness. Nodding in acknowledgement of the dwindling time, he stepped into the golden realm, his figure vanishing in an instant. The golden portal gradually closed, ultimately disappearing from this realm. Only the Supreme Emperor remained, murmuring to himself, uncertain if you would seize that opportunity, a chance that had lain dormant for centuries. Meanwhile, the moment Fu Tian entered the golden world, he was struck by a wave of dizziness, his vision blurring, as if the very fabric of space were shifting around him, compelling him to tightly shut his eyes to alleviate the discomfort. Once his body felt somewhat stabilized, Fu Tian realized he was standing on solid ground. Have I arrived? As he slowly opened his eyes, he began to survey this unfamiliar world. Lush trees surrounded him, with dense woodlands stretching as far as the eye could see. Towering ancient trees loomed high, each appearing to reach heights of over 10 meters, with some even soaring to 20 or 30 meters, truly astonishing. Zhou Kuan had previously informed him that upon entry, one would be randomly transported to a specific location, an inevitability dictated by fortune. It could be a rushing river, a desolate desert, or imposing mountains. Some fortunate souls might find themselves immediately transported to areas rich in spiritual energy and abundant resources, swiftly enhancing their strength, evoking envy from others. Yet, some unfortunate ones might be thrown into the lairs of monstrous beasts, engaging in life and death struggles right from the start, exhilarating yet perilous. Gazing at his surroundings, Fu Tian surmised that he had likely been transported to a dense forest. Perhaps this was indeed a blessed land. At the same time, He felt the extraordinary essence of the ancient wolf sacred land, characterized by its abundant spiritual energy. The air was thick with a blend of spiritual essence. With each gentle breath, a wealth of it flowed into his lungs, absorbed by his body and transformed into cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy here was undoubtedly far superior to that outside. Tian marveled at the wonders of this place. Cultivating here was incomparable to the outside world, where a single day of practice could equate to 10 days in the external realm, truly worthy of the title sacred land. Roar. Just as Tian was about to take in more of the invigorating air, a savage roar erupted behind him. He turned to look. What a sight! A formidable red tiger, its muscular frame accentuated by protruding fangs, loomed behind, fixing an intensely fierce gaze upon the intruder. The three-flame tiger, a creature of the third tier among beasts, exhibited an aura that rivaled that of a fourth-tier beast, an astonishing revelation. The tiger circled around, its eyes flashing with a savage brilliance. Yet beneath its ferocity lay a thread of vigilance, indicating a surprising level of intelligence. Tian stood in stunned silence, realizing that the beast was observing him. It appeared that in this realm rich with spiritual energy, the intellect of such creatures experienced a notable enhancement. Tian, intrigued rather than alarmed, regarded the beast with interest, eager to discern its intentions. As anticipated, after a prolonged circling, the three-flame tiger could no longer contain itself. Baring its teeth, it lunged towards Tian. The tiger charged with the swiftness of a bolt of lightning, its speed astoundingly rapid, rendering it almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, to Tian, time seemed to slow. Each detail vividly clear as though captured in slow motion. The tiger extended its powerful claws, striking towards Tian with a thunderous sound that echoed through the air, creating a violent gust that left a rift in its wake. Tian chuckled softly, effortlessly evading the attack with a mere shift of his form. The tiger's strike met with a nearby boulder instead, causing an explosive eruption of stone fragments, reducing the massive rock to rubble. Tian nodded appreciatively. The tiger's strength was commendable, fitting for its robust physique. The three-flame tiger, momentarily bewildered, failed to comprehend how its seemingly certain strike had missed. Yet this did not deter its resolve to continue the assault. It snarled once more, charging at Tian with renewed vigor, transforming into a streak of red that zipped through the air with astounding speed. Tian, however, merely shook his head, losing interest in this futile display. In a flash, he closed the distance, delivering a punch that resembled a volcanic eruption, a ferocious roar echoing forth. The tiger felt the chilling breath of death upon it. Yet it was too late to react, forced to witness the impending impact upon its skull. With a sickening crunch, the punch obliterated the tiger's head, scattering its brain matter across the ground, leaving behind a headless carcass that lay motionless, devoid of life. This was not due to the weakness of the three-flame tiger. In the presence of any high-ranking martial artist, it could have easily exchanged blows, perhaps even savored a feast. However, Tian's strength was unparalleled, akin to that of a being capable of delivering a single devastating blow that few could withstand. Ignoring the lifeless body of the tiger, Tian's gaze turned to the horizon, an instinctual tug urging him toward a trove of resources hidden beyond. With a grin of excitement, he vanished into the depths of the forest. The ancient wolf sanctuary, vast and beyond comprehension, awaited him. Not long after, darkness descended, and a resplendent moon illuminated the ancient wolf's sacred land, adding an air of mystery. Suddenly, a colossal ancient bear collapsed with a resounding thud, its vitality extinguished. The aura emanating from the bear was alarming. It was a low-tier fourth-grade demon beast, comparable to a low-ranking martial sovereign. Given the extraordinary strength of the demon beasts within the ancient wolf's sacred land, which surpassed that of practitioners at the same level, even low-ranking martial sovereigns would hesitate to confront them directly. Yet, this formidable beast met its demise here, its body drenched in blood, marred by numerous wounds. Some limbs grotesquely deformed, a sight too harrowing to behold. The bear's physique, however, remained robust, serving as an excellent training dummy. Standing before the fallen black bear, Tian clenched his fists, immense power coalescing within. Remarkably, this ancient bear was slain by Tian's sheer might. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous demon beasts, all of which had fallen before him, defeated at his hands. Among them were dozens of mid-tier third-grade demon beasts, countless high-tier third-grade beasts, and scores of low-tier fourth-grade creatures. Even encountering 3 mid-tier fourth-grade beasts. Having vanquished so many demon beasts, Tian reaped significant rewards. Firstly, there was an enhancement in his physical prowess. Though such advancement at his level was exceedingly challenging, He had indeed experienced a tangible improvement. Secondly, his combat techniques had sharpened. In these numerous skirmishes, Tian primarily relied on hand-to-hand combat, brutally dispatching those beasts, thus significantly augmenting his battle experience. Thirdly, his understanding of demon beasts deepened. After so many encounters, he had begun to discern their flaws and weaknesses, enabling him to identify vulnerabilities with a mere glance should he encounter them again. After defeating the ancient bear, Tian did not linger and proceeded into the distance. Suddenly, a rustle in the wind caught his attention, a faint sound reaching his ears. Upon hearing it, his eyes glimmered, a faint smile gracing his lips, curiosity piqued, and his figure vanished from sight. In the distance, a flickering campfire danced, sparks flying. Over the fire, a bovine-shaped demon beast was being roasted, its skin splitting, releasing an aromatic fragrance, with hot oil dripping down, fueling the flames further. Surrounding the campfire were 3 women, each strikingly beautiful, with delicate figures clad in pure white garments adorned with floral patterns. It was evident they were disciples of the 100-flower sect. "Sister, I wonder where the other sisters have been transported to. I am so worried," one of the women expressed anxiously, hugging her knees. Indeed, this place is teeming with demon beasts, each possessing formidable strength, far superior to those outside. "What if the other sisters meet with misfortune?" another woman echoed, her expression equally troubled, her brows knitted tightly. The sister they spoke of was an exceptionally gallant and handsome woman, her features exuding a spirited elegance. Clad in armor, she would undoubtedly embody the spirit of a heroine. Red Junjie sliced 2 pieces of thigh meat with his spiritual energy, offering them to the 2 female disciples before carving a piece for himself, indulging in a hearty bite that released a plume of warmth, the savory flavor bursting in his mouth. The formidable beasts in this region possess remarkable strength, their flesh imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, surpassing even that of low-grade spirit stones. "You ought to indulge more. It will aid in your cultivation." "Sister, what time is it? How can you still think about eating meat? Aren't you concerned about the other sisters?" The other 2 women, clutching the beast meat, hesitated, their faces etched with melancholy. Devoid of any appetite, Hong Junjie took another bite of the beast meat and calmly remarked, "What good is worrying? Does it yield any benefit? Or do you perhaps know their whereabouts? If you do, I could go retrieve them immediately." Upon hearing this, the other 2 women fell silent, releasing a heavy sigh before they began to eat. As soon as they took a bite, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they devoured the meat ravenously, unable to restrain themselves. Oh, how delicious! Before long, the massive bovine beast was reduced to nothing but a pile of bones, with not a morsel of flesh left. A sight that was truly terrifying. Observing the contented expressions of the 2 female disciples, Hong Junjie smiled gently, his gaze filled with tenderness. "Very well. We shall rest for the night. At dawn, we will set out to search." Suddenly, a series of howls echoed around them, reverberating through the air. Instantly, Hong Junjie's expression changed drastically, his pupils constricting in alarm. "This is not good. We are being targeted by a pack of wolves." Chapter 102, The Battle with the Wolves. Alas, we have encountered a pack of wolves. Red Junjie's countenance shifted dramatically, her vigilance immediately heightened. The other 2 female disciples, shedding their initial indifference, drew closer to Red Junjie, as if their proximity to her would bestow upon them a sense of security. The senior sister, living up to her title, instantly manifested the demeanor of a formidable leader. She stood resolutely in front, shielding her 2 disciples behind her, her gaze gravely fixed upon the distance, where a pack of wolves, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, lingered, saliva dripping from their jaws, as if they had not feasted in ages and were on the brink of starvation. Clearly, they regarded the trio as prey. "It must be the aroma of our food that has lured them here. How foolish of me not to consider this." Red Junjie scolded herself, tapping her forehead in remorse. As the senior sister, she felt it was her duty to foresee such dangers. Should her companions incur any harm, she would be engulfed in profound regret. "Do not blame yourself, senior sister. We did not consider this either. Let us focus on how to deal with the wolves," one of the female disciples comforted, patting Red Junjie's shoulder, wishing to alleviate her guilt. "Indeed, senior sister, it is merely a pack of wolves. As social creatures, their strength cannot be formidable. With the 3 of us united, we shall surely send them fleeing," the other disciple declared confidently, clenching her petite fist. Red Junjie lifted her gaze to the 2 endearingly earnest disciples, feeling a warmth bloom in her heart at their attempts to console her even in this dire moment. "Very well, since there is a pack, there must be a leader. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, one must first capture the king." I shall charge forth to swiftly eliminate the Wolf King. You too must follow closely, do not lag behind. Red Junjie unsheathed a spirit sword, her posture striking as she faced the wolves, devoid of any trace of fear, resembling a valiant general. The sword, a deep azure, shimmered with ethereal energy, exuding a chilling aura. The moment it was drawn, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, sending a shiver down one's spine. Should one's gaze linger upon the sword, a sensation akin to being sliced would arise, rendering the eyes uncomfortable and unwilling to continue looking. This spirit sword can undoubtedly be deemed a peerless weapon. TSK, TSK, TSK. Perched upon a stout tree in the distance, a figure sat casually on a branch, stroking his chin while making clicking sounds with his tongue, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he observed the impending conflict. Who else could it be but Tian? He had arrived at this location long ago, yet had remained concealed, refraining from revealing himself. Tian believed that his sudden appearance might lead to misunderstandings among the three women, potentially igniting a fierce confrontation. In such a setting, anyone could be an adversary. Complacency was not an option. Thus, Tian remained atop the tree, watching the three beautiful women indulge in a sumptuous dinner, his mouth watering at the sight. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, one he had not anticipated. Nevertheless, he had no intention of intervening, at least not at this moment. He preferred to observe for now. Awoo. Among the pack of wolves, a silver-furred wolf stood out, towering above the rest. Beneath the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the fur shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, akin to glistening silver, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Standing steadfast, Hong Junjie's gaze sharpened as he murmured, "That must be the Wolf King." The silver-white wolf not only boasted a distinct coat, but also towered larger than its brethren, exuding an imposing stature. True to expectation, with a fearsome howl, the silver wolf summoned the surrounding pack, their eyes gleaming with a crimson light, drool cascading from their mouths as they charged forth, driven by insatiable hunger. These are wind-running wolves. They are remarkably swift. Everyone, stay alert and keep close to me. Hong Junjie cautioned before brandishing his sword and leaping into the fray. The two female disciples exchanged a glance, silently affirming their resolve before following suit. Hong Junjie, the esteemed senior of the 100 Flowers sect, exhibited formidable prowess. With his spiritual sword in hand, he wielded it with unparalleled precision, each swing resulting in numerous wolves falling, their throats severed cleanly, each strike fatal. His movements were ghostly, elusive and enigmatic, seamlessly weaving through the throng of wolves. "My stance," Hong Junjie exclaimed, her voice laced with determination as her spiritual sword radiated a brilliant white light. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, a delicate frost coating the flora, the chilling wind howling around them. With a sweeping arc of her sword, the blinding brilliance unleashed a terrifying force, transforming the frost into an invisible weapon. The wolves, still distant, were instantaneously encased in ice, each one becoming a frozen sculpture. Immobilized in place, continuing her assault, Hong Junjie shattered the ice sculptures into countless fragments, leaving a sea of ice in her wake. Yet, the wind-running wolves seemed undeterred by fear, recklessly charging forward. With a disdainful huff, Hong Junjie summoned forth another dazzling burst of light from her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleaved through a multitude of wolves, severing heads from bodies, extinguishing their breath. The other two female disciples relentlessly dispatched wolves as well, their every maneuver bursting forth with terrifying lethality, systematically annihilating the pack. Impressive strength. Fuxing had risen unnoticed, observing the massacre with keen interest. Though the wolf pack was numerous, they were no match for such relentless slaughter. Vast numbers of wind-running wolves fell, rivers of blood staining the ground, and carcasses strewn about. Witnessing his minions being mercilessly slaughtered, the silver wind-running wolf could no longer contain its fury, letting out a thunderous roar before transforming into a silver whirlwind, charging toward the formidable Hong Junjie. With astonishing speed, it appeared beside her in the blink of an eye. "Beast, I hadn't even sought you out, yet you come to meet your demise." Hong Junjie's gaze flashed with ferocity as she advanced with her spiritual sword toward the silver wind-running wolf. Each of her strikes sliced through the air, leaving a fearsome sword aura that lingered ominously. However, the silver wind-running wolf, as the king of wolves, possessed unparalleled speed and undeniable strength, being a high-tier third-level beast. It moved like a white whirlwind, dazzling and swift, skillfully evading each of Hong Junjie's ferocious assaults. Moreover, the claws were exceedingly sharp, launching an assault on Hong Junjie while evading. Clang! The sword in Hong Junjie's hand collided with the silver-white windrunner wolf's claws, producing a crisp metallic sound. How hard? Hong Junjie grunted, feeling as if his sword had struck an incredibly hard stone, a tingling sensation coursing through his arm. Nevertheless, a white scratch appeared on the silver-white claws of the Windrunner wolf, indicating they were not as invulnerable as imagined. The figures of Hong Junjie and the Windrunner wolf danced amidst each other, the clanging sounds echoing constantly. Humph! With a cold grunt, Hong Junjie suddenly elevated his strength, delivering a swift slash at the Windrunner wolf. Sword energy surged, reverberating through the surroundings, rendering it nearly impossible to withstand. A fierce white sword energy erupted with terrifying might, aimed directly at the wolf's head, intent on claiming its life. The Windrunner wolf raised its claws to defend, showing no inclination to evade, engaging in a fierce clash with the sword energy. Crack! The sword energy sliced through, severing the Windrunner wolf's claws. A mournful howl escaped the wolf, fear etched on its face as it flickered and retreated. However, how could Hong Junjie let such an opportunity slip away? With the loss of its claws, the Windrunner wolf's combat prowess plummeted by 30%, making it the perfect moment for a relentless pursuit. With a flicker, he charged after the fleeing creature. "You two wait here for me. I shall return shortly," he declared before vanishing from sight in pursuit. "Sister, please be cautious," a female disciple cried out, urging him. Before resuming her assault on the wolf pack, Tian glanced around. The remaining wolves were mere cannon fodder, utterly insufficient to challenge the two female disciples. Apart from the Wolf King, the other Windrunner wolves were undeniably weaker, and with the disciples being the esteemed prot-gs of the 100 Flowers sect, their strength was formidable, making it merely a matter of time before they triumphed. Confident in their capabilities, Tian too flickered into motion, following closely behind. In the dense jungle, two streaks of white light continuously flashed, one pursuing the other. The silver-white Windrunner wolf fled ahead, while Hong Junjie relentlessly chased from behind. The wolf's speed was remarkable, yet Hong Junjie was not far behind, seemingly even faster. Gradually, the distance between them diminished. It wasn't long before Hong Junjie caught up to the fleeing Windrunner wolf, and without hesitation, a blast of sword energy surged forth, striking the fleeing creature. The Windrunner wolf, unable to defend in time, was hit, a long gash carved into its body. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth, staining the earth with the wolf's essence. The Windrunner wolf howled in agony, its face twisted in pain, yet it pressed onward, as if something ahead promised protection. "You wretched beast! Where do you think you're going?" Hong Junjie sneered, unleashing another wave of sword energy towards the Windrunner wolf. Gradually, the wolf bore more and more sword wounds, its body drenched in blood, even losing an arm, leaving it severely injured and its strength waning, its speed considerably reduced. "Die, you fiend!" In the hands of Hong Junjie, the ethereal sword coalesced into a formidable sword aura, intent on delivering a lethal strike. A howl erupted as the Windwalker wolf, aware of its impending demise beneath the blade of this human, summoned every ounce of strength for a final cry. In an instant, blood splattered. The beast was cleaved asunder. The Windwalker wolf was no more. Observing the lifeless form of the wolf, Hong Junjie retracted his deep blue spirit sword, contemplating his return. He wondered whether the others had resolved their own encounters. Murmuring softly, he prepared to depart. Yet, in that very moment, another wolf's howl reverberated violently in his ears, sending an electric chill through him, rendering him momentarily frozen with trepidation. With anxious eyes, Hong Junjie turned to gaze behind him, and what he beheld was alarming. The thunderous cadence of footsteps resounded in the distance, each step reverberating like a drum, unsettling his very spirit. A golden shadow darted past, its speed far exceeding that of the silver Windwalker wolf, uprooting trees and stirring clouds of dust in its wake, obliterating all that lay in its path, and rapidly closing in on him. Panic surged through Hong Junjie as he cried out, swiftly drawing his sword. Just as he unsheathed it, the golden shadow loomed before him, launching a ferocious strike. The air shattered, and a tempest howled around him. This blow warped the very fabric of space, as if it were on the verge of collapsing under the force. Reacting swiftly, Hong Junjie positioned his spirit sword defensively, bracing for the impact. However, he gravely underestimated the magnitude of this assault. An unimaginable force surged forth, akin to a mountain crashing down upon him, leaving him utterly defenseless. With a gasp, blood erupted from his mouth as he was hurled backward, colliding violently with a colossal ancient tree. The spirit sword slipped from his grasp, rolling away into the distance. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he pressed his hand to his chest, his teeth gritted tightly, hair disheveled, and his face contorted in agony. Before him stood a golden Windwalker wolf, baring its teeth with eyes ablaze, emanating a terrifying aura. Its very being radiated fury, as if it yearned to rend this human limb from limb. Unbeknownst to Hong Junjie, perched high upon the ancient tree he had collided with, a figure observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, lips pursed, and chin resting on hand. Chapter 103. Young Master, please wait. The golden winged wolf exuded an aura of terror, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. Its physique was even more imposing than that of the previous white winged wolf, instilling a sense of dread. The creature's physical prowess was formidable. With a single strike, it shattered one of Hong Junjie's ribs, leaving him utterly defenseless. At that moment, Hong Junjie felt the looming specter of death. Although he was the esteemed eldest disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, renowned for his prowess and capable of battling beyond his rank, this time he found himself at an insurmountable disadvantage. The disparity in strength between them was colossal, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down on him, rendering him breathless, a veritable fourth-tier, mid-level beast. Moreover, the creatures within the ancient wolf sacred land were even stronger than their external counterparts, nearing the strength of fourth-tier high-level beasts, comparable to advanced martial artists among humans. How could a mere ninth-layer martial general like Hong Junjie contend with such a foe? The golden winged wolf advanced ominously towards him, saliva dripping from its maw, its eyes glowing with a crimson light, resembling a creature driven mad by hunger. Father, mother, I am an unfilial child. Unable to honor you any longer, Hong Junjie murmured, as if delivering his final words. With a ferocious roar, the winged wolf lunged, its gaping maw targeting Hong Junjie's throat. He instinctively shut his eyes, his fair complexion drained of color, awaiting the embrace of death. A thunderous rumble filled the air, dust swirling around him. Am I dead? Why do I feel no pain? Surely, a corpse cannot feel pain? He pondered, melancholy washing over him. Alas, I have so many regrets. I have yet to find a suitable husband. The one I envision will arrive amidst a gathering throng, stepping upon a rainbow and clad in golden armor to claim me. Howling echoed in the air. Why can I still hear sounds? He wondered. Indeed, it is said that the last sense to fade in death is hearing. It appears to be true. A splatter of crimson stained the surroundings, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brows in discomfort. Wait, something is amiss. Why can I still smell? At last, Hong Junjie sensed something was wrong and opened his eyes. What he beheld was an unforgettable sight, forever etched in his memory. A young man clad in white pressed down upon the fearsome winged wolf with one hand, while mercilessly pummeling it with the other. The beast was grievously wounded. Several areas of its body caved in, clear imprints of fists visible upon its form. Each strike from the white-clad youth seemed to shatter a bone, leaving behind a shadow of his fist. The scene was grotesquely blood-soaked, unfit for the eyes of the young. This was nothing like the husband he had imagined. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hong Junjie could not tear his gaze away from the young man in white. He was utterly captivated, unable to shift his focus even slightly. To think, chaotic punches could fell a sage. What then of the terrifying force of the youth's blows? With each strike, the very air rippled, as if it could scarcely bear the impact. Each blow resonated like the roar of a raging beast, shaking the heavens and the earth. Amidst a flurry of chaotic strikes, the golden winged wolf had long ceased to resemble its former self, transformed into a grotesque creature, lying lifeless in a pool of crimson. After the tumult, Tian clapped his hands and performed a gesture of completion, then turned to inquire, "Are you all right?" A smile graced his lips, softening his expression. Gazing at the youthful visage of the boy, strikingly handsome, Hong Junjie felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing, and her body temperature soaring inexplicably. I'm fine, really," she stammered, taking a moment to collect herself before rising, hastily adjusting her disheveled appearance. She smoothed her hair and brushed off the dust from her clothing, striving to regain her composure. Once she had gathered her wits, Hong Junjie clenched her fists in gratitude, saying, "Ahem, thank you, young hero, for your assistance. I am at a loss for how to repay you, except..." Tian's eyes widened in surprise. According to the expected script, her next words should have been that she could only repay him with her body. "I assure you, should you require my assistance in the future, I shall offer my utmost help." Tian's expression flickered with a hint of disappointment, yet he maintained a serious demeanor, replying, "Ahem, my lady, you flatter me. It was merely an act of chivalry, a small matter indeed. I believe, had I been in peril, you would have acted without hesitation to aid me. Here, take this high-grade healing elixir. You have sustained some injuries, and it would be prudent to recover swiftly. One can never know when another beast may emerge." As he spoke, Fu Tian produced a vibrant green pill from his robes, extending it towards Hong Junjie, the rich essence of life emanating from within. However, Hong Junjie hesitated, grappling with uncertainty about accepting the offered elixir. Her reluctance indicated a lack of trust in herself. Observing her hesitation, Fu Tian shook his head gently, smiling warmly. I beg your pardon, I was presumptuous. After all, we have only just met, and it is only natural that you would be wary of me. With that, he retracted the pill. And no, that is not the case. I trust you. Hong Junjie exclaimed as she seized the elixir from Fu Tian's hand, swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. The moment it descended, a surge of potent energy erupted within her, and the recently fractured ribs began to itch, slowly mending themselves. The effects were immediate and astonishing. She realized that this high-grade healing elixir was indeed remarkably effective. In no time, her injuries would be fully healed. A wave of guilt washed over her as she acknowledged Fu Tian's integrity. His demeanor was humble, courteous, and unwaveringly kind, readily offering the elixir without a second thought. Meanwhile, she had doubted its authenticity, a source of great embarrassment. Her admiration for Fu Tian swelled in her heart, and before she knew it, she found herself inviting him to accompany her. A slight smile danced upon Fu Tian's lips, revealing a sense of accomplishment as he accepted Hong Junjie's request. Thus, the esteemed senior sister of the 100 Flowers sect, Hong Junjie, and Fu Tian set off together, side by side. As they walked and conversed, they soon arrived at the site of their earlier confrontation. Senior sister. Two melodious voices interrupted the conversation between Fu Tian and Hong Junjie. Looking over, Fu Tian confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed the two young women he had encountered earlier. Who are you? How is it that you are with our senior sister? The two women approached Hong Junjie, their vigilance rising upon noticing the unfamiliar man beside her, scrutinizing Fu Tian with wary eyes. Humph. Senior sister, come here quickly. Be careful not to be deceived by men. They are all unreliable. One of the female disciples huffed, pulling Hong Junjie protectively behind her. Xiaoqing, Xiaohong, you are misunderstanding this gentleman. If it weren't for him, you might not have seen me at all. Hong Junjie quickly clarified. Senior sister? What is going on? The two women, named Xiaoqing and Xiaohong, were filled with confusion and disbelief. Subsequently, Hong Junjie recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning the full story, their expressions shifted to one of guilt. Particularly, when they heard about the golden wind wolf that had injured Hong Junjie, they turned pale, sweating for their senior sister's safety. They were deeply concerned about whether Hong Junjie was in danger. Hong Junjie reassured them, expressing gratitude to Fu Tian for providing medicine, which allowed her injuries to heal so swiftly. Otherwise, she would not have been able to stand before them in one piece. She continued to narrate her tale. When they heard of Fu Tian's unexpected victory over the golden wind wolf, their faces displayed utter shock and disbelief. How could the wind tiger, which had easily injured their senior sister, fall to his hands? Could it be that he was even stronger than their esteemed senior sister? This notion was hard for them to fathom. However, given that it was their senior sister who spoke these words, they harbored no doubts and instead offered their apologies to Fu Tian. We apologize, sir. We were hasty and misunderstood you. Please do not take it to heart. Fu Tian replied. Your apologies seem a bit hasty as well. Oh, it is fine. I share some responsibility for the misunderstanding. You need not concern yourselves. Fu Tian smiled warmly, radiating an amiable charm that was hard to resist. May I inquire which sect you hail from, sir? The curious Xiaoqing asked. For if what their senior sister had said was true, his strength far surpassed that of their master. What sort of sect could produce such a disciple? With a smile playing at the corners of his lips, Fu Tian replied, I come from the Lihua sect. You ladies must be from the Baihua sect, correct? Xiaohong nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How did you know? Fu Tian realized that Xiaohong might not be the brightest. With such a large floral emblem emblazoned on her chest, it was rather obvious. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize their affiliation with the Baihua sect. I see that night has fallen, and the forest is fraught with dangers. Why not rest with us for the night, and we can continue our journey in the morning? Hong Junjie proposed as she stood up to invite him. Fu Tian maintained a calm exterior, yet internally, he was elated. He feigned a look of hesitation, saying, well, this situation seems rather precarious, for the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect are not permitted to associate with men. Should word of this escape, it could have significant repercussions for us. There is even the possibility of expulsion from the sect. Indeed, sister, if the other disciples were to discover that we spent an entire night with a man, our master would surely be furious. Xiaoqing interjected, attempting to counsel them. Yes, sister, you know that our master despises men above all else. If he were to learn of this, We could very well be cast out from our sect. Xiao Hong chimed in agreement. Fu Tian. Wait a moment. According to the script, shouldn't you be expressing gratitude for my life-saving intervention on behalf of your sister and offering me shelter? Why does it seem that each of you has forgotten such kindness? Hearing the words of the two female disciples, Hong Junjie appeared troubled, caught in indecision. Hey, why are you hesitating as well? I am, after all, your savior. Though he thought this in his heart, Fu Tian merely shook his head and let out a gentle sigh. Very well, I shall not impose upon you any further, as the rules must be upheld. I shall take my leave. With that, Fu Tian turned to depart, leaving behind only a solitary figure, melancholic in the dusk. This scene perfectly encapsulated the saying, as the sun sets, the heartbroken wander far and wide. Though it was night, for some reason, when Fu Tian walked away, Hong Junjie felt an emptiness within her, as if something of great importance was drifting away from her grasp. Young master, please wait. No longer hesitating, she mustered her courage and called out loudly. Chapter 104. The Secret Place. Young master, please wait. Just as Fu Tian had taken a few steps, he was met with Hong Junjie's plea from behind. A slight smile played upon his lips, as if he had anticipated this very outcome. After all, how could one so indebted allow their savior to depart so easily? According to the usual script, the other party would surely voice their desire to retain him. What is it? Fu Tian inquired, turning with an expression of innocent curiosity. Hong Junjie hastened to stand before Fu Tian, her cheeks flushed. It was then that Fu Tian truly perceived her beauty, strikingly radiant and remarkably handsome. Indeed, it was difficult to fathom that a girl could possess such masculine charm. Her features were exquisitely defined, with sharp cheekbones, arched brows, and a prominent nose, complemented by ink-black eyes that added a touch of sweetness. Her short, tousled hair reached her shoulders perfectly. Should she don male attire, she would undoubtedly transform into an unparalleled beauty. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, young master. Hong Junjie's face was a deep crimson, almost as if it might drip with color. From this, Fu Tian discerned that she had likely never interacted with a boy before. Even if he were not her first encounter, he was undoubtedly among the few. Fu Tian offered a polite smile. I am Fu Tian, and I have yet to learn your name, fair maiden. Fu Tian, Hong Junjie murmured softly to herself, then smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with an elusive light, truly enchanting. I am Hong Junjie. If you do not mind, you may call me Junjie. In that case, I shall henceforth address you as Miss Junjie. A soft smile remained on Fu Tian's face. Uncertain of where the young master intends to go after his departure, Hong Junjie gazed with wide, curious eyes, reminiscent of a child filled with wonder. Fu Tian, according to the conventional script, weren't you meant to persuade me to stay? From your words, it seems you no longer wish to do so. He coughed unexpectedly, a strange fit overcoming him. Young master, have you caught a cold? Hong Junjie inquired, perplexed. Though the night air was slightly chilly, one would expect cultivators of our caliber to be impervious to such temperatures. Fu Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating his well-being. If all goes as planned, I shall journey eastward. Eastward? Hong Junjie murmured, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. Ah, I see now. The destination of the young master aligns with ours. Oh, Miss Junjie, how do you arrive at that conclusion? Fu Tian asked, intrigued. His own decision to head east stemmed from an instinct that whispered of treasures awaiting him, a feeling he wholeheartedly trusted. Yet, Hong Junjie's words suggested that this location held greater significance. An elder from their sect had once informed them that to the east of the ancient wolf sacred land lay a site of ruins, imbued with the fortuitous essence set by the mighty who established the sacred land. It was said that this opportunity had lain dormant for ages, untouched by any since time immemorial. Once the ancient wolf sacred land reopens, the elder advised them to venture there and test their luck. Who knows what they might uncover? However, he also cautioned that the ruins were fraught with peril, and should one lack interest, it would be wise to refrain from venturing forth to avoid endangering one's life. Fu Tian nodded, his mind beginning to comprehend the implications. Thus, the east became an unavoidable destination for him. He would seize that opportunity, as it was only natural that such a chance would await the arrival of the protagonist, the very role he embodied. As for the script, this time it would undoubtedly adhere to the conventional narrative. After bidding farewell to Hong Junjie and the others, Fu Tian set forth toward the east, the direction from whence the sun rises. Before his departure, Hong Junjie watched him until his figure faded from view. Fu Tian pondered, do you wish to retain me, or do you not? Alas, the heart of a woman is as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean. Senior sister, you are indeed developing feelings for that man, are you? Little Qing rushed over to inquire after Fu Tian's exit, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable curiosity. "Do not speak such nonsense. I certainly do not." Hong Junjia's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze from little Qing, aware of the sect's regulations. How could I possibly harbor feelings for him? Little Qing sighed deeply. Despite the denial, she sensed an undercurrent of truth. "I hope that is the case, senior sister. Otherwise, should you be expelled from the sect, I would no longer have the pleasure of seeing you." Hong Junjie tenderly ruffled little Qing's hair, offering reassurance. "Fear not, dear. Your senior sister knows her limits." Crack, crack. Fu Tian stood atop a fruit tree, savoring a pale yellow fruit that had been nibbled, relishing each bite. Below lay the lifeless body of a dark iron python, its forked tongue hanging lifelessly, devoid of breath. After death, an astonishing aura still emanated, suggesting that the soul had only recently departed. The tree bore a mere 7 fruits, yet they were sufficient to satisfy a fleeting hunger. These pale yellow fruits were extraordinary. A single bite unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy within, rivaling even the higher-tier spirit stones. Shaking his head, Fu Tian chose not to continue his journey but instead gathered all the fruits from the tree and sat in meditation to cultivate. It was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly. Only through personal empowerment could he secure his future. The Dragon Elephant prison decision had long reached perfection in its copper stage, yet it appeared that advancement to the silver stage required the attainment of the martial sovereign realm. It was unclear what the creator of this technique had in mind. Consequently, Fu Tian resolved to focus on his cultivation, as he was currently a peak martial general at the 7th layer, close to ascending to the 8th layer. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, surrounding himself with a plethora of high-grade spirit stones, intensifying the already dense spiritual energy. Were it not for his daily resource sign-in feature, he would not have been able to sustain such an overwhelming consumption. With determination, Fu Tian immersed himself in his training. When the first rays of sunlight graced Fu Tian, he slowly opened his eyes. His aura had become profoundly deeper and more formidable, significantly stronger than the previous day. He had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer martial general, just a step away from advancing to the 8th layer. Simultaneously, he realized that throughout his journey, he had predominantly relied on his physical prowess to defeat the beasts. With just a few punches, they would perish. Aside from combat experience and personal growth, there had been little else to enhance. Fu Tian resolved to rely on his own spiritual energy for combat in the future, eager to discover how strong he could become without depending on his physical form. Possessing the chaotic Holy Spirit body, each time he broke through a major realm, his spiritual energy intertwined with the ancient chaotic essence, resulting in a tremendous amplification of its strength. As for how formidable he was now, Fu Tian truly did not know. Gazing at the blazing sun in the east, Fu Tian set his course and departed. The ancient wolf sacred land earned its title not only for its abundant spiritual energy and the plethora of spiritual fruits and herbs, but also for its secret realms. Legends spoke of the powerful beings who established the ancient wolf sacred land, who not only set the greatest opportunities in the Far East, but also meticulously designed numerous secret areas, each imbued with various small fortunes. These fortunes could manifest as a tome detailing powerful techniques or martial skills, potentially multiplying one's strength manifold. They could also be ancient secrets, revealing many unknown truths from antiquity. Moreover, there might be sacred herbs or miraculous pills, preserved by formations, with effects deemed heavenly. The opportunities within the secret realms were diverse, yet they were always accompanied by peril. It was never easy to obtain such fortunes. Countless disciples had perished within these secret realms, year after year. Indeed, the saying holds true, not everyone is worthy of such opportunities. Fortune favors the capable. At this moment, Fu Tian wielded the clear wind sword, emanating a formidable sword energy that struck towards the terrifying giant insect ahead. The sword aura surged forth as if it could pierce through the very fabric of space, demonstrating immense offensive power that nothing could obstruct. The Gale Ironstone insect radiated the aura of a low-tier 4th-grade demon beast, its body encased in heavy armor, boasting an extraordinarily formidable defense. Even a fellow low-tier martial sovereign would find it challenging to breach its defenses. However, with Fu Tian's strike, he severed one of its insect limbs, blood gushing forth. The Gale Ironstone insect let out a roar of agony and fury, brandishing its sharp claws as it charged at Fu Tian. A flash of crimson light flickered in Fu Tian's eyes as he pointed forward. The One-Yang finger. His fingertip emitted a terrifying heat, as if it could melt space itself, setting everything it touched ablaze. This singular strike was aimed directly at the head of the Ironstone insect. The armor, which should have been impervious, was effortlessly pierced by this finger, continuing unabated to penetrate through its body. The intense heat incinerated the insect's internal organs, leaving it utterly consumed. A fearsome low-tier fourth-grade demon beast met its demise at Fu Tian's hands, devoid of any resistance, akin to a one-sided slaughter. The motive for its execution was not merely for sport, but rather due to the cave it guarded behind. This cave, approximately 2 meters high, piqued Fu Tian's curiosity. He wondered what lay within. Just as he prepared to enter, another insect charged out, launching an assault against him. Could the protagonist of this tale endure such indignity? He swiftly unsheathed the clear-wind sword and engaged in battle. Thus unfolded the scene previously described. Ignoring the lifeless body of the Gale ironstone insect, Fu Tian strode into the cave. The cavern was deep and chilling. Upon entering, he was met with a frigid aura and the foul stench of beast droppings. Fu Tian frowned slightly, but was undeterred, proceeding toward the cave's end. There, he discovered a nest woven from grass roots, presumably the dwelling of the Gale ironstone insect. In an instant, a cold glimmer flashed toward Fu Tian. Reacting swiftly, he tilted his head to evade it. Upon closer inspection, it was yet another Gale ironstone insect. As expected, they were likely a pair of mates. With one partner deceased, the other had come forth, unwilling to live on alone and seeking to meet its fate. Shaking his head, Fu Tian felt a pang of sympathy for the insect's loyalty, a devotion surpassing that of humanity. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish and reunite you with your beloved. With that, he drew forth the clear-wind sword. Chapter 105. The Sea of Stars in this secluded cave. Fu Tian stumbled upon a weathered black box. The box was in a state of disrepair, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, and had been placed in an inconspicuous corner, nearly mistaken for the droppings of a beast. Had it not been for the absence of any other objects within the cave, Fu Tian might have overlooked this peculiar find altogether. However, now that it had captured his attention, he felt compelled to investigate further. Yet, the box left Fu Tian utterly perplexed. Beyond its dilapidated appearance, it bore no distinguishing features. There were no cracks or locks, leaving him uncertain of how to open it. Gazing at the box, Fu Tian pondered deeply, instinctively sensing that this was no ordinary artifact. Eschewing brute force, he allowed his intuition to guide him, and with a sudden surge of energy, he channeled his spiritual essence into the box. In an instant, the box erupted with a blinding white light, illuminating the once pitch-dark cave as if it were daytime, rendering everything within visible and dazzling to the point of discomfort. Indeed, Fu Tian thought to himself, the box, having been placed here, surely had its own method of unlocking, one that diverged from the earthly ways he was accustomed to and aligned instead with the customs of this realm. His first thought was to employ his spiritual energy. In a flash, the box splintered into fragments, disintegrating into wood shavings, leaving only an ancient tome securely nestled in his hands. Upon recognizing the book, Fu Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a momentous discovery, yet it was merely an old text. Nevertheless, given its concealment within such an enigmatic box, it surely was not an ordinary item. Without further hesitation, Fu Tian opened the ancient book and began to read intently. The text revealed that the true continent was divided into 5 states: the West, South, North, East, and the most powerful, the Central State. Between these 5 territories lay an endless expanse of ocean, known to the people as the Endless Sea. No one knew how long the Endless Sea had existed, nor could anyone ascertain its true size. All that was understood was that its vastness surpassed the combined area of the 5 states, extending to an incomprehensible scale. Among the territories of the true continent, the Central State was the largest, home to numerous sects and formidable cultivators, its lands stretching for billions of miles. It was said that a peerless powerhouse once traversed the Central State, traveling tirelessly day and night for an entire week. Upon crossing the Central State, this extraordinary figure did not cease his journey, but continued into the Endless Sea. Departing from the edge of the Central State, he aimed for the Southern State, another realm of humanity. Astonishingly, this leg of the journey took a full 15 days, equivalent to crossing 2 Central States. It is essential to note that this unparalleled being's speed was nothing short of lightning, fleeting and swift. Were he to traverse the Western State at such a pace, it would take less than a day to cover the distance. Yet, even for this exceptional figure, reaching the Southern State across the Endless Sea consumed half a month. And this was only a fraction of the vastness that lay beyond. It was unfathomable to comprehend just how immense the Endless Sea truly was. It is truly boundless, an expanse that seems infinite. For an ordinary person, traversing such endless seas would require an eternity, perhaps a lifetime, spent in vain. In contrast, the Western province is diminutive, almost pitiable in size, and frightfully barren. Aside from the indigenous inhabitants, scarcely anyone is inclined to visit, for the Western province, when juxtaposed with other provinces, appears as insignificant as a grain of rice compared to the full moon. Rather than being a province in its own right, it resembles an island that, being the largest in the West, has been designated the name of Western Province. Without it, the existence of the southern, northern, eastern, and central provinces would seem incomplete. Hence the birth of the Western Province. This knowledge was gleaned by Tian from ancient texts, granting him a rudimentary understanding of the entire true continent. Yet, do you believe this comprises the entirety of the ancient tome's content? Not at all. The most significant revelations lie ahead. Though commonly referred to as the endless sea, it is not without its divisions. Within it exist realms such as the Sea of Stars, the Sea of Death, the Sea of Earth, and the Fiery Sea, each a unique facet of the endless expanse. The breadth of the endless sea is vast, teeming with peculiarities so numerous that they defy enumeration, observation, or contemplation, leaving one in awe of the wonders of the world. The ancient text precisely records information regarding the Sea of Stars, also known as the Sea of Treasures, for it sporadically ejects celestial bodies into the ether. These stars, gleaming with a white luminescence, traverse the skies at lightning speed, often eluding one's perception. By the time one realizes their passage, the stars have long since vanished from view, leaving only the dust of their wake. However, not all stars move with such swiftness. Some can be intercepted if one is quick enough to react. Upon opening one of these stars, what is revealed is not a celestial body, but rather a treasure. Indeed, it is a marvel to behold, treasures shot forth from the Sea of Stars. This phenomenon is astonishing and hard to fathom. How can treasures emerge from the depths of the sea? What mysteries lie beneath its surface? Thus, the Sea of Stars has drawn the attention of formidable beings who delve into its depths in search of riches. Yet, upon descending, they find nothing, no treasures, not even stones. Only an eerie emptiness that instills fear. So, from whence do these treasures originate? Surely, they cannot materialize from thin air. Through relentless pursuit, these formidable beings eventually uncovered the source of the treasures, a cavern beneath the sea. The stars are ejected from this underwater grotto. It seems the treasures lie hidden within this abyss. Consequently, these powerful entities ventured into the depths of the cavern, intent on claiming the treasures that had been expelled. Then, there was nothing beyond that. Regardless of how formidable the beings or how extraordinary the powers, none emerged alive from that cave. Upon entering, they vanished without a trace, not a single sound escaping their lips. Before long, the soul vessels of the mighty shattered in succession. Such shattering signified death, without exception. This phenomenon left the world astounded, unable to believe their eyes. It should be noted that those who ventured inside were all powerful figures from the central continent. Individuals standing atop the pinnacle of strength. The mere stamp of such beings could cause tremors throughout the region. Yet, such formidable existences entered only to meet an abrupt end without even causing a ripple. Surely, some resounding echoes or a hint of dread should have emerged to lend credence to their demise. There were those who, undeterred by superstition, sought to venture within and uncover the truth of its sinister nature. Others, brimming with confidence in their prowess, believed that a mere underwater cave could not possibly hinder their passage, and still others, assured of their hidden cards, thought that with their secret weapons, they could navigate even the most perilous of places. Indeed, those treasured cards, often regarded as a second life, were nearly impossible to discard. However, all who entered, without exception, failed to emerge alive, forever entombed within that cave. Consequently, no one dared to enter the underwater cave in the Sea of Stars anymore. Although it was well known that the cave surely harbored extraordinary treasures, not the kind lauded by the world, nor the prized possessions of sects, but true treasures capable of overwhelming all others. No one had the courage to step inside. It was a place where the entrance meant death. There existed not a glimmer of hope for survival. Gradually, as time passed, the tale of the cave beneath the Sea of Stars faded from discourse, seemingly forgotten by society. In time, the Sea of Stars came to be known as the Sea of Extraordinary Treasures, the birthplace of marvels. However, even the treasures ejected from this sea varied in quality and value. The swifter the celestial bodies emerged, the higher the quality of the treasures. Conversely, those that moved more slowly were of inferior craftsmanship and often marred by damage. Thus, the mightiest typically seized the fastest stars, leaving the slower ones for the weaker to contend over. Consequently, the Sea of Extraordinary Treasures became a prime location for wandering cultivators to acquire rare artifacts, and encounters with such individuals were commonplace. Among every 10 individuals, 8 were often wandering cultivators, rendering it a veritable paradise for them. Closing the ancient tome, Tian exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by astonishment. Could such a wondrous place truly exist in this world? If given the chance, he would certainly seek to experience it firsthand. Stowing the ancient text within his system space, Tian intended to depart, for there was naught left here. Yet, as he approached the cave's entrance, he overheard two discordant voices. Brother, this is indeed the cave. The dazzling white light earlier emanated from here. There must be treasures within. All right, I understand. I'm not blind. Such a brilliant white light could be seen even by the blind. Indeed, as my esteemed elder brother has aptly stated, I am convinced that this extraordinary treasure has been specifically prepared for him. Knowing that he is in close proximity, it intentionally emits a dazzling white light to attract our attention. Outside the cave, two bald men approach. One of them is extraordinarily robust, with a physique reminiscent of a mighty bear, towering significantly over his companion and clearly assumed to be the elder of the two. The other bald man, while comparatively leaner, still possesses a stature far more imposing than that of an average individual. As they converse about the treasure, they draw nearer to the cave. Yet, before they can enter, a young man clad in white emerges from within. In that instant, the atmosphere seems to freeze, as two pairs of eyes lock with each other in a moment of mutual surprise. Above, a crow flies by, cawing in a series of sharp cries. It is only when the two bald men regain their composure that one of them exclaims loudly, "Hurry, look! The treasure is, in fact, a person." Futu. Chapter 106. The task reappears quick. Look, the treasure is actually a person. Tian, fool. That is simply a person, not a treasure. He immediately gave the bald man beside him a sharp rap on the head. A person? The bald man glanced at Tian again, suddenly enlightened. Brother, could it be that he has stolen your treasure? The bald man let out a low grunt, falling silent. Wasn't this rather obvious? Tian chuckled and replied, this cannot be called theft. A treasure is inherently ownerless. It is all about one's capabilities. The bald man also smiled and said, indeed, your words hold merit. As cultivators, we vie for opportunities, contending against heaven, earth, and one another. There is no such thing as an opportunity that solely belongs to oneself. My younger brother was indeed reckless. Tian was somewhat astonished. Although his younger brother appeared rather dim-witted, he himself was quite astute. However, the bald man continued, since opportunities are fought for, they cannot be claimed as one's own once acquired. They may still belong to others. Opportunities are always seized by the strong. How do you perceive this, my friend? Tian maintained a faint smile, his expression serene. Indeed, I concur with your assertion. Opportunities are always seized by the strong. That being said, I must apologize in advance. With that, the bald man's muscles tensed, his physique seemingly expanding. You now have two choices. First, surrender the treasure, and we shall leave without causing you any trouble. Second, should you refuse, I shall have no choice but to test your abilities. Tian smiled faintly, his demeanor unruffled. I believe there exists a third option. The bald man furrowed his brow. Oh, pray tell. That is to relinquish all the resources upon your persons. The bald man. Shaking his head, the bald man sighed. Since you refuse to comply, I must be impolite. As soon as the words left his lips, he prepared to strike. But in the blink of an eye, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before him. So swift, the bald man thought. Boom. A figure was sent flying, crashing into several stout trees before finally coming to a halt. What immense strength! In the distance, the bald man, rubbing the imprint of a fist on his face, was secretly astonished, his expression filled with incredulity. Brother, the younger bald man, not particularly bright, saw his elder brother being hurled away and cried out in alarm, rushing over. Stay right there. Do not move. The elder bald man thundered, his voice like rolling thunder. The younger brother immediately halted in place, yet remained in a running stance, his face etched with worry. Truly obedient. When told not to move, he does not. The elder bald man rubbed the bruise on his face, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Despite appearing frail, his strength was beyond imagination. Tian felt somewhat vexed. Am I truly so small and weak in appearance? Shouldn't I be of a normal build? In that case, I shall unleash my full strength. As he spoke, the bald man wore an expression of fervor and charged towards Tian with all his might. Yet, this was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, a comical display of overestimation. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches, each strike landing with the force of flesh against flesh. However, with each blow Tian delivered, the bald man's hands felt as though they were shattering, a faint tingling coursing through them. This was utterly unbelievable to the bald man. He was acutely aware of his own physical prowess. In fact, There were scarcely 3 disciples within his sect capable of matching his strength. To his astonishment, this young man before him possessed a physique that could contend with his own. It was simply inconceivable. Who are you? The bald man pondered gravely amidst the clash. Such an individual warranted his utmost respect. Tian offered no reply, instead continuing to unleash a relentless barrage of punches, causing his opponent's facial muscles to twitch in agony. Yet the bald man steadfastly endured, presenting a somewhat comical sight. Receive this blow. Unable to contain himself any longer, the bald man bellowed, his palm flashing as a massive earth-gray imprint surged towards Tian. The imprint loomed large, seemingly capable of blotting out the sun, bearing an oppressive aura as it advanced. Wherever it passed, flora was uprooted, and dust was sent swirling. Tian stood firm, not flinching, and countered with a palm strike of his own. His blood surged forth, a terrifying force reverberating within him, a cacophony that was deafening. Tian's palm, infused with an overwhelming vigor, shattered the earth-gray imprint into fragments, offering no resistance whatsoever. What? How can this be possible? The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief. Tian scoffed. What is impossible about this? Are you overly confident in your own strength? With that, he launched another palm strike. The blood energy surged like the midday sun. As his palm struck forth, the very heavens seemed to shift. The bald man's complexion paled, and he hurriedly attempted to defend against it. But could he withstand such a force? The earth trembled beneath the impact, cracking and splintering. The bald man coughed up blood. His figure propelled backward. Brother, the younger sibling, rooted in place, immediately expressed concern, yet remained motionless. Clearly, his intellect leaves much to be desired, Tian mused inwardly. Stop, stop, stop. From a distant ruin came the bald man's quavering voice. We concede. We will not continue fighting. We surrender, we surrender. The bald man emerged unsteadily, brandishing a white flag of unknown origin. Tian raised an eyebrow, wondering if white flags were in vogue here. However, he did not press the matter. Since the opponent had surrendered, it was prudent to cease hostilities. Surrender is acceptable, Tian declared nonchalantly, but you must relinquish all your resources. Hand them over, and you may leave. A standard resource acquisition scenario. The bald man cast a glance at his brother before nodding. The dim-witted bald man comprehended the situation, removing a ring from his finger and tossing it to Tian. Oh, it seems he is not entirely foolish, Tian noted inwardly once more. The bald man, displaying a sense of tact, also threw his ring back. As Tian glanced inside, he discovered it to be filled with a plethora of low-tier spirit stones. A considerable number of mid-tier stones, while high-tier stones were rather scarce. Additionally, there were a few medicinal pills and herbs contained within, all related to the physical body. The pills were designed to enhance physical strength, and the herbs were aimed at boosting vitality. It was no wonder the individual was bald. There seemed to be a reason behind it. Observing such meager resources, Tian could not help but mutter a curse, deeming them miserly. The savings of these two individuals paled in comparison to what he could acquire in a single day of signing in. Clearly, the resources he obtained through his daily check-ins were indeed abundant, and with his cultivation progressing, the resources would only increase. He pondered what kind of resources he would acquire in the future through his sign-ins. All right, you may leave now. Tian waved his hand, signaling for their departure. Before they left, the bald man inquired about Tian's name. Tian, came the voice from afar. Upon closer inspection, there was no trace of Tian remaining. The bald man privately marveled, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. After their departure, Tian continued his journey eastward. On the path, ferocious beasts roamed freely, and he encountered one at every few steps. Moreover, the beast he encountered grew increasingly formidable, with frequent encounters of fourth-tier beasts. Tian believed that for the disciples to reach this level, they must first break through to the martial sovereign realm. The ancient wolf sacred land had its taboos. Anyone who attained the martial sovereign realm was prohibited from entering. Thus, some disciples intentionally suppressed their cultivation to gain entry, only to choose to break through afterward. The ancient wolf sacred land was rich in spiritual energy and abundant in resources, making it the ideal location for breakthroughs. Hence, many would choose to advance their cultivation immediately upon entry. Firstly, the environment was perfectly suited for breakthroughs, with ample spiritual energy making the process effortless, allowing for rapid consolidation of their cultivation. Secondly, breaking through within such a perilous locale would enhance their strength, providing greater self-defense capabilities. It was likely that many had already advanced to the martial sovereign realm. Previously, that Red County genius had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer martial general. Just a step away from the martial sovereign realm, it was reasonable to expect a breakthrough in the coming days. Reflecting on his own progress, He found himself at the 7th layer martial general, still a distance away from the 9th layer. However, Fu Yun was not anxious. His combat prowess was unparalleled, and the intensity of his spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, making battles against stronger foes as effortless as eating and drinking. Even when encountering those who had already advanced to the martial sovereign realm, he felt no fear. Should they be foolish enough to challenge him, he would not hesitate to increase the carnage. Fu Yun pressed forward, mercilessly obliterating any beast he encountered with his spiritual energy. Even the mid-tier 4th-level beasts were no different from slaughtering chickens, posing no resistance whatsoever. He wondered how he would fare against high-tier 4th-level beasts. As he journeyed, Fu Yun arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. Ding! A familiar voice resonated in his mind. Instantly, his spirits surged with excitement. System, you have arrived. Ding! A high-tier 4th-level beast, the Azure Mountain Giant Serpent, has been detected in the cave ahead. Side quest activated. After vanquishing the colossal serpent of Qingshan, one would expect to receive a tome of advanced sword techniques. Yet, to his dismay, he was met with naught but emptiness, devoid of any reward. Fu Tian. No reward? Is this not a blatant invitation to select the first option? A few dark lines crossed Fu Tian's face. He had previously pondered whether he could contend with a 4th-tier high-level beast, only to find himself thrust into this predicament. Could it be that the system has the uncanny ability to peer into my thoughts? Without further contemplation, he resolved to choose the first option. However, Fu Tian had no intention of charging into battle just yet, immediately staging a fierce confrontation between man and beast. Standing at the pinnacle of the 7th-tier martial general, he was but a step away from the 8th tier. It would be prudent to first break through to the 8th tier before proceeding. He casually sought out a secluded spot and settled down to cultivate. With a flick of his hand, a plethora of high-grade spirit stones blanketed the area. Alas, each session of cultivation was such a lavish affair. A swirling vortex of spiritual energy enveloped him, transforming all his acupoints into voracious black holes, ravenously absorbing energy. He could feel his aura intensifying, an alarming phenomenon indeed. A flicker of chaotic energy flickered in his eyes, as if drawing one in, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. Thus, as nightfall quietly descended, a bewitching moonlight bathed Fu Tian in its glow. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him. 8th tier martial general, a breakthrough. Fu Tian opened his eyes, chaos swirling within, evoking a sense of trepidation. The darkness had fallen. It was time. Chapter 107. The glimmering blade and shadow. The night was deep, and the silvery moonlight bathed the earth in its luminous glow. Before a cave, a figure suddenly emerged. This must be the place. The Azure Mountain Giant Serpent. Fu Tian asserted with unwavering certainty, detecting the foul stench wafting from within the cave. Cautiously, he stepped inside. His opponent this time was a high-ranking 4th-tier beast, its prowess unknown, allowing no room for carelessness. Though he had effortlessly defeated several 9th heaven martial sovereigns outside, the physical constitution of beasts far surpassed that of human cultivators, particularly those dwelling within the ancient wolf sacred land, where their strength was even more formidable. Therefore, even Fu Tian had to tread lightly. Upon entering, he beheld a colossal azure serpent coiled into a mass, seemingly asleep. Is this truly the Azure Mountain Giant Serpent, a high-tier 4th-level beast? Fu Tian mused. Despite its curled form, it appeared immense, akin to a small mountain. Its breath, barely perceptible, emanated a chilling aura. Wonderful, wonderful. This is the perfect opportunity for a stealthy attack. Fu Tian's heart surged with elation. Never had he anticipated that the Azure Mountain Giant Serpent would still be in slumber. Only someone as unconventional as he could accomplish such a feat. It was well known that upon reaching the 4th-tier high-ranking beasts, even in sleep, they remained vigilant. Any unusual scent encroaching upon their domain would rouse them instantly. Yet, Fu Tian was an exception. The aura of the chaotic Holy Spirit body enveloped him, rendering him undetectable, as if he were a mere whisper in the wind. Even standing still, he eluded detection, his presence seemingly dissolving into nothingness. Indeed, were it not for the visible figure before them, no one could discern his existence. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as the epitome of a master assassin. Thanks to his unique constitution, the Azure Mountain Giant Serpent remained oblivious, still ensnared in its slumber. With a swift motion, he summoned the clear wind sword to his hand. As it materialized, a gentle breeze circled around him, masking any hint of power. In truth, its lethality was extraordinarily terrifying, cutting through steel with ease. Seizing the moment of weakness, Fu Tian recalled a martial skill he had yet to learn, one stored within the system, the 10,000 sword technique. a technique of formidable might, capable of wide-ranging assaults. He had intended to cultivate it previously, but alas, it required a system upgrade. Since the upgrade, he had yet to begin his studies, having cast it aside. Now was the perfect moment for cultivation. System, learn the 10,000 sword technique, Tian whispered. Ding. The learning of the 10,000 sword technique was successful. In an instant, a torrent of immense memories surged into Tian's mind, laden with insights and experiences regarding the technique. The recollection was strikingly vivid, as if he had personally wielded the sword 100,000 times. Suddenly, he grasped all the mysteries of the 10,000 sword technique. Tian opened his eyes, a sharp glint of sword light flashing, exuding an aura of peril. It was this very glance that alerted the slumbering azure mountain giant serpent to a profound threat, causing its hairs to stand on end as it abruptly awakened. Unfortunately, it was already too late. As the scorching summer days unfolded, the celestial wind sword in Tian's grasp stirred to life. With a single stroke, the sword cleaved the air, its aura slicing through the heavens and the earth, causing tremors to resonate throughout the realm. A staggering 100,000 sword energies manifested in the void, aimed at the colossal serpent of the verdant mountains. Each blade of energy radiated a terrifying potency, capable of easily piercing through the serpent's scales and inflicting harm upon its flesh. In an instant, the creature's skin split, revealing its flesh as the sword energies penetrated its body, blood gushing forth in torrents. What does it signify to unleash 100,000 sword energies? With this singular strike, the serpent was rendered as porous as a sieve, a deluge of serpent blood flooding the ground, staining it a vivid crimson. The green mountain serpent, bewildered, questioned its own existence amidst the chaos. The pungent scent of blood permeated the cavern, inducing a profound discomfort. Even Tian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully slain the green mountain serpent and obtained system rewards. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired the mid-grade earth-level sword technique, Glinting Light, Sword Shadow. Upon hearing the system's notification, Tian confirmed the demise of the serpent. However, rather than departing immediately, he wore a mysterious smile as he ventured deeper into the cavern. Delving into the depths of the cave, Tian unearthed an ancient and weathered dark box, identical to the previous one he had encountered. Just as he suspected, holding the dark box, Tian chose not to open it on the spot, but opted to exit the cave instead. The reasoning was simple. The stench within was unbearable, thick with the scent of blood. Once outside, Tian examined the dark box with a sense of surprise. It emanated an extraordinarily antiquated aura, having likely been concealed for countless years. What treasures could it contain? His curiosity piqued. He trembled slightly, channeling his inner energy into the box. In an instant, the dark box emitted a blinding radiance, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. The disturbance was impossible to ignore. Goodness! The individual who placed these dark boxes must possess a wicked sense of humor, filled with cunning. They had intentionally arranged for such a conspicuous white light to signal the emergence of a treasure, inciting others to vie for it. Fortunately, the area was relatively deserted. Aside from potentially attracting some beasts, there was little chance of anyone else approaching. The dark box shattered, leaving only a single tome in Tian's hands. The title upon it boldly proclaimed Flash Thunder Steps. A technique? Tian was taken aback. The box contained a martial art. Upon examination, he discovered that this step technique was of low-grade earth level, indeed not insignificant. Resolute, Tian decided to learn this martial skill. Yet, there were challenges. Every martial skill he had previously acquired was through the system, learned in the blink of an eye. However, mastering a technique outside the system would require personal comprehension. Tian held great confidence in his innate talent. It would be a mere trifle for him, a prodigy of the ages, to grasp a low-grade earth-level martial skill as effortlessly as one would eat or drink. Nonetheless, he had never personally comprehended a technique before and was uncertain of the process. Without further contemplation, Tian placed the martial skill into his system space. Having just completed his task, the system had also rewarded him with a mid-grade earth-level sword technique, Glinting Light, Sword Shadow. Regarding the rank, this can be considered the most formidable martial technique in Tian's possession. Tian intends to first comprehend this martial art before proceeding further. System, learn the Blazing Light Sword Shadow. Tian stated calmly. Ding, Blazing Light Sword Shadow learned successfully. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into Tian's mind. However, this influx of memories caused a slight discomfort, a sensation of pressure within his head. What is happening? Tian pondered, perplexed. Why did such a phenomenon arise? This had never occurred before. Nevertheless, apart from the pressure, the memories presented no issues. His mind was filled with insights and experiences regarding the blazing light sword shadow, as if he had personally engaged in its cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Tian sought to relax. With a flick of his wrist, the clear wind sword materialized in his hand. Channeling his energy, he gathered spiritual force upon the clear wind sword and then executed a strike. Blazing light sword shadow. The sword energy erupted, transforming into a golden radiance, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was mere sword energy or light itself. The golden brilliance moved with astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant, and before anyone could react. It cleaved through the previously towering mountain. Boom! The sword energy reverberated, slicing through the mountainside with ease, cleaving it in two. The mountain's peak cascaded down with a thunderous roar, shaking the very heavens and earth. The cut was flawlessly smooth, devoid of any irregularities, reflecting light as if polished. This strike was utterly terrifying. Even Tian was taken aback. The power of this sword was astonishing. However, after executing this strike, Tian felt a significant depletion of his spiritual energy, consuming over 3 times more than the previous 10,000 swords. Although the blazing light sword shadow was classified as a mid-tier earth-level martial art, its power rivaled that of higher-tier techniques, hence the substantial energy expenditure. For an ordinary 8th-layer martial general, executing this strike would deplete their spiritual energy entirely, leaving them utterly drained. Yet for Tian, it was merely a moderate consumption, with no other repercussions. He could easily perform another 20 strikes without issue. This, however, ignited within Tian a fervent desire to cultivate further. The higher the realm, the greater the spiritual energy. Each breakthrough he achieved resulted in a terrifying increase in energy, surpassing that of peers in the same realm, even exceeding those of a higher tier. This is the essence of the chaotic, sacred spirit body. The growth achieved with each breakthrough is unmatched by any technique. Even the most extraordinary disciples, those hailed as prodigies, utilizing the most elite techniques, could not surpass Tian's growth upon breaking through a realm. Gazing at the mountain that had been cleaved in two before him, Tian felt a surge of joy within. Does this mean he possesses the ability to topple mountains? If this were on Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be regarded as an immortal. Yet in this world, it is merely the tip of the iceberg, hardly remarkable. Nevertheless, witnessing the growth of his own power filled Tian with immense satisfaction. As twilight descended, the summer days had no intention of resuming their journey. In a fleeting moment, the figure vanished from sight. Within the depths of the jungle, flickers of flame danced, smoke billowed skyward, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The protagonist was indulging in the flesh of a bovine-like beast, devouring it with unrestrained delight. Even devoid of any seasoning, the scent was intoxicating, lingering in the memory. Such indulgence. Moments later, only a heap of bones remained on the ground, a testament to the creature's former existence. A look of satisfaction graced the protagonist's face. Any passerby could easily discern from the remains that it was a bovine demon beast. Despite having reached a level of existence where abstaining from food and drink for a month would bear no consequences, sustenance being merely a matter of breath and energy absorption, the protagonist still felt a pang of longing. Who could resist the allure of exquisite cuisine? After the feast, a subtle essence filled the stomach, a trace of spiritual energy embedded within the beast's flesh. Though scant, it served as an alternative means of acquiring spiritual essence. The protagonist settled upon a sturdy branch, channeling energy through the body's acupoints and delving into meditation. A vortex of spiritual energy swirled around, drawing in the essence from a 10-mile radius. Yet, sensing it was insufficient, a frown creased the protagonist's brow. With a flick of the wrist, a multitude of high-grade spirit stones surrounded them. In an instant, the density of spiritual energy surged exponentially. Only then did the frown ease into a relaxed demeanor. No more distractions. The cultivation would resume. Apologies for the inconvenience, dear readers. I am curious to know if this novel has reached a standstill, sobbing. Nonetheless, I shall continue to write in the future, and I appreciate your unwavering support. Chapter 108. The ladder to heaven. Within the verdant embrace of the jungle, a flash of lightning erupted, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder. The path of the lightning left the trees charred, some reduced to mere ashes. In the blink of an eye, this bolt advanced several hundred meters with astonishing speed. When the lightning ceased its journey, a figure could be seen standing resolutely in place. It was Tian. The lightning step, truly remarkable. Tian marveled as he stood upon the ground. Having concluded his morning training, he did not rush to depart but instead devoted himself to practicing the lightning step, which he had acquired the day prior. This marked his inaugural endeavor in mastering martial techniques. Upon taking it out, he began to comprehend its intricacies. The lightning step comprised 3 tiers. The first tier allowed each step to emit faint arcs of electricity, significantly enhancing speed. The second tier saw an accumulation of substantial lightning with every stride, propelling him to a pace that could only be described as fleeting. The third tier transformed the practitioner into a living bolt of lightning. When in motion, one became akin to a flash of thunder, characterized not only by incredible swiftness, but also by a measure of lethality. The extent of this lethality, of course, depended on one's own prowess. Initially, during his practice, Tian required merely 10 minutes to grasp the first tier of the lightning step. Each step he took was accompanied by a subtle glow of electricity, and the enhancement in his speed was markedly evident. At that moment, a sense of pride welled within him. He had achieved mastery of the first tier so swiftly, revealing his exceptional talent. It is worth noting that in the Western Province, low-tier Earth-level martial techniques were already considered quite advanced, with a training difficulty vastly surpassing that of profound-level techniques, placing them in entirely different realms. Even prodigies would find it challenging to master Earth-level techniques without several years of dedicated effort. Yet Tian, he had entered the path in merely 10 minutes. Moreover, this was his first attempt at comprehending martial arts, and he was still somewhat inexperienced in every aspect. After mastering the first tier, Tian continued his training. Mastering martial techniques typically became increasingly arduous, with the difficulty rising sharply as one progressed. While he might have needed only 10 minutes for the first tier, the subsequent tiers were far from guaranteed to be as swift. Thus, half an hour passed. Tian pondered, is this it? Is this the Earth-level martial technique? A look of disdain adorned his face, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with elation. How extraordinary it was to discover such innate talent. Stowing away the lightning step, Tian's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of lightning, deftly weaving through the jungle. The speed at which he moved was nothing short of astonishing. To embody the essence of lightning was a clear indication that he had mastered the third tier. In less than an hour, he had learned a low-tier, Earth-level martial technique. Such talent was beyond dispute, and one could argue it shattered records not just in the Western Province, but throughout the Central region. His aptitude was undeniably that of a once-in-an-era genius. With the lightning step acquired, Tian's speed surged dramatically, allowing him to traverse distances with remarkable efficiency. Yet, he believed the most advantageous aspect of this technique was its application against demonic beasts. Should he encounter a beast obstructing his path, without a moment's hesitation, he would unleash a lightning step, hurtling towards the creature with the ferocity of a storm. The demonic beast, bewildered, lamented, "I have never committed any wrongdoing in my life, dedicating myself to cultivation and leading a virtuous existence, a paragon among my kind. Who could have foreseen that I would be struck by lightning and meet such a fate? The heavens truly seem indifferent. I am filled with resentment. If there is a next life, I shall transform into an unparalleled beast of ferocity." Alas, the thoughts of a demon beast are destined to go unheard by Tian. Thus, Tian forged ahead, unhindered in his path. As he journeyed eastward, the strength of the demon beasts grew formidable, with mid-tier 4th-grade beasts frequently encountered. Yet, these were no match for Tian, who could effortlessly slay even high-tier 4th-grade beasts. Let alone these weaker foes. They were utterly feeble. After a short while, Tian halted, gazing into the distance with a grave expression. There, a colossal stone pillar soared skyward, piercing through the thick, rolling clouds, its ultimate height unknown. It resembled the towering pillar he had seen upon his entry. Could this place be the final realm of opportunity in the ancient wolf's sacred land? Tian mused silently. Outside, this divine pillar was referred to as the land of immortals, the dwelling place of the great power that created the ancient wolf sacred land. Inside, another such divine pillar rose from the ground, reaching towards the heavens. Tian would never believe that this place bore no connection to that great being. Had he truly arrived at the most eastern realm of opportunity? Tian felt a mix of surprise and disbelief. After all, this was remarkably swift. In reality, the ancient wolf sacred land was smaller than a region in the western states. After days of traversing mountains and rivers, Tian had already advanced significantly, far surpassing others in distance. Not everyone possesses the ability to easily slay mid-tier 4th-grade beasts, let alone high-tier ones like Tian. Those hailed as geniuses by the world might still be fiercely battling low-tier 4th-grade beasts, their blood boiling in the heat of combat, fighting until they could hardly part from the fray. They might engage in battle from dawn till dusk, causing the heavens to darken and the sun to be obscured. When they finally vanquished their foes, pride would swell within them, standing atop the carcasses of demon beasts, believing themselves invincible, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles, before they turned to tend to their wounds. Indeed, this was how it often transpired. Upon reaching the base of the stone pillar, Tian could not help but exclaim in awe. The enormity of the pillar was staggering. From a distance, it had been hard to discern, but now, up close, its sheer girth was astonishing. Standing before it, he felt a profound sense of insignificance. It could undoubtedly be described as a pillar that supports the heavens. Beside the pillar lay an ancient and decayed boulder, steeped in the passage of time. It was covered in moss, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, with portions already beginning to decay. Faintly visible were three powerful characters carved into the stone: ladder to heaven. A ladder to heaven? Tian scoffed at the notion. Such grandiose claims were utterly shameless. This contraption dared to call itself a ladder to heaven? Aside from being taller, thicker, and sturdier, it possessed no exceptional qualities. Approaching the stone pillar, he observed its dark, imposing surface, exuding an aura of indestructibility, the material of which remained a mystery. The pillar was adorned with a staircase that spiraled around it, ascending in circular tiers up to its apex. The staircase followed the pillar skyward, its total number of levels unknown. Each flight of stairs boasts a considerable area, spacious enough to accommodate a dozen individuals without issue. Could it be that we must ascend via the stairs? Such a thought emerged in Tian's mind. Apart from the stairs, he could not fathom any alternative means to ascend. Certainly, one cannot simply fly, could they? Without further contemplation, Tian stepped onto the stone staircase. Indeed, the moment he set foot upon it, an expression of understanding blossomed on his face. As he ascended the stone steps, he felt an inexplicable force of gravity weighing upon him. Though subtle, it was undeniably present. Presumably, the gravitational pull would intensify with altitude. At that moment, Tian recalled the words of Hong Junjie, who had stated that throughout history, no one had ever obtained the fortunes set by that powerful being in the ancient wolf sacred land. Could it be that not a single soul had ever scaled these heights? Tian was taken aback. It seemed that this stone staircase was far from ordinary. Countless prodigies had traversed this path throughout the ages, yet none had successfully reached its summit. Nevertheless, this revelation did little to deter Tian. Gazing at the seemingly infinite staircase that rose towards the heavens, he ascended step by step, counting the levels he had conquered. Upon reaching the 10th tier, the gravitational force there was approximately doubled, yet it had no discernible impact on him. Encouraged, he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the 100th tier, the gravity intensified to about tenfold. Although this was significantly heavier than when he first embarked, it still posed no challenge to Tian. He pressed onward. Upon arriving at the 1000th tier, the elevation was considerable, with gravity reaching 100-fold. From this vantage point, he beheld the stunning scenery of the jungle below. Ferocious beasts battled fiercely, flesh and blood flying amidst their relentless struggle. Others vigilantly guarded a rare treasure, patrolling the vicinity to deter rival creatures or humans from encroaching. Some beasts seemed to meld seamlessly with the foliage, rendering their presence nearly undetectable. A surprise attack from such a creature would be truly terrifying, leaving one with little time to react. After observing the jungle, Tian continued his ascent. Alas, he found himself alone upon the stone staircase. Had there been other disciples climbing alongside him, perhaps a spirit of competition might have ignited. The further he ventured upward, the stronger the gravitational force became. Upon reaching the 5000th tier, the gravity had escalated to an astonishing 500 times. This meant that Tian's very flesh and bones bore the weight of 500 times their usual burden. Compared to the beginning, he could now feel a subtle pressure. Yet, what astonished him most was the presence of inscriptions upon the stone. Names such as Yi Kuei of the 100 Flowers sect, Tian Su of the Divine Sword sect, Yi Fei of the Lihua sect, Li Ba of the Wushan sect, and many others were etched into the stone, indicating their respective sections. It appeared that those who reached this point had been unable to continue their ascent. Leaving behind their names signified their existence, a testament to their passage through this realm. They hoped that future travelers might glimpse their footprints and not be lost to the annals of history. Tian sighed softly, pondering the fates of those who had arrived here before him. Raising his foot, he stepped onto the 5001st tier and continued his journey. Upon reaching the 6000th tier, the gravity here has intensified to 600 times that of the norm. Numerous names are inscribed upon this level, representing various sections. Naturally, between the 5000th and 6000th tiers, many names are etched as well, signifying those who could not ascend any higher, leaving behind their marks as testament to their presence. However, Tian paid little heed to these names, choosing instead to forge ahead, for his aspirations extended far beyond this point. At the 7,000th tier, the gravity escalates to 700 times. The number of names inscribed here dwindles compared to the previous tiers, yet there remain a fair few. Even Tian felt a hint of pressure. Nevertheless, he did not linger excessively and continued his ascent. Upon reaching the 8,000th tier, where gravity reaches a staggering 800 times, ordinary martial artists struggle to withstand such force. Only the most exceptional among the martial sects can endure this level. The intensity of spiritual energy and physical strength far surpasses that of their peers. The celestial ladder tests these very attributes. Should one possess formidable spiritual energy, they may ascend higher, while those with unparalleled physical strength will naturally also rise. Those who cultivate both attributes in harmony will undoubtedly achieve great heights. Upon arriving at the 8,000th tier, Tian did not hasten his progression, but rather chose to sit in meditation, commencing his cultivation. This realm provides an exceptional opportunity to hone the physical body, proving to be an invaluable sanctuary for his training. It is indeed the perfect moment to refine his corporeal form. Chapter 109. Transformation. Tian had not practiced for long. Merely an hour had passed before he opened his eyes. He exhaled deeply. After this hour of cultivation, he had refined his physical body to some extent. Although his physical strength had increased, the enhancement was modest. At least on this 8,000th tier, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Gazing down at the empty stone steps, Tian could not help but sigh. Today, he understood why the powerful often feel solitude. On this path, he walked alone. Looking up at the countless stone steps above, Tian's spirit soared with determination. These 8,000 steps were merely the beginning, far from sufficient. Without further ado, Tian chose to press on. The gravity on the 8,000th step had reached a staggering 800 times. Under such weight, an ordinary 9th-layer martial general would be crushed to pulp. Those who reached this point were predominantly elite martial masters. Previously, on the 5,000th tier, he had witnessed many cultivators etching their names there, stopping at that juncture. It was not due to their weakness, but rather that the 500 times gravity was already formidable, pushing higher-tier martial generals to their limits. Having reached that step, further progress became exceedingly arduous. Yet, even above the 8,000th step, names continued to be inscribed. Some at 8,100 steps, others at 8,333 steps, and some at 8,700 steps. The presence of these names indicated that others had indeed reached this point. It was far from the ultimate limit. With a glance at these inscriptions, Tian chose to continue his ascent. 9,000 steps. Here, gravity escalated to 900 times. Even Tian felt as though an immense mountain pressed down upon him, leaving him slightly breathless. Opting not to proceed further, he once again settled into a meditative posture, inhaling and exhaling to refine his body. In such high gravity, the process of physical refinement yielded remarkable results, allowing for rapid enhancement of his physique. Through focused breathing, he condensed his sinews, bones, and flesh, continually strengthening himself. However, this speed was undeniably slow. After an hour of this practice, Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that his physical growth had begun to stagnate. After all, inhaling and exhaling was merely the most fundamental method, with its potential for growth severely limited. Contemplating his dragon-elephant suppression technique, an unparalleled method for body refinement, he wondered whether it would be effective here. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he began to wield the divine elephant-shattering heaven fist. As he swung his fist, a cacophony of cracking bones echoed throughout his body. With each strike, his bones emitted a profound frictional sound, as if they might fracture at any moment. Burdened by an immense mountain, each movement was a struggle. Every punch felt as though he were dragging a godly mountain in his training. Just at the outset, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Tian experienced great discomfort, for each punch drained his entire strength. After a few strikes, it felt as though he had utterly exhausted himself, leaving his body weak and sore. Yet, he also found great enjoyment in the process. As he became acutely aware of every cell in his body roaring with extraordinary power, Tian felt his potential being unleashed to its fullest extent. In the sweltering heat, he endured both pain and pleasure, delivering one punch after another, each swifter than the last. Time seemed to lose its significance as he continued. Gradually, Tian sensed a transcendence within his body. His bones had unknowingly transformed into a state of bronze. A radiant copper glow enveloped him, emanating from every pore, bestowing an air of sanctity. Yet it was not enough. Tian roared internally. Upon awakening his bronze bones, the weight of 900 times now felt trivial. With a single strike, it seemed as though a divine elephant was bellowing, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. With each step, Tian ascended swiftly, climbing dozens of steps in an instant. As he reached 9,000 steps, the names inscribed began to dwindle, and at 9,500 steps, he encountered merely 20 or so names. Most of these belonged to the Divine Sword sect, followed by the Lihua sect and the Piao Shui mountain manor. This revelation surprised Tian. It appeared that the Lihua sect had previously been quite formidable, boasting a commendable number of talented disciples. Yet now they languished near the bottom of the rankings among the 6 major sections. What, then, was the origin of the Piao Shui mountain manor? Although Tian recognized it as one of the 6 major sects of Shizhou, it seemed rather low profile. He had scarcely heard of it before. Despite its modesty, the disciples within were anything but unremarkable, with a noteworthy number of talented individuals, comparable to those of the Lihua sect and only slightly inferior to the Divine Sword sect. The other sects garnered little of his attention. The Wind Thunder Gang and Wushan sect were evenly matched in disciple numbers. The least among them was, unsurprisingly, the 100 Flowers sect. Tian was not astonished by this low ranking. After all, male cultivators naturally possessed superior physical attributes and strength compared to their female counterparts. If a sect comprised entirely of female disciples ranked highly, those below it might as well seek employment elsewhere. Above 9,000 steps, a radiant copper light surged forward. Despite the terrifying gravity in this realm, the speed of this copper light remained unwavering, advancing at a brisk pace. With the activation of his bronze bones, Tian felt considerably lighter, the pressure still present but manageable. 10,000 layers. Here, gravity reached a staggering 1,000-fold. As he stepped onto this layer, his bones creaked audibly. Exhilarating. Tian let out a low growl. The activation of his bronze bones had significantly enhanced his physique, rendering the 9,000th layer nearly devoid of any further honing effects. However, upon reaching the 10,000th layer, gravity seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation. Although it had only increased by 100-fold compared to the 9,000th layer, this additional 100-fold brought gravity to an astonishing 1,000-fold, creating a fundamental shift. What is this? Tian felt a surge of astonishment. In this realm of 10,000 layers, the intricacies extend far beyond the mere force of gravity, encompassing something more profound. Is it the essence of weight, or the momentum it carries? It dawned upon Tian at last, much like Shui Yang's formidable punch before, possessing an aura that could instill fear in observers. This 10,000 layers, too, harbors a similar essence. Yet, Tian remained uncertain whether it was the momentum or the essence of weight. Shaking his head, he chose to set aside such contemplations and, adhering to his usual practice, began to meditate and draw in energy. This gravity, 1,000-fold, is undoubtedly a divine ground for tempering the physical form. Engaging in such cultivation here yields results far exceeding the effort expended. Thus, a day passed in this meditative state. As night descended, the sky turned an inky black, enveloped in enchanting nocturnal hues. Tian opened his eyes, and in an instant, a wild and untamed aura emanated from him, utterly terrifying. Through this session of cultivation, his physical body had undergone a substantial enhancement. His flesh, blood, and bones had grown significantly stronger under the baptism of high gravity, elevating his physical prowess beyond measure. Tian gazed upward, where a resplendent and luminous moon shone brightly above. The moon appeared so vast that it rendered his own existence insignificantly small. The celestial ladder? Tian murmured. He had previously mocked this humble stone column, questioning its worthiness of being termed a celestial ladder. Yet now, it indeed possessed a certain charm. Though it fell short of celestial powers, it was still remarkable in its own right. Approaching the edge of the stone steps, wisps of thin clouds drifted by, and peering down, the once mighty jungle appeared minuscule. Looking upward, the heights seemed insurmountable. Tian was momentarily speechless, his emotions swirling within him. After a long pause, he let out a gentle sigh. This celestial ladder is truly extraordinary. Below him, both beings and objects appeared awfully insignificant, almost trivial. Above him, the heights were so lofty and unattainable, evoking a sense of difficulty and discouragement in aspiring to reach them. It was akin to his experience as a martial king. Beneath him, all seemed like insignificant ants, hardly worth consideration. Yet, as a martial king, he felt the realm above him was so high and unreachable, a dream forever out of grasp. Perhaps the path of cultivation is similar. The higher one ascends, the more arduous each step becomes. One may strive desperately to climb higher, only to realize they lack the qualification to do so. In this 10,000 layers, only 6 names are inscribed, one from each of the 6 sections. This is already a remarkable feat. The greatest fortunes of the ancient wolf sacred land have eluded all since time immemorial, and Fu Tian finally comprehended the reason behind it. How could a mortal frame hope to ascend to the heavens? Is it not true that those in the glazed realm above the martial king are still mortals? The glazed realm regards the martial king as nothing more than an ant. And those existing above the glazed realm, do they not also perceive the glazed realm in the same light? Perhaps only when one stands atop a mountain can they truly appreciate the view from below. With this realization, Fu Tian's gaze solidified, a brilliant light igniting within his eyes. No more words. He would continue to cultivate. With each punch he swung, he stirred the winds and clouds, embodying the essence of divine might. Here, he practiced the divine elephant-shattering punch, invigorating every cell in his body, and advancing towards a higher level. Meanwhile, the image of Shui Yang's punch lingered in his mind, that formidable force of the punch. In the beginning, the fists of Fu Tian moved with an ever-increasing speed, rendering their shadows indistinguishable. They swung with a growing weight, as though capable of shattering a colossal mountain. Yet, as time progressed, Fu Tian's punches began to slow, to a pace so languid that even a 3-year-old child could evade them. They became so light that one might question whether such a blow could even break a block of tofu. However, this marked a fundamental transformation. The art of the punch had reached fruition. Most astonishing was the metamorphosis occurring within every cell of his body. At some unknown moment, Fu Tian had become enshrouded in a heavy layer of copper-colored grime. The filth itself bore a copper hue. Throughout this rigorous training, the divine elephant's earth-shattering fist approached perfection. As a divine being, he was destined to embody the essence of earth-shattering power. How could he possibly submit? This phase of cultivation directly catalyzed a profound transformation in Fu Tian. Where once he stood at the level of 1, he now ascended to 10. His physical form had expanded to unimaginable proportions, and the transformation of his cells elevated Fu Tian in myriad aspects. The perfected divine elephant's earth-shattering fist ensured that each of Fu Tian's punches transcended mere brute strength, unleashing the formidable might of a divine elephant. The disparity in power had become profoundly significant. Furthermore, with the force behind his punches, each strike could unleash a terrifying magnitude of energy. Due to this force, Fu Tian could no longer merely be regarded as a genius. He had become a prodigy. The distinction between mere talent and exceptional prowess was as vast as the heavens and the earth. In the Western state, the term genius was neither overly abundant nor scarce, as every sect boasted its share of talented individuals. Conversely, in the Central state, geniuses were as plentiful as grains of sand. Only those labeled as prodigies possessed true merit. The defining factor that set apart geniuses from prodigies was, indeed, the force they wielded. Today, Fu Tian could proudly claim the title of prodigy in the Central state. Nevertheless, for him, there lay a long journey ahead. A journey toward the heavens. Chapter 110. The Ascension. On the following morning, beneath the towering celestial ladder, a second individual finally arrived. This person possessed keen eyes, seemingly enveloped in a faint aura of sword energy, dressed in a white woolen robe. With a sword hanging from his waist, his prominent nose and sword-like brows adorned a face of remarkable distinction. The celestial ladder? I have finally arrived. Gazing up at the magnificent stone pillar that pierced the heavens, a flicker of sword light flashed in the man's eyes, sharp and unwavering. If all goes as expected, I should be the first to reach this place, he murmured to himself. A triumphant smile gracing his lips as he stepped onto the towering ladder that reached into the clouds. The moment his foot made contact, he felt an immense gravitational force bearing down upon him. However, this man appeared unaffected, his expression as calm as still water, seemingly oblivious to the pressure surrounding him. Step by step, he advanced swiftly. At this moment, Fu Tian, having just opened his eyes after a night of cultivation, surveyed the ground littered with discarded stones. Devoid of any spiritual energy, rendered lifeless. Exhaling slowly, Fu Tian rose to his feet. Clenching his fists, the aura of an 8th-tier peak martial general erupted from him, tantalizingly close to a breakthrough into the 9th tier. This delineates the difference. Just yesterday, he had transcended into an 8th-tier martial general, and today he had already reached the pinnacle of that realm. For any other cultivator, even those hailed as prodigies, such progress would be inconceivable. Yet, Fu Tian possessed a cultivation speed 100-fold greater, making breakthroughs as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Last night's advancement had been achieved through the divine elephant's earth-shaking fist, honing his copper bones to perfection, with his physical strength escalating from 2.5 million pounds to 3 million pounds. Thus, he had achieved complete mastery of the copper bone stage. Not only that, But the rigorous training through the divine elephant's earth-shaking fist had significantly enhanced his senses, speed, and reflexes, resulting in a profound transformation in his strength. Coupled with his comprehension of fist intent, his strikes were now fearsome and unstoppable. Though his cultivation had reached a state of grand completion, Tian showed no inclination to depart. As he felt the terrifying gravity of the 10,000th layer, he closed his eyes tightly, delving into comprehension. Remarkably, Tian sought to grasp the essence of gravitational force through the weight of the 10,000th layer. Should Shui Yang be present, he would undoubtedly be astounded, perhaps even disbelieving. For gravitational force is unlike other forces. Its uniqueness renders it far more challenging to comprehend than others. Forces such as fist intent, sword intent, and blade intent, while powerful, are bound by limitations and cannot be wielded freely. To unleash these forces, one must do so at the moment of striking with a fist, sword, or blade. It is inconceivable to wield a sharp sword and unleash the power of fist intent, or to brandish a treasured blade and manifest the brilliance of sword intent. Is it not? Of course, one could attempt this, but the potency would be significantly diminished, failing to manifest its original strength. However, gravitational force is a unique phenomenon. It can enhance other objects or forces, and astonishingly, can even be released spontaneously. It is precisely for this reason that comprehending the weight of gravity is exceedingly challenging. Those who achieve such understanding are undoubtedly formidable beings capable of dominating their realms, invincible in their pursuits. To fully grasp it is to seize the reins of an era, suppressing all geniuses, and even claiming the mandate of the heavens. There are indeed examples of such feats. Thus, to comprehend the weight of gravity is a rarity. 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million. This understanding is intertwined with a certain extraordinary constitution. While it is not impossible to attain a superficial understanding of gravity, such a grasp remains merely superficial. To advance further, one must possess that unique constitution, which is inherently designed for grappling with gravitational forces. There are even those who, relying on this constitution, have suppressed their contemporaries, reigning invincible over an era, and have been immortalized in history. At this moment, Tian has tightly closed his eyes, his delicate brows furrowed, diligently striving to comprehend the weight of gravity. His innate talent is already formidable, meriting the title of an unparalleled genius throughout the ages, beyond comparison. With such extraordinary gifts, in less than a night, he has managed to grasp the essence of a fist's force he had only previously encountered. Presently, he finds himself enveloped by the weight of gravity, both body and mind acutely aware of its profound influence. In such circumstances, the comprehension of gravity is undoubtedly advantageous. Akin to understanding sword intent in a place brimming with sword energy, the efficacy is self-evident, yielding rapid insights with comparative ease. Tian is situated in a realm saturated with gravitational weight. Every corner of the first 10,000 layers is dominated by this force. In such an environment, with the advantage of his ancient genius, grasping the essence of gravity is naturally within reach. The true question lies in how much he can comprehend. In the first 1,000 layers, the gravity reaches 100-fold. A figure sits cross-legged in this space, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, emanating a faint yet potent aura. After a considerable time, this individual opens his eyes and remarks softly, "The heavenly ladder truly lives up to its reputation. Merely practicing for a moment, I can feel the enhancement of my physical form. Although the increase is not substantial, it is indeed perceptible." Rising to his feet, he gazes at the towering stone steps, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. This is merely the gravity of the first 1,000 layers, yet it has already improved my physique. The weight above must be even more formidable. With that, my body is sure to experience significant enhancement. With this thought, a fiery glimmer flashes in his eyes as he licks his lips and continues his ascent. Not long after, 3 more individuals arrive at the base of the heavenly ladder, clad in pure white robes. These men each bear distinct swords at their waists, which radiate a soft, precious light, exuding an exceptionally sharp aura that captivates onlookers. Their faces, imbued with a certain gallant charm, can indeed be described as handsome. At last, we have arrived. Our arduous journey has not been in vain, one of them exclaims, gazing at the magnificent and awe-inspiring heavenly ladder with enthusiasm. However, the leader among them furrows his brow and states, "This sword energy, the aura of Sword One? It seems he has outpaced us." As he speaks, he clenches the sword at his waist, his brows knitting tightly. Under such circumstances, let us hasten our ascent, lest we be cast too far behind and become the subject of ridicule, spoke another hastily. The 3 nodded in agreement, and proceeded to ascend the celestial ladder. Time eluded them as they climbed. Suddenly, from the depths of the 10,000th layer, Tian opened his eyes. A chaotic aura emanated from his gaze, instilling a profound sense of dread. It is somewhat challenging. I find that grasping the 10th level eludes me. Tian exhaled a heavy breath, speaking slowly. Yet, why do I feel as though this weight has some inherent limitation? It seems I cannot fully comprehend it. He furrowed his brow, an expression of perplexity crossing his face. Never mind. There is little that can be achieved in this moment. It is time to depart. With that, Tian rose to his feet. Gazing up at the seemingly endless celestial ladder, a faint smile graced his lips. The celestial ladder, you say? I am eager to discover how far I can ascend. Unbeknownst to him, the number of climbers had increased. Disciples of the Thunderwind gang were easily identifiable, donned in striking purple robes emblazoned with lightning insignia. However, their tempers were as fiery as their appearance, exuding an air of arrogance that disregarded others. There were also disciples from the Snowfall Mountain Villa, mysterious and understated. Clad in robes embroidered with pristine white snow, they were gracious and elegant, always speaking with a gentle smile. The disciples of the Martial Mountain sect presented a stark contrast. A group of muscular, bald figures, bare-chested, and exuding an overwhelming aura of strength that deterred any thought of confrontation. Disciples from the Fire Departure sect and the 100 Flowers sect also converged here, though the number from the Fire Departure sect was notably sparse. One of the smallest contingents among the major sections. In truth, the overall strength of their team was not lacking. It was competent and should not have faced such dire circumstances. Yet, unforeseen events had transpired. With the demise of the formidable Hifengjie and Dao Yuanshuang, the Fire Departure sect's power had significantly diminished, rendering them unable to compete with the other sections. Among the Fire Departure disciples present at the Celestial Ladder, only 3 remained: Zhao Feng, Xia Songyu, and Xiaomingyu. The Fire Departure sect is truly regressing at this rate. It won't be long before they vanish from the stage of the 6 major sects, a disciple from the Thunderwind gang sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the trio from the Fire Departure sect. Indeed, the title of the 6 major sects is undeserved. Are their disciples truly this weak? Mocked a member of the Martial Mountain sect, adding fuel to the fire. In contrast, the members of the 100 Flowers sect and Snowfall Mountain Villa remained silent. Observing the unfolding drama, Zhao Feng and Xia Songyu stood rooted in place, trembling with anger, their eyes glaring defiantly at the disciples of the Thunderwind gang and Martial Mountain sect. Had it not been for the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, the confrontation might have escalated before they even began their ascent. Meanwhile, Xiaomingyu, with a slight furrow of her brow, chose not to engage in the fray. Well, as disciples of the 6 great sects, there is no need for such bickering that might tarnish our camaraderie. Let us ascend the celestial ladder swiftly. If all goes according to plan, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect should have already been climbing for quite some time. At this moment, a disciple from the Snowfall Mountain Manor stepped forward to mediate. Upon noticing the presence of the Snowfall Mountain Manor disciple, the members of the Wind and Thunder gang and the Martial Mountain sect exchanged wary glances, letting out cold snorts before falling silent. Given this, we shall not waste any more time with you. See you at the celestial ladder. Ha. The disciples of the Wind and Thunder gang laughed boisterously, each stepping onto the celestial ladder to commence their ascent. The disciples of the Martial Mountain sect also snorted in defiance, unwilling to lag behind, and began their climb. Sisters, let us not allow the men to underestimate us. We shall ascend as well. The leader of the 100 Flowers sect, Hong Junjie, declared with commanding presence. Akin to a female general, exuding strength that rivaled any. Observing her cultivation level, it was evident that she had already broken through to the martial sovereign realm, significantly enhancing her prowess. In that case, fellow disciples of the Lihua sect, we shall meet on the celestial ladder. The disciple from the Snowfall Mountain Manor courteously clasped his fists in greeting towards the members of the Lihua sect with a smile. Thank you for your timely intervention. Fellow disciple from the Snowfall Mountain Manor, Zhao Feng expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. The disciple from the Snowfall Mountain Manor smiled modestly, indicating it was nothing, and then began to ascend the ladder. All right, let us not concern ourselves with others. It is time we commence our climb. Zhao Feng looked at Xia Songyu and Xiaomingyu with a serious expression. Thus, the disciples of the 6 great sects truly began their ascent in earnest. Chapter 111. Jian 12,000 layers. Here, the gravity reaches an astonishing 1,200 times. As soon as he stepped onto this layer, Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, beads of sweat trickling down his face. It seems prudent to cultivate here for a while. After gauging the gravity of this layer, Tian expressed his satisfaction. The 1200 times gravity is just right for him, serving ideally to hone his physique. Without hesitation, Tian settled into a meditative posture, regulating his breath to refine his body. His copper bones have already reached a state of perfection, and when activated, can unleash a terrifying divine strength of 300,000 pounds. Even without relying on his copper bones, at his current peak of the 8th Heaven Martial General, he can attain a divine power of 190,000 pounds solely through his physical form. This is the terrifying nature of the chaotic sacred spirit body, whose physical prowess far exceeds that of martial artists of the same realm, and even surpasses those of a higher realm. His physique is entirely comparable to those of sacred bodies and divine bodies. Even a mere ordinary breakthrough in cultivation brings unimaginable enhancements across the board. Not only can his physical strength surge by 100,000 pounds, but the intensity of his spiritual energy also experiences a significant boost, reaching an astonishing level. Even Tian himself is unaware of which realm his strength can rival. However, in Tian's eyes, even without activating his copper bones, he can defeat a 9th Heaven Martial Sovereign, crossing a major realm in combat. If he were to activate his copper bones, he could even contend with a martial king, potentially turning the tides and vanquishing them. Of course, his power is not merely surface-level simplicity. After all, the mysteries of the chaotic sacred spirit body are far too numerous to fathom, so incredible that they surpass any other constitution in complexity and brilliance. Currently, Tian's understanding of his physique is still superficial, grasping only a fragment of its potential. Countless secrets await his discovery. On the 5,000th layer, the gravity is 500 times. A figure ascends, a razor-sharp sword hanging at his waist, emanating a faint sword aura that suggests anyone who draws too near might be cut by the surrounding energy. This is Jian. Upon reaching this layer, Jian took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. The gravity here is quite agreeable, having reached 500 times, yet it does not warrant my pause in cultivation. Jian casually cast a glance down at the heavenly ladder, where 3 figures were swiftly ascending. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, Jian seemed to discern something, exclaiming in surprise. Approaching the stone wall of the heavenly ladder, he noticed it was inscribed with names, all from various sections. After a brief count, he estimated around 200 names. To falter at merely 5,000 layers, what a bunch of inept fools. Gazing at the names, Jian scoffed, his face a mask of derision. My name, Jian shall be inscribed at the very pinnacle, surpassing all others, reaching a point where no future contender can ever hope to exceed it. A faint smile graced Jian lips, confidence radiating from his expression, as if he were destined to achieve this. Without lingering further, Jian turned and departed. On the celestial ladder, the disciples of the 6 major sects have commenced their ascent, each individual's eyes shimmering with fervent determination, unwilling to fall behind anyone. Here, one can vividly discern the disparities between oneself and others, rendering the experience almost surreal. Even a mere elevation of a single step above serves as undeniable proof of one's inferiority. Consequently, everyone climbing the ladder exerts their utmost effort, striving not to lag behind their peers. Gazing at others, even those from the same sect, one's eyes are often filled with hostility, if not outright animosity. In this extraordinary setting, one can ascertain the gap between oneself and others without the need for confrontation. Zhao Feng, who had just stepped onto the 2000th tier, cast a scornful glance at the disciples from the Wushan sect and the Fenglei gang ascending above him. Zhao Feng harbored a profound grudge, for they had publicly insulted him and his sect, an affront that deeply tarnished his dignity. While the disparagement of his sect did not incite his ire, after all, he regarded his own sect as lacking, and he was already contemplating joining a more formidable one. An insult directed at himself was utterly unforgivable, fueling his resentment. He glanced once more at Xia Sangyu and Xiao Mingyu, who were still climbing, a flicker of disdain crossing his features before he resumed his ascent. That sword one fellow has made his way up again. On the 5,000th tier, another man donned in a white robe with a sword at his waist observed Sword 1's ascent with discontent. Sword 2 shook his head and remarked, on the celestial ladder, speed is of no consequence. One's ascent is solely dependent on their own abilities. Those destined to reach the 8,000th tier will never ascend to 10,000. Rest assured, his pace will inevitably slow. Upon hearing these words, Sword 3 and Sword 4 nodded in agreement. However, they were taken aback to discover inscriptions upon the stone walls, including names of disciples from their own divine sword sect. Sword 2 approached the wall, gazing at the myriad names etched there, and sighed in contemplation. Yet, Sword 3 scoffed, declaring, "To falter at merely 5,000 tiers is truly disgraceful. What a pitiful lot, and to see our sect's disciples among them is a source of embarrassment." Sword 4 furrowed his brow and queried, "Why are our sect's disciples present here? It shouldn't be the case. By rights, such weaklings should not be qualified to enter the ancient wolf sanctum." Sword 2 shook his head, responding, "Do not measure the current divine sword sect by the standards of its past. The former sect was not particularly formidable, whereas it has undergone a remarkable transformation now. As for the reasons, you are all well aware." At the mention of reasons, Sword 3 and Sword 4 appeared to grasp something, their lips curling into smirks, their expressions brimming with arrogance, as if they regarded all others as insignificant. Indeed, the current sword sect cannot be compared to its former self. Given time, it could indeed become the most formidable sect in the Western region, perhaps even bringing the entirety of the Western region under our dominion. Sword 3 chuckled wickedly, squeezing his hands. However, Sword 2 merely smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal, as if he too embraced this notion. "Very well, it is time to set off. Let us not be flung too far by Sword 1. Otherwise, knowing his temperament, we can only imagine the ridicule that would ensue." After a prolonged observation, Sword 2 spoke softly. Sword 3 and Sword 4 nodded in agreement, and the trio resumed their ascent of the heavenly ladder. The heavenly ladder presented no challenge for anyone at the beginning, with all participants maintaining a swift pace. Yet, as they ascended higher, their speed diminished significantly, to the point where it could take an extended period to traverse a single level. At such times, it generally indicated that 1's capabilities had reached their limits, with little room for further enhancement. Under these circumstances, meditating in the high-gravity environment was deemed the optimal choice, as the intense gravitational force could greatly stimulate 1's latent potential, facilitating quicker advancements and easier breakthroughs. Of course, there were those oblivious to their own limitations, stubbornly pressing onward. While such individuals might cover a few more steps and ascend additional levels, they bore an immense burden, ultimately leading to their physical collapse. Tragically, some would even perish, their bodies disintegrating, blood spattering, leaving behind a gruesome scene that stained the stone steps. Such occurrences were all too common. Every time disciples climbed the heavenly ladder, a few would meet such fates. At 8,000 levels, the gravity reached an astonishing 800 times. Even Sword 1 found himself gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down, his posture slightly hunched. "This gravity is quite formidable," Sword 1 mused, glancing down at Sword 2 and the others still climbing. Their pace had noticeably slowed, far from their earlier vigor. "Here shall I cultivate. This environment is ideal for my training. The essence of the precious herbs I consumed previously still lingers within me. And now is the perfect opportunity to absorb the remaining potency under this intense gravity," Sword 1 stated nonchalantly, then turned his gaze back to the ascending Sword 2 and 3, settling into a meditative posture. "Sword 1 has halted," exclaimed Sword 4 from 6,800 levels above, observing Sword 1's stillness. Sword 3 scoffed derisively. 8,000 levels? Hardly impressive. It seems he is not significantly stronger than us. I can easily ascend beyond 7,500 levels. However, Sword 2's expression grew solemn. "Do not underestimate the heavenly ladder. The higher one climbs, the slower the ascent becomes. It is entirely normal to rest for a day or two." As anticipated, Sword 1 is utilizing the gravity to absorb the potency accumulated within him. Sword 2's insight into Sword 1's intentions was astute. Sword 4 snorted, darkly asserting, "We too possess substantial reserves of potency within us. We can elevate our strength as well. We are not inferior to Sword 1. Sword 2 nodded, still gazing at Sword 1, who lingered at the 8,000 level, a hint of concern etched on his face. That fellow has indeed come to a halt. It seems that the gravitational force ahead is far stronger than I had anticipated. Enough of this discussion, let us continue our ascent." Jian, unwilling to linger any longer, urged them onward. Jian San and Jian Si nodded in agreement and began to climb the ladder, eager to catch up swiftly. At 5,900 levels, a man clad in a purple robe, his complexion wan, emerged. He glanced at the three disciples of the Divine Sword sect, situated at 6,800 levels, and couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Are you the prodigious disciples of the Divine Sword sect? I am most curious to see just how formidable you truly are." At 5,888 levels, a muscular bald man, bare-chested, looked at the individuals above him and chuckled. "On the celestial ladder, our Martial Mountain sect holds the utmost advantage. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me." Below 5,888 levels, the ranks were filled with disciples striving to ascend. At that moment, Zhao Feng had just reached the 6,000th level. Observing the disciples of the Martial Mountain sect and the Wind and Thunder gang who had already surpassed him, he scoffed. A bunch of useless individuals. He then resumed his climb. At 12,000 levels, Fu Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 112. The White-Bearded Elder at the 2,000th level of the Heavenly Ladder. Floating above was an elderly man, yet beneath him, the space seemed ethereal and elusive, akin to a spirit from a film. His entire being appeared insubstantial, leaving one to ponder the authenticity of his presence. The elder stroked his snow-white beard, observing the climbers below with great relish. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if watching these individuals ascend the ladder was an exceedingly delightful spectacle. Ah, has it come to the quintennial day of ascent once more? Yet, I sense that it has not been 5 full years since the last occasion. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of bewilderment. Nevertheless, he shook his head and thought, never mind, I must be overthinking. I shall focus on the performance below, for it is during such moments that my heavenly ladder becomes truly animated. His gaze gradually ascended from the first level, murmuring to himself as he observed. TSK, TSK. That young lad seems to have a bad back, supporting himself as he climbs. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. As he spoke, a glimmer of admiration appeared in the elder's eyes. Oh, that young lady possesses a fair measure of beauty, quite pleasing to the eye indeed. Alas, every year there are those bared muscle-bound men. What an unrefined display. Has the outside world become so chaotic? These few individuals seem to possess some skill, their gaze is resolute. Yet reaching the summit remains an impossibility. They still have a long way to go. The elder's gaze reached the 7,000th level, where he spotted Jian and Jian San amongst the climbers, commenting thoughtfully. He observed the trio once more before continuing his ascent in observation. Oh, to his surprise, there was indeed another climber at the 8,000th level. Quite impressive. Surely this must be the strongest among the current ascendants. His eyes settled on Jian, who was meditating in profound concentration. TSK, TSK, impressive indeed. He embodies the essence of the sword, a prodigy in swordsmanship, even in the central continent. He would be regarded as a paragon. The elder's eyes glimmered with intensity, scanning Jian meticulously, attempting to penetrate his essence. After a prolonged gaze, he let out a faint sigh, lamenting, alas, it seems reaching the summit remains unattainable. Why did I ever set it at 20,000 levels? Truly, what folly! The elder muttered, filled with regret. It appears that this year, once again, no one shall reach the pinnacle. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, the elder seemed to witness something extraordinary, his eyes widening in disbelief. Doubting his own vision, he hastily wiped his eyes with his robe and looked again. Upon confirming his sight, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, my word, how terrifying. He beheld a white-clad youth seated at the 12,000th level. Good heavens, I misjudged. I had not anticipated that he would be the strongest. The elder's gaze ignited with fervor, his eyes darting over Fu Tian, longing to see through his essence. Yet, after a prolonged scrutiny, he realized with astonishment that he could not fathom him. The other party resembled a stagnant pool, and upon probing with his consciousness, he instantly vanished without a trace. Unbelievable. In all his years of existence, this was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Previously, when faced with enigmatic individuals, despite their myriad mysteries, he could discern at least a glimmer of insight. Yet this time, he found himself utterly unable to penetrate their essence. Truly perplexing. Could it be that this youth? Suddenly, the elder's eyes sparkled with realization. The celestial ladder, towering 12,000 levels high. Fu Tian abruptly opened his eyes. At his feet lay a pile of lifeless stones, devoid of any spiritual essence. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Astonishingly, his physical body had been fortified by a staggering 100,000 pounds during this cultivation. Now, relying solely on his corporeal form, he could achieve a weight of 200,000 pounds. The sheer terror of it. If he were to further activate his copper bones, the might of his body could even subdue a martial king. Fu Tian's heart brimmed with ecstasy. The high-gravity environment had proven to be an exceptional crucible for honing his physical form. It was truly a sanctum for body cultivation. He found himself reluctant to depart the celestial ladder. If he continued to cultivate there, the acceleration of his proficiency and physical enhancement would far surpass that of the outside world, inevitably leading to a substantial increase in strength over time. And this was merely the 12,000th level. How rapid would his cultivation speed be at the summit? With this thought, Fu Tian steeled himself, resolved to ascend further. Just then, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The task has been successfully activated. The host now has two choices. First, ascend to the pinnacle, and receive a vial of spirit vapor pill as a reward. Second, act according to one's abilities. Do your best. And even if you do not reach the summit, there is no need to force it. The reward will be a low-grade earth-tier sword. Another task. The first option was straightforward. It simply urged him to reach the highest tier. Glancing upwards, Tian lamented that he had no way of knowing how many layers remained. Beyond 10,000 layers, the stone steps were enveloped in a faint, white mist. While short distances were manageable, longer stretches obscured his vision, revealing only a dense white fog. It was evident that this mist was no ordinary vapor. For Tian, perceiving 100 miles and hearing from all directions was second nature. Yet even so, he could not discern the number of layers above him. Estimating his view, he could only see up to 1,000 layers above. Beyond that, it was shrouded in obscurity. As for the second option, it seemed to imply that his current strength was insufficient to reach the summit. Tian was taken aback. It appeared that the celestial ladder was indeed extraordinary. However, he did not feel disadvantaged. Ascending to the top would reward him with a vial of spirit vapor pill, which he knew from the records in the Imperial Alchemist Chamber was specifically crafted for the cultivation of martial sovereigns and classified as a fourth-grade elixir. Failing to reach the summit would yield a low-grade earth-tier sword. His Qing Feng sword, if memory served, was merely a high-grade Xian-tier sword. Thus, whether he reached the pinnacle or not, he was assured of a gain. As the saying goes, you may profit, but I will never suffer a loss. Indeed, this system is truly remarkable. Suddenly, Tian seemed to recall something and cast his gaze downward. There were others. Some had begun to ascend the ladder as well. A surge of joy filled Tian's heart. He reminisced about the solitude he had experienced while climbing alone before. Now, he finally had companions to share the ascent with, alleviating the tedium. Contemplating this, Tian did not linger and continued his ascent. At the 8,000th tier, Jian Yi opened his eyes, and a fierce sword energy erupted from them, seemingly capable of blinding anyone who met his gaze. A terrifying aura exploded from his being. Jian Yi clenched his fists, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his strength had risen rapidly. He was now a fourfold heaven martial master. He then glanced downward. Jian Er and the others had halted at the 7,700th tier, opting to sit in meditation rather than proceed. Observing this, a derisive smirk appeared on Jian Yi's face as he scoffed, "Humph. A bunch of useless fools daring to surpass me. Our disparity shall only widen." With that, he turned his attention back to the seemingly endless ladder and resumed his climb. "That guy Jian Yi is at it again," Jian Si remarked, although engaged in meditation. He still kept a portion of his focus on Jian Yi. Witnessing Jian Yi's renewed activity, he couldn't help but speak up. Jian Er raised an eyebrow in response. "Ignore him. Let us continue our cultivation. By harnessing the gravity here, we can absorb the medicinal power accumulated within us, thus enhancing our strength and accelerating our ascent." Jian Sen concurred. "Indeed, Jian Yi is merely at a higher realm than us. Once we catch up, he will be just like any other." There was a hint of jealousy in their words. Jian Si nodded, giving one last glance at Jian Yi before immersing himself in his training once more. Below Jian Er, 5 individuals stood at the forefront. One was a man clad in a purple robe emblazoned with a lightning emblem. His expression was austere, as if he regarded no one with any significance. This man was Mo Feng, the chief disciple of the Wind and Thunder sect. Another was a dashing and elegant gentleman in a white robe, exuding immense charm, yet he maintained a remarkably low profile. His aura was completely inscrutable, even giving off a sense of frailty. Were it not for his ascent to the 7,000th tier, one might have easily mistaken him for a mere novice. He was Ao Shuahan, the chief disciple of the Snowfall Mountain Manor. Beneath Ao Shuahan stood a muscular bald man, bare-chested. He glanced at Mo Feng, and Ao Shuahan above him, chuckled softly, revealing his pearly white teeth. However, the smile bore a sinister undertone that sent shivers down the spine. This man was Ba Yulong, the chief disciple of the Martial Mountain sect. The fourth figure was a woman, exuding a strong sense of determination with a resolute gaze, radiating an unyielding spirit. This was Hong Junjia. Yet, her forehead was already drenched in sweat, and her hair clung to her brow, indicating her struggle. Alas, a woman's physique is inherently weaker than that of a man. Hong Junjia glanced at the 3 above her, gritted her teeth, and exerted every ounce of her strength to continue her ascent. She sought to demonstrate that women are not weaker than men. The last individual present was the familiar Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's gaze towards Mo Feng and Ba Yulong was filled with animosity. It was evident that if given the chance, he would seek retribution. As for those further down, they were a motley crew, scarcely deserving of attention. 13,000 layers. Tian ascended, panting heavily. The gravity here reached an astonishing 1,300 times. Throughout his ascent, Tian remained diligent. He did not idle while climbing the steps. From the 10,000th layer onward, the celestial ladder was shrouded in immense gravitational force, intensifying with each elevation. Compared to the lower layers, comprehension of this gravitational force became relatively easier as one ascended. As Tian climbed, he simultaneously sought to understand this force. His innate talent was akin to that of a prodigy from ancient times, making the process not overly difficult. At this moment, Tian had achieved a rudimentary understanding of the gravitational force. He was already able to exert a 50-fold gravity. Though modest, it was a promising beginning. As his comprehension deepened, Tian increasingly realized that this gravitational force was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Currently, even at 50-fold, he might not fully unleash its potential. But when he reached 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold, imagine the power. If he could lift a colossal mountain, he could amplify its weight 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. At that time, should he take offense at anyone, he could hurl a giant mountain at them. Who could withstand such might? However, this merely amplified gravity. The mountain would still remain quite fragile before a true powerhouse. Should one strike and shatter the mountain into fragments, no matter how much its weight was enhanced, it would lose its effect. Of course, all of this was merely Tian's conjecture. The true capabilities of gravitational force were yet to be fully explored. Nonetheless, this was already astonishingly powerful. Tian resolved to dedicate the coming month to thoroughly grasping this gravitational force. After all, once he stepped outside, such an opportunity would no longer be available. Chapter 113. Facing adversity in the 13,000th layer, gravity reaches an astounding 1,300 times that of normal. Here, Tian sits in meditation, honing his physical form. While this may not be the ultimate test for Tian, it certainly serves to temper his body. On the celestial ladder, when one feels overwhelmed and the ascent becomes arduous, it is permissible to pause and cultivate strength, only to resume the climb once one has fortified oneself. After all, the immense gravitational force effectively suppresses the body, thereby enhancing the pace of cultivation. In principle, if one possesses ample time, reaching the summit is achievable. However, this remains a theoretical notion. Initial rapid progress may wane over time. As one ascends, the elevation of one's realm slows considerably, and even the celestial ladder cannot circumvent this truth. Consequently, one may find that the speed of their strength's enhancement falls short of the ascent rate. In later stages, it may require days, or even weeks, to advance a single layer, a common occurrence indeed. Although, in theory, with sufficient time, one could ascend to the pinnacle. The pressing question remains, how much time is required? 3 to 5 years? 7 to 8? Perhaps even a century? Regrettably, the ancient wolf sacred land is accessible for only a month, a duration determined by the powerful being who created it. This entity understood that time could facilitate a journey to the summit, yet paradoxically, they grant merely a month. Should one succeed in ascending, the rewards are boundless. Failing to do so, the only recourse is to restart. Restart indeed. There is no hope left, my friend. Thus, many, recognizing their inability to ascend, choose to forego the climb and seek opportunities elsewhere within the ancient wolf sacred land. If the greatest fortune is unattainable, then even the lesser ones will suffice. Not long after, Foam, the esteemed disciple of the Thunder and Lightning sect, reached the 7,700th layer. The moment he arrived, 3 piercing gazes fell upon him. Their eyes were like blades, sharp and unsettling, causing Foam to flinch slightly. Descend, commanded Jian, his tone brimming with arrogance, disregarding Foam entirely, as if his words were an unyielding decree to be obeyed. In response, Foam's expression darkened. Oh, pray tell me a reason to leave. Jian scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. A reason? Because we are here, and you have yet to earn the right to stand alongside us. Is that reason sufficient? Hearing this, Feng's demeanor grew even more ominous, as if shadows could drip from his countenance. Leave, but do not force my hand. Otherwise, do not blame me for casting you down. As he spoke, Jian's hand brushed against the sword at his waist, a menacing surge of sword energy coalescing around him, the air itself thickening with its presence. Very well. The divine sword sect is indeed formidable, Foam retorted in a fit of rage, an ironic smile gracing his lips as he leaped downward. It was evident to all that his fury was palpable. Yet, despite his pride, he was no fool. The opponent's numbers were overwhelming, and each individual possessed remarkable strength. Engaging them head-on would only lead to one's own detriment. Foam, having been driven down, silently vowed to return this humiliation to the divine sword sect in full measure. He remained unconvinced that the trio would remain united. Before long, Ba Yulong ascended to Mo Feng's level. Noting Mo Feng seated in meditation, Ba Yulong, whether by design or mere coincidence, expressed his surprise. "Oh? Isn't this the esteemed first disciple of the Wind and Thunder Gang? Why aren't you up there training? Could it be that you were cast down?" Ha ha ha. It was evident that Ba Yulong had witnessed Mo Feng's descent. At these words, veins bulged on Mo Feng's forehead, and he retorted sharply, "I advise you to mind your tongue. A foul mouth invites trouble." Ba Yulong merely clicked his tongue, a playful smirk gracing his face. "Why the fury? It's merely a setback, nothing of great significance." Mo Feng's gaze darkened instantly as he replied, "If that is the case, then I suggest the first disciple of the Martial Mountain sect ascends to train. This humble temple cannot accommodate a great Buddha." However, Ba Yulong chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You are mistaken. I find the scenery here splendid and the gravity optimal for cultivation. I shall remain." "Humph, coward. You're merely afraid." Mo Feng scoffed, then closed his eyes to resume his meditation, ignoring the exchange. Ba Yulong, unfazed by the insult, recognized the futility of recklessly climbing higher, knowing it would only result in his own loss. He glanced at Jian and others who were still cultivating above and settled down to meditate nearby Mo Feng. Observing this, Mo Feng furrowed his brow but ultimately chose silence. On the 7,700th level, Jian was the first to awaken from his meditation. A formidable aura erupted from within him, sending shockwaves through the air. A sharp gleam of sword energy flickered in his eyes, indicative of his extraordinary prowess. After surveying Jian San and Jian Si, who were still immersed in their training, Jian stood and declared, "You continue your training here. I shall take my leave first, and we will regroup above." Jian San and Jian Si nodded in unison, redoubling their efforts as the speed of their internal energy circulation surged by 30%. They were determined not to fall behind Jian. Unconcerned with their progress, Jian began his ascent. He did not wish to lag too far behind Jian. Upon reaching the 9,000th level, despite having made a recent breakthrough, Jian Yi's pace slowed considerably, becoming increasingly laborious. Gazing at the seemingly endless heavenly ladder, Jian Yi's expression darkened. He had anticipated reaching the summit, yet he realized he had underestimated the challenge of this ascent, now finding it arduous. How could he possibly hope to reach the pinnacle at this rate? Was he truly destined to resort to that item? A glimmer of resolve flashed in Jian Yi's eyes as he murmured to himself. At the 13,000th level, Tian continued his cultivation. His entire network of acupoints seemingly transformed into black holes, absorbing spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. The elderly man with white whiskers, situated 2,000 levels above, was utterly astonished by this spectacle. Such speed was a rarity in a lifetime. This young man is truly extraordinary, and moreover, this is not his ultimate limit. The elderly man with a white beard wore an expression of astonishment. If this continues, he may indeed ascend to the pinnacle. Contemplating this, a look of exhilaration spread across the old man's face, as if he were eager to see him reach the summit. Meanwhile, in the midst of his cultivation, Tian frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. "This is too slow. At this pace, it will take at least half a month to ascend." Half a month. Such a speed is already remarkably swift. It is well known that that esteemed individual had allotted a full month for this endeavor. In comparison, this half-month is astonishingly rapid, far exceeding the expectations of the powerful being. Indeed, I have been narrow-minded. I should not have solely focused on honing my physical form, but rather on breaking through my realm. After a long while, Tian exhaled deeply, coming to a profound realization. Although refining the physical body here yields exceptional results, attaining a breakthrough in cultivation is the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Previously, it could only be regarded as a continual process of perfecting the body. However, the physical form has nearly reached its apex. No matter how much further I refine it, the improvement will be exceedingly limited. Having come to this understanding, Tian waved his hand, causing the stone steps to be adorned with a multitude of high-tier spirit stones. The spirit stones piled high, emanating a rich aura that elevated the surrounding spiritual energy manifold. If this is the case, then let us ascend to the martial sovereign realm right here. Tian's aura condensed, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Chapter 114, Mutation, the Celestial Ladder. 13,000 layers. Here, the spiritual energy is abundant, nearly coalescing into a tangible form. The air is suffused with a pale azure hue, not truly blue, but rather the essence of spiritual energy overwhelming the natural color of the atmosphere. Seated in meditation, Fu Tian's body transforms each acupoint into a black hole, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Spirals of energy seem to manifest around him, while radiant light emanates from his back, bestowing an aura of sanctity and grandeur. Before long, a crack reverberates through the air. Fu Tian's internal energy erupts violently, exuding an unsettling presence reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening in the wild, instilling a sense of trepidation. Breakthrough to the ninth heaven martial general. With a resounding crack, Fu Tian opens his eyes and rises, his bones creaking like popping beans in a heated pan. Indeed, transcending one's limits is the swiftest path to augmenting strength. Clenching his fists and feeling the surge of immense power within, a flicker of exhilaration ignites in Fu Tian's gaze. Following the breakthrough, he perceives the gravitational pull here has significantly diminished. He no longer feels breathless or weary. He is prepared to continue the battle. However, Fu Tian refrains from ascending the ladder immediately, instead glancing downward to observe those climbing. As anticipated, he spots several familiar figures. Among them, Hong Junjie struggles at the 7,000th layer, panting heavily with flushed cheeks. In contrast, Zhao Feng, who has also reached the same height, appears more at ease. His breath steady and calm. Further down, he recognizes the two bald, muscular men they encountered outside the cave. The leader has just ascended to the 6,000th layer, while the less astute one lags behind at 5,500 layers. Looking lower still, Fu Tian can only identify Xia Zhangyu and Xiaomingyu. Upon seeing Xiaomingyu, an unmistakable surprise flashes across Fu Tian's eyes. He did not expect her presence here. Although his knowledge of her is limited, he has heard of her meteoric rise within the sect, a force of undeniable momentum. In just a year, she has achieved remarkable feats. Given another year, she might well ascend to the top of the direct disciple rankings. Alas, time is too short. Shaking his head, Fu Tian diverts his attention. It seems the disciples of the Divine Sword sect are still leading the way. His gaze shifts towards the 9,000th layer, where Jian Yi stands resolute. A sword hanging at his waist, surrounded by a subtle aura of sword energy, exuding an extraordinary presence. Indeed, his pace up the ladder is commendable. At this rate, reaching the 10,000th layer seems entirely feasible. A cold glimmer appears in Fu Tian's eyes. He has unresolved grievances with the Divine Sword sect and will not extend them any kindness. Moreover, he had pledged to the Supreme Emperor to eliminate all disciples of the Divine Sword sect within the ancient wolf sacred land. With this thought, a mocking smile escapes Fu Tian as he resumes his ascent. For now, he would allow them a brief reprieve. Following his breakthrough, Fu Tian's physical strength has increased by 100,000 pounds. While his ascent may not be rapid, it is certainly steady. The pace is relatively steady. However, the prowess of the nine heavens martial generals seems somewhat lacking on this celestial ladder. After all, Sword 1 has already attained the rank of a fourth heaven martial general, surpassing Fu Tian by a full 5 realms. Yet, if a confrontation were to ensue, perhaps a single punch would suffice to conclude the battle. Gazing up at the seemingly endless celestial ladder, Fu Tian's heart remained unperturbed. According to his conjecture, once he ascended to the martial sovereign realm, he would be able to ascend in one breath. Upon reaching the martial sovereign level, his strength would surely multiply several-fold. At that time, his power would undergo a transformative change. Perhaps suppressing a martial king would be a trivial matter. But in an instant, a tremendous rumble echoed through the ancient wolf sacred land, a sound akin to resounding thunder, followed by an unceasing tremor. Everyone, whether climbing the ladder, seeking opportunities, or quietly breaking through in hidden places, felt the quake of the ancient wolf sacred land. In that fleeting moment, incredulous expressions adorned the faces of all. What is happening? Why is there such a tremor in the ancient wolf sacred land? It must be from outside. A momentous shift is occurring outside. Many began to murmur, particularly those on the celestial ladder, who felt the sensation most acutely. Those standing upon the ladder felt as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The entire structure swayed incessantly, as if one misstep could send them plummeting. Many resorted to firmly anchoring themselves with spiritual energy to prevent a fall. Climbing 1,000 or 2,000 tiers was manageable, but a fall from 5,000 or 6,000 tiers could result in a gruesome demise, with no chance of survival. What is happening? At the 76th layer, Mo Feng and Ba Yulong simultaneously awakened from their cultivation, astonished. They could see the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Sword 2 furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering if it had begun. But how could that be? It did not align with the planned timeline. Sword 1 also frowned, feeling incredulous. Could it truly have commenced? Was it not agreed that they would act only after exiting the ancient wolf sacred land? As for Fu Tian, At the very top, he gazed solemnly into the heavens, his eyes shimmering with chaotic divine light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions and uncovering every mystery. The chaotic divine eye. After a long moment, Tian exhaled. Has it truly begun? It seems the Supreme Emperor was mistaken. Merely a few days have passed. Moreover, the celestial ladder comprises only 20,000 tiers, and I am already quite close. The chaotic divine eye perceives all illusions. The mysterious mist enveloping the celestial ladder appears as nothingness before it. Naturally, it also reveals the remaining layers. It seems I must hasten my pace. Tian mused inwardly. Yet, Tian paused, waving his hand as vast quantities of high-grade spirit stones cascaded down to cover the entire stone ladder. The abundance of spirit stones piled high like mountains, and a tremendous aura of spiritual energy permeated the air, tinting it a verdant green. Tian planned to dedicate 2 days to elevate himself to the martial sovereign realm. After all, my current self is still not sufficient to reach the pinnacle. Once I achieve a breakthrough, I shall ascend to the summit in one fell swoop, seizing the greatest opportunities. Exhaling a deep breath, I allow the oppressive heat of summer to calm my heart, immersing myself in my cultivation. The celestial ladder stretches 20,000 tiers high. The elder with white beard furrowed his brow, casting a grave gaze beyond the ancient wolf's sacred land, where a flicker of divine light sparkled in his eyes. Has it begun already? Earlier than anticipated. Observing the tumultuous changes unfolding outside, the elder murmured to himself. This time, it is imperative that someone reaches the peak. We cannot afford any further delays. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards me. Noticing my focused cultivation, the elder seemed to comprehend my intentions. Is he planning to break through to the martial sovereign and ascend in one leap? Very well, let me lend you a hand. With that, the elder waved his robe. Instantly, a stream of multicolored spiritual liquid soared towards me from the top of the celestial ladder. Within the vibrant liquid, myriad rays of light shimmered, containing an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Yet, the most significant aspect lies not in this alone. Within the multicolored liquid also resides threads of Tao and law. Potent and everlasting. I have bestowed this upon you. Do not let me down. The elder silently resolved. Thus, I intend to accelerate the pace. Has anyone deduced the upheaval in the ancient wolf sacred land? Ha ha ha, let us wait and see. The subsequent progress will be comparatively enhanced. The Western Continent scroll is tentatively set for 150 chapters. Here, I seek a wave of recommendations and monthly votes, hoping for your generous support. Your encouragement is the driving force behind my writing. Chapter 115, Breakthrough to Martial Sovereign. Boom. Boom. The outside world remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet every so often, a thunderous roar would erupt, causing the ancient wolf's sacred land to tremble violently. The ground shook as if a seismic event of magnitude 7 or 8 had occurred. The inhabitants of the ancient wolf's sacred land sensed a peculiar atmosphere, with some growing increasingly anxious and restless. It is important to remember where this is, the ancient wolf's sacred land, a realm created by ancient powers, isolated from the outside world. If even within this sacred land, tremors could be felt, what chaos must be reigning outside? At that moment, everyone realized that a monumental upheaval had swept through the external realm, an unimaginable transformation. 13,000 layers. Tian sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating. Surrounding him, 8 spirals of spiritual energy coalesced, each emanating a terrifying gravitational pull, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual essence like a whale consuming its prey. Yet, this was insufficient. Tian furrowed his brow, feeling that his progress was somewhat sluggish. Despite possessing 100-fold cultivation speed, he did not deliberately chase after speed in his training. What he sought was to attain perfection in each realm before advancing to the next. Only by fully unlocking the potential of each stage could his strength undergo a transformative evolution, rendering him incomparable to those of the same realm. However, this time, Tian found his pace lacking, even with the advantage of 100-fold cultivation speed. The thunderous roars from the ancient wolf's sacred land reminded him that the upheaval had already commenced, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Yet, all he could do was hasten his cultivation to achieve a breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm as soon as possible. Just as Tian was beset by impatience, a vibrant stream of multicolored spiritual liquid descended from the heavens, landing upon his forehead. Tian was taken aback. Before he could ponder further, the multicolored liquid shimmered with resplendent hues, radiating an extraordinarily sacred aura. Witnessing this spectacle, Tian made no resistance, allowing the liquid to undergo various transformations. Gradually, The multicolored liquid flowed into his body through his forehead, entering his energy sea. Suddenly, as the first drop of the multicolored liquid surged in, Fu Tian's energy sea transformed into a gentle spectrum of colors, undulating in waves. Finally, when the last drop of the multicolored liquid streamed into his energy sea, it had completely transmuted into a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering with divine radiance. The multicolored energy sea appeared to connect with every meridian in his body, surging toward his limbs and bones. In that instant, an enigmatic and wondrous sensation enveloped Fu Tian's consciousness, while his aura began to ascend, unstoppable in its rise. Boom! Not long after, a resounding explosion emanated from within Fu Tian. He had broken through to the martial sovereign realm. Yet, the aura surrounding him showed no signs of abating. It continued to escalate rapidly. Fu Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that this growth was far too swift, deviating from his principles of cultivation. Before he could ponder further, in that moment, the chaotic sacred spirit emitted a profound rumble, and subsequently, its form unleashed a formidable suction force, entirely devouring the remaining vibrant spiritual liquid. This transpired within the span of a single breath. At last, as the colorful essence vanished, the aura within Fu Tian's body reverted to its original hue. Everything appeared to return to normal. Yet, was it truly so? After the chaotic sacred spirit consumed the colorful liquid, it lapsed into silence, resembling a stagnant pool of water. Fu Tian felt no concern. His instincts assured him that this vibrant essence was an extraordinary boon, beneficial and harmless. He rose to his feet, devoid of any overwhelming presence or terrifying might. Instead, he exuded tranquility. Only Fu Tian was aware that his physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. This breakthrough had resulted in an astonishing increase of 100,000 gene. Now, independent of the might of the bronze bones, his body could unleash 300,000 gene of divine power, not to mention the spiritual energy, which Fu Tian sensed had amplified to over 10 times the strength compared to a 9th-layer martial general. His prowess had undeniably undergone a metamorphosis. Fu Tian smiled faintly, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has reached the martial sovereign realm, completing the quest for exploring the martial sovereign boundary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the quest reward, the Tian sword. The Tian sword? Fu Tian was taken aback. The very name evoked a sense of grandeur and an invincible aura. In an instant, the Tian sword materialized in the palm of his hand. As he grasped the sword, a surge of information flooded into Fu Tian's consciousness. The Tian sword, an advanced-grade weapon of the earth level, crafted from a scale of the Tian, imbued with a trace of Tian's might. Crafted from a Tian scale? Fu Tian was slightly astonished as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Tian sword. Even a mere wisp of its presence felt capable of tearing through space and obliterating the void, as if nothing could withstand it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swung the Tian sword downward, cleaving it towards the stone steps beneath him. Instantly, the stone steps were split apart, leaving a profound fissure. Hiss! Witnessing this, Fu Tian inhaled sharply. He had first-hand experience of the stone steps' formidable hardness. Previously, he had exerted all his strength to strike the steps with a punch. Yet nothing had occurred. There was not even a mark left, and they remained intact. At that moment, Fu Tian had been utterly astonished. It was known that even a martial king would feel the impact of his punch, and a weaker martial king might even be obliterated. Yet, the material of these stone steps was unfathomably resilient, showing no signs of damage. To his disbelief, this time, with a mere light swing of the Tian sword, he had managed to create a crack in the steps. This was inconceivable. Fu Tian found it hard to fathom. Given that the system classified the Tian sword as an advanced-grade weapon of the earth level, it must indeed be so. But how could an advanced-grade weapon possess such extraordinary power? As he carefully examined the Tian sword, Fu Tian realized that it was not the sword itself that had shattered the stone steps, but rather the aura radiating from the Tian sword. The breath of power enveloped the Kirin sword, endowing it with an ethereal sensation capable of slicing through space, rendering all obstacles futile. Could this be the essence of the Kirin? Is it the latent might of the Kirin sword that renders it so formidable? Fu Tian found this notion astonishing. Yet he did not dwell on it, choosing instead to stow the Kirin sword away. To possess such a transcendent blade was already an extraordinary feat. Gazing at the seemingly endless celestial ladder, Fu Tian smiled serenely, devoid of impatience, and commenced his ascent. Now, climbing this celestial ladder felt effortless, as if he were merely strolling leisurely through a garden. With each step, his breathing remained steady and his movements light, seemingly unencumbered by any resistance. Gradually, he ascended 14,000 layers, 15,000 layers, 16,000 layers, 19,000 layers. Upon reaching this point, Tian finally felt a hint of breathlessness, his breathing beginning to falter. However, this did not deter him. He was still capable of reaching the summit. There lay merely 1,000 layers between him and the pinnacle, tantalizingly within reach. Thus, Tian remained unhurried. Upon reaching the 10,000th layer, a figure clad in white had just arrived at this level. Soaked in sweat, his complexion was ashen, veins bulging as he hunched under the weight of an insurmountable burden, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him nearly incapacitated. How infuriating! Merely at the 10,000th layer, he found himself in such a dire predicament. At this rate, he could ascend no more than 1,000 layers before succumbing. Sword 1 gritted his teeth, unable to accept this reality. In the past, the sect leader had remarked that the prodigies of the Divine Sword sect could ascend no further than the 10,000th layer, unable to proceed beyond that. At the time, he had been dismissive, believing that they were simply weaklings. Had it been him, reaching the pinnacle would have been effortless. The sect leader had merely smiled faintly and shook his head without uttering a word. Now, he finally comprehended the underlying truth. It appeared that he would have to resort to that artifact, realizing that his own abilities would not suffice to reach the summit. A glimmer of determination flickered in Sword 1's eyes as he spoke mysteriously. Subsequently, he leisurely retrieved an artifact from his bosom. In an instant, a terrifying and unparalleled aura emanated from this object. Chapter 116. The encounter. As Tian unveiled the treasured artifact, an awe-inspiring aura erupted forth, causing the very fabric of space to seemingly freeze, rendering it motionless. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a delicately crafted small sword, imbued with a pale yellow hue, exuding an ancient essence. This diminutive sword, no larger than a palm, was firmly grasped by Tian. Gazing at the yellow blade in his hand, Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride, his face radiating joy. The sect leader had proclaimed it to be the legendary divine sword bequeathed by the founding ancestor. A sword of profound spirit, destined for those fated to encounter it. It would reveal its power to the worthy. Alas, despite the passage of many years, none had managed to stir the sword's heart, until now, when Tian, possessing the heart of the sword, had succeeded in doing so. With the mention of the sword heart, Tian's pride swelled even further, his demeanor exuding confidence. It was indeed because of the sword heart that Tian, within just a few short years, had vanquished all the prodigies of the Divine Sword sect, earning the title of Tian. Today, he aspired to ascend to the pinnacle with this very sword. With that, Tian summoned the sword heart, and an endless stream of sword energy began to emanate from him, a torrent so formidable that any onlooker would be struck with awe. The sword energy surged forth, growing ever more potent, as if it could slice through the void and shatter all existence. In an instant, the yellow short sword in Tian's grasp trembled several times before bursting forth in a blaze of radiance, unleashing its terrifying might. Clutching the short sword, Tian found himself enveloped by the sword's power, radiating an unparalleled and independent brilliance, as if transformed into a peerless sword deity. Feeling the weight of the world dissipate, Tian erupted into a maniacal laughter, a grin that bordered on the sinister. I, Tian, am the chosen one. Not only recognized by the unparalleled divine sword, but also destined to seize the opportunities prepared by ancient powers. I am the favored of the heavens. A mere celestial ladder cannot hinder my ascent. With the divine sword in hand, Tian ascended the ladder with remarkable speed, leaping across dozens of rungs in mere moments. The swiftness of his ascent was astonishing. Meanwhile, Tian, situated on the 9,000th rung, suddenly beheld Tian's ascent accelerate dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? Shouldn't his strength have reached its limit by now? Was this merely a fleeting struggle, a final flicker of determination? Yet, upon seeing the brilliance emanating from Tian's hand, accompanied by the aura of the Tao, Tian swiftly realized the truth. It was indeed the divine sword. How detestable! Was I, Tian, destined to remain inferior? Clenching the sword at his waist, Tian's fingers tightened, veins bulging with tension. A sense of dissatisfaction welled within him. After all, who would wish to be the eternal second? Moreover, the title of the original first should rightfully belong to him. Before long, Tian, wielding the divine sword, ascended to the 13,000th rung. Yet, upon arrival, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Here, an abundance of exhausted spirit stones lay scattered about. The spirit stones, piled high, had all turned to waste due to the depletion of their spiritual energy. How could there be such a multitude of discarded stones here? Had someone ventured this way before? Tian tightened his brow, perplexed. Reluctant to accept this reality, he shook his head. The sect leader had said that no one had claimed the opportunities that lay within this realm. In light of this, it must be a legacy left by predecessors. However, he should not have reached the pinnacle. I, Tian, am the destined child, and this fortuitous opportunity is prepared solely for me. No one can take it away. With a cold chuckle, Tian disregarded the useless stones and continued his ascent up the celestial ladder. The might of the divine sword is unparalleled. The sword emanated a resplendent radiance, its brilliance illuminating the world like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, enveloping Tian within its glow. Thus, with the luminous aura atop his head, he strode forth with great strides. The radiant light intercepted all the gravitational force upon the celestial ladder, leaving Tian completely unburdened by weight. He walked as if on level ground. At this moment, Tian had just ascended to the 19,500th tier, a mere 500 layers shy of the summit. Sensing an unusual presence, Tian cast his gaze downward and beheld an individual adorned in dazzling light. Treating gravity as inconsequential, ascending the ladder with remarkable speed, far surpassing his own. Tian thought, what is this? Have I encountered a cheat? Amazing. Even I, the protagonist with a golden finger, cannot match your prowess. Come, take the lead. I shall relinquish my role. Such thoughts raced through his mind, and as the figure approached, Tian peered through the radiant light to discern the identity of the newcomer. To his astonishment, it was a member of the Divine Sword sect. He had previously witnessed this individual, the highest ascendant besides himself. Tian felt a surge of surprise, quickly replaced by a cold resolve. Thus, the protagonist shall not be relinquished to you. Allow me, the rightful protagonist, to vanquish you. Tian certainly would not permit a member of the Divine Sword sect to ascend to the peak and seize that opportunity. The reasoning was simple. Firstly, in his eyes, the opportunity belonged to him alone and should not be sullied by others. Secondly, he remained steadfastly aware of his pact with the Supreme Emperor regarding the matter. And thirdly, and most importantly, how could the legitimate protagonist be surpassed by a counterfeit? Absolutely impossible. Each of these 3 points provided ample justification for his intent to eliminate this individual. With these thoughts in mind, Tian paused at this tier, calmly awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Meanwhile, Tian ascended the ladder rapidly, laughing boisterously, his mirth so exuberant that he nearly dislocated his jaw. Soon, he reached the 19,500th tier. Upon stepping onto this level, Tian's laughter abruptly ceased, his brow furrowing in concern. He noticed a figure standing before him on the stone steps. This individual bore a faint smile, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Who are you? Tian inquired, perplexed. He found it hard to believe that someone had ascended higher than he had. He had relied on the divine sword to reach this tier. Otherwise, he would have only attained the 11,000th level. Yet, this person had managed to arrive here as well. Could it be that they possessed some extraordinary treasure? With this thought, Tian tightened his grip on the divine sword, bracing himself. I am merely a minor character. Titles and names are of little consequence. With a smile gracing his visage, Tian exhibited a keen interest in the individual from the Divine Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Tian's brow furrowed even more deeply. If that is the case, might you concede and allow me to ascend to the summit? However, Tian merely shook his head, his figure remaining steadfast in place, showing no inclination to yield. Observing this, Tian's countenance turned icy. What is the meaning of this, my friend? Do you truly look down upon me? Tian nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, you have guessed correctly. I do regard you with disdain. You. In that instant, Tian was engulfed by a blaze of fury, feeling profoundly insulted. After all, he was Tian, the most formidable genius of the Divine Sword sect. When had he ever been treated in such a manner? Even if the opponent possessed extraordinary treasures, he was determined to engage in battle to defend the dignity of his destiny as the chosen one. Since you wish for your demise, I shall oblige. With that declaration, Tian brandished his divine sword. Instantly, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, distorting the very fabric of space, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. It was an unstoppable force. Chapter 117. The slashing sword. At this moment, far away at the 20,000th level, the old man with white beard felt the overwhelming sword intent and couldn't help but glance over. The sword intent was so formidable that it was impossible to ignore. Is that the young lad with a heart for the sword? The elder immediately recognized Tian and exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing the white figure before Tian, The elder's expression grew peculiar. Possessing a Tao artifact to ascend the heavenly ladder is akin to breaking the rules. I had overlooked this. I never expected that within this small region of Shizhou, there would be the existence of a Tao artifact. And even more astonishing is that a mere martial sovereign could wield such power. The elder stroked his white beard, contemplating as he spoke. Indeed, possessing a Tao artifact allows one to disregard the gravity of the heavenly ladder with the might of the Tao it bestows. Relying on the Tao artifact to ascend the ladder makes it effortless to reach the summit. Logically, this is an unfair confrontation, and I should intervene. But a glimmer of light flashed in the elder's eyes as he looked at Tian, who remained silent. Very well. Let me witness your strength and ascertain whether I have chosen wisely. 19,500 levels. Tian gazed upon the overwhelming sword energy, his expression grave. The sword energy surged, and even from a great distance, it caused a tingling sensation on Tian's skin, terrifying beyond measure. It is no exaggeration to say that this sword energy alone could slay any martial sovereign, leaving no room for resistance. The disparity between the two sides was immense. Even a low-tier martial king might not withstand a single strike. At this moment, Jian Yi, grasping a yellow short sword, looked at Tian with an air of arrogance. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. Jian Yi proclaimed haughtily, then summoned the pale yellow short sword and launched an attack toward Tian. The short sword surged forth, unleashing a 3-foot sword energy. Where the sword energy passed, the space warped, and the air split apart, unstoppable. Tian felt as if an unparalleled divine sword, bearing supreme sword might, was cleaving toward him. The terrifying sword energy weighed down upon him like a mountain, rendering him breathless and immobile. This is the might of the Tao. Rise. Tian roared in fury, channeling all his blood energy into a single punch. A divine elephant's phantom emerged around him. The divine elephant bellowed, its might unparalleled, as if it could shatter the heavens and shake the earth. The divine elephant's shattering fist. In the face of this sword strike, Tian held nothing back and unleashed a formidable blow. His entire being radiated a coppery light as the copper bones activated instantly. In an instant, his blood energy surged skyward, erupting with unmatched ferocity. Tian's punch seemed capable of fracturing the very heavens, and the void appeared to tremble ominously. What? How can this be? Faced with such a punch, Jian Yi was filled with horror. This punch instilled in him an overwhelming sense of impending death. If he were to forcibly endure this strike, he knew he would not emerge unscathed. How could he be so powerful? Tian's fist collided with the pale yellow short sword, and the terrifying force swept through, causing the heavenly ladder to tremble incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. After the punch, Tian's face contorted in pain as he staggered backward. Every step he took on the heavenly ladder resonated with a deafening sound. Upon the fist, there lay a gruesome sword wound, the sword aura rampaging within, and blood flowed slowly from the injury. To think, I was struck by a single sword. Yet, Jian Yi was not faring any better. The yellow short sword had been sent flying by Tian's punch. Jian Yi instinctively reached out to catch it, only to be taken aback by the overwhelming force of the short sword, which caught him completely off guard. The short sword collided forcefully against Jian Yi's chest, producing an audible crack of bone. Jian Yi's sternum was shattered by the impact. A surge of nausea rose in his throat, and he could not suppress the blood that erupted forth. He clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony. Following this, there was a profound shock, even disbelief. The sect leader had informed him of his limited cultivation, unable to unleash the full power of this divine sword. However, a divine sword is indeed a divine sword. Even a mere ordinary strike could effortlessly slay any martial sovereign. There was no doubt about it. Yet, this time he had failed. Humph. Tian scoffed coldly, his gaze icy, disregarding the wound on his fist. With a twist of his palm, the Qilin sword appeared in his grasp. Though merely a high-grade, earthly sword, it harbored a hint of Qilin's might. The might of the Qilin was unparalleled. Even a trace of it was unimaginable in its power. With just a hint of Qilin's prowess, he had carved a deep fissure into the indomitable Tian ladder. Boom. In an instant, Tian activated the Qilin sword. The sword trembled incessantly, its formidable might radiating into the heavens. Whoosh. Suddenly, the Qilin sword emitted a crimson glow, infused with a trace of Qilin's power. As it surged toward Jian Yi, just a mere hint of Qilin's might distorted the very fabric of space, causing it to threaten collapse wherever it passed. Even the Tian ladder showed signs of strain, developing profound fissures. One could only imagine the strength of a true Qilin beast. Jian Yi's expression shifted dramatically. This strike instilled a palpable sense of death's looming threat. Ah, I am the born sword heart. I am the child of destiny. How could I perish here? In an instant, Jian Yi's demeanor became frantic, unable to accept this reality. It seemed that sensing the imminent danger of death, a radiant white light emanated from his heart, unleashing unparalleled sword aura that enveloped him. Each strand of sword aura was capable of effortlessly slaying a martial sovereign. The might of the sword heart. The pale yellow divine sword in his hand resonated with the sword heart, trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, a fierce sword aura burst forth from Jian Yi's heart, striking the divine sword. His countenance turned ashen, devoid of any color, as though all his vitality had been drained. At that moment, the divine sword radiated with resplendent brilliance, its sword aura slicing through the heavens and earth, causing the entire Tian ladder to quiver. What is happening? Is there another earthquake? No, that is not right. Only the Tian ladder is shaking. The ground remains unaffected. It's coming from above. Someone realized, pointing toward the top of the Tian ladder. There. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, signaling an unexpected upheaval that caused the entire celestial ladder to tremble. At the 10,000 level, Jian Er's countenance grew serious. Could it be that Jian Yi was responsible? Had he reached the summit? 95,000 layers. In an instant, the previously palm-sized short sword transformed into a 3-foot-long blade. The sword gleamed in a silvery gray hue, displaying intricate patterns with remarkable clarity, devoid of any blemishes. Despite its exquisite appearance, the long sword exuded a terrifying aura of sword intent. Suddenly, countless patterns on the sword sparkled brilliantly, emitting a blinding white light. In that moment, the might of the Tao erupted, capable of shattering the void itself. Poof! Not far away, Tian, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of this formidable Tao, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as death. Kill for me. Jian Yi's expression became frenzied as he grasped the long sword and struck towards the approaching Qilin's sword. This strike had the power to easily annihilate a martial king. Yet, at that moment, the Qilin's sword erupted with radiant red light, unleashing a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the red light coalesced into a shadow, the shadow of a Qilin. As the shadow materialized, it obliterated heaven and earth, its towering figure crushing the void. In that instant, Jian Yi beheld an image that would forever haunt his memory. The shadow, with a mere glance, enveloped him in an icy dread, leaving him paralyzed with fear, incapable of thought. The Qilin's form gazed down upon the realm, its claw descending with an unstoppable force, shattering vast expanses of the void and sending the divine sword flying. The divine sword transformed into a streak of light. Lost to the unknown, the patterns inscribed upon it erupted under the weight of that claw, dimming into nothingness. At that moment, an elder with white beard on the celestial ladder transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the path of the divine sword. The claw, having sent the divine sword flying, showed no sign of waning in its might, as it struck Jian Yi, leaving him in a state of dismemberment, his blood splattering forth, thickening the air with its essence. Jian Yi was no more. Subsequently, the Qilin's form vanished from this realm. The Qilin's sword fell to the ground, lifeless and devoid of brilliance. Thus, the Qilin's sword lost its last vestige of Qilin's might, reverting to an ordinary high-tier earthly sword. Chapter 118. The Old Crane. The battle concludes. Tian sat upon the ground, panting heavily, still shaken to his core. The ethereal image of the Qilin had not only startled the sword, but had also instilled fear within him. He had never anticipated that such a terrifying apparition would emerge from the Qilin's sword. The silhouette transcended the heavens and the earth, immense and unparalleled, exuding an overwhelming power that rendered everything before it as insignificant as mere ants. Utterly feeble, after a considerable duration, Tian finally regained his composure. The sword had dissolved into a crimson mist, vanishing into the vastness of the universe, leaving behind a gruesome sight. Only the Qilin's sword remained on the ground. Tian approached and picked it up, only to find the sword had lost its luster, devoid of any hue or aura. It was a stark contrast to its former glory. As a thought crossed his mind, Tian swung the Qilin's sword against the stone steps. Clang! The steps remained unscathed, while a powerful recoil surged through his arm. Indeed, an answer took shape within Tian's heart. The Qilin's sword had completely forfeited its last vestige of Qilin power, transforming into an ordinary high-grade earthly spirit sword. Nevertheless, even as such, the might of a high-grade earthly spirit sword remained formidable and indomitable, capable of cleaving through iron like mud, with an edge as sharp as a razor. Stowing the Qilin's sword away, Tian consumed a high-grade healing pill. Despite the distance, the power emanating from the silver divine sword still inflicted harm upon him, causing him to cough up blood. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had he received a direct attack from the divine sword. 19,500 tears. The area lay in disarray, previously rife with sword energy, the stone steps adorned with countless sword marks. Tian cast a casual glance, without pausing, and began his ascent. He was a mere 500 tears away from the pinnacle. With each step, Tian ascended the stairs at a painstakingly slow pace. Upon reaching the final few hundred tears, the gravitational force became overwhelmingly potent. Even having ascended to the martial sovereign realm, it felt as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon him. Moreover, having sustained injuries that had yet to heal, his burden was even heavier. Each step felt akin to being struck by a mountain, causing his blood to surge tumultuously. Yet, Tian persevered through the weight of his journey. What tranquility exists in the passage of time, if not for those who bear the burdens for you? The final 500 steps were traversed at an agonizingly slow pace, each step necessitating deep breaths to alleviate his exertion. After half an hour, he finally arrived at the 19,999th tier. Here, a single step remained to reach the summit. The peak was tantalizingly close. In the next moment, an impulse surged through Tian. He gathered spiritual energy in his fingertips and inscribed a bold line of characters upon the stone pillar. The handsome Tian visited here. Upon seeing the inscription, Tian nodded in satisfaction. Should any fortunate soul ascend this staircase henceforth, they would know that they were not the first to reach the summit. With that, Tian took a decisive step forward and arrived at the pinnacle. Standing atop, the howling wind whipped around him, causing his robes to flutter fiercely. The summit was unremarkable, save for a stone house erected there. It seemed that destiny awaited him within that stone abode. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Tian's mind. Ding! The host has reached the pinnacle and completed the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward. 1 vial of Qi transformation pill. With a thought, an exquisite jade vial materialized in his hand. As it appeared, a rich fragrance of elixir wafted from within. Tian unscrewed the vial, revealing 12 pristine white pills nestled inside. Taking a whiff, an extremely pure spiritual energy surged into his nostrils, invigorating him. What a remarkable pill. Truly, it is a product of the system's rewards. Its quality is unquestionable. However, Tian refrained from consuming it, stowing the jade vial away as he entered the stone chamber. Inside the stone chamber, the space was barren, devoid of the treasures one might expect. Only an ancient dark wooden box rested on the stone table, exuding a palpable aura of history and adorned with golden engravings. Tian swallowed hard, pondering if this was the opportunity placed here by an extraordinary being. Cautiously lifting the box, he found it surprisingly light, almost weightless. Instantly, an ominous feeling welled up inside him. Upon opening the box, he discovered a black, archaic ring nestled within. Strangely, the sight of the ring conjured images of an elderly figure in Tian's mind. He chuckled softly and shook his head. Could it be mere coincidence? The era of the ring and the old man was long past. As he infused his spiritual energy into the ring, it radiated a brilliant light, pulsating with energy. A spectral figure slowly emerged from the ring, taking the form of an elderly man with a kind face and a beard flecked with white. At that moment, the elder stroked his beard, his eyes crinkling into crescent shapes as he gazed at Tian with interest, slowly speaking, "Young man, do you wish to grow stronger?" Wow! Tian couldn't help but exclaim. The sight of the apparition and the familiar phrase left no doubt. It was indeed the old man of the ring. Seeing Tian's expression, the elder chuckled, thinking he had frightened him. "Do not be alarmed, young one. I am the creator of the ancient wolf sacred land. If you don't mind, you may call me Elder He." Tian replied, "Elder He, wasn't it said that the highest level of the celestial ladder holds your greatest opportunity? Why have you become yourself?" He laughed, though the smile felt forced, more akin to a grimace. Internally, he was already on the verge of tears. "I don't want the old man of the ring. I already possess a golden finger. What use do I have for that? I desire supreme pills, unparalleled divine swords, invincible armor, and transcendent techniques. Ha ha ha. Indeed, there lies my greatest opportunity, and as for why it is me, it is because I am your greatest fortune." The elder chuckled heartily, stroking his white beard. After a long moment, Tian finally accepted this reality with a deep sigh. Subsequently, Elder He began to narrate his tale in earnest. Once, Elder Crane was a mere nobody from Shizhou, unremarkable in every sense. However, one fateful day, by a stroke of luck, he stumbled upon a formation and, with a slight activation, was transported from Shizhou to Zhongzhou. Upon his arrival, Elder Crane was utterly bewildered. One moment he was in Shizhou, and the next he found himself in Zhongzhou, a sensation only he could comprehend. Nevertheless, despite leaving Shizhou behind, he had to forge a new existence in Zhongzhou, embarking on an uncharted journey. Zhongzhou was far more expansive than Shizhou, brimming with opportunities. As he traversed this new land, Elder Crane transformed from a naive youth into a formidable force that commanded respect. Yet, despite his ascendance, he still yearned for Shizhou, for his homeland. In those days, he had already established his own sect, entangled in mundane affairs, unable to extricate himself. Ultimately, sensing his time was drawing near, Elder Crane relinquished all worldly ties and, disregarding everything, returned to Shizhou, his birthplace. Regrettably, he found the land to be far more desolate than he had imagined, with a lamentable scarcity of strong individuals, hardly any worthy of his attention. Thus, he dedicated himself wholly to the creation of the ancient wolf sacred land, hoping that future generations could undergo transformation here and strengthen Shizhou. However, he chose to leave behind his soul, sealed within a ring, with the hope that one day, a kindred spirit would emerge to carry him away, allowing him to find a new body and be reborn. In that moment, he would live once more. Upon hearing this, Tian was struck with disbelief. Could it truly be so simple to leave one's soul behind and live again? Sensing Tian's doubts, Elder Crane let out a hearty laugh. It is certainly not that simple. When a person dies, their soul swiftly dissipates into the ether, leaving nothing behind. My ability to remain is solely due to the materials of this ring. The ring is crafted from soul-returning jade, an immensely precious substance, rare even in Zhongzhou. Soul-returning jade can preserve the soul, allowing it to exist amidst the heavens and earth without easily vanishing. By fashioning the jade into the shape of a ring, I aim to safeguard my soul, hoping that someday, future generations would enable me to live once more. Chapter 119. A broken branch. Regardless of whether Tian was listening, he spoke at length, perhaps due to the prolonged solitude that had enveloped him. He recounted tales of his youthful adventures in Zhongzhou, where he narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions, ultimately emerging resilient. He reminisced about the establishment of his sect, reflecting on the exuberance of his youth when sects from miles around came to offer their congratulations. Later, upon returning to Shizhou, he was struck by its desolation and, aware of his waning lifespan, founded the ancient wolf Holy Land, leaving a legacy that would echo through the ages. From a timid and naive youth to a venerable elder with a visage marked by time and silver strands, he had traversed an extraordinary journey. Tian remained a silent listener, offering no interruption. It was only when he spoke of his demise and the subsequent binding of his soul to a ring that his incessant narration paused. "What are your plans now?" Tian inquired when the room fell into a tranquil silence. He stroked his white beard, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "I intend to cultivate you into a formidable force, and together we shall return to Zhongzhou in search of my sect. I wonder how it has flourished after these centuries." A glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in his eyes as he spoke. Tian nodded in agreement. Yet, at that moment, the ancient wolf Holy Land began to tremble violently, akin to the fury of a cataclysmic earthquake, shaking the very mountains and causing them to quake incessantly. Several colossal peaks could not withstand the tremors and collapsed, transforming into mere ruins. The intense upheaval triggered tsunamis that inundated vast expanses of land, obliterating countless beasts. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Witnessing this, He's gaze turned complex as he remarked, "Indeed, as foretold by prophecy, these events have come to pass." Prophecy? Tian expressed surprise, sensing that he possessed knowledge beyond his grasp. Before he could inquire further, he began to elaborate. Centuries prior, a prominent figure in Zhongzhou had prophesied that a calamity would befall the true state continent, resulting in widespread suffering and death. When this prophecy emerged, many dismissed it with skepticism, even deriding its validity. Who could predict events hundreds of years hence? Moreover, numerous factions held unwavering confidence in their own might, boldly claiming that even if a calamity were to descend, their strength would suffice to quell it. Ultimately, the prophecy faded into obscurity, disregarded by most. However, the prophet was a dear friend of mine, a bond forged through life and death. He's expression turned pensive as he continued, "I know his character. He would not jest about such matters. Furthermore, he possessed a star chart, a genuine treasure of immeasurable worth." A flicker of intrigue ignited in He's eyes as he recalled their past. In their times of weakness, they had often relied on the star chart to escape dire situations, leaving a lasting impression on He. As their powers grew day by day, the revelations gleaned from the star chart became increasingly profound. When he uttered those words, I had already placed my trust in him. I felt quite confident in both his character and the celestial chart. Tian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering what this impending calamity could possibly be. Elder, he shook his head, explaining that although the celestial chart was indeed miraculous, it could not defy the heavens, and its scope of detection was extremely limited. However, he changed his tone. He revealed that when the calamity struck, the spiritual energy of the Jinzhou continent would increase manifold, transforming it into a true sanctuary for cultivation. At that time, breaking through realms would be as effortless as drinking water. Even those who had long struggled to advance might find success with ease. Many prodigies would emerge on the Jinzhou continent, and perhaps, through their prowess, they could navigate this impending disaster. Tian was taken aback. What a narrative this was. The continent was on the brink of catastrophe, only to be saved by emerging saviors. This plot felt like a well-worn trope from over a decade ago. Having traversed into this realm and acquired a golden opportunity, could it be that I am destined to be the savior? By the conventional trajectory of such tales, that indeed seemed plausible. Yet, if this world deviated from the typical storyline, one could only wonder what might unfold. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, enhancing my own strength remained paramount. Thus, to avert the impending calamity, I had prepared certain measures. Elder, he wore a mysterious smile. Measures? At this, Tian's curiosity was piqued. What sort of measures? An unparalleled divine elixir? An invincible technique? An immortal armor? However, Elder, he shook his head in response to each query. Disappointment immediately flickered across Tian's face. Observing this, Elder, he retorted, "You little rascal, is your mind solely occupied with elixirs and techniques? What I have left behind is not mere trifles. They are genuinely extraordinary artifacts." Tian swallowed hard. This seemed quite impressive. The items are within the ring. You shall soon see, Elder, he said with a mysterious smile. Tian promptly sent his consciousness into the ring. What he discovered was astounding. A plethora of exquisite spiritual stones lay before him, and not only that, but there were also stones emanating white light, steeped in the essence of the Tao. It was evident that these were no ordinary objects. In addition to a vast array of cultivation resources, there were numerous techniques and elixirs. The techniques were no less than earth grade, with several even reaching heaven grade. The elixirs, at the very least, were of the 4th grade, with some even being of the 7th grade. Thus, it was clear that Elder He's identity was indeed extraordinary. Young man, did you notice a particular branch within? At that moment, Elder He's voice echoed. Tian glanced around and spotted an inconspicuous branch in a rather unremarkable corner. The branch bore no green leaves. Its entire form was yellowed, and it exuded not a hint of vitality, as if it were utterly desiccated. Tian was slightly astonished. Was this the treasure Elder he spoke of? Upon retrieving it, an incredibly dense aura of life emanated from the branch. Tian was astounded. This seemingly withered branch actually harbored such immense vitality? In the sweltering days of summer, one can sense the formidable vitality contained within this branch, which can only be described as terrifying, even evoking a sense of disbelief within oneself. It is as though this branch possesses the power to resurrect the deceased. Do you feel it? Elder Crane interjected. Elder Crane, what exactly is this? This is a segment of the tree of life, even though it is merely a small fragment. The essence of life it harbors is beyond imagination. To claim it can bring someone back to life and grant them another chance at existence would not be an exaggeration. If that is the case, then why? Tian intended to express that since this branch is so extraordinary, it should also be capable of extending your life. Elder Crane, understanding the implication, shook his head and replied, "The injuries I bear are injuries of the Tao, lingering within me. This branch indeed has the potential to prolong my life. Yet it cannot heal my Tao injuries. Even if I were to utilize it, my life would still swiftly wane. Hence, I have no intention of employing it. A calamity approaches, and no one can guarantee their safety from unforeseen circumstances. This branch, with its astonishing vitality, can instantaneously mend injuries. And if one is on the brink of death, it may even prolong life. It is as if you now possess more than one life. This is the greatest treasure I have bequeathed to you." Tian was astounded. Indeed, no one can ensure their safety from accidents. Much like the previous phantom of the Tian, should it have targeted him, the odds of survival would have been slim to none. What then, if the enemy were to exploit such vulnerabilities? This branch effectively grants him an additional life. Is that not enough to defy the heavens? Do you believe that is all? At that moment, Elder Crane smiled mysteriously. The reason the branch of life is so extraordinary is that it contains the essence of the Tao of life. The Tao of life is one of the most difficult paths to comprehend. Should one fully grasp it, Perhaps one could achieve immortality. Chapter 120. Proud snow and cold within the stone chamber. Intricate arrays of runes resounded, flickering incessantly. The air was suffused with abundant spiritual energy, coalescing into a mist that enveloped the entire room, resembling a celestial paradise. In the center of the chamber, Tian sat in deep meditation, his body emanating a terrifying gravitational force akin to that of a black hole, drawing the spiritual essence from the surroundings into his being. Despite the astonishing rate of absorption, the spiritual energy within the chamber remained undiminished, still profoundly dense. The ethereal mist threatened to obscure Tian's form entirely. In the chamber, a spectral figure observed Tian's cultivation with an approving nod. Initially filled with profound astonishment, the figure's expression transitioned to numbness, ultimately settling into a sense of familiarity. This young man possesses an extraordinary constitution, elder, he remarked, stroking his white beard. The fluctuations he emits are beyond what a mere spiritual body could produce. Could it be a treasure body, or perhaps a Tao body? In Central State, spiritual bodies are relatively common. Most formidable sects boast several, or even dozens of individuals with such constitutions. Spiritual bodies naturally resonate with spiritual energy, making their cultivation extraordinarily swift. However, not all spiritual bodies are equal. The most prevalent types include the fire spiritual body and the water spiritual body, representing the 5 elemental spiritual bodies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beyond these lie the lightning spiritual body, ice spiritual body, and sword spiritual body. Occasionally, one may encounter individuals with dual or even triple spiritual bodies. Yet such occurrences are exceedingly rare, almost 1 in a million. Even in Central State, only a handful can be found. Above them exists the treasure body. Treasure bodies are exceptionally scarce. Even among prestigious sects, the number of disciples possessing such a body is minuscule. Those endowed with a treasure body are invariably prodigies, gifted individuals whose cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary people. Within a sect, they often hold the position of chief disciple. A treasure body can be seen as an advanced version of a spiritual body, intricately linked to it. For instance, a fire treasure body represents the evolution of a fire spiritual body, wielding power significantly greater than that of its predecessor, capable of generating divine flames whose might can scorch the heavens and obliterate fire spiritual bodies. The two are not comparable in the slightest. Perhaps only a dual spiritual body could contend with a treasure body, yet such dual bodies are even rarer, their occurrence lesser than that of treasure bodies. As for the Tao body, it is an advanced version of the treasure body, yet it is more diverse and not confined to the 5 elements. The name itself suggests a profound connection to the great Tao. Tao bodies can encompass various forms, such as the 5-element Tao body, the sovereign Tao body, and the sword heart Tao body. Each Tao body contains a fragment of the great Tao's power, far surpassing the capabilities of a treasure body. However, Tao bodies are exceedingly scarce. Even in Central State, only a few can be found. Hence, Elder He's curiosity regarding Tian's constitution is entirely justified. Should he indeed possess a treasure body or a Tao body, Elder He is confident that Tian could be nurtured into an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Countless formations were etched upon the walls, shimmering as they continuously absorbed the spiritual energy within the ancient wolf sacred land. This was a premium gathering array, meticulously crafted by Elder He specifically for the cultivation during the Futu period. Having lived for over a millennium, Elder He had achieved remarkable accomplishments in array formations, alchemy, and artifact forging. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the ancient wolf sacred land was dense beyond comparison to the outside world. A single day of cultivation within its confines equated to 10 days outside. When inscribing a premium gathering array here, the effects were undeniable. In just the span of a single incense stick, the spiritual energy within the stone chamber had already manifested as a mist, almost coalescing into a tangible form. If 1 day of cultivation within the ancient wolf sacred land equated to 10 days outside, then a single day of practice here could rival 100 days in the external realm. Boom. Not long after, a thunderous sound reverberated. Futu's body resonated with a surge of vigor, his blood roaring like a tempest, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. The spiritual energy coursed through his limbs and bones, augmenting his strength significantly. His physical power surged by an astonishing 200,000 pounds. Terrifying indeed. He had broken through to the second heavenly martial sect. Seeing this, Elder He nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Excellent. At this rate of cultivation, your future achievements will undoubtedly exceed my own. I initially thought it would take centuries to nurture you, yet now it seems a century is more than feasible." In response to Elder He's commendation, Futu merely smiled faintly, displaying no overt astonishment. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind his rapid cultivation speed. With a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed from the signing-in system, even if he remained in the Western continent, a century would suffice to render him invincible. However, Futu could not bear the solitude of staying in this minuscule place. He yearned to explore a broader world. Furthermore, according to the standard protocol of the signing-in system, remaining in the Western continent until he became invincible would inevitably lead to a catastrophe. At that time, his intervention would be enough to shake the heavens and earth, dim the sun and moon, and render the entire world pale. A single strand of hair could sever stars, and a mere snap of his fingers could annihilate 100,000 foes. Yet, before he could fully develop, the calamity would descend. It was evident that he did not conform to the conventional protocol of the signing-in system. Rumble. At that moment, the ancient wolf's sacred land began to tremble once more. The earth quaked and mountains shook, as if heralding the end of the world. Many began to worry whether the ancient wolf's sacred land could withstand such turmoil. Futu furrowed his brow slightly. Here it comes again? It seemed to occur every half-day. He wondered what was happening in the outside world. Even Elder He's expression revealed a hint of concern, not over whether the ancient wolf's sacred land could endure, but rather whether Futu, with his current frail strength, could grow amidst this impending catastrophe. Well, in chaotic times, heroes emerge. I hope you will be that hero, Elder He remarked soothingly. Do not fret, worrying is futile. It would be wiser to focus on your cultivation and fortify your strength. Only then will you have a greater chance of self-preservation. Futu nodded in agreement. He understood that worry served no purpose. With a faint sigh, he immersed himself back into his cultivation. At the lower level of the celestial ladder, a figure clad in white sat cross-legged in meditation. It was none other than Sword 2. The immense gravity here renders each step a formidable challenge. Acknowledging his inability to reach the summit, Sword 2 sighed deeply, lamenting the fact that the greatest opportunity had been seized by Sword 1. Nevertheless, he resolved to cultivate for another 2 days before seeking fortune elsewhere. The ancient wolf's sacred land is replete with prospects. If he cannot acquire the opportunities upon the heavenly ladder, then it would be wise to pursue alternative paths. On the 9,000th and the 8,700th tiers, 2 figures remained, Sword 2 and Sword 3. At this moment, they sat cross-legged, immersed in their silent cultivation. Suddenly, a figure ascended to the 8,700th tier. It was the eldest disciple of the Snowfall Mountain Manor, Proud Snow Cold. Sword 3 frowned and bluntly commanded, "Get down." He would not permit anyone to share the same tier with him, save for Sword 2 and Sword 1, for they possessed sufficient strength. However, Proud Snow Cold remained unfazed. Responding with a serene smile, "I merely wish to ascend. I would appreciate your leniency." Sword 3 scoffed, "I have yet to ascend, and you wish to? Get down." Proud Snow Cold's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing, recalling his father's words. One must be kind to others when away from home, striving to avoid conflict and never bullying the weak. After a brief pause, he added, "However, my father also stated that should someone obstruct your path, there is no need for courtesy." The implication was unmistakable. At this point, Sword 3's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 121. The Change in Shizhou. Shadows of the Demon Clan, Foolish Creature. Jianxi's countenance darkened as he uttered a curse. How dare they look down upon him? Rising to his feet, a frigid demeanor overtook him. A flicker of sharp sword energy coursed around him, rendering the air almost unbearable. Were he a mere mortal, his body would have been pulverized into a mist of blood by the scattered sword energy, unworthy of existence. Yet, he stood before Ao Shuahan. The latter remained composed, his expression unperturbed, seemingly unaffected by the sword energy surrounding him. Huh? Jianxi scoffed coldly, drawing his spiritual sword. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the surrounding sword energy intensified manifold, cleaving through the air. "I have made up my mind. Your pleas for mercy will be in vain. I shall shatter you piece by piece." Unfazed, Ao Shuahan replied evenly, "My father once said that men who boast without strength are the most incapable. Today, I have come to understand that truth." Seeking death, Jianxi roared, brandishing his sword towards Ao Shuahan. In an instant, a multitude of sword energies surged forth, enveloping Ao Shuahan like a prison of blades. Each strand of sword energy held formidable power. Huh? Ao Shuahan chuckled derisively, unleashing a powerful aura from within, shattering the surrounding sword energies one by one. "Receive my strike." Jianxi swung his sword again, conjuring a 10-inch long pale white sword energy that hurtled towards Ao Shuahan. The sheer ferocity of the sword energy split the air itself, enough to instill dread in any observer. Yet, Ao Shuehan remained unperturbed, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. With a sweep of his sleeve, he unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, a colossal spiritual energy hand materialized, exuding an ethereal blue chill. As this hand coalesced, the temperature around plummeted. Even Jian Si felt an involuntary shiver of cold creep into his bones. How is this possible? Jian Si gasped in disbelief. At his level, he had long since ceased to fear the extremes of temperature. Yet, he found himself unnerved by this singular strike. With a decisive motion, Ao Shuehan's enormous spiritual hand collided with the sword energy, disintegrating it as effortlessly as crushing tofu, rendering it utterly non-existent. How can this be? Jian Si could not suppress his astonishment. Yet Ao Shuehan merely shook his head. Why is it impossible? It is merely your perspective that is limited. Having vanquished the sword energy, the might of the spiritual hand surged forth towards Jian Si. Faced with this impending force, Jian Si felt as though a mountain was descending upon him, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword to block, an act akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly deluded. With a sickening thud, Jian Si coughed up blood. Several ribs shattered by the force of the strike as he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Even the spiritual sword in his grasp bore several cracks. Disregarding the unconscious Jian Si, Ao Shuehan stepped over him, continuing his ascent. Then all of this was observed by the 9,000 layers of Sword 3. The commotion was so significant, and with Sword 3 being merely 200 layers away from Sword 4, it was impossible not to take notice. Intriguing indeed. A faint smile graced the lips of Sword 3 as his interest in Ao Shuehan grew. He wondered who among them was the stronger. Instead of continuing his cultivation, he chose to stand with his sword drawn, gathering his momentum, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. At the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, within the stone dwelling, Master Crane observed the diligent training of Fu Tian with a satisfied nod before his soul departed from the stone chamber. The soul-returning jade not only serves as a vessel for the soul, but also nurtures spiritual energy. After centuries of cultivation, Master Crane's soul had become exceedingly formidable. Capable of traversing the world independently, he could even unleash a tremendous power. Although not at his peak, he would still be regarded as an absolute powerhouse in this small region of the western state. Upon exiting the stone dwelling, Master Crane uttered a spell. In an instant, intricate formations flickered upon the ground, appearing and vanishing. The formations emitted a blinding radiance, illuminating the summit of the heavenly ladder. In the blink of an eye, Master Crane's figure vanished from the heavenly ladder, and everything returned to its original state. Western State, the Pillars of Heaven. This place is also referred to by the world as the abode of immortals. Legends speak of immortals residing here. It is said that no one has ever truly ascended to the peak, which adds to its mystery. Some claim that the secrets of the immortals lie above. Whether this is true or not, as space shimmered, Master Crane's figure materialized atop it. The fierce winds howled as colorful clouds drifted by. Upon arriving, Master Crane seemed to perceive something unfathomable, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. He gazed into the distance and beheld the western state, already ravaged, pockmarked with countless craters. Some areas had been leveled to the ground. Clearly, several fierce battles had taken place here, each at least on the level of a martial king. For such devastation could not have arisen from lesser confrontations. In the air, strands of dark energy manifested, each exuding a foreboding aura. Upon seeing these black threads of energy, Master Crane's expression shifted dramatically. Demons? It was the aura of the demon tribe. How unfortunate. He had not anticipated that this catastrophe was related to them. The demon tribe, akin to the human race, is a significant faction. However, the demons inherently disdain humanity, regarding them as mere livestock, and have long sought to enslave them. Historically, several wars between humans and demons have erupted. Though humanity ultimately triumphed, the victories were hard-fought and costly, drenched in the blood of countless formidable warriors. Could it be that another war between humans and demons was about to unfold? With this thought, Master Crane's countenance grew grim. The western state had already suffered an assault from the demon tribe. He could only wonder how the eastern state, southern state, northern state, and central state fared. Master Crane was certainly not naive enough to believe that the demons had commenced their offensive from the western state. According to historical records, the demons invaded the true continent by breaching certain spatial barriers, emerging from the interstices of space. The spatial rifts are not confined to a single location. Thus, it is not only the western province that faces assault, but other regions as well. It remains uncertain whether the invading demon forces hail from the myriad small worlds or the grand ones. Elder He, lost in thought, wore a grave expression. It seems imperative to hasten our journey to the central province. We cannot linger in the western province any longer. If we can retrieve that particular item, perhaps we might quell this impending catastrophe. With a flash, Elder He vanished from the mountaintop. In the ancient wolf world, Elder He arrived at the stone chamber. Observing Fu Tian, who was diligently immersed in his cultivation, he cautioned, "Young Fu, I can grant you no more than 3 days for your training. Once the time is up, we shall prepare to depart." Upon hearing this, Fu Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The gravity of the external turmoil appeared far more severe than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Fu Tian had intended to cultivate for only a few days before venturing out, never planning to remain the full 30. The current situation aligned perfectly with his intentions. However, there were still a few matters to attend to before departing. With this thought, a flicker of resolve ignited in Fu Tian's eyes. On the celestial ladder, 9,000 tiers high, as Ao Shuehan stepped onto this level, a terrifying sword aura sliced toward her with tremendous force, capable of piercing through the very fabric of this realm. There was no time for her to react. Yet, in the face of this sword energy, Ao Shuehan merely smiled lightly, treating it with indifference. An aura of divine sanctity erupted from her being, pure, gentle, and harmonious with the universe. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual essence surged toward her, amplifying her formidable presence significantly. With a soft chuckle, Ao Shuehan unleashed a punch. Under the weight of this strike, it seemed as though the cosmos itself stood still. In this moment, I humbly implore you to lend your support through collections and recommendations, should any readers chance upon this. The encouragement of readers fuels my writing endeavors, for no author relishes the solitary act of typing away in isolation. If permissible, feel free to share your thoughts below regarding any shortcomings. I shall certainly strive to amend them. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all readers. Chapter 122. A Breakthrough Once More, The Heavenly Ladder. 1,000 Layers. In the midst of his cultivation, Jian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if a streak of sword energy had flashed by. To have arrived at this juncture signifies that you have triumphed over Jian San and his companions. Jian spoke with a calm demeanor, fixing his gaze upon the ethereal white figure before him. He was acutely aware that Jian San and his peers would never permit anyone to surpass them. Such an occurrence would signify their defeat. No wonder, it turns out to be a spirit body, Jian mused. The figure before him radiated a faint blue spiritual light, drawing the ambient spiritual energy from the surroundings, which continuously converged around it. Only a spirit body could evoke such extraordinary phenomena. Although Jian himself did not possess a spirit body, he was well versed in the historical records that detailed the characteristics of such entities. Spirit bodies are innately attuned to spiritual energy. Thus, they can summon the energies of heaven and earth, allowing their cultivation to far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Bing Shuehan shook her head, saying, "I do not wish to engage in conflict. However, they refuse to allow me passage, leaving me no choice but to defeat them." To think that there would be a spirit body in Shizhou. Jian expression grew somewhat complex before he burst into hearty laughter. "Very well. Let me witness the formidable strength of the revered spirit body." Having been overshadowed by Jian felt a twinge of frustration. Yet, he recognized that it was beyond his control. The sect leader had informed him that Jian was a prodigy, born with an innate sword heart, a rare talent for swordsmanship. His surpassing Jian did not indicate Jian inadequacy, but rather the brilliance of his counterpart. Now, with Jian still above him, another spirit body had emerged. Was he destined to be eclipsed once more by this spirit entity? Bing Shuehan smiled softly, sensing that the other party harbored only pure combat intent, devoid of ulterior motives. Therefore, she resolved to extend him the respect he deserved. She offered a slight bow, adopting a posture of inquiry. "Since that is the case, I will not hold back." Jian laughed heartily, drawing forth the spirit sword from his waist. The 3-foot-long sword emanated a chilling aura. A mere glance imparted an impression of extraordinary sharpness. Bing Shuehan reciprocated without hesitation, her spiritual energy surging, enveloping her in a formidable aura that exuded an intense sense of pressure. Cloud-cutting sword technique. Jian bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike. This blow sliced through the air, cleaving the clouds above, showcasing immense strength. However, Bing Shuehan merely waved her hand, conjuring a frigid whirlwind of potent spiritual energy before her. The icy vortex swelled in magnitude, directly colliding with the sword strike in a fierce confrontation. The clash resounded with a thunderous roar, and both forces dissipated simultaneously. Jian furrowed his brow slightly. Could the opponent's spirit body possess an ice attribute? The varieties of spirit bodies were numerous, each manifesting unique powers. Yet, a single exchange could not reveal everything. Jin Air paused momentarily, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly closed the distance. Channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword, he unleashed a radiant blade aimed directly at her neck. This strike, fortified by spiritual power, gave the illusion of being unbreakable. Aoxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as her right hand gradually coalesced with frost, ultimately becoming entirely encased in ice. The ice-shattering palm. Without flinching, she confronted Jin Air's sword head-on, reaching out to seize it. At this moment, Jin Air's face betrayed a flicker of astonishment. How audacious of her to receive his strike barehanded. Yet, the shock quickly morphed into scorn. Humph, a reckless fool. Very well, this strike shall render you armless. Clang. As Jin Air swung down, he felt as though he had struck an indomitable stone. A fierce backlash surged through his arm. The sword did not penetrate as he anticipated. The white blade did not pass through to the red, and even the icy sheath enveloping his opponent's arm remained intact, firmly gripped. How could this be? Jin Air could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. In the next moment, Aoxuan's arm trembled, and the chill spread directly to the spirit sword, gradually coating it in a layer of frost. A sense of foreboding gripped Jin Air's heart, prompting him to withdraw rapidly. Yet, it was too late. The icy sensation coursing through his right hand was bone-chilling, his blood flow faltered, and his entire arm felt weighted down. Jin Air's heart sank. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Although he had not exerted his full power, even his preliminary tests revealed the immense gap between them. Retrieving the spirit sword, Jin Air offered a slight bow, acknowledging, "Truly, you possess an ice spirit body. Your power surpasses my expectations. Jin San and the others have not lost unjustly, and I too concede defeat with humility." In this fleeting exchange, Jin Air recognized Aoxuan's ice spirit body. With a smile, Aoxuan replied, "I appreciate your grace. However, your sword is commendable as well, significantly stronger than those of the previous two." Hearing this, Jin Air managed a wry smile. What does it matter if it is stronger than theirs? By the way, I have yet to learn your esteemed name. I am Jin Air of the Divine Sword Sect. Fengshua Mountain Manor, Aoxuan. Aoxuan, Jin Air murmured, committing the name to memory. He then advised, "Since I have lost, I shall not impede you from ascending further. This should not be your limit. However, there is one above who is even more formidable than I. The outcome of your encounter is uncertain." The person Jin Air referred to was Jian Yi. Yet, he could never fathom that Jian Yi had already departed this beautiful world, as would he soon. Had Jian Yi lingered a moment longer on the road to the underworld, perhaps they might have had a chance encounter. Aoxuan felt a twinge of surprise. Yet it also seemed reasonable. It was remarkable that he, having witnessed her strength, still believed there was someone who could match her. Clearly, that individual was exceptional indeed. It made sense, as the Divine Sword Sect was the foremost sect in Shizhou. If its disciples were merely of such caliber, it would be a hollow reputation. Although she had seldom ventured beyond Fengshua Mountain Manor, she had often heard tales of the Divine Sword Sect's preeminence in Shizhou. "Then, let us part ways here," Aoxuan said softly, continuing her ascent. As he gazed at the departing figure, Jin Air's heart was a tumult of emotions. It seemed he was still too feeble. Abandoning his errant thoughts, Jin Air settled down once more to cultivate. 2 days later, within the stone chamber, Fu Tian was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy. A terrifying force radiating from within him that caused the very walls of the stone house to tremble slightly. Before long, an astonishing might erupted, overwhelming in its intensity. The third heaven martial sovereign, broken. Even accustomed to Fu Tian's rapid pace of cultivation, Elder he could not help but display a look of astonishment. In a mere 2 days, he had transcended a realm. Such speed was nothing short of terrifying, unprecedented. Reflecting on his own journey as a martial sovereign, it was entirely normal for a breakthrough to take 6 months. Even those prodigies would typically require at least 1 to 2 months, or even 3 to 4 months for a single realm. Yet Fu Tian, merely 2 days. Elder he even began to harbor doubts that Fu Tian's constitution might surpass that of a Dao body. That legendary physique, the sacred body. Chapter 123. The Wrath of the Divine Sword Sect. Elder he, before departing from the ancient wolf sacred land. "I have other matters I wish to attend to." Fu Tian rose, addressing Elder he, who was leisurely sipping tea. The other matters he referred to were, of course, those he had promised to the Supreme Emperor. Other matters? Elder he, though perplexed, did not inquire further. His ring was worn by Fu Tian, which essentially meant wherever he went, he would follow. Every action Fu Tian undertook would be known to him. Why bother asking? "Very well, then I shall accompany you." With that, Elder He's spirit returned to the ring. A faint smile graced Fu Tian's lips, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. The heavenly ladder. 12,000 steps. Ao Shuahan panted heavily, drenched in sweat. The immense pressure above rendered the muscles of her face involuntarily trembling. Struggling to lift her gaze toward the seemingly endless heights of the heavenly ladder, she could not help but smile wryly. Her father had once said that the higher one climbed, the more terrifying the gravity became, and that even she had little hope of reaching the summit. Initially, she had been skeptical, but now it was undeniable. Indeed, it was far more daunting than her father had described. Recognizing her inability to ascend, Ao Shuahan sighed deeply and settled down to cultivate. The gravity here was extraordinarily formidable, perfect for tempering the body, and her cultivation speed would see a significant enhancement. Although the summit was beyond her reach, the progress she could make in this environment was commendable. Perhaps by the time her training concluded, her prowess would reach new heights. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Ao Shuahan furrowed her brow. Before departing, Jin Er had mentioned that there was someone here who could engage her in combat. Yet, she had yet to see any sign of this individual. Could it be that he truly surpassed her? After all, on the heavenly ladder, the disparity in strength was clearly manifested. Even if the opponent had merely ascended one more step than herself, it would signify their superiority, however slight. Now that she had yet to encounter this figure, did it not imply he was indeed stronger than she? Perhaps significantly so? Without dwelling on it, Ao Shuahan dismissed the thought, attributing it to a mere encounter with a genuine prodigy. What Ao Shuahan was unaware of was that while Jian Yi possessed formidable strength, his limit was around 11,100 steps. His ability to ascend further relied on a Dao treasure. In truth, if they were to be compared, Ao Shuahan was still somewhat stronger. Before long, the distinct sound of footsteps echoed from above. The rhythmic steps, one per layer, indicated someone descending the ladder. Ao Shuahan's gaze sharpened. Had they arrived? In mere moments, a tall, handsome figure clothed in white appeared before Ao Shuahan. Upon seeing each other, both were momentarily taken aback. However, Fu Tian paid her no mind, intending to continue on his way, for he did not recognize her. Yet at that moment, she called out to him. May I inquire, are you a member of the Divine Sword sect? Ao Shuahan's tone was tinged with uncertainty. The individual bore no spirit sword, nor was there a hint of sword energy in the vicinity. At a glance, he resembled nothing like a member of the Divine Sword sect. Fu Tian shook his head. I am not, but I am aware of whom you speak. I advise you to refrain from searching any further. Why? Ao Shuahan raised an eyebrow. Because I have already slain him, said Fu Tian, his tone devoid of emotion, as if recounting an everyday occurrence. Are you implying that you have killed Jian Yi of the Divine Sword sect? Ao Shuahan inquired, a slight frown creasing her brow, skepticism evident in her demeanor. The 6 sons of the Divine Sword sect were known for their rankings based on strength, and it was difficult for her to fathom that the top-ranked Jian Yi had been vanquished by this seemingly unremarkable youth. Surely, she thought, Jian Yi must have possessed some protective talisman. Fu Tian nodded, his awareness of her disbelief apparent, yet he found it inconsequential. He had conveyed what needed to be said. Whether she believed him was of no concern. Ignoring her, he turned to depart. Would you care to spar with me? I am Ao Shuahan of the Snowy Mountain Manor. Ao Shuahan suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with intensity. If what he claimed were true, then his prowess must indeed be formidable. Engaging him in combat would reveal the truth of his words. However, Fu Tian merely furrowed his brow and shook his head, showing no interest. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret crossed Ao Shuahan's face, but she did not press the matter further. Very well, I shall not impose, she said, allowing him to continue on his way. Fu Tian acknowledged her with a brief hum and resumed his descent down the stairs, each step measured and rhythmic. What a pity, Ao Shuahan murmured as she watched his retreating figure before returning to her training. At the 9,000th level, Jin Er had just concluded his cultivation. Although he had not achieved a breakthrough, his aura had significantly strengthened. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of someone descending the stairs. Descending? Jian Yi? Ao Shuahan. Jin Er mused, puzzled. Before long, an unfamiliar yet somewhat youthful face appeared before him. Upon seeing Fu Tian, Jin Er's brow furrowed. Who are you? He asked, certain that he did not recognize this individual. Neither Jian Yi nor Ao Shuahan, which left Jin Er bewildered. Could there be a third person above him? But how could that be possible? Fu Tian's expression remained impassive as he countered with a question. Disciple of the Divine Sword sect? Jin Er nodded, then respectfully clasped his fists, beginning to introduce himself. I am from the Divine Sword sect, Jian. Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Tian struck him with a punch. That blow etched itself indelibly into Jin Er's memory, impossible to forget. In an instant, the air erupted, the pressure overwhelming. Surrounding the atmosphere stilled under the force of the punch, leaving Jian Er gasping for breath. Faced with this assault, Jian Er felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. With a sickening splatter, blood and flesh were propelled through the air, saturating the atmosphere with a visceral metallic scent. The punch obliterated Jian Er, his blood spraying forth, leaving him unable to even utter a cry of anguish. Perhaps it would only be when standing on the road to the underworld that he would comprehend the gravity of his fate. Fu Tian did not waste words. It sufficed to confirm that his opponent was indeed a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Thus, Jian Er fell. Fu Tian continued his descent, recalling that there were 4 disciples from the Divine Sword sect who had ascended the heavenly ladder. 2 remained. At the 8,500th level, 2 figures were seated, Jian Si and Jian San. Not long after, the sound of footsteps interrupted the 2 individuals' cultivation. Jian Si opened his eyes, exclaiming in delight. Could it be that Jian Er has descended? Jian San smirked. If he doesn't come down soon, I shall go mad. This place is so dull for cultivation that I feel my bones turning soft. I yearn to descend and slay some beasts or perhaps even humans. With a cold sneer, Jian San clenched his fists, and instantly, a fierce sword aura enveloped him. However, before them stood an exceedingly unfamiliar visage. Jian San and Jian Si simultaneously frowned. Who are you? The stranger, Fu Tian, retorted without answering. Are you disciples of the Divine Sword sect? Jian San and Jian Si exchanged glances, recognizing the confusion in each other's eyes, yet they nodded in affirmation. No sooner had they done so than a fist came crashing toward them. The wind from the punch howled, and an explosive force surged forth. The very air seemed to ripple as if nothing could withstand it. Jian San was stricken with terror, barely uttering a word when the fist struck him squarely in the chest. In an instant, blood and flesh erupted. Jian San, under this single blow, could not endure even a second before being reduced to a mist of blood. Jian Si, momentarily stunned, failed to process what had transpired. You. After a brief moment, Jian Si regained his senses and pointed at Fu Tian, trembling uncontrollably. Terror filled his face, his lips quivered, and even his hand reaching for his spirit sword shook incessantly, as if all strength had been siphoned from him, rendering him incapable of unsheathing the sword at his waist. One young finger. Without further ado, Fu Tian thrust his finger forward. A dazzling flame blossomed at his fingertip, aimed straight at Jian Si's brow. Uft! Jian Si had no means of resistance. The finger pierced through his mind, incinerating all within. Jian San and Jian Si fell. Witnessing this, a satisfied expression graced Fu Tian's features. Suddenly, the figure of old he emerged from the ring. Young Fu, you've wiped out the first 4 of the Divine Sword 6. I fear the Divine Sword sect will not let you go easily. I assure you, once you emerge, you will undoubtedly be pursued by them. Fu Tian's gaze sharpened. Ha. But rest assured, you are now under my protection. The Divine Sword sect wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Old he clapped Fu Tian on the shoulder, laughing heartily, his confidence evident in his demeanor. Fu Tian offered a mysterious smile, bowing slightly. In that case, I shall rely on you, old he. Although aware that old he was a being of great power as spoken of by the world, Fu Tian remained uncertain of the true extent of old he's strength. His curiosity about old he's prowess lingered. Should the Divine Sword sect attempt to act against him, it might reveal old he's true might, allowing Fu Tian to discern his capabilities. In the Western state, at the Divine Sword sect, the air was thick with a fierce sword aura, a violent energy soaring toward the heavens, leaving anyone who beheld it in awe and admiration. In the grand hall, a middle-aged man sat in a kneeling position. However, if one were to keenly sense the atmosphere, they would detect several strands of ominous black energy swirling within the hall, the aura of the demon race. As if sensing something, the middle-aged man withdrew 3 jade pendants from his bosom. Yet, the 3 jade pendants lay shattered, fragmented into pieces. Instantly, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify. Within the grand hall, 6 elders were seated around him, each emanating an astonishing aura of sword intent. However, upon witnessing the 3 broken jade pendants produced by the middle-aged man, 3 of the elders' energies abruptly coalesced. Their sword essence surged towards the heavens. What do you perceive, elders? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently, addressing the 3 elders. This marks the 4th jade pendant that has been shattered. The pendant of Sword 1 had already been destroyed earlier. That day, the Divine Sword sect was shaken to its core. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce glint ignited in the eyes of the 3 elders, as if they harbored a boundless fury within. Sword 1, Sword 2, Sword 3, and Sword 4 are all deceased, regardless of the circumstances. I demand the annihilation of all within the ancient wolf holy land as retribution for their demise. If anyone emerges, they shall be slain. Those who impede our path shall face no mercy. Understood. With that, the three elders soared into the air, transforming into three brilliant streaks of sword light, hastening towards the ancient wolf territory. Chapter 124. The dust settles, Master. Has there been a dramatic upheaval within the ancient wolf sacred land? What has transpired with Jian Yi and the others? In the grand hall of the Divine Sword sect, the fourth elder addressed the middle-aged man seated cross-legged, his expression somewhat somber. The prowess of Jian Yi and his companions was well known to all. They were undoubtedly capable of reigning supreme among the younger generation. Yet, the fact that all four of them had met their demise was utterly incredulous. Jian Yuanzi furrowed his brow. In truth, the moment Jian Yi's jade pendant shattered, an ominous premonition took root within him. After all, he had bestowed the divine sword upon Jian Yi. How could he possibly perish so easily? The sword possessed a spiritual connection, serving protective functions for its master. It was said that even someone as formidable as himself would struggle to slay Jian Yi. The might of the divine sword was sufficient to compel all to retreat. Nevertheless, the unfortunate reality remained that Jian Yi had perished within the ancient wolf sacred land. Could it be that an existence more terrifying than himself lurked within? Of course, what troubled Jian Yuanzi the most was the fate of the divine sword. With Jian Yi's death, was the sword still intact? Could it be retrieved? In Jian Yuanzi's eyes, while Jian Yi possessed extraordinary talent, few could surpass him. However, the status of the divine sword was significantly exalted above Jian Yi. To possess the divine sword meant that the divine sword sect held an unparalleled trump card, one that could yield unexpected advantages in crucial moments. Alas, with such thoughts, Jian Yuanzi could not help but let out a heavy sigh. With Jian Yi and the others gone, further discourse was futile. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the distance, a crimson glimmer flickering in his eyes. Since Jian Yi and the others had perished, there was no point in wasting time. Their plans must advance. Convey my orders. In 10 days, we shall launch an assault on the Western States' imperial city. Understood. The elders in the hall responded in unison. Instantly, the air was charged with sword energy, a terrifying force that broke through the heavens. After departing the grand hall, Jian Yuanzi arrived at a secluded realm. This small world, containing its own expanse, was a sanctuary for cultivation often possessed by any sect of considerable strength or heritage. Upon arrival, Jian Yuanzi offered a respectful bow, but before he could utter a word, a hoarse voice resonated from within. Enter. Jian Yuanzi's spirit surged with vigor as he stepped into the small realm. Within, the atmosphere was imbued with a level of spiritual energy that could only be described as a sacred space for cultivation, where one could progress at an astonishing rate. Yet, to his dismay, the energy here was black and emanated a foreboding aura, demonic energy. The dark mist enveloped the entire small realm, swirling ominously. A mere breath allowed a substantial amount of demonic energy to seep into his body. State your business. Upon entering, the hoarse voice echoed once more, circling Jian Yuanzi's ears as though the speaker was right beside him. He bowed respectfully. Master Demon Shah, we have resolved to launch an assault on the Western States' imperial city in 10 days. I have come to inform you. 10 days, you say? That works well. By then, my injuries will have healed, and seizing the Western State shall be a simple task. The voice of Demon Shah reverberated throughout the entire small world. Suddenly, Jian Yuanzi seemed to recall something, his expression growing grave as he remarked, as far as I know, the royal family of the Western Province possesses an ancient guardian beast, which has existed since time immemorial. I wonder, Before he could finish his sentence, a cold snort interrupted him. Are you implying that I am no match for that creature? Instantly, a terrifying aura of demonic energy swirled in the small world. Jian Yuanzi felt an overwhelming presence wash over him, making him feel as insignificant as an ant. Perhaps he could not even withstand a mere breath of its power. Jian Yuanzi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly responded, I would never dare to doubt the might of Lord Majia. I merely wish to advise you to remain vigilant. In case of, there is no in case. Once my power is restored, I shall sweep aside all who stand before me. To me, the people of the Western Province are nothing more than mere insects. You may leave now. I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. We of the demon race are not deceitful. Jian Yuanzi felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him, and after uttering a hasty farewell, he departed. Once outside, he realized he was drenched in sweat, his robes entirely soaked. Without pausing, Jian Yuanzi transformed into a beam of sword light and swiftly fled. In the ancient wolf sacred land, at a height of 8,500 layers, seeing the disciples of the divine sword sect still ascending the stairs, Tian furrowed his brow. There were only 4 disciples from the divine sword sect who had come to ascend this time, and with the 4 he had previously slain, only 2 remained. Yet, in such a vast place as the ancient wolf sacred land, how would he possibly locate them? Elder Crane, do you have any means to assist me in finding the remaining disciples of the divine sword sect? Tian cast a glance at the leisurely Elder Crane by his side. Elder Crane gave Tian a sidelong glance and replied, "It seems you wish to eradicate the divine sword sect completely. Should they learn that all their disciples have perished in the ancient wolf sacred land, would they not go mad?" Tian, filled with admiration, responded, "But Elder Crane, you are here. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they would not dare to lay a hand on you." Hearing this, Elder Crane stroked his white beard and laughed heartily. "Indeed, I relish such praise. Very well. Having boarded your ship of thieves, it will be difficult to disembark. The ancient wolf sacred land is of my own creation. Finding a few individuals is but a trifling matter." Tian's heart swelled with joy. Soon, Elder Crane closed his eyes and began to search patiently. As the creator of the ancient wolf sacred land, he could perceive everything within it, every move, as long as he desired to know. Before long, Elder Crane opened his eyes, having found them. Tian, overjoyed, immediately inquired, "Where are they?" Elder Crane gestured to the south. "Proceed in that direction for 3 mountains, and you will find them." With that, Tian transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the skies. Flying was an achievement reserved for those of the martial king realm, though some high-ranking martial sovereigns could also manage it. As long as one's spiritual energy reached a certain threshold, it was possible, although Tian was merely a 3rd-tier martial sovereign. His extraordinary physique and the strength of his spiritual energy had long surpassed the necessary limits, enabling him to walk upon the sky. Above the ancient wolf sacred land, a white streak of light zipped through the air, moving with astonishing speed. Though some have captured this fleeting light, none have discerned its true nature. At the foot of a mountain, a 4th-tier low-level demon beast collapsed with a resounding crash, its body marred by sword wounds, blood staining the earth crimson. "Jian San and Jian Si have gone. Shall we not follow?" inquired a man bearing a colossal sword, gazing at another man who wore a long sword at his waist. Both men were strikingly handsome, their refined features leaving a profound impression at first glance. Jian Wu shook his head, stating that the celestial ladder offered but a singular opportunity. Regardless of whether one could reach the summit, even if one could, the competition would be fierce and the spoils meager. In contrast, other locations were rife with opportunities, and seizing those would be the wiser course. Jian Lu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I am already at the pinnacle of the 2nd heaven martial master. I could likely contend with Jian Si." At that moment, a streak of light shot through the sky, heading directly toward the 2 men. "What is that?" exclaimed Jian Lu, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jian Wu squinted into the distance. At first glance, it appeared to be a shooting star, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a young man clad in white. Jian Wu was taken aback. One must remember that only a martial king could soar through the skies. Could it be that this individual was a martial king? How could that be? If he truly were a martial king, what chance would they stand? Alas, though Tian was not a martial king, he was more formidable than one. Hovering above the 2 men, Tian regarded Jian Wu and Jian Lu with disdain, as if they were mere insects. Feeling the weight of his gaze, the 2 men shivered involuntarily, hastily clasping their hands in respect. "Senior, we are disciples of the divine sword sect. We are unaware of your esteemed presence and its purpose." Jian Wu, being astute, promptly mentioned the name of the divine sword sect, believing that even a martial king would grant some measure of respect upon hearing it. Unfortunately, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Upon hearing their sect's name, Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Good. This spares me the need to inquire further." With that, he transformed his hand into a palm and struck downward. A colossal palm of spiritual energy formed in the air, descending to suppress the 2 below. Jian Wu and Jian Lu felt an indescribable pressure descend upon them. Crack! The spiritual palm had not yet arrived, but merely the aura it exuded shattered their bones. A frenzied expression crossed Jian Wu's face as he growled, "If you kill us, the divine sword sect will not let you go. Wait and see. You will be pursued to the ends of the earth." Tian displayed a look of disdain. "You 2 should hasten your journey on the road to the Yellow Springs. Perhaps you will encounter some familiar faces." Upon hearing this, the 2 men seemed to realize something, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Could it be that you have?" Their words were cut short as the spiritual palm crashed down, its terrifying power fracturing the ground beneath them. A massive hand-shaped pit formed on the surface. Jin Wu and Jin Lu were no more. Thus, the entire contingent of the Divine Sword sect met their demise. As for Fu Tian, it was time for him to depart. The journey to the ancient wolf sacred land had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Chapter 125. The Sword of 3000 in the West State. The Pillar of Heaven lay amidst utter devastation. The ground was marred by deep craters and shattered branches, a stark contrast to the tranquility that once prevailed. Below, four figures sat in meditation. These four venerable elders, with their white hair and youthful countenances, were enveloped by a fierce aura of sword energy that deterred any approach. The seventh elder could not help but exclaim, "I never anticipated that Jian Yi and his companions." Alas, I hope you do not take this to heart. The news of Jian Yi's demise had already reached him from the Grand Elder. As the seventh elder of the Divine Sword sect, he was responsible for leading the expedition to the ancient wolf sacred land. Initially, other sect elders from the 6 major sects of the West State had also gathered beneath the Pillar of Heaven. According to tradition, the elders were to wait until their disciples emerged before escorting them back to their respective sections. This meant a 30-day wait, as the surviving disciples would be teleported out once the time was up. When the moment arrived, the fate of each would be laid bare. Regrettably, a cataclysmic event had shattered this serene expectation, leaving the landscape in disarray. The other sect elders had all ventured to the imperial city of West State, intending to return when the 30 days concluded, the seventh elder included. However, upon receiving word from the Grand Elder, he had discreetly returned to this place. The Grand Elder snorted, a tempestuous aura radiating from him. "I care not for what transpires within the ancient wolf sacred land. By the Master's command, we shall kill anyone who emerges. No mercy for those who obstruct us." The palpable fury emanating from the Grand Elder was unmistakable. Jian Yi, a prodigious talent and the Master's direct disciple, had met a tragic end within the sacred land. Jian Er, though slightly less gifted, was also a disciple of the Grand Elder, and his demise only fueled the Elder's resentment. Observing the Grand Elder's wrath, the other elders exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. Must we then remain here for another 20 days? It would be wiser to wait in the imperial city. At that moment, the second elder voiced his thoughts. The sentiment was shared among the others, who would willingly languish here for an additional 20 days. Yet, the Grand Elder shook his head, asserting, "If we were to proceed to the imperial city, would not the other sect elders take notice? The turmoil surrounding the ancient wolf sacred land is too conspicuous. Anyone would harbor suspicions. It is likely that other elders will soon arrive." His words sparked a realization among the others. Indeed, the ancient wolf sacred land had always been attended by a solitary elder. If 3 from a single sect were to arrive, it would undoubtedly raise eyebrows and incite unease. A chilling glint flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. "We shall wait here. Whoever emerges, we shall slay without exception. I intend for all within to accompany my disciples in death." Atop the mountain, a flash of light revealed the figure of Fu Tian. Upon emerging, he inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar air of the West State. In the sweltering heat of summer, one can distinctly sense the scarcity of spiritual energy in the air, a stark contrast to the ancient realm of the Wolf Sanctuary. To my astonishment, atop the heavenly ladder lies an array set by Elder Crane, granting direct access to the pinnacle of the celestial pillar. Is this truly the abode of immortals, as the world claims? Yet, upon closer inspection, there is naught but barren land. Standing on this exceedingly flat summit, I could not help but voice my discontent. They speak of scriptures detailing the cultivation techniques of immortals and treasures once wielded by them. Should anyone ascend this peak only to behold such a desolate sight, they would likely be driven to despair and bleed from their frustration. At that moment, the figure of Elder Crane emerged from the ring, offering a reminder, "Young Fu, while things may be manageable within the Wolf Sanctuary, outside, I fear the world would be startled by my appearance, hence I seldom show myself." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, encountering a specter in broad daylight would instill fear in anyone. Moreover, should one encounter those with ill intentions, it could lead to complications. Down below, there are 4 individuals. Judging by their auras, they are likely from the Divine Sword sect, perhaps seeking revenge for the demise of the 6 sons of the Divine Sword. He continued, "I shall handle them for you." I was somewhat taken aback by their swift arrival. However, recalling something, I inquired, "What is the cultivation level of the strongest among them?" "The most formidable is likely an 8th layer Martial King, while the others range from the 2nd to 5th layer," Elder Crane replied. Hearing this, I furrowed my brow. I wished to gauge my current strength and see if I could contend with a Martial King. To my surprise, one among them is indeed an 8th layer Martial King. I am merely at the third layer martial disciple. The disparity is quite significant, spanning over 10 realms. Seemingly perceiving my intention, Elder Crane appeared somewhat astonished. You, young lad, do not truly intend to issue a challenge, do you? I must say, only prodigies at the pinnacle of the martial disciple realm can contend with a martial king. And even then, they are typically of the higher echelon. The higher martial disciple realm refers to those above the 7th layer. You are but a 3rd layer martial disciple. The gap in cultivation is vast. While you truly are a remarkable talent, I still advise against such reckless endeavors, he cautioned, shaking his head. I pondered for a moment. Although I was uncertain of my true strength, I held considerable confidence in my abilities. I cannot claim to match an 8th layer martial king, yet I could certainly test myself against the others. Thus, I declared, Elder Crane, I wish to give it a try. You can deal with the 8th layer martial king. I shall handle the rest. Fearing that Elder Crane might decline, I added, if I cannot prevail, I still have you, Elder. With your assistance, they pose no threat. Elder Crane chuckled. You are quite the flatterer. Fear not. With me present, they cannot harm you. Let us proceed to meet them. A smile spread across my face as I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Elder Crane. Beneath the celestial pillar, the 4 elders, who had been in meditation, suddenly opened their eyes. A figure descended from the heavens, possessing a striking visage and an elegant demeanor, approaching the quartet. Upon witnessing this, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly. Could this individual be a martial king, or perhaps a martial sect master of the 9th heaven? Yet, he appeared far too youthful for such titles, casting doubt upon the situation. Contemplating this, the Grand Elder could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, May I ask who you are? I am Jian Sanwan, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Sect. At this, Tian narrowed his eyes in intrigue and responded, Oh, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Sect? Might I inquire as to what brings your esteemed sect here? Jian Sanwan frowned again, feeling that Tian's words were excessively verbose, and his tone grew impatient as he awaited his disciples. Ha ha ha! Tian erupted into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing this. Observing this reaction, Jian Sanwan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and retorted sharply, What are you laughing at? There is no need for you to wait any longer. Tian replied coolly, For they have all been slain by me. In an instant, Jian Sanwan's expression hardened, and a terrifying sword intent surged into the sky. Chapter 126. The power of Futin. Jian Sanwan's gaze sharpened, and the air around them seemed to become stagnant. The aura of the other 3 elders transformed abruptly, resembling individuals poised to strike at any moment. Their eyes fixated intensely on Futin, imbued with a lethal sword intent. For an ordinary person, being subjected to such a gaze might cause blood to seep from their skin, overwhelmed by the pressure. After a prolonged silence, Jian Sanwan finally chuckled. My young friend, you possess quite the sense of humor. Jian Yi and the others remained safely within the ancient wolf sacred land. How could anything have befallen them? Though he smiled, there was an unsettling quality to it, laced with malice. Aware of the skepticism from his adversaries, particularly since the time within the ancient wolf sacred land had not yet elapsed, he pondered how he could have encountered Jian Yi and the others outside its confines. He shook his head, having conveyed his message, leaving their belief to their own discretion. Old Crane, the stage is yours, Futin murmured softly. Ha ha, it has been a while since I last engaged. I wonder if my prowess has waned. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from the heavens, capturing the attention of Jian Sanwan and the others. They gazed upward, only to discover an elderly figure had appeared above them, seemingly materializing without a sound. The realization struck them. Could this individual possess strength surpassing their own? Alarmed, they bowed slightly and inquired, May I ask who you are, esteemed elder? I am Jian Sanwan, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Sect. Once again, he asserted his identity. Old Crane gently stroked his white beard and replied, Is this the current level of the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Sect? How truly disheartening. Jian Sanwan furrowed his brow, uncertain whether the elder was belittling his sect or if there was substance to his words. However, what truly astonished him was the revelation that the Divine Sword Sect had colluded with the Demon Clan. If the founder of their sect were present, he would undoubtedly eradicate the very sect he had established. Suddenly, Old Crane's expression shifted, becoming icily indifferent as he fixed his gaze upon Jian Sanwan and the others. Under the scrutiny of Old Crane's eyes, Jian Sanwan and his companions felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their spirits trembling uncontrollably. In a state of shock, they hastily exclaimed, Esteemed elder, we assure you that our Divine Sword Sect has not allied with the Demon Clan. They are our common enemy, and we are determined to eradicate them, not collaborate with them. We implore you to see the truth. Even Futin found it hard to believe that the Divine Sword sect was secretly colluding with the Demon Clan. Should this information reach the ears of others, the sect would undoubtedly become a pariah, unable to survive in the West. See the truth? Old Crane scoffed coldly. You still carry the scent of the Demon Clan upon you, and yet you claim not to be their lackeys? Jian Sanwan's heart quaked, his countenance reflecting disbelief. This scene did not escape Old Crane's keen observation. Elder Wei, Jian Sanwan, and the others appeared flustered, attempting to clarify, only to be interrupted by Old Crane's voice. Since your sect's founder is not present, I shall take it upon myself to resolve this matter personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden, diminutive sword sprouted from his forehead. Upon gazing at the golden small sword, Jian Sanwan was seized by an overwhelming sensation, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. The golden blade surged towards him with blinding speed, leaving him utterly unprepared. A sense of impending doom washed over him. He knew he could not withstand this strike. In a swift motion, Jian Sanwan flipped his hand and summoned a divine talisman, his fingers pressing down with force until it shattered. In an instant, the space around him quivered, and his figure became ethereal, finally transforming into a streak of light that departed at an unimaginable velocity. A retreat talisman? He had not anticipated that he possessed such an artifact. Elder, he expressed astonishment, followed by an expression of regret. The golden small sword lost its target and halted in its tracks. Very well, I shall personally visit the Divine Sword sect later. Enticing the Demon Clan is a fate not worth lamenting. A fierce gleam flickered in Elder He's eyes, imbued with a predatory intensity. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the other three elders of the Divine Sword sect still in a state of disbelief. By the time they regained their senses, Jian Sanwan's figure had vanished. Senior, spare us. We genuinely had no knowledge of the Divine Sword sect's collusion with the Demon Clan. The three of them immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, pleading for mercy. However, Elder He's expression turned frigid. Humph. The mere implication of the Divine Sword sect's collusion with the Demon Clan is sufficient reason for every member to meet an untimely end, and you shall not be spared. A tremor coursed through the hearts of the three. Could it be that they were truly facing imminent doom? Elder He, leave these three to me. At that moment, Tian, who had been standing silently by, finally spoke. He was eager to ascertain the extent of his current strength, and these three would serve as the perfect subjects for experimentation. Elder He nodded in agreement, yet his gaze remained fixed on the three, as if ready to strike at the slightest hint of disorder. In an instant, Tian sprang into action. His blood surged with fervor, an overwhelming vitality emanating from him. A wild aura erupted from his being, suffusing him with a coppery glow. His copper bones were fully activated, bestowing upon him 3 million gene of divine power. Combined with his own 340,000 gene of physical strength, Tian could unleash a staggering 640,000 gene of divine might. He was akin to a humanoid behemoth. Who could possibly withstand such force? Feeling this overwhelming presence, the three elders of the Divine Sword sect turned pale. Tian's aura bore down upon them like a colossal mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, they could not simply remain passive. They exchanged glances, and a fierce determination ignited in their eyes. With a swift motion, each of them produced a gleaming sword, each exuding an exceptional aura, the very air seeming to split asunder. However, Tian paid them no heed and unleashed a punch. Instantly, darkness enveloped the skies, and the world itself seemed to shift in hue. This punch instilled a profound sense of hopelessness, as if anything beneath its might would be reduced to mere ashes. Even Elder He displayed a hint of disbelief on his face. He had not anticipated that Tian could unleash such formidable power. The three elders snorted in unison, their bodies radiating a formidable aura, the unmistakable presence of martial kings. Each aura was powerful enough to cause the ground to tremble and branches to splinter. The three individuals unleashed a simultaneous roar, and 3 sharp streams of sword energy erupted from their swords, aimed directly at Futin. However, it proved futile. Futin's fist seemed capable of overcoming all obstacles. As soon as the sword energies made contact with the punch, they shattered like glass. What? How could this be possible? The trio widened their eyes in disbelief. Their swords were sufficient to slay an ordinary low-ranking martial king, yet they were rendered so feeble. Futin's fist maintained its formidable momentum, striking one of them directly. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as the elder let out a pained scream, crashing forcefully into the ground, the tremendous force fracturing the earth beneath. Old 3, one of the elders exclaimed immediately, yet there was no response from the other, leaving his fate uncertain. Chapter 127. The Ruined Imperial City, You Shall Perish. Fourth brother, we shall confront him, exclaimed one elder, his eyes aflame with fury. Upon hearing this, another elder immediately unsheathed his sword, launching a fierce strike towards Tian, the shadows of his blade looming ominously, saturating the air with the might of a divine weapon. Second brother, what are you doing? Yet, this elder, seemingly gripped by an unseen terror, gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although he had proclaimed his intent to fight, his figure was already retreating in the opposite direction, clearly abandoning his comrade to flee for his own life. Fourth brother, hold on. I shall return with reinforcements. Surely, the sect master is aware of this and will come to your aid. You. The elder's face flushed crimson with indignation, his chest heaving with rage. He had trusted him implicitly, only to find himself forsaken in this dire moment, an act tantamount to betrayal. Witnessing this, Tian could not help but shake his head. As the saying goes, in times of great peril, each man flees for himself. From an objective standpoint, the elder's actions were not entirely unjustifiable. He merely sought to preserve his own life. What fault was that? Yet, such behavior is the most despised and scorned, caring not for the lives of companions in the face of survival. Such individuals are unwelcome wherever they go. Leave him to me. Fu boy, you need only deal with the one before you. At that moment, the ethereal crane elder spoke, his voice tinged with disdain. No one cares for such a person. With a resonant hum, a golden small sword materialized in the crane elder's mind, exuding a dreadful aura that made one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Boom. The golden small sword tore through the heavens at an unfathomable speed, propelling itself towards the fleeing elder. The elder, caught in a paralyzing fear, felt as if his very soul had plunged into an icy abyss, his senses dulled, and his body rendered immobile. With a swift thrust, the golden small sword pierced through the elder's skull without the slightest obstruction. Strangely, there was no trace of injury on his head, nor a single drop of blood to be seen. Only a vacant, lifeless gaze remained, as if he were merely a corpse. This left Tian, watching from a distance, utterly perplexed. He had witnessed the golden small sword breach the elder's head, yet there was no sign of harm. He was certain the elder had perished, devoid of breath, his body devoid of vitality. It appeared the anomaly lay with the golden small sword. Without further contemplation, Tian turned and struck the elder of the divine sword sect before him. A single punch surged forth, propelled by an unstoppable vigor. A torrent of power crashing down like a mountain upon the elder, whose complexion shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by an insurmountable dread. However, he would not resign himself to inaction. He swung his sword, unleashing a multitude of blade shadows that blotted out the sky, the aura of a martial king descending, causing the ground to tremble and trees to topple. Yet, this seemingly invincible strike could not withstand even a moment, shattered to pieces by Tian's formidable punch. With a resounding crack, the fist struck, bones splintering under the force, and a copious flow of blood gushed forth from the mouth, mingled with fragments of internal organs. The power embodied in Tian's punch was terrifying. His chaotic sacred spirit body, an extraordinary physique, already allowed him to dominate his contemporaries, coupled with the supreme body-refining technique. The dragon-elephant suppression decision, the might of his flesh became even more formidable, granting him the potential to rival and even overpower the martial kings. Such a blow would be unbearable even for an ordinary mid-tier martial king. The elder of the divine sword sect was slammed deeply into the earth by this punch, causing the ground to crack and a massive pit to form. Tian descended from above, his foot landing squarely on the adversary's head. Instantly, flesh splattered, and brains oozed forth, as the enemy's skull was crushed underfoot, extinguishing all life. Thus, apart from the elder who had fled, the remaining elders of the divine sword sect met their demise at the hands of Tian and his companion. Young Tian, you have truly forged a mortal enmity with the divine sword sect. Henceforth, it shall be either your death or the annihilation of the sect, elder, he remarked, stroking his white beard leisurely. The slaughter of 3 elders was a blatant affront to the dignity of the divine sword sect, which would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Tian to alleviate their wrath. However, Tian merely smiled nonchalantly, unperturbed. What of having made a mortal enemy of the divine sword sect? They are merely a small sect. After all, my ambitions extend far beyond this insignificant Western state. Once I ascend to martial king, I shall sweep through the divine sword sect, and those who obstruct me shall face merciless death. Elder, he cast a surprised glance at Tian, then smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the Western state could only be considered a barren and backward region. To focus one's sights on the sects therein was truly short-sighted. Let us proceed to the imperial city of the Western state, Tian stated calmly, and the two set off towards the imperial city. Upon arrival, they beheld countless ruins. Homes in disarray, strewn across the land, with numerous craters dotting the ground, indicative of a fierce battle that had transpired. Futon's brow furrowed, his eyes revealing a cold glint. Even Elder He's gaze turned frigid, a flicker of ruthlessness passing through. The air was thick with demonic energy, rising ominously, dimming the very sky. Clearly, a fierce battle had unfolded here, the adversaries being none other than the demonic race. Futon strode forward, making his way directly to the royal palace of the western state. Along the way, he observed numerous corpses littering the ground. Some were the guards of the town, clad in armor, lying amidst pools of blood, while others were commoners, feeble and unable to close their eyes even in death. The faint scent of blood lingering in the air alerted Futon to the arrival of catastrophe, one that was likely even more brutal than he had anticipated. The demonic race had descended, heralding a calamity that would sweep across the entire True State continent, one that none could evade. As Futon soared through the skies, Elder He's voice echoed in his mind. Although Elder He remained concealed within the ring, communication was still possible through it. Futon furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the demonic race would descend unprovoked. Could it be that the demonic race still exists in this world? Certainly not. They have traversed from other continents. Upon hearing this, Tian felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They have come from other continents? Initially, upon arriving in this world, he had learned from the system about the existence of other continents, but he never anticipated that he would encounter them so soon. Previously, the True State continent had also experienced incursions from the demonic race. Moreover, other human realms had faced similar occurrences to varying extents. Some managed to repel the demons, while others fell victim, becoming slaves to the demonic horde. The last invasion by the demons occurred thousands of years ago, a time when the human race united, and countless prodigies emerged, expending immense resources to drive back the demonic forces. To his astonishment, they have returned once more. He pondered whether these demons hailed from the 3,000 minor worlds or the 9 great worlds. Should they originate from the great worlds, the implications would be grave. Elder He's tone was laden with seriousness, even tinged with a hint of fear. Chapter 128. The First Battle of the Demon Clan, the Little World and the Great World. The tone of Tian was laden with astonishment and curiosity. What are the distinctions between the two realms? Elder He let out a faint sigh, gravely articulating, the difference lies in the disparity of power levels between the two. The Jinzhou continent, where we reside, is classified as a little world, where the strength of its inhabitants is relatively uniform, each possessing their own elite warriors. In stark contrast, the Great World is an entirely different entity. This is evident in the sheer number of formidable beings and the distinction of the top-tier fighters. It is no exaggeration to assert that if a top-tier warrior from the Great World were to descend upon a little world, they would effortlessly sweep through it, leaving us with no means of resistance. Nevertheless, he continued, the little world is not without its limitations. It is said that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one will be summoned away by the will of the little world to ascend to a higher realm, which is referred to as the Great World. This is because the little world does not permit the existence of such powerful individuals within its confines. Upon hearing this, Tian grasped the reason behind Elder He's trepidation towards the demon clan of the Great World. Their numbers far exceeded those of his own realm. Should the demon clan from the Great World invade their territory, it would indeed spell considerable trouble, potentially leading to occupation. However, this situation is not entirely bleak. For each time the demon clan invades, it coincides with a period of rapid advancement in our cultivation. Rapid advancement in cultivation? Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why is that? It is because we, too, fear the encroachment of the demon clan upon the Jinzhou continent. Consequently, the essence of the world will respond in kind, enriching the entire realm. At that time, the spiritual energy will be unprecedentedly abundant, facilitating swift progress in cultivation, and giving rise to numerous prodigies who will unite to resist the invading demons. Elder, he elucidated. Try to sense it now and discern if there is any difference from before. Tian was momentarily taken aback, then began to attune himself to the energies around him. Indeed, upon focusing, he could detect a slight increase in the spiritual energy. His chaos sacred spirit body was particularly sensitive. He could trust his perceptions. The rise in spiritual energy confirmed that it was genuinely increasing. This was merely the beginning, with the energy not yet overwhelmingly dense. However, when the demon clan mounts a full-scale invasion, the intensity of the spiritual energy will transform the realm into a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Some gifted individuals might even break through a realm in a single day, though this phenomenon is limited to the earlier stages of cultivation. Fu Tian nodded slightly, realizing that the demon clan's invasion might not be the worst-case scenario. At least this world offered humanity a glimmer of hope, enabling them to rise in defiance. Before long, the two arrived at the royal palace of Shizhou. It remained relatively intact, with only minor damage to some of the structures, which was of little consequence. He observed that the closer they approached the heart of the royal city, the more intact the rooftops appeared. The true devastation lay within the outskirts of the royal city. Determining a direction, Fu Tian's figure flickered as he made his way to the rear mountain. Arriving before a wooden cabin, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Indeed, the Supreme Emperor was present. Upon seeing the familiar figure within, Fu Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him, though he also let out a soft sigh. Due to the frail visage of the Supreme Emperor, adorned with numerous injuries, he sat cross-legged, attending to his wounds. Upon seeing the visitor, Fu Tian, Zhou Sui was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated the appearance of his companion at this juncture. How did you emerge? The time has not yet arrived. Could it be that something has gone awry in the ancient wolf Holy Land? Zhou Sui's expression turned grave as he ceased his healing, speaking with a weighty tone. If the ancient wolf Holy Land were indeed in turmoil, the situation would be dire. Fu Tian gently shook his head. No, I have come out early. Although surprised by this revelation, Zhou Sui refrained from pressing further, recognizing that Fu Tian had no intention of divulging the reasons behind his premature arrival. How has your cultivation progressed? This was the inquiry of utmost concern for Zhou Sui, as he regarded Fu Tian's talent as unparalleled in the Western states. It was conceivable that he could rapidly ascend to a level capable of contending with the demonic forces. He recalled how little time had passed since their first encounter, and already Fu Tian's realm had ascended beyond measure. At this rate of cultivation, the elevation to Martial King would not be far off. You shall not be disappointed. I am now a third heaven martial sovereign. As he spoke, Fu Tian's aura surged forth, the formidable presence of a third heaven martial sovereign radiating around him. An overwhelming force that even made Zhou Sui's countenance shift. For although Fu Tian had attained the cultivation of a third heaven martial sovereign, his aura rivaled that of an ordinary martial king. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zhou Sui exclaimed thrice, a flicker of joy igniting within him, for Fu Tian had indeed surpassed his expectations. He even began to contemplate dedicating all his resources to further nurture Fu Tian's potential. With a respectful bow, Fu Tian inquired, what has transpired in the imperial city to render it in such disarray? Zhou Sui could not help but sigh, his gaze laced with melancholy. He had not anticipated the imperial city's transformation. The catastrophe had arrived with alarming swiftness, catching him unprepared. He then recounted the events that unfolded shortly after he had entered the ancient wolf Holy Land. Not long after, a rift in space and time manifested in the eastern skies. Upon noticing this anomaly, a demon king hastened towards it, promptly transmitting the news. Sensing the impending peril, Zhou Sui summoned dozens of formidable martial kings to venture eastward. Alas, the very calamity he had feared materialized. From the rift emerged a multitude of demonic entities, each possessing strength on par with that of a martial king. The leading demon exuded an aura that even Zhou Sui found unfathomable, instilling within him a profound sense of insignificance. However, due to the forced traversal through the spatial rift, although the demons had arrived in this realm, they bore considerable injuries. Their combat prowess diminished, capable of only 3 or 4/10 of their original might. By the time Zhou Sui and his party arrived, the Demon King had already been gruesomely torn to pieces. The moment they confronted one another, a cataclysmic battle erupted, transforming thousands of miles in the east into a battlefield, where no martial king dared to approach. In that place, the might of the martial kings reigned supreme, each strike resonating with earth-shattering power, capable of fracturing mountains and shattering the very ground beneath them. Subsequently, an increasing number of martial kings joined the fray, and more individuals emerged to confront the formidable demonic sovereigns. This battle raged for a full 3 days and nights. Upon hearing this, Fu Tian finally comprehended the source of the thunderous roars he had encountered within the ancient wolf sacred land. The towering divine column, situated in the east, was precisely the battleground where both factions clashed, and these sounds were likely the result of their fierce engagement. Did we win? Fu Tian inquired with wide eyes, astonished. Zhou Sui nodded slightly. I suppose we did win. We paid a considerable price to slay 10 demonic warriors, yet 2 managed to escape our grasp. Although Zhou Sui only provided a cursory account, Fu Tian could sense the brutal intensity of that conflict. One must understand that this battle endured for 3 days and nights. Could an ordinary skirmish last such an extensive period? It is regrettable that 2 escaped. Fu Tian shook his head and sighed softly, feeling a sense of loss. This is already the best outcome, Zhou Sui remarked. Those two demonic warriors were extraordinarily powerful, far beyond what any martial king could contend with. Even my intervention resulted in being grievously wounded after merely 3 exchanges. Fu Tian was taken aback. Zhou Sui was a half-step into the glazed realm, capable of holding his own even against true glazed realm practitioners, yet he was severely injured in just 3 moves. It is crucial to note that the demons had crossed over while severely wounded, their strength significantly diminished. Even so, the Supreme Emperor was still gravely injured in mere moments. How formidable must those 2 demonic beings be? What transpired to conclude this battle? Fu Tian hastily queried. If, as the Supreme Emperor stated, their power was indeed so terrifying, how could the assembled martial kings possibly claim victory? It was the profound heritage of our royal lineage that intervened, along with the involvement of the elder from your Lihua sect. Zhou Sui continued. These 2 formidable forces directly ascended to the heavens, their clash causing the very heavens to tremble. Vast landscapes were obliterated in the course of this conflict, and even the martial kings dared not approach within half a mile. Ultimately, we endured until we vanquished the remaining demonic warriors, at which point the 2 formidable demons fled into the distance. Chapter 129. The essence of Shizhou. The demon clan has commenced its assault, and the uncertainty of when the next strike will occur weighs heavily on the mind of the Supreme Emperor, whose countenance is marred by grave concern. This invasion by the demon clan has served as an ominous bell tolling for all in Shizhou, instilling widespread panic, particularly among the weaker civilian populace, who find themselves in a state of perpetual trepidation. Have you succeeded in annihilating all 6 disciples of the Divine Sword sect? The Supreme Emperor inquired. Fu Tian nodded subtly, affirming, as I pledge to eradicate them completely, I shall not emerge until I have fulfilled that vow. However, his expression soon mirrored the gravity of the situation as he continued. What I did not anticipate was encountering a blockade of elders from the Divine Sword sect upon my emergence, including their Grand Elder. Even more astonishing was their collusion with the demon clan, as evidenced by the aura of the demons that clung to them. That cohort from the Divine Sword sect should not assume their covert machinations escape my notice. The Supreme Emperor's demeanor darkened, his eyes igniting with an icy fury that sent shivers through those present. Even Fu Tian could sense the profound wrath simmering within the Supreme Emperor, who had evidently developed a deep-seated animosity towards the Divine Sword sect. It is understandable. Any faction or individual that conspires with the demon clan is deserving of utter disdain. Fu Tian empathized with the Supreme Emperor's sentiments. Were he in the same position, he too would harbor a profound hatred for the Divine Sword sect. Such actions amount to a betrayal of humanity itself. After a prolonged silence, the Supreme Emperor let out a heavy sigh. This is merely the first battle, and already we find ourselves in such disarray. I shudder to think of the ferocity of future confrontations and whether we can maintain our hold over Shizhou. His face was etched with worry, as this conflict had illuminated the deficiencies within Shizhou, most glaringly the scarcity of top-tier warriors. This initial wave has already introduced 2 formidable adversaries from the demon clan who exceed the rank of transcendent martial kings. Had it not been for the intervention of the guardian beast and the ancestor of the Lihua sect, the consequences would have been dire. Furthermore, among the demon reinforcements were 10 individuals capable of contending with our martial kings. Despite their grievous injuries from forcibly traversing dimensions, they posed a formidable challenge, rivaling our own martial kings in strength. Thus, this battle was arduous, resulting in the deaths of both martial kings and demon kings. The first clash between humanity and the demon clan spanned a full 3 days and nights before reaching a conclusion. Though victorious, the price paid was significant. Who would have thought that a mere Shizhou could harbor 2 transcendent martial kings among the demon ranks? This incursion is indeed formidable. Fu Tian was jolted from his thoughts by the voice of Elder He resonating in his mind. The implications of Elder He's words weighed heavily on him, indicating that the demon clan invading this time is exceptionally powerful. Given the current circumstances, it is imperative to bolster the ranks of Shizhou's warriors. Without sufficient strength, humanity's numbers are rendered futile. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor cast his gaze towards Fu Tian, declaring his intention to devote all available resources to nurture him. With extraordinary talent and the capacity for combat beyond his current level, if he were to mature, he might be capable of contending with the formidable forces of the demonic tribe that are destined to arrive. This old man possesses keen insight. Recognizing the pressing need to cultivate a new generation of warriors to counter the demonic invaders, the voice of Elder He echoed in admiration. In truth, during each invasion of the demonic tribe, the existing pinnacle of human strength proved woefully inadequate to confront their might. Thus, the cultivation of a new cadre of human warriors stands as the most prudent course of action. The source of the world in the true state has been fervently drawing in spiritual energy, enabling rapid breakthroughs among humans, and this is precisely the reason behind it. This realm also seeks to cultivate a fresh cohort of human champions to resist the encroaching demonic forces. Follow me, the Supreme Emperor instructed Tian, rising to lead him deeper into the mountain. Although Tian felt a twinge of uncertainty, he followed nonetheless. Upon reaching the depths of the rear mountain, they were enveloped by verdant foliage and towering trees. The Supreme Emperor halted before a cave. "What is this place?" Tian inquired, glancing around in puzzlement. Yet, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the surroundings, save for the cave before the Supreme Emperor. "Come with me. Once you enter, you shall understand," he said, stepping into the cave. Strangely, as soon as the Supreme Emperor entered, his figure vanished without a trace. This site represents the foundation of the Western state's royal lineage. A secret locale. Enter, for it seems that old man indeed intends to devote himself entirely to your cultivation. Elder He's voice resonated again, and upon hearing this, Tian's expression transformed to one of realization as he stepped into the cave. No sooner had he taken a few steps inside than the scene before him shifted dramatically, transforming into an unfamiliar landscape. However, the most striking sensation was the overwhelming density of spiritual energy present here, surpassing even that of the ancient wolf sacred ground. To cultivate within this realm would be swifter than in the ancient wolf sacred ground. Though the Western state is impoverished and weak, its millennia-old lineage harbors an undeniable depth. Elder He remarked. After all, the Western state boasts a lineage of 1,000 years, despite its innate deficiency in spiritual energy when compared to other states. This long-standing heritage still possesses its own remarkable foundation, deserving of respect. At this juncture, the Supreme Emperor's voice resounded. "This is a secret place established by our royal ancestors, abundant in resources and wondrous medicines. Even an ordinary mortal could become a martial king in the shortest possible time." The Supreme Emperor spoke with pride, a smile illuminating his countenance. Tian nodded thoughtfully, realizing that if he trained here, he could indeed accelerate his growth significantly. "Look over there, young Tian." Elder He's voice called out, prompting Tian to turn his gaze. What he beheld left him utterly astonished, almost in disbelief. Before him lay a lake brimming with spiritual water. Not only that, but he also spotted numerous extraordinary objects scattered about. He beheld a spiritual tree, laden with numerous ethereal fruits that bore a striking resemblance to peaches, radiating a gentle crimson glow. That was the tree of all spirits, bearing the precious fruits known as the spirit treasures. Such a treasure is indeed remarkable, for it not only enhances one's cultivation, but also offers a slight boost to one's comprehension. To think such wonders could be found here. Elder He exclaimed, introducing it to Tian. As his gaze shifted, he spotted a piece of precious gold shimmering in the air, emanating a luminous aura and exuding the essence of a profound Tao. It was, astonishingly, a fragment of Tao stone gold, a primary material for crafting Tao artifacts, and quite rare. Suddenly, Tian heard a rustling sound and looked up, discovering a towering bamboo tree. The bamboo appeared a deep green overall, yet its roots shimmered with a golden hue, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Could it be a Tao tree? Furthermore, it had already transcended the heavenly tribulation. Elder He gasped in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. If Tian could witness Elder He's expression at that moment, he would surely find it incredible. For Elder He resembled a person who had never encountered the wonders of the world, his eyes wide open in sheer disbelief. Chapter 130. The Silver-Bone Bamboo Tree. Old Crane, what is this bamboo tree? Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Considering Old Crane's extensive lifespan, he had undoubtedly encountered numerous formidable challenges throughout his years. Furthermore, hailing from the central continent, his experiences must be vast. It was surprising to witness such a pronounced reaction to this bamboo tree. Evidently, it was no ordinary specimen. After a prolonged silence, Old Crane's voice resonated within Tian's mind, imbued with incredulity. This should be a Tao tree, a tree of cultivation, and it has even withstood heavenly tribulations. A Tao tree? Although Tian was unfamiliar with the concept, Old Crane's reaction suggested it was something extraordinary. In this world, besides the major races such as the human, demon, and monster clans capable of cultivation, there exist lesser races capable of the same, all possessing life and self-awareness. However, some entities lack such qualities. They are devoid of consciousness, life, and intelligence, incapable of communication, like the bamboo tree before him. At this juncture, Tian began to comprehend the nature of this bamboo tree. In simpler terms, it had embarked on a path of cultivation, transcending the ordinary bamboo. It possessed formidable combat prowess, longevity, and even the potential to develop intelligence, akin to cultivators. Yet gazing at the bamboo tree before him, which appeared sturdier than the average bamboo, Tian sensed an unyielding strength emanating from it. The vibrant green leaves rustled gently, bringing a sense of tranquility. Despite the knowledge that this bamboo tree was also engaged in cultivation, Tian harbored doubts about its ability to withstand a single blow from him. Perhaps it was due to his own capacity to effortlessly shatter mountains and rivers, to obliterate the very fabric of existence. The Supreme Emperor coughed lightly and elucidated, "This bamboo tree is no trivial matter. My grandfather once told me that its existence has been known since his youth. If we were to consider its age, it might very well rival our royal guardian." Upon hearing this, Tian felt a profound shock within. If that were the case, this bamboo tree had likely existed for no less than a millennium. This was merely a conservative estimate. It could very well be 2,000 or 3,000 years old. Do not be misled. This bamboo tree is older than I am. To cultivate to such a degree, it is inconceivable without several millennia, Old Crane remarked with a hint of detachment. In response, Tian withdrew his gaze, acknowledging the weight of this revelation. "From now on, you shall cultivate here. This place is considered the ancestral ground of our royal family. According to records, our ancestors in the Western State first established this secret realm before founding the Western State royal family. Thus, it is the most ancient of locales." The Supreme Emperor stated leisurely, his eyes reflecting a profound depth, lost in thought. Tian nodded in understanding. "Come with me. I shall take you to the place of cultivation." Very well. Before long, the Supreme Emperor guided Tian to a cave dwelling. Inside, the spiritual energy was threefold denser than outside, and the walls bore faint traces of formations that perpetually absorbed spiritual energy. Indeed, this was a sanctum fit for cultivation, rivaling even the sacred sites of the sects in the central continent. The Supreme Emperor left behind some cultivation resources, offered a few instructions, and then departed in haste. At this moment, only Tian and Elder He remained in the cave. You must hasten your cultivation. The situation suggests that it will be difficult to defend Shizhou in the future. The more strength you possess, the greater your chances of escape." Elder He's ethereal figure emerged from the ring, manifesting before him. Tian pondered, "Are we already discussing escape?" Ignoring Elder He immediately seated himself to commence his cultivation. This time, however, he would practice the dragon-elephant suppression technique, an unparalleled body refinement method. When mastered to its zenith, it could effortlessly shatter stars and wield the sun and moon, making one formidable enough to contend with an emperor. With a flick of his wrist, a translucent, radiant treasure pill appeared in his hand. The moment the pill was unveiled, Elder He's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his expression one of disbelief. "A large spirit-nourishing pill. A remarkable item. Where did you acquire it?" "This elixir is immensely beneficial even for those at the Mountain Sea realm." Tian was somewhat taken aback. He anticipated that Elder He could identify it as a large spirit-nourishing pill at a glance. He seemed to possess considerable knowledge. This pill fell from the heavens, and I merely picked it up." Tian chuckled, revealing a mischievous grin. Elder He retorted, "I don't believe a word of it. Such mischief, as if it fell from the sky." However, noticing Tian's reluctance to elaborate further, Elder He chose not to pry. After all, everyone harbors secrets. Naturally, Tian was hesitant to divulge that he had obtained this pill upon his arrival in this world through a signing-in process. It would be absurd to admit he possessed a system. Initially, he had also received 10 small spirit-nourishing pills, but those had been consumed in his practice of the dragon-elephant suppression technique, leaving him with only 10 large pills. This time, Tian planned to use one for advancing to the silver bone stage of the technique. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooded through Tian's body, coursing through his sinews and bones. Moments later, he felt his body straining under the immense influx of energy, his limbs becoming swollen, resembling edema. Chanting the incantation, a primal aura erupted forth. This presence was ancient, as if it had been sealed for countless eons, causing Elder He to change color in astonishment. What kind of technique is this lad practicing? Such a method would be among the top in Zhongzhou. Elder He marveled, feeling the terrifying energy radiating from Tian. As he channeled the dragon-elephant suppression technique, Tian emanated a bronze glow that illuminated the world, seeming capable of brightening the heavens and the earth. Before long, amidst the bronze light, a silver gleam flickered. appearing somewhat out of place. In contrast, Tian was already drenched in sweat, his body trembling, his face contorted in agony. The cells within him were undergoing continuous enhancement, becoming increasingly powerful and immortal. Destruction, rebirth, destruction, rebirth. His flesh was being torn apart and reconstituted, the pain indescribable. Gradually, the bronze hue of his bones began to fade, transforming into a crystalline silver light, appearing significantly more sacred. The transformation from copper bones to silver bones signifies a qualitative leap, enhancing not merely physical strength, but also greatly amplifying healing, defense, and offensive capabilities. The aura emitted by the silver bones is immensely formidable, seemingly capable of shattering mountains and rivers. The elder crane, observing silently from the side, felt a surge of trepidation. The silver bones imparted an overwhelming sensation of invincibility and impenetrability. A single copper bone can augment one's strength by 10,000 pounds, while a silver bone can elevate it by an astonishing 100,000 pounds. Before long, a copper bone transformed into a silver bone, resulting in the body of Tian gaining an additional 100,000 pounds. One silver bone is equivalent to 10 copper bones. After the conversion of a silver bone, there remained a substantial amount of spiritual energy within Tian, causing his body to still feel somewhat swollen. Without pausing, he proceeded to refine a second silver bone. Once the potency of a large spirit-concealing pill was exhausted, Tian successfully condensed 10 silver bones in one breath, their silvery glow intertwining with the copper light, causing his physical form to surge by a staggering 1,000,000 pounds. This rate of growth left even the elder crane parched and incredulous. After a prolonged silence, he finally gritted his teeth and muttered a curse, calling him a monster, though a faint smile danced upon his lips. The rapid enhancement of Tian's strength naturally brought him joy, as it increased their chances of confronting the invading demon clan. Perhaps in the future, a slayer of demons, a true exterminator, would emerge. Chapter 131. The onset of Great War. 3 fleeting days have passed. During this brief period, Tian has exhausted all 10 of his large essence-gathering pills. Each essence spirit pill is capable of condensing 10 copper bones. Thus, Tian's physique has transformed 100 of these copper bones into silver bones. His physical form has surged by an astonishing weight of millions of pounds. What does this signify? When his copper bones reached perfection, his body weighed 3,000,000 pounds, and now, with the addition of these 100 silver bones, his physical strength has soared to an impressive 13,000,000 pounds. Coupled with his own 3,000,000 pounds of strength, Tian can unleash a formidable force of over 16,000,000 pounds with a single punch. Such a strike could obliterate the heavens and earth. No martial king could withstand its might. As Tian opened his eyes, it was as if time itself had frozen. Even from a distance, he felt as though a colossal mountain pressed upon his chest, constricting his breath and stifling his vitality. This left he utterly astonished, his heart racing with trepidation. Just how formidable has Tian become? With a deep exhale, Tian dispelled the oppressive aura surrounding him. At that moment, he sensed the weight of the mountain lift, allowing his vitality to flow freely once more. The silver bones not only augment physical strength, but also possess inherent offensive capabilities. It is no exaggeration to assert that a single silver bone rivals a potent treasure in power. Each punch delivered in battle can unleash extraordinary destructive force, capable of shattering spirit artifacts and contending with precious artifacts. Tian, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? It is utterly unprecedented. Such a technique is surely on par with any top-tier method in the central continent. He exclaimed, astonished by his companion's growth. Over these 3 days, he felt the palpable surge in Tian's power. Even in stillness, Tian's intense focus on his cultivation resonated within he, akin to facing a monstrous beast from the wild. He even pondered that should Tian continue to ascend in strength, he might easily shatter the Lioli realm and effortlessly contend with the Shanghai realm. His power could become boundless. Fortunately, this frenzied ascent has finally reached its conclusion. Should it persist, one might begin to question the very fabric of this world. In response to He's inquiry, Tian merely smiled enigmatically and responded, "This technique fell from the heavens, and as you know, I have been favored by the goddess of fortune, thus I stumbled upon it." He, understanding Tian's reluctance to elaborate, sighed and chose not to press further. After all, who does not harbor a secret? It is merely that Tian's secret is somewhat grander in scale, perhaps a smidgen larger than a billion. Well then, Tian, it is time to emerge. Significant events are unfolding outside. Once Tian completed his training, Elder, he spoke with a grave expression. Boom. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted within the imperial city of the western state. The Divine Sword sect suddenly mobilized, deploying numerous wind-piercer vessels to launch an assault on the western state's imperial city. Among them, formidable beings from the demon clan struck with overwhelming force. A single palm collapsing half of the imperial city. The terror was beyond comprehension. Jian Yuanzai, have you ever contemplated the consequences of your collusion with the demon race? A thunderous roar echoed from above, emanating from the Supreme Emperor. Jian Yuanzai's gaze sharpened, and he retorted coldly, consequences? I am acutely aware that times have changed. The West Prefecture is no longer under your dominion. It shall belong solely to my Divine Sword sect henceforth. As he spoke, a formidable aura erupted from his being, and the sword energy surged skyward, hurtling towards the Supreme Emperor. Each strike was imbued with tremendous power, effortlessly leveling a mountain with a mere flick of his sword. Preposterous. Foolish. Do you truly believe the demon race would relinquish the West Prefecture to you so easily? In due time, your Divine Sword sect will be annihilated by them. Zhou Sui admonished, his own formidable prowess manifesting as a palpable aura, reminiscent of a half-step into the glazed realm. With a single palm strike, he effortlessly dispersed Jian Yuanzai's onslaught. Hearing these words, Jian Yuanzai's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. Deep down, he was aware that the demon race was not so benevolent. Yet, within every heart lies boundless greed and a flicker of wishful thinking. For the sake of seizing the West Prefecture, the Divine Sword sect had plotted for countless years. Ever since the previous generation's leader had set this scheme in motion. Just when success seemed within reach, the sudden invasion of the demon race disrupted their meticulously laid plans. However, the Divine Sword sect could not afford to wait any longer. After centuries of scheming, would they allow their efforts to be rendered futile by a mere demon race? No, absolutely not. With this thought, a fierce glimmer ignited in Jian Yuanzai's eyes, filled with madness and a ruthless determination. Observing this transformation in Jian Yuanzai, Zhou Sui sighed softly. Jian Yuanzai was beyond redemption. Initially believing he could awaken his opponent, it appeared that Jian had succumbed to madness, refusing to heed any words of reason. With this realization, Zhou Sui's gaze hardened, revealing a hint of malevolence, and his aura surged dramatically. He unleashed a palm strike, its power multiplying several times, sending Jian Yuanzai hurtling hundreds of miles away, laying waste to everything in his path. With a sudden surge of excruciating pain, Jian Yuanzai could not suppress a spurt of blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced and suffering significant injuries. Although Jian Yuanzai was the leader of the Divine Sword sect, he was merely a ninth heaven martial king, while Zhou Sui had already one foot firmly planted on the threshold of the glazed realm. With his profound foundation, he could contend with the first and second stages of the glazed realm, making him far superior to Jian Yuanzai. A sword to suppress the heavens. Suddenly, Jian Yuanzai bellowed, his expression wild with madness as his aura transformed instantaneously, resembling the sharpest of blades. With a single stroke, the sword energy spanned thousands of miles, unleashing a terrifying might as if nothing could rival or obstruct it. This strike tore through the void, seemingly cleaving the sky in twain, causing the very earth to tremble. Humph! Zhou Sui scoffed, his demeanor utterly indifferent. Holy Dragon Palm. In the face of this strike, Zhou Sui held nothing back. Unleashing his ultimate technique, an ancestral martial art passed down through the royal lineage, one only eligible to cultivate upon ascending to the throne of the West Prefecture, as it required the essence of the dragon. Before us, Zhou Sui's hand radiated a sacred golden light, amidst which echoed the resounding roar of a dragon, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The dragon, the epitome of nobility and strength. Anything associated with a dragon is destined to be extraordinary. With a singular strike, Zhou Sui unleashed a torrent of dragon energy, enveloping himself and propelling his prowess to a formidable level, achieving the strength of the Lioli realm. This strike possessed the might to swallow mountains and rivers, accompanied by the faint yet resonant dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the imperial city. Kill! Jian Yuanzai bellowed, his face etched with madness, as the might of the martial king surged forth, his blood and energy reaching their zenith, amplifying the power of his sword by an additional third. Failure was not an option. This was a final desperate struggle. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming strike, Zhou Sui remained utterly composed, his expression betraying not a hint of turmoil. Now, endowed with the dragon energy, he had already attained the combat prowess of the Lioli realm, rendering Jian Yuanzai's strongest attack insignificant. Roar! 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 The heavens trembled with the dragon's cries as Zhou Sui struck forth, seemingly conjuring a faint dragon silhouette. Crack. Upon contact with the dragon's apparition, Jian Yuanzai's sword shattered into countless fragments, devoid of any resistance. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Even Jian Yuanzai felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance beneath this hand, as if he were but a fragile insect, easily crushed. The 5 realms of mortals: warrior, martial master, martial general, martial sovereign, and martial king, are termed as such because they are perpetually diminutive, akin to ants, easily vanquished like ordinary mortals. Beyond the 5 realms lies the extraordinary. Having transcended the realm of mortals, their combat capabilities undergoing a magnificent transformation. The strength of mortals shaking the heavens is laughable, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. In this moment, Jian Yuanzai finally sensed his impending demise. This strike would surely bring about his end. As if finding solace, he slowly closed his eyes, calmly accepting his fate. The 6 divine sword disciples of this generation had all perished, and with numerous elders lost in battle, the strength of the divine sword sect had already suffered a significant blow. Jian Yuanzai understood deep down that the conquest of Shizhou was beyond reach. Yet, it was the bitterness of unfulfilled ambition that gnawed at him. The anguish of centuries of planning and preparation rendered futile, driving him to make one last stand. Unwilling to let his efforts go to waste. As the hand descended, Jian Yuanzai was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere blood mist, beyond the threshold of death. Jian Yuanzai met his end. The great battle commenced. Chapter 132. Farewell, old friend incompetent, unable even to delay time. From the horizon came a cold snort, laced with palpable dissatisfaction. The voice bore an imposing presence, causing Zhou Sui's heart to skip a beat, as if teetering on the brink of an abyss. Immediately thereafter, a shadow swept across the sky, alighting upon a mountain peak, exuding a terrifying aura, surrounded by faint wisps of dark energy that sent chills down the spine. Demonic energy, a formidable being of the demon clan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as another figure soared through the sky, suspended in midair, emanating an elusive dragon aura that was deeply unsettling. This was a middle-aged man, his face etched with authority, muscles bulging, instilling a sense of immense power, as if he could effortlessly shatter mountains and rivers. Upon seeing this man, Zhou Sui's expression was one of utmost respect as he clasped his hands and bowed, addressing him as guardian deity. The man nodded slightly in acknowledgement before declaring in a booming voice, "The demon clan's minions dare to invade my west state. Last time you escaped, but this time I shall ensure your return is void." His voice was commanding and thunderous. The demon clan warrior scoffed. "Contemptuous, do you believe you alone can protect West State? I offer you a chance to join us, and you may yet preserve your life. Delay, and you shall not know how you perish." The middle-aged man's countenance darkened as he retorted coldly, "You must be dreaming." The demon clan warrior, however, shook his head, attempting to persuade him. "Why be so obstinate? You are not of the human race. There is no need to serve them. Join the demon clan, and we can bestow upon you greater strength." At this, Zhou Sui's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of trepidation as he glanced at his guardian deity. Should the guardian succumb to temptation and ally with the demon clan, West State would be doomed. The middle-aged man's demeanor softened somewhat as he replied nonchalantly, "Should I consider joining the demon clan, it would not be without conditions." Zhou Sui's face paled. "No, guardian deity, you cannot." But before he could finish, the demon clan warrior waved his hand, unleashing a powerful pressure that forced Zhou Sui to stagger back several steps, his blood surging violently. Then, the demon clan warrior, intrigued, turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Speak your terms. As long as you are willing to join us, any condition you desire shall be met." With a cold chuckle, the middle-aged man responded, "The condition is your life. Should I kill you, I might consider joining the demon clan. Are you mocking me?" The demon clan warrior realized he had been outmaneuvered, understanding that the other had no intention of joining the demon clan from the outset, and he bellowed in fury, "It is you who is being played." The middle-aged man stepped forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, suffocatingly vast. The demon clan warrior retorted with a cold snort, unleashing his own formidable energy, the demonic aura rising to the heavens, and the two clashed. A fierce battle erupted, escalating from the ground to the sky, each strike causing immense devastation, capable of altering the very landscape, forcing them to wage war among the clouds. "Go assist that elder." From the horizon, the middle-aged man's voice rang out. The Supreme Emperor nodded slightly, understanding that he could not intervene in their battle, and proceeded towards another battlefield. The old man spoken of as the guardian deity is none other than Yi Qian, the venerable patriarch of the Lihua sect. At this moment, the imperial city of Shizhou has transformed into a battlefield where soldiers and generals clash with disciples of the Divine Sword sect. Death claims its victims in an incessant and brutal manner. As Fu Tian traverses this grim scene, he witnesses the merciless slaughter executed by the Divine Sword sect disciples, each delivering a lethal blow, leaving no one able to withstand their might. Old Crane, what transpired in these past few days that has led to such a sudden confrontation with the Divine Sword sect? Fu Tian inquires, curiosity evident in his tone. Though Old Crane resides within a ring, his voice resonates clearly within Fu Tian's mind. The Divine Sword sect has allied with the Demon Clan to assault the imperial city, aiming to vanquish the royal family and establish dominance in Shizhou. Unfortunately, their strength is inadequate. Even with the assistance of formidable demon warriors, they have underestimated the depth of the royal family's resources. The patriarch of the Divine Sword sect has been ensnared by an old man, while the demon warriors are held in check by the guardian deity of the royal family, and the sect's leader has already fallen at the hands of Zhou Sui. The leader of the Divine Sword sect is dead? Fu Tian's gaze sharpens. With the sect leader's demise, only a handful of elders and the patriarch remain, rendering them a negligible threat. The Demon Clan, however, poses a significant danger that must be addressed. As long as the Demon Clan persists, Shizhou shall never know a moment of peace. With this thought, Fu Tian's resolve solidifies. Young Fu, over there, Old Crane directs him. Following the indicated path, Fu Tian's figure flickers and transforms into a streak of ethereal light, racing toward the distance. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect he encounters are dispatched with a single punch, devoid of any hesitation. The soldiers of the imperial city, engaged in combat, merely perceive a gust of wind before their adversaries explode into a shower of blood, left bewildered and frozen in place. Upon regaining their composure, they realize that a powerful being has intervened and immediately bow deeply in the direction of the breeze. Suddenly, Fu Tian seems to sense something amiss. His gaze sharpens, and a fierce murderous intent ignites within his eyes as he alters his course. In the distance, an elder clad in the robes of the Divine Sword sect is locked in battle with a man. With each strike of his sword, a formidable aura of sword energy erupts, sweeping away all before him. Opposing him is a robust middle-aged man, fighting valiantly, already marred by numerous sword wounds. Deep lacerations mar his thighs, elbows, and even his chest, with blood gushing from his injuries. Kill! The middle-aged man roars, unleashing a surge of energy that causes his muscles to bulge as he throws a punch. This strike, imbued with overwhelming vitality, possesses the strength to shatter mountains. However, the elder from the Divine Sword sect merely smirks, dismissing the terrifying punch and counters with a swift sword strike. Third form of the 6 styles of the Divine Sword. Mountain Breaker. The sword descends from above like an immortal's blade, seeking to cleave the very landscape itself. With a mere aftershock of the sword's momentum, the middle-aged man is grievously injured, blood spewing forth as he stumbles backward, utterly defenseless against the oncoming onslaught of the lethal strike that threatens his very life. Begone! At this critical juncture, a thunderous roar reverberates through the heavens and earth, causing the once unstoppable blade to vanish without a trace in an instant. The elder of the Divine Sword sect's expression tightens, revealing a look of grave concern. For the first time, he beheld that single sword was crushed by bare hands. His own sword, indeed, reduced to fragments by another's sheer strength? How could this be possible? Who possesses such formidable power? To his knowledge, there were no more than 10 individuals in the entire West State capable of such a feat. How has he deteriorated so much in just a few days? Just as the bewildered middle-aged man pondered, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, and a wave of warmth surged to the corners of his eyes. Chapter 133. The Sword Old Man Young Master? Is it truly you? Exclaimed Hu Tao, half kneeling upon the ground, clutching his wound as he gazed at the sudden apparition of the figure clad in white robes. Yet, the elder of the Divine Sword sect narrowed his eyes, emanating a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing the very fabric of space. Who are you, boy? Fu Tian responded with a faint smile. Does a dying man need to concern himself with such matters? Presumptuous. The elder of the Divine Sword sect rebuked, taken aback by the blatant disdain directed at him. As if he were entirely disregarded. It was imperative to remember that he was an elder of the Divine Sword sect, a figure of immense strength, with few in the Western state capable of rivaling him. Sever your own legs and kneel before me, and I may spare your life, otherwise. The elder's cold laughter was laced with malice. Fu Tian shook his head, unwilling to squander any further time in this futile exchange. Without hesitation, he unleashed a tempestuous strike. A single punch erupted, transforming the atmosphere, as a primal force surged forth, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast unleashed, seemingly unstoppable. In that moment, the elder felt as though he confronted not a mere youth, but an ancient monstrosity. The overwhelming energy caused his blood to surge chaotically, instilling profound terror within him. Gritting his teeth, he bore the immense pressure and retaliated with a sword strike. The sixth form of the divine sword's 6 techniques, Heaven's Cleave. With a stroke akin to a celestial being wielding a sword, he aimed to rend the heavens apart. The aura of a martial king ascended, sending tremors through the world. Faced with this formidable strike, Tian was momentarily taken aback. What level of martial art is this? It can elicit such formidable power from a martial king. It is certainly no ordinary technique. However, despite its might, it remained inadequate to rival his own strength. The sheer terror of his punch was unparalleled. Even relying solely on his physical prowess, devoid of any martial technique, he could effortlessly overwhelm a martial king. As the overwhelming force of the sword strike shattered into fragments, it ceased to exist. What? How is this possible? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, when Tian had effortlessly crushed his sword energy, it had merely startled him. He had not regarded the youth's strength with any seriousness, believing that in the Western state, a martial king stood atop the pinnacle of power, and it was inconceivable to be stronger than that. Only the ancestors or esteemed elders of the major sects had transcended to the realm of glazed realm. Thus, he presumed their strengths were evenly matched, both being martial kings. Yet now, the realization dawned upon him that he had gravely misjudged the situation. He had thought to easily vanquish Tian with the final form of the divine sword's 6 techniques, which was qualitatively superior to the preceding 5 forms, possessing overwhelming power. It was a technique he had only recently mastered with great difficulty. Yet, Tian had merely used a single punch to obliterate his mightiest sword strike. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. In that moment, the elder of the divine sword sect felt as if he had plunged into an abyss of ice. His fighting spirit extinguished, leaving only fear and trepidation. Flee. With this thought, the elder of the divine sword sect transformed into a beam of ethereal light, swiftly retreating into the distance. Humph. Tian scoffed, his disdain palpable. Seeking to escape when faced with defeat? Does he believe he can elude me? In an instant, Tian too morphed into a streak of light, pursuing with remarkable speed, surpassing his opponent by a considerable margin. Young master, has he truly become this formidable? Stone Chang marveled, his heart filled with astonishment as he beheld the unfolding spectacle, reflecting on Tian's newfound prowess. After just a few days apart, one must indeed regard him with renewed admiration. Nowhere to flee, meet your demise. Within moments, Tian closed the distance, launching a powerful punch. The fleeing elder of the divine sword sect felt a chilling aura enveloping him, the specter of death looming ominously in his mind. This is bad, my life is forfeit. With a sudden burst, he was obliterated, his body disintegrating into a crimson mist, utterly lifeless. Enough of this, Fu boy, do not squander time, proceed that way. As soon as the foe was vanquished, the voice of elder he resonated from within the ring. Tian nodded, transforming into a fleeting light, leaving Stone Chang capable of dealing with the remnants. In the distance, a fierce battle raged across the horizon. In the skies above, sword energies crisscrossed, wreaking havoc and forming an enclosed domain of sword chi. Within this tumult, 2 figures clashed repeatedly, each collision erupting in thunderous explosions that ravaged the surroundings. The area lay in ruins, mountains shattered, and crevices scarred the earth, a stark contrast to its former beauty. Elder Sword, do not err in judgment. Our true purpose lies in resisting the demon clan together. A voice, aged yet commanding, echoed through the chaos. Humph, Elder Yi, the times have changed. The future of Shizhou will belong to the divine sword sect. Those who oppose us shall perish. Deluded fool, aiding the demon clan is tantamount to treachery. Are you aware of the dire consequences that await? Elder Sword uttered a contemptuous snort, falling silent. It was evident he understood the gravity of the situation. The demon clan had always been humanity's greatest adversary. As the saying goes, good and evil cannot coexist. When the 2 factions meet, swords are drawn, and battles erupt. Assisting the demons is no mere act of betrayal to one's family or sect. It is an abominable treachery against humanity itself, a crime that invites universal disdain. Enough of this prattle. In this world, there are victors and vanquished. Who cares about betrayal? Silence. How dare you utter such words? You deserve death. As the combat intensified, the tremors grew ever more violent. Humph. The divine sword sect, having colluded with the demon clan, deserves utter annihilation. Fu Tian, having overheard their exchange, couldn't help but chuckle darkly. Such occurrences are commonplace when the demon clan invades the continent. Elder He's voice emanated from the ring, recounting that during the last invasion, some righteous factions of humanity had conspired with the demon clan, sheltering them while ruthlessly persecuting their own kind, assassinating the talented among humanity. Such occurrences transpired? Fu Tian was momentarily taken aback. And then what? Subsequently, the righteous sect of humanity was obliterated by the combined might of numerous rising powerhouses, leaving no trace of its existence. The ashes of the sect's leader, elders, and other dignitaries were scattered across the earth, trampled upon by the descendants of humanity. Upon hearing this, Fu Tian nodded slightly. Such a punishment is undeniably one of the most brutal forms of retribution. Even in death, their remains are forsaken, subjected to the disdain of others. However, they brought this upon themselves. Betraying humanity has always been intolerable. Thus, such a fate is warranted. The Divine Sword sect also deserves this punishment. Contemplating this, Fu Tian's gaze grew increasingly cold, radiating a fierce and palpable hostility. Had it not been for the Divine Sword sect's treachery and collusion with the demonic forces, countless lives would not have been lost, and families would not have been torn apart, forced to endure such suffering. The Divine Sword sect must be eradicated. Fu Tian roared, his entire being bursting forth in a dazzling silver light, illuminating the world and exuding an unsettling aura. With a resolute step, he plunged directly into the battlefield.